The story unfolds as a twilight sky. It rotted away into the darkness as the ground disintegrated. There was darkness everywhere, buildings crumbling, skies shattering into pieces with an ominous energy that filled the void. The place they called home for ages. The tower was falling apart, and they were powerless to do anything to stop it. So we've lost. Someone voiced out, his thoughts to break the silence of defeat. Those were words no one dared to say because it felt like it would finally become true once it was spoken. They were afraid that, even after all their sacrifices, they would achieve nothing in the end. The tower that they had been living in for millions of years would crumble to dust along with them. The 10 gods who were gathered around started reminiscing their epics, remembering the times when they used to rule over the tower and all being in it. So is this the end? I never imagined that this would be how we part ways. Well said. I knew it had to end one way or another, but someone from the crowd spoke. To break the silence, they were staring at the tower crumbling in front of their eyes. Let's not get mushy and make this quick. We're done for anyways. Everyone had lost their motivation to fight. They can foresee their end coming. Thousands of rankers had already fallen under the clutches of the foreign enemy that invaded the tower, and now only a few of them left. What can they do? What can they accomplish? What do you mean done for? It's not over yet. Someone slammed his rod on the ground and said. A platinum white-haired man holding a long staff spoke. The man was badly injured, his clothes tattered and his arm cut off. The evidence of intense battle can be seen through his body. It was Sun Wukong. He held the title of the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, and was the protagonist of the myth Heavenly Realms Traitor. You're talking big for someone who's on the brink of death. I'm not dying. A huge muscular man walked forward and spoke. You might be an immortal, but can you keep acting so mighty in front of them, the outer gods? The one who disputed Sun Wukong's confidence was Hercules, wearing his lion skin and wielding a broken club, having brought victory in the war against the Titans. The greatest hero of Olympus was nearing death with one of his arms cut off. Hercules turned his head, staring at the beings flying far above the twilight skies. Gods of the other realm. Normal people would lose their life simply by looking at them. Such beings were tearing apart their world. They'll soon discover this place. There's a chance they already have. A pure white mass flew down from out of nowhere. All the gods turned their gazes toward the mass before looking back toward the person's voice. So I made it back. A young man appeared before them, wearing his battle armor with marks of severe battle left all over his body. It was Kim Yu-won, who entered the tower as a player and made his way upward by challenging several floors and became a ranker, far more powerful than most of them. I thought I was going to die. Jet black hair with eyes just as dark. The man had short, messy hair. Yu-won looked drained, taking slow steps towards the makeshift tree trunk chair before sitting down. It's just you? Hercules asked out of curiosity. The companions that left with him were nowhere to be found, and Yu-won came back alone. It can be seen from his depressed look that no one was able to make it out alive from the battle with those evil creatures. Merlin, Azura, Vishnu, are they all dead? Someone from the crowd asked Yu-won. They were looking in anticipation to find even a little glimpse of hope. Yeah, Yu-won nodded his head. They're all dead. The air became somber. The gods that left with Yu-won were unable to come back. They were probably swallowed up by those beings, nourishing the other realm. The somber mood was short-lived. The gods turned their attention toward the pure white mass that Yu-won threw. Who is this? Hercules asked Yu-won. About the white mass. Yu-won was quiet for a moment and then spoke. It is foolish chaos. It is the spirit of one of the outer creatures that destroyed the tower. What? The surviving gods were shocked by Yu-won's response. They knew it wouldn't be someone normal when Yu-won came back alone, but its identity was even greater than they imagined. Really? It's that guy? Yu-won nodded his head. With this, I now know for a fact, an inner cannot beat an outer. Yu-won realized the cold, hard truth in his fight against the foolish chaos. That was how beings that existed within the tower, like Yu-won, were referred to. And those who were gathered here were beings that had risen to the top floor of the tower, forging their myth, earning divinity and a divine name. But even they couldn't compare to the gods of the other realm. This was something they knew all along. Since the start of this fight, when the gods of the other realm appeared, their existence was a calamity, even to those who thought they were equal to a god. There is no way to win. The old man who was sitting in the corner spoke. For now, that is. The man stood up and walked towards Yu-won and stretched out his hand to reveal a clock's internal mechanics in his palm. Yuan asked while staring at the old man. Kronos, is this the only way? Return to an old world line and start over. Kronos spoke with a powerful voice, which contrasted with his hunchback and wrinkled face. Kronos was a being that possessed the divinity to control time. The items he crafted held powers relating to time. In the world line you will return to, I will probably have disappeared. It is a fair price to pay for the only way to go back in time and shift the world line. So do not waste your energy looking for me. So you will cease to exist? Yuan asked the old man. I do not know in what form it will be, but my disappearance does not matter. Their story had already ended, which is why Yuan wanted the fight to end here. However, the fight was a loss in the end. Now, there was no other option but to return. If possible, I wanted to end this here. This is the last chance. Kronos spoke with a powerful voice. So who is going to go back in the past? Everyone's eyes turned to Yuan. It was already decided who would be returning to the past. The only thing remaining was Yuan's decision. I expected it, but it is going to be me? Yuan already knew that he would be asked to return to the past as he junior among all the other rankers. That is right. It was something that was talked about since the clock movement was first brought up, who would return to the past. It wasn't for certain, but there were two main candidates, Yuan and Sun Wukong. But while Yuan was absent, there must have been some sort of discussion because a decision was made. Why choose me? Sun Wukong is a better candidate than me? Because you entered last. Yet despite that, you are standing here right now. Sun Wukong raised his voice to clear doubts in Yuan's mind. It was true. Yuan entered the tower later than everyone else present. However, he adjusted to this world and climbed the tower faster than anyone else, arriving at this place where he could fight together. You didn't forget, right? Beings on the upper floors are restricted in how they can intervene with the lower floors. Hercules stepped up to talk to Yuan and spoke. So, to change the tower, we have to start from the lower floors and go up. Yeah, I know. That's why you're our only choice. Yuan let out a deep sigh as he reached out his hand. The clock movement continued to send time forward. The instructions would be registered in a person's mind as soon as they held the item. When you return in time, we probably won't have the same relationship we have now. So even if I don't recognize you, just let it slide. That I really won't know who you are. Everyone started saying their last words before the time regression starts. Knock some sense into the guys who can't comprehend the situation. If all else fails, you can just kill them. I hope you have a hard time, my friend. Each gave a word to Yuan. Now that this was the final farewell, they didn't hold back. You guys are never short for words. Yuan put on a melancholic smile as he gave his companions a good, final look. After the gods of the other realm appeared, they had no choice but to join forces. No one here was a companion in the beginning. Some were antagonistic and hostile. Some even aimed at each other's throats. But everything was different now. Yuan took Kronos' watch and held it in his hand to start the regression. The clock started releasing its energy with a sound spread all around. Recollecting, it seemed impossible. They were all very bullheaded. Kim Yuan thought in his mind. He was already filled with worry. He wondered if he'd be able to gather all these idiots together in one place after returning to the past. If they'd be able to fight the beings from the other world, if they'd be able to win this fight. If he'd be able to change everything for the better. The clock movement started moving backward. I guess I'm going to have a hard time. Within Yuan's field of vision, countless clock mechanisms started moving backward. The time regression begins. Yuan slowly opened his eyes after having been engulfed by countless clock movements. He could see his body. His body felt light like a deflated balloon. Stats, mana, everything that strengthened his body was gone. It was a shame. If he could have returned to the past with the powers he possessed, things would be a lot easier. So my body didn't return to the past. Instead, my time was rewound. After examining his full body, Yuan thought to himself, I guess that would have been much harder to make happen. Sending just the soul back in time versus sending a physical body back in time are two completely different sets of problems. When a body is sent back in time, you need to deal with the problem of having two versions of the same person in the same period, not to mention that it requires much greater energy to cross the timeline. So that would probably be an impossible feat, even for Kronos. This means I need to start over from zero. Returning to the past felt like waking up from a long slumber. To find out how far back in time he went back, Yuan started observing his surroundings. Wham! He felt a heavy impact on his face. What a shitty moment to return to. Yuan was stunned for a moment as he heard the boy saying, "Wow, you withstand that blow." His blurry vision came back into focus, revealing a man in front of him. A well-toned physique, a long nose, and an attempt at making a scary expression. Who in the world is this? It happened so long ago, he couldn't remember right away. That's when Yuan noticed the clothes the man was wearing. Oh right, Seoul University. The man was wearing a Letterman jacket from the university Yuan used to attend. His memories were fuzzy because it was such a distant memory, but looking at the Letterman jacket helped him remember the fact that he used to be a college student. Yuan was at one of the gyms on campus. What was this guy's name? It was almost coming back to him. The boy threw another punch saying, "Look at this punk. Aren't you going to lower your head in front of a senior?" When his punch was missed, the man became visibly confused. Yuan bent down a little to avoid his punch. The boy was stunned for a moment and thought, how could this punk possibly dodge my punch? Yuan took a step back, muttering to himself, was it tomorrow? Or was it today? What? The boy said in confusion. He could not understand what Yuan was muttering. What's today's date? If you answer me quickly, I'll forgive you for punching me since you're weak. Punch didn't even really hurt. Yuan clenched his fist and warned the man. The man's expression turned extremely sour. He probably thought he was being mocked. What did you just say, punk? Do you lose your mind? What are you spouting nonsense? You even dropped the honorifics? With a loud bang, the man's head spun. The ceiling and the floor blending together was the last thing he saw before falling on his ass. As the man charged at Yuan, he dealt only a single blow to knock him out. I guess I don't need your help. I've got my phone, after all, Yuan said to the man lying on the floor. Yuan looked down at the fellow that was knocked out cold. On the floor. School should be on break. Do you have anything better to do with your free time? There was no point to Yuan's question. In his pocket, he could feel his smartphone, which would tell him what he wanted to know. He took out his phone from his pocket. After checking the date on his phone, he saw the man's name in his call log. He finally remembered. It was a guy by the name of Kim Myung-hoon. He was a grade above Yuan, and he was well known for being a garbage human being in the physical education department. The date was December 31st, 2019. It was the last day of the year. Yuan remembered December 31st as the day the tutorial first started. What perfect timing. It was a good date. Not too early, not too late. There was no way to know if it was a coincidence or if Kronos set the date, but Yuan was pleased with his situation. The time was 3 p.m. So 9 hours till midnight. It wasn't a lot of time to prepare and select a location. I guess I'll be busy starting today. Not only was it December 31st, it was a Thursday, so Hongdae was overcrowded with people excited for their 4-day holiday. Everyone was busy doing their chores, without a hint of the calamity they will be facing soon. When Kim Myung-hoon finally regained consciousness, it was late evening. Myung-hoon was woken up by his phone vibrating. He had plans at 7 p.m. He was supposed to meet up with his friends for a drink over dinner. Damn it. Remembering why he was passed out, Kim Myung-hoon started swearing in anger. He got knocked out while lecturing his underclassmen. It was something he could never tell anyone out of sheer embarrassment. I'm going to teach that punk a proper lesson real soon. A lucky punch. That's what Myung-hoon brushed it off as. After quickly grabbing his belongings, Myung-hoon took a taxi to Hongdae. Once he cleaned up the nosebleed and brushed the dirt off his clothes, he looked fine again. Damn, this is a lot of people. Hey Kim Myung-hoon, here. Over here. You're late. We're charging you a late fee. Myung-hoon's friends had been waiting for him. Why were you so hard to get a hold of? You're an hour late. That'll be 50,000 won. Cut the crap. Myung-hoon just shrugs off there. Words with anger. He was already pissed at getting beaten at the hands of a junior. They served Myung-hoon a drink as soon as he sat down, since they had already been drinking. For an hour, one of them was flushed red. Hey now, why is he being such a downer? Didn't you just get back from blowing off some steam? Myung-hoon's friends asked him. I don't want to talk about it. Just give me another drink. He felt the need to get drunk, to overcome the anger. As per Myung-hoon's request, his friends mixed another glass of beer with soju. Thinking it'd raise his spirits, one of Myung-hoon's buddies asked him while handing him a drink. So, what did you do with Kim Yuan? Kim Myung-hoon's hand that was raising the drink too. His lips froze for just a second. He got lost in thought for a moment before smirking and replying. He remembered the moment when he got punched by Kim Yuan and collapsed on the floor. I remember you now. It should be the school holidays now. Are you that bored? He listened to Yuan while lying on the floor, unable to respond. Yuan further said, in any case, all the best. There is not much time left. Myung-hoon could not understand what Yuan was saying, but he could just right away tell his friends about everything. So he lied. I beat the shit out of him. I hope he made it to the hospital. Myung-hoon bragged in front of his friends and said, come on, go a little bit easier, or he might kill himself. One of the boys sitting beside Myung-hoon spoke. So what if he does? Doesn't that fucker not have any parents? Who's gonna come after us? Myung-hoon further said, you're right. Is it our fault if he commits suicide? If he kills himself because he was beaten up a few times, it's his fault for being such a little punk. Kim Myung-hoon was pleased by his friends' agreement. Everyone was partying. The bad memory from earlier that day was quickly fading away. It's fine. I'll just beat the crap out of him later. As long as he did that, he could claim that today's events never happened. Round 1 and Round 2 flashed by. After drinking just beer and soju, for Round 3, they decided to drink some expensive liquor. Why are there so many people today? It's a 4-day weekend. What time is it? It's 11:50 p.m. The cool breeze was gently sobering them up. When his head stopped feeling so hazy, Myung-hoon threw his finished cigarette on the ground and started walking. Let's get this over quickly if we are going to go. Myung-hoon spoke. Hey, let's get a move on. We don't want to sober up now, do we? Hey, isn't that Kim Yuan? A boy standing next to Myung-hoon noticed Kim Yuan. Amid a crowd, Yuan was standing still, holding a luggage case in one hand. People just brushed past Yuan, who stood like a statue. He wasn't moving, looking like he was waiting for someone. Where? Oh shit, it is him. Kim Myung-hoon froze over the words of his friends. He turned his head, pretending like nothing was wrong. Why is that punk here? Is this for real? It wasn't his day. Meeting Kim Yuan here and now, before even getting the chance to properly get his revenge. Doesn't he look fine? You're right. Is he waiting for someone? What's up with that carry-on? A lot of questions came across their minds as they watched Yuan amidst the crowd, standing there all fine. Let's go say hi. Myung-hoon spoke up in anger. Why greet him? What are y'all scheming? Myung-hoon's friends were already walking up to Yuan. I'm seriously going to kill him. Kim Myung-hoon ground his teeth in anger, remembering the event from earlier that day. Now that it had come to this, he decided to crush Yuan, even if it meant losing face in front of his friends. Hey, Kim Yuan. Myung-hoon gave a loud voice to let it reach Yuan. Myung-hoon led his pack toward Yuan, a total of 6 people including himself. When outnumbering someone, one naturally felt no fear. Myung-hoon asked, baring his white teeth, what business you got here? The 6 surrounded Yuan. People started steering clear to avoid their threatening aura. It looked like a fight could break out at any moment. Instead of answering Myung-hoon's question, Yuan checked his electronic wristwatch. It's almost noon. Once he had checked the time, Yuan took the watch off his wrist and threw it to the ground. Enjoy your last 3 minutes, since it'll be hell after that. Yuan opened up his large luggage case. He rummaged around, pulling stuff out as he spoke to them. They didn't know the events that were about to unfold, the kind of world they would have to start living in. That's why they did not know what a sweet and precious moment these last 3 minutes were. What? Punk, what are you blabbering about? Kim Myung-hoon walked menacingly toward Yuan, only to take a few steps back in fear. It was because he saw what Yuan pulled out of his luggage. Yuan, are you crazy? The items he pulled out were all very threatening weapons. A sashimi knife, Swiss Army knife, machete, an axe, and a bag whose contents were a mystery. Yuan hung the Swiss Army knife and axe on his waist and wielded the sashimi knife. Hey, apologize already. How hard did you beat this kid up that he's come to this? Yep, bro. You're clearly in the wrong here. Myung-hoon's friends started blabbering non-stop. They were afraid out of their wits. Hey, Yuan, you shouldn't be like this either. I get that you're really angry, but a crowd formed around Yuan, who was holding various weapons. People kept murmuring. Myung-hoon didn't dare approach Yuan, frightened by the sashimi knife. Some people even called the cops. 58 minutes. There wasn't a lot of time left. Yuan put the bag he pulled out of the luggage on his shoulder and looked around. This should be enough people. Hongdae. It was one of the most populated places in Seoul, according to Yuan's memories. It was Anyang, previously. Yuan lifted his chin and looked up at the sky. The clouds stopped moving. Everyone was focused on the commotion. No one was paying any attention to the phenomenon that was occurring. They only saw the weapons Yuan was holding and that he was causing a ruckus. Finally, it's starting. Amid the chaos, Yuan checked the watch he dropped on the ground. It was almost 12 p.m., the time for New Year's Eve. A noise rang in his ears. The noise wasn't exclusive to Yuan. The hundreds and thousands of people roaming the streets of Hongdae covered their ears. Some people even fainted from the sound that rang inside their heads and eardrums. Yuan stood silent, watching the landscape morph around him. The ground split apart, and never-before-seen plants grew from the fissure, the color of the clouds floating. In the sky inverted, turning black. The electronic watch froze at 2020, midnight hours. The first things that could be heard once the ringing stopped were frightening roars. They're here. It's over the 3 minutes. The roars echoed between the buildings. Yuan, holding the knife in his hand, walked past Kim Myung-hoon and his gang. They were still covering their ears. District 20131 in population, 12,014. It was a welcoming message. 12,000 people. Picking Hongdae was not the wrong choice. Several strange voices could be heard from all over the place. The tutorial will now begin. A cry could be heard amid the ringing noise. While listening to the message, Yuan searched for the source of the cry. Survive the zombie horde. All zombies will perish after 30 minutes. It's all nonsensical. Monsters. Zombies? There are zombies. Yuan observed the people that screamed and ran in terror after discovering the zombies. It was unavoidable. The streets of Hongdae were far too small for how densely populated it was. The mission wasn't much different from what Yuan experienced before. But there was one difference. There is a lot of them now. It was the number of zombies that started appearing in the streets. The difficulty of the tutorial was different per area. The difficulty was related to the number of people. So the higher the population, the higher the difficulty. It made sense. Since more people could cooperate, the missions had to have stronger monsters to make things fair. At least that would be the logical reasoning. Elsewhere, the streets would be wide and empty, leaving more room for people to escape. There would also be fewer zombies, significantly lowering the difficulty. There are just too many people in the streets. There wasn't an adequate place to run away to. Therefore, the streets of Hongdae would become flooded with the blood of people torn apart by zombies. There was only a single solution to this problem. When you can't run, you should fight. You can't survive such a large horde simply by running. As this place became a tutorial zone, you could only run so far, and zombies were hiding around every corner. And it's a normal reaction. Yuan was the same, accepting the world as it was, adapting, and doing everything he could to survive. Only happened after the tutorial started. You can check your status by saying the activation phrase status window. You have obtained a basic weapon, old knife. Yuan checked out his inventory and obtained an old knife, provided by the tower to deal with the zombies. Each person was given a weapon. Knives, hammers, spears, and various other weapons. It seems like everyone was given a weapon that they could utilize well. Yuan was given a knife. Everyone who received their weapons was confused as to how they can fight with such dull weapons. Yuan tossed the knife away. It was an item with a dull blade. You could barely call it a weapon. I couldn't even kill 3 zombies with this thing. It would be a different story if he could utilize it well, but the old knife was just slightly better than going barehanded. In truth, it was no better than a steel rod. It was a weapon that was so old, it could break any time. On the other hand, the theme of the first tutorial was survival. The countless zombies would continue to respawn no matter how many you killed. Surviving, that won't be enough. Yuan unzipped his bags, opening a small bottle that was inside. The things Yuan had to do couldn't be achieved by simply clearing the tutorial normally. Before, simply surviving was enough. But now he had a more important objective. Yuan had brought other weapons to use instead of the old knife. And one more thing, Yuan poured the contents of the bottle onto the sashimi knife. All right, done preparing. Yuan had a fierce look in his eyes. He didn't need to check his status. He could feel what his starting stats were. Let's go. Yuan dove headfirst into the horde of zombies. Zombies were slow and weak, but to compensate, they were immune to pain and extremely hard to kill. You needed a lot of strength to kill them. There weren't a lot of people in the first tutorial who would be able to kill them. Yuan charged at the zombie with a single slash, cutting off its head. The tower notified you were the first to kill a zombie in your area. You have obtained 100 points. Yuan was smiling. It reminded him of his old days when he first climbed up the tower. Your experience points massively increased. You leveled up. Strength increased by 1. Dexterity increased by 1. Constitution increased by 1. Great, I can feel my body getting lighter. Yuan thought to himself. The sashimi knife sliced through the zombies' heads with great ease. It was a perfect weapon. A smile crossed Yuan's face. It was worth moving quickly. The reward for the first zombie kill was quite generous for the effort it took. 100 points were hard to gain in the early stages of the tutorial, and the stats that came with the level up would be very useful. His arms and legs were stronger due to the power of the strength stat. The zombies appeared slower, while his body felt lighter with the power of the dexterity stat, and his body felt revitalized, while his breathing stabilized with the power of the constitution stat. Yuan kept moving. Yuan swung his knife, cutting down the zombies one by one in a flash. The system again notified you. You leveled up. Yuan gained multiple levels in one streak. Leveling up was quick in the beginning. Of course, it was also due to Yuan cutting the heads off of zombies as fast as he could. This feels great. A thought crossed Yuan's mind. Yuan laughed, seeing the endless number of zombies surrounding him. This was one of his reasons for selecting Hongdae for his tutorial location. The number of zombies directly correlated to the population of the region, and that would be consistent until the next area of the tutorial. Watching Yuan cut down dozens of zombies by himself, the people's reaction started to change one by one. Hold up. Could the zombies actually be pretty weak? Doesn't that seem pretty doable? Wherever you go, there will always be people without fear. A few people started joining the fight after witnessing Yuan slaughter the zombies. One of the boys was charged with a weapon in his hand while shouting. He dealt a strike to the zombie with his full power, but his axe got stuck at the zombie's shoulder, unable to cut it. What's up with these things? Why won't they die? The boy was terrified at the sight of being stuck with a zombie. He tried to pull the axe, but to no avail. The next moment, the zombie got hold of his neck and bit him. No matter how hard you hit them in the head with a sword, zombies wouldn't die easily. It was no laughing matter, slicing the head of a zombie with a dull, old sword. Many got bit by the zombies, surprised that the zombies weren't so easy to kill. The toxins of a zombie are bound to be fatal to the participants of the first tutorial. The rewards from the early stages of the tutorial were extremely important. Among the people who were quick to act that day, a few of them would probably make it to the upper floors of the tower. But of course, it won't be easy. Yuan made a cut, but the knife didn't feel like it was making as smooth a cut anymore. It felt as though the knife had become dull. However, that was not the reason. Yuan made a sound of disapproval while kicking away a zombie. The effect must have worn off. Yuan opened his bag to take out another bottle. Although the zombies were stronger than normal humans, and it was hard to take them down, but they had a fatal weakness. He pulled out another bottle in a hurry and threw it in the air. He cut the bottle apart with his sword, wetting the blade with its contents. The salty, fishy smell pierced Yuan's nose. It's definitely working. Yuan remembered a distant memory, something one of his companions told him right after they entered the tower. The man in his past memory said, "Unlike you, I don't have any talents. Seriously, compare me to anyone, and it becomes obvious how untalented I am." Yuan replied, "At least you still survived. I was lucky." The man further said, "I made an amazing discovery in the first tutorial." "The first one? Don't you just have to survive against zombies in that one? Do you know where I used to work?" Yuan was confused back then, so he asked, "Work? Why are you bringing up your work? What was your job?" The old man replied to Yuan saying, "I manage salt evaporation ponds. The zombies in the first tutorial, their weakness is salt." Yuan thought the man I met on the first floor was quite fortunate. Right about now, unlike most people, he is probably hunting zombies with ease. Once again, the sashimi knife cut the zombie's head like it was butter. It was thanks to the salt water that Yuan had just poured on the knife. The system notified, "You have defeated 100 zombies in 10 minutes. You have achieved an unbelievable feat in the tutorial." Yuan's eyes widened. He wasn't expecting this kind of reward. You have obtained 3 unallocated stat points. Unallocated stat points will be distributed at random if used by the end of the tutorial. It's possible to earn unallocated stat points in the tutorial. Unallocated stat points were a valuable reward. You gain stats at random when you level up, so unallocated stat points were very useful since they could be used to raise any stats you wanted. Your level becomes harder to raise the higher it is, but unallocated stat points were completely separate from the leveling system. Should I save it for later? Currently, Arcane Power was disabled. Arcane Power would only be available starting in the middle stages of the tutorial. It was the most efficient stat, as well as the hardest to raise. That was Arcane Power. But instead of saving the points for later, it might be better to use them now for an immediate power boost. Yuan made a decision after weighing his options. Let's save it for now. Looking at the big picture, it seemed like a waste to use unallocated stat points to crush some measly zombies. Besides, Yuan wasn't going to simply slash and stab the zombies anymore. It's the 10-minute mark. The number of zombies would start overflowing any second now. Yuan had to hurry and make his preparations. Where would be an adequate place? Yuan looked around as he cleared himself a path by slicing and dicing zombies. The streets had devolved into absolute chaos from the battle between people and zombies. In the midst of his search, a place caught Yuan's attention. Found it. Kim Myung-hoon swung his old knife. Once again, it didn't go as expected. He couldn't get a clean cut on the zombie's head. Why isn't this working? He couldn't figure out the reason. Yuan, who charged into the zombies faster than anyone else, slayed the zombies like it was nothing. In comparison, Myung-hoon, as well as others, were barely killing one zombie after multiple slashes. Is it because the blade is dull? Yuan wielded a different knife. Instead of a worn-out knife, he used the sashimi knife and machete he happened to have on hand. Damn it. If only I had a proper weapon like him. The zombie with its head half-split open roared. The nasty stench was unbearable. Startled, Myung-hoon kicked the zombie in the chest. What the hell? The zombie must have felt no pain. After falling down, it got back up like it was nothing. Kim Myung-hoon stared at the unfaltering zombie in disgust. Hey, Myung-hoon, is it just me? Or are they growing in numbers? As their stamina was reaching its limits, Myung-hoon's friend asked him this question. He bit his trembling lips. He knew it as well. Instead of decreasing, they're multiplying. There was no way they could handle this many of them. They were surrounded by zombies on all sides. Here was no way to escape, nor did they have any strength left to continue fighting. Their fates were sealed. Can we hold these zombies off? How are we supposed to survive in this situation? How the hell are we supposed to do that? Kim Myung-hoon heard the answer at that moment. Yuan. Where did Yuan go? There was only one way to survive now that they were surrounded. Kim Yuan. They had to receive his help. Yuan's skill was the real deal, being able to cut zombies like they were made of tofu. He's gone. Hell, where did that punk go? Myung-hoon kept looking around, but he could not find Yuan anywhere. It was just like he disappeared from the chaos. They're coming, Myung-hoon. Someone shouted at Myung-hoon while he was distracted. The zombies were closing in tighter on them. Kim Myung-hoon swung his knife with all he had. At that very moment, his eyes opened wide. A fragment of his knife had fallen to the ground. The knife he was swinging broke in half. Are you kidding? Though completely dull, it was at least something that Myung-hoon could use as a weapon to protect himself. Now, he no longer had a way to defend himself against the zombies. A zombie got within spitting distance, widening its jaws at Myung-hoon. A nose-piercing stench. Rotten teeth that would soon tear him apart. He screamed, helplessly watching the zombie that was about to take his life. Something was off. The zombies suddenly stopped moving. What's going on? Why did these zombies suddenly disintegrate? They hadn't reached the stated time limit yet. There was no reason for the zombies to freeze. And that wasn't the weirdest part. The zombies started to twitch, screaming in pain. They were monsters that didn't feel any pain, no matter how much their arms and legs were cut, even withstanding broken bones. Yet, suddenly they were crying in agony, falling one by one to the ground. The zombies' rotten flesh started melting as if they had been splashed with acid. Hey, something's falling. What is it? Kim Myung-hoon raised his head, following his friend's observation. Lost in terror, he hadn't noticed it. There were things falling from the sky. Myung-hoon reached out for one of them with the palm of his hands. It was a familiar-looking crystal. He wanted to confirm his suspicions, so he licked it. Salty. It was a familiar taste. It was salt? Myung-hoon looked up again. Salt was raining down from the skies. The cries of the zombies echoed below. It was quite pleasant, watching the zombies cry in agony. Normally, they wouldn't let out a peep, no matter how much you stabbed them or severed their limbs. Yuan at that time gained multiple levels at once. A stream of notifications came from the system. Yuan mumbled to himself, pouring out the next sack of salt. Is this the last one? At the 20-minute mark, when the number of zombies had peaked, Yuan brought the salt he had prepared to the top of the building. Jumping between the rooftops of the buildings, he dumped salt over the horde of zombies. The final sack of salt was unleashed. The salt crystals dispersed far away, falling on the zombies like raindrops. Once again, the zombies' heads and bodies started disintegrating. Countless level-up notifications popped up. A pleasant smile dawned on Yuan's face. This feels great. Yuan wondered how many zombies he massacred. He knew it had to be at least in the thousands. Yuan's question was soon answered. The system notification came ringing, finalizing the first tutorial, Survivors, 4077. A lot of people died. After seeing the number of survivors, Yuan let out a sigh. Since the Hongdae sector's starting population was approximately 12,000, it meant 8,000 people died in this sector alone. I guess 4,000 survivors isn't too bad. Before, in the first tutorial, more than 80% of the people hadn't made it. Especially in sectors like Hongdae, where there were a large number of zombies, it wasn't out of place for there to be no survivors. Taking that into account, 4,000 was a lot of survivors. The system again notified rewards for defeating enemies are being distributed. Defeated enemies, 1427, you have obtained 1427 points. You have obtained additional random stat points. Strength and stamina increased by 1. You have obtained 1 unallocated stat point. You have killed most enemies and obtained 500 points. You have achieved an unbelievable feat. You have obtained 1,000 points. And I sure killed a lot. 1,427. That was the number of zombies Yuan killed. If he had just mindlessly cut down zombies with a knife, it would have been impossible to slaughter that many in 30 minutes. In total, it was over 3,000 points. That was an amount that should have been impossible to obtain in the first tutorial. Most tutorial participants only managed to kill 1 or 2 zombies, 10 at most. So most of them started with 1 to 10 points. I think I started with 10 points in the past. Since he had done sports, and because he had the guts, he remembered having hunted a few zombies. Compared to back then, this was an unbelievable starting point. The total value of his stats was 88. And if you counted the unallocated stat points, his stats totaled 92. This is a ridiculous amount to earn in the first tutorial. Zombies don't give a lot of experience. No matter how many you killed, level 3 or 4 should have been the limit in the first tutorial. The system notifies the second tutorial will start in 10 minutes. The next tutorial was, as Yuan stood back up and was just thinking about the next tutorial, he heard a voice. Hello, everyone. A cheerful voice in stark contrast to the situation could be heard. The voice caused the commotion below to die down, freezing people in their steps, including Yuan. Congratulations on your survival. There are a lot of survivors here, aren't there? I'm honestly shocked at how many survived. There was chaos on the street for Hongdae. Everyone was looking up in the sky to find the source of the voice. Who was that? What? Did you hear that as well? Where is it coming from? The lackey continued. I have an announcement for the survivors. Normally, I would make this announcement after the second tutorial, but this will be an exception this time because someone met the requirements too quickly. The voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. It was different from the system's message. Unlike the robotic, toneless message, this voice felt like it belonged to an actual person. Yuan raised his head, realizing whose voice this was. A lackey. The voice belonged to the administrator's lackey in charge of the tutorial. Unlike real administrators that were in charge of an entire floor, they were merely gophers. For the administrator, overseeing one of the tens of thousands of sectors. However, they still had to be regarded as powerful supernatural beings for now. I don't remember them appearing in the second tutorial. The reason why they weren't actually showing themselves is probably because of that person. Before, lackeys would have started appearing only during the start of the third tutorial. The first tutorial had 2 objectives. The first was to get rid of those unqualified to move on to the next tutorial. The second was to test those qualified to move on. However, more people survived in Hongdae than the administrator intended. The reason was simple. It's because of Yuan. Yuan killed a zombie before everyone else, inspiring a mob mentality. There are different ways to overcome fear. One of them is watching someone else overcome it, and seeing Yuan fight gave the courage for others to also fight. There was also Yuan's massacre of the zombies with salt. At least in the places where I spread the salt, there should be a lot of survivors. Was that why, perhaps? The lackey's voice was filled with excitement, as if they had just found a new source of entertainment. The lackey continued, there is only one announcement. It is how to use your points. Now, everybody claps. The word announcement brought hope to the people. An announcement? What is it? Can we go home now? Of course, everyone desired the same thing. Return home unless you were a psychopath with a few screws loose. No one would ever want to run from zombies, fight against them, or watch people die in front of them. They clapped obediently, feigning excitement, but you could tell their hearts weren't in it. It wasn't a way to return home. Their disappointment was immeasurable. Still, some people were paying very close attention to what Lackey had to say. These were your typical survivors, the people who were fast to adapt. The Lackey mentioned, There are two main methods to use your points. The first is by utilizing the shop. Now this is a really amazing thing. There are items beyond your imagination available. The second way is to use it as currency. You all like money, don't you? You can give or receive points by shaking hands with someone. The shop, the name sounds very underwhelming, but the shop that Lackey mentioned had a very important role in this world. They say that you can even become a god as long as you have enough points for a reason. Levels and points. From here on out, it would be a battle for those two. You could spend your points at the shop. Additionally, you could surrender your points to someone in exchange for their cooperation, or some other compensation. So, as stated by Lackey, points were this world's currency, as well as its power and authority. Time's up. Wasn't that a sweet break? That's it for the announcement. Now, it's time for you to struggle again. Those were the last words from Lackey. It was now the start of the second tutorial. The system notified, in the center of the sector, a safe zone has been created. Please enter the safe zone. A yellow shield formed at the center of buildings to accommodate and protect the survivors. Once every 3 hours, 100 points will be distributed. The second tutorial begins. Some moments later, the shield formed a spherical layer around the center. All survivors started rushing towards the center. Safe zone? Is that it? People gathered in the oval that had appeared on the ground. The safe zone was a long oval divided into multiple colors. The center was purple, and the outer ends were red. Hey, let's go. Fucking hell. What in the hell is going on? Myung-hoon put his hand on his forehead and tried to understand the situation. Where's Chang-ho? Hell if I know. He probably died. Myung-hoon and his friends started heading to the safe zone while chatting. Luckily, the safe zone was pretty close. They happened to have been near the center of the sector. Kim Myung-hoon looked around in confusion. One of his friends asked out of curiosity, "What's up? What are you looking for?" "It's nothing. Now that I think about it, I don't see that punk, Yuan." People started gathering in the safe zone. It wasn't the strangest thing, not being able to find him in a crowd of thousands. One of Myung-hoon's friends said he wouldn't have died. No way. That guy definitely survived. You're right. He was fighting like an absolute beast. Maybe that's his calling? They started muttering amongst each other. Yuan's skill was definitely the real deal. That's why Kim Myung-hoon and his buddies searched for Yuan. They thought that they would be safe if they followed him. Hey, where are you going? That's when Myung-hoon saw Yuan in the distance, cutting through the crowd. After a short hesitation, Myung-hoon waved his hands and ran towards Yuan. Hey, Kim Yuan. Having heard his name, Yuan stopped in his tracks, turning his head towards him. Kim Myung-hoon? Where are you going? That's the wrong way. Didn't you hear that we're supposed to stay in the safe zone? Myung-hoon spoke in a friendly tone, unlike before. Things were different now. He knew that nothing good could come from being at odds with Yuan. I don't want to admit it, but being next to this bastard is the safest option. Myung-hoon thought to himself. Fortunately for him, Yuan didn't seem like he was in a bad mood. Even a guy like that should know that nothing good can come from being mad at me right now, Myung-hoon thought. Yuan should also be in need of a team. 2 was better than 1, and 3 would have a better chance of survival than 2. If I just reach out to him like this. Myung-hoon was in thought when he heard Yuan. I know. I have somewhere I have to go, Yuan said, tapping Myung-hoon's shoulder. Yuan further said, if you want to survive, don't try to latch onto someone. Be a good boy and wait over there. Know your place. Don't try to act up like a hero. What? You punk. Yuan walked away, not concerned with what Myung-hoon had to say. He was headed in the complete opposite direction of the safe zone. Myung-hoon was conflicted. Should he really let Yuan go? I have a feeling it'll be safest to stick with him. After watching Yuan walk further away from him, Myung-hoon made up his mind, heading into the safe zone. I mean, there's no way it'll be safer than the safe zone, right? And just like that, Kim Myung-hoon returned to the safe zone. At that moment, the man that was walking behind Myung-hoon hit his head on something, knocking him back a few steps. What is this? It's blocked off. I thought they wanted us to go in there. The people who weren't able to make it into the safe zone banged on the invisible wall. Myung-hoon turned around to watch the ruckus, but he got startled the moment he lifted his head. Myung-hoon and everyone looked up in the sky to look at the screen shown above the dome. And right at that moment, words popped up on the invisible wall of the safe zone. Capacity, 2038/2038. It was exactly half the number of survivors from the first tutorial. Myung-hoon, one of the last people to make it into the safe zone, became lost in thought, looking out through the invisible wall. The safe zone was created at the start of the second tutorial, and that safe zone had a maximum capacity. That would mean Myung-hoon's thoughts were interrupted as he heard screams. Over there. It's a monster. Clearly, it meant that it was dangerous outside of the safe zone. What is this? Only Kim Myung-hoon shook in fear, staring at the absolute chaos that unfolded outside. The safe zone. Countless bugs with gargantuan mouths shot their heads out of the ground and feasted on the people. Save me. The cries from afar made Yuan hasten his pace. Yuan kept on slicing through the bugs that came out of the earth, killing them to make his way toward his destination. A bizarre, deflated cry came from the ground. It was the result of Yuan throwing his sashimi knife down. So it started. The second tutorial was an event that gave out 100 points every 3 hours. Being given points while you do nothing. At first, it sounds like a pretty great mission, but the tutorial was a trial to sort out people. To enter the tower. There was no way it would be that easy. The system window popped up notifying me, you were the first to kill an earthworm. You have obtained 300 points. You have gained 2 random stat points. While the system was notifying, Young kept his pace steady and walked down the stairs looking for more earthworms. After a moment, the system notified, distributing 2 random stat points. Strength and dexterity increased by 1. Yuan felt good seeing the messages pop up. The tutorial was meant to set the standard for who can enter the tower, and for that, it gave out generous rewards to help people grow to meet that standard. After checking the messages, Yuan looked down at the bugs that shot up from the ground. It was a creature with a large mouth and sharp teeth. At first glance, it simply looked like a large worm. If you leave the safe zone, you become their target. That was the meaning of the safe zone. A zone that was safe from the earthworms. And Yuan was outside of that zone. Yuan walked down the stairs. He went on high alert and closed his eyes. I can't see them anyways. Earthworms hunted their prey by digging up through the ground. Therefore, walking with your eyes open was meaningless. When you close your eyes, your senses grow sharper, no longer relying on your vision. He had to rely on his sense of hearing, his sense of touch, and his instincts that surpassed his 5 senses. Suddenly, the ground beneath Yuan's feet started trembling. Yuan raised his foot. The earthworm that burrowed up from the ground got its head crushed by Yuan stomping on it with perfect timing. Yuan withdrew his knife in an instant. He swung the knife, slicing the earthworm's head in a single sweep. The earthworm died. Its head was chopped off. The system window popped out notifying you. You leveled up. Strength, dexterity, and perception increased by 1. Yuan leveled up, even though he only killed 2 of them. He must have been pretty close to leveling up. Of course, the earthworm still gave good amounts of experience points. That was only natural. To begin with, earthworms weren't creatures that were designed to be subjugated in the second tutorial. However, unlike zombies, earthworms were relatively easier to kill. They were only dangerous in the sense that you couldn't see where they were coming from. Yuan kept descending the stairs. He went pretty far down. Earthworms live underground. They create a cave and build their nest inside it. Yuan opened his eyes and read the sign near him. Hongdae Station, the subway station, was the largest underground area in Yuan's tutorial sector. Earthworms can't breathe underground. They're just able to hold their breath for a long time. That's why a large nest was essential for them. That's why they should be grouped up in the largest underground space. Yuan slowly opened his eyes. There was no longer a need for him to keep his eyes closed. He could see nothing but earthworms in front of him. He no longer had to pay attention to the ground, so he focused on what was in front of him. The system notified you. You have discovered the hidden dungeon. Hongdae Station, you have obtained 100 points. Bingo. This was no longer the Hongdae Station Yuan once knew. It was now the home of the earthworms whose mission was to eat the people who didn't make it into the safe zone. In other words, it had become a dungeon. Yuan withdrew his knife. Since I have found their nest, I have to do my best to level. Yuan was excited, as it is now easy to kill earthworms, who often hide underground trying to sneak at their prey. Yuan held a knife and a machete in his hand as he took his stance. A thought crossed his mind. I will target level 20 for now. The earthworms discovered Yuan, squirming towards him. It was a sight to behold. Desperate to consume the prey in front of them, they must have forgotten that they were creatures that hunt from below. Yuan swung his knife and machete at the earthworms that approached him. It was an experience jackpot. How lucky for me. Yuan wasn't certain that the hidden dungeon would exist. Earthworms couldn't even be called monsters in the tower. They were really nothing more than bugs. But even they were dangerous monsters in the tutorial, and their ability to hide in the ground made them a great threat to those who still didn't possess proper skills or stats. What a great source of experience. Yuan cut down another earthworm that got close to him. The earthworms in front of him were no longer threatening monsters. They were simply large bugs with teeth. Now that I've found their nest, hunting them is going to be a piece of cake. Right at that moment, a marble fell out of the mouth of the earthworm Yuan just defeated. What? Yuan was silent for a moment. Yuan looked up at the rolling marble. What's this? Yuan smiled at the unexpected surprise. This was something you could obtain in the second tutorial. It was an interesting new find. This was undiscovered information because as far as Yuan knew, no one had managed to hunt an earthworm before during the second tutorial. Yuan slid the marble into his pocket. He now had a reason to try even harder. I'm currently level 17. Yuan thought about his original goal for the second tutorial and contemplated the minimum requirements to achieve his goal. First, let's get to level 20. He started walking towards the lovely bags of experience that were laid out in front of him. Time crawled by slowly. There was nothing to do. The people inside the safe zone had their heads turned away from the wall, keeping their eyes closed. Outside the safe zone was hell on earth. Pieces of human flesh littered the scene, and there were countless bugs snacking on corpses. I can't even kill a single cockroach. Rather than getting mauled by one of those things, I'd rather bite my tongue and kill myself. They can't get in here, right? No way. They said this place was safe. Even though there were 2,000 people present, there was little talking going on. They feared that if they were even just a little too loud, the earthworms might pop out from beneath them. The safe zone was quite quiet. It couldn't be helped, since everyone was cautious when speaking even a single word. Even more, time passed. The system notified me, 3 hours have passed. You have obtained 100 points. Wow, points. So this is like money? Is 100 points a lot? Kim Myung-hoon and his gang also became interested in points. One was able to buy items from the shop with points. Up until now, they only had 2 or 3 points, but now they could afford some items from the shop. That's when it occurred. Suddenly the system window turned red, like giving a warning sign. It notified me, the red area has been activated. Everyone's eyes were wide open. The safe zone limit for survivors is 1,500. The next notification made everyone stop in their tracks. Their eyes are wide open and faces rose to look in the sky. They were stunned. In this chaotic situation, no one would be able to predict what could happen next. The system notified, when the max capacity is surpassed, people will be randomly expelled from the safe zone. Along with the message, a few people started moving. Just when exactly is it going to stop shrinking? What? I am getting forcefully pulled out. An invisible force dragged people outside the zone. The ground of the safe zone that was red returned to its original color. Those places were no longer safe, and the earthworms once again reared their heads. The people that were dragged outside and the people that were sitting on the outer edge of the zone were attacked. There was nowhere to run. No matter how far you ran, it would only be a matter of time before you got swallowed up by the bugs. Myung-hook checked how much time he had left. Remaining time, 2 hours and 57 minutes. So when time runs out, everyone thought that the colors on the ground probably meant something. And among those people, a few of them had considered the possibility that the safe zone might shrink over time. Kim Myung-hoon was one of them. The inner center was purple, and the outer parts of the zone had become orange. Move. That's my spot. Get away. Do you want to die that much? I'll kill you if that's what you want. People started rushing into each other. No one wanted to die at the hands of those earthworms. Get out of the way. Why are you blocking my way? In an instant, the entire place erupted into chaos. Myung-hoon quickly came up with a plan on the spot. Everyone, quiet. He got up from his spot and shouted. For a short second, silence returned. Myung-hoon calmed his fast-beating heart and opened his mouth. Starting now, we need to decide who to kill in order to live. There was a line dividing orange and yellow. Myung-hoon continued his speech while staring at that line. It was a cruel thing to say, but it couldn't be helped. We can't all be in the center. If that happened, some people would be randomly tossed outside. That meant Myung-hoon might be one of them. Myung-hoon looked around in the crowd. Only one thought remained in his mind. I need to kill someone in order to survive. He noticed an old man in the crowd. Myung-hoon went up and grabbed the old man by his collar, dragging him back. Everyone went into panic. No one could imagine killing others. I will kill this old man. That in order to live, you had to kill someone else. That was the central conflict of the second tutorial. On the other side, Yuan's axe split apart the earthworm's head. The charging earthworm flopped dead once its skull was cracked. It was split apart into 2 pieces along with its head. Yuan stopped for a moment, withdrew his machete, and kept on attacking. He was determined to achieve the highest possible rewards from tutorials one can. Yuan spun around the full force, swinging the machete that was in his other hand. In one swing, the two earthworms that were attacking from behind got their heads chopped off. All the earthworms' corpses were lying around Yuan. The system notified you. You have leveled up. Your agility, stamina, and perception increased by 1. Another marble fell on the ground. Yuan put this one away as well. His bag had become heavy, filled to the brim with marbles. After a moment, the system notified, you have achieved level 20. A new stat arcane power has been unlocked. With the level up, the message that Yuan was waiting for could be heard. Finally, Yuan was breathing heavily. Even though his constitution stat had increased greatly, he couldn't help being exhausted. After moving around for 3 hours. Fortunately, with the level up, his constitution increased again, along with unlocking a new stat. This made his body feel lighter than before. His stats had improved a lot. Most of his stats were in the mid-20s, and he still had the unallocated stat points he had obtained as a reward. On top of that, he unlocked a new stat by reaching level 20. Yuan's stats already far exceeded what should have been possible in the second tutorial. 3 random stat points and 1 unallocated stat point from hunting earthworms. It wasn't a bad haul. However, it fell slightly short of his expectations. Well, until I defeat that guy, I shouldn't expect a better reward. Yuan used the unallocated points he had been saving up. Applying unallocated stat points. Yuan felt a surge of power entering inside his body. Arcane power increased by 5. He invested all the unallocated stat points he had been saving up in arcane power. Other people would have to work pretty hard to figure out what the arcane power stat was. Yuan, on the other hand, already knew the answer. Among the 5 stats, none of them were as important as arcane power. Arcane power reached 18. Not bad. Yuan closed his eyes for a second and nodded his head, feeling the arcane power flow inside him. Yuan had started with 13 arcane power. It was something he only discovered later, but 13 was unprecedentedly high. Someone who was untalented usually started with 5 to 6. Talented people generally had 9 to 11 as their starting stat, and a very small minority started with 12 stat points. They were described as having received the tower's blessing. And here was Yuan. He started with 13 points and had now achieved 18 arcane power. Aside from arcane power, Yuan also needed skills and items to keep pushing forward. Hey, Yuan looked around, standing on top of all the earthworm corpses. You're watching, right? He shouted into thin air. It remained silent for some moments, but later a voice reached out. How did you know? You stand out quite a bit. Yuan replied to the voice. Yuan boasted. I happen to know I'm pretty amazing. Besides, isn't it boring over there? A voice came. Well, you're right about that. Just as the voice resounded in the underground station, a figure showed up. A finger-sized Pierrot appeared in front of Yuan. Thank you. You've made my boring job a little bit more fun. But wow, you reached level 20 already? It further spoke. It was the administrator's lackey that appeared in front of Yuan's eyes. The only special thing in the safe zone was the massacre that occurred every 3 hours. Of course, even that would be entertaining for a lackey, but Yuan knew that the lackey would find him more interesting. I was lucky. Yuan tried to change the topic in front of lackey who had the experience of managing tutorials, to no avail. The lackey said, lucky you say. People who say that tend to be the scariest. The lackey cackled as he spoke. Among all the tutorial stages, the second tutorial was the most boring one for lackeys. The lackey asked, so why did you call me? I wanted to use the shop. Yuan replied, oh, do you want to buy an item? The lackey got excited upon hearing Yuan's words. No. Yuan shook his head. I want to buy some skills. Skills? The lackey was surprised by Yuan's answer. It then grinned as it opened up the shop. You're probably the first person ever to buy a skill in the second tutorial. Skills referred to the countless special abilities that existed within the tower. And the minimum requirement to use these skills was unlocking the arcane power stat by reaching level 20. An endless catalog appeared in front of Yuan's eyes. There was nothing that wasn't sold in the shop. To start with, there were some useful weapons and equipment you could purchase with 100 to 200 points. Anything that you could call a real item costs over 500 points. And among them, after scrolling through the exceedingly long list, he finally found the skills. The cheapest one was 1,000 points. Some even cost as much as 100,000 points. Is this all the skills you have? Don't you have any others? Yuan asked the lackey. Those are all the skills you may purchase during the tutorial. The lackey replied. Why? Is there something specific you're looking for? The lackey was suspicious of Yuan's words. Being noticed was fine. Letting lackey know that he knew all the items in the tower was not. No, not really. It wasn't good to be under the eyes of the lackey for too long. If lackey found out that Yuan held information on the tutorial and the tower, the difficulty of the tutorial could potentially change. I'll go with this one. Yuan selected a skill. Lackey was confused by his decision and transformation. Monkey's eyes? That's not a very good skill, is it? The system notified you. You have spent 2,000 points. Yuan's eyes changed to a golden color. The name sounds cool. It does. The lackey's face soured. It appeared quite disappointing. You have obtained the skill Monkey's Eyes. The remaining point is 1527. It couldn't be helped. Unlike what Yuan said, not only did Monkey's Eyes not sound cool, but its effects weren't very useful either. More than anything, the skill was too difficult for someone who hadn't entered the tower to utilize properly. Yuan quickly picked an item. Also, this one. You have spent 1,500 points. You have obtained Basic Arcane Sword. The lackey nodded his head. What a fine selection. Arcane Sword is a pretty useful skill that makes up for a lack of attack power for contestants. During the early stages of the tutorial, lackey was right. That was the reason why he picked this skill. He didn't see a reason to use his remaining points. As Yuan walked away, the lackey smiled. Then I will be off. I hope you have a wonderful day. I have great expectations of you. The lackey disappeared after saying it. Upon hearing the lackey say that, Yuan paused his step for a brief second. Expectations? Knowing what that meant, Yuan looked back in the direction of the now vanished lackey. Special administrative target. This refers to participants that stand out during the tutorial. They're marked and observed to make sure that they don't commit any foul play. Hopefully, it doesn't matter. It was entirely his abilities that got him to this point already in the second tutorial. No one should be able to find any evidence of the tower, a ranker, or another lackey helping Yuan cheat. If there was one thing that worried him, it was being a returner. Being a returner gave him a huge advantage. With or without the stats, it couldn't be helped that the tutorial felt easy when he held information and experience from the future. Though Yuan wasn't too worried about that. There's no way an administrator could know. The clock movement was an item crafted by Kronos, Mimir, and Odin. They were beings that fought against the outer gods that brought destruction to the tower. And Kronos, who was essential in crafting the item, had his existence erased as the penalty for using the clock movement. Not even the real administrator, let alone its lackey, should be able to find out about the existence of this item. Yuan let out a deep sigh. The arcane power stat and 2 skills. He had achieved the minimum requirements he desired from the second tutorial. The skill Monkey Eyes that Yuan got was a F rank skill. When activated, it increases your vision and fortifies your 5 senses. It's the eyes that belong to Sun Wukong. Yuan activated the skill. His 5 senses became sharper, and he could see further than he could before. The sounds, the presence, even the air touching his skin, everything felt different. It wasn't a bad skill. Monkey's Eyes was a skill that one wouldn't be able to figure out its use simply from the explanation. They have the audacity to sell something like this even though he had just bought it 2,000. Points made it a hard purchase to swallow for you. Despite that, he had selected it over other skills. You could never have too many skills. Therefore, there was no such thing as a bad skill. It couldn't be helped. This was a skill that he had to start raising his proficiency in by using it as much as he could, starting now. So this is that guy's eyes. Walking further inside the dungeon, Yuan noticed many earthworms with human corpses in their mouths. There were a lot more earthworms present at this place. The system notified, time remaining, 30 minutes. Yuan checked how much time remained. About 30 minutes were remaining until the orange safe zone disappeared. I have plenty of time. Having regained the arcane power he lost, his body felt lighter than a feather. Compared to how much arcane power he had before, it was smaller than even a speck of dust. But there was a clear difference between having it and not. Basic Arcane Sword was also an F-rank skill. It envelopes your sword in arcane power. Depending on its usage, it can become an excellent trusty sword. The explanations for both spells were simple. Arcane Sword was a skill that became more versatile depending on your arcane power stat and your control over it. It was a pretty useful skill to use in the tutorial and the early floors of the tower. Walking deeper into the subway station, he was able to find more earthworms. It was an even larger swarm than earlier. It was overpopulated like an ant colony. I knew you guys would be here. The machete in Yuan's hand emitted a faint blue glow. It was the effect of the new skill, Arcane Sword. There was a gigantic bug. much larger than any other earthworm. Her body was 2 meters thick and close to 15 meters in length. She was feasting on human torsos, food brought to her by the other earthworms. Motherworm, the mother of the earthworms. She laid countless eggs, and the earthworms that hatched from those eggs hunted food for her. She was the boss of this dungeon in the second tutorial. All the earthworms screeched upon noticing Yuan's presence. Yuan estimated there to be about 200 or 300 of them. The squirming earthworms weren't very threatening, but there were far too many of them. They covered the entire ground. I don't have time to deal with all of them. Yuan got a running start before jumping into the air. Upon landing, he slayed the nearby earthworms in a flash. The mother worm let out a terrible roar. The machete buffed with arcane sword cut down the earthworms with ease. And luckily for Yuan, the mother worm had strong attachments to her offspring. Yuan thought, despite being a monster that consumes humans, the mother worm had quite an affection towards its children. The mother worm charged toward Yuan. The ginormous mother worm started moving. Funnily enough, her fury crushed her babies. Yuan let out a small laugh at the sight. You lack brains. The mother worm opened its large mouth, trying to devour Yuan in a single gulp. The speed at which the mother worm approached him was no joke. When she got in range, the mother worm swallowed up Yuan in a single bite. The teeth collided with each other, making an ominous sound. Nothing was caught between her teeth. He jumped into the air with his machete in his hand, before dashing towards the mother worm. I'm going to kill the mother worm in one go. As the mother worm let out a confused cry, the mother worm howled. It was due to the pain she felt in her head. Yuan repeatedly dug his axe and machete into her head. As if he was mountain climbing, Yuan quickly got on top of the mother worm's body. Yuan held his axe in one hand and machete in the other. While on the top, Yuan dug his axe and machete repeatedly into the worm's body, injuring it continuously. He was creating an opportunity for the worm to expose its weakness. The mother howled over and over again, giving out strange voices of pain. Its whole body was covered with the injuries caused by Yuan. Now then, what are you going to do? Yuan let out his voice with a smile on his face. Are you going to flip your body, now? Yuan jumped off its body as he spoke. That is not a good choice, though. As the mother worm flipped its body, Yuan took the opportunity to further attack it. The mother worm started to seriously thrash around. Realizing that Yuan got on top of her, she immediately rolled over. She exposed her belly. At that moment, Yuan's machete pierced her stomach. Yuan's eyes were blazing due to the skill monkey eyes. He was desperate to finish the mother worm before the time for second tutorial ended. From the mother worm's wound, a fountain of blood erupted. The blue light around the axe and machete shone brightly. While her belly was exposed, it was his chance. Yuan mercilessly swung his weapon. The mother worm's belly got torn and shredded. It let out a cry of pain. While squirming in pain, the mother worm bared her teeth at Yuan again. But Yuan was quite far into the air for the mother worm to reach instantly, which gave him time to counterattack the weak spot of the worm. Thank you for coming to me. Yuan gave a smile as he charged toward the mother worm. Yuan wrapped his axe in arcane power and split the mother worm's head in half. There wasn't a lot of time left. Myung-hoon could see the old man he sent outside. I didn't have a choice. As a human being, he at least had an ounce of guilt. There was no way he could feel anything while watching the old man that was exiled because of him. Please save me. This isn't right. How can you all do this, knowing that we'll die? As time approached, the pleas of the people pushed outside grew louder. Kim Myung-hoon bit his lip before shouting, "Shut up!" The people who tried to force themselves back and flinched because of his shout and glare. While pointing to the knife he bought from the shop for 100 points, he spoke, "Let's not do that. Didn't we make a promise? And we all agreed to it. When did we agree to it? When?" "The majority. Everyone except you guys," Myung-hoon said. He held his knife even closer to them. The man trying to come back into the yellow area flinched and backed off. "So if you come back in, we'll kill you ourselves. Understood?" Remaining time, 30 seconds. Everyone in the yellow area nodded in agreement. They had the numbers advantage. The people in orange only had two options. Either die to the people here after crossing the yellow line, or die to the monsters by staying in the orange. The people closed their eyes. In 30 seconds, the monsters would shoot up from the ground and tear him apart. Earthworms appeared right outside the orange safe zone. These bastards knew it too. In just a few seconds, the safe zone would shrink, and they'd have fresh meat to feast on. The people on the edge of the safe zone screamed, and time passed. Suddenly, Kim Myung-hoon was stunned as something unexpected happened. The time had Everyone that had closed their eyes in fear opened their eyes again. The timer had stopped counting down. The ground that was orange didn't lose its color like earlier. The people inside the yellow safe zone also checked the time. Right then, the system notified everyone, "You have passed the second tutorial. The safe zone will no longer shrink." Kim Myung-hoon was confused by the sudden change in the system. What exactly is happening? It was then that the entire safe zone changed to a purple color. You have obtained 600 points. There are 15 hours left until the end of the second tutorial. Yuwon sat down on top of the mother worm's corpse. He was surrounded by a mountain of earthworm corpses. It was the result of fighting against them for a whole hour. "Wow, you managed to slaughter all of them." He heard a voice. It was the lackey. Yuwon rubbed on the ointment he had in his pocket and tossed it aside. It was a bit of a struggle. Hundreds and hundreds of earthworms. Even though they could only crawl on the ground, they were still the ones that guarded the mother worm. Even Yuwon couldn't help getting a bit wounded while hunting them all. "Would you like for me to heal you? Will that count as one of the rewards?" "Of course. I'll have to refuse. A tiny injury like this can be healed just by raising my constitution." The lackey seemed disappointed by Yuwon's response. It was probably scheming to reduce Yuwon's rewards, even if it was just a small bit, by using this as an excuse. That took a while. "First, let me applaud you. How could a normal human being get to this point in just the second tutorial?" The lackey's job was managing the tutorial. In that role, they had to adequately reward or penalize beings that acted outside of the tutorial's design. After the carnage was over, Yuwon waited in that spot for over 30 minutes. During that time, Yuwon treated himself, restoring his health and stamina. He thought the lackey would have visited him sooner, but it took quite a bit longer before it appeared. That should mean there was a long discourse between the lackeys. Yuwon hunted the second tutorial's boss, the mother worm. It was the matriarch of the earthworms and the monster that preserved the ecosystem of the second tutorial. However, Yuwon killed mother worm. He fully cleared the second tutorial, going against the design of the level. What is my reward? There was no preset reward in the tutorial system for hunting the mother worm. It was only natural. She wasn't a creature that should have been possible to hunt in the second tutorial. It was possible to defeat an earthworm if one was lucky, but the mother worm was a class of monsters that required being in at least the 5th tutorial to even encounter. "It seems to me that you already understand this world," the lackey said to Yuwon. "Somewhat. After all I've done, it would be weirder for me to not realize that special actions get rewarded." "Is that so? Most people never actually figure that out. Though, I guess you do seem a bit special." The conversation started dragging on. Yuwon asked the lackey in an annoyed tone, "So, what's my reward?" The lackey got startled for a moment and then replied, "You may pick between 3 things." "What are they?" Yuwon asked. The lackey explained the first option is the right to skip to the 5th tutorial. Of course, this option will include the information and rewards for the 3rd and 4th tutorials. It was a useless reward. Yuwon had no intention to skip through the tutorials. And the 3rd tutorial was especially critical in his plans. It might be a good proposition for others, but Yuwon had no interest in it. They must think they're being clever. The lackeys probably thought that the 3rd and 4th tutorial would be of little value. To Yuwon, it wasn't rocket science. If he could achieve this much in just the 2nd tutorial, he should be able to breeze through the 3rd and 4th tutorial. Because of that, the lackeys were eager to send him to a later tutorial. Yuwon silently waited for the lackey to explain the next reward. The second reward is points. No matter the world, isn't money the best? And in this world, points are money. The lackey made a circle with his index finger and thumb. Points equated to money and power. This wasn't a bad reward. And the last option? Yuwon asked. The final one is connecting you with Olympus. The lackey spoke. Yuwon narrowed his eyes. This was completely unexpected. Olympus? For Olympus to be mentioned by the mid-level management of the tutorial. You wouldn't know this, but the tutorial is merely the starting point. The lackey explained. In the Grand Tower, there are huge organizations as well as countless beings with godlike powers. This was something he never expected in a million years. This was forbidden knowledge for participants of the tutorial. Yet, for a lackey of all people to reveal this information, I will recommend you to Olympus. The lackey spoke and then explained to Yuwon. Olympus is one of the organizations that rule the tower. If you are sponsored by them, you should be safe in the tower once you've completed the tutorial. Yuwon let out a small laugh. Instead of a lackey, it was acting more like a recruiter for Olympus. Olympus, you say? Kronos, the one who sent Yuwon to the past, was a ranker that belonged to Olympus. And as lackey described, Olympus was one of the major factions that ruled the tower. If Yuan could borrow their power, he'd be able to climb the tower even faster and safer. But I'll go with the second option. Yuan did not select the third reward. The system window popped out notifying, distributing rewards. You have obtained 10,000 points. It was a simple but enormous reward. 10,000 points. It was an unimaginable amount to earn in the tutorial. Yuan was satisfied with his reward, but he was the only one who was happy. Are you being serious right now? The lackey was displeased by Yuan's decision, making an extremely sour face. However, Yuan had no intention to change his decision. Please rethink this. Since you haven't used your points yet, I'll give you a chance. I'm sure you made this decision because you don't know Olympus very well, but you shouldn't. Regret it later. And the lackey got interrupted as Yuan spoke. Hey, lackey. Can you just do your job right as the administrator's gopher? Are you not worried about what might happen if the administrator catches you working for Olympus? This is right now. The other lackeys didn't agree to it, right? And it most definitely wouldn't have been approved by the administrator. Yuan warned the lackey. The lackey's eyes widened at Yuan's statement. It was because the word administrator came out of Yuan's mouth. How do you? The lackey words were again interrupted by Yuan. As he spoke, have the other lackeys also received a similar deal? I wonder if they're all bought out by the same place? Or maybe some are with the heavenly realm. Deva perhaps? Lemegeton even? You? What in the world are you? The lackey's voice was shaking. It was something that had never happened before. At least within the tutorial, a lackey held absolute power and authority. Such a powerful lackey was now shaking in front of a mere participant. Yuan looked a bit bitter as he spoke. Thanks, lackey. It didn't matter which faction bought out the lackeys. The tutorial was a place that needed to be separate from the tower. Yet out of everyone, Olympus being connected to the tutorial was a problem he could not overlook. Thanks to you flapping your mouth, I've found one more thing I have to do here. You could do anything in this world as long as you had the points. Among the methods of using points in the tower, this was one of them. A system window popped out, requesting a meeting with the administrator for 1,000 points. You. What did you just? The lackey spoke in a trembling voice. I requested a meeting with the administrator. The subway station shook violently. It felt like the whole world was falling apart. Trembling, the lackey looked at you. The system notified, the administrator approved your request. A tutorial is a place that has to be separated from the tower. Does the highly regarded Olympus has something to do with this? Thoughts flashed in Yuan's mind. I will not overlook this. Yuan stared at the spatial disruption. He should arrive soon. Yuan spoke. Yuan was a participant that outshined the others in this tutorial. The administrator would be at least a little interested in him, which is why his request was approved. And now, a request for a meeting in the tutorial. A presence so powerful that it made one's body feel like it was being pressed down revealed. Himself in the subway station. For a mere 1,000 points, at that. Amused, the administrator let out a comical laugh. Of course, he found it hilarious. In the tower, not even tens of thousands of points were enough to meet the administrator. But in the tutorial, for just 1,000 points, it was a possibility. Even though the value of points in the tutorial and tower differed, it was still a funny situation. For the administrator. So, you wanted a meeting? With me? The administrator suppressed his presence. If he hadn't held back his presence, Yuan would have had a hard time even breathing. In front of him, my name is Kim Yuan. I am a participant in the tutorial. That is right. You were the one who slayed 1,000 zombies in the first tutorial, right? The admin spoke. I have heard a lot about you, Kim Yuan. Ignoring the lackey, the administrator took long strides and stood in front of Yuan. The administrator looked shabby in comparison to his intimidating presence and deep voice. He looked like a very tall beggar with a long beard. That was all that could be said to describe the administrator's appearance. The tutorial's administrator, aka the tower's bottom floor administrator. The tutorial was a trial of sorts. And the tutorial's administrator was a being that weeded out people fit to enter the tower. That's why some also called him the bottom floor admin. An administrator was a being that ruled over a floor. No one knew their true nature, but they held powers that rivaled the top rankers. How did you know of my existence? And how did you figure out how to request a meeting? The administrator had many questions. How did you know about the existence of the administrator and even how to request a meeting? Neither piece of information should have been available in the second tutorial. Also, why did you request a meeting with him? I know about the law of the tutorial. The law? What would that be? The admin asked with curiosity. The law is that all information regarding the tutorial must be obtained by the participants' abilities and not be given by the administrator or the tower. Yuan continued speaking while staring up at the giant figure that exceeded 2 meters in height. A law that you decided. That was Yuan's answer. He was stating that all the information he knew was obtained with his abilities. The administrator looked into Yuan's eyes. There were no beings that could lie to the administrator in the tutorial. He had the power to discern truth or lies from all spoken words, at least in the tutorial. That he managed. Is that so? The administrator retracted his doubts. It didn't matter how he found out about this information. As long as no one had assisted Yuan, there weren't any issues. Yuan shifted the administrator's attention. Instead, I think the tower's interference exists over here. What is there? The admin asked. I'm talking about the lackey. The lackey, who was biding their time, smiled faintly at the administrator, letting out nervous laughter. It tried to silently communicate to Yuan to please keep it a secret. It was no use, though. Olympus made contact with the lackeys. It talked about rewarding me with sponsorship from Olympus. Administrator. The lackey's voice trembled at the appearance of the administrator. He tried to explain the situation. The administrator's face became red with anger. He looked over at the lackey to confirm the truth, and as soon as their eyes locked with each other, the administrator's eyes turned red. The interference by Olympus must have displeased him. The administrator swung his arm, demolishing the lackey's body in an instant. The lackey, with the appearance of a Pierrot, got torn apart, dripping blood. The administrator mumbled as he shook the blood off his hand. Those fucking Olympus bastards. On top of everything else, they dare spread their influence here? After grinding his teeth for a moment, staring down at the spot where the lackey's corpse lay, the administrator looked back at you. Thank you. Thanks to you, I can now cut away the rotten parts. He wasn't an idiot. The administrator knew that it wasn't happenstance for there to be a lackey connected to Olympus. There were probably other lackeys in the same boat. Yuan couldn't hold back his joy at receiving the administrator's thanks. The second law of the tutorial. Yuan spoke. During the tutorial, all achievements by a participant must be compensated by a reward of equal merit. Yuan looked over at the lackey that the administrator killed. Fair and square. I paid my points to call you over, and through you, I hunted a lackey. Yuan looked the administrator in the eyes. What do you think about that? When my underlings verified the result, they said they didn't discover any cheating or abnormalities. They weren't wrong, which is what really surprised me. It wasn't just the lackey that had taken an interest in Yuan. The ruler of the floor, the administrator, also couldn't help being interested in Yuan. After hearing Yuan's words, the administrator was speechless. After a short pause, he laughed with a large smile. Once again, you're right. The administrator stroked his beard, lowering his head to look Yuan straight in the eye. You may not have killed him with your own hands, but it is your achievement. The administrator laughed bizarrely. Now that he finally understood the situation, he was flabbergasted. Yuan was right. He had requested the meeting with the administrator, and he had told the administrator lackey's secret. As a result, the administrator killed lackey. Everything went as Yuan thought it would. You're the first participant to ever kill a lackey in the second tutorial. Huh. I guess there's a first time for everything. Normally, lackey's death should have been impossible. Lackeys were the mid-level management of the tutorial that acted as proxies for the administrator. All the participants in a tutorial put together couldn't defeat a single lackey. A lackey's power was close to that of a ranker, and one of those lackeys had just died. Although it might have died at the hands of the administrator, it was, without a doubt, all according to Yuan's plan. Thank you. So what do you desire? Let's see. What would be a fitting reward? The administrator sat down on the floor, crossing his legs, getting lost deep in thought. He became lost in thought. As this was the first time a lackey was killed, he seemed unable to decide on an appropriate reward. You seem to already possess plenty of points. Yuan patiently awaited the administrator's decision. After 5 minutes, he jumped up in an epiphany. He at least deserves this much. The administrator held out his hand toward Yuan. Hand contact. Yuan was rather confused. It was the common method of trading points in the tutorial and the tower. However, the administrator of the tutorial had no reason to use this method to simply give out points. He could even transfer skills without any physical contact. Why is this necessary? The administrator held his hand up. Without understanding his intent, Yuan grabbed it. At that moment, a lot of energy surged from Yuan's body. The system window popped out. You have obtained the skill, Master of Mana. Your mana recovery rate, resistance to mana slightly increases, and sensitivity to mana slightly increases. With the numerous messages that popped up, a blue light enveloped Yuan's body for a brief moment before fading. Your arcane power increased by 5. What? Yuan's eyes widened. He wasn't expecting this much. The administrator let out a small laugh at Yuan's reaction and said, "Does this satisfy you? Right now, I have some house cleaning to do." The admin backed off and said, "We shall meet again once the third tutorial is over." Once again, the inside of the station rumbled. Just as when he appeared, the administrator tumultuously tore apart the fabric of space before vanishing. Yuan blankly stared at the spot where he vanished before he checked his new skill. Yuan looked at his hands dazedly as he received the skill master of mana from the admin. Isn't this too much for a reward in the tutorial? Even though he killed a lackey, Yuan wasn't expecting a reward this great. He would have been satisfied with a rank skill or item. Mastery of mana is an S+ rank skill, and it was one of the authorities of an administrator. It increases sensitivity and authority over mana. It was a brand new type of skill, but Yuan knew how to use these kinds of skills well. The skill might not be overpowered by itself, but it synergized well with any skill, boosting the user's abilities. Depending on their proficiency, the usefulness of their skills could be night and day. The authority of an administrator. Even Yuan has never heard of such a skill. Authority over mana. You say? Mana was everything in the tower. The power to control that mana, arcane power, was the biggest factor in deciding who the weak and the strong were. To rule over that mana, it was an ability fit to be called an authority. I probably can't use it properly yet. Yuan knew the extent of his own power. A blue sphere gathered on top of Yuan's palm. The sphere wasn't smooth. It continuously morphed irregularly. It was proof that he wasn't able to properly condense mana yet. It was a crude mana blast, an advanced mana manipulating skill. Mana blast was a technique that required at least 40 arcane power with advanced control over mana. A mana blast during the second tutorial, Yuan stared at the sphere in his palm. It wasn't able to maintain a proper form yet, but it was undoubtedly a mana blast. Yuan's arcane power stat was barely at 26. It took hunting the mother worm, getting 2 lucky random stats, and using all his unallocated stat points. Though unstable, Yuan was able to create a mana blast with only 26 arcane power. Part of it was Yuan having exceptional control over mana, but it still would have been impossible without the effects of Master of Mana. The unstable mana blast exploded. The power inside it blew apart like shrapnel, lightly damaging the ground around him. The mana blast had an amazing area effect. It would be helpful in dealing with numbers. He clenched his fist. This is pretty nice. Maybe I should be thankful to Olympus. Yuan had a higher goal than simply making it through the tutorial in one piece. He didn't want to climb the tower and become a ranker because he desired power or wealth. But it's still far from enough. I cannot be satisfied by regaining the previous strength that I had before going back in time. Yuan was full of determination. His eyes were blazing. When he received his reward from the administrator, there were approximately 14 hours left until the second tutorial was finalized. Outer gods were beings that perfectly fit the definition of omnipotent. Regaining his old powers was far from enough to fight them again. He needed far more cards to play against them than he had now. Far, far more. Yuan spent that entire time hunting. Earthworms infested more than just the subway station. They populated any underground space. So Yuan killed time by clearing out one basement after another. He didn't have a choice, since the only monsters in the second tutorial were earthworms. In the tutorial, the stronger your opponent is, the greater reward. So, logically, hunting monsters that were far weaker than him resulted in stunted growth. Thankfully, the second tutorial is close to being finalized. A whole day passed by while Yuan was underground, and it was nighttime once again. In the distance, he saw it. It was the safe zone that had stopped shrinking. Inside the circle, the people were split into 2 large groups. They were loudly arguing with each other about something. Near the end of the second tutorial, only 10 minutes remain until the second tutorial concludes. That's why I'm saying let's wait a bit longer. Hongdae became such a mess. Do you really think the government will do nothing about this? If we just wait one more day. You're in denial. Our world has changed. Not just Hongdae, but everywhere. How can you believe that? Didn't you hear the explanation up till now? Didn't you hear what sector this was? Do you really think this is the only place like this? Even if that's true, isn't the time almost over? Is there really any need for us to do this? This was the second one. Who's to say there won't be a third or even a fourth? Do you think the next one will somehow be safer? What if this safe zone suddenly disappears? Things could become so dangerous, We won't even be able to secure the rations that are over there. Myung-hoon kept arguing with another man. Stop talking already. We need to form the next resupply squad. Now? Who are we sending? We're almost out of time. People were fighting, split into two main factions, people who had accepted this world, versus the people who hadn't yet. It was the weak against the relatively strong. The people who accepted reality wanted to secure more rations for the safe zone, but they had to avoid the earthworms above ground to loot the restaurants and convenience stores in the area. Don't feel so down. We were all originally going to die, and now a lot of us can survive. That's not fair. Why can't we all survive together? Inside the zone, people continued to argue. Even among the factions, a few people had already grown close enough to form teams. The safe zone was crowded with people. There was only one reason why this situation was occurring. Too many people had survived. Look, over there. A person? Someone from the crowd got startled as he looked in a direction. Is that a person over there? People started noticing Yu-won in the distance. He was carrying a backpack, walking toward the safe zone. People were surprised that there was a person outside the safe zone, but they were also worried for him. Yu-won became the center of attention. A few people with keen eyes spotted the danger and shouted at Yu-won. Below you. Be careful. There was still one remaining earthworm. The ground below Yu-won shifted. The earthworm shot out from the ground to take a bite out of Yu-won. It charged towards Yu-won in an instant with his big jaw wide open. However, Yu-won had already hunted thousands of these bugs. Even if it was a surprise attack, it wasn't a difficult task for Yu-won to crush the earthworm's head. Only thanks to having 33 strength, he didn't even have to use his knife to kill the earthworm. Nobody could look away from Yu-won. Their eyes were wide open. They could not believe the scene that transpired in front of them. The people only stood there dazedly. Only 5 minutes remain until the second tutorial end. Yu-won checked the remaining time before speaking. Just pretend like I don't exist. Yu-won looked at the people in the distance and spoke. Myung-hoon's face turned sour. Yu-won further said, continue with your meaningless discussions. Kim Yu-won had already reached level 26, gaining stats like strength, magic, and constitution above 30. He had accumulated a total of 10,000 points. This was the result of 13 hours of hard work. After hitting level 21 by killing the mother worm, he ground 5 levels in 13 hours. When Yu-won decided to go back above ground, he had one thought when the timer ran out. And the second tutorial ended. A bonus reward will be given to those inside the safe zone. Yu-won wasn't certain, but it was entirely possible that those outside the safe zone could get disqualified from receiving the reward. Yu-won slowly stepped into the safe zone. People whispered amongst themselves at the unbelievable sight. People's gazes switched focus from Yu-won to the countless corpse chunks on the ground. If the earthworms were killable, could the thousands of people who were massacred outside the safe zone have lived instead? Hey, Yu-won. Someone approached Yu-won. When Yu-won turned his head towards the familiar voice, he saw Kim Myung-hoon making his way out of the crowd towards him. He knew from that instant that Myung-hoon had become the leader of the safe zone with his tyranny. Where did you go? I was looking for you. Yu-won thought Myung-hoon must be pretty adept at acting. In front of all these people, he was able to act so friendly to an underclassman that he used to use as a punching bag until just yesterday. I was worried because you suddenly disappeared. Myung-hoon decided that showing off his friendship with Yu-won to the crowd would be beneficial to him. Instead of replying to Myung-hoon, Yu-won looked around his surroundings. The atmosphere was heavy. There was a mix of fear, wariness, and hope in the people's gazes. Paying no heed, Yu-won walked toward the numbers engraved on the invisible wall at the center of the safe zone. The maximum capacity was 1,500 people. 1427 fell quite short of that number. Some of the people were carrying food rations and others were carrying weapons. Fear could be seen on their faces. Is that the resupply squad? Yu-won looked over at the group of timid and anxious-looking people. They're people that were pushed to the outer zone, aren't they? All right, let's all go back in, Myung-hoon spoke. Yu-won was quiet for some moment, but then spoke up. The food that they have? Yu-won asked, pointing to the food that people held in their hands, food that looked like it was looted from convenience stores and fast food restaurants. Did you guys leave the safe zone for it? We had no other choice. We didn't have a lot of food left, and the third and fourth tutorials will surely be harder than this, Myung-hoon replied. So what you're saying is that you guys need rations. Yu-won was curious about the situation in the safe zone, so he kept inquiring. That's right. You guys aren't wrong. There were less than 3 minutes remaining for the second tutorial. The earlier commotion was probably people arguing about securing more rations before the second tutorial was finalized. They were people that were in the orange safe zone. People who almost died. Those were the people that had brought back rations for the group. So, what? You guys were going to force them to go outside again, so they can bring back more food? Well, they're people that would have died anyway. Myung-hoon was right. They're people that should have died. However, the people that exiled them to their deaths once already had no right to be deciding the fate of these people. Since they should have died, do you want them to risk their lives to bring back food? Yoo-won said, staring Myung-hoon dead in the eyes. Myung-hoon started shaking after seeing Yoo-won's expression. Yoo-won wasn't doing anything other than staring at him, but Myung-hoon couldn't help but cower. This wasn't the same Yoo-won that he once knew. Do you still think this is the same comfy, cushy world that you lived in? A world with laws and morals? Myung-hoon gauged people's reactions after asking that question. He could see a handful of people nodding. It was partly because they agreed, but also because they were trying to justify their actions. It couldn't be helped since the world had changed. To survive, you had to sacrifice someone else. That thought process is how they ended up sending that small group of people outside of the safe zone. Yoo-won, in order to survive, you need to become a coward. Be cowardly and be selfish. I'm giving you advice, not as a Sunday, but as another human being. Myung-hoon avoided Yoo-won's gaze, but when he noticed his group standing nearby, it gave him back his courage. Looking at Yoo-won straight in the eyes, Kim Myung-hoon started talking. It seems that you still haven't adjusted yet. Adjusted? Yoo-won couldn't help but let out a laugh. To think he would hear this from a brat like Kim Myung-hoon of all people. The timer rounded up to 0, and the time for second tutorial ended. Finalizing the second tutorial. Distributing 500 points to all the participants in the safe zone. You have obtained an inventory pouch. Your inventory pouch will disappear upon dying. A small messenger bag fell on top of everyone's heads. Yoo-won picked up the bag before speaking. There are many ways to survive. I don't really want to interfere or give you any advice. But here's the thing. Don't cross the line, no matter what. Yoo-won didn't specify what that line was, but he didn't have a lot of time to just stand around and talk. As soon as he finished talking, Yoo-won looked away from Myung-hoon. Myung-hoon looked confused as to what Yoo-won meant. It was now time for everyone to focus on the contents of the next tutorial. The third tutorial will now begin. Watching Yoo-won vanish as soon as he had returned made Myung-hoon grind his teeth. That punk, acting all high and mighty. Yoo-won could already walk around freely outside the safe zone starting in the second tutorial. The outside was crawling with monsters, but he was perfectly safe by himself. The system notified you. Please hunt the monsters in the sector and collect 50 essences. Different types of monsters started appearing everywhere in the sector, and this time it includes all types of them: bugs, zombies, and rats. The time limit for third tutorial is 72 hours. In the event that the limited amount of time is exceeded, the relevant sector will be destroyed. The gate to the next tutorial will be activated after 70 hours. In the middle of a street in the safe zone, a long, opaque tunnel appeared. There was a number on the tunnel. There was a number that appeared over the huge gate. It was the number of essences that the participants of the third tutorial had to collect. The opaque color meant that the gate hadn't been activated yet. Is that the tunnel? You could move on to the next tutorial sector after collecting 50 essences. That tunnel was the pathway that transferred you to the next tutorial sector. It was a pretty simple mission. Everyone who heard the tutorial's explanation had a similar thought. It's just like a video game. Hunt monsters and collect items. It's a quest that anyone who has played any amount of video games would have gotten at least once. However, the real world wasn't a video game. It wasn't quite as simple a thing to do. Over there. Zombies? Aren't those zombies? A few zombies could be seen in the middle of the street. People thought they had disappeared after the first tutorial. But it wasn't just zombies. Various other monsters started appearing. There were giant spiders, as well as pigs with sharp, spiky fur. There were even centipedes the size of a human arm crawling up the sides of buildings. The entire world had already become a dungeon. That's when someone shouted, noticing the ground, "The safe zone is still here." The people who cheered probably wouldn't survive much longer. The objective of the third tutorial wasn't surviving, but hunting. Myung-hoon thought to himself, so I need to defeat these guys and get essences or whatever. He looked around at the monsters outside. There were many different types this time. The third tutorial was unlike the previous two. You couldn't survive simply by running away. It was a mission where you had to gather 50 monster drops in order to survive. 50, you say? He assumed the bags were given to all the participants to use as a means to hold the essence. Myung-hoon kept looking back and forth between the bag and the monsters outside the safe zone. After making a realization, The corners of his lips perked up. You all heard it, right? Myung-hoon asked the people around him after wiping the smirk off his face. There were two types of people in the crowd. The first were people terrified of the fact that they had to fight monsters. The second were people who had built up the resolve to fight. I'm sure you all know what we have to do in order to survive. Myung-hoon raised his knife. Let's do this, together. Yoo-won walked down into the subway station. Yoo-won turned the bag he was wearing upside down. The marbles that spilled out of the bag went inside the new inventory pouch he had obtained. There must have been over 100 of them. Yoo-won had a total of 132 essences, from which he only needed 50. Was it because the third tutorial had started? He could see the display for the number of marbles in his inventory pouch. Yoo-won threw away the bag that he kept to hold all his items and equipment. He hung his inventory pouch that the system granted on his hip and stored all his items. In that pouch, at the start of the third tutorial, the inside of the subway station changed into a different dungeon. There were not only earthworms, but also zombies, moss spiders, and even subterranean snakes. All kinds of monsters gathered in the subway station to create the largest dungeon within the Hongdae sector. There really are a lot of them. I wonder if I can collect 1,000 of them. Yoo-won looked at the various monsters with sparkling eyes as he mumbled. Seeing the warm welcome, Yoo-won mumbled to himself, "Shall I try this again?" Yoo-won raised his hands. The mana in the environment started gathering over his palms. Was this perhaps a greeting for the first person to enter the dungeon? The monsters all rushed toward you. 30 arcane power with 0.5% proficiency in Master of Mana. I'm lucky I obtained this much essence in the second tutorial. Mana essence was essential to passing the third tutorial. These items were obtainable from the earthworms in the second tutorial. That's why until the second tutorial ended, Yoo-won focused on collecting mana essence by hunting earthworms. Yoo-won's hunting speed was remarkably fast. In just a day, he far exceeded the necessary number of essence to pass the tutorial. He could make it through to the fourth tutorial without doing anything else, but Yoo-won had no intention of being satisfied with just 132 essences. Compared to his first try using Mana Blast, when he only had 4 more arcane powers and a sliver of additional skill proficiency, but the unstable orb of mana started slowly stabilizing. How long had he focused? You created a proper Mana Blast. Registering Mana Blast as a skill. Above Yoo-won's hands, a proper Mana Blast had formed. That should do it. The flow of mana stabilized. The orb made of mana was no longer shaking violently. Its registration as a skill meant that Yoo-won successfully created a full-fledged Mana Blast. The fist-sized Mana Blast howled violently, asking for its power to be unleashed. As he expected, he wasn't able to fully control it yet. Yoo-won aimed the palm of his hand toward the monsters that were getting closer. This should be enough. The Mana Blast shone brightly. A powerful beam of light shot out from Yoo-won's hand. The blast didn't cover that large of an area, but its firepower was nothing to sneeze at. I can't fully control it yet. Yoo-won felt the mana leaking out of him like a deflating balloon. The mana consumption for this skill was just too high. It took all of his mana to create a single Mana Blast. I need more arcane power and higher proficiency before it'll be usable. The stairway leading to the deeper parts of the station collapsed. The heads of monsters that were running towards Yoo-won were blown to pieces, and their scorched bodies littered the floor. When climbing the tower, Mana Blast was one of the most basic of essential techniques. All it required was gathering mana into a single point and releasing it. It was simple but highly destructive. Due to its simple nature, it was a technique that allowed one to measure the user's arcane power and ability to control mana. This technique really isn't my type. There were plenty of people that specialized in using Mana Blast, but despite being able to create one, Yoo-won seldom used Mana Blast in battle. 2 essences fell and rolled onto the floor. Not every monster dropped an essence. They dropped from perhaps every 1 into 10 monsters. It didn't have a very high drop rate. Taking that into account, Yoo-won had been pretty lucky up to this point, having already collected this much essence. Yoo-won picked up the essence from the ground and put it into his inventory pouch. The monsters were cautious of him. They stopped in their tracks, staring dazedly. What is with you guys? Then, observing that the monsters were cautious of him after seeing the power of the Mana Blast, he pulled out his knife. Yoo-won started walking down a flight of stairs. Why are you so afraid of me? The third tutorial was all about hunting. 72 hours remained, and Yoo-won had no intention of wasting a single minute of it. 2 days had passed since the start of the third tutorial. Only a day is remaining. The first tutorial might have killed the largest number of people, but proportionally, the Third tutorial ended up being far more lethal than the last two. Aren't we too far in? Yeah, I have a bad feeling about this place. 3 people entered Hongdae Station. It was 1 woman and 2 men. There's nothing we can do about it. Hopefully, we can find a hiding place here. The green shirt sighed, hearing his friends speak reality. The huge-built guy was Han Jun-ho, a level 10 player. The green shirt was Kong Xian, also a level 10. But was Hongdae Station always this large? Am I imagining it? Kong Xian spoke as he looked around to check his surroundings. Who knows? The entire world changed. Why would this place be an exception? The woman was named Ju Yun. She was guarding the group's rear when she opened her mouth. Hey, over there. Ju Yun was also a level 10 player. What? What is it? A convenience store? The girl looked in a direction as she spoke excitedly. The group's faces lit up. They'd been concerned about their depleting rations, so the convenience store was like discovering an oasis in a desert. Let's go there. I was starting to feel hungry. There's probably ramen, right? There's no hot water. Why would you want ramen? Kong Xian spoke. I can just eat it raw. Let's go in already. I'm starving. While thinking about filling up their inventory pouch with rations, something fell on the head of the guy running ahead of the group. But to their surprise, there was a large spider. It was a large green spider. The man assaulted by the spider let out a painful cry before dropping dead. His head melted off, creating a puddle of poison and liquefied flesh. The boy and girl looked dazedly as their friend got killed by the huge spider. They were stunned with fear and could not react instantly. Junho, the boy let out his voice. The spider let out a horrifying cry. One by one, the monsters around the convenience store started revealing themselves. 1 zombie, 2 moss spiders, and 3 man-eating rats. In reaction to the gory sight, Ju Yun raised her knife, and the other guy, Song Chan, prepared to swing his large hammer. Why are there so many? They'd already lost one of their companions. Can we kill them all? Ju Yun's heart was pounding. During the last 2 days, the 3 of them had been through thick and thin. They had flirted with death multiple times, hunting the monsters outside. They even leveled up quite a bit. All 3 of them were above level 10, meaning they possessed far greater stats than before. However, it was uncertain if the 2 of them could face off against all these monsters. There wasn't a lot of time to think. The 3 man-eating rats jumped towards them. Man-eating rats were the size of German shepherds, and they were the most nimble among the monsters that inhabited the subway station. Ju Yun swung her knife at the man-eating rat charging towards her. It was a knife she had bought from the lackey for 200 points. The knife was unable to cut the rat. Unlike sluggish zombies, the man-eating rats were easily dodging her attacks. It was the same story with the moss spiders that melted their companion's head with poison. They crawled at her at a breakneck pace, getting up in her face. Get away. She tried to call for Songchan, but to no avail. Ju Yun tried to push the man-eating rats away from her. Though she got bit by one of them, she successfully managed to get one of the man-eating rats. Meanwhile, Songchan, who was busy facing off against 2 moss spiders, suddenly faced a zombie and tried to evade its attack by hitting it. But the zombie's skin was really tough that even his full power strike could even injure it. The zombie roared. The zombie charged at Songchan and bit one of his arms. The next moment, he let out a scream after getting bit by a zombie from behind. Maybe it would have gone differently with 3 people, but it was impossible to defeat 6 monsters with only 2. To die like this here. She did everything she could to survive until the 3rd tutorial. She just wanted to struggle a bit more and live. In the short moment, she was distracted by Songchan. Ju Yun gasped. One of the man-eating rats jumped, aiming for her face. At that moment, something flew through the air, popping the man-eating rat's body like a balloon. Ju Yun was confused by the sudden turn of events. She was covered in the blood and flesh of the rat that exploded in front of her. But she had no time to find that unpleasant. She quickly turned her head towards the convenience store subconsciously. A can smashed through the glass window and hit a man-eating rat. The resulting impact made the can and the rat's head explode. The broken door opened. Don't be loud when someone's sleeping. From inside the store, a person stepped out. Now, I'm up all due to the noise. It was you one. Ju Yun was speechless, unable to even voice her gratitude. She just stared blankly at the soda can that lay on the floor. Did he kill those monsters? With that, they were hard to kill even with a knife. And man-eating rats were so nimble, it was difficult to even get a clean attack on them. Up close. Yet Yuan defeated them just by throwing some cans around and cutting down the rest at a speed she couldn't even perceive. She knew that levels and stats were a thing that existed now, but that's actually possible? Yuan threw the other can in his hand. The zombie that was biting the man also ended up with its head blown off. The zombie falls down, with its blood spilling everywhere. That took care of the immediate threats. Yuan took out his sashimi knife and took his stance. In an instant, a moss spider and a man-eating rat got sliced in half under Yuan's knife. As one of the moss spiders charged at Yuan, he raised his foot, and the moss spider got crushed under Yuan's boot. Poison leaked out from the crushed moss spider and bubbled on the floor. It all happened in a flash. There were monster corpses scattered all around them. Yuan took a sigh of relief as he removed all the threats. Yuan looked back and forth between Zhu Yun and Song Chan. Zhu Yun pushed her amazement aside, as she realized that she still hadn't properly thanked the man for saving their lives. "Thank you. You saved us." The man tried to say his thanks, but in that instant, he felt an excruciating pain in his arm, so he let out a cry. The bite from the zombie must have been excruciatingly painful because Song Chan couldn't even properly finish his sentence. The man fell down on his knees as they tried to calm him down. Yuan rummaged around his inventory pouch. He pulled out an ointment and tossed it over to Song Chan. "First, put some of that on. It should be quite effective." "What's your constitution at?" Yuan asked the boy. "Right now, should be 17. So you won't die then. You might not be able to use the arm that was bitten anymore, though." The boy got startled and said in a crumbling voice, "Say again?" "Rub it on right now. It might not be too late." Song Chan was shocked at being told he might not be able to use one of his arms anymore. He quickly applied the ointment to the bite. Yuan checks the time. There were about 23 hours remaining. A few hours had passed. "So I slept for about 6 hours, huh?" Yuan let out a big yawn. 6 hours was just enough time to relieve his fatigue. But, unrelated to his fatigue, he felt the desire to sleep a little more. "I want to sleep more. I guess I did overdo it." For days. Perhaps he was a bit too overzealous about hunting. He had pushed himself a bit too far because he thought he had to level up as much as he could in the early tutorial stages, especially before the third tutorial ended. Yuan was taking a short nap. No matter how your stats were, not sleeping for days built up fatigue, slowing your body down. Taking the first and second tutorials into account, it was the first time in 4 days he had slept. He chose the storage room inside the subway station convenience store as his resting place. There was only one reason he was able to safely get some rest in a station full of monsters. It was thanks to the scentless powder. Yuan had bought it from the new lackey for 100 points. Scentless powder could completely erase the smell of whatever it was applied to, protecting it from monsters that had sharp senses. Yuan looked at the two of them and thought before leaving, "They will only get in my way." The two of them were afraid that Yuan might kill them to get their loot. As Yuan got ready to leave. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun sighed in relief. "Have you been hunting here this entire time? Isn't the station pretty dangerous?" The subway station was an off-limits area for most people. Monsters appeared there more frequently, and though they rarely appeared, the subterranean snake was so dangerous, even a decent-sized group of participants would have a hard time against it. "I wasn't here the entire time." After hearing Yuan's response, Zhu Yun made a face that said, "That's what I thought." The subway station was so infested with monsters, there was no way he had been there for long. Yuan continued talking. "This is just my rest area." "What? A rest area?" Zhu Yun was shocked. Yuan stood back up. "My hunting ground is elsewhere." Zhu Yun and Song Chan followed Wu Wan. He led them down a strange path. They had no memories of such a place inside Hongdae Station. The layout really did change, Zhu Yun thought. Hongdae Station had become larger and deeper. She was certain the stairwell that she was walking down at that moment hadn't existed before. "We're going further in?" The real hunting grounds start on basement level 2. Zhu Yun was surprised. "There's a second level?" None of the people that went inside the station had returned, which is why Yuan was the only person that knew of the stairs that led deeper inside the station. "There really is another dungeon on the second level." Zhu Yun gulped. While pulling out his weapons, Yuan asked them, "You guys knew it was dangerous, so why did you come here?" Zhu Yun tightly gripped her weapon with both hands, answering his question with a quivering voice. "You might not know this because you've been in here since the start of the third tutorial, but it's complete chaos out there." Yuan nodded his head. He already knew. That's because this isn't a video game. On the surface, it might seem like a simple hunting mission, but the third tutorial was far more complex than that. When hundreds of people are gathered for a simple objective like obtaining items by hunting, it creates a complex ecosystem. Groups formed, and people started distrusting each other. Right now, There are ongoing fights to rob each other for these tiny marbles, Ju-yun explained. So, you guys ran here because you were being attacked? Yuan asked. Yes. I guess they didn't want to risk their lives since they gave up on chasing us once we entered. Here. Song-chan explained. But you guys almost died here instead. We survived in the end. They were pretty much thinking of relying on Yuan. It was all thanks to you. As they finished talking, a sound echoed. It was a cry that Ju-yun and Song-chan had never heard before. It made their bodies freeze up. What was that noise? However, Yuan was used to the cry. Showing no response, he instead turned his back to the source of the noise, looking at the two people. All thanks to me? Who's to say I won't kill you guys and steal your essence? Yuan's eyes were still without a shred of mercy. He wanted to test those two. As Yuan spoke, several thoughts flashed in their minds. We did not think of that because he saved us. Compared to the people above and the monsters here, he is far too dangerous. The two of them started backing away from Yuan. It was a terrifying thing to hear. Right now, Yuan was a much scarier enemy than any monster. Haven't you already collected enough essence? Songkin asked. Yuan nodded yes. He had already collected enough essence before the third tutorial even started. Then do you have any reason to kill us? I'm still collecting more essence. Besides, even if I don't kill you myself, you guys will die. And I don't think I have to explain the reason. It was the truth. If Yuan didn't help them now, they were destined to die without him having to lift a single finger. Ju-yun was sharp-minded. She quickly noticed that something was off. Why was someone who intends to kill us telling us everything? What exactly do you want from us? Ju-yun gathered her will and asked him. Ju-yun's question made Yuan smile. She was a pretty quick thinker. She knew that Yuan wouldn't have talked with them for as long as he did if didn't want anything from them. I promise it's not a bad deal. If you guys do a good job, I'll even give you guys some essence. Their faces lit up from his offer. They would have been content leaving the station in one piece. But now they were being offered essence. They had to gather 50 essences within one day. So this was an irresistible offer for the two of them. A large snake approaches. It was the subterranean snake. It had appeared a few times near the subway entrance. It was a monster that could swallow a monster in one bite, currently making it the hardest monster to hunt. And right now, Song-chan was running with all his might away from that subterranean snake. His dexterity stat was pretty high relative to his other stats, but the subterranean snake was much faster than Song-chan. It closed the distance between them in an instant, making Songkin scream. Song-chan remembered the deal that they made with Yuan. You were telling me this is a good deal? Many thoughts flashed in Song-chan's mind. He remembered the time when they made the deal. Yuan stared at Song-chan and asked, You didn't hurt your legs, right? Yes, they're fine. All right then. Yuan nodded his head towards the dungeon and said Song-chan and Ju-yun to run towards the dungeon. Now he could only repent of his decision. Save me. The snake was right behind Song-chan. He was giving his full to running away from the snake. The snake's mouth was opened wide. Yuan jumped in the air and charged toward the snake. A knife flew inside the snake's open mouth. It blinked a few times. Then the subterranean snake collapsed on its side. The subterranean snake's blood splattered everywhere. Yuan jumped into the air. A 2-meter-tall, muscular red lizard opened its jaws wide for Yuan. A long knife glowed blue. The moment Yuan and the red lizard came into contact, a red line was drawn across the lizard's body. He sliced it apart from its head to its torso. With minimal force, Yuan killed the red lizard. An essence fell on the floor. Song-chan looked behind at the monsters that were chasing him. Already that many? This hunting speed is incredible. If he's been hunting like this the entire time, how much essence does Yuan have? In an instant, a few monsters began spurting blood everywhere. Starting with the subterranean snake, monsters unknown to him started dropping dead one at a time. Essence continuously fell to the floor. If he had hunted outside, he might have maybe gotten one essence after killing 15 monsters. Was it because it was a different hunting ground? Compared to zombies or moss spiders, the subterranean snakes, red lizards, and other monsters that Yuan was hunting right now had a much higher drop rate. Song-chan quickly picked up the essence that was rolling around. In just the last 2 hours, they managed to obtain over 50 essences. 5 essences from 15 monsters. The drop rate is significantly higher. The final monster dropped another essence. Yuan picked it up and put it in his inventory pouch. The knife he had purchased from the new lackey was now coated in layers of clotted blood. Yuan turned around and asked Song-chan, How many was that? That was 6. It was another successful horde hunt. Counting the one he just picked up, it was a total of 7. Yuan took 5 essences from Songchan, letting him keep one. In the subterranean dungeon, there were a lot of strong monsters. Until now, Yuan hunted those monsters by individually searching for them. They might have a higher drop rate, but he was capped by the limitation of being alone. Wolf, bring back a horde of monsters. About 10 is probably good at first, they thought. How could that be any good? But they soon realized. We can't bring back monsters fast enough for him. It was unbelievable. Songchan collected his breath, peeking over at Yuan. Just calling him strong would be an understatement. He's like a different species than me. Outside, there were a few people who had become strong by being the first ones to start hunting. However, they were simply strong relative to the pack. They couldn't hold a candle to Yuan's might. What does he plan on doing with all that essence? Ju-yun is a bit late. Songchan asked. I'm sure she'll be back soon. Songchan and Ju-yun had one job, to be bait for the horde. Yuan already had 50 essences when they met him. For some reason, that wasn't enough for him, so he continued to hunt. Songchan suddenly became curious. What level are you? Level? Yuan blinked. Yes. With your rate of hunting, I'd imagine that you'd be leveling up pretty fast. Yuan shook his head. The pace of my leveling has slowed down a lot. What? Songchan got stunned by his words. I'll have to wait for the next tutorial to level up properly. Yuan shrugged as he answered. By the way, levels are personal information. Don't ask others about it, and if you're asked, don't answer. It's the same for stats. Yuan advised him to be cautious. Didn't you ask me about my constitution earlier? After hearing Yuan, Songchan mumbled. You're right. I should have just let your arm rot off. Songchan let out a nervous laugh before responding. I'll take it to heart. In this new world, information like social security and phone numbers were meaningless. The most important information about someone would be their levels and stats. Songchan realized how foolish of an act to ask and share them was. Yuan observed Songchan, who was getting ready to go gather another horde. With this, I'll be able to gather many more than I originally planned. Yuan SSI, I'm here. A voice resounded from deep within the dungeon. Suddenly, amid their break, Ju-yun returned with another horde of monsters. Songchan gasped as he looked at the monsters. Yuan got back up. There wasn't a lot of time left. It was time to keep grinding. He instantly charged toward the monsters to keep on grinding. The hammer in Songchan's hand crushed the subterranean snake's head. As the snake stopped squirming, Songchan shouted in joy. I killed it. He heard the level up message. He and Ju-yun managed to catch a subterranean snake all by themselves. While helping Yuan hunt hordes, the duo were not negligent, killing a monster here and there. They were leveling up, as per Yuan's advice. Did your level go up? Yep. You too? An essence fell out of the subterranean snake's mouth. This was their essence. It wasn't Yuan who caught the snake, but them. All done? Yuan asked. Songchan nodded his head to Yuan, who had been watching over the duo. So we can have this? Sure, you have killed it. So it's yours. Yuan picked up one of the essences on the ground. He then walked up to them and tossed it over to Ju-yun. Does this mean that the two of you have 50 essences now? Ju-yun nodded her head. They finished gathering the 50 essence that was required to pass the third tutorial. They had only managed to collect 20 before meeting you. They had managed to complete what seemed like an impossible task. We are thankful to you, Yuan SSI. I would be the one thankful to both of you. Because of you, I was able to hunt 50% faster. Yuan checked the time. Only 3 hours remain until the end of 3 RD&D tutorial. I should hurry. There wasn't a lot of time left. Once only 2 hours were remaining, the gate to the next tutorial would activate. He had to get outside before then. If you're all done, let's head on out. Both of them were happy, as they got to leave this dungeon that is infested with gigantic monsters. Yuan started walking up the stairs. So we're finally going back up. Will outside still be in utter chaos? Songchan asked nervously, walking behind Yuan. Songchan started remembering the situation above ground before they entered the subway station. He and Ju-yun were running away from a group that had attacked them. They had lost 2 friends in that attack, and inside the subway station, they lost another friend. Remembering those events made him afraid of facing them again. Ju-yun shook her head in response to Songchan's question. I bet it's become worse. Now that the third tutorial was about to come to an end, there was no reason for the chaos. To calm down, Ju-yun stared at Yuan, who was leading the way. I'm worried for the people outside. Choi Jae-hyun checked the time. Looking over at the gate, he could see it slowly turning red. There isn't a lot of time left now. Once the gate becomes a bright, crimson red, people will be able to move on to the next. Stage of the tutorial. Of course, this only applied to people who met the requirements. Choi Jae-hyun had 45 mana essence orbs. He still needed 5 more to reach 50 essences. He had 2.5 hours. If he hustled and bustled, he might be able to obtain them. He even leveled up quite a bit, so hunting had gotten that much easier. However, there was no guarantee he'd obtain 5 more. That's why he came up with a plan. But everyone else had the same thought. A lot of people had gathered around the center of the safe zone. They either observed what the others were up to from a distance, or they tried to make some awkward conservation. I'm not surprised. If they still ain't got it, this is their only option. The drop rate for essence was abysmal. You were lucky to obtain even one after fighting an entire horde of monsters. Zombies, the weakest monsters, had a drop rate of less than 1 out of 20. This mission is absolutely brutal. The mission was hard to beat just by hunting. That's why all these people were gathered here. The second the gate opened, they planned on stealing other people's essence and dashing to the next tutorial. So for now, they remain still. They don't seem like they plan on acting anytime soon. They'll probably start once the gate opens. As soon as the gate activates, steal and dash, Jae-hyun thought to himself, while keeping a lookout for the group at the opposite end of the safe zone. They were the only people that were closely grouped up near the gate. The largest faction in the third tutorial. Hyung Do-shik spoke. That guy, doesn't he look like he's watching us? Jae-hyun shook his head at Do-shik's question. Well, it can't be helped. We're not exactly friends. We even fought them a while back. What should we do? They far outnumber us, so for now let's just watch. There's no point in fighting right now. Do you think they're also short on the essence, Hyung? Someone from the large group started walking toward Choi Jae-hyun, grabbing everyone's attention. Kim Myung-hoon. He was the one leading the largest faction. He was not only large in size and a good fighter, but he was also extremely charismatic with his silver tongue. Long time. No see. What's it been? 2 days. Myung-hoon said with a bright tone. I don't think we're so friendly enough to be sharing such warm greetings, Jae-hyun coldly replied. The two groups had already gone up against each other. They were pretty evenly matched in numbers back then, so it only ended as a minor incident. But things had changed, and Myung-hoon was well aware of that fact. You're still as prideful as ever, even when you know what'll happen. Jae-hyun tried to keep his face stoic, watching Myung-hoon smile smugly. Nothing good could come from facing off against them right now. It was clear who was the top dog and who was the underdog. Seeing that Jae-hyun was remaining silent, Myung-hoon continued. You know the position you're in, right? What position would that be? Jae-hyun asked. Don't you think it'll become a bloodbath at 2 o'clock? With everyone being short on the essence. Jae-hyun bit his lip at Myung-hoon's words. He had it all wrong. While some people were thoughtlessly hunting for essence, others probably gathered essence by stealing it from others. Meanwhile, Myung-hoon had thought things through far ahead of time. So he was preparing for this moment. He is a cunning bastard. Jae-hyun scoped out Myung-hoon's group. Approximately 50 people. In contrast, he only had about 20 people on his side. There were also a handful of small groups that weren't associated with any faction, but it was unrealistic to expect them to be able to join forces at the last minute. How much do you guys need? Well, we have so many mouths to feed on our side and we are pretty low on essences. So we need about 700 more to fill up our requirements. That was far too large a number. If he had requested 100, Jae-hyun would have given them up to avoid a confrontation, but this ruled out that option. We barely have 800 essences. It was a ridiculous request. If they surrendered 700 essence, they'd be left with basically nothing. Jae-hyun was conflicted, and Myung-hoon piggybacked off of that. Just give us 400. Then we'll leave you guys alone. Yeah, we'll figure out the rest ourselves. They were threatening to take only half. However, even that was too generous a concession. Jae-hyun could not even reject Myung-hoon's offer. He just dazedly looked at his evil face. It'll be a full-on confrontation if we reject his offer. Jae-hyun looked at Do-shik and his companions. That was when someone entered the safe zone. Sorry. Excuse me. Coming through. Breaking through the crowd, a male-female duo was heading towards the center of the safe zone. They were bold without any fear, cutting past Myung-hoon and his gang. Who are these guys? They were familiar faces. They remembered seeing them at least once, but they hadn't left a lasting impression. No, that only applied to one of them. It was a man holding a large box. He had an unforgettable face. Black hair with a short undercut, sharp jawline, and clear black eyes. The only participant to have roamed outside the safe zone in the second tutorial. It was Yu-won. Yu-won's appearance silenced the crowd. Yuan walked over to the center of the safe zone and placed down a box. The first person to welcome Yuan's return was Myung-hoon. Hey man, I haven't seen you in a few days. Where have you been? Yuan looked over at Myung-hoon approaching him. When he locked eyes with Myung-hoon, he noticed the bloodthirst. Myung-hoon wasn't even smiling anymore, radiating hostility at Yuan. Well, I had things to do. So, did you gather enough? Of course. Myung-hoon nodded his head at Yuan's response. He honestly wasn't surprised. Yuan made his skills clear starting from the first tutorial, so Myung-hoon expected him to easily gather enough essence by hunting. How many did you collect? Myung-hoon asked. Some of Myung-hoon's companions came over. Myung-hoon looked over and saw the worry in his companions' expressions. Before Myung-hoon could finish his train of thought, Yuan flipped over his inventory. Pouch. This crazy punk. Countless marbles started pouring into the large box. Seeing a box get filled to the brim with essence was enough to make all the participants lose their minds. There's gotta be at least 1,000. It was a metric fuckton. It wasn't just the people who were in the safe zone who were shocked. This also caught the attention of the people who were waiting for the gate to open from afar. And one by one, the people who were keeping their distance gathered around. Myung-hoon's face turned sour. He could bear Yuan gaining attention from everyone. This punk, how did he collect so many essences? I can do this. Myung-hoon was hesitant to fight Yuan man-to-man. Maybe it was a fist fight, but he was well aware of how skilled Yuan was with a knife. But that was only in a one-on-one scenario. Myung-hoon had a group that numbered 50, a number that even Yuan shouldn't be able to handle. So he got even closer to Yuan. No matter how strong Yuan might be, he was still only a single individual. Not only did he possess far more essence, but it also seemed like a safer option to only fight Yuan versus Jae-hyun's entire group. Wow. You got a lot. Myung-hoon was now close enough to see the crystals. And as he took another step, looked closely at the floor. Yuan pointed to the ground, and Myung-hoon's eyes naturally followed. A line had appeared on the floor out of nowhere. When did this get here? The line drew a circle around Yuan. After seeing Myung-hoon stop in his tracks, Yuan looked around at the other greedy-eyed participants. You all need this, right? They were all desperate. The countless essence in the box was enough to attract the attention of all the participants, magnifying their desperation. Yuan knew their feelings very well. No one wanted to die here. I don't need it. I already have more than enough. Yuan's words made someone come forward, shouting, Then, I'll gladly. Yuan cut him off. But it's not free. He raised his index finger. 100 points for each essence. Yuan then pointed at the line on the floor. If you want to buy any, first ask for my permission before you enter the circle. 100 points for one. That is so expensive. Everyone started checking their points to find out if they really can afford the deal. It was quite a hefty price tag, but considering how essence wasn't even sold in the shop, Yuan was their only option. Myung-hoon shrugged his shoulders and took out his weapon. He raised his weapon at Yuan with a smirk on his face saying, Seriously, what a selfish punk. Hundreds of people can survive if only you share it with us. How ridiculous. Myung-hoon was confident in his group's strength, but he did not realize he was standing in front of a beast who could devour him anytime. He continued with his false charade and said, What are you going to do, Yuan? If I said I don't have money to give you? Myung-hoon asked. Yuan smirked at his question and said, That is a weird question you asked. I have no intention of forcing anyone to buy from me anyways. I don't care how you pay for it, but you have to pay up front. You can borrow money from someone, or you can even sell your items to the lackey. I don't care if you sell your items or your stats. As long as you can pay me in points, I'll sell you essence. Yuan was pretty serious about his reply. He showed no signs of oppression. He already knew he could kill all of them if they tried anything funny. Sell items? That's possible? People who were despairing from being short on points started whispering to each other. They had all received a set amount of points from the first and second tutorial, but it wasn't feasible to hunt the monsters in the third tutorial without spending points. Most of them were low on points, and they were just now told a way they could immediately obtain points. Myung-hoon looked behind as he witnessed his group gossiping about making a deal with Yuan. He trembled in anger. If that's the case, it would be better to steal it by force. As everyone came to the same conclusion, their eyes lit up with greed. And standing in front of them, Myung-hoon spoke. Don't make me laugh. Yuan stared at Myung-hoon, who was looking at his box full of essence. I bet you gathered that by killing and stealing it from others, yet you want us to pay for it? Do you think we're idiots who'll let you do that? But what if I didn't steal them? Yuan spoke. Nonsense. No way that's possible. I already warned you once, but it's survival of the fittest now. Did you think we would trade money for your goods? Yuan nodded his head at Myung-hoon's words. He was right. There were no laws governing the tutorial. With a sinister smile, Myung-hoon pointed at the people that surrounded you. Look at all the people that'll live if you could just be selfless. Don't you think you're being too greedy? Am I wrong? Myung-hoon looked at the person sneering at him. It was the girl that came with Yuan, Ju-yeon. Killing and stealing? Do you think you have any right to call others out on that? Who the hell are you? Myung-hoon said in a rage. You don't remember? You asked me to join you, and when I said no, you immediately tried to kill me. Following Ju-yeon's accusation, Song-chan came forward. If Yuan SSI was someone who would do such a thing, he would have taken our essence as, well, this is like the one who started accusing someone else of stinking up the room. I'm at a loss for words. Song-chan continued. Everyone was staring at them. Ju-yeon further added, you guys don't know anything about him. It's you guys. Myung-hoon laughed. He remembered now. He didn't remember their names, but he remembered trying to recruit them because they were a party of 5. They looked like a group of friends. So what? What can you 3 do? Myung-hoon said intimidatingly as he raised his hand. The surrounding people started moving all at once. As 50 people circled closely around Yuan, Myung-hoon spoke with a smug look on his face. No matter how good he is with a knife, what can he do by himself? You guys ran for your lives, and the best you were able to do was become his sidekicks? That's funny. Myung-hoon lowered his hand and commanded, kill them all. Dozens of people started pulling out their swords and spears and charged towards Yuan. In an instant, a knife slash came. A fountain of blood erupted. Yuan cut off several heads in a single slash. Yuan got up from his spot. At that moment, Yuan said, you guys crossed the line. Myung-hoon was confused as to what just happened. What in the world? He was in shock at the sight of blood spurting everywhere. It was not Yuan's blood. It was the blood of the people who were charged at Yuan. They had all been decapitated. These were people who had been wielding swords against monsters, yet they couldn't even see Yuan's movements. The only thing they saw was the cleanly sliced necks of the people that crossed the line. It was more than enough to instill fear into them. At that moment, Kim Myung-hoon remembered something Yuan said. Don't cross the line. It was what Yuan told him at the start of the 3rd tutorial. Back then, he laughed it off as some naive nonsense. But now he realized that wasn't it. Was the line he was talking about this? He suddenly got chills up his back. Did he plan this moment back then? While Myung-hoon was lost in thought, his lackeys stopped their charge. How did he do that? You're right, Yuan said, looking at the dead people that lay on the floor. Yuan continued, it's survival of the fittest. There are no laws or rules. That's why it's so much harder to protect something than to obtain something. Yuan picked up a few essences from the box. The conditions are still the same. He announced, 100 points each. As long as you can pay for it, I'll sell you essence. You don't have to if you don't want to. I'm not going to force you to buy any. But if you cross the line when you don't intend to buy any, Yuan pointed to the corpses that littered the floor. Those who want to live, get my permission before you come inside the circle otherwise. It will be your grave. Yuan was confident he could protect his essence. Yuan activated Arkansword skill to tackle all the people who will come charging at him. Myung-hoon ground his teeth. How could so many people be intimidated by just a single person? He didn't want to accept it, but he was especially furious because he was also intimidated by Yuan. Myung-hoon shouted at the top of his lungs, God damn it! What are you guys doing? Go. Kill him already. He must have had good control over his group. The first person to follow his command was Lee Ji-hoon. Others quickly followed Ji-hoon, charging at Yuan once again. Yuan shrugged his shoulders. I guess this was inevitable. He knew something like this would happen. Everyone had gathered here to steal essence from each other. So of course there would be more people who would want to try to take it by force rather than pay for it fair and square. He needed to demonstrate it. The strength of a single individual suppressing a group. A decapitated head flew through the sky before falling to the ground. His inventory pouch perished the instant his head was cut off, and with the pouch, his dozens of essence perished as well. Myung-hoon's lackeys started hesitating. It was obvious to them that they couldn't beat Yuan. Heads dropped and rolled around the floor. Yuan's knife dripped blood everywhere, completely covering the circle and its surroundings with blood. Yuan had already killed 20 men, filling Myung-hoon with terror. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. Yuan was slicing the heads off people while simultaneously avoiding all the attacks aimed at him. He couldn't even see Yuan swinging his knife. He was currently level 11, an individual that can beat dozens of people. He thought they only existed in shit like movies and comic books, but that was what was unfolding right in front of his eyes. I forgot what kind of world this was. In the world that Myung-hoon was accustomed to, being able to fight with his fists equated to power. He knew the power groups had before that. He knew since he was a child that no matter how strong an individual was, they couldn't beat power in numbers. However, this world was different. A world where stats, levels, items, and skills existed. It was a video game-like world. Myung-hoon subconsciously inched away from Yuwon, and people stopped charging at you. Altogether, there was no way to beat him. Even though it was just one single person, they were completely outclassed. Myung-hoon was ready to run when a thought popped up inside his head, the line. He's only killed people who entered the circle. He noticed the line that was drawn around Yuwon. Though it had become faint from being covered in blood, one thing was for sure. Since the start of the fight, Yuwon hadn't taken a single step outside the circle. Myung-hoon felt relieved. I'm safe. At least he hadn't crossed that line. Yuwon would kill him if he did. That would mean Yuwon wouldn't kill people that didn't go inside the circle. Myung-hoon looked up. Blood ran down his forehead. Feeling his forehead, he noticed there was a huge hole in the center. It almost felt like time was frozen. In the slow flow of time, Myung-hoon looked at Yuwon. Yuwon hadn't stepped outside of the circle. What? You thought you were safe if you stood there. The footsteps got closer and closer. Yuwon looked around while smiling widely. I've memorized all of your faces. Yuwon had left the circle. What happened? Myung-hoon fell to the floor. Before he lost consciousness, he managed to raise his head a little, and within his blurry vision, he saw him. He could no longer think. His body wobbled, and Yuwon was suddenly inverted. The sky and the ground switched places in his vision, and the world turned white. He no longer had any strength to hold up his body. After some moments, no one was able to survive under Yuwon's onslaught. There were piles of corpses gathered everywhere. The whole area was covered with blood and corpses. Several heads could be seen lying on the road. And with that, Yuwon's massacre of the enemies that tried to steal his essence ended. What a mess. Yuwon picked up his box and moved spots. Not minding the pool of blood around him, he crossed over it and walked right up to the gate, as if he had planned on being there from the beginning. Choi Jae-hyun couldn't believe what unfolded in front of his eyes. How is this even possible? Yuwon didn't make any big movements. He simply stood in his spot, cutting down people one at a time as they entered the circle. So when he finally left the circle, the people that were attacking Yuwon started fleeing instead. But it was useless. With his high dexterity stat, he caught up to them in the blink of an eye, chopping off their heads. So numbers didn't matter. Jae-hyun thought he was adjusting to this world pretty well. His base stats were high from the start, and after leveling quickly by hunting, he thought he should have been ahead of everyone else. That was a miscalculation. From the moment he thought an individual couldn't win against numbers, he had failed to grasp the essence of this world. There was no longer anyone who dared to challenge you. Since he's there, I can enter the gate right after I purchase the essence. Everyone in the crowd scrambled around, anxiously observing each other. That's when Jae-hyun stepped forward. I'll buy it. Surprised, Do-shik tried to stop Jae-hyun. Hyungnim, are you going to buy them? Do you even have the points? I asked the lackey earlier, and he told me he'd give me 500 points for this, Jae-hyun said while waving the weapon in his hand. It was the most expensive item he was able to buy in the shop, having paid 1,000 points for it. Despite having only used it for a few days, its value had plummeted by half. But still, Do-shik tried to stop him again. But Jae-hyun interrupted him saying, try and think this through, Do-shik. What do you think will happen if we try and kill someone here? Do-shik had a confused look at Jae-hyun's question. Frustrated, Jae-hyun let out a deep sigh before whispering, none of the essences he has was stolen. It was all obtained by hunting. How do you know that? How many monsters do you think he had to kill to get that strong? Do-shik went mute at Jae-hyun's question. He couldn't even fathom the sheer number of monsters that Yuan must have slaughtered the past 3 days to become that strong. It finally clicked in his brain how Yuan was able to collect so much essence. He had hunted that many monsters to raise his level so much. Besides, that guy, despite being able to, hasn't taken any of the essence from the guys he just killed. Jae-hyun stared at Yuan, who was waiting in front of the gate to conduct business. It was because of honor. If Yuan took and sold someone else's essence, that would ruin his plans. He wouldn't be trading, but thieving instead. Jae-hyun approached Yuan. Yuan didn't do a thing, as Jae-hyun held his hand out, showing that he intended to purchase essence. Jaehyun originally thought that the tutorial was a lawless zone. However, he realized he was wrong. Even though the laws of the old world no longer existed, it was impossible for something like a truly lawless zone to exist. As long as more than 3 people were present, there were bound to be at least some unspoken laws and rules. In this world, the law is written by the strong, Jaehyun thought, and currently, Yuan was the one calling the shots. Please give me 7. Jaehyun raised his hand for points exchange. Yuan nodded his head and shook hands with Jaehyun. The system window popped up notifying you obtained 700 points. As they were exchanging points, the people in the crowd started gossiping. Right? If we buy essences, we immediately move to the next tutorial. The first trade was made. Yuan grabbed 7 essences from the box and handed it to Jaehyun. Having collected 50 essences, Jaehyun crossed over into the gate. After that, me too. I want to buy it too. 7 for me. Does anyone have any spare points? I promise to pay you back in the next tutorial. The street had turned into a marketplace. While selling his essence, Yuan observed the trading between participants and the lackeys. That had appeared. In the tutorial shop, there was a sellback function. It was a way to get back the points you consumed by reselling the items you were using at the shop. Then the lackeys took the items they repurchased and sold them to participants of the next tutorial. This item is a bit damaged. I'll give you 300 points for it. That item is quite unpopular, so I can only give you 200 points. What? That's completely cheating. The participants voiced their anger at the prices that the lackeys proposed. Items that were purchased for 1,000 points were only being offered 300 or 400 points. Now, even going as low as 200 points. If it's 100 points per stat, wait a sec, 3 perception points. That's enough for 300 points, right? Some people even started selling their stat points. You obtained 700 points. You obtained 400 points. Yuan counted in his head as he sold off his essence. People were busy calling up lackeys to sell the items they had purchased. 100 points per stat. It was the definition of a scam. What a terrible deal. You obtained 1,100 points. Stats inherently had a higher value than points. Though there were many items and skills you could purchase from the shop, no matter how many points you had, you couldn't purchase stats with points. Yeah, sure, losing a few perception or constitution points might not seem like a big deal now. But, in the long run, it was a huge loss. After climbing even a few floors of the tower, they'd realize how valuable the stat points they had lost were. It's probably better than dying here, I guess. Total points possessed, 167,400. The sales progressed smoothly to the very end. Yuan nodded his head after checking how many points he had. It was much higher than he originally anticipated. It was a combination of the points from defeating the mother worm and the sales of the essence. I thought I was only going to be able to get 100k at best by the end of the 3rd tutorial. However, the tutorial had progressed much better than he anticipated. 160,000 points. Even inside the tower, this was quite a sum. It shouldn't have been possible to earn that many points in the tutorial. It might be possible now. Yuan got up from his spot. Ju-yun, who was waiting beside him, asked, "Are you finally going in?" Yuan turned his head to look at her. Beside her, Song-chan was also waiting for Yuan. "Why haven't you guys left yet? We wanted to go with you." Though it was only for a day, Ju-yun and Song-chan had been following Yuan. Yuan shook his head. It was a no-brainer. I don't have any intention of making any companions here. You don't have to consider us your companions. We're okay with being used as pawns again. And if you think we're no longer useful, you can toss us aside. Calling themselves pawns. That was no easy decision. Yuan was stunned at their answer. A smile spread on Yuan's face. It was true that hunting went much better thanks to these two. However, that didn't mean that they could walk the same path as him. There was almost no human that could walk beside Yuan. Without extraordinary talent, it was impossible to follow where Yuan was headed, let alone walk alongside him. Naturally, that applied to Ju-yun and Song-chan. Unfortunately, this is it. I also told this to the guy that just died, but don't try and latch onto someone else. You won't last long that way. Song-chan had a disappointed face after hearing that from Yuan, but they had half expected it. Still, disappointment is unavoidable when your hopes are crushed. Yuan shrugged his shoulders at the expressions on their faces. Besides, even if I wanted to go, I can't. Because I'm not going. What do you mean you're not going? Ju-yun and Song-chan were confused. Their faces turned hearing Yuan's words. Yuan flipped over his inventory pouch. Not a single thing fell out from inside it. It's because I don't have any more essence. Yuan tossed his inventory pouch onto the floor as if he no longer required it. Ju Yun was shocked. She picked up his pouch and verified that there was really nothing inside. You're serious? Ju Yun and Song Chan were dumbfounded. They had assumed that he had kept some for himself. What are you going to do now? You should have kept 50 for yourself. Yuan shrugged his shoulders. I told you. I'm not going. After hearing Yuan repeat himself, the two finally understood what he meant. By not going, he meant that he had no intention to move on to the next tutorial. What are you going to do? They were left speechless. Yuan's eyes went back and forth between his empty box and the people who were unable to purchase essence from him. Crossover already. This place is going to be a madhouse soon. Ju Yun and Song Chan looked at Yuan in a daze for a moment. Joyan hesitated for a moment, but Song Chan took her away. They instantly entered the gate to cross over to the next tutorial. Done doing business, Yuan got up while stretching his arms. There was about an hour and a half left. I think the next tutorial was defense. Quite a few people crossed over, so the next tutorial shouldn't be too hard. The tutorial wasn't called the tutorial for no reason. It was actually laid out in a simple structure compared to the various missions required. To climb the tower, the first was survival, the second was competition, the third was hunting, and the fourth was defense. Are you all sold out of essence? Even though one could easily see that there was no more essence, a middle-aged man wearing small framed glasses came up and asked Yuan. Yuan nodded his head and replied, "Stores closed." The man slumped to the ground after hearing his response. Other people had a similar reaction. After watching them for a moment, Yuan left. There was no longer a reason for him to remain there. It'll start soon. There were approximately 20 people left. Yuan knew they would start fighting each other to steal essence from one another. About half of them would survive while the other half died, and Yuan had no intentions of intervening and deciding who would live or die. That's why Yuan left. As soon as the major player in the center of the crowd vanished, people started moving, but Yuan had no time to pay attention to what they were up to. There was only about an hour left until the end of the tutorial. Shop. Yuan spoke up. Suddenly the whole area started trembling, just like in the underground dungeon. Yuan's words created a rupture out of thin air. This was a normal phenomenon when a lackey appeared during the tutorial. However, this rupture was much larger than Yuan expected. No way. It was exactly what Yuan thought it was. From inside the massive rupture, a familiar tall hobo came out. It was the tutorial's administrator. Did you call? The administrator spoke in an irritated tone. I wasn't calling for you, sir. What Yuan needed was the shop, and for that, he needed lackey's help. Unlike inside the tower, it was impossible to use the shop during the tutorial without a lackey. Why did you come instead of a lackey? I'm currently hiring some newbies because we lost a lot of guys, though we still need to lose a few more. The admin replied. Were you able to weed many of them out? Yuan was curious about the result of his report, so he asked. About 1 in 3 had a connection. Many of them took quite a lot of bribes. After leaving the management of the tutorial to the lackeys, the administrator hadn't intervened in the tutorial for a long time. But after the latest incident, the administrator was likely going to be busy for a while. And thanks to you, quite a few of my men got tied up in this sector, to the point that other sectors are facing delays. Why is that my fault? Yuan knew that he had created a lot of trouble for the admin, but it was also the admin's duty to keep everything in check, because over 100 people used the shop simultaneously to trade with you. The administrator wasn't wrong. It was rare for 2 or more participants in a sector to use the shop at the same time. Coupled with the fact that there were far more survivors in Hongdae compared to the other sectors, it wasn't odd that there weren't enough lackeys to meet the demands of all the people wanting to use the shop at the same time. Isn't that a good thing? The business was booming. But are you really that short on men? Coming here yourself just because someone wanted to use the shop. No matter how short on men he might be, an administrator was the highest authority of the tutorial. Operating the shop should be the job of a lowly lackey, so it was highly unusual that the administrator appeared in person for such a task. Well, that's certainly true. It's not just because of the shop. Then what is this about, sir? Yuan asked curiously. Are you really unaware of the position you're in? It took a second, but Yuan nodded his head, understanding what the administrator meant. Special administrative target. Yuan assumed that to be the position he was in right now. Special administrative targets referred to participants that needed supervision for really standing out and displaying strange behaviors. But when an administrator can't prove anything, they usually just let it slide. This administrator clearly had no intention of letting Yuan's existence slide. It would have been weirder if he didn't find Yuan suspicious, especially now. It's the end of the 3rd tutorial. and you currently hold over 160,000 points, not to mention your levels. You have enough power to destroy the entire ecosystem of the tutorial. Under normal circumstances, one should constantly feel like they don't have enough points during the tutorial because that was the only way to discern whether or not one had the qualifications to enter the tower. However, the number of points Yuan held far exceeded that of any other participant. That's exactly it. Yuan said while nodding his head, "That's what I want." There's no problem since that is the path I've chosen. The administrator was at a loss for words, seeing Yuan's brazen attitude, saying that he wanted to destroy the ecosystem of the tutorial. I have managed the tutorial for a truly long time, but I have never encountered someone quite like you. Yuan checked the time. While conversing with the administrator, 10 minutes had already passed. I want to use the shop. He no longer had time to continue chatting. Even if he was the administrator, he couldn't go against the rules of the tower and deny a participant the usage of the shop. The administrator held his hand out to Yuan and opened his palm. "Tell me what you need." From his palm was the size of Yuan's head. The shop's catalog opened up. Yuan browsed through the catalog. "Is this the extent of items I can purchase in the tutorial?" After looking through the catalog for 30 minutes, Yuan nodded his head. "Well, to start with," Yuan pointed his finger. "I'll take this, please." He had spent 10,000 points to purchase middle-class inventory. It can be activated by just saying or thinking the word inventory. Though Yuan purchased an item, there were no changes except the consumption of points. The personal inventory wasn't a visible item. Instead, it was like a convenient dimensional pocket where you could store items. Yuan flipped through the catalog and selected his next item. "Next, I'll buy the Arctic Steel Sword." Yuan had spent 50,000 points to just purchase. After making the purchase, he obtained Arctic Steel Sword. In Yuan's grasp, a pure white sword appeared. It cost a total of 50k points. It was the first proper item that Yuan purchased, but instead of trying out his new sword, open inventory. Yuan put his sword in his inventory in a hurry, and the Arctic Steel Sword vanished into thin air. The personal inventory was large enough for Yuan to store the few items he wanted and still have space remaining. The Arctic Steel Sword. You picked quite a challenging weapon. The administrator narrowed his eyes and stared at Yuan. He was clearly suspicious, but Yuan simply shrugged his shoulders and continued shopping. He spent another 60,000 points and purchased Pyromancy Robe. Pyromancy Robe was made from high-quality material and was infused with the highest level spell. It can protect the wearer from flames. The system notified you, you have spent 20,000 points. You have obtained Magic Nullification Shield. The Nullification Shield is able to nullify any type of magic attack. A crimson silk dragon robe and an azure-tinted round shield appeared above Yuan's head. He took off his old jacket. Yuan put on his crimson dragon robe and then tried out his new sword. It fits perfectly in his hand. Yuan draped the robe over his shoulders and wielded the shield. He had now spent a total of 140,000 points. They were all pretty valuable items. Items that cost more than 10k points were even usable pretty far up the tower. So these items were more than enough to disrupt the tutorial's ecosystem. Also, for ice crystals. Yuan again looked up the catalog to buy these. And in Yuan's hand, 4 crystal balls appeared. They were the width of a finger, and just like the Arctic Steel Sword, they were pure white. Yuan put the ice crystals into his inventory. The system notified you, you have spent 20,000 points. You have obtained 4 ice crystals. Now he only had 7,000 points remaining. Lastly, please give me a well-sharpened sword. Yuan asked the admin. The system notified you, you have spent 2,000 points. You have obtained a well-sharpened sword. Within Yuan's grasp, a cool-looking sword with a black hilt appeared. It was a pretty average sword and didn't have any special characteristics. Yet the reason why such a plain sword cost 2,000 points was that it was exceptionally sharp and durable. A sword that covers all the basics. That's quite the contrast compared to the overtly magical items. The admin tried to inquire Yuan's intentions, but Yuan shrugged it off with a simple answer, saying I quite like it. Points remaining, 5,400. Not a single participant in the tutorial should be able to pierce that robe. No one can touch you now, the administrator said with a questionable smile. Or at least the participants can't. Yuan didn't say anything. The administrator stared at Yuan for a while before turning away and walking back into the rupture. I have high hopes for you. The rupture swallowed the administrator. And that was the end of the trade with the administrator. Yuan recollected the face the administrator made and the words he said. Did he notice? It should have been expected. It would be strange if an entity like the administrator still hadn't caught on to Yuan's plans. I guess it doesn't matter. Yuan sat down to rest for the remaining time. It was crucial that he was in the best condition possible. And so, some amount of time passed. A ticking noise could be heard. It was truly a cruel sound. Tutorial stages with a time limit always tormented participants with the sound of the clock ticking right before it ended. Yuan looked up at the sky. So it's starting. It was the long-awaited moment. The clock finally reached 0, finalizing the third tutorial. The space itself started rupturing, showing the sign of destruction. You have failed the tutorial. The annihilation of the sector will now begin. The gate to cross over into the fourth tutorial disappeared. And it wasn't just that. The horde of monsters also disappeared, and the bizarre plants that wrapped around the buildings vanished as buildings returned back to their original layout. There were also some things that didn't change, such as the huge, invisible barrier that divided the sectors. But the biggest change was the sky. Long time no see. The sky turned scarlet, and the temperature suddenly spiked. Luckily, Yuan didn't feel too hot. Yuan checked the effects of the item he was wearing. Pyromancy robe. A robe enchanted with ancient magic. It's made from a special material. It does not burn, and has strong resistance to fire attributes. A strong resistance? Huh. It's not a bad item. It should work as a pretty good defensive item against fire even in the tower. It's definitely overkill to use it in the tutorial. Protection from hot weather would be a piece of cake for the robe. Needless to say, it was only Yuan who was receiving protection from the hot weather. Why is it so hot? Is this the end of the day? Please save me. Please. Yuan could hear screaming and crying in the distance. He turned his head towards the noise. So there are only 3 survivors. He could only hear and feel the presence of 3 people. The reason why those 3 were left behind is probably because all their essence combined totaled less than 50. They might have even surrendered their essence to someone else in order to avoid being murdered. Yuan started walking towards them. He couldn't feel the heat, but he could still tell that this place was getting progressively hotter. Why are you here? Why haven't you crossed over? The 3 people were confused to see Yuan. No one could have expected Yuan of all people to fail the tutorial. How could they? He was skilled enough to amass over 1,000 essence, far more than the required 50. Yuan glanced over their expressions. They looked as if they wanted something from Yuan. Did they want him to save them? But that was a pointless request. They were already drenched in sweat, their bodies unable to handle the heat. It looks like they're barely any different from normal people. This much heat should have been manageable if they had raised their constitution even a little bit. Yet they were sweating bullets, looking like they were about to faint at any moment. The earth shook, and the weather got as hot as it possibly could. It's so hot. The ground is shaking. Sounds of cracks could be heard everywhere. The ground split apart, and flames rose from the cracks. It burns. The cries of people started rising. Heat waves continued to spew out of the ground until one man finally caught fire. And not longer after, the lady next to him also caught on fire. Please save me. I'm begging you. Please. They reached out their hands toward you. Yuan thought about the ice crystals in his inventory. Would these 3 be able to live if he used the ice crystals to help them? He didn't get to be lost in thought for too long. Yuan shook his head and looked away. The world that had changed in a flash was laid out before his eyes. Yuan looked up at the sky. Annihilation, the 176th giant will now begin. The system notified. So it's begun. The sky turned a bright ruby red. The air wasn't getting any hotter, but the annihilation had already started. Everything was on fire with nowhere to escape. However, this world wouldn't call it annihilation over some fire and brimstone. A long, skinny hand shot out from the fissure in the ground. The hand was on fire, the flesh melting right off of it. The owner of the hand climbed out of the ground with great difficulty. It was a moving skeleton with almost no flesh. It wore clothes made of flames and held a torch in one hand. It was a trash-class demon, a skull. It wasn't alone. Coupled with flames, thin bones continued to pop out of the divided earth. Hundreds and thousands of skulls made their appearance. Yes, there sure are a lot. Yuan mumbled at the size of the horde. Trash-class demons were creatures that barely even qualified as demons. Technically, they were more like servants of demons, which is why they were called trash class. Demons were one of the ruling races of the tower, along with gods, giants, and dragons. Such beings appearing in the tutorial were illogical. That's why it was called an annihilation. The ground rumbled, and all the skulls stopped in their tracks, looked in the direction of an unknown something, and bowed their heads to it. That could only signify one thing. The low-class demon, Sarutra, has appeared. The system notified. It really appeared. A huge figure started appearing under the flames. Yuan smiled as he greeted the creature that changed the landscape into hell with its appearance. So we meet here, Surutra. One might be unimpressed because it was called low class, but a demon was still a demon. And if it really was the 176th giant that Yuan remembered, it should be more than capable of easily slaying a dragon hatchling. It wasn't this small during Ragnarok. He's only about as big as a house right now. A gigantic hand surfaced from the magma like subterranean fire. With a skull face and a majored body, Surutra wielded a giant flaming sword. It looked up at the sky with great pride and arrogance. Surutra was the annihilation that had descended on this tutorial sector. And so another world is swallowed up by the tower. Surutra appeared to be deep in contemplation. The fiery words it spoke were laced with all sorts of strong emotions like anger, resentment, and hatred. Being the 176th child, it was among the weaker children of Surtur, but in terms of appearance, it resembled Surtur the most. A world doomed to burn and vanish should have never been born. He got interrupted when he heard a voice. Hey, Surutra. Surutra's head turned. Compared to the giant, Yuan looked as small as a mouse. Unhappy its brooding was interrupted, Surutra glared down at Yuan. Are you going through menopause? Why are you so emotional when you're only the 176th child? Now stop being so moody, and let's get started. Surutra looked at Yuan and noticed his fiery eyes. He lowered his head and looked at Yuan. Upon taking a close look, surprise dawned on its face. You have the same eyes as him. Yuan immediately knew what Surutra meant by him because Yuan currently had the eyes of the monkey from Mount Huagua. Surutra's put on a devilish smile. It was likely reminiscing an old memory. I wonder, will you also be able to escape from here? The ground rose up, forming a giant, flaming chair. Surutra had used magic to create a throne so it could sit and look down at Yuan fighting. Once the demon sat down on its high resting place, it raised its flaming sword up high. All the surrounding skulls started to approach Yuan, and once they were close enough to him, Yuan held the sword and charged forward. Yuan's new item, the well-sharpened sword, broke apart one skull's cranium, and simultaneously, the skull's body exploded, and a black flame swallowed up Yuan. Impressive. Surutra couldn't help but compliment Yuan on taking down a skull with a single slash. The smoke from the explosion subsided, and Yuan resurfaced from the black clouds. A normal person would have been burnt to a crisp from that explosion, but Yuan's level and constitution were already far beyond that of a normal person, reaching that of a superhuman. Also, the strength of items definitely couldn't be overlooked. Unharmed by the flames. That's no normal robe. Surutra recognized what Yuan was wearing. It was an item with a remarkably strong resistance to fire. Did you prepare that so you could defeat me? Pyromancy robe has negated the heat from a skull. Pyromancy robe increased the resistance against fire attribute attacks. Yuan shrugged his shoulders at Surutra's question. Nothing beats paying to win. Yuan looked around at the skulls surrounding him. I won't be running away, Surutra. Yuan smirked. He looked around at the surrounding skulls before looking up at Surutra sitting high on its throne. The tip of Yuan's sword slowly rose, pointing at Surutra. Because I'm going to defeat you. Surutra stared at the tip of Yuan's sword. Maybe it was due to its fiery anger, but the skulls that Surutra commanded stopped moving. You'll defeat me, you say? The crimson skies shook from its anger. The ground became even hotter, scorching flames rising violently from the crevices. Such arrogant and impudent words. Despite overflowing with anger, Surutra did not descend from its throne. Instead, it continued to look down at Yuan while resting its chin on its hand. Say that after you have managed to reach me, foolish human. Let's see how much longer you can last. The skull demons started to move again. Surutra managed to cool its anger and continue controlling its servants. Yuan scratched his head, knowing that this would be the case. There was no way Surutra would move from such light provocation. It really doesn't like getting off its throne, does it? Yuan had no choice now but to get close to Surutra itself. You're all talk, aren't you? Yuan started rotating his ankles while staring at the giant horde of skulls. Yuan jumped high into the center of the horde and landed in the midst of the horde, destroying everything in his way with a single slash. You have leveled up. The system notified. Yuan spun, creating momentum at the end of his sword. He swung it around as if he was a cutter. In an instant, 6 skulls were cut down. As Yuan destroyed the skulls, he noticed the fiery explosion. A flurry of explosions followed, and a thick smoke once again enveloped Yuan. Yuan was able to dodge the explosion with the help of the shield he bought. The magic nullification shield. It had excellent magic resistance and cost a whopping 20,000 points. It was one of the items Yuan purchased specifically to protect himself in this fight. From within the smoke, Yuan jumped out while holding the huge shield. Yuan again charged towards the skulls and managed to kill multiple of them at the same time, creating a huge explosion. As Yuan retreated to avoid the explosion, he heard a voice. You leveled up. It was the system message. Agility, stamina, and magic increased by 1. Yuan thought that was always a delightful message to hear. After fighting for 2 hours, he had already leveled up 3 times, and the distribution of stats wasn't so bad either. Constitution, which was an essential stat at the moment, and arcane power, the hardest stat to raise, both increased. Yuan let out a deep sigh. Thanks to the increase in constitution, it relieved a bit of the tension in his lungs, but he still felt a bit cooked from breathing in nothing but hot air for 2 hours. Those skulls didn't have that strong of an attack. Their post-death explosions were problematic, not because they dealt a lot of damage, but because they were unavoidable. Without a ranged attack, I have no choice but to take their explosions head-on. Yuan was the kind of guy that liked to jump in and fight in the center of the battle. He did have Mana Blast in his arsenal, but that skill required too much mana. It wasn't a viable strategy for prolonged combat. As for my shield, a chip started to form in the magic nullification shield. It was at a point where it required maintenance. It's starting to reach its limit. Yuan had killed almost 1,000 skulls in the past 2 hours. It wasn't surprising that the shield was reaching its breaking point after taking all those explosions. Hey, Surutra. While looking at the greatly thinned horde of skulls, Yuan talked to Surutra for the first time in 2 hours. Why don't you come on down already and let these small fry go home? Yuan's words made the red vein on Surutra's forehead convulse. Yuan had gotten pretty close to Surutra, to the point that he could reach Surutra whenever he felt like it. Surutra finally stopped resting its chin on its arm and got up. They truly are amazing items. As Surutra spoke, Yuan knew that the inevitable is coming. He has to fight the giant to accomplish his goals. Surutra suddenly jumped up, and in a flash, Surutra's giant body landed directly in front of Yuan. The ground shook. After descending from its throne, Surutra swung its gigantic sword up onto its shoulder. I'm honestly quite curious how you were able to get a hold of such items in the tutorial. Facing Surutra up close, Yuan felt far greater pressure than he had been experiencing. Surutra broiled the already hot air, to the point that it penetrated the heat resistance of the pyromancy robe. It was as expected of Surtur's child. What about you? Shouldn't you feel ashamed for going on a rampage in the tutorial? It is simply a punishment for those who are not worthy. I do find it odd, though. Surutra spoke. Surutra pointed its gigantic sword at Yuan. You are worthy. You have what it takes to climb the expansive tower and become a ranker. So why are you here? Did you perhaps sacrifice yourself for a comrade? Didn't I tell you already? Yuan said while picking his ear, annoyed by how loud Surutra was. I'm going to defeat you. You'll defeat me? Surutra erupted into laughter. I see. Well then, it's only right that I face you. Surutra raised its giant sword to the sky. Yuan looked up at the sword. The sword, enveloped in demon fire, looked hot enough to burn everything in the world to ashes. This will be it. Yuan clenched his teeth and held up his shield. He had already accumulated enough fiery aura inside his body and was ready for everything to be over. As Surutra's sword started descending, the magic nullification shield started displaying more fractures. The shield suddenly broke under the intense pressure of Surutra. Surutra's flaming sword landed directly on Yuan, crushing him into the ground. Yuan tensed his body to try and endure it. Yuan and Sun Ogong were never really all that close. As a battle maniac, Sun Ogong constantly nagged Yuan to fight him. Sun Ogong's reason was quite simple because it was fun. The main reason Sun Ogong won was his eyes, the golden cinder eyes. How I got these? Yuan once asked Sun Ogong. He had to know in case he ever needed to return to the past to escape from the war. It was quite unusual. Do you remember the tutorial? Which one? Number 3. Yeah, I failed that one. Well, there's a reason why I failed, but that's not what's important. What's important is what came after. Do you know what the annihilation that came to the tutorial was? Yuan silently stared at Sun Ogong, signaling him to go on. Enjoying Yuan's company, Sun Ogong smirked as he continued talking. Okay, listen closely. These eyes were. In the middle of Hongdae, a giant hole was created. The ground caved in from the flames of the sword. Surutra looked down into the hole created by the flame sword. The hole was smoldering with crimson fire. This fire would never die unless Surutra ran out of power. Surutra thought that no matter how great the items he possessed were, Yuan should have either died or at least been gravely injured. How odd. It appeared to Surutra that Yuan purposely took the attack instead of dodging it. But why did Yuan purposely take on the hellfire? Surutra pondered while looking down into the depth of the crater. The ground beneath Surutra started trembling. He was confused as to what was happening. At that moment, from within the fiery pit, Yuan slowly walked out, his body scorched black. I thought I'd die from how hot it was. Yuan and Sun Ogong were never really all that close. As a battle maniac, Sun Ogong constantly nagged Yuan to fight him. Sun Ogong's reason was quite simple, because it was fun. Yuan found Sun Ogong annoying because of that. He wouldn't stop pestering Yuan for a fight when Yuan didn't enjoy fighting all that much in the first place. Yuan repeatedly lost against Sun Ogong. After hundreds of fights, Yuan had only managed to beat Sun Ogong a couple of times. There were a few reasons for that. Rui Jingu, the staff capable of extending infinitely. Flying Nimbus, the first cloud to ever come into existence, capable of raining down thunder and reaching the ends of space with its speed. And the infinite amount of arcane power he had gained by eating all the peaches of immortality in the heavenly peach garden, a treasure of the heavenly realm. However, none of them were the main reason why Sun Ogong was so hard to fight against. It was his eyes, the golden cinder eyes. While breathing out the fiery aura built up in his body, and his irises had turned scarlet. You have fulfilled the conditions for the hidden piece. Monkey's eyes will evolve. The system window popped up. The eyes are capable of observing and seeing through all of creation. The second stage of the golden cinder eyes. The power of the high ranker, the great sage, heaven's equal. A rank skill. It was nothing compared to Master of Mana, an authority of an administrator, but S rank. Skills should have been unattainable in the tutorial anyways. And rank skills were so rare that even rankers only possessed a few of them. What was really great is that Cinder Eyes already had over 10% proficiency. The higher the rank of the skill, the harder it was to raise its proficiency. So, taking that into account, 12% honestly felt like cheating. You have obtained Cinder Eyes. Surutra's fire was indeed hot. But it wasn't just hot. Yuan's entire body was engulfed in flame, burning his skin off. It was a level of pain that would have made anyone with weak focus and mental fortitude go insane. That was what he felt while wearing the pyromancy robe. But what about Sun Ogong? His body defies all logic. Without any special items, Sun Ogong was able to hold his ground against Surutra until he obtained the Cinder Eyes. Sun Ogong told Yuan that he was physically on another level from birth. Turned out he wasn't exaggerating. Yuan stared back at Surutra, and when their eyes locked, Surutra's eyes widened. Your eyes. Everything looked new with his flaming eyes. His body's senses felt as fired up as a forge's roaring furnace, and he felt as if he was constantly in the heat of battle. So this is Cinder Eyes. There were 3 stages to the Golden Cinder Eyes. The first is Monkey's Eyes. Eyes that Sun Ogong, the monkey of Mount Huagua, possessed. The second was Cinder Eyes. Eyes that swallowed demon fire. The only way to awaken the Cinder Eyes was to swallow a demon's fire with the hidden piece of the tutorial and imbue them into your eyes. I never thought a day would come when I would respect that idiot. Yuan thought in mind. Thanks, Surutra. The high ranker's power had now descended into Yuan's eyes. Yuan extended his arm, and the space in front of him started to ripple. It was his mid-grade personal inventory. Yuan reached both his hands into his inventory, and from within, he pulled out a weapon and a medicine ball. The icy aura of the Arctic steel sword seeped into Yuan's body. It started to cool him down. It collided with the fiery aura that had accumulated within his body, and the two nullified each other. This, of course, wasn't all that Yuan had prepared. Now, why don't we get started? Do you want to get started? Surutra smirked faintly. It was shocked after seeing Yuan walk out of the flaming pit, but the surprise didn't last too long. Yuan's body was covered in burns, not to mention he was unable to dissipate the fiery aura from within his body. And what exactly do you want to start when your body's in such a state? It was only natural for Surutra to look down on Yuan. It was not only the child of the giant Surtur, it was also a demon, one of the races that ruled the tower. Though it was weaker due to the restrictions of the tutorial, it still couldn't help but look at the gravely wounded Yuan as nothing more than a pest. This is nothing. Yuan swallowed the 2 medicine balls. You have consumed an ice crystal. You have consumed an ice crystal. Your body temperature steadily drops. The system notified. Surutra squinted its eye, closely observing the sword in Yuan's hand. A sword with a white blade and hilt. The oddly colored, simple-looking sword radiated an icy aura that felt like one-touch would give you frostbite. And also the ice crystal that Yuan consumed to subside the fiery energy inside his body. The neutralizing status effect, burn. The system notified. Attribute, cold energy has been added to your arcane power. The extreme heat and awful burn that enveloped Yuan disappeared. But in their place, a deep chill took over his body. Yuan started breathing out the frost. And even though he was still surrounded by a sea of fire, he could no longer feel the heat. It was thanks to the 2 ice crystals he consumed and the Arctic steel sword in his hand. I actually feel a bit chilly now. The ice crystals and the Arctic steel sword possessed an aura that was the polar opposite of fire, especially the Arctic steel sword. It was forged from a glacier and was sharper than most steel swords. The Arctic steel sword possessed a powerful icy aura, but as a side effect, it slowly froze the user. That's why. This just might be doable. Surutra flinched from the aura emanating from the sword. It realized that the aura coming off of Yuan and the sword could actually hurt it. Now that Yuan had obtained the Cinder Eyes, it was finally time to defeat Surutra. Yuan stepped foot onto the level ground as Surutra's sword swung down at him. A giant flame engulfed Yuan. Instead of trying to dodge it, he swung his sword at the fire. Pyromancy Robe is resisting Surutra's flames of annihilation. Pyromancy Robe has gained additional resistance against fire attribute attacks. Yuan used his full power to resist Surutra's attack. This was an attack that just moments ago broke the magic nullification shield and almost killed Yuan. Cinder Eyes are resisting Surutra's flames of annihilation. Pyromany Robe is absorbing Surutra's flames of annihilation. Your body temperature is rapidly decreasing. However, in a short span of time, things changed greatly. Resisting status effect, burn. Surutra eyes flinched as he looked at Yuan, resisting the same attacks that buried him underground before. Cinder Eyes, Pyromancy Robe, as well as the Ice Crystal and the Arctic Steel Sword. The combined forces of the skills and items allowed Yuan to cut through Surutra's flames. Yuan managed to cut a path through the flames for himself. Leaping high into the air, Yuan entered Surutra's personal space near its waist and slashed Surutra's torso, cutting through its armor of fire. Surutra screamed in agony. The Arctic Steel Sword was indeed great at cutting. In return for slowly freezing the user with its icy aura, the sword was capable of slicing and freezing almost anything. Hot blood spouted from the wound to Surutra's torso. It was working. Normally, such a feat would be inconceivable because one couldn't normally pierce through Surutra's armor of fire, even with high strength and arcane power stats. Yet Yuan had managed to do exactly that thanks to the power of the Arctic Steel Sword and the ice crystals. Surutra became enraged, its body slowly turning black, and from within its hand, a crimson and black infernal flame materialized. The onyx-colored flame was most definitely a threat. I need to dodge it. Yuan activated one of the powers of the Cinder Eyes, Battle Prediction. Yuan's vision was tinted red thanks to the power of Cinder Eyes, and within his vision, a path was drawn. He could instinctively feel it. That was where he had to move to. Surutra's black flames started incinerating the entire area. The black flames differed from the normal fire that was prevalent until a moment ago. Instead of simply scorching the ground, these flames were capable of completely melting the earth away. It was one of the authorities of a demon, the ability to call forth hellfire. Thankfully, Yuan was able to avoid being incinerated by the black flames, but he was unable to come out fully unscathed. He tried to dissipate the heat with the Arctic Steel Sword, but it was no use. He wasn't strong enough to fight against Surutra yet. You have consumed an ice crystal. You have consumed an ice crystal. 2 crystals weren't enough. Yuan pulled out the other 2 ice crystals from his inventory and swallowed them. You are now affected by the status effect, frostbite. Your body temperature greatly drops. The icy aura of the Arctic Steel Sword had been gradually taking over Yuan's body. Despite the fact that he was being blasted with heat, his body was now full of icy aura. To get burned and frostbite at the same time. Yuan had faced all sorts of situations in the tower, but this was the first time he had experienced anything like this. It won't last much longer. The ice attribute was a natural weakness for a giant of fire like Surutra, but the problem was that Yuan wasn't physically capable of handling so much icy aura yet. I need to finish this quickly. With this icy aura, he could somewhat fight against Surutra's flames. His heart and chest felt like they were now frozen solid. Feeling as if he was suffocating from the cold, Yuan let out a deep breath, barely managing to exhale some of the icy aura within him. While he was exhaling, Surutra's sword descended upon him. The black flames split apart the earth. Yuan twisted his body, dodging the attack, moving away from the melting ground. There is no reason for me to reserve my mana anymore, Yuan thought. Yuan's sword flashed with bright light. He activated the skill, Arcane Sword. Yuan ran towards Surutra. Yuan jumped at Surutra's legs. He was running out of time. He no longer had the luxury of conserving his mana. The arcane sword extended a few inches beyond the Arctic steel sword. Yuan swung his sword against Surutra's leg with all his might. Yuan inflicted a clean cut on Surutra's leg. Surutra cried in agony. Losing its balance from the loss of one leg, Surutra fell to its knees with a thud. Searching for Yuan, Surutra quickly raised its head, but before it could find him, Skill Mana Blast activated. A white ball of ice mana flew right into Surutra's face. Surutra was stunned for a moment before he could react. A mana blast reinforced with the power of the ice crystal landed a direct hit to Surutra's face, creating a huge blast of ice energy. Surutra's flaming head froze in an instant. This caused Surutra to lose its balance and sway, but it didn't last long. For Yuan, disrupting Surutra's balance for just a moment was more than enough. I can see it. With the power of the Cinder Eyes, the world appeared like it had slowed down a tempo. Fire rose from Surutra's head once again. Surutra might have a weakness against ice, but the difference in power between Surutra and Yuan was far too great. Surutra's swaying body was definitely large, but it wasn't impossible to climb up, so Yuan got on top of Surutra's back. Feeling Yuan standing on its neck, Surutra shook its head. You insolent punk. How dare you? You're a brat that hasn't even climbed the tower yet. Surutra spoke in a rage. Flames started raging across Surutra's body. They were the flames of annihilation. It was a fire that was mixed with black hellfire, the fire that would destroy this tutorial. And Yuan was not yet at a level where he could handle these flames. Attribute, Cold Energy is resisting Surutra's flames of annihilation. The system notified. Pyromancy Robe is resisting Surutra's flames of annihilation. Yuan had prepared various countermeasures against Surutra's fire. However, even with all those preparations, his body was still being burnt black. That was the power of the third tutorial's annihilation and the gap in power between Yuan and Surutra. Cinder Eyes is resisting Surutra's flames of annihilation. Cinder Eyes is absorbing Surutra's flames of annihilation. But, still, Yuan was standing his ground with only his sheer will. You have failed to resist Surutra's flames of annihilation. Status effect, Burn increased to level 2. The system started giving off warnings. Status effect, Burn increased to level 3. Yuan held his Arctic sword embedded with the power of the skill Arcane Sword. It flashed. Your fire resistance increased by 1. Yuan managed to get on top of Surutra's head. The low-class demon Surutra only possessed a single fatal weakness. I'll be the one to win. He spoke loudly as he wielded his Arctic steel sword in reverse. Surutra screamed after realizing that Yuan had managed to get on its head. Wait. Yuan's sword dug deep into its head, and the sword slowly dissipated the icy aura into Surutra. The attack created a wave of chilly aura that spread everywhere. The Arctic steel sword forged from pure ice broke under the huge pressure of different energies colliding together. As a result, the flames of annihilation on Surutra's body were extinguished. And then, you have defeated the annihilation of the tutorial. Yuan laughed out loud as he put his broken sword inside his inventory. You have leveled up. I finally did it. I finally achieved my goal of defeating the giant. Yuan finally felt at ease and breathed a sigh of relief. And to think that this was only the start of everything that he planned on doing moving forward. He let out a cheerful smile. You have leveled up. The system messages started popping one after another, and Yuan gained multiple levels. With a single fight. This really is a turbulent journey, you idiots, he mumbled while remembering his comrades. That decided to send him back to the past. This was just the third tutorial. He still had a long way to go. While his consciousness faded, sweet messages continued to ring in his head. You have accomplished an inconceivable achievement. Due to accomplishing an impossible achievement, the calculation of your reward will be delayed. The system notified. After passing out on the ground, quite a bit of time passed before Yuan managed to wake up. He wondered how many hours had gone by. His body was still a mess. Seeing how he had just managed to gain consciousness with none of his burns having healed yet, Yuan assumed not too many hours had passed. Yuan's whole body ached from the burns. And that wasn't the last of it. The icy aura is still the same. The burns weren't his biggest problem. It was the icy aura that remained inside him after handling the Arctic steel sword and 4 ice crystals. Yuan's lips were cracked dry, yet his insides felt frozen over. Simply put, his body was a wreck. I almost died. That was the first thought Yuan had after waking up. He really had approached the brink of death. It could have gone really bad if I had been even a little slower. And with that, Yuan had obtained Cinder Eyes, the thing he really needed to obtain. In the tutorial, it was the halfway point to obtaining the golden Cinder Eyes. After getting up, Yuan saw that he was surrounded by skull remains and Surutra's corpse. Yuan's guess was that he must have tumbled off of Surutra's head after losing consciousness. I actually defeated him. However, the tutorial had yet to end. How is this not the end? Yuan couldn't help but laugh to himself. It kinda looks ugly now that the fire is extinguished, but it's not a normal corpse. Yuan walked towards Surutra's corpse. Yuan climbed up Surutra's corpse. With the fires extinguished, Surutra's body looked quite unimpressive. It looked like the corpse of a normal giant. However, this was no normal corpse. Every single byproduct of a demon's corpse is an item. Demons were beings of high prestige that one could normally only see on the upper floors of the tower. And even then, Surutra was quite special for having been born as Surtur's child, even if it was only a low-class demon. Yuan rummaged through Surutra's corpse. He tore out a rib before digging into its chest until he found an empty space. Well, almost empty. Yuan's eyes flashed as he looked inside the empty space. There it is. He found a bright red orb. It was located around Surutra's heart, but it was more like a gem than a heart. This orb was both Surutra's heart and the source of its powers. Giant's heart. It can be used as an elixir. The heart of the demon giant Surutra. Born in the Fire Nation, Surutra exuded the strength of a giant and a fiery aura with this heart. It holds a great amount of mana and the power of a giant. Yuan pulled out Surutra's heart and firmly held it in his hand, feeling the intense heat. I want to take it right now. Yuan inspected the status of his body, but that might be difficult. Giant's heart was a pretty dangerous elixir. Not only did it hold a great amount of mana, it was an elixir that changed the musculoskeletal structure of the person that consumed it. It required a great amount of stamina to intake so much power. Right now, Yuan's body was a wreck after the fight with Surutra. On top of that, the icy aura from the Arctic steel sword and ice crystals was still inside him, so there was a great chance that the icy aura would dilute the fiery aura. As Yuan was pondering over the giant's heart, he heard a voice. Are you finished? Yuan turned around to see the source of the voice behind him. He replied after putting the giant's heart in his inventory, You are here again. That is my line to say. The admin replied in an irritated tone. I'm about halfway done. I already heard an earful from the other guys because of you, and now you. The administrator shook his head and let out a deep sigh. He must have had a pretty big headache. The administrator massaged his forehead. He knew what was coming. The balance of this tutorial is completely messed up. Yet even while voicing his frustrations, the administrator couldn't do a thing to Yuan. Administrators were beings that had to precisely follow the rules of the tower. As long as Yuan continued to act within the rules of the tower, his insane rampage would continue. Well, you are first going to go to the final area. The 4th tutorial is currently in progress, and it's almost over. It's almost over? Yuan realized that he must have actually been passed out for a while. The 4th tutorial's theme was a defense that lasted a whole day. He had assumed that he wouldn't be able to join the 4th tutorial midway, but things were progressing much faster than he had anticipated. How much time is left? There are 4 hours remaining. You can just relax and wait until then. 4 hours, you say? The 5th tutorial was the final trial required to enter the tower. Because of that, it had the highest difficulty, as well as the longest duration. Yuan nodded his head. Okay, that'll be enough. I would hope so. Has the reward been decided yet? It seems like it took you quite a bit of time. Yuan inquired the admin. It took a long time to decide what to give you because I had to consult the other guys. This time, the other guys that the administrator was referring to were probably the administrators of other floors. That meant that this was a decision so hard, a single administrator couldn't decide by himself. This was honestly not a surprise. Even though it was weakened by the intervention of the tower, a new B that has yet to even Complete the tutorial defeated Sarutra. In the first place, Sarutra was meant to bring annihilation to the tutorial area. It was not intended to be defeated at all. You have obtained 10,000 points. You have obtained the skill Heaven-Slaying Star. All your stats increased by 3. Yuan was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't anticipated that he'd be given a skill, Heaven-Slaying Star. However, a skill by the name of Heaven-Slaying Star didn't exist within Yuan's memories. A skill I've never heard of. Yuan thought that he knew most of the high-rank skills. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Heaven-Slaying Star, you possess the fate and talent to slay the heavens. From here on, your fate and worth will change depending on what the life you kill is worth. Your stats increase depending on the number of opponents killed, as well as who your opponents were. All stats increased by 3. I bet it's something pretty good. Yuan quickly checked his new skill. Yuan found the rank satisfactory, but the effect was a bit underwhelming. Still, an increase for all stats was definitely a plus. This is definitely better than any mediocre skill. It wasn't necessarily a good thing for a skill to be high rank. Completion rate. Yuan looked closely at the completion rate that was in place of proficiency. Does this mean it's not a complete skill yet? Though rare, there were growth-type items in this world that grew stronger with the user over time. Whatever the case is, there's probably no better skill to compensate for my lack of stats. Yuan paid no mind to the 10,000 points he was rewarded. Do you require anything else? Yuan nodded at the administrator's question. Please give me one lesser scarlet medicine ball. You're not even batting an eye while buying such an expensive item. The administrator grumbled while handing a bright red medicine ball to Yuan. You have spent 10,000 points. You have obtained a lesser scarlet medicine ball. Yuan took it from him. The great scarlet medicine ball was a far more effective item, but that wasn't something he could purchase right now, as it cost hundreds of thousands of points to buy it from the shop. He had no choice but to be satisfied with his current purchase. Anything else? That's it for me. Then wait here for a bit. Take that and get some good rest. And with those words, the administrator vanished. Yuan put the medicine ball in his mouth and started chewing. It tasted like it was made with every single bitter plant in the world. You have absorbed the lesser scarlet medicinal ball. Magic power and stamina increased by 1. Yuan swallowed the lesser scarlet medicine ball and sat down on the ground. He could feel a refreshing energy circulate within his body. He closed his eyes and let his heart absorb the energy of the medicine ball. Your injuries and stamina start to recover quickly. There were 4 hours remaining. Within that time, he had to heal from his burns and injuries while preparing for the 5th tutorial. I lost too much time from fainting. I also need to consume Sarutra's heart. Time passed quickly. Was it because he took the medicine ball? Yuan's wreck of a body started healing rapidly. Time continued to flow. Yuan had closed his eyes waiting for the 4th tutorial to end. He opened his eyes, instinctively feeling the will of the tower calling for him. It's starting. Yuan got up from his spot, and at that moment, the air around him started to vibrate. His body floated up, and his vision started to blur. Like paint being mixed together, the sky and the ground blended into black. Yuan floated high up in the air as if he was being separated from the world, and his sights changed, disconnecting from this world and connecting to a different world. The world that had condensed together and turned black suddenly separated, and another world made of completely different colors appeared. The last tutorial will begin. The air that had turned hot from the battle with Sarutra turned cool. The sky was clear, and there was the scent of salty ocean. And in front of Yuan, a great forest could be seen spanning the horizon. Yuan raised his head to look in front. A lot of people started appearing around Yuan. Where is this? Is this the 5th tutorial? There are a lot of people here. How big is this place? There were approximately a little over 100 people. Some people were on alert, thinking that there were too many people. That was because up until now, some of the missions required people to attack each other. This is the first place where tutorial participants from various worlds will gather for the first time. This was the starting point where people from an infinite number of worlds gathered for the massive world that was the tower. And the tutorial called this place the collective world. The final tutorial will now begin. People murmured after being told that this was the final tutorial. Final? As in the last one? So it's finally going to be over? No way. It's called the tutorial. Can you please shut up? In the midst of the crowd, there were some people who didn't like the commotion. The messages continued. Barraganda Island is slowly sinking into the sea. Barraganda Island was a huge island located in the midst of the ocean. There is only one condition needed to prove your worth in order to escape the island. Defeat the boss at the peak of the island. You will be given a score depending on your contribution towards defeating the boss. The final reward will be decided based on the score and how long it took for the boss to fall. The time limit is 30 days. Once the time limit passes, the island will sink completely. Time limit: 720 hours. What? A month? Maybe because of the unexpectedly long time limit, a lot of people voiced their shock. Up until now, the tutorial was at most 4 days long, with some tutorials being as short as 1 hour. Therefore, it couldn't be helped that they were surprised by the sudden large increase in the time limit. However, this news didn't bring chaos or anything. In fact, most people looked relieved by it, since it meant that they didn't have to raise their weapons and fight the people around them. Also, having more time was better for achieving a specific goal. However, some of them must have noticed. Yuan saw that a few people in the crowd were tensing up rather than relaxing. Why we were given such a long time limit? A month's time. It was so much time that the duration was long enough for people to get complacent. However, they weren't given a month for nothing. It meant that they had a month to get as strong as possible in order to achieve their objective, which was a single boss. Most of them couldn't even fathom how strong the boss had to be. Maybe it was because these were people that had managed to make it to the last tutorial, but one by one, the participants started to get moving. And inevitably, have you all heard that? I think it was meant for us to meet up like this. Why don't we form a team together? Things started off with people forming groups. Should we? That sounds good to me. Why don't we take this opportunity to learn each other's names? I refuse. An authoritative voice rang through the area, capturing everyone's attention. Yuan also shifted his sights to the source of the voice. Who said you could just become my comrade? A comrade should be someone I can trust my sides and back with. That's why I'll pick my own comrades. Hargan mocked the people whose attention he garnered. By the looks of it, I don't think you guys are worthy of being my comrades. The man continued to mock them. What did you just say? One of them angrily called out. Right. He was here as well. Yuan noticed a familiar person from the tower. You arrogant prick. When a guy standing next to a white-robed man took a step towards him, around the man, an electric field made from an immense amount of mana continued to convulse around him. With a yellow electric blast, every single person around white-robed man was sent flying into the air. The people stopped in their tracks, stunned at witnessing the scene. It was a blonde-haired, golden-eyed man wrapped in a white cloth. His white outfit looked out of place in the chaos of the tutorial. The man's name was Hargan, the self-proclaimed successor of Olympus, a descendant of Zeus. Hargan looked at his surroundings with an arrogant look on his face. You guys are nothing but cannon fodder. What was that? Was that a skill? It was a very powerful electric attack, annihilating everyone within a 5-meter radius. Despite having just made enemies out of almost 100 participants, Hargan looked unconcerned. To already be this strong at the start of the 5th tutorial, Yuan nodded his head. No wonder he got the tower's attention. Even on the lower floors of the tower, it was rare to see someone with this much arcane power, but Hargan was no normal tutorial participant. He was a being of a different class compared to your average tutorial participants. So that's the power of a pureblood. Purebloods referred to beings that were selected to climb the tower after being born and raised. Inside the tower, purebloods had already experienced the tower's magnificence from the moment they were born, so it was only natural that they possessed far greater power compared to people who had only just been selected to participate in the tutorial. And thus the fairness of this game ends here. He was also the one who made the biggest contribution in defeating the boss during my previous life. Yuan quickly finished reminiscing about the past and decided to stop paying attention to Hargan. Yuan had no intention of getting too involved with him. What Hargan remarked. In the midst of exuding electricity to threaten those around him, he spotted Yuan. While everyone else was standing still, paying close attention to him, Yuan was walking away somewhere. Hey you! Shouted Hargan, looking at Yuan. Yuan stopped in his tracks and turned his head. In an instant, Hargan had walked over to Yuan and now stood right in front of him. Are you talking to me? Yuan said. What are you? Hargan asked with a curious look. Isn't that a pyromancy robe? Having resided in the tower for a long time, Hargan seemed to know about the pyromancy robe, although that wasn't very surprising. Olympus was a group full of rankers, so Hargan had probably seen the robe during his time in Olympus. Yuan answered you're right while thinking about how things might have been about to get annoying. How did you get this? This item shouldn't be something you can obtain in the tutorial. I bought it. With points. Yuan said in an irritated tone. He was annoyed by Hargan. You bought it? Yuan's short answer, as if it was an easy and obvious thing, put a confused look on Hargan's face. On the other hand, Hargan was also equipped with items far better than what the average participant could ever have. Hargan showed a sudden interest in Yuan, realizing that the man who was wearing the pyromancy robe was different from the other participants. "What's your level?" asked Hargan. "Don't you know that it's impolite to ask someone their level?" Yuan replied calmly. "You're not wrong. But is that already a common practice in the tutorial?" Hargan asked while scratching his head. He then nodded his head, saying, "Okay, I understand. I won't ask about your level again. Instead, would you like to form a team with me?" The pyromancy robe must have seriously piqued Hargan's interest. His face looked like he was waiting for Yuan to say yes. Hargan must have thought that Yuan would definitely accept his offer since Yuan should have seen his display of might. However, not particularly. "See ya." Yuan didn't find much merit in Hargan's offer. Hargan blinked in silence, as if he had become mute. Never could he have imagined having his offer turned down after showing off his skills. Yuan walked straight past Hargan after giving him his answer. "Is this because he doesn't know who I am?" Hargan thought, while turning his head to look at Yuan. But Yuan was already far off in the distance. "What the?" With his pride damaged from being ignored, Hargan frowned as he tensed up his calves. Hargan imbued the power of thunder into his legs before running after Yuan in a fury. "Stop right there." Hargan chased after Yuan for a while. He wondered how long he'd been running. Every once in a while, a monster would attack him, but Hargan was able to blow them up in an instant before continuing to chase after Yuan. There were piles of monster corpses left wherever he passed. But Hargan eventually gave up on chasing Yuan, deciding to rest and catch his breath. The distance between the two had widened to a point where Hargan could no longer see Yuan. How was he so fast? Hargan was absolutely bamboozled. How was he unable to catch up, even though he had run with everything he had? Hargan didn't think Yuan was using some sort of special skill that raised his movement speed, because if that was the case, there was no way he would have failed to detect the flow of mana. That could only mean one thing. How high are his stats? It meant that Yuan had been running solely using the power of his stats. Hargan was speechless. Is that guy also a pureblood? But to be faster than him, who was an Olympus pureblood? Let's see. Who were some fast groups? Maybe he's from El Ferredo. Or maybe he's an expert from the martial realm. Or could he maybe be a descendant of Hermes? Hargan thought of many different possibilities in his mind regarding Yuan. But in fact, Yuan was actually an earthling who regressed. After thinking for a minute, Hargan decided to just let it go, since he'd get nowhere by just thinking about it alone. But there was one thing Hargan was sure of, and here I was, thinking that this was going to be boring. Hargan grinned widely and let a bit of electric current flow out of him. His golden eyes stared out in the direction that Yuan disappeared. This is going to be interesting. On the other side, Yuan, who had been running away with all his might to stay away from Hargan because he is a part of Olympus. Did I lose him? Thought Yuan. Seeing that Hargan was no longer following him, Yuan finally stopped running. It had taken 5 minutes for Yuan to lose him. It was no wonder that Hargan went around claiming to be Zeus's successor. He really is fast. The electric attack he showed off was quite a threat, but his running speed was really something. His physical abilities were astounding for someone who had only just finished the 4th tutorial. And from what Yuan remembered, his specialty wasn't speed, but extreme brute force, which utilized his electric powers. Yuan finally breathed a sign of relief. The balance of this tutorial is completely messed up. Yuan had a flashback of something the administrator had said. Hargan was strong even for a pureblood, possessing enough power to completely ruin the ecosystem of the tutorial. Yuan realized that maybe the administrator wasn't just talking about him. Not that that's any of my problems. Yuan paid no mind to these issues and focused on his own goals. He found a cave inside the forest, and inside the cave, there were dozens of gnolls inhabiting it. Yuan started killing all the gnolls inside the cave. You have defeated a gnoll. Heaven-slaying stars completion rate increased by 0.001%. Gnolls were monsters with the heads of wolves. You have defeated a gnoll. Heaven-slaying stars completion rate. Yuan slayed all of them and took the cave for himself. After killing a few gnolls, the completion rate for Heaven-slaying star increased by a little bit. It was a really little bit. After killing dozens of gnolls, the completion rate wasn't even 0.01%. I'll have to kill the creatures in higher locations if I want to properly raise the completion rate. However, Yuan's objective in finding this cave wasn't to hunt monsters. Yuan sprinkled the scentless powder he had purchased earlier at the entrance and deep inside the cave. He did this to prevent other monsters from detecting his scent and coming inside. I think that should do it. He had consumed the lesser scarlet medicine ball and recovered his body more than sufficiently. On top of that, the icy aura from the Arctic steel sword and ice crystals was all gone. Now, Yuan had finished preparing as much as he could. Yuan inserted his hand inside his inventory and pulled out a bright red crystal. Giant's heart. Yuan took a deep breath and opened his mouth wide. Finally, Yuan chewed and ate the crimson gem. Suddenly, Yuan's heart started beating fast. Some energy started entering his heart. His veins started expanding rapidly from within due to energy inside the red crystal. You have consumed the lifeblood of giants and demons. Giant's blood has started penetrating your body. Demon's blood has started penetrating your body. A fight between human, giant, and demon blood has started within your body. It was hot. So hot that Yuan thought he was going to go mad. The pyromancy robe that Yuan was wearing had no effect. Cinder Eyes is resisting flames of the giants. If it weren't for the fire resistance from Cinder Eyes, it might have felt like his internal organs were melting. While squirming on the ground, Yuan exhaled a breath of hot air. He rolled around the floor, back and forth, flailing all around. His body was burning hot. His bones and muscles felt like they were churning, and his blood felt like it was flowing backward. It went on for who knows how many hours. Cinder Eyes failed to resist flames of the giants. As Yuan had expected, Cinder Eyes alone wasn't enough. This damned blood was excruciatingly hot. Had Yuan not been in good condition, he might have already lost his mind and fainted. Unfortunately, there was no way to make this pain go away. The only option was to endure it with mental fortitude. Giant blood is something you normally cover yourself in, not something you eat. It was a warning he had received from Hercules, the slayer of giants. Eating that during the tutorial is basically suicide, so no matter what, you need to first obtain Cinder Eyes. If you somehow fail to get the Cinder Eyes, give up on the heart. Fortunately, Yuan had managed to obtain Cinder Eyes. However, the pain was still agonizing. It just wasn't to a degree that would kill him. You will only get one chance. That's right. Yuan only had this one chance. That's why he had to endure it. Take in as much power as you can. If he wanted to ease the pain, he could always expel the power that was entering his body. With mana, it was a pretty difficult and tedious thing to do, but that much control over mana would have been a piece of cake for Yuan. However, he chose not to do that. Yuan's stats started increasing crazily one after another. His stats continued to rise. Though it was mostly strength and constitution that increased, arcane power also increased. By a little bit, Giant's blood and Demon's blood both thoroughly seeped into Yuan's body. His body started reforming as his musculoskeletal structure shifted. Even more, time passed. Yuan's stats increased slowly and steadily. Yuan wondered how much he might have gained in stats. Normally, level-up messages were very much welcomed, but Yuan wasn't all that pleased. It should be coming along any moment now. What Yuan wanted wasn't a few measly stats. What he was after was a skill that was worth dozens of stats. That was the hidden piece Yuan was after. Cinder Eyes and Flames of the Giants are clashing. You are able to control Flames of the Giants through Cinder Eyes. You have fulfilled the conditions for the hidden piece. You have obtained Colossal Fire. This was an unexpected situation. Yuan didn't know if he should be happy or not. What even is Colossal Fire? Despite the pain, Yuan was so baffled he couldn't help but let out an empty laugh. The skill he wanted didn't appear, and instead, he became able to control fire through Cinder Eyes. It was definitely a plus, but this would have all been for naught if he wasn't able to obtain the skill he was after. Yuan fell to the ground, unable to handle his body. Finally, the day was over. It has already been 12 hours. Yuan was lying flat on the ground, waiting for a hidden piece to appear. Half a day had already passed by. Yuan had gained quite a bit in stats, but these weren't the results he had in mind. Were we wrong? It wasn't really a surprise. In order to obtain this skill normally, you needed to kill and get drenched in the blood of 10,000 giants. Yuan did obtain the giant's heart within the tutorial, but it was still a pretty unlikely theory to try. I guess I should be happy with this. Yuan couldn't endure it anymore. Slowly, his vision went dark, and his mind fell into a deep sleep. Yuan wondered how long he was unconscious. When he opened his eyes, he felt that truly anything could happen in the tutorial. Finally, the system window is notified. You have fulfilled the conditions for the hidden piece. As the system window was notified, Yuan gained his senses back, gaining consciousness. You have fully absorbed the lifeblood of giants and demons. Yuan's eyes widened. The message he was waiting for finally appeared. You perfectly consumed the giant's heart within the tutorial. I did it. Yuan finally unclenched his teeth. First after the fight with Surutra and a second time just now. Yuan had fainted a total of 2 times already. You obtained gigantification. Almost 24 hours had passed. What's the time? Looking at the time, Yuan guessed that he had blacked out for about half a day. Almost a day had already passed since the 5th tutorial started. Quite a bit of time has passed. A time limit of 30 days. Most people viewed it as plenty of time, but that didn't apply to Yuan. I need to finish this as fast as I can. As far as Yuan knew, the fastest clear record for the final tutorial was 1 week. It was a record established by Odin. Odin was part of the first generation that recorded the start of the tower. He led the giant faction of Asgard, and he was the greatest magic fighter that Yuan knew. I won't lose to him. Everyone was a competitor in the 5th tutorial. Every single action you do gets converted into contribution points. From hunting to the hidden piece, as well as special quests. You were scored on all these different factors and ranked accordingly. His true competitors were the rankers of this tall tower that absolutely dominated the rankings. In their respective tutorials, the ranking window appeared in front of Yuan. Hargan was the first with other names on the top 5 list. There was already a big divide within the rankings. The biggest share of contribution points would be awarded from defeating the boss, but within the 5th tutorial, you could also gain CP from normal hunting. First place was, of course, Hargan. He had created a dominating lead over second place. While looking over the rankings, Yuan noticed some familiar names. Alatar and Paladin are both Pantemium-affiliated rankers. They probably participated in the tutorial from worlds that are at least 2 tiers higher. And Yolch, is he a pureblood? I've never heard of him. Yuan actually didn't know every participant in the tutorial. During his first time around, he was part of a 10-man group, and Hargan ended up defeating the boss while he was still hunting. As for Lee Sung-yoon, despite being born in the same world as Yuan, he had managed to rank between 2 pureblood participants from worlds full of magic and swordsmanship. I never heard of him either. No matter how much he racked his brain, Yuan couldn't remember anyone named Lee Sung-yoon. Maybe he died here. Yuan scratched his head while checking the rankings. He realized nothing would come from thinking too hard. Unless he was going to actually team up with some of them, it didn't matter to him what rank people were. I wasted too much time. Yuan checked his condition one last time. Level 57. He had achieved it after leveling up 5 times from killing the skulls and Surutra. And with his total stats being almost 300, he was actually very powerful for his level. My strength and constitution are too high. Yuan didn't like his stats being too lopsided. The combat style he aimed for was an all-rounder. Because unless you were aiming to push ahead with just pure strength like Hercules, it was better to have a nice balance among all your stats. As for Colossal Fire, Yuan took a close look at the mysterious new skill he obtained. Colossal Fire belonged to a species named Firekin that is born with fire within them. The small fire within them will not extinguish even after death, remaining for a long time, and gets passed on to future generations. The power of the skill will increase with proficiency and arcane power. It wasn't all that bad. In fact, it was pretty good. Colossal Fire was a skill that made up for Yuan's lack of an AoE attack. This should be usable. Yuan stepped out of the cave for the first time in 24 hours. The sun was right above him. Yuan was blinded from being in the dark for so long. Now, let's see. Yuan activated Cinder Eyes and started looking around the forest. His range of vision expanded, and he was able to see things he previously couldn't. Cinder Eyes was able to make what couldn't be seen visible according to Yuan's will. He spotted a village nearby. Yuan warmed up his feet and started getting a move on. Yuan followed the first track he spotted as soon as he came out, and that led him to a horde of monsters with gruesome cries. With the head of a pig and green skin, they were monsters called orcs. The orcs spotted Yuan. It's a human. We have a prey. Orcs were one of the rare monsters on the lower floors that actually possessed intelligence. That's why they were able to form tribes, and it made them tricky to hunt for the amount of EXP they gave. An orc tribe won't be a bad place to test out my skill. It was a huge hunting ground with hundreds of orcs. This was adequate to be Yuan's first hunting ground. Yuan used his skill and the fire spread to all sides. It was the skill of Colossal Fire that he obtained before. The armed and drooling orcs that had approached Yuan had fallen into chaos. Fire. It's hot. The human did it. Blazing flames circled around the tribe in an instant, making it so that the orcs couldn't run away. A few of them had already fallen, roasted to a nice pink color. Yuan jumped into the air and took out a sword from inside his inventory. It was the well-sharpened sword. he purchased in third tutorial. Yu-Won jumped into the fire he had created, starting the hunt on the orc tribe. He slayed the orcs one after the other. He didn't have time to relax. Until now, Kim Yu-Won only gained 67 contribution points. 6 days left. The plan was simple. I will finish this tutorial faster than Odin. Yu-Won's cinder eyes blazed as he firmed his will. Yu-Won would finally raise his rankings significantly. And a day passed just like that. Yu-Won, who had started late, was able to raise his ranking in an instant, joining the forefront of the tutorial. And after 4 days had passed in the tutorial, he reached 5,266 points, securing the second position. Hargan and the other participants were able to witness a record they couldn't believe. It's him, the guy that suddenly climbed up the rankings. Hargan took a close look at the name Kim Yu-Won, which was now ranked second. So he's coming up. That person had jumped up high on the leaderboard in no time. Though Hargan didn't actually know his name, he was pretty sure. It was him. I thought he was just some guy that was really fast at running because none of these guys were catching my eye. Hargan grinned softly. The day the final tutorial started, he was surprised and baffled by the fact that there was a participant that he couldn't match in speed. However, this also excited Hargan. Seeing Hargan's face, a man that was following him asked, "What are you finding so amusing?" "There's a guy that I want to recruit no matter what," Hargan spoke. "Is it Kim Yu-Won?" The guy said with a pleasant smile. It was Lee Sung-yoon, the newest participant to join Hargan's team. He was capable of controlling mana. Do you know him? Now that he thought about it, he realized that Kim Yu-Won and Lee Sung-yoon were from the same world. Their names were similar, and the fact that they both had talent was also similar. Sung-yoon replied while shrugging his shoulders, "Not likely. I think he's from the same country as me, but I've never heard of him. I just knew who you were talking about as soon as I saw the updated ranking. At this rate, he might overtake your spot, sir. The gap in CP between you and him is shrinking fast." Lee Sung-yoon spoke. "Well, that's because of you guys," Hargan said, while looking back at the comrades following behind him. Paladin, Alader, Yulch, Lee, Sung-yoon, and 5 others. A total of 9 people formed a line behind Hargan. On the first day, Hargan's focus wasn't on hunting. It was on gathering good comrades and forming a team. And he wanted to raise that team so they could climb the tower together. This is a pretty good team, thought Hargan. He had taken a big liking to the group he had formed. They were each highly skilled, and their levels were pretty high. There's only one spot left. Hargan wanted to find exactly 10 comrades during the final tutorial, and one of those spots was already reserved for someone. So his name is Kim Yu-Won. Hargan resolved to not let him go next time. "The real hunt starts now," declared Hargan. Hargan was lost in thought after checking the rankings when he was interrupted by a stoic male voice. "Ajusi, that's it, right? Hey, I told you. I'm not an Ajusi." Hargan looked towards the voice with a ticked-off expression. Paladin, an elf participant, was standing off to the side, pointing towards a hole in the middle of the forest. Hargan knew it was somewhere around here, but it took them half a day to find it, and without Paladin's help, it might have taken them days to find it. "Okay, now let's see," said Hargan. He slammed his 2 fists together and spoke. "Everyone stand back to not get shocked." The rest of his team spread out so they wouldn't get caught in the shockwave. Wearing golden gloves, Hargan tightly clenched his fists, raising them up high in the air. And then, Hargan pounded the earth, and the ground gave way. Within the crumbled ground, a huge hole opened up. Hargan smiled as he exclaimed, "I found it. Is this it? The place you've been trying so hard to find?" Lee Sung-yoon spoke. If it were not for Paladin, it would have taken much longer. "Everyone let all go in." Hargan spoke. The electricity around Hargan's hands lit up the inside of the hole. Without hesitation, he threw himself down the hole, slowing his descent by scraping the walls with his hands. At the bottom of the hole, the ceiling was covered in bright stones. "It looks very spacious. It looks like a cave." Hargan's teammates followed him into the hole and looked around the cave. They had thought it was just a large island. They didn't expect there to be a place like this. Having found an entrance, Paladin ordered his spirits to scout around. He then looked back at Hargan. "We should first scout it out before we start moving." "Ajusi, what's wrong?" Hargan, who was smiling widely when they first entered, now looked stoic. He didn't answer Paladin's question because something was really off. That's odd. He was sure that a message should have popped up. He waited for the message, but there was nothing but silence. He tried listening closer, but there was still nothing. That could only mean one thing. Did someone already find this place? There were no signs of someone having already entered through the entrance they had found, but there was more than a single entrance to this dungeon. But to have already found this place when it's only been a few days. Captain, shouted Sung-yoon. The rankings. Please check the rankings. The rankings? At first, Hargan was confused, but then his eyes widened. He immediately checked the rankings. Kim Yu-won had reached first place. He was able to see that within that short time, their positions had flipped. A volley of electric attacks exploded, shaking the cave. The centipede-like monsters that had appeared out of nowhere were blown up and shredded in an instant. Afterward, many other centipede monsters also got shredded instantly. Hargan punched the air, and once again the sound of thunder echoed through the cave, shaking the earth. He seems pretty pissed. Paladin and Aladdin walked together, arm in arm, watching the electric attacks fly out from Hargan. His physical abilities and electric attacks were truly terrifying. Despite not being the target of his attacks, they could still feel light shocks. He seems less pissed and just really motivated to me, said Sung-yoon. Aladdin tilted her head after hearing Sung-yoon's words. She stared at him intensely, her blue eyes juxtaposing her gray skin. Do you think it's a rivalry? Eleanor was an elf. And on top of that, she was a biracial child between a fair-skinned elf and a dark elf. Yeah, something like that. Sung-yoon tried to calm down his heart. Whenever he got to see her face up close, his heart started beating like a drum. With Aladdin's clear skin, devoid of any imperfection, exotic blue eyes, and long ears, Sung-yoon thought she was more beautiful than any woman he could ever imagine. But we won't be able to hunt properly like this, said Yolch. She was a woman that kept her eyes closed and had long black hair that reached her waist. She was a pureblood like Hargan, and she was a mercenary from a clan that specialized in magic. As she was the second strongest person on the team after Hargan, Sung-yoon and the rest of the team nodded their heads in agreement. Regardless of the motivation, a normal hunt couldn't happen while Hargan discriminately killed all the monsters by himself. Let's split the team in half, suggested Hargan. After quickly finishing his hunt, he spoke while wiping the sweat on his forehead with the back of his hand. Aladdin and Paladin can lead the way for each group and also keep us in contact with each other. Yolch, Sung-yoon, Aladdin, Fail, and Typhoon, the members that Hargan named, looked at him as he continued. Since we're at a crossroads, you guys go right. Do you really think the 5 of them will be okay by themselves? Asked Paladin. Hargan responded. They'll have Yolch. That's true, answered Paladin, while looking at Yolch, who was already headed down the right path. Yolch and the others went down the path on the right and started hunting. Even though they no longer had Hargan, they were able to hunt without any issues. Sung-yoon raised his hand. Mana started condensing. Yolch and Aladdin had bought time for Sung-yoon to prepare a big attack. It was the skill Mana Blast. Dozens of centipedes cried simultaneously showed up, and Sung-yoon pointed the palm of his hand at them. Please get out of the way. The Mana Blast wiped out the entire area, blowing up the centipedes to smithereens. It took a lot of mana to use, but its power more than made up for it. In an instant, the pack of centipedes had been decimated, and Sung-yoon let out a deep breath. At first, the hunt progressed smoothly. The group used the same method to hunt for hours. However, as time went on, the number of the centipede-like monsters increased, and the number of legs they had also increased. Yolch, they're targeting the rear. Up until now, Yolch had been holding back in order to not get caught up in Hargan's electric attacks. She finally unsheathed her 2 swords and weaved in between the monsters, killing dozens of them in an instant. After they finished slaying the monsters, there were monsters' bodies everywhere with their blood and poison spilled all around. Good job. Let's keep going like this. Currently, 3 shots were the max number of mana blasts he was capable of firing. Since he just fired one off, he now had to start conserving his mana. What's that door over there? It's massive. Beyond the horde of centipedes, a 5-meter-tall, giant steel door could be seen. It was the first door that had appeared after half a day in the dungeon. Maybe it's like a boss room? Boss room? Eleanor asked. It's similar to a game. So, I've experienced a dungeon similar to this before, and there was always a boss inside doors like that. Sung-yoon was recollecting a video game he played long ago, but Yolch ended up thinking that he must have been a mercenary like her, if not an adventurer, which changed her opinion of him. The group decided to take a short break. Don't get too relaxed just because we finished hunting. You're usually closest to death when lowering your guard. Sung-yoon gathered his breath, focusing on recovering his mana, but he also continuously checked the rankings. Sung Yoon felt that the ranking was something off. I don't think it's gone up for a while now. While checking the rankings, Sung Yoon's eyes widened. Seeing the sudden change in his expression, Yolch asked, "What's wrong?" "The rankings." He instantly mumbled. The ground of the cave started shaking. It was a tremor that felt like something heavy had just dropped. "What's going on?" "I think it's coming from that side." The group stopped their break and started moving once again. The shock had definitely originated from inside the doors. "Everyone, raise your guard. And Sung Yoon, go to the back and hold your position," directed Yolch. Sung Yoon nodded at her orders. He had a hunch that this tremor wasn't unrelated to the CP rankings he had just seen. "Don't tell me that he is inside," Sung Yoon thought. "You have entered the boss's room." The system notified. "The boss room has been cleared." "What is this? Who in the world?" They were shocked. From seeing the state of the boss room, which was honestly a normal reaction, there were hundreds of dead centipede monsters, not to mention the corpse of the giant boss that resembled a dragon. The room was nothing but full of surprises. As Sung Yoon looked in front, he knew that it was Kim Yoo-won. The points of Yoo-won started rising in the rankings. Finally, as he looked, he saw a figure sitting in front of a monster corpse, and also Kim Yoo-won's points increased up to 10,000. Yoo-won's cinder eyes flashed as he looked at the group who just entered the room. Previously, when Yoo-won entered the boss realm, he attacked the boss monster right away, slaying it with all the skills he had. The monster with hundreds of legs was commonly referred to as a parasite dragon in the tower, and despite its insect-like appearance, it was very hard to kill. Because of that, it took Yoo-won almost 30 minutes to defeat it. The boss of the dungeon collapsed. Yoo-won, who was riding on top of it, showed his distaste. It was so hard. Still, thanks to that, he was able to level up. Yoo-won level increased. Along with the level, his strength, agility, and magic power also increased by 1. I'll have to be careful using gigantification. The mana consumption aside, it's too straining on my body with my current constitution. Yoo-won had gained a lot from defeating this boss. On top of leveling up, he was able to go all out with his arsenal of skills, letting him get a proper grasp of his current fighting power. Yoo-won obtained 3,000 points after defeating the boss. The Heaven-Slaying Star completion rate also increased by 1%. This should do it. Having defeated the parasite dragon, he had fulfilled his second objective for this dungeon. And on top of that, this was an unexpected bonus to get only 1% from defeating such a tough boss. However, this was the first time Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate increased so much. Does the completion rate go up faster if I kill higher class monsters? Yoo-won was sure now that it wasn't just about how many monsters he killed. The completion rate is going up very slowly. I wonder if I have to focus on killing bosses in order for me to properly complete this skill. Except for the initial stat boost it gave, the Heaven-Slaying Star hadn't demonstrated any effects. One thing's for sure, I have to complete the skill to see its full effect. Yoo-won sat down on top of the giant centipede's corpse and started massaging his right arm. Seeing as how he needed more constitution, he couldn't help but appreciate a skill that would raise his stats. From the opposite side of the room that Yoo-won entered, the steel door opened, and a group of participants came in. What was awaiting the group that entered? The depths of the dungeon was a mountain of centipede corpses, as well as the corpse of the boss that was dozens of meters long. You guys were a bit late. And at the top of all those corpses, I just killed this guy. Did you kill all of them by yourself? Everyone in the party tensed up, preparing for a fight. It was unavoidable that they found you a threat when he cleared a boss room by himself. Could the captain also do this? Sung Yoon thought, while looking around at the monster corpses in the room. Shrouding himself in golden electricity, Hargan was capable of killing a dozen monsters with a single punch. However, the doubt still lingered in Sung Yoon's mind. Would Hargan also have been able to clear the boss's room by himself? That mark, thought Sung Yoon, noticing a huge hole in the ground. He was puzzled. How were these the skills of a participant who grew up in the same world and went through the same tutorials as him? Sung Yoon gulped. The man standing in front of him was a wild beast. Are you perhaps Kim Yoo-won? Asked Sung Yoon, remembering how Yoo-won's CP had shot up just a moment ago. Yoo-won nodded his head. There was no reason for him to keep it a secret. Do you have any party members? I'm alone, as you can see. Hearing Yoo-won's answer, Sung Yoon finally understood why Hargan wanted him so badly. At first, Sung Yoon couldn't believe it. How could someone from the same world as him hold as much power as Hargan? And after joining Hargan's party and hearing about his life, Sung Yoon became even more skeptical that Yuan's skills were on par with Hargan's. However, it was true, though Sung Yoon, and he wondered, what might happen if Yuan joined their team? Would you like to join our team? Asked Sung Yoon. Yuan noticed, is that Lee Sung Yoon? Yuan squinted his eyes, observing each of them. There were some familiar faces. Isn't that a Lauder? She's usually with Paladin. Seeing as how Paladin wasn't with them, Yuan decided that Hargan probably split up the team, for now, to hunt more efficiently. And that guy, could she be Yulch, the next in ranking after Hargan? If she managed to get there, she is pretty strong. They were all fairly high-rank participants. For them to be in a team together, it was an interesting party. These guys all have pretty strong mental fortitudes. Yuan looked at them like an adult looking at children that were growing up big and strong. So these are the guys that Hargan gathered? Not bad. The group looked silently at him, waiting for a response to Sung Yoon's offer. Yuan was appreciative of the offer, but his mind was already made up. I'll have to say no. I knew it. Sung Yoon slowly shook his head, having expected this response. Yuan was already powerful enough that he didn't need a team. While Sung Yoon was contemplating by himself, Yulch approached Yuan and asked, does that mean you're planning on fighting the main boss alone? Yulch continued speaking, we were given a month to clear this tutorial, and we're allowed to fight the boss by combining our strengths, instead of fighting it alone. Yuan nodded his head, before asking, so what's your point? The focus of the final tutorial is teams. It's a matter of how much you can grow within the given time frame, how many comrades you can gather, and how well you can work together with them. She was right. That was the design behind his final tutorial. A boss that was impossible for a single person to defeat, a month to grow stronger, and no restrictions on the method. Yuan looked at her without saying any further. As he was about to speak, a loud noise erupted. Thunder boomed, and the ground shook lightly. Someone was headed over here. I contacted the captain. It was a Lauder's doing. I told him that we found Kim Yuan, and he said he'd be here right away. Sung Yoon was baffled by a Lauder's words. He had traversed such a distance in a moment. It's going to get pretty rowdy, predicted Sung Yoon. It was the guy that he'd been looking for all this time. There was no way the hot-headed Hargan would simply remain still. Their meeting would not be peaceful. A string of golden lightning passed by Sung Yoon. He was startled for a second by the light shock. Kim Yuan. A loud noise resounded in the room. Hargan jumped up high, flying straight at Yuan. I finally caught you. He leaped towards Yuan. At that moment, Hargan's vision went dark, and suddenly he was flying backward. Hargan wondered what was going on, but his train of thought was shortly interrupted by a hard impact to the head. Hargan landed deep inside the shell of the giant centipede. What had happened was that Yuan had grabbed Hargan's head, used his momentum against him, and thrown him downwards. Everything had happened in a flash, and Sung Yoon and the rest of the gang were speechless. They could not believe that their captain, who they believed to be the strongest, would get hit like this. Yuan acted like nothing happened and looked down at Yulch, asking, do you guys simply desire survival? Or do you guys want to become rankers? Yulch's eyes widened. He mentioned rankers. She wondered how Yuan, who wasn't a pureblood, knew about their existence. People who prevailed through all the trials of the tower and cleared all the floors, those people were rankers. With fame, authority, and the power of eternal life. Every player desired to become a ranker so they could possess any mystical item that existed within the tower. Because if that's all you guys want, you can play house elsewhere. I don't have any intention of playing along with such childish dreams. Yulch clenched their sword hard. Are you saying you're different? Asked Yulch. For someone like her who had remained in the middle floors for the longest time due to not being selected by the tower, something like becoming a ranker was nothing more than a dream. The king that led her people was a ranker that she greatly admired. But to Yuan, her dream was merely a process. If not a ranker, are you going to become a high ranker? No. Even higher, Yuan answered, pointing up with his finger. A place far higher than a ranker. The final destination that Yuan was aiming for in this life wasn't something like a ranker, a high ranker, or the top of the tower. I am going to break through the ceiling of this tower. Yulch remained silent for a while. Breaking through the ceiling of the tower? It was something she had never even imagined. What kind of nonsense is? Yulch was interrupted by Hargan, who Yuan had buried in the parasite dragon. What do you think you're doing? Hargan got up, growling like an animal and glaring at Yuan. He was baring his fangs, but he held himself back from attacking Yuan. Seeing Hargan's response, Yuan shrugged his shoulders as he said, "You were coming at me so ferociously. I thought you were attacking me. I was only trying to catch you. Anyone would get scared when a strong person like you jumps at them like that." After hearing Yuan's response, Hargan scratched his head and nodded in agreement. "I guess that's true. I'm sorry." It was a surprisingly lukewarm response. Yuan had expected Hargan to react more furiously. "I think you said something really fascinating. To break through the ceiling. The idea is absolutely electrifying. I heard it from my father before, that there is a greater power outside of the tower." Hargan said, "From your father? You wouldn't know who he is. But he's an incredibly important person," Hargan said with a smug look on his face. It was apparent that he was immensely proud of his father, which wasn't all that surprising because his father was Zeus, the king of Olympus, and one of the highest rankers. With power that rivaled an administrator, he was one of the few beings capable of controlling the humongous tower. "Kim Yuan, you refuse to join our team. You think you are too good for us. A fish can't swim with a whale, but don't think of me as just a little fish. One day, I'm going to become the king of Olympus." The person surprised by the grand declaration wasn't Yuan, but Yolch. She, like Yuan, knew the gravity the name Olympus carried. It was a faction comprised of numerous rankers and high rankers. They were godlike beings that ruled over multiple floors in the tower. And Hargan was here and now claiming he'd become their king. "You got some pretty big aspirations," Yuan said, smirking. Hargan could be a pretty useful ace up his sleeve. While Yuan was lost in thought, Hargan said, "If you really don't believe me, why don't I prove myself?" Yuan responded with skepticism. "Prove what? Let's make a bet. See who can defeat the boss first and who racks up more CP. You're welcome to form your own team with as many people as you want. What about you guys? Our team has 9 people in total, and we won't be recruiting any more people." It was a very appealing offer. Yuan was allowed to defeat the boss with a team of dozens or even hundreds of people, but they would try to do the same with only a 9-member team. "However, if I win, you need to join our team." This certainly piqued Yuan's interest. Yuan decided to take this opportunity and asked with a smug look on his face, "And if I win, I'll serve you as my hyungnim." Yuan observed Hargan, who was beaming with confidence. It didn't appear like he was joking. According to that event that Yuan remembered, Hargan had the potential to be a pretty big wild card. Yuan knew that changing his plans wasn't necessarily a great idea, but he also thought, the future has to change. Yuan spoke his mind. "That's not necessary. I don't need a lil brother like you." After taking a moment to think, Yuan nodded his head. "Instead, if I win, help me just once when I need it." "Just once? Do you have a problem with that?" "No. I was just wondering if that's actually enough. But all right, I accept. As long as it's not too ridiculous of a request, I'll do anything. If you want, I'll even give you my items." Hargan was beaming with confidence. He seemed pretty certain that he would win no matter what. Yuan nodded his head in approval, hearing him say items. "That doesn't sound all that bad. So do we have a bet?" "Yeah. Awesome." Hargan couldn't stop laughing in excitement as he smashed his fists together. He seemed completely unfazed by the fact that Yuan had hit him in the head just moments ago. "I'll be seeing you on the first floor, so prepare yourself," Hargan told Yuan as he turned around and walked back to his group. Watching Hargan walk away, Yuan scratched his head, having gotten an idea of how tough Hargan actually was. No wonder he was able to finish the tutorial in 10 days. Hargan was as straight as an arrow. In about a week from now, with his current team, he'd obtain enough power to defeat the boss. "All right now. You all heard that, right? Let's get a move on. We're on a tight schedule," Hargan said to his teammates, corralling them out of the boss room. After checking the time, Yuan shouted to Hargan and his team, "There's no need to hurry so much." Hargan turned around in confusion. What did Yuan mean by there was no need to hurry when they just made a bet? Yuan shrugged his shoulders, explaining, "Check the time." "The time?" Hargan and his teammates were all shocked after checking the time limit for the tutorial. The time wasn't ticking down. The time won't be moving for some time. None of them saw this coming, including Hargan, who thought he had the most information as an Olympus pureblood. What was going on? Yuan, reading Hargan's face, answered the question on his mind. Baraganda isn't an island. It's a mythical beast. The tutorial was happening on the back of a giant beast as large as a small country. Hearing Yuan's response made Hargan take another look at all the corpses of the centipede-like monsters littering the ground. A thought came to Hargan's mind. Does that mean that they are parasites? They made a home inside this giant creature, and they were tormenting it by slowly sapping away its strength. Barraganda couldn't stand them anymore, which is why it decided to submerge itself, since the seawater would drown the parasites. So was this giant monster the king of these parasites, something like that? It was the one giving birth and raising more parasites. Hargan wasn't sure whether or not he should believe what Yuan was saying. It was something that not even Olympus knew about, so how did a mysterious tutorial participant know about all this? So now, Yuan smirked and nodded his head. The time limit is obsolete. If enough time passes by, the administrator or a lackey will probably intervene, since they wouldn't want the tutorial to last forever. The fifth tutorial is a fight against time. It's a matter of defeating the boss with as much time remaining as possible. So how did I defeat the boss within a week? I'm only going to say this because of the circumstances, but it actually wasn't a week. Barraganda is actually... This was the secret to how Odin was able to defeat the fifth tutorial's boss in under a week. It was all thanks to this hidden piece. Having taken a long enough break, Yuan got back up. I will become stronger in the meantime. When the timer starts, that's when I'll finish this tutorial, Yuan thought. The time limit stopped counting down. One by one, the participants of the tutorial started noticing. What's wrong with this? Is this an error? It isn't just me, right? The time's not going to just suddenly decrease all of a sudden, will it? It'll probably start working again soon. The participants went back to hunting. Within the time limit, they had to level up and gain as much CP as possible. Meanwhile, the lackeys killed the parasite dragon. No one's managed to do this since Odin. What about the administrator? Has he received the news yet? He recently got into a confrontation with Olympus. He's currently very busy because of that. The lackeys wanted to kill themselves. The mechanism they had prepared for the tutorial was defeated. Because of that, the tutorial was in a state of error, but there was no way to solve it right now. Someone, please contact the administrator. That wasn't in a place where it could be easily discovered. The lackeys were in utter chaos. They were trying their best to correct the course of the tutorial, but because of the administrator's absence, that didn't seem to be possible anytime soon. And just like that, the time limit remained frozen. A loud noise shook the forest, and a flock of birds flew up into the sky to escape from the heat that had engulfed the area. A red orc had a sword stuck in its head. It was Yuan who had been fighting the red orcs. The large orc fell to the ground. Human, he killed our chief. The horde of monsters was stunned with fear. Chief, human, he's a monster. A horde of red orcs slowly walked backward, trying to retreat. They were in fear. Yuan pulled out his sword from the orc chief's head and looked towards the horde. Who are you guys calling a monster? In the center of the burning forest, a giant, 4-meter-tall orc lay dead, and on top of that orc stood a man. Danger. Run away. The few surviving orcs started running away in a hurry. Damn. Yuan sounded his disapproval in the middle of the chaos. Normally, he would have gone after the orcs, but now wasn't the time for that. While he was hunting the red orc chief, the time limit started counting down again. It appeared that the lackeys had managed to fix the broken ecosystem of the tutorial, and this time, it would probably take more than just hunting the parasite dragon. There's no way they would just place the same broken mechanism back in. So once again, it was another race against time. I managed to earn myself about 4 days. It was actually more time than he had originally expected, which ended up being plenty of time. Now, I think it's about time I made my way. Yuan started heading toward the top of the island. At the center of the island, there was a huge mountain. The mountain peak suddenly released thunder, and the whole island was shaken under its impact. At the top of the mountain, there was a deep crater. This was a trial where you had to defeat the boss within a month and earn CP. And every skilled participant wanted to be the one to defeat it. Quite a few people are starting to show up. That's inevitable. They know that if they get left behind here, they'll lose their chance to get ahead. They're basically scarecrows. Yolch, Sung-yoon, and Eleanor looked at the participants that started gathering around the crater. While looking around, Sung-yoon was stunned. That team doesn't look half bad. Most of them gotta be at least level 20, said Sung-yoon. He had the highest mana sensitivity in the party. With his high arcane power, he sensed the participants around them and mumbled. A few of them seem pretty strong. They're guys that made it this far. In order to enter the tower, that's a minimum requirement. Yolch spoke. Are all the players inside the tower able to control mana? Sung-yoon inquired. Players can. Most people who aren't able to are residents of the tower. They are people who were born inside the tower, like me and the captain, and they become a pureblood once they are selected by the tower and receive the system's blessing. Sung-yoon nodded his head as he understood. Hey, Nuna, do you think that we'll be able to defeat the boss? Yolch was a pureblood just like Hargan, and thanks to her experience as a mercenary, she had met many players who had taught her a lot about the tutorial. Yolch took a second to think about Sung Yoon's question before shaking her head. I'm not sure. Under normal circumstances, I tell you that it's impossible. Yolch trailed off while speaking to look far down the trail before she continued. I can't get a proper grasp of how powerful our captain is. There was a group of 5 people walking up the mountain. That pack was led by Hargan, who stuck out with his golden blonde hair. They got here a bit late. Every minute was valuable time. I'm sure they wanted to make the most of it. I wonder what Yuwon's doing right now? Who knows? Right now, he's probably a lotter who was watching the crowd. Answered Sung Yoon's question. Here he comes. Sung Yoon turned his head to look at the trail. In the opposite direction, where he saw Yuwon walking up the mountain. Yuwon looked in front to check out the participants. They seemed to have leveled up quite a bit. Yuwon could sense that a lotter and Sung Yoon's mana flow had changed. They must have leveled up multiple times because the flow of mana that they radiated now was much denser. They all had changed in just a few days, and Hargan, their leader, was no exception. At the top of the mountain, Hargan also spotted Yuwon and started giving him a look. Yuwon felt a light electric current. Hargan grinned widely, waving at Yuwon. You're finally here. It seemed that Hargan already thought he had this in the bag as he warmly greeted Yuwon as if he was an old friend. Hargan walked up to Yuwon and started looking around at the nearby participants in confusion. Why is no one else with you? Have you not found a team yet? I don't have a team. I'm all by myself. Hargan was baffled by Yuwon's ridiculous response. Are you planning on defeating the boss by yourself? I mean, that's how I can get the most points. I've been told that I was crazy many times in my life, but you're on a whole other level. Hargan was overcome with greed while looking at Yuwon. During the past 4 days while the time limit was frozen, he had tried his best to catch up to Yuwon. However, the gap between the two had only widened. A CP difference of over 7,000. In order to flip the scoreboard, the only option Hargan had was to earn more CP in the process of defeating the boss. All in order to recruit Yuwon into his team and finish the tutorial in the first place. Hargan was determined to raid the boss before Yuwon no matter what. The people around them murmured, eavesdropping on Yuwon and Hargan's conversation. A few of the pureblood participants even started giving each other looks to see if anyone recognized Yuwon. Soon after, from what I heard, it seems like you don't have a team. We're actually about to start our raid. A few participants started approaching Yuwon. They were reckless and daring, making an attempt at defeating the boss, but none of them appeared to be adequately skilled. If you don't have a team, would you like to join us? At the thought of Yuwon joining a different team, Hargan started emitting electricity out of fury. He was okay with Yuwon forming his own team, but his pride couldn't stand to see him join someone else's team. How dare you weakling try? He was Hargan's teammate. I promised that I was only just standing here. Really? The participants, having already faced his wrath a few times, immediately backed off from Yuwon. Yuwon had been worried about getting pestered by the small fry, so he was thankful for Hargan. Thanks to Hargan clearing away the pests for him, Yuwon started making way. As Yuwon walked away from him, Hargan stopped gathering electricity in the palm of his hand. After realizing that Yuwon was headed toward the boss's crater, he asked, Are you going for it right away? Well, time inside the tutorial is more valuable than gold. Yuwon was right. Hargan nodded his head in agreement and started walking right beside Yuwon. Then Alatar and her brother, as well as the rest of his team, started following Hargan to try and clear the tutorial in 5 days. This is very exciting. Yuwon was finally right in front of the crater. Let's go together. And as soon as he took a step into it, his body was sucked into the deep crater. Yuwon slammed into the ground, and the ground underneath him shattered. He finally entered the number 1 boss room. A large, deep cave sprawled out in front of Yuwon's eyes. This place was similar to the underground dungeon where he killed the parasite dragon. This was the boss room. In order to meet the true boss, there were a few hurdles he had to get past first. Various monsters appeared out of the cave. Acid snakes, land eels, lizard men, orc warriors, and goblin warriors. Yuwon had to find the boss to clear the trial. The monsters started preparing defenses to stop the participants. The goblin warriors and orc warriors raised their shields, strengthening their defensive formation. The lizard men poked out their swords and spears through the openings between the shields. These monsters were like a well-trained army. On the floor, a long, thin snake slithered around. Wow, What's all this? There's a ton of them. Hargan and his companions that came. And after Yuan looked at the monsters blocking their path with fascination, they didn't look all that worried because, to them, an army of monsters of this caliber wasn't much of an obstacle. Every single one of them was the dark horse of this tutorial. In order to meet the boss, there are a few things that needs to be done. Yuan thought. Armed orcs and goblins, acid snakes and lizard men, hostile monsters that couldn't cohabitate together, were all staring down at Yuan. This was something that normally would have been impossible, but on this island, it wasn't. That guy is easily capable of this kind of control. There were at least a few hundred monsters just within his sight. This was a scale that should have been impossible for any one man to handle because it was never intended for anyone to attempt alone. The boss is in room number 3, Yuan thought to himself. Yuan started walking toward the monster's shield formation, thinking, I need to break through as fast as possible. A crimson mana pulsated from Yuan's sword. Extreme heat and a razor-sharp aura enveloped him. Yuan combined colossal fire with an arcane sword to form a combination skill. Finally getting the opportunity to see Yuan's skills, Hargan's companions stood by and observed him, despite all the CP that was laid out before them. Do we finally get to see him in action? I wonder how strong he is. The captain is already a monster, yet he's ranked even higher than the captain. I wonder if he only has a lot of CP, or maybe he is actually that powerful. I can finally verify it with my own eyes. Even Hargan, who was always the first to charge into battle, crossed his arms and watched Yuan go forth, as if signaling to go and do his thing. Let's see what you have, Kim Yua, Hargan thought while looking at Yuan. He continued to walk closer and closer to the monsters. There was a heavy tension in the air. He looked like he was taking slow steps, but the gap between Yuan and the monsters closed quickly. It had only been a few seconds. After taking a few steps, in a flash, did he disappear? Where did he go? The gang lost sight of Yuan. The only one who managed to follow Yuan's movements was Hargan. A huge fiery storm appeared over the heads of the monsters. After disappearing, Yuan landed on top of the monsters' heads. He was covered in raging colossal fire. What in the world? Sung Yun mumbled in shock. The crimson arcane sword started flying between the orcs, goblins, and lizard men. The monsters cried out in pain as a crimson storm brewing around them. The fiery heat burned their flesh, and every time the sword flashed, multiple heads dropped. And in just a few seconds, a pathway was created between the orcs and goblins that were blocking the way. In an instant, Yuan had penetrated the monsters' defenses and committed a slaughter with just a single sword. He's even more of a monster than the captain. Mumbling to himself, Sung Yun looked to the side in fear. Luckily, Hargan didn't seem to mind Sung Yun's comment about him. Instead, he was smiling with extreme excitement. I knew it. Electricity started gathering around Hargan's fists. He could no longer just stand by and watch. The electricity in his fists let out an explosive sound, and Hargan took a step forward. Then, just like Yuan, Hargan disappeared in an instant. A pile of spears came towards Hargan. The orcs' shields and spears broke into pieces, and the acid snakes that littered the floor were torn to shreds. It was the power of Hargan's electric attacks. But just as he was busy defending the spears, a spray of acid came flying toward him. When he was about to be hit, a sword slash blocked the acidic rain. It was Kim Yuan who intercepted the attack for Hargan. Looking at both of them fight the monsters, the rest of Hargan's group charged toward the monsters. The real hunt had started. Like, we aren't even needed, are we? But that doesn't mean we should just stand around and watch. If you don't do anything, you fall behind. That was the unchanging rule of the new world that they'd experienced since the first tutorial. There really isn't anything for us to do? Huh? It appears so. Hargan's teammates passed through the pathway the two of them had created. There were some traps that weren't destroyed, but they weren't so weak as to get caught in them. Yolch unsheathed her dual swords, and the elf siblings prepped their spirits and magic respectively. Aladar and Paladin stopped the poison that was raining down with fire and water. Sung Yun started charging up his mana blast. Any large obstacles that blocked their path were instantly blown up by Sung Yun. Yuan glanced back at the guys following behind him and nodded his head. At least they're skilled enough to not be a hindrance. With the exception of Hargan, Yuan had actually doubted their skills. He was worried they might have ended up holding him back. Well, that wasn't exactly right, since Yuan had no intention of helping any of them, even if their lives were in peril. He didn't have the luxury to intervene and help out every person he passed by. What Yuan was actually worried about was that they might accidentally get caught up in his business and die. I think it's that way. With an impatient personality, Hargan was the one furthest ahead. After clearing through all the traps, a large door could be seen in the distance. It was an old door that looked to be at least 10 meters tall. After arriving in front of it, Hargan waited for Yuan and his party. What a strange painting. Hargan looked at the paintings on the giant door. There were many different drawings all over it. Orcs, goblins, lizardmen, kobolds, gnolls, ogres, countless monsters were depicted, and at the top of the door, puzzling hieroglyphics were inscribed. This is my first time seeing it in person. Yuan wiped off the dust on the door. In the center of the painting where orcs and goblins were clashing was a drawing of a round object. It's a war, Hargan mumbled, understanding what the painting meant. Yuan nodded his head. Hargan was right. It was a humongous war that once occurred between various monsters on Baraganda. And beyond this door, Sung Yun called. Hargan turned around and saw that his teammates had all managed to catch up to him. Sung Yun said, "How about we take a short break?" Hargan looked over at Yuan. Though they were accompanying each other due to sharing a destination, Yuan wasn't actually a part of Hargan's team. Not to mention the fact that he and Hargan had a bet to see who could defeat the boss first. With a thick, heavy sound, the cave rumbled. Hargan turned his head and saw that Yuan was already opening the door. "Come on, you're going to enter without saying a thing?" "I was planning on doing this by myself from the beginning," Yuan replied. "But we're working together right now, aren't we? Couldn't you at least give us a heads up before?" Just as the door opened and Yuan entered, the cry of a monster echoed. Startled by the cry, Hargan stopped talking and turned his head to peek into the open door. There was nothing but pure darkness inside, but it wasn't just the dark that surprised Hargan. What was that? Was that boss? What kind of a monster is it? Its cry was petrifying, and its presence alone was spine-curling, making Hargan's teammates tremble. Hargan also gulped. He knew the boss's identity, but this was the first time he was facing it directly. "He really is incredible," he commented. Yuan was once again quick in his steps. The door had opened just enough for one person to get through, so he started walking inside the room. Hargan couldn't continue hesitating, so he looked back at his group and said, "Let's go." Unlike the rest of the cave where there were torches lining the wall, the inside of the door was entirely dark. Hargan gathered electricity in his hands to create some light. The inside of the room was a long cave, and towards the center, the ceiling got higher, forming a circular dome, and at the center of the dome was the source of the cries. "What's that?" The boss was locked behind giant steel bars, and it had a terrifying appearance. It looked like a disgusting mix of orc, goblin, ogre, and more, the face resembling various monsters, the body of an ogre, the legs of an orc, the tail of a lizard man, and black wings from an unknown beast. This monster towered over 10 meters tall. The boss screamed at the group that had appeared within its sight. Just hearing its cry made their bodies feel like they were going numb. With the exception of Yuan and Hargan, the rest of the gang took a few steps back, unable to withstand the pressure from the boss. Yuan was finally able to enter boss room number 3 after a prolonged effort. The goal of this trial was to defeat the Chimera boss. After the goal is achieved, the tutorials will end. "Is that the final boss of the tutorial?" Hargan asked. Yuan observed the boss, which was restrained with chains all over its body. A chimera. The boss struggled in pain. It considered itself a mix of various monsters, an abomination, feeling pain and anger. This mix of emotions condensed into bloodthirst and mana, which swirled around the chimera. Among the participants, only one person would be able to unseal the chimera and become its master. If one breaks the crystal, the time limit of the tutorial will end. Hargan looked in a daze at the system notifications. The Chimera Master would be able to pass regardless. Next to the cell where the Chimera was locked up, there was a staff glowing dark red, and at the top of the staff, there was a crystal emitting light. That was likely the sealing crystal that the message had mentioned. All the participants killed by Chimera will become points for its master. So if that thing is broken, this guy is going to be freed from its jail? So it's a trial where you need to kill the Chimera while also defending the crystal from other participants. The group started mumbling. This doesn't seem that hard. The trial would have been far more complicated if more participants were present, but only 10 people were inside the boss room right now. It wasn't too big a number for keeping track of each other's movements. And even if one of them tried to pull something, There was the force called Hargan that they had to get through first. Hey. Yuan took a step towards the crystal. Yuan turned his head. Before he realized it, Hargan had snuck up behind him and grabbed his shoulder tightly. What do you think you're doing? Asked Hargan. Let go. Yuan replied in an irritating tone. I asked what you were doing. I need that thing. Are you planning on betraying me after all that? Did you forget about our bet? I didn't. I think I'm going to be the winner of that bet, Yuan replied. After hearing Yuan's response, Hargan froze for a second before shouting and squeezing Yuan's shoulder even tighter. Then what are you doing? Why do you need that thing? This is why I wanted to do this alone. Yuan let out a sigh while raising his hand. Before anyone even noticed it, he was wielding a sword from his inventory. Kim Yuan. Hargan unleashed an electric attack on Yuan, but Yuan had already thrown his sword, breaking the sealing crystal far off in the distance. The seal over the chimera was undone. It will be released from the cage. Kim Yuan had become the chimera master. The chains and restraints on the chimera were released. The chimera raised its twin head high as he got released. In order to finish the tutorial, everyone had to kill the chimera. The steel bars that held the giant beast started fading and quickly disintegrated. How could you do this? Hargan shouted in anger, intensely glaring at Yuan, who had just broken the sealing crystal. Yuan had become the master of the chimera. Hargan felt like he was just betrayed by a trusted comrade. However, Yuan's next action was not what he had expected. Chimera, Yuan said. Break that wall, Yuan ordered. Having been released from its shackles, the chimera ran towards the wall. When it collided with it, it shook the entire cave. The wall crumbled, and another cave was unveiled. Everyone was shocked at Yuan's actions. Surprised by Yuan's unexpected command, Hargan asked, What are you doing? That guy's not going to attack you guys because I'm the one controlling it. Yuan motioned at the chimera with his chin. I have a different opponent to face. There's a different opponent? Hargan was quite confused at Yuan's words. The chimera is a monster created by the various monsters on this island. Yuan said. What does that have to do with? As Hargan was going to speak, Yuan further said. So who created this chimera? Hargan's eyes widened after hearing Yuan's question, and he eased his grip on his shoulder. He stared at the wall the chimera broke down. If the chimera was the true boss, and there was no additional stage, the other cave shouldn't have existed. No way, thought Hargan. But there certainly was a way, and Yuan started walking to the newly opened space with the chimera. It was an unexpected situation. Captain, what should we do? The message clearly said to kill the chimera. He was the tutorial's boss, and they were participants that had to defeat the boss. However, the situation before them turned out to be not so black and white. Let's check it out first. Hargan and his team followed behind Yuan. Inside the broken wall, there was a long tunnel, and inside was, what looked to be human body parts hanging all over the place. Even before getting selected by the tower, Hargan had been told over and over about the tutorial. But even he had never heard of room number 4 or the existence of another boss. Yuan continued to make his way through the tunnel with his chimera. The end of the tunnel appeared not long after. So, this is where that guy is hiding, Yuan thought. It led to a large cave lined with torches. Kim Yuan entered the boss room number 4. This was a cave that was far bigger than the other boss rooms. And inside the cave, the floor was littered with corpses. The system updated the final boss of the tutorial. This was a cave that was far bigger than the other boss rooms. And inside the cave, the floor was littered with corpses. Were you taking a nap? Yuan asked while looking at the center of the cave. There was a long desk and a very skinny man working on something with blood-stained hands. Chimera Creator, Yuan called out. The system notified to defeat the Chimera Creator to pass the tutorial. Yuan's chimera let out a cry mixed with anger. Well, this is a first. The man stood up from his chair. Despite having control over the chimera, you didn't betray the other participants, and instead came to my room. The man's raspy voice exuded an ominous feeling. His face was as bony as his body. He must have not seen the sun in a long time. His skin was beyond pale, which starkly contrasted with his black robe. Amused, he smiled while looking back and forth between Yuan and Hargan. So you're a descendant of Zeus. You might only be a half-breed, but you should still be quite useful. Half-breed. It was Hargan's most hated word. Who are you calling a half-breed? Hargan's forehead vein popped out. Hargan angrily asked, Who is this guy? The dark magician. Child. He's a ranker that disappeared from the tower long ago, replied Yuan. Child? Hargan was taken aback. Is this guy actually the child? I've heard of him before. He's a ranker that was the test examiner on the 50th floor. I heard how he captured hundreds of players for experiments and made a chimera by mixing various monsters. A ranker, in the tutorial? Setting aside the fact that a being that was once at the top of the tower was somehow in the tutorial, how were they supposed to beat a ranker? Don't be such a wuss. He ended up losing to a player in a humiliating fashion, and due to breaking the rules of the tower, he lost most of his powers. Did he lose his powers? Yu-Won further explained. Yeah, and due to that event, he's been forced to make the tutorial's bosses for 1,000 years. Though, even after 1,000 years pass, he won't be able to regain his powers. The smile on Child's face slowly wore off as Yu-Won continued to talk. He didn't find it all that pleasing to hear someone else talk about his circumstances. How do you know about me? Child asked while staring closely at Yu-Won. Seeing as how he must have hit a nerve, Yu-Won pointed at his eyes. Yu-Won smirked while pointing at his own eyes. Do you by chance remember these? Are you asking me to pull out your eyes? Why are you pointing at your... Child stopped talking after seeing his eyes. They had turned red. It was the cinder eyes. When he noticed them, Child erupted into fury. You scoundrel! Child's voice echoed as jet black mana started circling around him. Yu-Won reached out his hand in front of him to protect himself from the mana with colossal fire. What kind of man is this? Didn't you say he lost his powers? Hargan shot out an electric field, nullifying the black mana. This is him without his powers, Yu-Won said. Hargan grumbled, fighting against the black mana that Child was exuding. If he was a real ranker, we'd all be dead already, Yu-Won continued. Yu-Won protected himself by shrouding himself with fire. Able to feel Child's anger through the mana, Yu-Won looked back at Child to mock him. So you still haven't forgotten. Those eyes. Where did you get them? Scoundrel, are you kin of that monkey? Knowing the relationship between Child and Sun Ogong, Yu-Won continued to push his buttons. What are you so upset about? You're the one that captured and experimented on participants despite being a test examiner. Yu-Won further mocked him. Answer my question. Child called out angrily. No, I didn't come here just to satisfy your curiosity. Yu-Won's eyes darted between the human-type chimeras that filled the cave. I came here because I can't stand letting scumbags like you continue to live. Those words fully flipped Child's switch. The black mana flooded the floor, and the corpses that littered the cave started twitching. The corpses were covered in stitches with mismatched heads, eyes, arms, and legs glued together. What is happening? Someone spoke. I don't know, but we just need to care for them, right? Replied Sung-Yoon. Yes, kill them all. Hargan started shooting out electric attacks, slaughtering the chimeras, which greatly helped the situation. Hargan's teammates started fighting against the monsters too. The human-type chimeras were a bit too strong for the average tutorial participant to handle. However, these guys were all high-ranking participants. Approximately 100 years later, a player that could control chimeras would appear on the lower floors. The player's chimeras, unlike normal chimeras, grew stronger as they climbed the tower as if they had received the system's blessing. Chimeras that could level up. Those were the chimeras that Child was researching here. It seems that he was nearing completion, but, luckily, it seemed that he simply had a large number of them, and they weren't perfected yet. Yu-Won's original plan was to have the unsealed chimera keep the human-type chimeras preoccupied while he fought against Child, but thanks to Hargan and his team, Yu-Won had one less concern. This should make things a bit easier. No longer needing to pay any attention to the enemy chimeras, Yu-Won felt at ease while looking at Child. As Yu-Won moved forward, he was stunned for a moment. The black mana around Yu-Won pulsated, and shining mana shot out. A black casket appeared out of nowhere and swallowed one whole. It was the skill of Child, Dark Casket. Child was pointing a staff made out of black wood at Yu-Won. That is an unbreakable casket. Even the sealed chimera wouldn't be able to break out of it. Having caught Yu much more easily than he had predicted, Child laughed, forgetting about his anger. I might have fallen and lost my power, but how dare a lowly tutorial participant look down on me? I'm going to turn you into a chimera, and for eternity you'll be neither alive nor... Before he could finish speaking, the dark casket started to fracture. Child questioned his own eyes. There was no way that a greenhorn that hadn't even earned the qualification of being a player was doing this, but it was happening. A shock reverberated inside, and this shock was breaking down the dark casket. Child quickly imbued more mana through his staff, but he had reacted a little too late. The dark casket, an immobilization skill that Child prided in, was destroyed by a mere tutorial participant, of all people. Having smashed through the dark casket, with his bare hands, Yuan walked out of the fragments clenching and unclenching his fist. Yuan's right arm had grown over 50% bigger. The veins looked like they were ready to pop, and Yuan's body had an irregular flow of mana. That arm, Child said in shock. As a ranker, Child had once seen a skill like this from a distance. Although Yuan's skill was almost pathetic in comparison, Child gave up on thinking in the midst of all the confusion. Scoundrel, what is your relationship with Olympus? In Child's eyes, Yuan appeared quite similar to a certain Olympus ranker, the key player in the Gigantomachy mythology, a son of Zeus, the main character of the 12 Labors, and the holder of the title the Giant Slayer, the great hero Hercules. He was a hero. Hercules never hesitated to punish evil, and he had enough power to do so. He was kind to the weak, and he never abused his powers. In terms of strength, he was stronger than anyone else in the tower. That was Hercules. Right now, that hero's power was imbued in Yuan's arm. If Yuan had to pick a person that he respected the most, he'd have picked Hercules. It was the skill of gigantification. The muscles in Yuan's arm started convulsing. His arm didn't actually become as large as a giant's. However, after activating gigantification, the muscles in his arms became ripped like a giant's. His arm was imbued with the power of a giant. Yuan's stamina converted into strength to overcome the limitation of gigantification. But the strength was still low, so only partial gigantification occurred, resulting in only one arm gigantified. Only his right arm had been imbued with the power of a giant. Due to a low proficiency and constitution, Yuan couldn't properly utilize gigantification yet. However, this was enough. I see. So this is my limit at this point. Yuan massaged his right arm while stretching. Feeling ignored, Child's face once again turned sour. The cave shook. Fine, I don't need your answer. I at least know that you and Monkey are related. I'm going to make you talk. And after tearing you apart, I'm going to turn you into a chimera and present it to those guys. The black man convulsed, turning into dozens of strands. Then Child raised up his staff and arms while shouting, I'll hear your answer after I've torn you to shreds. Even if you are a direct descendant of Olympus like that half-breed, you're still just a lil runt. All of the strands of mana flew toward Yuan. Yuan tightened his fist, feeling the power in his right arm. At the same time, Yuan stretched out his hands in front of him. You talk too much. Yuan's grip tore apart the strands of mana, making them lose power and dissipate. Shocked, Child imbued more mana into his staff to use the skilled triple-layered dark casket. 3 dark caskets popped up from the ground, swallowing Yuan one after another. This was a much sturdier restraint. However, nothing changed this time around. The dark caskets easily crumbled under Yuan's punch. But having expected that, Child cast a follow-up skill. Don't die from this. Child laughed with a twisted smile as he swung his staff. I have a lot I want to hear from you. Child used the skill Corrupted Venom Fangs. Dozens of fangs appeared around Yuan and Child. Each of them was tough enough to easily pierce steel, not to mention that they were poisonous. All the fangs flew toward Yuan. Yuan gathered all of his strength in his right arm using gigantification. After the preparation, he punched the fangs that flew toward him. One of the fangs shattered into pieces, its fragments flying everywhere. One was okay. Child had expected that, but seeing his fangs get broken one after another slowly wiped the smile off Child's face. The red in Yuan's eye became more saturated. The fangs that were flying toward him all looked slow. Yuan didn't even attempt to dodge them. How is this? At least half the fangs were destroyed. Child sensed the flow of mana in Yuan's arm. Gigantification wasn't a skill that only raised one's strength. The skill basically turned one's body into a lethal weapon. Even if he is a descendant of Hercules, how can a participant in the tutorial break these with sheer force? Child looked at Yuan in confusion while thinking. Yuan had gotten closer to Child. Yuan appeared like an angry bull, coming closer while demolishing dozens of fangs. Child prepared his next skill. The skill that he used was Ebony Thorn Wall. A double-layered black wall appeared. This wall, made up of hundreds of thorns, was currently the strongest defensive skill that Child could use after falling to the tutorial area. Have a taste of my strongest defensive skill. Child mumbled to himself. Try and get through this. Before you can break through, your hand will. Having thought he was safely surrounded by the thorn wall, Child was shocked. He felt the impact from outside. A fracture appeared in the ebony thorn wall. Yuan was unfazed, continuing to attempt to break it down. You crazy punk child imbued more mana into the ebony thorn wall. The wall continued to shake. The crack continued to grow larger. Sweat gathered on Child's forehead as he continued to imbue mana into the wall. That was the final blow. For a moment, Yuan's punches stopped. Child collected his breath, having become drenched in sweat from using so much mana. Did he stop? The impacts had stopped. Child regained his smile slowly. Yeah, I bet he's also tired. He probably wrecked his hand trying to break the ebony thorn wall. His assumptions were quickly crushed. The wall surrounding him started falling apart, and in the blink of an eye, a hand broke through the opening. Child was choked as he was raised up into the air by his neck. After raising him up high, Yuan immediately slammed his head into the ground. Child let out a painful cry as he got slammed. Then Yuan imbued mana into his fist and started bashing his face in. He kept smashing Child's face. The ground shook as Child's head was buried deep into the ground. Blood dripped from Yuan's fist, a result of being injured from breaking through the ebony thorn wall. During his past life, Hercules was guiding Yuan about the stuff he should take care of. He asked Sun Wukong, "Don't you have anything to add? I heard that you fought with Chimera Creator on the 50th floor. I don't have anything to say, because I have this." Sun Wukong's eyes flashed. It was the Cinder Eyes he was talking about. He can see everything with it. I will not die. Despite the fact that his head was being pushed into the ground, Child was smiling. Even after being pummeled with punches strengthened by gigantification, he only had a broken nose and teeth. He didn't look all that hurt. His body was much tougher than it had appeared. "You're as persistent as the rumors said." You won. Child the Chimera Creator was no ordinary boss. He was a ranker from 1,000 years ago, and he was set to soon become a participant in the tutorial and reclaim the tower as a player. It was for that moment that Child had long been preparing his body. After attaching body parts from countless participants and experimenting on himself for almost 1,000 years, his entire body was harder than steel. Despite that, Yuan reached out and grabbed his shoulder. "You'll be able to see everything as long as you have these." It was the skill of Cinder Eyes that could see through any truth or lies. The cause of Yuan's red vision, Cinder Eyes, the eyes that can see through all of creation, allowed Yuan to see the faint lines that connected Child's body together. Child screamed in pain. Yuan had forcibly torn off his right arm. Child grasped where his arm was so easily torn off. "My arm. No, don't." He kept on screaming as Yuan ripped apart his chimera body parts. You attached body parts together like they were toys. No wonder it came off so easily. Even if it had been strengthened through experiments, it was still a body that was made from attaching the body parts of other participants. And as it was not a perfect whole, the conjoining points were bound to be weaknesses. "Why are you asking me to stop?" Yuan grabbed Child's thigh next. While tightening his grasp, Yuan looked Child straight in the eyes. "Have you forgotten how many people you've torn apart?" Back when the tower was crumbling, the meeting regarding the tutorial was almost wrapped up. They had managed to discuss a few possible scenarios regarding the Chimera Creator. Eyes that can analyze the essence and weakness of all creation and the ability to exude the same power as a giant, one of the dominant races of the tower. With those two powers combined, it should be entirely possible to tear apart the Chimera Creator's limbs and snap his neck. As the meeting regarding the tutorial was ending, Yuan said the following. "An unbelievable guy is going to be born." Yuan was able to defeat Chimera Creator, accomplishing an impossible achievement. He will be able to receive a reward for this achievement. The last tutorial finally ended with this. Yuan also gained multiple levels. His strength, agility, and stamina also increased by some point, with an additional reward of reaching 8% on Heaven-Slaying Star. At that point in the tower, he had never imagined that the unbelievable guy would end up being him. Yuan's level had increased by 2. It was an exorbitant amount of EXP, being able to level up twice at his current level. And on top of that, thanks to reaching a higher completion rate, Yuan also obtained 2 additional stat points. So this guy was recognized as a boss, like Sarutra. This was a good thing for you. Had the system not recognized Child as a boss, not only would he have not received EXP, but he also wouldn't have received any bonus rewards. Luckily that didn't occur, and as an additional bonus, the completion rate for Heaven-Slaying Star shot up, which was great news for you. With this, the completion rate is now over 10%. I got an additional 2 stat points. Does that mean it's 1 stat point per 5%? This meant that He'd be able to earn a total of 20 stat points unrelated to levels by completing the skill. Yuan had thought that the effect was pretty lackluster for an A+ rank skill, but it turned out to be pretty decent. Yuan turned his head and looked around. The human-type chimeras that were in battle suddenly started dropping dead, as if their souls had left their bodies. It was all because Child, the one who was controlling them, died. What's wrong with them? They suddenly flopped over. Is it over? They're not getting back up, right? Hargan's team and the unsealed chimera stayed on guard against the fallen human-type chimera. They were concerned that the chimeras might get back up at any moment and charge at them again. They won't be getting up, so don't worry. The boss is dead. Hargan's team is untensed after hearing Yuan's reassurance. Really? I thought we were actually dead. Is anyone injured? Now that the battle was over, Aladdin and Paladin started looking after their teammates with their healing abilities. Quite a few of them had been injured. They might have been high-ranking participants, but their opponents were human-type chimeras created by the Chimera Creator. Had the unsealed chimera not helped them, more than half of them probably would have died. Suddenly, Hargan's expression turned sour. He was angry about his friend getting hurt due to Yuan's shenanigans. I will take care of things for a while. Take care of Yolch, Hargan said to his group. Where's the reward? Asked Hargan. Seeing how it was taking a while for the reward to be calculated, he signaled to Yuan and turned around. Come with me for a bit. You guys stay back. Yuan nodded his head and followed behind him. He had a rough idea of what Hargan wanted to say. He led Yuan to boss room number 3 where the Chimera boss was originally sealed. Without the Chimera, the cave was completely empty. I won't ask who you are or how you knew about the connection between that rancor and the tutorial. It bothered Hargan. He had heard Child speak about Yuan and Olympus. However, that had to be tabled for now. Yolch's injured. Yuan nodded his head, listening to Hargan. The one who took the biggest injury during this battle was Yolch. It appeared as though she was stabbed in the hip, and Aladdin was busy treating her right now. Did you really have to do that? This was a tutorial that could have been cleared just by defeating the sealed chimera. We didn't have to defeat that guy. That'd normally be the case. Yuan replied. Normally? Hargan couldn't believe Yuan's words. Saying something like normally when they had challenged the tutorial's boss after only 5 days. Even Zeus, his father, had never managed to set this kind of record in the tutorial. Yet here Yuan was claiming that just defeating the sealed chimera in record time would be normal after having challenged something far beyond that. Hargan clenched his fist as he said, You could have set the greatest record to date just by defeating the sealed chimera. How far do you have to go until you're satisfied? Will you only be satisfied once you and all your comrades are dead? How far, you say? Yuan closed his eyes and took a moment to think. How far indeed did he have to go? Even now, Yuan could vividly picture it when he closed his eyes. The outer gods. The gods from another world outside the tower. One who couldn't be born. Despair that reaches the skies. Gloom trapped in a swamp. And foolish chaos. How far do I have to go? Yuan thought back to the fight with foolish chaos. In order to just defeat him, Azura, Vishnu, and various other rankers lost their lives. And exactly how many bastards like him existed? There was no way for Yuan to know. That's why Yuan couldn't let himself be shackled by the laws of this small and tiny tower. He had to become endlessly powerful while purging the rotten parts of this world, leading it to become even stronger. Or else this world would meet its end. I don't know. Yuan shook his head in response. He had never thought about it before. How far would he have to go in order to face the gods from another world? Yuan felt like he couldn't breathe, and a suffocating pressure weighed down on his entire body. This was a much harder question to answer than fighting Child. You don't know? Hargan asked back in confusion. He tried to read Yuan's face. Yuan had always appeared confident and laid back up until now. He was absolutely certain that no one was as strong as Yuan during their time as a newbie. However, Yuan still didn't seem satisfied, as if he had only just taken the first step toward his goal. Instead of responding to Hargan's question, Yuan replied with a question out of the blue. You're looking for a team, right? Once you can get through thick and thin. Hargan looked confused, not understanding what Yuan was talking about. Yuan continued, This is why. This is the reason why I'm not looking for a team right now. The reason why Yuan hadn't made a team. Hargan had previously thought he was simply being stubborn, not wanting to work together with people who had a different goal. And it was only natural that he thought Yuan was just being stubborn back then. So that wasn't it, Hargan thought. What Yuan wanted were comrades that were strong enough to face extreme dangers. The team had to be made of people who could walk the same path as him because the path he was destined to walk was far more dangerous than Hargan could ever imagine. That's why it's better if you give up now. If you pull someone like me into your team, who knows when something like this might happen again? With that, Yuan turned away, but it wasn't so. He could go back to where the rest of them were. It was because of the tall man that had suddenly appeared behind him. Have you been waiting a long time? Asked Yuan. Well, it seemed like. You two were having an important conversation. It was the giant hobo, the tutorials administrator. Having been unable to notice the administrator's presence until then, Hargan was shocked to see the tall man. Seeing Yuan and the administrator greet each other, Hargan carefully asked Yuan, "Who's this?" The tutorials administrator. Hargan froze for a second, as if he didn't understand. Before continuing, the administrator? After shouting in surprise, Hargan quickly shut up and measured the administrator's reaction. Even though Yuan had already met this one a few times, administrators weren't normally so easy to meet. Unless you specifically requested a meeting with them, they rarely ever showed themselves, and they usually stayed on the sidelines, having delegated most of their work to the lackeys. The administrators of each floor were beings on par with the highest rankers. They were essentially in the same position as the big three of Olympus. As a son of Olympus, I'd like to thank you for your presence, administrator. It was only natural for Hargan to show proper respect to the administrator. Unlike normal participants, as a descendant of Olympus, he knew a lot about administrators. Oh yeah. The administrator, however, didn't seem all that pleased with his greeting. Yuan quickly guessed the reason behind the administrator's reaction. Don't be like that. You should properly accept his greetings since he's got nothing to do with that. Do you really have to be like that? Just thinking about how much more work I have now because of those bastards makes me want to go pull out Zeus's beard right now. Not knowing the current situation, Hargan was confused as to what they were talking about. However, he knew he couldn't just demand an answer right now in the presence of the administrator. Still, Hargan could at least tell that the administrator was currently hostile against Olympus. Also, thinking about what I'm about to hear from the other guys again because of you, the administrator sounded like he had a headache. The Chimera creator was a boss that had maintained the ecosystem of the tutorial for almost 1,000 years. It was all part of the administrator's plan. Child created the sealed Chimera, maintaining the tutorial system on repeat. The tutorials administrator had been preparing a different boss to substitute for the sealed Chimera before the 1,000-year contract ended. However, the Chimera creator was suddenly killed, even though the preparations weren't ready yet. For the foreseeable future, the difficulty of the tutorial is going to seriously decrease. He might have to just throw in any boss, even if it didn't meet the difficulty requirement. And having to come up with a suitable reward, the administrator felt like his head was going to explode from a migraine. Did you come here just to complain? Just give me the reward already, please. You're much more impatient than you appear. The administrator looked down at Yuan, not really thrilled with the situation, as he opened his hand. Here you go. A bright light floated out of the administrator's palm. It was a black-colored light, emitting a holy glow. The light dissipated after a short while, and what remained was a small onyx crystal. The administrator handed the tiny crystal to Yuan. Where you use it is up to you, and protecting it will also be up to you. Dark Divine Crystal is a fragment that holds the darkness of the Genesis. It contains mana with an unending dark property. It is still unrefined. A skilled craftsman is needed in order to unleash its full power. Yuan took the black crystal from the administrator's hand. As Yuan grabbed the crystal, foreign mana started circulating around Yuan's palm. It was the energy from the crystal. Yuan's eyes perked up. Yuan tightly grasped the dark divine crystal in his hand. The fragment of the Helm of Invisibility. Hades was one of the big three of Olympus. The Helm of Invisibility was one of the items used by him, one of the strongest items in Olympus. And an essential crafting material for the helm was this dark divine crystal. This was one of the items Yuan had to obtain after he returned to the past. He didn't really have an idea of how to obtain it, so he had planned to take it from Olympus much later, but he ended up finding it in an unexpected place. At this moment in time, only the fragment of the lightning bolt exists. Out of the remaining 2 fragments, one of them is now in my possession. This was a reward that was not in his original plan. I know where the 3rd fragment, the fragment of the trident, is. The problem is the fragment of the lightning bolt. Yuan looked away from the administrator, turning his head to Hargan, who was waiting with great excitement. I might be able to gather them sooner than I thought. What? Why? Hargan asked, confused by the expression Yuan was making while staring at him. Yuan simply shrugged, not saying a word, and looked back at the administrator. Now that all the conditions have been met, you will be entering the tower. The administrator turned to glance over at Hargan. The others will get their reward according to their CP. Hey, Olympian kid, I'm not thrilled about it, but your reward won't be half bad either. Hargan had set the second highest contribution after Yu1 during the boss raid, though he couldn't be compared to Yu1, who controlled the unsealed chimera and defeated the chimera creator by himself. Hargan had managed to defeat dozens of human-type chimeras. Thank you, Administrator, sir. Not content. The administrator looked up and down at Hargan before turning back to Yuan. Anyway, this will be our last time. You're not planning on causing just as much trouble once you make it up there, right? I'm not sure. That sounds like a no. The administrator looked down at the fragment of the Helm of Invisibility in Yuan's hand. Though that'd be par for the course. With that in your possession, you'll be able to rampage. Even harder. The ground started shaking. No, it wasn't the ground that was shaking. It was the space they were standing in. If you're going to cause trouble, the administrator lifted his chin, looking up. At first, Yuan was just a single participant. From a small world he didn't even care about. However, Yuan had left an impression on him, unlike anyone before. It might not be that bad for you to become the wave that shakes up this tower. The tutorial ended in only 5 days. Yuan gained around 700,000 points. The ranking for the tutorial had been settled. Yuan obtained an extra 68,000 points. He was able to set a new record, thus he gained extra 50,000 points. Inside the inventory of Yuan, a strange glow appeared. It was a purple egg with a unique texture. Yuan obtained an unknown for setting a record. The tower system welcomed all the players. Upon entering, the white light faded as Yuan's vision returned to normal. Because of the string of messages he got, instead of checking the location he arrived in, Yuan first checked the rewards he obtained from his contribution points. He had racked up over 670,000 CP, and since he passed the tutorial in historic record time, he knew that there would be a reward fitting for it, but an unexpected and not even properly named egg was given to him. An egg? The reward was automatically placed into his inventory. When he put his hand inside his inventory, he felt an egg the size of a fist. What is this thing? Yuan thought he had obtained plenty of rewards, now that he was in possession of the dark, divine crystal. However, that didn't mean he had no expectations. We're here, Hargan mumbled, as Yuan looked up. The unfathomably high ceiling was as high as the sky. Though this was only a single floor, the first floor was practically a world of its own. Around Yuan, there were tens of thousands of participants, people who had earned the title of players, around him. They had arrived in the outer tower region on the first floor. Known as the Meadow of Beginnings, this was the place where the players first stepped foot in the tower. And around the field, what the? Newbies already? Isn't there supposed to be quite a bit of time before the tutorial is over? No way. Are they already finished? Gazes descended upon the newly arrived players. It was the pre-existing players. They had been camping out, so they could welcome the new players that just cleared the tutorial and entered the tower. Many guilds had acted quickly to recruit new players, but they were caught off guard by their unexpectedly early arrival. Seeing some familiar faces, Hargan frowned. It seems like even Olympus is here this time. They're as busy as always. Some must have gone off somewhere, though. Not everyone is here yet, said Hargan. Making contact with guilds would be pointless, so instead, he turned to Yuan. What about guilds? You don't have any intentions of joining? Hargan asked Yuan. No, I am not planning to join any, said Yuan. Not surprising. You don't even have any plans of forming a team, so why would you join a guild? Having expected this answer, Hargan shrugged his shoulders. Well, I'll keep my promise, since it's a no-brainer who earned more CP. Hargan was talking about granting him a favor since Yuan. Yuan nodded in response. Though it was a verbal promise, Hargan wasn't the kind of guy to break a promise he'd made. Oh, and about earlier. Hargan asked while remembering the scene with the administrator. Your conversation with the administrator. Did something happen between Olympus and the administrator? It seemed that Hargan was concerned about what the administrator had said, which of course he was. The administrator had said he wanted to pull out Zeus's beard if he could, and Hargan had never heard of the administrator feeling so hostile to Olympus. Yuan stared at Hargan for some moments without saying a word. Then he walked over and said, The Olympus you know is probably a place that's righteous, and uses its power to maintain order inside the tower. What are you trying to say? Said Hargan. If you want to know everyone's true colors, you should slowly uncover them yourself. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. And with those words, Yu-Won walked away, following the signs. The Meadow of Beginnings had signs prepared for the new players. It pointed towards the direction of the first floor city, which was in the central region of the floor. When you get to town, first register as a player. That way we can at least stay in touch. Also, while watching Yuan walk away, Hargan hesitated before continuing, "Be careful of jackals." After hearing those words, Yuan paused for a second, nodded his head, and waved his hand. Jackals, Yuan knew what Hargan meant. Even though he also hadn't joined a guild in his previous life, he had experienced them before. After Yuan had left, Hargan stood in place for a moment. There were people waiting for him. Hargan had locked eyes with some of the group members earlier, so he had wondered if they would come to greet him. Apparently, he guessed right. "I, Agamemnon of Olympus, give my greetings to the one of great lineage." A man walked over to Hargan and spoke. He turned around to look at them. A group made its way through the new players. A man wearing gold-plated armor and a helmet led a group of about 10 or so players. The group wore capes with an emblem of a large mountain, a sword, and a spear, the symbol of Olympus. "Agamemnon, you say? I think I've seen you before," said Hargan. "Thank you for remembering me." Agamemnon got on one knee while facing Hargan. As a player who hadn't become a ranker yet, he had to show his respects according to Olympian lineage. But unlike his actions, Agamemnon looked at Hargan with indifference. "Is Ares well? I heard he became a high ranker recently. Please pass along my congratulations," said Hargan. "Thank you." The war maniac of Olympus, Ares. He was the player that Agamemnon followed. However, Lord Ares finds lineage more important than anything. "He has ordered me to not pass along any of your messages until you find your birth mother," said the Golden Knight. Ares was renowned within Olympus for his bad personality, so it was given he would do this. "What did you say?" Hargan spoke while looking at him in a daze. "As you know, the ruler of the skies has little interest in children. And sir, you do not know who your mother is?" Agamemnon kept on muttering such hateful words in front of Hargan. Hargan's veins were about to pop out. He could not bear it. "You are disrespectful." Electricity started flowing out of Hargan's body. He tried to hold himself back, but his rage was already overflowing. Yet, in the midst of Hargan's anger, Agamemnon wore a stoic look, the look of someone who didn't know what they did wrong. In fact, it was possible that he was enjoying Hargan's rage. "Do not be like this, sir. I'm sure you're well aware of Lord Ares' personality. Lineage is something you create. I hope you'll have your own family one day." Agamemnon shamelessly bent his head and put out the fire that he himself started. Hargan couldn't continue to show his anger after what Agamemnon said. It was true, the one that looked down on Hargan was Ares, not him. Not to mention the fact that Agamemnon was one of Ares' men. If he accidentally went too far, it might end up souring his own relationship with Olympus. "All right, you guys may go." Hargan spoke, and then turned around to leave. "Yes, sir. Farewell." After bowing, Agamemnon suddenly remembered something and asked, "Who was that man earlier? Seeing as how he left by himself, he doesn't seem to be one of your teammates." "That guy?" Hargan pressed his brow, recollecting Yuan, who had left first towards the city. He didn't quite know how to explain Yuan. Since he lost the bet and failed to recruit him into his team, he couldn't call him his companion. However, he couldn't say that it was just some guy he knew since they still had unfinished business. His relationship with Yuan. After thinking hard about it for a moment, Hargan slowly spoke. "He is a friend?" Maybe it's because he had finally said it once, and Hargan was able to say it again with more confidence. "Yeah, he's something like a friend." Hargan's answer left Agamemnon in confusion. Jackals was a nickname given to them for the silly wolf masks that they wore. It referred to the guys that had given up on moving to the next floor and simply waited for the end of every tutorial. They were bastards that went after new players who weren't able to join any guilds in the Meadow of Beginnings, and their favorite prey were new players that went around alone, like Yuan. The Jackals called the period when the tutorial ended the time of harvest. Uninterested in guilds, Yuan avoided the existing players as he headed toward the city. "I knew it." When he turned his head, he heard breathing in the tall grass. "So they've started tailing me." He didn't even have to use Cinder Eyes. His high perception was enough for him to realize how many there were and where. The dark divine crystal that Yuan obtained from the last tutorial is a crystal that holds the darkness of the beginning. It contains an endless amount of mana with dark attributes. It also had an innate stealth ability. Yuan smiled faintly. He felt the fragment of the Helm of Invisibility inside his pocket. His opponents were small fry. so it was the perfect time to test it out. Why don't I try it out? The dark divine crystal started emitting black light from Yuan's hand. Jackals were a band that camped out on the first floor whenever the tutorial ended and went after new players. Even though they might have earned the qualifications to be players, they were still greenhorn kids that had just completed the tutorial and an easy target. The leader of the Jackals, Fateo, was extra interested in this round's harvest. To be over already, they were much faster than expected. It was only about 10 days since the tutorial started, and it was only a little over 5 days since the 5th tutorial had started. Yet the new players had already arrived. That was historically fast. That would mean that quite a few of them will have good items. And because they took so little time, they should be that much weaker. He's actually alone and doesn't have any companions. Something feels off. Should we just let him go? The group of jackals started muttering among them. Why should we let him go? We just need to quickly take care of him. Can't you tell? That's a pyromancy robe. The leader spoke while pointing at Yuan. A pyromancy robe? Wow. We hit the jackpot, they whispered, watching Yuan. Though uninterested at first, after noticing the pyromancy robe, their expectations shot through the roof. While looking at his companions in the tall grass, Fateo's face suddenly froze. His companions were confused why their boss froze up. What's wrong? Where did he go? He disappeared. The guy that was walking down the road just a second ago had now disappeared. It was like the act of a ghost. They were sure he was just there. Suddenly, among the group of jackals that were hiding in the bushes, some of them had their heads cut off, which caused chaos everywhere. The sounds of sword slashes could be heard everywhere. Is it an enemy? The jackals drew their weapons, swords, spears, and bows. And one of them must have specialized in skills over weaponry because he pulled out a staff. But their preparations were for naught. Who are you? Come out. The jackals fell into chaos. They couldn't see their enemy. Boss, I think this must have been bait. The guy that was right before their eyes had disappeared. They couldn't believe it. In just a short moment, the people that were in the ambush apart from Fateo dropped dead, one after another. They weren't far from him, so that meant that the enemy was already nearby. But he still could not detect any presence. There's no way a new player that just got to the first floor has a stealth skill. They thought that this was probably an illusion skill used by a different player to lure them out. No wonder a new player was wearing a pyromancy robe. It was too good to be true. Fateo turned his head, and though faint, he could see someone wearing a crimson robe. Could it be? Fateo concentrated mana in his eyes. Fateo ground his teeth. He had already heard 5 screams, and he was in a situation where the enemy's sword might pierce his neck at any moment. The skill that got him to his current position, Falcon's Eye, was activated. His vision got brighter, and he was able to see something faint. As the hazy figure swung his sword, Fateo could see the crimson dragon robe and the enemy's face. The enemy disappeared right away. The only moment that he revealed himself was in the short instance when he swung his sword. Fateo's eyes widened. The crimson dragon robe, the long sword. Though he couldn't see it clearly, Fateo was sure that this red flash was the new player that they had planned to rob. Another jackal lost their head, falling to the ground. Everyone, retreat. Run away. Fateo shouted as he ran full force into the forest. Fateo started stumbling back. He wasn't bait. Fateo realized he was wrong twice. This guy wasn't something like bait. He was a sword that was personally out to kill them. A warm sensation enveloped his feet. As Fateo's field of vision slowly tilted downwards, Fateo screamed in agony, his feet having been cut off. Having lost his feet to support him, he fell to the ground. Fateo tried to crawl forward with his arms. A sword pierced his hand. He looked back to the shadow that covered him. The hazy figure started becoming clearer until Yuan, wearing the pyromancy robe, became fully visible. Don't be annoying and go too far. You were going to get caught immediately anyway. Yuan pressed down on Fateo's neck with his hand. I'm going to ask you something. If you answer it earnestly, I'll at least send you off peacefully, said Yuan. This brat. Kill him. After hearing Yuan's words, Fateo quickly glanced around him. Just earlier he had a team of almost 20 people around him. They were jackals that had been hunting new players for over 10 years, but now all that remained were headless corpses. Who are you talking to? I get what you want, but you should have reasonable expectations of corpses. If you're going to keep acting like you're mute, I'll just continue on with what I was doing. Yuan pressed his neck so as to not let him shout and spoke. I'll talk. Fateo screamed from the agonizing pain of his body getting crushed. Then the force pressing down on him eased. Yuan kept his foot on Fateo as he proceeded to ask him questions. Do you know where the guy by the name of Muwunchion is? Fateo was shaken by Yuan's question. How do you know this name? He couldn't continue his sentence. The sudden change in Fateo's expression made Yuan smirk. Wow, jackpot on my first try. Yuan pressed down on Fateo with more force. Yuan was attacked by a few more jackal gangs after that, but every single confrontation ended similarly. After taking care of multiple jackal groups, Yuan finally arrived in the city. Countless players lived here. Using points as currency, they formed a society here. And within the city, Yuan went to a restaurant called Terra. He found food from the martial realm quite appetizing. At the terrace at the top of a building, Longjing tea was served to him. It wasn't a very expensive tea. You could find it in just about any cafe within the tower. This was the central region inside the first floor. Appreciating the fragrance, Yuan wore a smile of satisfaction. It had been a long time since he could enjoy such a leisurely time in view. This is something that's nice about having returned. After going all out, non-stop, he had slowly become fatigued. Yuan looked at the view from the fifth floor where the cafe was located. The city in the central region of the first floor was far bigger than Seoul. This world that operated with points as the currency looked quite peaceful and beautiful. He remembered the time when used to visit the cafe with Hercules and other high-rankers. They spent a lot of quality time together in these sorts of cafes. The thought came to him that it was the right call to return. Yuan continued to drink his tea without thinking much more. And when he could see the bottom of his cup, he took out the fragment of the Helm of Invisibility from his pocket. Unlike the real Helm of Invisibility, it's not perfect at stealth. I wonder if it's because it's still unrefined, and I'm not skilled enough. Thought Yuan. A fragment of the Helm of Invisibility. Its original name was the Dark Divine Crystal. It was a gem known to hold an infinite amount of power. The players from Earth would even jokingly call it an Infinity Stone. As such, it was an object that held tremendous amounts of mana. However, it was entirely up to the capability of the user to draw out and use that power. I'm not sure about the limits of its power, but I'll need to refine it first. The ruler of the underworld, Hades. The Helm of Invisibility was an item used by him, and it granted perfect stealth. Yuan had previously seen Hades in battle, wearing the Helm of Invisibility. The reason why Zeus was able to claim the position as the ruler of the skies and become the king of Olympus was because he had obtained the fragment of the lightning bolt first. It was an object that allowed the current Olympus and the Olympus of the distant future to exist. Who could properly handle this? After finishing his tea, Yuan stood up. Break time was now over. I'll get to see Ajusi again, said Yuan. After finishing taking a break, Yuan registered as a player at the rankings registration office, located at the center of the city. Player registration was a process where new players were given a number, a ranking, and a player kit. A player kit was a crystal that could be used by imbuing it with the user's mana. Because a mana's property was unique to each person like a fingerprint, once you registered your mana at the rankings registration office, you could pull up a player's number and information on the kit by using their mana. Was it here? Yuan scratched his head while walking around according to his memories. He thought he kinda knew where it was, and it did turn out that he only kinda knew. It was actually incredibly difficult to find the location just by knowing the general direction. It was in, and I don't really have anyone I can ask. In the end, he had to search for it on foot, and so Yuan ended up in an alleyway on the outskirts of the city. Just a few points. Please. My child is starving. Mister. If the center of the city was the day, then this place was the night. There was a gathering of beggars, dropout players, and citizens that were born inside the tower. Give me everything you have. A beggar walked up to Yuan and pointed a knife at his back. But Yuan instantly turned around and smashed the man in his stomach and threw him away. Michael, damn it. You punk. How dare you do this to our group? A man shouted. There were a total of 4 to 5 people. They started encircling Yuan. Yuan did not hesitate and beat them up one by one. Some of them had their limbs broken. If you really can't stand living like this, then go up the tower, said Yuan. The beggars cried in pain. But Yuan did not stop. He went ahead and broke an arm and a leg from each player that attacked him. He had no intention of showing pity. While Yuan was beating the beggars, a familiar sound of hammering came from an alleyway. Yuan let go of the arm of the player that had attacked him, so he could go find the source of this sound that he had been looking for. The sound grew louder. In the deepest depths of a back alleyway, there was a shabby blacksmith that radiated intense heat. So it was here. Yuan walked into the blacksmith's workshop. When he parted the curtains that were in place of a door, he felt a rush of even more intense heat. Is anyone here? Yuan asked loudly. The entrance was only slightly hot, while the inside of the workshop was like being steamed alive. The rhythmic beat of hammering steel. But soon, a different sound emerged. The sound of plunging hot steel into water. From the room where the hammering was coming from, a voice came out. Didn't you say you had to work in the morning? It was a thick, rough voice. Yuan waited for the owner of the voice to walk out. A moment later, from behind a firmly shut steel door, a blacksmith with a dark tan walked out. The man walked with a limp, holding a heavy hammer. He looked at Yuan with curiosity. Huh, who are you? After looking him up and down, the man was pleasantly surprised. Yuan looked entirely normal, unlike the thugs and beggars that roamed the alleys. Isn't that the pyromancy robe? You don't look like you're from around these parts. Are you lost? The man instantly recognized and commented on the pyromancy robe. It wasn't all that surprising. It was a fairly well-known item, and it cost way too much for a player on the first floor to wear. It was something you'd normally never see in a slum like this. No, I'm in the right place. Is this not a blacksmith's workshop? Yuan spoke while picking a sword. Are you sure? What? You want to buy some equipment? Said the blacksmith. After listening to Yuan, the man picked his ear as if he had lost interest. He then pointed at a wall with some cheap equipment. If you're fine with these, go ahead. Though I'm not sure if they'll be any better than what you have already. After hearing the man speak, Yuan started appraising the items on the wall one by one. Yuan's brows furrowed. It was a shabby sword. A sword so poorly made, the blade has no edge. It's more of a blunt weapon than a sword. The object was barely a sword, even having a pathetic description. A sword like this wouldn't even be able to cut an apple without imbuing mana into it. The apple would get smashed instead of sliced. They're all failures. The man frowned slightly at Yuan's brutally honest criticism. It might have been true, but he was talking about something he personally made. Who would be happy to hear their creation called a failure right to their face? It seems you're not that talented at breaking stuff. The blacksmith's expression shifted. He looked confused by what Yuan had said. Yuan looked away from the broken equipment and stared right at the man. Your name's Volcaro, right, Ajusi? The man was surprised by Yuan calling him with familiarity. He knew his name. That meant that it was no coincidence that Yuan had entered his workshop, which was deep inside a hard-to-navigate slum. Who sent you here? Volcaro tightened the grip on his hammer. Weak mana radiated around him. Yuan quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out a player kit. You don't have to be so wary. I'm a new player that just got to the first floor. A new player? Volcaro looked at the player kit in Yuan's hand. On the marble-like player kit, the number 1 was engraved into it. It signified the highest floor the player had conquered. The number 1. It wouldn't make sense if a player that managed to earn a pyromancy robe in the tutorial was unable to conquer the second floor. So you're telling the truth. Volcaro lowered his hammer back down. Yuan let out a sigh of relief. If their talk had gone sour and Volcaro had swung his hammer, a catastrophe might have occurred. Ajusi is as quick-tempered as always, thought Yuan. Yuan was surprised that he'd raised his hammer after simply being called Volcaro. If I had called him by his real name, he might have actually thrown it at me. Yuan thought while letting out a sigh of relief. Yuan decided he should pretend to be ignorant of the truth for a little while. But with this, he had managed to make him slightly lower his guard. Volcaro looked at Yuan with a gaze that was asking, "So what business do you have with me?" In response, Yuan showed his hand. The reason why I came here wasn't to buy pre-made equipment, but to commission you to make me an item. In Yuan's palm was a black crystal. The fragment of the helm of invisibility shone, letting out a black light. Volcaro was a talented blacksmith. No, talented couldn't even begin to describe him because he was the best blacksmith that Yuan knew. That's Volcaro immediately recognized the crystal in Yuan's hand. Well, to be more precise, it wasn't that he recognized what the crystal was. Instead, he recognized its value. Could I take a closer look? Yuan nodded his head to Volcaro's question. Volcaro limped closer to Yuan. He looked at the fragment of the helm of invisibility up close, but since he had not been hired for a commission yet, he didn't reach for it. But it was more than enough for Volcaro to understand the full value of the fragment. It's an unrefined crystal. Are you able to refine it? Asked Yuan. I certainly can. But Volcaro's voice trembled. Yuan studied his facial expression and the look in his eyes. He was hesitating. Yuan gave him time to think about it. After a long moment, Volcaro spoke. Where did you get this? Yuan handed the fragment over to Volcaro, and Volcaro ended up receiving it before he could say anything. I got it as the tutorial clear reward. As the tutorial clear reward? How did you receive something like this from? Volcaro spoke in a trembling voice. Confused, Volcaro pulled out his player kit and checked the date. It was the season for the tutorial, but there should still have been quite a bit of time before it was over and new players started roaming the central region. How many days did it take? Asked Volcaro. About 5 days and 2 hours. I was ranked first, said Yuan. That is a new record. Volcaro nodded after looking up and down Yuan's outfit. Volcaro knew that he wasn't just an ordinary guy, but for him to have placed first in the tutorial while setting a historic record for the clear time. His doubts about where Yuan got the item disappeared, and his face showed clear resolve. The only thing I can do right now is refine it. Yuan didn't expect any more than that to begin with. He smiled wide and asked, is it because you lack materials? Using any old cheap material will just harm it. You need a material that can handle the power of the crystal, said Volcaro. Volcaro looked around his workshop. It was full of old, crappy equipment. Are you sure you want to leave this to me? Yuan nodded while looking at the old man. You're crazy. Volcaro cackled. He firmly grasped the fragment of the helm of invisibility within his hand. You don't think I'd run away with this thing? Volcaro spoke while he walked towards his smithy. Yuan nodded his head without hesitation. It was Volcaro. Not to mention, there was no one else he could trust with this except him. Of course, I believe in you. I'm a pretty good judge of character. Yuan took a close look at Volcaro's eyes. If you wanted the crystal, I would see greed in your eyes. But instead, you look super excited. I also doubt your ability to destroy the item, since I have a good eye for them as well. Yuan spoke while grabbing a sword from the wall. He swung it around to analyze the sword. A dull edge, a lackluster handle. Everyone would say that this sword was a failure. It was such a poor product, it felt like the metal used to create it had been wasted. It was to a degree that one would believe that a normal player, not a blacksmith, created it. You can crush the edges, and you can make a lame handle, but habits die hard. Yuan lightly swung the sword around. It moved in a gentle line, and Yuan smiled softly. It seems you forgot to ruin the balance of the sword while making it. Yuan tested out a few more swords, spears, etc. This one, as well as that one. It was the same no matter how many weapons he handled. They all had a perfect weight distribution. Volcaro was stunned at Yuan's remarks. You really are something. Seeing Yuan's actions made Volcaro put his hand to his forehead while letting out a baffled laugh. He couldn't believe it. They were pieces of equipment Volcaro had hung up around the entrance to trick people. But instead of just ignoring them and passing by, Yuan had seen the true essence of the blacksmith that made them. Who are you? You seem like a pureblood. Who are you affiliated with? Volcaro continued to ask. I don't have anything like that. Pureblood. Yeah, I am something similar. Yuan spoke while throwing the sword aside. You're either a pureblood or not. What do you mean, something similar? Volcaro looked down and let out a small laugh before looking back at you. Fine. I'll accept the job. Since you trust me, I'll do the best refining there is. But I have a condition. Volcaro zipped his lips. You need to keep where you got this refined, as well as the fact that this object has been refined, a secret. You can do that, right? He was doing everything he could to stay hidden. It was truly a pity that a blacksmith of his caliber was rotting away and hiding. However, there was nothing Yuan could do about that right now. Of course, the only thing he could do was keep his promise. Yuan gave Volcaro his number and left. Yuan went and found an inn. Yuan slept for over half a day until the sun rose. After waking, Yuan went down to the restaurant on the first floor. It was a fairly large place, and after paying 3 points, breakfast was served. It was a pretty good spread. 10 days. It was longer than he had expected, but it wasn't an unbearably long time to wait. I gave Volcaro my number, so now I just have to wait. I had to remain on the first floor for a while anyways. 10 days is plenty of time, thought Yuan. Yuan picked up a piece of bread. The jackals will get together 4 days after the tutorial is over, so that'll be in 2 days. This was intel he gathered by asking the jackals he had captured. He had asked a few groups of jackals, and all their responses were the same. The time and location matched across the board. Now the real problem was the number of them. It'd be more convenient if I could catch and kill them all alone. Yuan went over his plans while chewing on his bread. But I'm unable to do that currently, thought Yuan. So you were here. Yuan looked at the man who sat down in the chair across from him. A man with wide shoulders and golden blonde hair stuck out no matter the place. It was Hargan. How did you find this place? Said Yuan. Hargan ordered his food and turned back to Yuan. It seemed he came without his companions. I searched all over for you. I asked around for the name of Kim Yuan, and this place came up. I got some connections. I ended up using some people, said Hargan. Yuan nodded his head in response to Hargan's answer. He should have guessed. Floor 1 was where Olympus displayed the greatest amount of influence, and at the end of the day, Hargan was the son of Zeus, the ruler of the skies. Something like finding someone staying at an inn was probably a piece of cake. You got a player kit, right? Give me your number, Hargan asked while taking out his own player kit. I never thought I'd end up getting hit on by a guy, said Yuan. I didn't know you had jokes. I thought you'd have a stale-ass personality, Hargan said in a sarcastic tone. I wouldn't say I'm exactly fun either, Yuan said while giving his number to Hargan. When they were done exchanging numbers, Hargan's food arrived. Yuan asked while taking a bite of his soup, when are you planning on climbing up the tower? In about 5 days, I will climb up the tower, replied Hargan. Yuan further asked, and what are you doing till then? I'm planning on leveling in the outer region. I also need to increase my team's teamwork. I'll need at least 5 days for that, replied Hargan. Yuan put down his spoon. If that's the case, do a job with me, said Yuan. A job? Hargan was surprised by the unexpected proposal, mentioning a job out of nowhere. This was the first time Yuan had suggested something to him first. He came unannounced to get his number. Yet here was Yuan asking for something out of the blue. What kind of a job is it? The jackals. I want to exterminate them, said Yuan. Hargan's ears perked at where the talk was going. You want to exterminate what? The jackals. They were the scourge of the first floor. It was unknown how many there were, or if they were a structured organization. So exterminating them was considered impossible. Just sorting them out would be a problem in itself, but I don't think this is something that's possible to do with just 10 people, said Hargan. Not 10, just 2, you and me. While wiping his lips with a napkin, Yuan watched Hargan's shaken expression. First, tell me more details, said Hargan. It's a bit too early right now. Come back here tomorrow night. I'll tell you then. If you can't, I can do it alone, said Yuan. Tomorrow night? Hargan nodded his head. He didn't finish his meal. There were far too many thoughts inside his head for him to continue shoving food in his mouth. Hargan got up from the table first. All right, I'll see you then. Going so soon? Asked Yuan. I have a lot to take care of if I'm going to make time to meet you tomorrow night. Hargan waved his hand while speaking and left. Hargan seemed to have taken quite a liking to the team he had formed during the tutorial, trying to grow that team so they could climb the tower together. He's really putting his heart into it. Yuan watched Hargan leave the restaurant. And then, it seems like you've been waiting for a while. He looked back at the man sitting at the table behind him, who had been sitting with his back to you. Now that that's over, why don't you tell me what business you have with me? I was quite surprised because Sir Hargan showed up out of nowhere. The man had been having a meal by himself and wore a hood. This is our first time meeting each other, right? Nice to meet you. Yuan locked eyes with Agamemnon, who stood up from his seat. I came from Olympus. Are you free for a quick talk? Agamemnon sat down next to Yuan, smiling widely. It was kind of uncomfortable watching someone with a rough face like him forcefully smiling. Hargan is kin to the ruler of the skies. Shouldn't you have at least greeted him? Yuan stared at the coffee that Agamemnon ordered for him. Agamemnon shrugged in response. I couldn't do to my objective. Your objective? Kim Yuan was confused. I came here to meet you, said Agamemnon. You didn't have to spell that part out for me. So tell me, what do you want? Yuan's straightforward question made Agamemnon pause before answering. Kim Yuan, I heard that you ranked first in this tutorial. Also, Sir Hargan was only in second place. Agamemnon's words tipped Yuan off that he had looked into him. From what I heard, it seems that there was a dominating lead between first and second place. Everyone's saying right now that a monster entered the tower. Agamemnon explained the situation. What an honest compliment. Thanks for the kind words, replied Yuan. Agamemnon took a sip of his coffee. Sir Hargan mentioned how you two are like friends. Like friends? Isn't that a strange thing to say? A bit. Yuan did find it odd. You were either friends or not friends. Like friends, he says. It wasn't all that hard to figure out if you thought about it. Yuan and Hargan weren't friends yet. But Hargan said he and Yuan were like friends. That meant only one thing. So he wants to be friends. Yuan didn't know if he should like it or not. He presumed that, at least at first, Hargan only wanted him to join his team because of his skills, which was likely the right assumption. Now Hargan looked at Yuan favorably. This wasn't a bad thing for you. Agamemnon continued speaking, and it seems that you haven't formed a team yet. That was a smart call. Connections you form during the tutorial don't last since most players don't become rankers. In fact, over half the players don't even attempt to climb the tower. Agamemnon looked at Yuan with a soft smile. However, you're different. You have the potential to ascend beyond a ranker and become a high ranker. So, don't you think you should climb the tower with people fit to accompany you? His voice was filled with pride, got the gist of what he was saying. Actually, Yuan knew what business Agamemnon had with him the moment he showed up. Join Olympus. Come under the graces of Lord Ares. We can prepare anything you want. Yuan guessed right. Agamemnon's goal was to recruit him into the guild. Olympus was, among the large guilds, the one that put the most effort into recruiting new players. Yuan smiled faintly. It was an interesting offer. Anything I want? Said Yuan. Yes. Lord Ares is different from a lowly being like Hargan, who doesn't even know his own mother. He is the son of Lady Hera and Lord Zeus, a great being that has already become a high ranker. Agamemnon reached his hand out to Yuan. If you grab this hand, you will become one of Olympus and Lord Ares' men. It will be far better than joining hands with a mutt like. Stop. Yuan finally reached for his coffee. He gulped the lukewarm coffee, chugging it in one go. Olympus was, among the large guilds, the one that put the most effort into recruiting new players. Thanks for the drink. I'll be going then. Yuan threw the cup on the table and stood up. What? Agamemnon was shocked by what Yuan said as he got up from his chair. Are you refusing an offer from Olympus? Agamemnon said in confusion. A snide smile and contempt filled Agamemnon's face as he stared at Yuan. Yeah, that's right. I even rejected the personal offer from Hargan, Zeus's son, because I don't have any plans of being associated anywhere, said Yuan. What? Fit to accompany me? Doesn't know his own mother? Lowly being? And mutt? Yuan asked Agamemnon with a bit of a laugh, watching him stay in his seat. What about you, though? Zeus and Hera are Ares' parents, not yours. Agamemnon's face filled with rage, dripping with killing intent. If it weren't for the penalty of attacking a lower-floor player, he might have already attacked Yuan. But Yuan was completely unfazed by Agamemnon's reaction. I only have one answer. As if he was finished, Yuan started walking away. I can't be seen with deviant lowlifes like you guys. After Yuan had left, one by one, the customers left until the restaurant was silent. To be more precise, the customers had fled from the anger and killing intent exuding from Agamemnon. At the center of the restaurant, he remained alone, stewing in his anger. A moment later, are you okay, sir? Agamemnon's subordinates came to the restaurant looking for him. Agamemnon, who had been seated in place, trying to control his anger, slowly collected himself. How many jackals are we able to call on right now? He said in a rage. The jackals, sir? But they are. The subordinate shut up, unable to finish his sentence. It was because he noticed the look in Agamemnon's eyes. He knew because he had been serving him for a long time. If he ended up saying the wrong thing here, it could be his head. We will need a few days. Currently, the jackals are doing collections. They'll have to be finished with that before we're able to gather a significant number of them. The subordinate replied politely. Do we really need that much preparation in order to kill a single new player? Agamemnon spoke while slamming his fists on the table. Please think rationally about this, sir. He set a historic record for the tutorial. Do you really think a moderate number of jackals will do it? After hearing his subordinate's question, Agamemnon got lost in thought for a moment. Nodding his head, Agamemnon could understand his subordinate's hesitation. However, then prepare about 100 men. His mind had been made up. Agamemnon ground his teeth, staring at the place Yuan had been sitting. When collections are over, kill Kim Yuan. So how are you planning on exterminating the jackals? 2 days later, Hargan met up with Yuan again at night. It wasn't difficult to meet now that they had exchanged their player numbers. There's a guy I have to meet. It took me a while to find where he lived. Yuan spoke while walking down the dark streets of the city. A guy you have to meet? Hargan followed Yuan, but he was still confused as to how they will tackle the jackals. It was quiet. Everyone was either closing shop or had already gone home for the day. Why are we in the marketplace? Just follow me. Yuan's eyes darted around the place as he walked. Hargan, who was walking beside Yuan, saw his eyes, recognizing that they had changed. Those eyes again, thought Hargan. They were crimson-colored, the same eyes Yuan had while fighting against Child, the Chimera. Creator. Scoundrel, are you kin of that monkey? That was Child's reaction when he saw Yuan's eyes. Though he said monkey in a degrading manner, Hargan immediately knew who that monkey was. Sun Ogong, the great sage, heaven's equal, thought Hargan. He was someone that had become a high ranker after less than 100 years since starting his ascent of the tower. But also, not only the great sage, heaven's equal, but he also has the same skill as Apollo. The fire skill. Many questions arose in Hargen's mind. What exactly was Yu-Won's ability? Who was he really? And was he associated somewhere? Is the reason why he won't join Olympus because Hargen's steps came to a halt while watching Yuan walk ahead of him. He remembered one of the skills Yuan had used. Gigantification. It was a skill that blessed you with the power of the giants. And it was a skill that only Hercules, the giant slayer, held within Olympus. However, it was a skill that all the giants possessed. If Yuan was a giant, and if that was the reason why he wasn't joining Olympus, as Hargen's train of thought continued, Yuan suddenly stopped in front of a shop and called out to Hargen. It was a general store that sold all sorts of goods. Make sure you respond properly, said Yuan. We're going in. Hargen followed Yuan into the store that had most of its lights off as if it was preparing to close for the day. Hey, owner, Yuan called out while opening the door. Someone came outside from Yuan's call. It was a young man with a gentle face, wearing white clothes, his hair tied back. Oh, I'm sorry. We're closed for the day. The baby-faced young man approached them with a warm response. But if there is something you're looking for, please leave me your name and number, and I'll contact you tomorrow. The young man pulled out a pen and notepad from his pocket. The inside of the store was silent for a moment before Yuan spoke. Mu Wunqion, Yuan said while narrowing his eyes. I'm looking for a guy named Mu Wunqion. The young man's expression was shaken. What the hell? The young man shouted and turned around to quickly ran for the back door. Where do you think you're going? Yuan shouted while running after the young man. Yuan grabbed the back of the young man's, Mu Wunqion's, neck. While getting pulled back, Wunqion swung his hand. The small knife that was in his hand grazed Yuan's cheek. Yuan's cinder eyes flashed with a hint of anger on his face. Wunqion's body was slammed into the floor, denting the ground and shaking the whole store. Wunqion wiggled around, trying to escape Yuan's grasp. But the only thing he could do was struggle. There was no way to escape Yuan's hold. How was he so strong? He was being pushed down with excessive force. However, what terrified him the most was that if Yuan squeezed just a bit harder, his bones could be crushed. This all happened in an instant. Hargen was confused about what was going on. So he asked Yuan, what are you doing? This is the guy, alias Cheon Namwoon. His real name is Mu Wunqion. He's a player from the martial realm that gave up on climbing the tower, Yuan said while looking down at Wunqion. This guy's the king of the jackals. Yuan restrained Wunqion with a durable rope. Though he might have been a first-floor player, he was still quite skilled. So Yuan had purchased a pretty durable rope from the shop for this occasion. Wunqion lowered his head as he grunted. He guessed that it must have been a pretty expensive rope because no matter how much mana he used to power up, it did not give. Watching Wunqion, Yuan raised his hand. Don't look away. I know exactly what you're thinking. Why are you doing this to me? You got the wrong person. I swear, said Wunqion. Then why did you try to run earlier? That's because you had such a scary look in your eyes. I thought things might turn out like this. Wunqion trailed off as he lowered his head. He had a pure, innocent face, and he looked as if he was about to cry from being falsely accused. With a confused look on his face, Hargen looked back and forth between the tied-up Wunqion and Yuan. Hold up. Hargen called Yuan to come to the back. Once Yuan had gotten close enough to him, he whispered a question. Are you sure this is the guy you were looking for? How can you be so sure? He really could have run because he was spooked. Saying that he's the king of the jackals just from that is... Yuan picked up and waved the small dagger that was sticking up from the floor. It was the weapon Wunqion had thrown at Yuan. Does this look like a normal knife? Look closely at the floor. Hargen checked the place the dagger had been. At first, he didn't think anything was odd, but upon closer inspection, he found something strange. It's melted. Hargen originally thought that the knife had gotten impaled on the floor, but that was wrong. When the knife fell, it melted the marble until it looked like it had been impaled in it. And now that he thought about it, unless it was some real master-grade sword, it'd be weird for a knife to be impaled in marble so deeply just by falling on it. This is a pretty potent poison. It's something that players on the upper floors would use, not a first-floor player. A lethal poison from the upper floors. It was a substance that was illegal to use on fellow players. Not only did it require permission from the Bureau to possess, but it was also incredibly hard to obtain it. Do you really think the owner of a general store would own something like this? Always hidden in his sleeves, no less? There were definitely a few oddities. Where did the information leak from? A random voice said. Actually, it was Wunqion's voice, but his voice had become scratchier, and his manner of speech sounded much more foreign. And it wasn't just his voice. Woon Chion's face slowly started morphing. On the kind-looking young man's face, wrinkles started appearing, and his eyes started looking much hazier. It was as if he had suddenly aged. Hargan now fully believed Yuan. This guy was Woon Chion, the king of the jackals. How did you discover my identity? And more importantly, how did you learn my name? Said the king of jackals. I wonder, how did I find out? Yuan smiled back in response to Woon Chion's question, mockingly responding to his question with a question. This made Woon Chion grind his teeth and glare at Yuan. You apparently have no fear. Do you not know who's backing me? Woon Chion's eyes turned to Hargan, and he was shocked. That hair and eye color. Golden yellow hair and eyes. It was an uncommon appearance. Hargan? Yuan lightly hit Hargan's side from an angle that Woon Chion couldn't see. Hargan tried to gauge Yuan's action, and then he remembered what he had told him before coming in here. Make sure you respond properly. Respond? Hargan wondered. Is this what Yuan meant? Hargan raised his hand up high, and in a second, electricity started gathering in his hand. An electric attack, which radiated intense heat, formed in Hargan's hand. After witnessing that, Woon Chion started mumbling. So it's true. There was rage in Woon Chion's voice. Did Olympus betray us? What? Hargan was surprised by the unexpected question. Saying you were betrayed. That's kind of harsh. Yuan responded as if his feelings were actually hurt. Hargan turned his head and stared at Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan walked towards Woon Chion in order to hide the look on Hargan's face. We simply have a favor we want to ask. A favor? Woon Chion said in a daze. You're currently following Agamemnon's orders, right? That's right. So? Woon Chion's answer made Hargan's expression turn sour. Agamemnon. Hargan wondered why that bastard had a connection to jackals. The confusion was hard for Hargan to shake off. But before he could snap out of it, Yuan continued on. For a little while now, the ruler of the skies seems to have an interest in the matters of the first floor. Yeah, and right on cue, his son has just finished the tutorial. Woon Chion, who had a bitter face from thinking he was betrayed, now looked like he was filled with hope and expectations. How much longer do you plan on acting as Agamemnon's dog here on the first floor? He doesn't even serve one of the big three, but a greenhorn that just became a high ranker. If all this goes well, the ruler of the skies will start personally looking after you jackals. And if you continue to do well, you guys might even obtain an important role in Olympus. Woon Chion looked sold. The ruler of the skies had taken an interest in him. It was a far bigger deal than receiving orders from just Agamemnon, one of Ares' lackeys. The ruler of the skies. The king of Olympus, Zeus. Being in his good graces would mean that he would have nothing to fear in this tower. Woon Chion nodded his head, having forged his resolve. What is the favor, sir? Woon Chion started speaking more humbly. It was as if he fully trusted Yuan's words, which was inevitable. He'd been following Olympus's orders up till now, and after seeing Hargan's electric attack, there was no way he wouldn't believe you. How many jackals are there? Asked Yuan. There are about 1,000 of them. Woon Chion replied calmly. Gather them all by tomorrow night. Here's the location. Have them all there by midnight. Yuan took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it to him. Don't let Agamemnon or any of the guys on Ares' side know. You can do that, right? Woon Chion nodded his head aggressively. Yuan tapped Hargan's shoulder before turning around. Let's go. Hargan's expression was quite sour. He could not understand the whole situation even a bit. Hargan and Yuan promptly left the store together, and Hargan started growling at Yuan. You sure are good at name-dropping someone else's father. He turned his head and saw that Hargan was genuinely pissed. It was honestly wonder how he managed to hold his anger back. Explain yourself, and don't leave a single detail out. His voice sounded like a growling beast. Because of how furious he was, a bit of electricity flowed out of Hargan's body. If he actually exploded in anger, this whole area would probably be blown to smithereens. Yuan fully turned around and looked Hargan directly in the eyes. He could tell that Hargan was angry, but he wasn't the target of his anger. He did a good job holding it back. Yuan knew that it was probably hard for him to hold back after Olympus was mentioned. He was a more patient guy than Yuan had first assumed. It's as you heard. You're telling me that Olympus is working together with the jackals? You honestly expect me to believe that? Hargan's body was trembling with anger. And what if you don't believe it? Said Yuan. There's no way. He must just be selling out Olympus's name. Olympus is... Hargan kept on muttering. Hargan. Yuan stopped Hargan. I don't know what kind of place you think Olympus is, but you need to take off your rose-tinted glasses and take a look at the true face of Olympus. Yuan turned around and started walking away. And like that, Hargan was alone. He felt dazed. Just thinking about how much more work I have now because of those bastards makes me want to go pull out Zeus's beard right now. The relationship between Olympus and the tutorial's administrator had soured. He had asked Yuan, but he avoided giving him an answer. Did Olympus betray us? He remembered how the king of the jackals mentioned Olympus's betrayal. It was something he would never have said if they didn't have some sort of connection. To begin with, Hargan's head ached, and he thought back to something Yuan had said. The Olympus you know is probably a place that's righteous and uses its power to maintain order inside the tower. Hargan stood in place for a long time, dazed. His faith had been shaken. Time passed, and 2 days later, as the light from the ceiling faded, night set in. Hargan came to the promised location, looking for Yuan. He hadn't been able to reach him, so he was worried Yuan might not show up, but he was. Standing right on the outskirts of the central city, waiting for Hargan. If you were any later, I was going to leave without you. Hargan had arrived with 1 minute to spare before the set time. He had cut it a little short, but he did show up in the end. Have you finished thinking it through? I was born and raised in Olympus. Hargan started going on a tangent. Olympus was my home and family, and my father was my hero. Of course, that'd be the case. Hargan had spent his entire life growing up in Olympus, and it had been less than a month since he was selected by the tower to climb it. I don't have a lot of memories with my mother. I actually can't even really remember her face, but I remember her voice and something. She told me, "My son, don't forget the pride of Olympus." Hargan trailed off, but from what he said, Yuan could tell what Olympus meant to him. To Hargan, Olympus was more than just a guild. Olympus was pride in itself. I took my time thinking it through, Hargan said, closing his eyes. If this was the right thing to do, or if I'd be betraying Olympus. All the thoughts he'd had over the past day rushed through Hargan's mind. And your conclusion is? Hargan reopened his eyes after hearing Yuan's question. Whether you are right or wrong, the jackals need to be exterminated since they are the parasites of the first floor. Yuan smiled faintly as Hargan continued talking. And if that's an embarrassing secret of Olympus, Hargan's eyes no longer looked shaken. I'll cut them out with my own hands. In a large cave, under a huge mountain, torches could be seen everywhere to lighten up the cave. Thousands of jackals could be seen gathered inside the cave. Wow, there was a place like this? It is really big. It's damp and humid, and there's a weird smell. It was supposedly home to a lizardman tribe, though it's been a while since it was cleared out. A bunch of people had gathered inside during the day. They were all players wearing white jackal masks, people who made a living by hunting. First floor players. Jackals consisted of a network of small gangs, which meant that their presence was dispersed. Gathering together would defeat the purpose of their organizational structure, so it couldn't be helped that this was the first time they had all come together. The jackals' chit-chat suddenly died down. It was because of one jackal that had just arrived at the cave. Are all of you here? It was a jackal wearing a red mask, the king of the jackals. Mu Wunqion had appeared. When the jackal captains got down on one knee and bowed their heads, the others followed suit. It was a sight to behold, 1,000 jackals bowing to one person. Wunqion smiled proudly behind his mask. Everyone, now rise. Having enjoyed the greeting, Wunqion signaled the jackals to stand up with his hands. And then the crowd started getting noisy. The jackals who had never seen Wunqion before asked each of their captains. The captains responded by simply nodding their heads. So it really is him. He's never shown himself before, so why now? I heard he has a really big shot backing him. The cave had become noisy with chatter, and veins started bulging on Wunqion's forehead. He didn't like this atmosphere. Whoever opens their mouth from this point, I will cut off their head. Wunqion pulled out the sword that was hanging from his waist. Even inside the dimly lit cave, Wunqion's sword shone brightly. The Moonlight Sword. It was an item far too pricey for any first-floor player to be wielding, but that weapon was in the hands of the king of jackals right now. The jackals quieted down. The captains also unsheathed their weapons and aimed them at the jackals that were chattering, and the cave became dead silent in an instant. Wunqion lowered his sword before continuing. We have a mission to fulfill now. After the small commotion ended, Wunqion continued speaking. I don't know what the mission is. It will be a difficult one since it requires all of us, but I can tell you one thing for sure. Wunqion clenched both of his hands and raised them up above his head. After today, we jackals will ascend to the sky. The jackals cheered at the short speech. Some were just going along with the crowd, but Wunqion still smiled proudly. I shall introduce them to you. Wunqion pointed towards the entrance of the cave. Our backers. Two people entered the cave. They were both wearing the same red jackal mask as Wu Qion, which was the symbol of the king of the jackals. It was Hargan and Yuan. Thank you for coming all the way here. Wu Qion bowed toward the two and then handed them a thick envelope. A small token for you. What is it? Yuan reached out and took the envelope. Opening and inspecting the contents, he saw that there was a bundle of paper with 1,000 written on them. They were papers that had a special pattern engraved on them with a skill. It's Asgardian currency, sir. Each bill is worth 1,000 points, and it's the result of the collections this time around. Asgard had created a unique currency of its own. They were purchasable with points and usable like real monetary bills. And since it was backed by Asgard, they were guaranteed their worth. And this is everything from the collections? Yuan asked. Yes, sir. That's everything. The king of jackals replied cautiously. Hargan took a look inside the envelope after hearing Wu Qion's explanation. Seeing the amount, Yuan was sure that it was almost, if not all, of the money that the jackals had made this time around. He knew that Agamemnon must have been waiting desperately for this money, so handing it over to him meant that Wu Qion had resolved to fully join Yuan's side. Thanks for the gift, Yuan replied, as if it wasn't a big deal, putting the envelope inside his inventory. Yuan looked over the 1,000 jackals that had gathered inside the cave. There was truly no other gang like them. They packed the cave full. While looking at them, Yuan smiled underneath his mask. Well then, Yuan's hand slowly came up, and hot mana gathered at the tip of Yuan's fingers. It's time to say goodbye. Yuan lightly snapped his fingers. He used the skill of colossal fire. Starting right in front of Yuan, a massive fire started spreading across the cave. Fire? What is this? The fire spread instantly. Red flames filled the cave in just moments, and a sharp-smelling smoke arose. Shocked, Wu Qion quickly put some distance between him and the duo. The cave descended into chaos. Could this be? Wu Qion thought back to the water that was covering the floor of the cave. He had assumed that the cave was just damp, but that wasn't the case. The water-like liquid on the ground was helping the fire spread even faster instead of putting it out. It wasn't water, but oil. But why didn't it smell? Wu Qion wondered. Oil had a distinct smell, and then an item came to mind. The scentless powder. Wu Qion realized it. That item was capable of hiding the scent of the oil inside this cave. And it is a cave. It wasn't out of place for the floor to be wet. Wu Qion looked back and forth between the jackals that were burning alive and the duo. Everything had happened so quickly, he couldn't process what was happening. What in the world is going on? Wu Qion's eyes filled with rage. What do you think you're doing? What do you mean, what we're doing? Yuan took off his mask and tossed it aside. We're cleaning up. Yuan broke the mask with ease by stomping on it. Following Yuan, Hargan also took off and tossed aside the stuffy mask. The two finally uncovered their faces, and Wu Qion finally understood that their goal wasn't to cooperate with them. You guys, you're not from Olympus. Wrong. I am from Olympus. Hargan responded after punching away another jackal. Then why? Because you guys are an embarrassment to Olympus. Hargan firmly planted his feet at the entrance of the cave. And I'm going to cut you guys off with my very own hands. Yuan also cut down the jackals that ran towards him without any hesitation. He had no intention of letting a single one of them leave there alive, to begin with. What are you all doing? Wu Qion shouted, pointing at Yuan and Hargan. Kill these bastards. Open away already. Wu Qion shouted at the top of his lungs. The nearby jackals ran for the exit in an attempt to survive, but Hargan's hands moved. In reaction, the jackals that had tried to escape were knocked back. Yuan and Hargan stood in front of the exit to stop them from getting out. The entrance to the cave was the exit. There was no other escape route. That meant in order to escape from the fire, the jackals had to get past Hargan and Yuan. To live. Damn it. Wu Qion took out his player kit in a hurry. There was only a single person that came to mind right now. Agamemnon. I have to contact him right away. However, the message could not be delivered. Why? Wu Qion shouted while attempting to resend the message over and over again, asking for help, for Agamemnon to come to his location as fast as possible. Why isn't it working? He kept shouting. A player kit is an object that sends a message by using the mana stored inside it. Yuan said, laughing at Wu Qion's struggle so pathetically. Did you really think the player kit would work properly in the midst of a shitshow like this? The player kit delivered messages by organizing mana into text. So the way to disable a player kit was quite simple. One just had to flood the surrounding area with mana, which was exactly what was happening. The fire skill created a wall of mana around the cave, so any mana message ended up disintegrating, unable to make it past the wall. As time went on, the fire got hotter instead of dying down. Over half the jackals had already burned to death, and before they realized it, the fire had gotten awfully close to Wu Qion. Being out of options, Wu Qion unsheathed his sword. In order to survive, he had to fight. Wu Qion ran forward while concentrating mana around his feet. He aimed for Yuan's side while he was distracted by taking down a jackal. Yuan was already aware of his presence. Yuan turned his head and the two locked eyes. His eyes were crimson. Wu Qion's body was stuck in place. He could not move. I can't move. For a second, Wu Qion's body was petrified as he had turned to stone. Swinging his sword upward, Yuan sliced Wu Qion's body in half in one go, cutting from his crotch to his head. A red line appeared across Wu Qion's body. His head rang, and he could no longer think. It was as if time froze. Everything felt slow, and before he lost consciousness, locking eyes with Yuan, he was able to hear the very last words of his life. I'll put the money you gave me to good use. The cave eventually collapsed from the fire. Yuan and Hargan, who had been protecting the exit, ran outside in a hurry, getting far away from the cave. Hargan, who had been fighting with everything he had for hours, let out a deep breath before flopping down onto the ground. Luckily, Yuan saw no injuries on Hargan. Despite the long battle, it seemed like he had only run out of mana and wasn't too worn out. Are you okay? Do you think I would be? Hargan replied, looking up at Yuan. Unlike him, Yuan didn't look tired at all. He still looked fully geared to go. Hargan noted how Yuan didn't only have great skills, but also incredible stamina. Are you okay? We killed 1,000 people. Yuan looked down at Hargan, who was sitting on the ground. At first, Yuan thought that he had sat down because he was tired, but it turned out that it was from guilt. This is probably the first time he's killed this many people, thought Yuan. Hargan had never experienced war, so obviously he wasn't used to killing people, even bastards, who deserved to die, like the jackals. Yuan nodded his head to Hargan's question. I'm okay. How can you be so nonchalant? Murder, kidnapping, robbery, and slavery. Those were the primary ways the jackals made money, said Yuan. I can save dozens, even hundreds, of people by killing one of them. Why should I hesitate in taking them down? Still, Hargan tried to speak, but got interrupted by Yuan as he said, it might be more convenient for you if you wallow in half-baked guilt. Hargan bit and closed his lips from Yuan's words. He looked as if he was hit on the head. After staying still, dazed, Hargan shook his head and got up from his spot. I learned something from this event. You have a sharper tongue than your looks suggest, and you're pretty smart to boot. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Replied Yuan. Yeah, it is. Yuan looked at Hargan, who was now smirking. Yuan had thought this before, but Hargan had great mental fortitude. The guy was filled with guilt and regret until just a second ago, and now he was looking better after just a short exchange. You really are a just guy. Perfect for living an exhausting life. Yuan complimented Hargan to calm him down. Well, you didn't seem like a kind person, but turns out, you're different from how you look. Even though you had nothing to gain, you went ahead and took care of the jackals. That wasn't an easy thing to do. It was the same during the tutorial. You seem to always act with a much bigger picture in mind than me. The way Hargan looked at Yuan had changed. From when I was young, I was told that that's called a great cause. A great cause. It was something quite embarrassing to hear. After hearing that, Yuan burst out into laughter. You're wrong about one thing. I don't know what you meant by there was nothing to gain. Yuan shook a thick paper envelope in his hand. Just look at how much there was to gain. Hargan's eyes widened after seeing the envelope. He had completely forgotten about it. Inside the envelope were the points the jackals had made from selling items stolen from the most recent tutorial on the black market. You want to split it? You did help out, said Yuan. Hargan lowered his head, grunting at the difficult decision. He then slowly looked up at the envelope in Yuan's hand. Give me some, Hargan mumbled quietly. That's what I thought. After seeing Yuan smirk, Hargan lowered his head even further. The points that the jackals had collected were gathered by killing and robbing new players. Though there were no owners to return the money to, Hargan couldn't take it with a clear conscience. While opening the envelope to count the money, Yuan paused. Oh, I have something I want to ask you. You were second to me, right? In the tutorial. Hargan titled his head, curious why Yuan was asking him this. After a momentary pause, Yuan asked him, what was the reward? On the other side, why? The corner of the table broke off. All the food and drinks fell to the floor, and in an instant, the restaurant became dead. Silent. After slamming his fist down because he couldn't hold back his anger, Agamemnon lowered his voice before asking, "Why can't I contact him?" He was at a pub late at night, and what he was about to talk about was something that he couldn't discuss while yelling at the top of his lungs in public. "I'm not sure either. I definitely tried contacting them, but..." The subordinate trembled while answering. "Did Woon Cheon go crazy or something since we sent him a message? I'm sure we'll get a response soon, sir." Agamemnon bit his lip while starting to raise his voice again. He somehow managed to rein his anger in before asking his subordinates with eyes full of fury, when exactly that is going to be. Unless he's really gone off the deep end, there's no way that bastard would have run off with our money. After growling, Agamemnon poured himself another drink. A few hours passed. "Sir Agamemnon," one of Agamemnon's men rushed inside the pub in a hurry. From his subordinate's reaction, Agamemnon's face brightened. He thought that maybe they had managed to find Woon Cheon. "Did you find him?" "We did, but..." The subordinate gave him a weird response. Agamemnon quickly expelled the buzz by evoking his mana. His subordinate tried to dodge his gaze as he pulled out his player kit. And on the player kit, it showed an image of a collapsed cave and a pile of burnt corpses. "What is all this?" "There. Jackals." "Jackals? All of them?" It was a huge number. Agamemnon estimated close to 1,000 of them. It matched Olympus's estimate of their group size, which meant that almost all, if not all, of the jackals had been gathered there. "Then Woon Cheon as well. He's probably among them," his subordinate replied. Agamemnon's switch was flipped. He had to gather all his will to hold back his anger. "What about the collection of money?" His subordinate gave no response. Finally, Agamemnon let out a scream at the top of his lungs. After returning to the inn, Yuan opened the envelope and checked the collection money one more time. There were a whopping 384 bills, and this was after he had split half with Hargan. They did quite a number. 380,000 points was an amount that only some rankers ever got to see. If he used this money, he'd be able to buy a set of equipment on par with a ranker. "Well, I don't have to worry about food or shelter anymore." Yuan put the envelope back in his inventory. He desperately wanted to run to the Asgardian Merchants Guild right away and exchange this for points. However, that ran the risk of Olympus learning that Yuan was the one who had exterminated the jackals, and Yuan didn't want to get caught up in something so complicated quite yet on the first floor. "With this money, I'll be able to buy the core materials needed to make the item that'll hold the Dark Divine Crystal, but I still don't have enough to buy the materials for the fine detailing." Yuan couldn't hold back his smile at the mountain of points he had amassed. "Still, I might be able to finish the production of the item sooner than I expected." The Dark Divine Crystal was currently the highest-ranking item Yuan possessed. As an item that symbolized the big three gods of Olympus, it was one of the strongest items that Yuan knew to exist. Though it was currently only capable of stealth and changing the attribute of the mana, the fragment of the Helm of Invisibility's true power isn't either of those. Yuan knew that the fragment was currently slowly taking shape to show its true worth, under the greatest blacksmith within the tower. The problem is, while laying down on the bed, Yuan put his hand inside his inventory and pulled out an egg the size of a fist. It was pure white with an irregular purple pattern. It's an unknown egg. There is no way to know whose egg it is, what will come out of the egg, or how to make it hatch. And it had a 0% incubation rate. It was truly a puzzling item. "I can't figure out what this item's for." There were quite a few items with unclear descriptions. They were typically incomplete items, but that's because they were only half-made. Even Yuan, who had a myriad of different magical experiences within the tower, had never seen an item in the form of an egg with this kind of description before. This egg is a reward from the tutorial, and it's a reward for having achieved the highest record ever. Yuan rolled it in his hands while observing it. Hargan got the King's Lightning Glove. It's a pretty advanced item used by rankers. Using that as a reference, this can't be a normal item. It had to be an item that was comparable to the Dark Divine Crystal. And considering that the Dark Divine Crystal was given for defeating the Chimera Creator, this egg was likely to be an even better item since it was a reward for achieving over 670,000 CP during the tutorial. But I just can't figure it out. Yuan scratched his head in confusion. It was only the size of a fist, and it was an egg of an unknown creature with an irregular purple pattern. The pattern. Yuan jolted up from his bed. He felt a faint warmth from the egg, and now that he thought about it, this pattern wasn't there when he had first checked the egg. His head ached. A nightmare-like memory, one he didn't wish to remember, came to his mind. But now that he had remembered it, the memory sped through his thoughts like a high-resolution video. It was an event from the not-so-long-ago past, but it was also an event potentially far in the future. That was when Yuan had seen an irregular pattern like this. Yuan's eyes morphed to a crimson color as he stared at the egg in the palm of his hand. An outer god. When Yuan mumbled those words, what are you? The egg spoke to him. Yuan went to Volcaro's workshop after a few days. For the next few days, the mysterious egg continued to occupy his thoughts. Is it really the symbol of an outer god? Yuan couldn't sense anything. He started thinking maybe it was his imagination. There's no way to be certain yet. Would the thing that hatches from this egg be a valuable companion that helps Yuan? Or would it bring destruction and ruin like the outer gods in his memories? Yuan shook his head. He was thinking too much. Most creatures that hatched from eggs recognized the being that was with them the longest during incubation and the one they saw for the first time after they hatched as their mother. That's why some rankers went through the trouble of obtaining the eggs of mythical beasts to have them as companions. If they raised them right, a mythical beast could become a powerful ally. If I can properly hatch and raise this egg, Yuan stopped his train of thought, shaking his head. Let's stop dwelling on it. Overthinking things was taboo. Right now, he had to focus on the object in front of him. Yuan entered Volcaro's workshop. I'm here. Wait just a minute. Volcaro didn't even bother turning his head to see his guest. He put the crystal in a fire and started refining it with a knife. The crystal slowly started changing shape after it was blasted with intense heat. It must be unbelievably hard. Volcaro carried on with the refinement. Some amount of time passed. Volcaro stretched his back before submerging the fragment in water. The hot fragment instantly evaporated dozens of liters of water, filling the workshop with steam. So you're here. Volcaro wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead with a towel as he walked over to Yuan. I have something to ask you. The two sat down on wooden chairs facing each other. What type of weapons and armor do you use? If you use a sword, what type of sword is it? Is it long and thick? What kind of armor do you prefer? How light or heavy? Asked Volcaro. Why do you ask? Yuan was curious about why Volcaro was asking about different stuff. I ended up with byproducts from the crystal, Volcaro answered as he pulled out a small bottle with black powder held inside. I want to try making something with this. Powder that came from refining the dark divine crystal. There wasn't a lot of it, but its value couldn't be underestimated. As the dark divine crystal held such great powers, this powder was more valuable than most crystals. Yuan had no reason to refuse an item made from the crystal's byproduct. Hades's scythe was made from the powder that came out while refining the fragment, but don't you need other materials? It wasn't easy to obtain materials that could support the power of the dark divine crystal. And knowing Volcaro's personality, he wouldn't want to use this kind of material to make some half-assed item. I don't have any materials like adamantium, but I do have something similar. Since it's not the refined crystal, mithril should be enough to handle the powder. Volcaro got up quickly from his chair, knocking it over. He then walked over and grabbed rebar off the wall. It should have been pretty hot from the heat inside the workshop, but Volcaro held it unfazed. It's about 1.8 kilograms. It's not that much, but it's enough to make equipment by mixing it. Mithril wasn't that hard of material, but it was a rare mineral that possessed great mana conductivity, and depending on how it was crafted, it could even gain mana resistance. 1.8 kilograms of mithril. That should fetch quite a price. Yuan currently had over 100,000 points, but that was nowhere near enough for 1.8 kilograms. At the very least, he'd have to pay 300,000 points. I could pay for it if I exchanged the Asgardian bills for points, but, counting the points that Yuan took from the jackals, he currently possessed a total of 500,000 points. However, there was no way for him to currently exchange that many Asgardian bills for points. I guess I can only buy only a third of it. While Yuan was weighing his options, you can give me the money later. I'll put it on your tab. Volcaro spoke. You'll put it on my tab? It was a shocking offer. He was offering to put hundreds of thousands of points worth of mithril on a tab for a new player that had just arrived on the first floor. And what if I end up running away without paying? It's my greed as a craftsman that makes me want to create a proper item with this. I'm offering this to you because I'm impatient. So if you end up taking the item and running away without paying, I won't hold a grudge against you. Spoke Volcaro. If you really want to get technical about it, the item that you left me with is dozens of times more valuable than this mithril. Actually, you can't even quantify the value of this item with points. Unsurprisingly, Volcaro knew the true worth of the dark divine crystal. And that's also why he had decided to trust Yuan with his mithril. You trusted me for some reason, so it's only fair I do the same. To put 300,000 points on a tab on a whim, Yuan had to hold back his grin. Volcaro was still exactly as he remembered. Look over there and pick some equipment. If there's something you like, I'll start production based on it. Yuan gave out a soft smile at Volcaro's words. Yuan instantly pulled out a sword from his inventory and held it in front of Volcaro. I need a sword. He spoke while handing it to Volcaro. The weight doesn't matter. As long as it's not so heavy that I can't wield it, I'll get used to it quickly. As for the shape and length, this is an adequate size. A sword, you say? Volcaro carefully inspected the sword Yuan handed him. It was the well-sharpened sword Yuan had purchased in the tutorial. It was a simple, no-frills sword that wasn't very difficult to make. Volcaro smiled widely with a confident expression. That's actually my specialty. It was the first time he had smiled after meeting Yuan. A week later, in the Olympus Guild House, located in the center of the city, in the large yard of the house, Agamemnon was putting on his heavy, silver-tinted armor. His subordinates helped secure it in place and brought him his sword. Agamemnon looked back at his men and smiled. To think this kind of opportunity would come to me. A few days ago, he had been in despair, having learned that the jackals had been completely exterminated. He was about to completely lose his position within Olympus and get demoted to being an ordinary player. Thankfully, the will of the tower hadn't abandoned him. No, instead it had presented him with an opportunity, similar to how players who made it through difficult trials were given great powers. Is everyone here? Yes, sir. We have gathered up all our players between the 1st and 10th floors, said the subordinate. Agamemnon nodded his head to his subordinate's reply. What about reinforcements? Taking the administrator's intervention and the tower's restrictions into account, a suitable reinforcement has just arrived. His subordinate replied. Agamemnon hung the sword on his waist and went out. There were hundreds of players gathered outside, waiting for his order to depart. Agamemnon mounted his horse and braced himself to set out. Let's go. Today we will be arresting Olympus criminal. Olympus's army of hundreds of players, including Agamemnon, set out for their mission. A 5-meter-long giant snake fell to the ground. With its belly sliced open, it twitched around, bleeding, until it went limp, the life extinguished. From its eyes, Yuan swung his sword to get the blood off of it. On the ground, a relatively large, bloody mess of wolves and panthers lay dead. They were all prey that Yuan had hunted on the 1st floor. Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate increased by 0.006%. The completion rate slowly crawled up. For the past 10 days, Yuan had focused on hunting. It was partly because he didn't want to just waste time while the refinement was being finished, and it was also to increase the Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate. I guess I really can't level up much on the 1st floor. Yuan's hunting speed was incredibly fast, but there was a limit to the amount of EXP he could rack up on the 1st floor. After a whole 10 days of hunting, he was only able to level up once. It was an extremely stunted pace, but he couldn't get greedy and climb the tower. So the only thing he could do right now was wait while increasing the Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate. As Yuan was about to continue hunting, the player kit inside his pocket rang. Currently, there were only 2 people who knew Yuan's player number, Hargan and Volcaro. Yuan sheathed his sword and checked his kit. The message was from Volcaro to notify Yuan about the refinement. It was the news he had been waiting for. In the hands of Volcaro, the black crystal had taken the shape of a beautiful jewel. Before an intensely heated furnace, Volcaro stared at the finalized crystal, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. It's beautiful. The onyx-colored crystal radiated a mystical, darkness-like light. Seeing that graceful light, Volcaro couldn't help but put on a gentle smile. It truly was dazzling, so much so that one would never tire of looking at it. Volcaro remembered having seen an alluring light like this before. I want to complete it. Volcaro started to feel an overwhelming desire to create a fully finished product with this crystal. He wanted not just to refine it, but to create an item that could handle its full power. That was his greed as a blacksmith. Volcaro placed the crystal on a thick cloth and wrapped it up. Volcaro raised his head. The equipment on the wall was vibrating ever so slightly. He turned around to look at the situation. Volcaro grabbed the hammer he had placed off to the side. He gripped it differently than when he was forging equipment. He got up from his spot, limping as he walked outside. It had to be today of all days. Volcaro had known this would eventually come, but he walked on thinking how great it would have been if he had been able to have just one more day. Volcaro went out of his smithy. Hundreds of players marched in rhythm. The slums were in chaos. People who made this place their home, unable to climb to the next floor, hid to protect themselves. The oncoming players were armed with swords and spears, and all of their clothes were decorated with the symbol of Olympus, a tall mountain. In front of this group, a player wrapped in red cloth walked alongside Agamemnon. To be in such a foul-smelling place, Agamemnon frowned at the awful stench that filled the slums. No wonder we couldn't find him until now. Agamemnon stared at a building covered in tattered cloth. As he pointed his hand towards it, the hundreds of players behind him got into formation. Hearing the sound of someone walking with a limp, Agamemnon smiled as he nodded. A rough-looking, muscular man walked out of the cloth-covered entrance. Holding a hammer in one hand, the man wasn't wearing any proper equipment, and the hammer in his hand looked like a standard blacksmith's hammer. You're causing a scene in the neighborhood. What brings you guys here? Surely that's a rhetorical question, criminal Hephaestus. Agamemnon pointed the tip of his sword at Vulcaro's neck. After hearing Agamemnon, the players of Olympus that had surrounded the workshop started murmuring. Hephaestus? The blacksmith of Olympus? I heard he refused to make a weapon and ran off with the property of Olympus. There was a rumor going around that their mission was to capture Hephaestus alive. But once this was confirmed by Agamemnon, their faces changed in an instant. How are we supposed to capture a rancor? No matter how many people we have on our side. Hephaestus was the greatest blacksmith in Olympus. No, in the entire tower. And he was a rancor that had climbed to the top of the tower. Meanwhile, the people that Agamemnon had brought were players that hadn't even managed to clear the 10th floor. Though they massively outnumbered him, there was a great difference in power. Fear not. A rancor's power is severely restricted on the first floor, said Agamemnon. What? Did I run off with their property? Hephaestus let out a baffled laughter. Vulcaro, or rather, Hephaestus slammed the air with his hammer. The hammer struck against the thin air and created a massive sound blast, shaking the eardrums of the nearby players. It was a deafening boom. Hephaestus's powers made the entire place shake. Now stop making me laugh and come at me. I'll smash all of your heads. His confidence made the surrounding players take a step back. They knew that if they were hit by that hammer, not just their heads, but their entire bodies would shatter. Despite this, Agamemnon laughed at Hephaestus's actions. You're a rancor that got crippled after being punished by the ruler of the skies. Can you really call yourself a rancor while wearing almost nothing? Agamemnon's subordinate took a closer looking at Hephaestus's leg. Agamemnon was right. Hephaestus was disabled. Even when he was walking out of the workshop, he looked like he might fall over at any moment. Besides, Agamemnon gave a signal, and the man wrapped in red came forward. We also have a rancor on our side. The man had orange eyes, flaming red hair, and pure white skin. He was wrapped in a red cloth. Chryses. He was a player that had climbed the tower while being sponsored by the high ranker Apollo. He was a rookie that was fairly well known in Olympus. Hephaestus had also seen him a few times. Chryses? Hephaestus's eyes widened after recognizing the man. So you've become a rancor. I didn't think I'd end up fighting against you. Chryses stretched out his hand, forming a crimson spear. Hephaestus muttered to himself. He didn't expect that they would bring a rancor from Olympus just to catch him. If you guys cause a scene here with a rancor on the first floor, the penalty will be nothing to scoff at. Players on the upper floors had their powers restricted on the lower floors. And if they used too much power, even if it was restricted, a penalty was applied to them. Worst case scenario, an administrator would show up to personally intervene in the situation. That doesn't matter. I might be a rancor, but you're a rancor as well. Hephaestus frowned at Chryses' answer. Though he might be using his powers on the first floor, it was directed at Hephaestus, another rancor. So it was true that Chryses didn't have to worry much about the penalty. You guys sure are good at coming up with sly tactics. Hephaestus swung his hammer, finally speaking. Come at me. The hammer hit the air, and fire appeared all around. Even Chryses was stunned for a moment. The fight between Chryses and Hephaestus descended the entire area into absolute chaos. Players started dropping dead everywhere. Their cries could be heard from afar. Hephaestus's body started turning hot and red, and he started emitting blue light from his eyes. His massive mana turned into heat, turning his vicinity into a sauna. The tension was thick. Both Chryses and Hephaestus clashed together. The energy released from two rancors clashing together spread in their vicinity, resulting in the deaths of many players. I used to respect you. Chryses' fiery hands grabbed Hephaestus's hammer. You became rancor thousands of years ago, and instead of desiring more power, You followed your creed and wielded your hammer instead of a sword, said Chryses. Is that the only reason why you respected me? Hephaestus said angrily. The hammer heated up even more intensely. It was to the point that Chryses, who could manipulate fire, had to let go, unable to handle its sizzling heat. Arrows and spears rained down, and Hephaestus knocked them away by swinging his hammer. Chryses was impaled by the ricocheting arrows and spears. Holding back his scream, Chryses slowly backed off. Hephaestus swung his hammer down in the direction opposite Chryses. The shockwave created by hitting the air blew players' heads and crushed their bodies and armor. Players screamed in agony. Blood started pouring from Hephaestus's body. It was the tower's penalty. Though he was attacked first, they were players of a floor much lower than Hephaestus. Regardless of the circumstances, Hephaestus couldn't avoid the tower's penalty being applied to him for attacking them. Hephaestus started wobbling. He already had a crippled leg, and now in addition to the penalty, he was having a hard time even standing. Chryses pulled out the arrows and spears that had impaled him before approaching Hephaestus. Once again, you are attacking someone from a floor much lower than you. The penalty applied won't be light. I had respected the part of you that, despite being a ranker, could drop everything and give up on power for your own creed. There was no aggression in his eyes. Yet he once again wielded the flaming crimson spear in his hands. That's why I don't want to fight against you. Hephaestus's hammer let out a cry. It was a vibration that shook the air. Chryses could instinctively feel that this attack was going to be the climax of this fight. Chryses enveloped his body with fire. It was enough heat to melt the ground. The entire area was filled with Chryses and Hephaestus's mana. The moment Hephaestus limped a single step toward Chryses, Chryses took the form of fire and charged at Hephaestus as if he was a chariot. It was a great collision of mana. Their collision burned all the nearby players to a crisp. Their fire attribute mana burnt the atmosphere into nothing. Agamemnon swallowed his spit. The result is, the flames started receding. As the heat and smoke started dispersing, the aftermath of their collision was revealed. Agamemnon smiled. Hephaestus's arm was slowly turning gray, like stone. That shield. Hephaestus spoke, holding onto his body while it turned completely into stone. It's something you made. The fire subsided, revealing Chryses holding a steel shield with the head of Medusa on it. It's Aegis. Aegis was Olympus's greatest binding item. Not only was it the greatest shield, but it also held the power of the monster Medusa. That's how the worn-out Hephaestus was able to be turned into stone. It might only be a replica, but it's enough to bind you, said Chryses. Hephaestus's entire body had turned gray. As soon as he fully turned to stone, Hephaestus fell over on his side due to his crippled leg. Chryses, who was also covered with heavy injuries after fighting with Hephaestus, backed down. After confirming that he is finally down. Witnessing this sight, Agamemnon mumbled while trembling with joy. It's finally over. There were over 100 fatalities, and Chryses received fatal injuries, but he was still satisfied with the results. Because he had managed to capture Hephaestus, the criminal, drag him away. Following his order, his subordinates that had shied away from the battle approached the petrified Hephaestus. And that's when a voice interrupted them. I can't let you do that. A player suddenly jumped in and cut the feet off the subordinates that were approaching Hephaestus. Their ankles were cleanly cut. Agamemnon glared furiously as his subordinates cried in pain, rolling around on the ground. You bastard! What brings such wretched folks to an important place such as this? The reckless guy that jumped in the midst of a battle between two rankers and hundreds of players. It was the new player Kim Yuan. He was now standing in front of them. Agamemnon's face relaxed. He didn't care about his subordinates that had just gotten their feet cut off. Instead, his eyes were still focused on Hephaestus. Oh, so it was you. Agamemnon's nonchalant response made one of his subordinates, who was still fully tense, ask, Do you know him, sir? Kim Yuan. He's a player that recently set a new record in the tutorial, Agamemnon answered. Does that mean he's a new player? Agamemnon's answer made all the other players nearby also relax their guard. I thought another ranker had dropped by. Hey kid, where do you think you're butting in? In an instant, the tension shifted to mockery. Learning that the enemy that arrived at the scene was a new player and not a ranker made the other players all laugh and jeer at him. That included Agamemnon as well. Yuan spotted Chryses among the players that came to bring Hephaestus. That guy Chryses, a high ranker, is here. To think a fight among rankers will take place in this narrow place. Thought Yuan. No matter how great of a performance he had in the tutorial, He was still just a new player that had recently completed the tutorial. Because of that, Agamemnon wasn't even a bit scared of Yuan. "What do you think you're doing?" Agamemnon asked. Despite their mockery, Yuan appeared neither angry nor afraid. Suddenly, Agamemnon could hear a ticking noise inside his head. Though it was entirely his imagination, it was true that time was not on their side. Petrification. That was the effect of the replica Aegis. However, because it wasn't the real deal, the effect of the petrification didn't last long, especially against an ancient ranker like Hephaestus. If Hephaestus were to start moving again, even if it was Chryses, a ranker, that utilized the item, it was unknown how many more minutes the petrification would last. "What are you waiting for?" Agamemnon asked, raising his hand. "Kill him and bring Hephaestus here. But if he's a new player, we'd also receive a penalty." His subordinates hesitated. In response, Agamemnon pulled out his sword. Agamemnon cut the head off the subordinate standing next to him. His head fell off, blood spraying everywhere. At the same time, Agamemnon started bleeding from his arm. It was the penalty for murdering a lower floor player. What was that about a penalty? Agamemnon made it clear that he was ready to cut down on everyone who didn't follow his orders. "Whoever can kill him and bring back the criminal, I will give them a management position here on the first floor." A management position? Just for killing a single new player? Their eyes filled with greed. They knew that they'd receive a penalty for attacking a player from a floor lower than them, but Agamemnon's offer was too good to refuse. The players started charging in. "I'm going to kill him." "No, I will." Even players on the 10th floor joined in on the attack. Agamemnon was sure that this would be resolved quickly. He thought that there was nothing a new player could do by himself in a battle like this. However, he soon realized that he was mistaken. Arcane sword? Agamemnon wondered. It was a hot, flaming arcane sword that had the joint power of colossal fire and arcane sword. Yuan cut down the players that charged at him with his sword imbued with fire attribute. "Mana, don't get caught in it. Get back." With a single swing of his sword, he had shrouded himself and Hephaestus with fire attribute. Mana. The players who weren't able to evade it were burnt to cinders. What kind of a skill is that? How is a new player already able to change the attribute of his mana? Encasing a sword with fire mana wasn't something that someone could do simply by possessing a fire attribute skill. To do that, one needed to first master a fire attribute skill, then have enough mana control to be able to change the mana's essence to hold the shape around the sword. The attacks from nearly 100 players were like a giant tsunami. In order to evade the attack from all the surrounding players, Yuan had no choice but to use all of the powers of Cinder Eyes. The skill Cinder Eyes helped Yuan determine the attack patterns of the players. So what? He's still just a new player. The players still did not give up and kept charging. Countless swords, spears, and a myriad of skills descended on Yuan. He endured it by swinging his sword and unleashing it. The rare fire attacks were resisted by the power of Cinder Eyes. For Yuan, who had previously endured Surutra's flames, a lower floor player's fire attribute, attacks almost felt ticklish. Yuan kept on slashing the players using a colossal arcane sword. Blood splattered everywhere. In just a few minutes, several injured and dead bodies lay everywhere in the slums. Yuan sensed a turbulent flow of mana from behind him. Mana blast, Yuan realized. Yuan quickly stretched out one hand in that direction. He instantly used gigantification and shot a mana blast in the same direction as the enemy attack. Yuan's mana blast swallowed up the enemy's mana blast. The three players caught up in Yuan's mana blast were cooked alive. The players cried out in pain as they got burnt by the huge mana blast. A short silence fell before the players went on an all-out attack against Yuan once again. Yuan was disappointed that this was what Olympus had to offer. So they don't know that numbers aren't everything. Agamemnon noticed Hephaestus's petrified body move slightly. It was a tiny movement, but he was sure. He couldn't drag this on any longer. "You useless bastards. Don't stop. Keep him on the ropes." It was a messy battlefield. Watching the scene unfold, Agamemnon's face froze. What's going on? He thought. Another Olympus player's head was cut off. Yuan would not go down, refusing to let them have Hephaestus, who was knocked over on the ground as a statue. He was a real persistent bastard. You're telling me that he's truly a new player? Agamemnon wondered. He had heard that Yuan got first place in the tutorial, surpassing Hargan. He had also heard how he set a historic new record. Agamemnon thought that perhaps a new player that could one day stand shoulder to shoulder with the great rulers of this tower, the high rankers, had appeared. That was why Agamemnon didn't underestimate Yuan. Or at least, He thought that he hadn't underestimated him. The problem was that still wasn't enough. With his crimson vision, he was able to easily read the path of the sword being swung at him. Yuan shifted his chest back, avoiding a sword swing before Roundhouse kicked his opponent in the chest. His opponent was knocked away. Players charged toward Yuan simultaneously from behind left and right. Feeling annoyed, Yuan punched the ground. Then, a tall pillar of fire rose up around Yuan. One of the players who reacted too late ended up getting caught in the flames and was knocked away, and the other two players gave up on attacking and took a step back. Yuan maintained the fire pillar because buying time was enough for him. Yuan glanced over at Hephaestus, who was still petrified on the floor. "Hey, Ajusi, how long are you planning on sleeping?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan quickly turned his head, sensing an ominous flow of mana. A big flaming spear pierced through the fire pillar and slammed right into Yuan, creating a huge blast at the place Yuan stood. Yuan, who had been standing in place, took a step back. It was the first real fire he had experienced today. Yuan wiped away the ash on his face with the back of his hand. If it weren't for the fire resistance from Cinder Eyes and Pyromancy Robe, he would have just been incapacitated. His burnt skin stung. Sun Shard, huh? Yuan looked over at the person who had just thrown that attack at him. So he finally decided to get off his ass. Orange eyes, red hair, and clothes tattered from the fight with Hephaestus. The lion that was laying low from being wounded, the Rancor Chryses, stood in front of Yuan. Chryses endured the pressure that the tower exerted on him. While cauterizing his open wounds with fire, he created another spear. "What's your relation to Hephaestus?" "I'm a customer." Even injured, a Rancor was still a Rancor. Just by standing near him, Yuan felt like his entire body was going to go numb. Yuan tried not to be hostile against Chryses. Yuan hoped that he wouldn't join the fight until Hephaestus woke up. A customer? He wondered what Yuan was talking about, giving him a baffled look. A customer? Chryses figured that Yuan must have commissioned Hephaestus for an item or a repair, but he couldn't understand it. Why would someone butt into a battle of this scale over that kind of relationship? Yuan exhaled a deep breath. He was trying to create some distance so other players wouldn't get caught up in Chryses. Attack. The moment I let down my guard even a little bit, I'll be burnt to ashes. His opponent was a Rancor and the right-hand man of Apollo, the ruler of fire, no less. At this point in time, Chryses was still a fledgling that had just become a Rancor, but he was still not one to be underestimated. Let's take advantage of the penalty. Yuan knew that as long as he climbed the tower, he'd have to eventually fight against Olympus as well as Rancors. It just ended up happening much sooner than he had expected, but he knew not to panic. If I take his injuries and penalties into account, it should be no more than 5. If Chryses could use all of his powers, this would be an impossible fight. But considering the injuries he obtained during his fight against Hephaestus, coupled with the penalty a Rancor faced attacking a player of the bottom floor, I can do this. Yuan's arm started to morph. Like a balloon being inflated, Yuan's right arm increased in size, enhanced by mana. Witnessing his transformation, Chryses and Agamemnon's eyes widened. It was the most powerful skill gigantification that Yuan possessed, and it was also one of the skills that was a symbol of Olympus. So he had quite an extraordinary skill. Gigantification was a skill that only Hercules possessed within Olympus. Countless Rancors had sought it out, but none of them were successful. That meant that gigantification was an epic skill that even most Rancors didn't have. The flaming spear within Chryses' grasp radiated intense heat. No matter, he's still a new player that only just entered the tower. A sun flew towards Yuan, or at least that was what it appeared like. Yuan swung his giant hand forward with all his strength to counter Sun Shard. Gigantification, Cinder Eyes, and Pyromancy Robe helped Yuan resist the Sun Shard. Gigantification was a skill that had managed to break the armor and defenses of the Chimera Creator with ease. However, it wasn't enough to defend against a Rancor's attack with sheer physical strength. Yuan failed to resist Sun Shard and got inflicted with the status effect, Burn. Yuan's arm was cooked red. The pain from being burned was intense. He had somehow managed to block the attack, but he had failed to come out unscathed. Maybe I should have bought some ice crystals. Yuan wondered how things would have been had he consumed some ice crystals, like when he fought against Sarutra. Though he might have become a bit slower in movement due to the icy aura, he would have at least had higher fire resistance. Well, it was no use wondering about it now. Chryses' next attack was already incoming, hurling toward Yuan. The flames took the shape of a wave as they enclosed Yuan. It was actually closer to lava than fire, but it wasn't truly lava. It wasn't possible for Chryses to call forth lava while his powers were being restricted. On the first floor, though, it might have been a different story for a high ranker like Apollo. I can't seem to catch a break. Yuan created 3 mana blasts around him. The 3 blasts took a ton of mana, and at Yuan's signal, they unleashed their power. The mana blasts collided with the crashing fire wave, but all they did was decrease the intensity of the wave's force. The flaming waves crashed directly into Yuan. He did his best to try and protect his body with his gigantified arm and resisted the flames by strengthening Cinder Eyes. The whole area behind Yuan got destroyed by the Chryses attack. Soon, as the fire died down, smoke rose from everywhere, and burnt corpses of Olympic players could be seen everywhere. Cinder Eyes and Pyromancy Robe, which helped in resisting Sun Shard, also failed. As a result of status abnormality, burn increased to level 2. A string of messages popped up. Yuan felt like he was being roasted alive. Hazy smoke came off his body, and he felt his legs weakening, making him wobble. The edges of the Pyromancy Robe started burning off. Even though it was an item with excellent fire resistance, it was going against a ranker's flame. He knew that after facing such heavy attacks from Chryses, the penalty that he would be facing would no longer be light. Yellow electricity started flowing across Chryses' body. It was the second stage of the penalty. That's 2. Yuan thought. Yuan wasn't the only one teetering from exhaustion. Chryses was also using all his strength to stay standing due to the injuries that were inflicted during his fight with Hephaestus. If I can just last a little longer. Yuan thought. He blinked once. It was just for a split second, and he thought he had plenty of distance between himself and Chryses. Yet, flick, Chryses, who was wavering, disappeared into the fire, and in a flash, Chryses closed the gap between them and punched Yuan straight in the chest. Yuan heard his ribs breaking. Unfortunately, that wasn't the end. An explosion occurred at the end of Chryses' fist, knocking Yuan up into the air. Yuan's body flew through the air, slamming into a wall. The hard wall crumbled, and Yuan was buried underneath the rubble of the building. Pieces of the building trickled down and fell on top of Yuan's head. He slowly tried to move and winced at the pain in his chest. Maybe I underestimated him too much because we're on the first floor. He might have just become a ranker, but he was still a ranker nonetheless. Even with the restrictions of the first floor, the penalty, and his injuries, he wasn't an opponent Yuan could beat right now. With Cinder Eyes, the Pyromancy Robe, and Gigantification, Yuan had thought that he would have been able to at least last until Hephaestus woke up. But that makes it 3. Yuan got back up while grunting in pain. His bones were broken, but he could still move. It was thanks to the additional stats he had gained from the Heaven-Slaying Star, the strength and constitution he gained from consuming Giant's heart and protecting his body with his gigantified arm. Only about 2 more strikes left. Yuan pictured the rest of the fight in his head. For me to endure that. In the end, Yuan knew he needed that. In the midst of the rubble of the collapsed building, a faint light entered his vision. Yuan looked around at his surroundings. This was a familiar location. What do you know? I was thinking about where it was placed, but it was still inside the old man's smithy. There was still a ranker and dozens of players outside. I sure am lucky. Yuan smiled as he stretched out his hand. It was the pure dark divine crystal refined by Hephaestus. Even after being refined, it was still not a finished product. The penalty? You'll know once you experience it firsthand. That was what the high ranker Apollo had told him after he had received his mission and was about to go down to the first floor. You'll understand how great power flows inside this tower. The penalty from the third attack had started. Chryses grit his teeth, trying to endure it. An intense pressure crushed Chryses' body while high voltage flowed through him. When the penalty ended, Chryses' knees went weak, and he flopped onto the floor. Chryses vomited blood. He couldn't keep his mouth closed. So, this is what the penalty is like. Having never looked down, only up, with the goal of becoming a ranker, Chryses had never properly experienced the penalty. And when he did experience it, it wasn't for something like coming down to the first floor and using his powers, so he'd had no fear of the penalty. At first, Chryses didn't really understand what he meant. What kind of power could make even Apollo, one of the strongest people in Olympus, admit its greatness? But now that he was experiencing it firsthand, he understood. I could perish. The penalty was different from any skills Chryses knew. He tried putting it into words. From the sensation of his existence perishing, Chryses felt something massive intervening. Is this the tower's will to prevent beings on the upper floors from intervening too much? Thank you for your hard work, sir. Agamemnon approached Chryses and bowed his head. Without his help, this mission would have been impossible. It was Chryses who had captured Hephaestus with the replica Aegis, and he was also the one who had defeated the new player that suddenly interfered. This was accomplished entirely through Chryses' help. Quickly transport the criminal, check for fatalities, and treat the wounded. Also, Agamemnon looked towards the collapsed building, where Yuan was buried. Let's just leave him be, Chryses interrupted Agamemnon. Shocked, Agamemnon looked back at him. Pardon me, sir. In the future, he's sure to be. He could finish his words, and Chryses continued, the mission is now over. We're the ones that broke the rule of the tower by causing a ruckus. I'd like to avoid unnecessary murder. Agamemnon bit his tongue at the firm response. At the end of the day, it was Chryses who was the one leading this mission. I understand, sir. Then, from within the collapsed building, the rubble erupted, and a cloud of dust fanned out. And from within that mess, a figure appeared through the smoke. It was Yuan who walked out, wielding a sword in one hand and holding the dark divine crystal in the other. A fire lit in Agamemnon's eyes once again. This almost dead chilling is. Halt, Chryses said. Agamemnon shouted back at Chryses, who seemed like he was trying to dissuade him once again. Are you saying we should still leave him be? He's clearly trying to fight us again. That's not it. Chryses shook his head. He hadn't stopped Agamemnon this time around because he wanted to avoid unnecessary killing. Yuan walked out from the cloud of dust. He's dangerous. From within his hand, dark attribute mana, which was rare and uncommon, was endlessly overflowing. What do you mean dangerous, sir? Agamemnon asked Chryses, confused by his words. There was a hidden veil of annoyance on Agamemnon's face as he looked at Chryses. He wanted to capture Hephaestus as soon as possible and finish his mission, but things continued to get delayed. He's almost dead. There's no reason to be afraid of him. Chryses spoke. Dark attribute mana is a special case. And to consider him almost dead, though his mana is, it's fine. His patience finally hitting its limit, Agamemnon interrupted Chryses. No matter how talented he might be, he's still a new player. You look very tired, sir. Please have some rest. Agamemnon set his sights back on Yuan. We'll take care of him. It was the strangest thing. Yuan, who was standing in the pile of rubble just a moment ago, had disappeared. Where did he go? The sound of a loud explosion. It was from the direction where Hephaestus was laying on the ground. Surprised, Agamemnon quickly turned his head. The subordinates that were sent to carry Hephaestus back were sent flying like bowling pins. It all happened in an instant, the battlefield erupting into absolute chaos once more. Yuan was once again standing next to Hephaestus. Yuan held his sword in his mouth and grabbed Hephaestus' stone's body. Hephaestus's petrified body continued to slowly twitch. The petrification status effect only stopped one's movement. It didn't stop one's mind. That meant that even now, Hephaestus was struggling with everything he had to break out of the petrification. Agamemnon grits his teeth. What are you doing, you idiots? Agamemnon shouted in fury. Are you just going to watch him? Go kill him. I said I'll give a management position to whoever kills him. Now jump him all at once. Let's go all in together. The players again charged at Yuan with high spirits. Though their individual skills weren't all that impressive, one couldn't ignore the strength in numbers. Yuan tightly gripped his sword, watching the wave of people charge at him. With a sword in one hand and the pure dark divine crystal in the other, he unleashed his mana with all his strength. An instantaneous mana ripple. Where the dark mana passed by, players' heads were cut off, and their arms and torsos withered away. Their wailing cries could be heard from the horde of players. Yuan continued to fight against the ones that rushed at him, bringing out the power of the pure dark divine crystal. With the fragment in Yuan's hand, his mana continuously changed attributes and was amplified. The only ones to notice the items were Chryses and Agamemnon. He had an unbelievable item. Was that a reward from the tutorial? Chryses remarked in amazement, watching Yuan fighting against dozens of players from floors above him. He then looked over at Agamemnon, whose face had turned white. What did I tell you? The tower called forth a monster. Chryses' response ticked off Agamemnon. He grits his teeth. He didn't know what was going on. Until just a moment ago, he didn't seem like he had that kind of item at all. This is no time to be impressed, sir. Agamemnon looked at Chryses with fire in his eyes, giving him a death glare. What's wrong? Didn't you say earlier that you guys could take care of him yourselves? So are you saying you won't do anything about this? Agamemnon was shocked. From the beginning, my role was to stop Hephaestus in his tracks. Against a new player, According to the rules of the tower, you guys need to resolve this on your own. Chryses further spoke. Are you serious? Agamemnon spoke in confusion. Chryses smirked at Agamemnon's reaction. It wasn't that Chryses didn't understand how he was feeling. After losing the jackals, if he failed to capture Hephaestus, who was incredibly difficult to find, he'd completely lose ground in Olympus. Don't worry, Chryses said, standing up with a grunt. He clapped Agamemnon's shoulder. I intend on seeing things through. A big drop of sweat fell down Chryses' forehead as he continued to walk. He had already reached his limits from suffering the penalty. He looked like he might fall over at any moment from how poor condition he was in. While in the midst of chaos, Yuan kept on slashing the players that came charging at him or Hephaestus. Yuan spotted the weakened Chryses, and at the same time, he flicked the finger of the hand that was holding the pure dark, divine crystal, and waved his hand in the air. The fire mixed with the dark mana, creating a black flame that enveloped Yuan. Seeing this made the players that were charging and take a step back. The only one who passed through the fire was Chryses. Seeming unfazed by them, he reached out his hand and held some of Yuan's flames in his palm. Amazing, Chryses remarked, while closely observing Yuan's fire in his hand. Fire and dark. It was already impressive that he was able to manipulate a single attribute, but Yuan was in fact able to control two attributes. Even most rankers were incapable of this kind of mana control. Chryses looked up at Yuan and thought, if such a talent like him joined Olympus, then it would have been really great. Chryses spoke out his mind, trying to recruit Yuan. He said, do you have any thoughts of joining Olympus? If equipment is what you're after, I promise to give you something far better than what you commissioned Hephaestus. Yuan shook his head. There's no way that's my objective, and I've already given him my answer to that question before. Yuan referred to Agamemnon, who was standing and watching from the sidelines. What a shame. He knew that it was highly unlikely, but Chryses still asked for the slim chance of being able to recruit Yuan. Because Yuan was that desirable of a gem. Chryses' fire swallowed up Yuan's fire, and the black flames near him changed to red. The flames in the area were split in two, half Yuan's dark flames and half Chryses' red flames. The two fought each other, crashing head-on. While that was going on, Chryses' body continued to be overloaded by the penalty. Are you sure you can keep fighting? Chryses responded with baffled laughter. I never thought I'd hear that from a new player. This was an embarrassing occasion he'd never be able to tell another soul. However, that was only because other people didn't know about Yuan's existence. In about 100 years, I might be able to share today's events with pride, Chryses thought. Chryses' flames swallowed up Yuan's flames. All the nearby flames gathered around Chryses. The fire quickly swirled together until it formed the shape of a sun. A scenario came to Chryses' mind. You know, I fought Kim Yuan before. No, really. When? You say. Well, it was right when he had just arrived on the first floor. Chryses smirked as he shook his head. He found it funny that he was already thinking about sharing this tale with his friends in the distant future. Who could have ever imagined that a new player would be able to go toe-to-toe against a ranker? Of course, that's only possible if I manage to survive this first. Watching this attack, Yuan mumbled to himself, so he's prepared to perish. Yuan got a sense of how truly important this mission was to them. Of course, that was why they were able to send down a ranker to the first floor equipped with Aegis, even if it was a replica. Yuan started putting more power into the pure dark divine crystal in his grasp. Reacting to Yuan's mana, the crystal wailed loudly. The resonating mana started to grow so much that Yuan's body couldn't handle it anymore. If Ajusi doesn't rejoin Olympus here, the next Gigantomachy might not happen. To ensure that it didn't, Yuan had to protect Hephaestus right here, right now. The second Gigantomachy, that tragedy, could not be allowed to happen. The two massive energies were hostile to each other. The two different types of mana almost seemed like they were growling as they collided and created a windstorm. Yuan and Chryses simultaneously walked toward each other. Not accepting Chryses' action, the tower forced a powerful penalty onto him. The small sun that Chryses created started descending after he gave the signal with his hand. The small sun started to lose its form as it wobbled. Having clenched his jaw as hard as he could, chipped teeth and blood sloshed around Chryses' mouth. Still, he gathered the remaining focus he had and recollected his mana into one point. The flames came back together, and the small sun regained its shape. With the last of his mental fortitude, Chryses managed to endure the penalty of the tower. And like that, two beings, one from the highest point in the tower and the other from the lowest, collided. I knew it. You really are amazing. In the midst of the giant collision of mana, Chryses was able to faintly hear Yuan's voice. He knew it? Chryses wondered. A hot and violent windstorm brewed. Some of the nearby players even lost consciousness from the storm. The entire world of the first floor felt like it was howling due to the collision of mana against mana, and due to the aftershock of the penalty applied to Chryses. The surrounding area was already devastated. The windstorm continued for a while. What kind of a ridiculous situation is this? Agamemnon thought. Agamemnon's nerves were on edge. How did their battle go? Chryses could no longer fight. It'd be a miracle if he didn't perish from this attack, let alone continue fighting. A ranker exerting this much power on the first floor was probably unprecedented in the tower's history. Even if he didn't die, Chryses' body was probably worn out to the point where he'd no longer be able to use any powers for some time. The area looked distorted due to the heat. The haze created by the collision of the two flames slowly started to fade away. Both of them are alive. From within the haze, Yuan and Chryses could both be seen. Barely, but alive. It was as Agamemnon said. Yuan and Chryses were passed out on the ground. One could see that Chryses was alive from the subtle trembling of his body. Compared to Chryses, Yuan didn't look as bad, but he was in a state where he could only slightly twitch his fingers. Their battle was a draw. Seeing the results, Agamemnon smiled. We won. Though it took a lot, Yuan had been taken down. Regardless of how strong he might have been, there was no way Yuan could do something. While his body was completely torn up like this, as Agamemnon was confirming his victory, an attack came from his blind side. He splurted out a mouthful of blood due to the critical attack on his ribs. Did you win? He heard an ominous sound. Hoping it wasn't what he thought it was, he turned his head, and what he saw was a crippled man tightly gripping his hammer, his face contorted in fury. Hephaestus had finally been released from his petrification. It's not over yet, kiddo. It was the sound of air being ripped apart. Hephaestus swung his hammer with ridiculous force. The blast from the hammer directly struck Agamemnon's body. Hephaestus's body continued to turn redder and redder. His mana made it feel like he was a gigantic being. He was physically demonstrating that he planned on ignoring the penalty, daring anyone to challenge him. Every time he exerted power, the penalty accumulated in his body, but Hephaestus continued to relentlessly swing his hammer. It was a show of anger, and that anger wouldn't subside just from whacking the air a few times. The attack struck the air with Agamemnon in its trajectory. Agamemnon stood back up, using one hand to push himself off the ground while blood dripped out of his mouth. Mixed in with the blood that he vomited out were pieces of his internal organs. Unlike the other players, Agamemnon was a player from a relatively high floor. So despite being the first one to attack, the penalty placed on Hephaestus was significantly smaller. I don't care about the other guys, but I am definitely going to kill you. Hephaestus walked closer to him, hot steam billowing off of his body. Agamemnon couldn't move because of the overwhelming pressure and mana. He couldn't believe he had tried to catch a behemoth like him. I'm going to die, he thought. He knew these would be his final moments. Agamemnon shut his eyes tight as death approached him from head-on. A powerful electric shock flowed through Hephaestus's body from the penalty. Seeming unfazed, Hephaestus stood calmly in his spot and swung his hammer onto his shoulder. Hephaestus had completely lost his sense of reason. Either that, or he knew that he wouldn't perish from just killing a single person like Agamemnon. Hephaestus's hammer rose up into the sky. The heavy ringing of the hammer spread, vibrating the atmosphere. Agamemnon sensed his death, or he thought he did. The result ended up being different. What just happened? In the absence of an impact, Agamemnon carefully opened his eyes. A large shadow covered his entire body. Someone had stepped in between him and Hephaestus. You went too overboard. Agamemnon saw the side profile of an enormous man about 3 meters tall. With hands the size of a normal person's head, he had stopped Hephaestus's hammer. The administrator? Even before Agamemnon said it, Hephaestus had an inkling as to whom the gargantuan man that appeared in front of him might have been. The administrator of the first floor. Why did you have to appear now of all times? Did you think I'd just stand by and watch forever, leaving you be? Hearing Hephaestus's complaint, the administrator took his hammer and tossed it behind him. After leaving Hephaestus's hand, the hammer fell with a loud thump, creating a deep crater in the ground. If you want a proper fight, do it up there, not here. This is the first floor. The administrator almost never interfered outside of the test. They left most things to the players, rankers, and guilds of the tower. And usually, when an administrator interfered, It was because a problem occurred during a test. Normally guilds took charge and managed the floors, but right now a guild called Olympus was causing problems. And since this was a problem that a guild couldn't resolve, it was only natural that the administrator came out personally. I had no intention of fighting. That's good to hear. The administrator spoke while turning his head. The administrator turned his head. Agamemnon locked eyes with the administrator, and he saw something like the great expanse of the universe within his eyes. "Are you a bastard from Olympus?" said the admin. "Yes. Yes. That's right, sir," Agamemnon replied. Seeing Agamemnon stutter like an idiot, the administrator thought how pathetic he was. The administrator stretched out his hand. Despite a giant hand coming towards him, Agamemnon couldn't avoid it. He felt that if he tried to dodge it, the administrator's hand would immediately blow his head off. "Pass this on to Zeus. If he does something like this again, I'll come pull out his entire stupid beard again," said the admin. A black mark was imprinted on his forehead. "Yes, sir," Agamemnon replied while backing off. "Don't just say you will. You will have to, no matter what." Noticing the unique mark that resembled a tongue, Agamemnon rubbed his forehead. In the tower, the orders of an administrator were absolute. Still, the administrator planted a mark on Agamemnon's head to be sure. If Agamemnon were to ever meet Zeus, he would relay exactly what the administrator said, including the bit about pulling out his beard. Feeling helpless, Agamemnon looked back and forth between Hephaestus and the administrator. What could he do between these two colossal beings? It didn't take much thinking. With the intervention of the administrator, there was nothing they could do. This fight was Olympus's loss. Hephaestus, familiar with the mark, broke out in laughter. Yuan felt like his entire body had been scorched on a grill. It didn't take long for him to lose consciousness, though he did remember trying his best to not pass out. He faintly remembered what happened afterward. The egg bared its fangs toward the scene. It was a ridiculous message. How could a creature that hasn't even hatched yet bare its fangs? For a while, the egg trembled inside his inventory, as if it really was about to fight. The egg with a purple pattern. He thought he could see something like teeth. They weren't actually visible, but he was certain that they existed. This is dangerous, Yuan thought. He felt goosebumps pop up, something he didn't feel even while directly facing a rancor. Yuan got lost in fear and in thought. Was it trying to protect me? What was the purpose of the fangs that it revealed from inside its hard shell? Or was it trying to eat me while I was weakened? He didn't know the exact reason, but before he could find out, Yuan got another message. Unknown egg returns to hibernation. The egg that had been baring its fangs for a while fell back into slumber. This message wasn't something that had shown up while Yuan was passed out. It was a message that popped up just now. Yuan suddenly realized that he had regained consciousness. He wondered when he had passed out, but Yuan wasn't able to finish his sentence. He mumbled to himself. A thick voice penetrated his eardrums. Yuan opened his eyes. With his hazy vision, he turned towards the source of the voice, where he saw the blur of a large head. "Ajusi?" Yuan spoke. "Ajusi? You really lack manners, don't you?" The quality of Hephaestus's voice really knocked the sleep out of Yuan. His foggy vision soon returned to normal, and he got up and looked around his surroundings. "When did you wake up?" Yuan asked. "Now look here. I should be the one to ask you that." Hephaestus couldn't believe it. The first thing the kid that was passed out asked him was when he had woken up, though that was unsurprising. When Hephaestus had woken, Yuan had already lost consciousness, so the two couldn't help but be worried about each other. "How's your body?" "I seem more or less okay." Yuan didn't know how much time had passed, but most of the burns had healed up. "What about you, Ajusi?" said Yuan. "How long are you going to keep calling me that?" said Hephaestus. He usually gets angry when one tries to get close to him. "Well, I can't call you a Jumma," Yuan said with a straight face. "You really know how to flap your mouth." Hephaestus spoke. "But you survived thanks to me, so what does it matter what I call you?" Yuan was brazen, but Hephaestus didn't really have a good response. He scratched his head because it was true. Yuan was the reason why he hadn't been dragged back to Olympus. Hephaestus was holding himself back, looking as if he badly wanted to say something. Yuan looked closely at him, wondering what he wanted to say. Soon, Hephaestus opened his mouth. "Thanks." "Excuse me?" "I said thanks." "How many times do you want me to say it before you get it?" Despite having only said it twice, Hephaestus got up and started fake coughing. He was clearly embarrassed. Yuan was actually impressed that he even said it twice. He tried pretty hard. The Hephaestus in Yuan's memory was someone that didn't use words to say thanks. He was more about actions than words because that was his life philosophy. My name's not actually Volcaro, Hephaestus said with a serious look on his face. My real name is Hephaestus. I was a blacksmith for Olympus. Is that so? Yuan replied. You don't find that surprising? Hephaestus was clearly shocked looking at Yuan. I am plenty surprised. Are you unable to lie? Or can you just not be bothered to lie? Hephaestus let out a baffled laugh after asking his question. He had already guessed that Yuan probably came searching for him knowing that he was Hephaestus. And because of the timing, he had even thought that Yuan might have been a member of Olympus. But I'm now certain. It was a doubt that persisted in his thoughts for a while. Was Yuan a member of Olympus? If he wasn't, it'd be odd. How would he have known how to find him? But then, if he was from Olympus, that'd be equally as odd. Why didn't he try to capture him? Hephaestus originally had no answers for either question, but thanks to this event, he became certain of one thing. Yuan was certainly not your average player. Chryses was injured after a fight with him, and he received a significant degree of penalty. But still, for a new player to beat a ranker in a fight, since the administrator intervened, Olympus won't be able to immediately come back to try and get me. That's why I rented out a big workshop in the city for a few days. A new workshop. The man that had no choice but to reside in a tiny workshop to hide from Olympus got himself a proper workshop. Hephaestus spoke looking at Yuan, favors or misdeeds. I'm someone who always pays back tenfold. Just wait a few days. I'll make you the greatest sword. Though, that didn't affect the speed at which he could make something. Yuan gave a gentle smile watching Hephaestus caring for him. He stood up from the bed, and he thanked him for taking care of him and crafting a weapon. Yuan decided to climb up the tower. Once he received the sword from Hephaestus. As he walked towards the old man, he stumbled due to his weak body. Go to the hospital first, Hephaestus shouted. The recovery went faster than expected. It was thanks to his high constitution stat and the medicine Hephaestus left him. After sleeping for a whole day, when he woke up, Yuan felt mostly recovered. Yuan's eyes were filled with spirit as he walked out of the hospital room. I'll start the raid. The man from the pure dark divine crystal quickly disintegrated the monsters' bodies. This was due to the special property of dark mana. While trudging through the corpses of the gorilla-like monsters around him, Yuan looked down at the crystal in his hand. I think I can start moving around now. He couldn't remember the last time he had laid down for so long. It had only been a day, but he already felt like his body had stiffened up. I ended up facing a ranker much sooner than I expected. I also thought I wouldn't face Olympus until at least the 10th floor, but things got ahead of schedule. Still, despite my plans being thrown out the window, I gained something huge, so it's fine. Hephaestus finally came out of hiding. With the intervention of the administrator, Olympus wouldn't be able to plan another extreme intervention on the 1st floor with a ranker like this time. They'd need at least a few years for another attempt, and those few years would be plenty of time for Yuan to bring about change. With Ajusi's help, I'll be able to obtain items much easier. And I also managed to rebuild our relationship much faster than I expected. And more than anything else, this is going to greatly affect the second Gigantomachy. Yuan stared at the black gem in his hand. There was no need for him to properly calculate his gains and losses. On one hand, he had refined the black crystal, gained a huge supporter in Hephaestus, greatly influenced the Gigantomachy, and put Olympus under the close watch of the administrator. It's surprisingly hard to handle. Yuan thought back to the power of the Helm of Invisibility used by Hades. If the Helm of Invisibility was the sun, the current pure dark divine crystal was no more than a firefly. It might not have been the completed helm and just a refined crystal, but the difference in power was too great, which means that it's the difference in users. Yuan might have scored a tie against a ranker in his last fight, but that was only because it was on the 1st floor. And there was also the fact that Chryses was heavily injured from the fight with Hephaestus, along with the penalty. So I can't control this properly quite yet. Yuan checked the status of the Dark Divine Crystal. Pure Dark Divine Crystal is a fragment that holds the darkness of the Genesis. It contains mana with an unending dark property. It is capable of stealth, can change mana to dark attribute, and can summon hell. It was the effect that was the most noticeable. Hell was a word that symbolized Hades, and it was also like the fountain of his power. However, as the limited mark said, Yuan couldn't use all the power of the pure Dark Divine Crystal yet. Still, this gave a proper insight into its true power. The crystal is less of an item that holds power, and it's more of a medium that summons power. Hell, Yuan didn't know what kind of place it was. It could be literally the world after death, or it could be the name of another world outside of the tower. But one thing was for sure. The pure dark divine crystal was an item that extracted power from that world. I am starting to somewhat get the hang of it, though. For a whole day, Yuan practiced using the crystal. And right on cue, Hephaestus, come on over. Yuan got a message from Hephaestus, who had changed his name on his player kit. On the outskirts of the city, the workshop with a low ceiling and thin tunnels was filled with heat. It was a pretty decent workshop. It must have cost him a pretty penny. It seemed that Hephaestus had quite a lot of money saved up, but that wasn't much of a surprise. Items that he made were worth at least tens of thousands of points, and he also got a cut of all equipment sold by Olympus. He was probably part of the top 1% of rankers in terms of wealth. Today's a quiet day, Yuan said after entering the smithy. You're here? Hephaestus welcomed Yuan with his usual greeting. Impatient as ever, he immediately brought out the stuff. Here you go. Hephaestus handed him a small wooden box and a sword wrapped in black cloth. Yuan took them in each hand and then asked while shaking the wooden box, I get the sword, but what's this? Open it. Yuan put down the sword for a moment to open up the box, but there was nothing inside. Is it supposed to be a prank box? Yuan looked up at Hephaestus dazedly and spoke. You idiot. Take a closer look. But there's nothing inside. When he placed his hand inside the wooden box, he felt a smooth sensation at the tips of his fingers. Yuan's eyes sparkled. Closely getting a feel of it, he could tell the form of the thing. A glove. It was a thin glove made from a special material. It has great mana conductivity. It can be made invisible through the settings. It was made from a special material, and it had great mana conductivity. From those two pieces of information, Yuan could tell what it was made from. Did you make this with mithril? You're quick to tell. Hephaestus let out a joyous laugh. Yuan put the invisible glove on his hand. Because it was literally invisible, the only way to put it on was by using his sense of touch. After struggling to put on the glove, I don't feel anything. Yuan couldn't feel a thing. It was as if he wasn't wearing anything. He wondered why Hephaestus made him something like this. Not only would it have been a pain to make it invisible, it even used expensive mithril. Yuan didn't have to think for too long. There's a groove. On the back of the glove, there was a small inset. Yuan placed the pure dark divine crystal into it. The pure dark divine crystal attached itself to the glove, and then the crystal that was emitting a black light soon disappeared with the glove. The invisible glove wasn't a special item. It was to make it more convenient for you to carry the crystal, so he didn't have to hold it in his hand anymore. So this was the reason why he mixed in mithril. Yuan opened and closed his hand, gathering crystal's mana in his palm. Despite there being a layer between him and the crystal, Yuan could control the dark mana without any oddities as he liked. This was thanks to mithril's high mana conductivity. I'm glad I don't have to explain how to use it. I didn't have time or materials, so I just half-assed it. So use it however you like. I'll use it well. Say that after you've checked your sword. Yuan nodded his head and unwrapped the black cloth. A matte gray scabbard. The shape and length were exactly the same as the well-sharpened sword that Yuan had requested. It's exactly the same. Just by unwrapping the cloth and touching it, Yuan could tell that this sword was truly epic. Yuan slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. It was truly an awesome sword. Just by holding it in his hand, he could sense how sharp it was. You can name it. Blacksmith. Hephaestus requests a name for the sword. Yuan carefully inspected the sword. The sharp blade emitted its own light. Mithril was a faintly colored mineral, but the small quantity of the dark divine crystal powder had completely tainted the sword black. He didn't want to just name it after its appearance, instead wanting to decide after fully reading. Through the item description, Yuan looked at his reflection off the smooth surface of the sword. He was smiling slightly. Watching Yuan's reaction, Hephaestus felt boastful. Have you decided on a name? Yuan nodded his head. An onyx blade, specialized for night and darkness. I'll name it Edge of Nightfall. Edge of Nightfall? Are you sure about that name? Hephaestus asked. Yuan answered while sheathing his sword. Why not? It's like a sharp sword of a deep, dark night. Hephaestus couldn't believe it. For Yuan to be so edgy. He thought about scolding him but decided to bite his tongue. Too bad his naming sense sucks. Hephaestus disapproved. By Hephaestus's will, Edge of Nightfall becomes bound to you. A sword that increases my combat powers many-fold in darkness, as well as being capable of accumulating mana. This wasn't simply a sharp and durable sword. It was a sword beyond all expectations. It's a weapon crafted by the blacksmith Hephaestus. It's been made using mithril and the remnants of a special crystal. It can accumulate dark mana and increase stamina recovery rate by 200%, mana amplification, and mana recovery by 100%. After checking the effects of the sword, Yuan's eyes widened. What kind of recovery options are these? A bound item. It seemed that Hephaestus didn't want this sword falling into anyone else's hands. That didn't matter to Yuan. Without some very special circumstances, there was no way he would sell a sword of this caliber. For points, Yuan fastened the sword around his waist with a satisfactory smile on his face, unaware of what was wrong. As someone that considered a piece of equipment to truly be complete once it was named, Hephaestus was quite discontent. He and the sword go well together, Hephaestus thought while shaking his head and letting out a deep sigh. There was nothing he could do. Yuan was clearly happy with it. Swallowing his grumbling, Hephaestus asked Yuan, "What do you plan on doing now?" "I need to go up." There was zero hesitation in Yuan's voice. Hephaestus nodded his head, knowing that would be his response. "That's what I thought." His face shifted from one that was ready to nag him to one filled with concern. "What do you plan on doing about Olympus?" Hephaestus asked, averting his gaze. He felt sorry. Because of him, Yuan got caught up with Olympus, and that was a wave too tall for Yuan, who had just started climbing the tower. So of course he was filled with worry. "What do you mean, what will I do?" Yuan didn't seem all that concerned. Was it because he didn't know Olympus well enough? No, that wasn't it. There was probably no one in the tower that knew Olympus as well as he. There was a response Yuan had long prepared for this question. "I plan on taking them down, from all the way up there down to here." He pointed towards the roof of the workshop. No, he was actually pointing to the top of the enormous tower. Hephaestus stared at Yuan blankly. Is that so? He knew from the start when he Yuan that he was not a normal person. Now that he faced a ranker and hundreds of high-floor players, he is not even concerned. A bit. He really is unique punk who has no fear or hesitance, thought Hephaestus, and then said, "Go, I won't be seeing you out." After exiting the workshop, Yuan turned around and looked back at the door. There was no farewell. It was just the way Hephaestus did things. Before, Yuan thought he was just an unsentimental and cranky old man. However, he eventually found out that wasn't the case. Then or now, he really is the same. Hephaestus was a friend he hadn't seen in a long time. And for Yuan, who had come to the past all alone, meeting a younger Hephaestus was a truly enjoyable time. He was suddenly reminded of past encounters with Hephaestus. When the fight with the outer gods was nearing its end, Hephaestus created a new weapon for Yuan when he returned empty-handed. Forget adamantium or mithril, the greatest metals. The world had become a place where even iron ore was hard to obtain. So Yuan wondered what weapon Hephaestus could possibly have made him. But then, juicy, this is... Hephaestus had made him a far better weapon than the one Yuan had previously owned. He wondered where Hephaestus had gotten the materials from. The sword Hephaestus handed him was made from adamantium, and from what Yuan knew, there was a very small, limited amount of adamantium left in the world nearing the apocalypse. And this adamantium was... Did you melt your hammer? Hephaestus's hand had been wrapped with thick bandages. Yuan could immediately tell how he got injured. After melting down his hammer for materials, he used his fist as a hammer to forge a new sword. Yuan asked why he did that, and his response was as typical of him as ever. "Don't nag me and just take it already. I'm tired." It was a hammer he had spent his life with. After becoming a ranker, he never put his hammer down, becoming a blacksmith recognized not just in Olympus, but in the whole tower. Hephaestus had melted down that hammer to make a new sword for Yuan. That was how Yuan came to know Hephaestus's true personality. Yuan tightly grasped the handle of the sword at his waist. Out of melancholy, he had a hard time leaving, but he quickly snapped out of it. Yuan bowed his head towards Hephaestus's workshop. "Thank you for everything, both now and before." There were many types of tests inside the tower. From individual tests where you had to complete a specific mission, to group tests where you had to complete a specific mission with others, and scenario tests where you had to find the answer within a specific story created by the tower. The test on the first floor was always identical. Inside the Colosseum, in the trials proctor room, a beautiful elf woman was sitting while singing songs. She was the proctor of first floor's trial, which every player had to pass before entering the next floor. Name, Kim Yuan. A new player entered the first floor 12 days ago. A beautiful elf lady with straight black hair that reached her hips checked Yuan's information on her player kit while biting a huge piece of chocolate. He set a historic new record in the tutorial, and his potential is rated as S rank. Shuri was a ranker that was currently ranked in the top 10,000. She smiled while looking at Yuan's picture on her player kit. There are quite a few good newbies this time around. Not too long ago, she had managed to meet a player that was a feast for the eyes, which was something she hadn't experienced in a while. It was a pure blood from Olympus, a direct descendant of the ruler of the skies. That Hargan was only second place. So Shuri couldn't help but become interested in Yuan, after she had presumed that Hargan was going to be first in the tutorial. In the first floor testing center, Yuan was the only one standing in the middle of the massive coliseum. For him to participate in the test alone, Shuri thought. Most players didn't participate in tests alone but formed a team with people of a similar skill level. The reason for this was simple. It came down to efficiency and the level of difficulty. There's only one reason why he would participate alone, Shuri thought while looking down at Yuan. She leaned on the arm of her chair, chin on her hand. So he thinks there's no one who can rival him on this floor. It was a truly arrogant decision, but Shuri didn't think it was a foolish decision. In fact, she thought it was very wise. The stage that represented the first floor, the Colosseum, was the stage where the first floor's test was held regularly. It was also famous for being unbreakable. The Colosseum structure was so durable that sometimes rankers would come all the way down to the first floor to duel. I like that this test is pretty straightforward. Yuan unsheathed his new sword, Edge of Nightfall. The purpose of the first floor's test was to check if one had the power to take down chosen opponents. For Yuan, it was already a certainty that he would pass this test. Was the highest record Sun Ogong's? After checking the Colosseum rankings, Yuan shook his head, seeing Sun Ogong's ranking. It was far above his original one. My previous record was round 12. I think it was a Dullahan that I faced. There was no end to the Colosseum test. Well, to be more accurate, no one had ever seen the end. When you defeated an enemy, the next appeared, and when you defeated that one, a subsequent enemy appeared, and so on. It was an unending stream of enemies. Luckily, you could give up in the middle, or you could move to the next floor as long as you defeated the first enemy. Hargan. Round 16 Yuan spotted a familiar name. Hargan probably sent his teammates up first while he continued to re-challenge the Colosseum. That's a pretty high record. Round 16 was a record that rivaled the top 100 rankers. Did he manage to get a higher ranking thanks to the King's Lightning Glove? He'll end up making his way up much faster than I anticipated. Yuan already verified Hargan's skill during the tutorial and in the fight against the Jackals. He actually possessed the qualities necessary to one day stand at the top of the tower and become the king of Olympus. I guess I'll be hearing news of him soon enough. Hargan started climbing the tower before Yuan. Yuan was curious about what floor he might be on by now. I'll see you soon enough. With the message, a door on the opposite end of the Colosseum opened up. Yuan activated his cinder eyes to analyze the opponent. A tall orc wearing heavy armor and wielding a glaive stepped out. The first trial of the first floor Colosseum was an orc warrior. Over 2 meters tall, it was a beefy, shredded monster. It was completely different from ordinary orcs, which were mostly just fat. Not only was it much bigger in size, but its also body was like that of a well-trained soldier. The first floor Colosseum was a test designed to measure one's capabilities as a warrior with the orc warrior. The orc warrior spotted Yuan. Yuan was already approaching the orc warrior, wielding Edge of Nightfall, which he had already prepared earlier. Seeing the sword in Yuan's hand, the orc warrior displayed its bloodthirst. Arcane sword. Around Yuan's sword, mana that emitted a black light started gathering, and in a flash, Yuan's sword vertically passed through the orc warrior's body. A gentle cutting sound. The orc warrior's body was sliced in half, including its armor. The orc warrior's corpse dropped to the ground, and the glaive that it tried to swing at Yuan ended up getting buried in the dust. Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate also increased a bit. With this, Yuan passed the first trial on the floor. With that, the first floor's test was over. For any player with the skills to defeat an orc warrior, the first floor's test was merely a checkpoint that they had to go through. But the true value of the first floor's test was elsewhere. A message popped up for Yuan. Would you like to challenge the next trial? While looking at the entrance of the Colosseum, Yuan replied to the message, challenge. After the second trial started, the orc warrior's corpse turned into black dust and disappeared. Soon after, the door that the orc warrior came out of opened again. The second trial of the Colosseum consisted of 2 warrior orcs. The trial had become twice as hard. However, Yuan was already at the door. At a certain point, Shuri, who was spectating the test, couldn't keep her mouth closed. When she first saw Yuan cut down the orc warrior, she wasn't all that impressed. When Yuan cut down 2 more orc warriors, she thought that was plenty doable, since that was something that even Hargan had done easily. However, As he passed the third and fourth trials, with every round that Yuan completed, Shuri finally realized what she was seeing. Isn't this a historic moment? Her eyes widened, and without even realizing it, she had gotten up from her seat. He's even faster than Sun Ogong. He was the man who had set the highest record in the first floor test. Yuan crashed into the center of the Colosseum. In the ninth trial, a horde of armored skeletons fell over like bowling pins. And just like that, another trial was easily cleared. Yuan had yet to even use a proper skill. Since he was fighting without rest, he was carefully managing his stamina and mana. He's not even cornered by the trial right in front of him. She was sure of it. He's looking much farther ahead. Yuan was fighting against the great beings of the tower. He was trying to surpass the record set by the high rankers. And so, Yuan had reached the 15th trial. While looking at the system window, Yuan replied to the message, "Challenge." Yuan shot out vibrant red fire from his hands. Cinder Eyes controls Colossal Fire. Colossal Sword, a scorching mana. Wrapped in Colossal Fire, Yuan's sword grew multiple times in size. The brilliant fire in the middle of the Colosseum flew quickly down toward the swordsman in front of Yuan. Two swords clashed against each other. Yuan's eyes shined. You actually blocked it? The swordsman's blade was on the brink of shattering. To begin with, it wasn't a proper sword. It was nothing more than a completely dull, rusted hunk of metal. Yuan wondered how the swordsman could swing such a large sword so easily. The fight started dragging on. I don't need to drag it out too long. Once again, Yuan gathered up his mana. The flames roared. In response to Yuan's attack, from within the old helm, a blue light flashed from the swordsman's eyes. An unbelievable level of mana started radiating out of the swordsman. Every time Yuan and the swordsman took a step, an imprint was left on the ground. A collision between two manas and a fight between powerhouses started. A message popped up for Yuan. Your arm has been imbued with the power of a giant. You have a low proficiency. The power of a giant started buffing Yuan's arm. Your constitution is too low. Partial gigantification will occur. The swordsman's weapon broke under the huge force of Yuan. Yuan sliced the swordsman's chest. He didn't manage to cut him in half as he intended, but it was still a deep slice. The tip of his sword likely cut into the swordsman's intestines. His helmet was sliced open, falling off his head. The helmet rolled away, and the swordsman's face was revealed. The swordsman fell to his knees, in front of you. Almost brunette, dirty blonde hair. A face covered in wrinkles. A single eye. Perhaps because Yuan's sword had reached his head, the swordsman had a bleeding scar on his face. This is my second defeat. That white-haired guy was pretty strong as well, said the swordsman. If you had a better sword, this would have been much harder. Yuan said while looking at the swordsman. You know better than me that even if that was the case, you would have one in the end. The swordsman wore a bitter smile. Yuan didn't deny it. It was definitely harder than a standard trial, but he still didn't find this all that difficult. While on his knees, the swordsman looked up at you. There was a hint of respect mixed into his words. Thanks to you, I was able to once again fight with joy. The swordsman stopped talking. He died with his eyes open. Several messages popped up for Yuan. You leveled up. Your strength, dexterity, and constitution increased by 1. Yuan reached out his hand and closed his eyes for him. Heaven-Slaying Star's completion rate increased by almost 5% with this. Yuan passed the 19th trial. With this, I've achieved the same record as Ogong. Yuan knew he would be able to clear the 19th trial. Finally, the unconquerable 20th trial. The final trial. Even Sun Wukong wasn't able to clear the next trial. A message popped up for Yuan. Would you like to challenge the final trial? Yuan's eyes widened. Yuan replied right as the 30 seconds were almost up. Challenge. A message popped up for Yuan. If no response is given within 30 seconds, you will be automatically transported to the next floor. This damn trial didn't give anyone time to rest. Though, to be fair, if it gave people time to rest between stages, it would defeat the purpose of the Colosseum, where you were meant to fight consecutive opponents. So Yuan wasn't given a long time to rest. Yuan replied right as the 30 seconds were almost up. Challenge. You have chosen to challenge the final trial. Yuan looked forward to the challenge. Starting the final trial. As soon as that message popped up, the floor of the Colosseum shook. The door opened wide, and from within, a faint cry could be heard. Goosebumps appeared across Yuan's body. It wasn't just because the cry felt threatening. It was the killing intent and mana within the cry that Yuan instinctively felt. It really is that bastard. Tense, Yuan went from wielding his sword with one hand to two hands. Subconsciously, U1 activated. Gigantification. Your arm has been imbued with the power of a giant. Mana encircled the gigantified right arm and his sword. U1 waited for it. The noise got closer, and the shaking of the ground also grew louder with the noise. And finally, the boss of the final trial has appeared. The head that emerged from the door immediately started charging at U1. He was surprised. It ran at him at such a high speed, it was hard to properly recognize its form. The thing slithered deeper into the Colosseum and swung its long tail around. The thing headbutt into U1's sword. From that shock, its hard scales broke, and the hide underneath the scales was cut slightly. However, U1 was flung backward from the high-speed impact. If he hadn't gripped his sword harder, it would have flown out of his hand. What kind of brute force? Having been waiting, with gigantification active, U1 thought he wouldn't lose against anyone in terms of strength. But right now, U1, who was barely holding on with his feet digging into the ground, ended up getting flung away. His body rolled on the floor. U1 quickly dug his hand into the ground to stop his roll. Luckily, because he had already braced for impact, the shock wasn't too powerful. It's definitely that thing. It was far smaller, and comparatively its mana and killing intent was nothing, but U1 was sure. It was the same monster that Sun Wukong told him about. At first, U1 didn't believe it. He thought that Sun Wukong saw it wrong and that it was just a similar creature. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. U1 quickly regained his form and stared back at the enemy that had entered the Colosseum. A dust cloud erupted. The impact was sent all the way to the audience seats in the Colosseum. As an indestructible building, the Colosseum was fine, but the sound still rang in U1's ears. It was a giant snake. A snake with 8 heads large enough to cover 8 mountains and fill 8 ravines. A being that was closer to a mythical or demonic beast or even a dragon, rather than a monster. It was one of the most dangerous monsters in U1's memory. Among the monsters that existed in the tower was a predator at the top of the food chain. It was an ancient shard of an outer god. U1 had heard that it was long ago sealed in Susanu's sword, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. It was also the thing that took Susanu to the grave. For this thing to actually be in the Colosseum, U1 tightened his grip on his sword. I can't believe it. It was a much bigger fellow than U1 had anticipated. Damn administrator. They really are doing whatever they like. U1 couldn't believe the difficulty. If the administrator had been here, U1 would have cussed him out. The first floor's test was designed and created by the administrator. Seeing as how there was a ranker as a test examiner, this wasn't likely a test that had materialized from the tower's own will. A crimson light glimmered from U1's eyes. A message popped up for U1. Please defeat the 7th head of Yamada no Orochi. From the center of the Colosseum, U1 stared at the master of the final trial. The snake was long, enough to encircle the Colosseum once. Its body was meters thick, and its mouth was enormous. Its fangs alone were taller than U1. This was the final boss of the Colosseum. The beast unleashed its fury with a cry. Bloodthirst, anger, torment, and all sorts of emotions could be heard in that cry. No matter how much the serpent thrashed around, the Colosseum stayed sturdy. At this point, it was simply a large animal. To put it in perspective, it was the equivalent of a newborn human baby. It was only loud. Unable to break anything, Orochi started throwing a louder tantrum. Its cry echoed and filled the Colosseum. At the same time, the thrashing Orochi spotted you. It flickered its long tongue, closely watching U1. The bloodthirst and mana that radiated from its eyes were quite ominous. Without warning, Orochi started charging at U1. Orochi took a bite out of the ground. U1 jumped to the side, landing with one hand on the ground. It only has a single head and tail. An ominous, mana and threatening killing intent exuded from the creature. It only had one head, and it was significantly smaller than U1 remembered, but it was still an extremely dangerous monster. Orochi truly was a threat. Its bloodthirst was one thing, but there was also its size, which exerted pressure. Being large in size was a powerful strength. I guess the silver lining is that all it has going for it is its size right now. An ominous mana and threatening killing intent exuded from the creature. U1 started to find the beast loud and annoying. I'll have to take it down quickly. The huge snake started following U1's tracks. As U1 tightly gripped his sword, Orochi's tail slammed down towards U1's head. U1 closely dodged its strike again by sliding over. Orochi did not stop there. and slammed its tail again to crush Yuan. Seething with anger, it continued to slam its tail down, even though Yuan's body would have been turned into mincemeat after the first strike. After it had swung its tail countless times. "You have missed it," Yuan shouted while jumping into the air. "The Orochi I knew wouldn't have acted like this," said Yuan. Orochi sensed an ominous energy above his head. Yuan had activated the power of Dark Divine Crystal and already imbued it into his sword, ready to strike Orochi. The pure Dark Divine Crystal concealed by the invisible glove let out a black light that started enveloping edge of nightfall. This was a completely different sensation to the one he felt while fighting crises. "This is much better." Yuan widely swung the sword filled with the energy from the pure Dark Divine Crystal. The hard scales and tough leather impeded Yuan's attack, even though the scales and skin were being cut apart, causing Orochi to bleed. The wounds were too shallow. It felt a blow on its head. A rain of black light swallowed up the surrounding light as Orochi's head shook and fell. Feeling excruciating pain, it let out a scream as it thrashed around. It shook its head, trying to get Yuan off of it, but he endured, swinging his sword. With Orochi's tail flying above his head, Yuan jumped down to the ground. He wasn't satisfied by the cuts he had inflicted. All he managed to do was make the thing bleed a little. However, Orochi trashed around in pain from the crystal's mana, which had penetrated through the cuts on its skin. Yuan stared at Orochi, writhing in pain, coiling up its body. "It's way too fucking sturdy." Its scales and skin were far tougher than Yuan had anticipated. Thanks to the crystal's power, he managed to inflict some damage on it, but it was still nothing if you took its large size into account. The wounded Orochi started swinging its tail around even more violently. Yuan continued to avoid its tail, chipping away at its scales and leather. The number of wounds on Orochi increased, but unlike previously, it stopped screaming and coiling up. Maybe it was overtaken by anger, but it continued to rampage after Yuan, fiercely whipping its tail around. Dust was kicked up. Every single attack was powerful enough to chill one's spine. Orochi screamed, its scales and skin cut apart. The man that snuck into the open wounds rotted away its flesh. As if it was spooked, Orochi coiled up. Yuan needed a plan B. This might be the 20th trial, but this is still the first floor. Yuan's eyes darted around the Colosseum. The difficulty shot up way too high, almost to an impossible level. "I have to find it, the spot that was left on Orochi's body." "So you showed yourself?" Yamada no Orochi, the text examiner for the first floor, Shuri, got up after seeing the boss make its appearance inside the Colosseum. This was the second time she had seen that giant creature. The first time she found out about Orochi's existence, Shuri shouted in disbelief. "How does this make any sense?" The 20th trial was at a difficulty that no first floor player could ever conquer. Its body was big enough to take up half the Colosseum, and its fangs were longer than a person's height. So the rising rookie's challenge ends here. Shuri shook her head, watching Yuan get flung away after Orochi's sudden appearance. It was as she had expected. You can't beat something like that. Yuan had unbelievable tenacity. Despite only being a first-floor player, he had survived a hit from Orochi's tail. "Give up already. You've already set a historic record." Orochi widely flung its tail around. Yuan darted around, avoiding its tail while inflicting more wounds on Orochi with his sword. The number of cuts on Orochi grew. It no longer cared about being wounded. Instead, it swung its tail and bared its fangs with the sole purpose of killing its enemy. Yuan kept cutting it so close that Shuri was scared for him. That's when she realized something. Why? Shuri noticed that Yuan had stopped using his sword a while back. This was odd, considering how Yuan's sword was capable of cutting through Orochi's scales and hide. So why is he? As she pondered, "Found it," said Yuan, who had stopped in his tracks. Shuri's eyes widened. What's he looking at? Shuri wondered. His eyes were a crimson color, and she could have sworn she'd seen eyes like his before. Could it be? She saw the face of a great being overlapping with Yuan's face. Orochi's tail fell on top of Yuan's head, but Shuri didn't freak out. As a ranker, she could see it clearly. "What is that?" she asked. In a short span of time, Yuan had managed to twist his body to avoid Orochi's tail and get on top of him. Yuan ran across Orochi's body by using the openings between the scales as a stepping stone. Orochi wiggled around to try and shake Yuan off, but it was unsuccessful as Yuan continued to jump up its body. Once he was at the center of Orochi's body, Yuan changed the grip on his sword to a reverse grip. This wasn't something that was possible with just pure stats alone. What in the world is he planning? Finally, Shuri understood what Yuan was up to. Could that place be? Shuri's face turned pale as she stared at Yuan. There was a small indent near Orochi's heart, the only part of his body not covered in scales. That was Orochi's reverse scale. Yuan jumped into the air, aiming for Orochi's reverse scale, with midnight steel covered with pure dark divine energy in his hand. With the help of Cinder Eyes, he was finally able to find the reverse scale. Yuan's Cinder Eyes flashed as he charged at Orochi. Yuan's sword pierced Orochi's reverse scale. Orochi did not scream. Instead of crying in pain, Orochi stopped letting out any sound. The snake's sharp eyes started turning murky, and its body slowly stiffened up. Finally, Yuan let out a sigh of relief. After a lot of hard effort, he finally took down Yamato no Orochi. Yuan sat there on the huge snake's body to catch up on his breath. While on the other side, Shuri, who was witnessing everything, could not believe her eyes, clenching, her fists tight. She mumbled, "How is it possible? This was an old tale. A sinister snake that could cover 8 mountains and ravines with its body, capable of using strange spells and enchantments. The one who managed to bring down this enormous catastrophe that almost annihilated a floor was the high-ranker Susanoo. Susanoo used an indestructible sword. There were special enchantments on it, and one of them was the power to seal a being that was pierced with this sword. The name of the sword was Tatsuka no Tsurugi. With that sword, Susanoo was able to inflict a wound that could never be erased on Orochi's chest. That became the only reverse scale on Orochi, and it was the only way to clear the final trial of the Colosseum. And now, in this place, a legend was reenacted. A message popped up for Yuan. You have dealt with Yamato no Orochi's 8th head. Yuan also gained multiple levels at once, and the completion for Heaven-Slaying Star also increased by a lot. Following the message that Yuan passed the trial, Orochi's body fell in the center of the arena. A deep rumbling was felt through the ground. A message popped up for him. Yuan's achievements would be carved in the Colosseum. Yuan took a moment to catch his breath before checking his increased stats. He has reached level 69, with strength, stamina, and magic power above 70, and the other stats agility and perception above 60. He leveled up again, even though he had just leveled up after defeating the swordsman in the 19th trial. That's stupendous. Logically, leveling became harder the more you leveled up. Starting around level 60, it became virtually impossible to level up through normal hunting. That's why most players preferred to obtain power through the floor clear rewards, rather than trying to level up by hunting and grinding. This was because all you got from leveling up was 3 stat points, but when you cleared a floor, the reward could potentially be even better than 10 stat points. However, one could never become a ranker by setting levels aside. Only 31 more to go till I reach level 100. Yuan was leveling up much faster than he had anticipated. Due to having lost his levels and stats from going back in time, his body felt as heavy as a pile of rocks, but that feeling had now mostly dissipated. Participant Kim Yuan. Yuan turned his head to the voice calling him. An elven woman wearing leather armor and holstering a total of 6 swords on her waist and back approached Yuan. Yuan wondered where she appeared from. Her movements were so quick and stealthy that Yuan had a hard time sensing her presence. In actuality, those graceful movements weren't intentional, but just a force of habit. A beautiful but intimidating face, long straight hair, and a lover of chocolates. Shuri. She was a pretty highly ranked ranker. She was on another level of power compared to Crises, whom Yuan had faced off against recently. She also happened to be the test examiner on the first floor. Did you already know about Yamato no Orochi? How did you know about the Orochi reverse scale? Yuan had wondered why the text examiner would approach a participant. Turned out she had some questions. Yuan nodded his head at her question. Yes, I did. And it was a wound inflicted by the high-ranker Susanoo. That was enough of an explanation. With her doubts confirmed by Yuan, she finally got the answer to the mystery she'd been pondering. It was a wound caused by Susanoo, and Yuan was able to pass the final trial of the Colosseum by finding and piercing that wound. How did you figure it out? Because the tower never gives impossible tasks. Even if it was the 20th trial, I thought that it was far too high a difficulty for the first floor, replied Yuan. Yuan pointed to his crimson eyes. So after looking carefully, I found the answer. Crimson eyes. After looking at them up close, she remembered seeing those exact same eyes in the past. It was approximately 1,000 years ago. She was the test examiner on the first floor back then as well when she was presented with a great surprise by a player. The skill that symbolized the high-ranker Sun Wukong. Are those the golden cinder eyes? Asked Shuri. They're not golden quite yet, replied Yuan. Cinder eyes and gigantification. A player capable of using the skills of two high-rankers. From two of the biggest guilds. She was certain he must have some amazing backers. She was split between two possibilities, and with this, she was able to confirm her guess. So you're from the Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm, similar to Olympus, it was one of the top guilds that ruled the tower. And though it wasn't any longer, at one point, it was the Guild of Sun Wukong. Or are you a successor of the Great Sage? Either way, that answers a few of my questions. Shuri was nodding her head. Yuan decided to let her keep her misunderstanding, as there was no reason to clear this up with a complicated explanation. Besides, she won't even be able to tell anyone what happened here. Confirming his thoughts, she said, "Don't worry. Test examiners aren't allowed to tell anyone the contents of a test, or any information on the participating players. So there's no way anyone will find out about you." Shuri unfastened one of the many swords on her and handed it to Yuan. "This is a bonus. Reward from the administrator for this test. A sword with a red handle and a silver scabbard." It was a reward, so Yuan took it. "Do you mean this sword is a reward?" asked Yuan. "It's something that the administrator handed me when I first became a test examiner. I was told to give it as a reward to any player who clears all the trials, but I honestly never thought the day would come. That was to be expected. Who in their right mind would think that a first-floor player could be capable of defeating one of Orochi's heads? But thanks to Yuan, Shuri was finally able to take one of the many swords off her person. Check it out. Even I don't know what that thing actually is." Yuan unsheathed the sword to see it with his own eyes. As it was freed from its scabbard, it started to unleash a surprising mana. However, weirdly enough, the sword was broken in half. Wait, is this thing defective? Even the test examiner was stumped by the sword. Yuan looked at his reflection of the blade that was perfectly broken in half. The blade of the sword had a gentle blue hue. Yuan smiled faintly. So this thing was here. Tatsuka no Tsurugi is a fragment of the sword used by Susanoo long ago to seal Yamada no Orochi. There is a special power sealed inside it. It is currently in a broken state. You need to collect the remaining fragment to recover its original power. The effect of the item was laughable. Broken in half, you couldn't even call it a real sword. A sword was a weapon meant for slashing and stabbing, but a broken sword could do neither very effectively due to its short length. However, that didn't matter. Yuan had already procured a sword to use, and the fragment of Tatsuka no Tsurugi wasn't meant to be an item for slashing and stabbing. It is a key to obtain one of the three sacred treasures, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. If you are unsatisfied with the reward, just tell me. Even if it takes some time, I'll put in a request with the administrator," asked Shuri. "It's okay." Yuan put the sword back in its scabbard and put it in his inventory. He wouldn't be needing that item for a while. This will be plenty. Also, this was only the bonus prize for clearing all the trials of the Colosseum. The real prize still remained. Several messages popped up. For Yuan, you have cleared all the trials of the first floor test. You have obtained 20,000 points. All your stats increased by 2. You have obtained Tatsuka no Tsurugi fragment. You have obtained Orochi's 8th heart. Yuan looked at the ruby-colored gem in his hand. This was Orochi's heart. A minuscule heart compared to its giant size. That meant that Orochi's heart was an item with that much condensed power. Orochi's 8th heart is the heart of Orochi, which was separated after being sealed by Susanoo. It possesses a powerful poison. Unlike the giant's heart, Orochi's heart couldn't be consumed by any normal means. Orochi's blood carried poison, and the heart was condensed with the most lethal poison in its body. It was an item that he couldn't use right now, but if he could somehow neutralize the poison, it would be one of the greatest elixirs ever. Orochi's heart. I kind of half expected it, but it actually gave it to you as a reward. Shuri couldn't help but be a little envious. Orochi's heart was an elixir that even high rankers desired. It was so valuable that it was hard to put a price tag on the item. Congrats. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't just consume it. It seemed that Shuri had felt bad about the reward she gave you. This wasn't all that surprising since, compared to Orochi's heart, nothing should be known about the fragment of Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Thank you for the advice, said Yuan. After this, Yuan had intended to leave the first floor since he had obtained his reward, so there was no more reason to remain there. Yet, A message popped up. Unknown egg is reacting. Unknown egg expresses hunger. Out of nowhere, the egg started letting out a cry. So suddenly, despite it crying out in hunger, there was nothing Yuan could do since he knew nothing about the egg. Another message popped up. Unknown egg shows its form. The egg was going to show its form? Yuan checked his inventory, which showed no reaction. The egg was definitely still safely inside his inventory. But then, what is the first one to notice that something was off was Shuri. She readied her sword and activated her mana. An egg that expressed hunger, instead of hatching like other eggs. Yuan had never once heard of an egg like that. Yuan looked around to see what was up and felt a chill down his spine. The Colosseum was enveloped in darkness, and within the darkness appeared dozens of half-opened eyes and not fully grown teeth. Did a monster break into the Colosseum? Shuri wondered. She stayed on guard against the monster that had suddenly appeared in the testing arena. She found this bizarre. This was the testing arena, a place protected by the power of the tower. She had worked here as the test examiner on the first floor for thousands of years, yet this was the first time a being from the outside had intruded into the testing arena. Shuri decided to leave the thinking for later. For now, she had to prioritize bringing order to the testing arena as the test examiner. She tried to cut down the mysterious being by swinging her sword. Wait. Hearing Yuan's voice, she stopped and turned her head. Please give me a minute. Yuan stopped Shuri and looked at the strange thing that had appeared in the arena. He was sure that these eyes and teeth didn't come from the outside. Instead, it was. Another shocking message popped up. The unknown egg has started feasting on Orochi's 8th head, the egg that Yuan possessed. The feast was quick. The dozens of giant teeth easily pierced Orochi's skin and scales. As if it was made of tofu, the body dissolved as soon as it touched the teeth. She didn't particularly feel any special mana or killing intent from the thing that was eating Orochi's corpse. She wouldn't have found it that much of a threat if not for the sight she was seeing. In fact, it made her even more on guard against the thing. Shuri stopped staring at the thing and asked Yuan, "Is this another one of your abilities?" Shuri had become a ranker through endless patience and hard work, eventually gaining the trust of the administrator and becoming a test examiner. She was a being that had lived for almost 10,000 years now. In contrast to her beautiful, youthful appearance, she was one of the older beings among the rankers, and in that extremely long time, she had never seen a creature like this. It's something similar. I'm honestly not sure. Yuan's answer made Shuri furrow her brows as she stared at the slowly disappearing Orochi carcass. Anyway, now that Yuan had stopped her, she could no longer attack that thing. The one who defeated Orochi in the trial was Yuan, so the right for what to do with its corpse also lay with Yuan. The meal was now over. Orochi's body disappeared. Yuan asked the eyes that had now grown ever so slightly larger, "Are you full now?" Another message popped up for Yuan. The unknown egg nods its head. The unknown egg has started singing. Despite looking like a horrifying monstrosity, it replied like it was a child. The message relayed the egg's voice, which confirmed to Yuan that this thing was indeed the very same egg that he owned. That's all fine then. The darkness dissipated like a fading fog, and the eyes started disappearing. The final eye to disappear had its eyes closed as if it was content. The egg falls back to sleep. Yuan wondered. The egg that had no reaction at all suddenly appeared now. Does that mean? Yuan checked the egg in his inventory. It was only by a little bit, but it had grown, visibly larger. The frozen incubation rate had suddenly shot up. Since he hadn't even known where to get started, Yuan had half given up on it. But now he had obtained a clue. Do you have an idea as to what it is now? Now that the chaos was over, Shuri came closer and asked Yuan. Yuan nodded his head and answered, "Yes, a little bit." "A little bit, you say?" He meant that he didn't know everything. Shuri looked around the once again peaceful Colosseum. It was now quiet, but it felt as if a storm had swept through. She, a ranker who had lived for almost 10,000 years, couldn't comprehend a mere first-floor player. Shuri's head was full of thoughts. She looked back at Yuan. "Honestly, I thought you were going to be the next Sun Wukong." It was an incredible compliment to be compared to the high-ranker Sun Wukong. On top of that, she had thought Yuan was his successor, but she had more to say. But now, I'm honestly not sure. The Heavenly Realm and the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. The final ability that Yuan demonstrated made it hard for her to connect Yuan to the two. There was no way that the Heavenly Realm would be hiding such a sinister power. "You seem to have a lot of secrets," so I promise not to share any of what went on here. Not that I have any intentions to do so, nor am I able to," said Shuri. "I hope to hear news about you from a much higher place." Shuri reached out her hand to Yuan. Yuan quietly looked at her hand. She's still the same as always. Shuri Long had a habit of saying farewell to all participants who passed the test. She was inflexible but just, as well as a beautiful and strong warrior. Yuan was reminded of the sight of her losing her life in the final fight. He took her hand and responded to her properly. "It was nice meeting you." Among the first 10 floors, the Colosseum's test was famous for being an accurate measure of a new player's abilities. Divided into 20 trials, every trial increased significantly in difficulty. And according to how many rounds you completed, you got a ranking. Most average players who moved on to the second floor barely managed to clear the second trial. Players with some skill managed to clear up to around the 5th trial. And anyone who managed to clear beyond the 10th trial was considered to have the qualities fit for a ranker. And among this Colosseum's rankings, Sun Wukong's record seemed unbreakable. That Sun Wukong's record was finally broken after roughly 1,000 years. Kim Yuan, the new player that completely rewrote the tutorial's record. On top of having a flashy debut, he ended up inscribing another new record in the tower. There were some who were surprised, but there were also those who weren't. If one was capable of topping the records, of course, they'd be capable of doing it again. However, one thing was for sure now. An incredible guy entered the tower. Did we get another monster like Sun Ogong? Is he a pureblood? Where is he from? Earth? Where's that? Is there anyone that knows? Yuan's tutorial record wasn't a coincidence. Or some special luck. A new super rookie. He might become a ranker in only a few decades. Various rankers, players, and guilds that weren't interested in him till now finally learned his name. Kim Yuan. A star candidate to decorate the sky of the tower had appeared. A month had passed. Hephaestus turned his head after noticing the presence that entered his workshop. "So you're here." Yuan had come to pay a visit. Nodding his head, Yuan spoke in a manner as if Hephaestus owed him money. "I came to grab the thing I left with you." "Watch your tone. You're not even paying me a single point." "Wait right there. It's almost finished." Yuan sat next to the hot furnace, waiting for Hephaestus to finish crafting. As usual, Hephaestus was repeating the process of hammering and quenching. The workshop was hot. Like, really, really hot. So much so that normal players wouldn't have been able to stand it. This place wasn't the previous old, shabby workshop with a weak furnace. After hammering the armor that had been heated up, Hephaestus dipped it in cold water. There were beads of sweat raining down his forehead from swinging his heavy hammer non-stop. He turned around to look at Yuan. "Huh," wondered Hephaestus. Something was off. Yuan wasn't sweating. He may not have been inside the workshop for long, but this was still highly unusual. "What's up with you? Aren't you hot?" asked Hephaestus. "Excuse me?" Yuan shrugged his shoulders. "I am hot." Contrary to his reply, Yuan wasn't sweating at all. There were some people who naturally didn't sweat regardless of the temperature, but with this much heat, he should at least have found it discomforting. Hephaestus looked at Yuan with fascination. He wondered how high Yuan's fire resistance must have been. After observing him for a bit, Hephaestus asked Yuan a question while wiping his sweat with a towel he had hanging by his side. "So is the 10th floor next?" "Yes. I just came down after clearing the test," replied Yuan. "This one took you quite a bit of time. What was it, 10 days? 10 days. It was time it took for Yuan to clear the 9th floor's test. For how quickly he'd ascended. The 9th floor's test had taken him a good amount of time. "You know what the 9th floor's test is like?" asked Yuan. "It's been a while, so I'm a bit fuzzy on it, but I think it was finding your way through a labyrinth. Still, isn't 10 days too long? Did something happen?" Yuan rolled his eyes at Hephaestus's curiosity-filled question. Seeing his reaction, Hephaestus smirked, having already known that something must have happened. "Tell me already, if you want to receive the thing you commissioned. Are you holding an item hostage?" Now, Hephaestus egged him on. Since he hadn't actually intended to keep it a secret, Yuan opened up. "I established a new path. It took me a bit of time to find them in the labyrinth." "A new path?" Hearing that made Hephaestus narrow his eyes. It's not like it had a predetermined path. "So what do you mean by a new path?" Hephaestus didn't understand what Yuan was going on about. The labyrinth was called a labyrinth because there wasn't a set path. Not only was it extremely large, but some people ended up getting lost for a long time and even giving up on the test. So to claim that he established a path in that labyrinth, did you just say them? Yuan spoke as if the new path wasn't singular, but plural. This intensified Hephaestus's curiosity. There's no reason there had to only be a single exit. There could be one path, but there could also be a myriad. Are you saying you created them? What kind of nonsense are you spouting here? Hephaestus ended up speechless from how baffled he was. There was nothing he could learn by continuing to ask questions. He may not know how Yuan created the exits, but this was completely unrelated to him. The tower not only calculated the reward based on first and perfect, but a number of other factors as well were involved in the test. Yuan had just cleared the test by establishing a never-before-pioneered path. So naturally, his reward had to be better than a standard reward. I'm now dying to know how you'll clear the other tests, said Hephaestus. I'll come back again and tell you, replied Yuan. So is this thing something you need for the next test? Hephaestus grabbed the sword he had hung up haphazardly on one side. I've made a lot of weapons, but I've never made anything like this before. A weapon that, instead of having excellent mana conductivity, has the worst mana conductivity possible. The sword was pulled out of its scabbard. Hephaestus's eyes sparkled while staring at the crappy weapon made from various impure materials. Yuan took the sword from Hephaestus. The sword had a hazy-colored blade. The weight was appropriate, and the shape and the balance of the sword were also good. The only shortcoming was, as Hephaestus said, its terrible mana conductivity. The materials in that are normally used to make armor rather than weapons. Bad mana conductivity also means that it has strong resistance against mana. That meant that this was a weapon that was intentionally designed to have bad mana conductivity. If making a failed work is a success, then I can guarantee that I've succeeded pretty fantastically. It was the greatest failure. That's why Hephaestus was able to say he had succeeded. To try it out, Yuan tried imbuing the sword with some mana. The sword vibrated ever so slightly. The mana that Yuan had imbued into the sword had become trapped, unable to get outside. And then the sword absorbed his mana like a sponge. The skill had failed. Yuan was sure. This piece of work was a failure, the greatest failure at that. I like it. Yuan put the sword back in its scabbard and put it inside his inventory. It was much better than he had expected. He had thought that at best the skill's effect would be drastically reduced, but for it to completely stop the skill, I gotta have a fun challenge. It never even occurred to me to make something like this. That was a no-brainer as Hephaestus had only ever made perfect items. Making a sword with the worst qualities using high-quality materials was something he hadn't done even when he had first started wielding his hammer. Yuan suddenly grabbed Hephaestus's hand. He gave a total of 10,000 points in Asgardian bills to Hephaestus. Hephaestus tried to reject his payment, but Yuan insisted. He had let himself get used to free stuff. I will be back, a juicy. After gathering the items he would need, Yuan left. That should do it for preparations. The 10th floor. Yuan arrived at the central area of the first floor. Of course, this was completely unrelated to Yuan. Yuan was too far above the average player to feel like he had hit a wall from something like this. Yuan found a portal near the workshop. 410p, and having the qualifications of clearing the previous floor's test, one could teleport to another floor by using the portals. 10th floor. It was the world that he had just obtained the qualifications to go up to. I'm headed to the martial realm. The tower was notified, and qualification was confirmed. Teleporting to the 10th floor. Before Yuan's eyes, the martial realm opened up. The tower notified, welcome to the world of the 10th floor. The martial realm was the name given to the world of the 10th floor. And among the many floors in the tower, it was one of Yuan's favorite worlds. It was a giant continent surrounded by the ocean. In this place was a martial arts society created by the strong. Unlike other floors, the 10th floor's test started as soon as you entered. The area where Yuan arrived on the 10th floor was crowded. There were countless people gathered around this empty field 100 meters long. We're recruiting people to join the School of the Dragon Sword. Anyone is welcome to join as long as they have passion. The House of the Gentleman's Sword is recruiting people. If you are a fellow that uses the sword, please come to the House of the Gentleman's Sword. The School of Heavy Steel is a place to train. Your body is hard as steel. There is no better martial art than ours to learn to climb the tower. It was like a market. There were players that were wandering around, unable to pick a school. A lot of mid-sized schools were shouting at the top of their lungs to attract those players. The tower notified all the incoming players. The test for the 10th floor will commence. Please select a martial arts school to join. Please pass the test of the chosen martial arts school. The test was to pick among the thousands of martial schools, learn their martial arts, and passed that school's test. It was the first wall that stopped players who decided to climb the tower after finishing the tutorial. The tower's test became significantly more difficult every 10th floor. So players referred to parts like the 10th and 20th floors as walls. In other words, this was a test of training. Of course, that's not the only way to pass the test. That was when, "Hello, young man, is this your first time in the martial realm?" Someone came up to Yuan with a soft voice. It was obvious what he was after. Yuan looked at the sword on the man's back. He seemed to be a player who had decided to settle down in the martial realm. Compared to other floors, quite a few players settled down in the martial realm. The reason was pretty simple. It was a nice place to live. That's right. Judging by your outfit, you must be pretty skilled. Do you, by chance, use the sword? When Yuan nodded in response, the man started making a big deal out of it. What a coincidence. Or perhaps, is this fate? If you are a sword user, then you must join our school of the Sapphire Sword. Rather than a martial artist, his manner of speech was closer to that of a salesman. Compared to the past, the martial realm has changed greatly due to the arrival of players from many different worlds. Yuan just brushed off the man. The school of the Sapphire Sword? He had never heard of it before. Even for Yuan, who had a wide breadth of knowledge, it was impossible for him to know every single school in the martial realm when there were thousands of them. Major schools are probably uninterested in places like this. And even if they were, they wouldn't personally be seeking out people. That's why it was unlikely that one of the large martial schools would personally come for Yuan. I see that there are a few noble clan-level martial arts schools. Yuan paid no heed to the school of the Sapphire Sword. He let him continue on while observing the few people from the major schools. Wudong Sect, Azure Mountain Sect, Jagal Clan. Yuan spotted some large martial schools that he remembered, but the one that he wanted wasn't present. Our school is the founding of the school of the Sapphire Sword, actually predates the tower. The man continued to blabber on. Yuan frowned as he looked at him. First off, he had absolutely zero intention of joining the school of Sapphire whatever. Do they not have any interest in places like this? Martial arts were the first real challenge faced by players who had been getting stronger from tests, rewards, and leveling up. This was a test where you had to become stronger by moving your body, hardening your body like steel, and practicing martial arts. That's why the school of the Sapphire Sword. Are you listening to me? The man who was excitedly explaining his school suddenly looked at Yuan with a frown. He realized that Yuan had stopped listening to him after a certain point. No, I wasn't listening. The man's face quickly hardened. It seems you're bad at understanding. I'm sorry, but I don't have any intention of joining your school. Just go away. Yuan planned on walking away, but did you just look down on me? And my school of the Sapphire Sword? The man had a volatile reaction. Yuan scratched his head. He wondered why he was being so sensitive over something. That wasn't that big of a deal. That wasn't my intention. But, after thinking for a second, Yuan shook his head in annoyance. He didn't really care to make excuses. You're not wrong. As if his pride was hurt, the man stared at Yuan while gritting his teeth. His face was flushed red with anger. He pointed his finger at Yuan. You look like a scarecrow. Don't just say whatever you want when you clearly got here by luck. Don't you know how great our school of the Sapphire Sword is? Yuan couldn't believe he was just called a scarecrow. There's no way he's actually this angry from that. This was a pretty old-fashioned tactic, picking a fight and demonstrating your strength to a player that's new to the 10th floor. It's not a bad way for a small school to show off their skills. It seemed as though Yuan had been highly underestimated. He felt like he got caught up in something annoying. The man walked towards Yuan while trying to create a dominating atmosphere. It seemed as though he wasn't completely a small fry. The man released the power he was hiding, sending killing intent at Yuan. I don't know what floor you've been up to, but aren't you afraid of the penalty? Also, it won't be good for your school if this incident becomes well known. Among the many schools on the 10th floor, there was an official rule to not mess with players that had just reached the 10th floor. The school was either directly punished by the Martial Artists Alliance, or they became unable to recruit additional players from losing their reputation. That is the case, but there are still rules in the martial realm. I can't let my school's name be tarnished. The man spoke. Now, it's too late for you to beg, that's enough. The man stopped speaking mid-sentence as Yuan took a step toward him. If you don't want to settle this with words, I'm not interested. Once was enough for trying to talk it out. The look in Yuan's eyes changed. The man sensed a chilling feeling in the distance that was closing between them. After looking Yuan in the eyes, he took a step back without even realizing it. How can his eyes? He thought that Yuan should have been a player who had just arrived on the 10th floor, but his eyes were like that of a ranker he once saw from a distance. What are you doing? Yuan asked. The man's nerves were on edge while he looked at Yuan. Yuan whispered, "Come at me." Yuan took another step closer to the man. The two now stood at less than a palm's length between them. His eyes spun, and time seemed to move slower. Before he knew it, Wonal was sprawled out on the ground. He didn't know what happened. He was sure that he had swung first, but he must have passed out for a moment. When he came to, he noticed the gaze of the crowd staring at him. What happened? Isn't that young Wonal? The embarrassment of the school of the Sapphire Sword. I heard he caused some trouble recently, so why is he here? Wonal stood up in surprise, but his legs gave out on him, and he flopped back down onto the ground. Isn't the head of Sapphire Sword greedy for outsiders? He was probably told to recruit them as a punishment. But why is he like that on the ground? Well, from what I saw earlier, Wonal could hear the whispers of the crowd. He was ashamed to have ended up falling over in front of all these people. Wonal gathered strength in his legs and carefully got back up. He then started looking around for Yuan, but some amount of time must have passed because he was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! He clenched his fist. Wonal cut through the crowd, trying his best to appear unfazed. He lowered his head and got out of there as fast as he could. In his mind, there was one fact that wouldn't leave. The next time we meet, killing intent filled Wonal's eyes. In the middle of the forest somewhere on the 10th floor. 10 days had passed. After arriving on the 10th floor, Yuan continued to move on his feet without rest. 10 days. That wasn't a short period of time. And in that time, Yuan had traversed over 4,000 km. Asterisk from Marshall City, the starting area, of the 10th floor located in the northern region, all the way to empty heaven in the western region. Due to the distance, no matter how fast Yuan was, it still took him time. He liked the martial realm, but this was certainly a problem. There were no good methods of transportation here. There were no advanced magic or magical creatures that made moving around easier. So there was no choice but to run around on his own 2 feet. It's so far. So this is Mount Heaven. Before his eyes was a great mountain and a clear, blue sky. It was easy to stare out into the overwhelming magnificence of nature. Yuan got moving again. He had almost reached the place where he wanted to. Around the time he managed to climb halfway up the mountain, the sun had started to set. On edge and alert, Yuan heard the rustling of the leaves. He turned his head. There was a large group of people gathered up. On the mountain, the sun set quickly. It had now become dark, and Yuan used cinder eyes. In the darkness, there's roughly 20 of them. The number of people was an issue, but each of them was fairly skilled. As expected of empty heaven, this place was riddled with monstrous people. Who are you? A voice filled with caution. In order to hide their location, the voice was transferred to him through mana that echoed throughout the forest. You don't seem lost. You do know what kind of place this is, right? That was the question Yuan was waiting for. Please don't be on such high alert. I am not an enemy, said Yuan. He looked towards the owner of the voice that was observing him in the woods, and he replied, Is this not the home of the heavenly demonic cult, located on empty heaven of the western region? The two locked eyes, and right as he responded, 20 people revealed themselves. The 20 people surrounded Yuan. Yuan remembered something similar happening to him. It was like when he was surrounded by a group of jackals right after entering the tower. However, this was a very different situation. Jackals can't even begin to be compared to them. The Heavenly Demonic Cult was a group that had long been facing off against the Martial Artists Alliance. Currently, they were unable to leave empty heaven. But if you looked at the strength of each school individually, the Heavenly Demonic Cult could have been considered the greatest martial arts school. And these people here were the members of that same Heavenly Demonic Cult. So you did your research before coming, said Hammock. Guang Hamuk was a player who had climbed beyond the 40th floor. He was skilled enough to be in charge of his own unit. He looked Yuan up and down. It was probably to take into consideration things like his clothes, weapons, and the energy he radiated. The atmosphere and energy that Yuan radiated weren't all that bad. The martial artist nodded his head at Yuan's visit. So, do you desire to join our cult? It was obvious the reason why a player would seek out the Heavenly Demonic Cult. Unless one was absolutely crazy, no one would ever come here to pick a fight. It was a case where everyone who came here came to make the cult their home. And the Heavenly Demonic Cult was very picky about the players that wanted to join. What floor player are you? If you want to join the cult, tell us your floor and name, and show us your skills, said Kwang Hamuk. That's not it. Yuan shook his head. He did have business with the heavenly demonic cult, but he had no intention of becoming a permanent member. Yuan could have said that clearly, but he knew that this wasn't something to say to the plain martial artist in front of him. There was a much bigger gaze that had been looking at him since earlier. Yuan looked towards that gaze and spoke. I, player Kim Yuan, wish to take the heavenly demonic cult's test. As soon as he said that, the tower notified that the heavenly demonic cult's test will now start. The test began. The day quickly became dark. Due to how tall the mountain was, the sun was up for a shorter period of time. Yuan climbed up the mountain with the martial artists of the demonic cult. The mountain was tranquil. The sounds of people stepping on leaves could be heard clearly. The head of this group, Gwang Hamuk, decided to break the silence. It's been a while since a player wanted to take the cult's test. Seeing as how you came all the way here, you already know, right? The reason why players avoid the heavenly demonic cult's test. Isn't it because the passing rate is low? Replied Yuan. You're wrong. Hamuk shook his head while smiling faintly. Hamuk turned to look at Yuan and said, it's not because it's low, but because it's impossible. There has not been a single player to ever pass the heavenly demonic cult's test. That's how the unspoken rule has come to be, to never take the heavenly demonic cult's test. Hamuk looked over at Yuan. But maybe you'll be different. There was not a single person in the martial realm who didn't know of the heavenly demonic cult. There were two reasons for this. The first was that the cult possessed enough power to be considered the greatest martial arts school. The second was because no player had ever managed to pass the cult's test, which is why their forces are slowly growing weaker. A martial arts school incapable of recruiting new players. That's why the only way the demonic cult could increase their forces was to accept players that descended from higher floors. That was the reason why MT Heaven was so quiet. Long ago, the heavenly demonic cult had so many men that it occupied the entirety of this enormous mountain. It's this way. While following behind Hamuk, a sinister mana started to envelop Yuan's body. The tower notified you have entered a barrier. You try to resist the effects of the barrier. You have failed to resist the effects. The man kept on developing Yuan until the environment completely changed. If one accidentally stepped on the wrong path, they would fall under the barrier's hallucination. As the message warned, a barrier, compared to the Jagal clan, known to have the most powerful barriers, the cult's barrier wasn't as strong, but it was still impressive. The path in front of him now looked completely different. There were dozens of different paths, and one had to find the true path among them. If you take even a single wrong step, you'll be completely lost. Except for the heavenly demon, no one will be able to find you. So be careful and follow. Hamuk turned his head to warn Yuan only to stop talking. His eyes widened. Yuan was gone. Hamuk could have sworn that he was there until a moment ago, but now, he was gone. Where did he? Hamuk's head scanned back and forth. The entire area was the heavenly demonic cult's barrier, and if he disappeared inside here, Yuan might become unable to ever find his way out. Yuan walked without hesitation. As he walked down a path, another crossroad appeared. Among the dozens of paths, Yuan picked a single one and continued on. His red eyes let him see through the illusion created by the barrier. The barrier was honestly not that amazing. They might be the heavenly demonic cult, but they were still a part of the 10th floor's world. Cinder Eyes wasn't some half-baked skill that couldn't even see through this place's barrier. How far does this go? The path stretched out pretty far. He'd had to choose a path over 10 times now, but every time, Yuan managed to pick the true path and not a fake one created by the barrier. 30 minutes had passed since he'd started walking through the barrier. It was about time for him to see the end of the chosen path. Once again, Yuan came to a crossroads, which brought him to a stop. This crossroad was different from the other ones. There are two paths. Both paths were real and not fake. Yuan wondered which one to pick. In the end, he decided to trust his instincts. Regardless of his choice, he wouldn't fall under the hallucination of the barrier. So he picked the left path. However, his choice wasn't based entirely on instinct. There was also the wind. Yuan turned and kept walking toward the left side where the wind was flowing. With every step, the scenery around him changed. The more I walk, the more sceneries change around me. Yuan wondered. The thick, dense forest grew further away, and a small room revealed itself. The The room was quiet and simple with a single candle lighting the room. And in the middle of the room was someone sitting down with his back facing you. A reclusive group, one that hadn't let a single player through to the next floor out of stubbornness. It was only natural that the heavenly demonic cult became weaker as the ages passed. Yet despite that, the martial realm as a whole still considered the demonic cult as the greatest school of martial arts. It was all due to the existence of one man, the living legend of the martial realm, an ancient high-ranker who was alive even before the martial realm entered the tower. The one synonymous with the heavenly demonic cult, the heavenly demon. So you've come. A low, thick voice came resounding. That's when. You have passed the heavenly demon's first test. The message he was waiting for popped up. The test of the heavenly demon. Huh. The content of the message had changed. It went from the heavenly demonic cult's test to the heavenly demon's test. Wind blew inside the room, despite there being no open doors. The room became dark. Now all Yuan could see was the person's back. I shall ask you. The man didn't turn around. That's when Yuan finally realized that this place must have been a different location than what he was seeing, that he must have been standing somewhere that wasn't actually this dinky little room. At what point did you find out? The man asked. Yuan had passed the test, so he wondered why he had prepared a meeting like this with him. Is that what you want to know? I knew since the beginning. You've been observing me since before I even entered the barrier. That's when the test started. The reason was simple. What kind of a test would only require me to follow someone? Yuan had heard plenty about the cult's notoriety. The demonic cult that Yuan remembered was a group, entirely about combat and battling. So there was no way that the heavenly demonic cult's test, especially the heavenly demons, would only require you to walk behind someone. So you at least know how to find your way through properly. There was a sense of satisfaction in the man's voice. The scenery around Yuan started to fade. The dark room grew brighter, and the cramped room disappeared, revealing a view of the outside. The heavenly demon's back could no longer be seen. You passed. Yuan could hear the voice inside his head. There was no message. The question just now wasn't registered separately as a test. It was simply a personal test by the heavenly demon. Yuan guessed that the heavenly demon would have treated him differently depending on his response. It seemed that he had managed to be seen a bit favorably, at the very least. I guess I'm going to have a rough time for a bit, pleasing this Ajusi. Yuan looked at the torches that lined the street. There was a large village. Despite it being past sunset in the mountains, it was bustling with people. Yuan couldn't believe there was such a village deep in the mountains. So this is the heavenly demonic cult. Yuan stood still for a second and took it in. There were people carrying rice and various grains, chickens, cows, pigs, and other livestock down the mountain, as well as martial artists armed with swords and spears. Yuan took in his surroundings. This was also a place where people lived, just like in the rest of the martial realm. While Yuan was taking a moment to admire the village, Hamuk, who finally passed through the barrier, shouted after finding Yuan. How are you here? Hamuk was quite surprised to find Yuan had come back in one piece after thinking that he'd fallen prey to the barrier. Yuan thought about telling him the truth, that he had just met the heavenly demon. But the heavenly demon was the icon of the heavenly demonic cult. Nothing good would come from bringing him up, not to mention the fact that they hadn't even talked face to face. I just walked here first. Did you walk? Said Hamuk. Hamuk's eyes widened. That meant that Yuan had managed to get through the barrier by himself. How? Though the cult might not have been known for having the strongest barrier, it should still have been impossible for a normal 10th floor player to get through it on their own. Even Hamuk wasn't sure he could make his way through the barrier if he hadn't been taught the proper path. Yet here was Yuan, who had managed to cross the barrier faster than them, and they knew the right path. In other words, Yuan had crossed the barrier with ease. Is that important? I'm tired, so let's go. Or does the heavenly demonic cult not provide lodging to testees? Yuan spoke shamelessly before trudging along to the village. Hamuk was speechless as he watched Yuan walk away. He had now been a part of the cult for over 50 years, and in that time, not a single player had managed to cross the barrier by themselves. In fact, he had never heard of a player doing such a thing, ever. Hamuk ordered his subordinates to show Yuan to his lodgings. Then, he started looking into Kim Yuan. It was clear to him that Yuan was skilled. After confirming that he was a player that had just ascended to the 10th floor by using the player kit, it was likely Yuan wasn't lying about his identity either. Hamuk figured that his name must have been somewhat well known on the lower floors. After giving the orders to a few of his men, Hamuk was able to learn about Yuan right away. A hot, steaming bath was drawn. Once the female servants finished filling the tub with water, Yuan sent everyone out and immersed himself in the hot water. As the bath overflowed, more steam rose to the top. He felt the fatigue from the 10-day-long journey melt away. His muscles loosened up as he closed his eyes and sighed. The circular wooden tub for a moment. He indulged in the luxury for a few minutes. Then he opened his eyes and looked around. It was a small bathing area located outside. Just by looking at this place, he could tell. It's small. Like, really small. Well, rather than being small, the heavenly demonic cult wasn't affluent, which was inevitable. The current heavenly demonic cult was behind the times. The recruitment of new players, revenue through collecting points from new recruits, and connections to the outside world from the players and rankers trained by the cult. That Ajusi is so stubborn. So much could change by just slightly lowering the difficulty of the test. Yuan thought that he was the same as always, though I'm sure he has his reasons. The tower system never malfunctioned. This fact was true in all the tower's long history, and it held true even in the distant future. The tower also always gave a bigger reward the harder the test. That's why, when thinking about the 10th floor, everyone came to the same conclusion. The heavenly demonic cult. There really is no other option. During the meeting, where they discussed what to do after the tutorial, naturally the heavenly demonic cult was brought up for the 10th floor's test. Yuan was one of the people who showed interest in the heavenly demonic cult's test. It was a test that, even far in the future, no one had ever managed to pass. It's a shame the heavenly demon died early on. If he was still alive, we'd be able to at least figure out something. He's already a goner. Missing him will do nothing for us. The heavenly demon lost his life early on in the fight against the outer gods. And since Kronos' clock movement was made after the heavenly demon's death, they were unable to ask him anything. So in the end, nothing was known about the heavenly demonic cult's test. I guess there's no choice but to face it head-on. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament really is the jewel of the martial realm, but the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is an attractive option. If you win, not only would you receive a great Scarlet Medicine Ball, but you'd be able to learn the best secret arts of the Namgung clan, the Shaolin Temple, or wherever you want. But is there even anyone here who hasn't managed to win the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Upon this question, everyone was quiet. Are you trying to pick a fight right now? Sun Wukong got up and shot at everyone. Yuan remembered that there was a bit of a commotion regarding that, making him let out a small laugh. It seemed that there had been a few present who either didn't know about the tournament or had participated and didn't win. The one that had caused the biggest ruckus was Sun Wukong. Apparently, he went to the next floor as soon as he passed his test, so he didn't get a chance to participate in the tournament. He's the kind of guy who would have never missed a tournament like that, thought Yuan. His first order of agenda was to find out what it was that the cult was hiding. Anyways, no one knows what is in this place, but I am sure that my effort will not be in vain, thought Yuan. A message notified Yuan. Unknown egg wiggles. Unknown egg is feeling comfortable. It's been a while. The unknown egg wiggled inside his inventory, and seeing the egg awaken after so long made him think back to when he had just passed the first floor's test. A month ago, the world of the second floor wasn't all that nice of a place to live. The weather was hot and humid. It lacked food, and you never knew when monsters might attack the village. Because of that, civilization had barely advanced, and every lodging was cramped and moldy. The egg. The nameless egg that was slumbering inside his inventory. Yuan had originally thought that it was a pathetic reward for having cleared the long tutorial while breaking every single record. The egg had grown multiple times in size compared to when he had first obtained it. Yuan had even been contemplating boiling it and eating it for nutrition if he couldn't find a use for it. Is it actually an outer god's egg? He knew that it was no ordinary egg. Yuan ended up thinking back to the egg's form that had feasted on Orochi's corpse. A large, black something. The dozens of eyes and sharp teeth within it. There's no way it's a monster that actually looks like that. Yuan had fought against quite a few outer gods. Their appearances varied greatly. He had not seen something like this before. Yuan put his hand inside his inventory and pulled out the egg. Hey, are you sleeping? The system was silent, and the egg did not respond. This was the first time he had attempted to talk to it. He couldn't figure out if either it had heard him and was ignoring him, or if it was still in slumber. He tried talking to it a few more times, but there was still no response. Yuan gave up on talking to it and put the egg back into the inventory. If those guys were with me, I could at least talk it out with them. Yuan laid his head down on his bed. Yuan thought back to the many comrades who fought together with him in the war. However, at this point in time, not a single person knew about the existence of outer gods. And of course, none of them would remember you. Do I keep this alive or not? Suddenly, the tower notified. Unknown egg shakes its head. Yuan furrowed his brow. He put his hand back inside his inventory. You really? Until just a moment ago, it wasn't responding, but as soon as he started contemplating killing it or not, it answered. That meant that it had heard Yuan and ignored him. Yuan stared closely at the egg for some moments. Yuan shook his head from the sudden outburst of annoyance. He wanted to stir-fry or boil it and eat it, but he couldn't just do that. The day was spent contemplating about the egg. Nervous, the egg trembled. It knew that Yuan could toss it into a flaming hot fire at any moment. After a whole day, Yuan drew his sword. The tower notified unknown egg that it was in fear. Was it due to the higher incubation rate? The egg was communicating more of its feelings. It was only borrowing the system's messages, but it was clear that the egg was alive and breathing. I'm sorry. Yuan swung his sword down towards the egg. It's quite regretful. The nameless egg screams. A desperate message popped. Yuan's sword stopped right above the egg. The egg wasn't the only one that was nervous. Yuan, who didn't know anything about it, was in the same boat. After stopping the sword right over the egg, Yuan took a second to look around. It was tranquil. Nothing had happened. After putting the sword back in its scabbard, Yuan stared at it. Thinking back to what happened with Orochi's corpse, the egg was clearly more than capable of exerting physical force. Yet, the thing didn't bite its owner when he tried to harm it. Yuan wasn't certain if it didn't or if it couldn't, but this had demonstrated that it was likely not dangerous. Well, I guess I have no choice but to see what happens. From within the inventory, the egg had been sending a message every once in a while since entering the territory of the heavenly demonic cult. The egg had been silent since the second floor, yet here it was saying it was cozy. Yuan took it out of his inventory. Seeing as how the incubation rate was still the same, it hadn't grown at all in the past month. Do you like this? You need to tell me what your response is. The nameless egg nodded its head. So you do like this, huh? It hadn't changed at all even after some time had passed, staying asleep. Most of the time, Yuan guessed that in order to increase the incubation rate, he'd need some sort of power related to outer gods, like with Yamada no Orochi. The nameless egg falls asleep. The thing that had been sleeping for an entire month fell back asleep after saying just a few words. Yuan wasn't sure why it had suddenly woken back up, but he guessed that it had something to do with the cult, the outer gods, and the heavenly demonic cult. For there to be some sort of connection between the two, Yuan couldn't be certain yet, but he had a feeling that this test wasn't going to be easy. I hope I didn't enter a tiger's den. That was something he'd have to figure out firsthand from now on. The next day at the central building of Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, a guest had arrived at the Heavenly Demonic Cult. Within a day, the news broke out within the entire cult. Inside the cult, what interesting news. Someone who desired to take the cult's test. The Heavenly Demonic Cult's test wasn't just infamous within the cult, but it was like a ghost story within the martial realm. The cult was located in a place where you had to specifically seek it out, and even among the people who sought it out, many ended up leaving empty-handed. That was why players no longer challenged the cult's test. It was an unspoken rule of sorts. Attempting the test would be a waste of your time at best, and at worst, you might even lose your life. A challenger, it's the first one since Cheon. Jaryong. How many years has it been? Said Lord Spear. I think it's been about 30 years. It's been 34 years. The Fist Lord interrupted and spoke. The four leaders that made up the Heavenly Demonic Cult had gathered together. The Sword Lord, the Tao Lord, the Spear Lord, and the Fist Lord. Each of them had reached the top of the Heavenly Demonic Cult within their respective fields, and they were the central figures that managed the cult. The Cult Council was a meeting held between the four lords where they discussed matters regarding the cult. There was a new challenger attempting the Heavenly Demonic Cult's test for the first time in decades. Apparently, his name is Kim Yuan. You haven't heard of him? How can you know so little about how the world is going? I get that you've taken root inside MT Heaven, but I've constantly reminded you that you can't ignore what's going on in the tower, said the Tao Lord. Stop the useless nagging. Just tell me who he is, said the Sword Lord, the oldest among the four lords. The Tao Lord. The one who was uselessly nagging cleared his throat before continuing. So the thing is, his explanation of Yuan wasn't all that long. To begin with, there wasn't much known other than that he was a rookie who climbed up while rewriting the rankings of each floor. A new record, so his goal isn't all that different from the previous challengers. If there is one thing that's different, it would be his skills. They say that he managed to clear up to the 20th trial of the first floor's test. We can't be certain until we see him for ourselves. Rumors are easy things to get blown out of proportion. That might be the case with rumors, but the records inscribed into the tower do not lie. Don't be such a pessimist. The four lords extensively debated regarding Yuan, and in the end, they came to a single conclusion. Let's just call him over and see for ourselves. You have a fair point. We could talk here all day, but that'll be nothing compared to meeting him in person. The Spear Lord nodded his head. He raised his hands, and then countless martial artists that were kneeling within the hall raised their heads, responding to his call. Yes, sir. The stomping of hundreds of martial artists rang throughout the hall, and at the same time, a large door opened up and a single person walked inside. The person's footsteps were light with not even a hint of nervousness. It was hard to believe someone could be so composed in front of hundreds of martial artists and the four great lords of the heavenly demonic cult. This kind of brazenness was rare to see from anyone who wasn't a ranker, the ruling class of the tower, or a ruling race, such as dragons, giants, or demons. He seems to have quite the guts. The Sword Lord and the Tao Lord nodded their heads, seeing the sword that was fastened around the man's waist. The sword and the Tao. As the two lords wielded weapons of a similar nature, they found him more favorable than the other two lords because he was a man who carried a weapon similar to them. Yuan looked at the four lords as he walked down the hall. The four each wore a different colored dragon robe. It was as if there were four emperors. However, among them, the one known as the god of the heavenly demonic cult, the heavenly demon, was not present. So the heavenly demon didn't come. They were the next best thing. Yuan looked at the four martial gods that symbolized the heavenly demonic cult. Sword, Tao, spear, and fist. They were beings that had reached the pinnacle of their art within the demonic cult. They were also the people who ruled over the cult in the place of the reclusive heavenly demon. So it is you, the one that passed the first test of our leader, said the Fist Lord. Indeed, he truly is different. Still, I wonder if he'll be able to pass all the tests. I have quite the expectations. It seems it wasn't just an exaggerated rumor. The four lords whispered amongst themselves while looking at you. They exchanged looks and nodded their heads. Then, the second test shall. Please wait for me. One of the martial artists in the hall, a man who donned a black martial arts uniform, stepped out. Vice Captain of the Black Tempest. I apologize for interrupting, but I have a request for the lords. The Vice Captain of the Black Tempest squad, Cheon Jaryong, the man who was the last player to take the heavenly demonic cult's test 30 years ago, looked at Yuan. May I please test this man first? Cheon Jaryong's request brought the hall to a dead silence. This was because the people who had to answer his request would not speak. Waiting for an answer from the four lords, Jaryong remained kneeling on one knee, bowing his head. Test, you say? The first one to speak after the long silence was the Sword Lord. He looked over at the other three. We shall go with the majority vote. Without any hesitation, the four lords simultaneously made a decision. The Sword Lord did not raise his hand. The Tao Lord raised his left hand, while the Spear and Fist Lords raised their right hands. The decision was quickly made. You may do as you wish, Cheon Jaryong. Thank you. Jaryong put his palm and fist together, bowing with a kung fu salute to thank the four lords. Subsequently, the martial artists in the hall took a few steps back, forming a large circle. Yuan and Jaryong ended up in the center of the circle. This was an unprepared stage. There wasn't even a notification from the system. In addition, as Jaryong, a player from a higher floor, displayed hostility against Yuan, the penalty lingered in the air. That meant the tower had not recognized this stage as a test. He walked towards Yuan with firm steps without showing any weakness. As he heard a lot about Yuan before, he was excited to fight with him. This isn't an official part of the cult's test, is it? After taking a second to assess the situation, Yuan looked over at the Sword Lord, the head of the four lords. That's right. There cannot be a test without a reward. Now let's see. The Sword Lord spoke. After thinking for a brief moment, he continued, among the cult's elixirs, we shall reward you with the Crimson Blood Medicine Ball. How does that sound? Yuan smiled faintly. While looking at the Sword Lord, he quickly glanced over at Jiaoyong, who was openly displaying hostility towards him. That will suffice. The Crimson Blood Medicine Ball. A medicine ball that was red like blood. It was one of the better elixirs that the heavenly demonic cult possessed. Yuan took out his sword Midnight Steel from his scabbard and moved toward Jiaoyong. The tower notified that the vice leader of Black Gale Squad Cheon Jiaoyong has accepted your challenge. The penalty surrounding Jiaoyong was now lighter. It was as good as having no penalty. He released his aura as he pointed his sword towards Yuan. The tower notified Cheon Jiaoyong's restriction had been reduced. Cheon Jiaoyong's penalty has been reduced. Defeat Cheon Jiaoyong and receive his acknowledgement. What do you think will happen to Yuan? Would he be able to defeat Cheon Jiaoyong and succeed in clearing demonic divine cult hardcore trials and find out the truth of demonic cult secrets? The stage has been acknowledged as a test by the tower. The penalty surrounding Jiaoyong was now lighter. It was as good as having no penalty. So he's probably around the 30th floor in strength. To defeat a player of this caliber in an unplanned test, this was fairly high in difficulty. So, how hard is the actual test? Yuan had heard over and over that the cult's test was difficult, but this was the first time he would experience it in person. It seemed that the news that Yuan passed the first test had already spread throughout the demonic cult, though that should have been pretty obvious to Yuan. This many martial artists and the four lords wouldn't have gathered over someone who wanted to take the test with no qualifications whatsoever. Yuan guessed that this gathering was ordered by the heavenly demon. Jiaoyong had his black sword ready, aiming it at Yuan. Did you say your name is Kim Yuan? Asked Jiaoyong. Yuan nodded his head as he answered. What about it? I heard you passed the first test. That means that the heavenly demon has acknowledged you, said Jiaoyong. He further said, I don't know what made the heavenly demon acknowledge you and give you a pass, but seeing as how you are ranting on it, I assume you weren't acknowledged. Yuan cut him off. He was going on too long, but he didn't care to listen to him any further. Unlike me, as the last player to attempt the cult's test, Jiaoyong was quite proud of that fact, despite still not having accepted having failed without even getting to properly take the test. Jiaoyong ground his teeth. Yuan had hit the nail on the head with his words, and sometimes the truth hurt the most. Unable to hold back his anger, Jiaoyong charged in. Jiaoyong's black martial uniform fluttered as he swung his sword. He was going mad after Yuan's provocations. His movements were quick, but despite the sudden attack, Yuan leisurely turned his body to dodge Jiaoyong's sword. You bastard, Jiaoyong called as Yuan dodged his sword. He readied for the next attack. Yuan just stared at him fearlessly. As a previous high ranker, he knew how to provoke his opponents and take their guard down. After the first swing, Jiaoyong swung the sword multiple times, but Yuan was able to dodge all of it too easily. He got quite angry as not even a single strike was able to hit Yuan. That's right. I wasn't acknowledged by the heavenly demon. His sword was fast and had weight behind it. On the edge of his blade, there was a type of mana called Qi in the martial realm, which increased the deadliness of his attacks. I, who had sworn eternal loyalty to the heavenly demonic cult, I dedicated my life to passing this test. Jiaoyong shouted while fighting Yuan. He kept on babbling. From when I was young, I waited to become a player, strengthening my body and practicing martial arts. And when I made it back to the martial realm, I challenged the test. So why? Jiaoyong must have exerted his power to the limit, causing the penalty to start sparking. Instead of striking back, Yuan just dodged his sword. How did an outsider like you get acknowledged? Why? Why couldn't I be? He kept on shouting and swinging his sword at Yuan. You're like a kid. Stop whining. Yuan spoke, finally unable to bear Jiaoyong mumbling. Yuan put the blade back into the scabbard and held the scabbard. Yuan's scabbard blocked Jiaoyong's blade. Then Jiaoyong's sword, which had seemed like it was going to slice Yuan in half, slipped sideways after losing balance. You want to know why? As Yuan these words, Jiaoyong was startled. He could a different sort of energy coming from Yuan, completely different from before. It was to the extent that he felt danger. Your arm has been imbued with the power of a giant. The tower was notified. Yuan's arm became reinforced with the power of a giant. Partial gigantification will occur. The tower was notified. Yuan punched Jiaoyong in the back, knocking him down. Jiaoyong let out a cry in pain. After hitting the ground, Jiaoyong's body recoiled, twitching. After a bit, he tried to get back up, but his eyes were already halfway rolled back. Jiaoyong fell to the ground, his body going limp. Yuan said, "There's no special reason. It's because you were weak, As he looked down at the man passed out on the floor, Jaryong had already lost consciousness. And even though he wasn't lucid enough to hear it himself, with how many people in the hall heard Yuan's words, he was bound to hear about it soon enough. Yuan turned his head and looked over at the four lords, asking them, "Isn't that right?" The strongest and senior among all, the Sword Lord was stunned at Yuan's prowess. After a moment, he let out a smile. And then, the lords broke out in laughter. The Sword Lord, who had a silent and serious personality, only smiled, but the other three were having a ball. That is indeed true. It's been a while since I was so entertained. Even though a stage was created, if Jaryong wasn't penalized, that hypothesis is meaningless. He didn't even draw his sword. You have a point. The lords started chattering amongst themselves. The lords finished chatting after about 5 minutes. The first one to come to his senses was the Sword Lord. "You there. Bring out a crimson blood medicine ball," he ordered. Following the Sword Lord's order, a female servant who was on standby brought out a box containing the crimson blood medicine ball. The box was delivered to Yuan, and as soon as he took the box, he got a message. "You have passed the test. The tower notified. You have obtained a crimson blood medicine ball." Yuan opened up the box. Inside the box, there was a bright red ball the size of a thumbnail. The crimson blood medicine ball was now in Yuan's possession. Though it isn't that great of an item, think of it as a present for entertaining these old men, said the Sword Lord. "Since I didn't really do much, I am more than satisfied with this gift." Yuan replied. "What did you just say?" The Fist Lord, the one who had the loudest personality amongst them, broke out into laughter. Once again, there were two meanings behind Yuan's words. Firstly, that he wasn't one bit nervous about the test against Cheon Jaryong. Secondly, that he didn't consider the elixir crimson blood medicine ball an all that amazing item. The reason why they put up the crimson blood medicine ball was because a reward of that level is required in order to decrease the restriction on Jaryong as much as possible. Despite that, Yuan had taken down Jaryong far too easily. The fight had ended much sooner than they had expected. But that's also why the four lords found the fight that much more entertaining. Yuan patiently let them go on. He guessed that since it had been a while since someone from outside had taken their test, he should let them enjoy it as much as possible. "I apologize for making you wait. Getting chatty naturally comes with old age." After saying it, the Sword Lord turned serious and asked, "Where did you learn martial arts?" "I don't know what school that move was from, but the way you deflected Jaryong's sword was quite impressive. I was simply imitating it." Yuan replied. "You were imitating it? Imitating, you say?" A large smile grew on the Sword Lord's face. He looked like he was about to burst out into laughter. "I shall now tell you the contents of the second test," said the Sword Lord. "The second test of the heavenly demonic cult will be with me, the Fist Lord, Peng Beklim." The Fist Lord. Among the four lords, he was the one with the most brazen personality. "Of course, we won't be having a normal duel. The objective is to endure 3 techniques against me, the Fist Lord." 3 techniques. On first impression, it didn't seem like that hard a test. But the opponent was a ranker. On top of that, it wasn't against a new greenhorn ranker like Crises, but one of the leaders of the heavenly demonic cult. The Fist Lord raised 3 fingers. "I'll give you 3 months. 3 months wasn't a very long time, however. Depending on how one used it, it also wasn't a short period of time. With the exception of elixirs, we'll provide you with every resource within the cult. The training facility, grain balls, clothes, and a comfortable place to rest. Whatever you desire, we can provide." Yuan shifted his attention from the Sword Lord to the Fist Lord. Though there wasn't much information about the heavenly demon, there was plenty known about the four lords. The First Lord, one of the greatest masters of hand-to-hand combat. He's a player that became a ranker by mastering martial arts. The Fist Lord is the weakest among the four lords. However, the power behind each of his strikes rivals the Sword Lord, who has the highest ranking. That was the gist of the information known about the Fist Lord in the martial realm. The penalty was a power that existed to prevent a player on a higher floor from indiscriminately using their power and destroying the ecosystem of the lower floors. However, in the case of a test recognized by the tower, the domain of the penalty was diluted depending on the test. Therefore, depending on the penalty, the power that the Fist Lord could use would be unpredictable. But if it's only 3 attacks... Seeing Yuan get lost in thought after hearing the contents of the test, the Fist Lord smirked. "Of course, I also think that this is a nonsensical test." Yuan stopped the Fist Lord. "No, that won't be necessary." Having finished thinking, Yuan shook his head. Instead of responding immediately, Yuan looked at his surroundings. Thanks to the fight against Jiaoyang, the martial artists of the cult were already far away from him. It was already an ideal setup, so he said, "Let's start right away." The stage had already been prepared. The hall became turbulent. "Did you hear that?" "I did. He wants to start right away. He probably just doesn't know the Lord's true powers. He's an outsider who is unfamiliar with the cult, unlike the vice captain." The heavenly demonic cult's martial artists present in the hall were angry, disapproving, and baffled. They were all thinking the same thing: he must not know any better. Kim Yuan. Having heard the Spear Lord call his name, Yuan looked up at him. "You might not know this, but the Fist Lord is a rancor. He's nothing like the passed-out vice captain over there." His voice sounded calm, but he appeared a bit angry. "You seem to be looking down on our cult too much, just because you managed to take down a vice captain." This was the reason why the Spear Lord was angry. He thought that Yuan was looking down on the heavenly demonic cult. As this was a natural misunderstanding, Yuan bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry if it sounded like that. However, I promise that I am not looking down on the heavenly demonic cult." Then, as the Spear Lord was about to speak, a voice came from behind. "That's enough, Spear Lord." The Fist Lord butted in between Yuan and the Spear Lord. The Fist Lord stood from his seat. When he stood up, he revealed that he was actually much taller and had a larger frame than it appeared while he was sitting down. "He says it's a misunderstanding. We should just do as he wants then." Though that was what he said, it was as clear as day that his pride had been hurt. The energy around him enveloped his body instead of spreading outward. He looked as if he was about to dash towards you at any moment and launch his fist. But right as the Fist Lord was about to take a step, "Fist Lord," said the Sword Lord, "stop." His words brought Peng Beklim to a halt. "Do you expect me to just let it slide after hearing that?" The Fist Lord retorted. Though there was a difference in skill between the four lords, they were all in equal standing. There was no need for one to listen to another. However, this is a test bestowed by the heavenly demon. It is different from the test that just took place. The Fist Lord's expression wavered ever so slightly. The heavenly demon. With the mention of his name, the Fist Lord had no choice but to back off. The heavenly demon's name carried absolute power within the heavenly demonic cult. The only one who can change the heavenly demon's test is the heavenly demon himself. 3 months' time. "Do not disregard that," said the Sword Lord. The Fist Lord sat back down. The prideful Fist Lord of all people. That's how great the authority of the heavenly demon was. Though he had taken a seat, the Fist Lord was still glaring at Yuan. He appeared to be holding himself back with everything he had. "Well then, I shall see you in 3 months, said Peng Beklim. But this did mean that Yuan wouldn't get what he wanted, no matter how much of a tantrum he threw. 3 months, huh? Yuan thought. In the end, he was given 3 months' time. He didn't particularly like it, but this wasn't something to be disappointed by. Yuan looked down at the sword at his waist. It won't be too bad. Yuan was treated as an important guest within the cult for taking the Heavenly Demons test. But another reason why he was treated well was because he had demonstrated that he wasn't a run-of-the-mill player like the ones who attempted the test long ago. One could tell that was the case just by the number of martial artists that had gathered in the hall. As Yuan walked through, they started mumbling among themselves. Rumors about Yuan had already spread throughout the cult, which was why hundreds of martial artists had gathered to watch him. But still, thought Yuan. He looked at the old man walking in front of him, the Sword Lord, Shin Mugwek. He had personally taken on the task of guiding Yuan around. When the second-in-command of the heavenly demonic cult took on a task as lowly as being a guide, his subordinates all opposed the idea. However, this was the Sword Lord. There was no one on Mount Heaven who could bend his will except for the heavenly demon. Was this also an order from the heavenly demon? Yuan tried to suss out Mugwek's true intentions to see if the Sword Lord's interest in him was curiosity, goodwill, or hostility. No, it was not. Let's just say I am doing it for my own entertainment, said the Sword Lord. He continued, think of it as for my personal enjoyment. It has been a long time since I last met an outsider, and I have high expectations. Expectations? Yuan was confused. The Sword Lord clarified his intentions. How could I not have high hopes after seeing you in person? I believe that if it's you, you might actually pass the Heavenly Demon's test. So it's just simple curiosity. If that was the case, he'd be in the clear. Yuan hoped that Mugwek wouldn't become a variable in this test. But as long as it was just simple curiosity, Yuan thought it'd be okay. But Mugwek spoke as if he wanted Yuan to pass the test, which was likely the case. It was actually the same for most martial schools. They wanted someone to learn their martial arts pass their test, receive acknowledgement, and climb the tower. However, this feels a bit different. There was nothing concrete to back this feeling up, but Yuan felt an odd sense of desperation. In Mugwek's words just now, it was a feeling that was different from simply wanting someone to climb the tower and bring prosperity to the cult. With Mugwek showing him the way, Yuan finally arrived at his destination after a long walk. Mugwek turned around and finally asked the question that he'd been curious about for a while. So why this place? If you have something you need to prepare, wouldn't the weapons warehouse, or even the martial arts library where we store our secret art be more appropriate? Yuan replied saying, I can skip the weapons warehouse. As for the martial arts library, I'll stop by there later. Are you saying that the medical house is even more important? Yuan started walking towards the medical house's door in response to his question. That's when Mugwek noticed that Yuan was smirking as he passed him. You said that the heavenly demonic cult will provide as much support as possible until the next test, right? Swordlord replied that is indeed correct. As soon as Yuan had heard this proposition, he'd immediately thought of one thing. Those words. You're gonna regret them. As the medical house's door opened, the thick scent of medicinal herbs filled the air. All the doctors who worked in the medical house had just spent half the day bringing out medicinal ingredients from their storage per Yuan's request. It was a pile that weighed hundreds of kilograms at least. Just by looking at the amount, this was roughly half of all the medical ingredients that the medical house possessed, with the exceptions of medicine that counted as elixirs and the lowest grade medicinal ingredients. One could say that all the medicine of the medical house was gathered here. The chief doctor of the heavenly demonic cult's medical house, Jin Il Huan, was shocked by all the medicinal ingredients that Yuan gathered. Jin Il Huan was absolutely baffled, but he couldn't say a thing because of the heavenly demon's orders. With the exception of elixirs and the high-rank secret arts, spare no resources for him. He didn't know why the heavenly demon had given such an order. Why does he need this many medicinal ingredients? With this many ingredients, the demonic cult could have even declared war against the Martial Artists Alliance. So for a single person to use all this, especially in only 3 months, it made no sense. Naturally, the chief doctor thought Yuan's request was absurd. Thank you very much for all this. Without even looking a little bit sorry, Yuan started putting all the ingredients into his inventory. Just then the chief doctor spoke in a trembling voice to remind Yuan. He said, I'll say this again, but any medicinal ingredients you have remaining after 3 months have to be returned. And if an ingredient that you didn't use gets damaged, I have to reimburse it out of my own pocket. I'll make sure to remember it. At the time they were talking, Yuan finished putting all the ingredients into his inventory. It was a fairly expansive inventory. Not only was it large, but it also had a great ratio of weight reduction. Despite that, the inventory was almost crammed full. There was a shit ton. After emptying out the medical house, Yuan was guided by a female servant. He thought he could hear the chief doctor scream behind him, but Yuan decided to ignore it. In 3 months, he'll really be bawling his eyes out. Yuan thought maybe he should have at least left them with something, but then he shook his head. The belt around his waist, the high-grade inventory, had become heavy from all the items, yet Yuan was still uneasy. This might still not be enough. The place the servant guided him to was a cave halfway up Mount Heaven. The entrance was only 2 meters tall, but inside, there was a large, empty space. It was a training chamber filled with grain balls. We've arrived. The servant handed Yuan a torch drenched in oil. Yuan lit the torch and walked inside the training chamber. As he lit the lights around the chamber, the dark interior brightened up. It was a long cave. As he went deeper inside, he found that the training chamber was hundreds of meters in diameter. On one side, there was a pile of grain balls. While he was taking the space in, the entrance of the training chamber was sealed off. That entrance would likely not open for 3 months. The mechanism made it so it was only possible to close it from the outside and only be opened from the inside. So now, except for Yuan, no one could open that door. Without breaking it, that is. This was the perfect space to train without any interruptions. It's perfect for consuming the herbs. Yuan put his hand inside his inventory. From inside it, he managed to grab all the herbs he brought from the medical hall. There were loads and loads of medicinal herbs that gathered around Yuan in an instant, forming a mountain of herbs. Yuan chewed on the medicinal ingredients for a while. Various awful, bitter flavors enveloped his mouth. You consumed an antler herb. The tower was notified. Your resistance to poison increases slightly for 24 hours. You consumed a poisonous aster root. Your resistance to poison increases for 21 hours. You consumed a banchok flower. You have gained resistance to 98 types of poison for 46 hours. The tower kept on notifying as Yuan kept on consuming these herbs. Several messages popped out one after another. Almost vomiting a couple of times, Yuan stopped eating the medicinal ingredients. It's so gross. He thought maybe getting stabbed by swords while fighting would feel better. Never had Yuan imagined that there were so many different bitter flavors. And even though he had tried a wide variety of medicines in his life, he had never eaten this many at once. He thought maybe he should have brought some honey, but that would have only weakened the potency of the medicines. After eating them until his stomach was full, Yuan looked unsightly. His stomach now hurt from the effects of all the different medicinal ingredients. I think some of them got mixed into poison. Medicine was something that shouldn't have been consumed without the proper consultation from an apothecary. It can't be helped. It's not like I know what every medicine does. Yuan had asked the chief doctor about fatal combinations just in case. Thanks to that, Yuan was able to avoid consuming medicines that were potentially lethal together. Though it was only a little bit, one of the medicines he had consumed had a toxic reaction. Luckily, all it did was cause a bit of a stomach ache. It's perfect for consuming this. Yuan put his hand inside his inventory. From inside it, he managed to grab a hard gem-like thing. It is the 8th heart of Orochi, which was separated after being sealed by Susanoo. It possesses a powerful poison. Due to the poison inside Orochi's heart, without some high-quality medicine, one couldn't even think about consuming it. That was how powerful the poison in the heart was. I was wondering where I could obtain antidotes to consume this thing. Yuan smiled while looking at his inventory full of medical ingredients. To think I'd end up getting them here. Just then, the tower notified Yuan. A nameless egg opened its mouth wide. Sensing the egg inside his inventory move, Yuan frowned. It was happening again. Yuan looked at the egg inside his inventory and spoke in an angry tone. This one's off limits. If you try it again, I'm going to fry you up. Nameless egg is scared shitless. The tower was notified. Nameless egg falls back into slumber. The threat must have worked because it fell back asleep, giving up on Orochi's heart. This had already happened once before. While trying to figure out how to consume Orochi's heart, the egg had attempted to swallow it. Because he had properly scolded the egg back then, it didn't reveal its teeth instantly. This time, but Yuan was still on high alert. That'll probably do it. Yuan carefully looked around his surroundings before going in for a bite. Yuan's teeth broke the hard heart. You consumed Orochi's 8th heart. The tower was notified. Orochi's poison spreads throughout your body. The inside of his mouth felt like it was burning, and in a hurry, Yuan chewed and swallowed. Your poison resistance tries to resist the status effect. Poisoned. An endless stream of messages, and with it, you have failed to resist Orochi's poison. You are now afflicted by the status effect. Poisoned. Your poison resistance increases by 1. Yuan arcane power kept on increasing rapidly under the huge impact of Orochi's heart. He tried to bear the pain of poison through sheer willpower, but, due to the impact of the poison, he coughed up a mouthful of blood several times. Orochi's poison spread through Yuan's entire body. He felt as if his skin and muscles were being scorched. Yuan barely managed to reach out his arms, grab the herbs, and eat them. Yuan couldn't remember how many times he had heard this message now. His poison resistance and arcane power had gone up dozens of times, to the point that most normal poisons would have no effect on him. However, even such a high poison resistance was futile against Orochi's poison. There was only a single effect. The pains lessened. The pain from the poison was decreasing very slightly. Yuan had to be satisfied with this. The higher his poison resistance increased, the slower the poison spread throughout his body while also strengthening the medicine's effects. Yuan, who had been flopped over and barely grabbing and eating the herbs, managed to turn his body over onto his back. His stomach still felt like it was engulfed in flames, but at least this was something. While chewing on a root he didn't know the name of, Yuan slowly opened his paralyzed eyes. His stats increased along with his poison resistance, and arcane power was starting to increase at a rapid rate. It's going up faster than I expected. Yuan's current arcane power was 88. How is this possible? Wait. Yuan remembered a skill he had forgotten. He quickly checked the skill, Master of Mana. At first, Yuan was confused about the effect he had never heard of before, but now he somewhat understood what it could mean. Mana will follow me by its own will. This is a new discovery. Yuan continuously felt mana fill his body. If I can get it to triple digits like this, Yuan grabbed a bigger handful of medicinal herbs. He shoved it in his mouth and started neutralizing the poison that had begun spreading inside his body again. This had now been going on for a few days. In order to neutralize all the poison and absorb all the mana inside Orochi's heart, Yuan would need more than just a few days. Even though blood dripped from his mouth because of the internal injuries caused by the poison, Yuan was still smiling. This is going to take quite a bit of time. The heavenly demonic cult had been frozen like the winter of the Northern Sea. It was an organization that had been in seclusion for a long time, located on the outskirts of the martial realm on the 10th floor of the Grand Tower. Within that cult, a small wind had started blowing. Jiaoyang had been coming here to look for Yuan after a few days, and a month had passed just like that. He spoke while staring at the training chamber. It's been a month now. He might be planning on staying inside for the full 3 months. I thought he would have at least come out in the middle to obtain a secret art or something. Hamuk looked at the entrance of the training chamber Yuan had entered. A month had already passed by, and the only thing Yuan had taken with him was the medicinal ingredients he got from the medical house. Hamuk thought, there's no way a player that only just arrived on the 10th floor would pass on the opportunity to learn a secret art of the martial realm. He should at least know that. But they had naturally assumed that Yuan would come out sometime in the middle. But, as if he didn't need a break or any other preparations, Yuan hadn't emerged. And I'm not sensing any special traces of ki, thought Hammock. The Fist Lord's training was loud enough to shake the mountaintop. Meanwhile, Yuan hadn't let out a sound, nor any trace that he was even alive. There was a stark contrast between the two. The Fist Lord entered seclusion training for 3 months. His goal is probably to resume training, which he hadn't been making much progress in, thought Hamuk. Yuan should have displayed an appropriate response, but to his dismay, Yuan was silent. As the dead inside his training chamber, Hammock spoke. What training do you think he's doing? He's beyond quiet. Jiaoyang replied based on what he had heard through gossip. I'm wondering that too. I don't think he'd have spent the past month only meditating. I heard that he took all sorts of medicinal ingredients from the medical house. Wait, Hamuk interrupted Jiaoyang. Be quiet for just a second. He felt a presence inside the training chamber. Yuan, who had been still this entire time, was starting to move. The sound of his movements grew closer. Hamuk honed in on Yuan's steps and said, he's coming out. The door of the training chamber opened. Yuan, who had exited the training chamber after almost a month, looked skinnier. His face was thinner, and his skin was a pale white from not having seen the sun in such a long time. What the? Has he been sick and not training? Hamuk and Jiaoyang's heads were filled with all different thoughts on Yuan. Are you guys here to welcome me? Yuan asked Hamuk and Jiaoyang, who had been waiting at the entrance of the training chamber. Despite his sickly appearance, Yuan was walking just fine. In fact, his gait looked even more stable than before. Hamuk didn't fail to notice this detail. Did he learn a stepping technique while he was inside? Yuan had gotten pretty close to him, and Hamuk responded while trying to hide what he had just thought. We just stopped by in passing. So, did you manage to make any progress while you were inside the? Hamuk suddenly shut his mouth mid-sentence. I'm hungry, Yuan said while rubbing his stomach. He had only seen bitter medicinal ingredients and antidotes for a month. Let's first grab some food. Yuan ate up his food like a savage. After tearing apart a chicken leg and shoving it in his mouth, he pointed at the vegetable stir-fry with his chopsticks before he was even done chewing. And at the same time, he looked around at the other foods on the table. Hamuk, who was dining on the opposite side of the table, stopped his hand and asked, did you starve yourself for a month or something? There were grain balls inside the training chamber. Though they weren't delicious, one could satiate their hunger and get the necessary nutrition by eating them. I had planned on coming outside at least once so I wouldn't have any reason to eat those nasty things. After answering, Yuan continued to feast. To have actually starved himself for a month? Hamuk couldn't believe it. He then thought how technically Yuan hadn't been starving since his stomach was full of something, just not food. I can't believe he actually ate all those medicines, Hamuk thought. The scent of various medicinal ingredients still hadn't dissipated. Where did he use all those ingredients? He doesn't look injured. Was he poisoned or? Hamuk's train of thought came to a halt and his eyes widened. Poisoning. That would explain all this. Among elixirs, there were a few that were hard to consume due to their strong poison. In those cases, the poison was often more powerful than its effect as an elixir. So, it was more common to simply use them as poisons instead. But hypothetically speaking, what if someone could get an infinite amount of antidotes provided to them, regardless of how many points they were worth? That adds up. A poisonous elixir. But there was still a lingering question in his mind. How poisonous was the elixir? Hamuk had stopped caring about the meal. He was busy staring at Yuan, who had cleared almost all the food on the table, including his own. Then, as soon as the meal was over, "I'll be on my way then." With his stomach now full, Yuan got up without any hesitation. After just a single hearty meal, Yuan's pale and sickly appearance was nowhere to be seen. "Where are you headed? Back to the training cave?" Hammock curiously asked Yuan. Yuan declined and said, "I'm headed to the martial arts library." Now that Yuan had finished his first order of business, it was time to prepare for his next course of action. Figures. As a player, training martial arts for 2 months is bound to be better than leveling up a couple of times, thought Hamuk. After asking the servant assigned to him, Yuan was guided to a large building with dozens of martial artists on guard. Yuan looked over at the man who was standing guard right in front of the library. He had the most normal-looking face, and he was wearing a plain outfit, but Yuan was sure that he was the one in charge here. The security is tight. Yuan closely observed the martial artists. They all seem like players. Yuan guessed that he might have even been pretty close to being a ranker. No, there might even be a real ranker amongst them. They had placed one of the few rankers of the heavenly demonic cult here. I guess that's only natural. The martial arts library was the most important place of every martial school since the records saved inside were basically the roots and foundations of their schools. This means that it'll be impossible for me to view any information beyond what I'm permitted. Is this really necessary? Even without a guard, I wouldn't be able to see it anyway, Yuan asked, annoyed by the watch of the guards following him. The martial artist whom Yuan thought was a ranker answered, "It's a standard procedure. Please follow it." He was at least more respectful than Hamuk. After hearing his answer, Yuan stopped complaining. Since he was in the middle of taking the cult's test, he knew that they wouldn't interfere or butt in with what he was doing. After complying with the simple procedures, Yuan was able to step foot inside the library. The building had a high ceiling, and there were bookshelves stacked all the way up to it. Even Yuan couldn't help but voice his amazement. How many books could there be in here? Hundreds of thousands? It was simply one massive library. Yuan asked the lab attendant, "Am I permitted to read all the books here?" The attendant nodded and then said, "You are not allowed to go into the area connected by that door. Please keep that in mind, but feel free to browse any books inside here." After telling him that, the head guard stepped to the side of the room so as to not get in his way. Yuan was surprised by the fact that there was a dust-covered steel door that the head guard had pointed to. He was amazed that there were even more books. Does that mean that these are all just the low-rank martial arts? The heavenly demonic cult had a history of thousands of years. They existed even before entering the world of the tower, and they endlessly worked to create, invent, and advance martial arts. And this martial arts library was the essence of that very cult. It's even more impressive than I had imagined. Yuan had previously seen the martial arts library of various martial schools, like the Namgung clans. It's got to be at least 4 times larger than that of the Namgung clans. Yuan grabbed the first book that was within his reach and checked it out. The letters of the martial realm were automatically translated by the system. This must be a fist technique that's based on the 8 extreme fists. It's more complicated, which results in more destructive power, but at the cost of defense. Since he opened it, Yuan thought he might as well try it, mimicking the drawings in the book. Mimicking the forms didn't last very long. Yuan closed the book. I already knew this, but martial arts just don't suit me. After putting the book back in its place, Yuan started looking around the massive library. There were an endless number of books. It made Yuan wonder how he would ever manage to read through all of them. Yuan pondered, not only do I have to withstand 3 techniques from a ranker, but it'll be the Fist Lords, no less. The key things for clearing this test are the 3 months of time and the resources provided to the player. I need to find it within 1 month. And that's why Yuan came to the library to find it. Yuan started thoroughly searching the martial arts library. Yuan opened up a book, flipped through the first chapter, and put it back. There was no need to read it thoroughly. It has to be here. The roots of the heavenly demon divine cult. The origin of the martial arts of heavenly demon, Cheon Mujin mastered. The heavenly demon spirits. Yuan kept on reading the martial arts manuals one after another to find this legendary technique. The Fist Lord was one of the leaders of the heavenly demonic cult, not to mention a ranker. There had to be a clue somewhere in here on how to go up against Peng Beklim, and it was the technique Heavenly Demon Spirit. Half a month? A heavy voice resounded in a room somewhere in the demonic cult. Yes, apparently, he's been browsing the martial arts library for that long. The library attendant came to report on Yuan. Mugwek put down his teacup after hearing the report from his subordinate. He had already heard that Yuan had exited the training chamber. He thought Yuan would just pick a few martial arts and go back into the training chamber, but for him to have holed up inside the library for half a month now, what is he doing in there? When I checked in on him, he appeared as if he was planning on skimming through every single book. The subordinate reported. All of them? Mugwek himself had been inside the martial arts library a few times. He'd even looked through a few martial arts books as well. To skim through all those books would be impossible to do in 3 years, let alone 3 months. Mugwek spoke his thoughts. First, he grabbed a mountain of medicinal ingredients from the medical house, and now this. He's just doing one weird thing after another. I personally don't think he's someone the Lord should be mindful of, sir. The subordinate replied. Of course, the subordinate thought that. It was natural for players who reached the martial realm on the 10th floor to learn and practice martial arts. Though it was a personal choice to really try and master it, Yuan's current actions seemed like a complete waste of time. Do you think his actions are weird? Mugwek looked at his reflection on the teacup. His thoughts and actions are entirely unpredictable. He had expected Yuan to train hard inside the training chamber for 3 months since. There was really nothing else he could do. Yet Yuan's actions continued to defy his expectations. A faint smile appeared on Mugwek's face. The more he breaks my expectations, the more my hopes for him grow. After seeing Yuan up close, Mugwek had gotten a weird feeling. The power that he sensed from Yuan wasn't all that remarkable. However, I can see it in his eyes. It doesn't seem like he's aiming to become something great, he just already is. He's looking at a place much higher than here, said Mugwek. Another month went by. A total of 2 out of the 3 promised months had now passed. Yuan had only managed to skim through half of the books in the martial arts library by now. Yuan closed the book he was reading. The guards watching over Yuan expected him to put the book back in its place as he had been doing all this time. But this time, it was different. Yuan grabbed the book while mumbling to himself, I found it. Yuan finally exited the martial arts library. And then, another month passed by. 1 month inside the training chamber. 1 month inside the martial arts library. And then another month inside the training chamber. After coming out of seclusion training, the First Lord was told the news after he spent a whole day resting. The heavenly demonic cult was disconnected from the outside world. Nothing of note really ever happened inside the cult. So the only interesting news was information regarding Yuan. Maybe I did all that for nothing. There was nothing special about the actions that Yuan had demonstrated for the past 3 months. He consumed elixirs and medicinal herbs, then trained for a month after selecting a martial art from the library. My seclusion training is going to go to waste. The Fifth Lord donned his martial arts uniform and left his residence. The stage was going to be the martial arts training ground for sword practice, and the martial artists of the cult were already crowding around to watch. The audience that gathered in the training ground was full of excitement to watch the fight. The day of the fight had come, and everyone started mumbling about what was going to happen. Is it starting soon? It's going to be a rare feast for the eyes. It's not every day one gets to see the skills of the Fifth Lord. I heard that Yuan kid is pretty famous on the lower floors. It's not just the lower floors. I heard even the upper floors are in a riot, with even the major guilds trying to get in contact with him. One of the guys kept on rambling, but upon watching the Fifth Lord entering the arena, his colleagues shut him down in order to avoid any consequences. After listening in on the crowd by increasing his hearing abilities, the Fifth Lord let out a silent laugh. The subordinate that followed behind him remained as quiet as possible, watching his step because the Fifth Lord was emanating so much fighting spirit. Everyone's full of expectation, said the Fifth Lord. It was true. Everyone was indeed betting their hopes on Yuan. The Fifth Lord found this all distasteful. No matter how great he may have been, how could a brat that just arrived on the 10th floor be a match against him? The Fifth Lord finally arrived at the training grounds. The grounds were completely silent, despite the fact that it was crowded full of people, with no room to move. The 1,000 martial artists of the heavenly demonic cult were all gathered here. They were all holding their breaths, waiting for the stage to be ready. He's here. The Fifth Lord. Wow. Damn. This is my first time watching him in action. A bit of a clamor erupted at the appearance of the Fifth Lord. The commotion made him furrow his brow. Their conversations were so flippant. He could see that the 1,000 people here were everyone in the heavenly demonic cult. The cult truly has become weaker. To think it's full of these sorts of people, said the Fifth Lord. Due to the organization being cut off from the outside, the number of players that joined decreased, and naturally, the amount of people leaving increased. The Fist Lord was getting angry at the people babbling. He suddenly shouted using his internal energy. Everyone silence. It felt like a tiger's roar. Everyone felt shivers down their spine. The Fist Lord continued and spoke using internal energy. The fight we will have is no normal fight, but the heavenly demon's trial. Everyone should keep their manners. As the Fist Lord finished, the crowd went holding their breath to not let out even a single sound. The crowd split, and from within the crowd, a person walked into the training grounds. Yuan, who had just exited the training chamber, had arrived at the stage of the test. "What is with the atmosphere?" said Yuan. "You're late," said the Fist Lord. "I thought I got here just in time. Also, the main character is supposed to show up last." The promised time was noon. The sun was currently right above their heads, so it was true that he'd arrived just in time. Yuan put the sword on his waist into his inventory and instead pulled out Edge of Nightfall. "Looks like the way you talked has not changed," said the Fist Lord. "That's a bizarre sword you have right there." After seeing that the stage was set, Mugwek stepped far away. The training ground was hundreds of meters wide. It was the perfect location for a fight. "Let's see how much progress you've made in 3 months." The Fist Lord started emanating a fighting aura, and with that, a message popped up for Yuan, the participant of the test. The second trial will now begin. The test had now started. Watching the Fist Lord get into position, Yuan raised his sword. He was as tense as he could get. "Yuan said you're going to regret it, giving me 3 months. As soon as Yuan took his stance, another message popped up for him. "Please dodge or block 3 techniques from the Fist Lord Peng Beklim." The Fist Lord, Peng Beklim, charged toward Yuan, and strands of electric current started generating from his fist. Yuan took his stance to face Beklim's fist head-on. Beklim started gathering energy in the fist. Even though the fist hadn't dropped yet, its energy was enough to destroy the surroundings. And yet this was only the first move. As Yuan noticed Beklim charging at him with huge energy emanating from his fists, there was an instinctive feeling deep down his heart. A spine-chilling, destructive fighting spirit. A bright light filled Yuan's eyes as he closed in. When the First Lord swung his fist down, a tornado of rubble shot up, creating a huge blast of thunder. It was the heavenly thunder technique. Everything where Yuan was standing was completely eradicated. Yuan looked at the spot where he had been standing just a second ago. With a flash of blue lightning and the force from the punch, an area dozens of meters wide had become a dugout pit. It would have been bad if I got caught up in that. A terrifyingly destructive technique. Yuan couldn't believe this was the first technique. Lightning mana was encircling the Fist Lord's fist. In the martial realm, they called it ki. "So you dodged it. Good judgment. If you tried to block it instead of dodging it, you'd have been dead meat," said the Fist Lord. Yuan believed him. In fact, Yuan would have been lucky if there was even a piece of his flesh left. To be able to display this much power on the 10th floor, this is crazy, thought Yuan. This might have been a test, but for the penalty to be decreased to this extent on the 10th floor, Yuan couldn't help but think that the test's difficulty made no sense. 2 left. Yuan had managed to survive 5 bouts against Crises, a ranker just like the Fist Lord. However, the penalty and the restriction of power were much stronger for Crises, not to mention the fact that he was injured in his fight against Hephaestus. "If you can, I'd like to see you try dodging it again," said the Fist Lord. Beklim took his stance to perform the second technique. Earlier, Beklim had swung his left fist. This time he swung his right fist, but very slowly. The speed at which the Fist Lord was extending his arm was almost enough to make Yuan yawn. However, it's accelerating, Yuan noticed. The slow-moving fist almost seemed like a lie as it started moving so fast that one almost couldn't see it anymore. It was the 100-step lightning fist technique. Yuan managed to dodge every fist of Fist Lord using the Cinder Eyes battle prediction skill. He could see the paths of each fist strike. When Yuan dodged the final strike of Beklim, a huge amount of lightning currents went past Yuan. The earth shook. The area that this second punch destroyed was even larger than his first. It was as if thunder and lightning rained down from the skies. After having used his second technique, Beklim squinted his eyes. Once again, Yuan had moved ahead of time and escaped the range of his attack. This time it was much closer, but this was clearly something that wasn't possible just by being quick-footed. "He moved before I even extended my fist," the Fist Lord thought. It felt as if Yuan was anticipating his movements. That was when Yuan's eyes changed to red, and it was no normal shade of red. Seeing how they changed suddenly, the Fist Lord could tell that this wasn't a normal phenomenon. It must be because of a skill, he thought. a skill that could read his attacks. He guessed that it must have been at least a rank skill because how else could he have avoided 2 of his punches? No wonder he was so confident, the Fist Lord remarked. Beklim finally understood why Yuan had wanted to start the test right away. Beklim let out a laugh. He scoffed. How absurd. His eyes flashed with lightning currents. The Fist Lord, Beklim backed off several meters away from Yuan. The martial arts world is so wide for you to just believe in one skill to fight with, said the Fist Lord. Fist Lord Beklim raised his hand, and multiple electric currents gathered over his hand. Above Mount Heaven, dark stormy clouds started to form. The peak of Mt. Heaven was above the clouds, so this was no natural phenomenon. From Beklim's hand, blue lightning was gathering, and his surroundings were starting to spark. This time, as long as we are under the same sky, you can't avoid it. Beklim spoke. Mugwek, who was watching over the fight, clicked his tongue. He could tell that the aftershocks of the attack were going to go beyond the training grounds. I'll have to do something about that, Mugwek said. Let me, the Spear Lord said while getting up from his seat. He started preparing so Beklim's attack wouldn't have an effect outside the arena. Yuan noticed the movements from the Lords of Heavenly Cult. He was confused for a second, but he could also tell that this third technique was going to be completely different than the previous ones. I won't be able to dodge this, he thought. He guessed that the power of this attack would be less than the previous 2 because even Beklim shouldn't be able to output enough power to completely annihilate this entire area. They might have been in the middle of a test, but as someone who wasn't even a high ranker, the Fist Lord shouldn't have permission to use that much power. So in exchange for having a wider range, the attack should be that much weaker. Yuan planted his 2 feet firmly into the ground. The power of the dark divine crystal traveled from his hand into his sword. On top of that, both his arms became strengthened by gigantification. Yuan clenched his sword with both hands. He enchanted the sword with the energy of the dark divine crystal, making the already black sword an even deeper shade of black. Seeing Yuan's actions brought a smile to Beklim's face. So you plan on blocking it? That may be the right choice for you, he said. Yuan's instincts told him that this attack would be unavoidable. This time you met the wrong opponent, Kim Yuan, said the Fist Lord. He raised his right hand up in the sky, finally ready to unleash his skill. Beklim thought that it would have been the right decision if he hadn't been facing him. The attack he was about to use could neither be dodged nor blocked. It was the third and final move. Beklim's hand stroked down, bringing the thunder in the sky down. It was the technique, heaven-splitting thunder. The dark clouds parted in. Lightning and thunder rained down upon the arena where Yuan and the Fist Lord stood. Dense smoke filled the arena, mixed with kicked-up dirt and rubble. The electricity that didn't dissipate traveled along the smoke. The audience was speechless at the sight of the monstrous destructive force. I almost died. So this is the rancor. I can't believe it. The audience started mumbling in trembling voices. The people closest to the fight took a step back after seeing the scorched earth right in front of them. Had the Spear Lord not blocked the attack, they would have ended up getting caught in the Fist Lord's lightning strikes. So, what are the results? The dense smoke finally parted. A figure started appearing from the smoke. A message popped up. You blocked 3 techniques from the Fist Lord, Peng Beklim. It was Yuan, who had appeared from the smoke. His hands were trembling due to the huge impact from heaven's thunder, and a lot of thunder was absorbed within his body. You have passed the second test of the heavenly demonic cult. Yuan rubbed the back of one of his hands. Because he blocked the attack head-on, the electricity that he wasn't able to stop or brush off ended up partially paralyzing him. So this is the power of combining martial arts and skills, Yuan thought. Yuan had only ever properly seen it a few times before. The techniques that Beklim displayed were no ordinary techniques. He was a martial artist who was born inside the heavenly demonic cult, but like Yuan, he was a player and a ranker who climbed the tower. And the 3 techniques that he'd used were the result of harmonizing the skills he'd mastered. The second person to be visible was Beklim. His smile and the expression of interest on his face was no longer there. In fact, it was plainly visible to everyone that he was in shock. You blocked it, said Beklim. He'd had a feeling that Yuan did, but it was now confirmed as Yuan was unveiled amidst the parting smoke. I thought that you might be able to block it, Beklim said while walking towards Yuan. He no longer saw meaning in using large techniques from a distance, but I didn't expect you to come out this unscathed. The way Beklim looked at Yuan changed, and the air around him started to change as well. He smirked while looking at Yuan. He did not expect a newbie to block all 3 techniques. Though it was faint, there was a sign of the penalty enacting itself. It meant that Beklim was preparing to use his maximum power. Do you want to continue? Beklim asked. A message pooped up. Would you like to continue this test? Yuan had cleared the test. If Yuan refused, Beklim had no right to forcefully continue it, and he'd then face the full effect of the penalty every time he attacked Yuan, not to mention that he'd be going against the heavenly demon's will. However, Yuan was very much willing to agree with the Fist Lord's wishes. Of course, that is what I wish for as well, Yuan said. Yuan had yet to put away his sword. Beklim smashed his two fists together, scaring the audience with the resulting thunderous sound. Let's keep playing. Now, why don't you attack? Beklim trailed off. As he was about to let Yuan have the first move, his face, which had been full of excitement, soured. The electricity flowing around him started to waver. Beklim could see a faint heat shimmering right before Yuan's eyes. It was some sort of physical manifestation of internal energy, no mana. Though it was half-baked, Beklim could tell what it was right away. No, he could feel what it was. You, Beklim said, pointing towards Yuan, his hand wavering ever so slightly. How are you able to use the heavenly demon spirit? It's a bit lacking to call it the heavenly demon spirit just yet, Yuan boldly responded. This is still nothing more than the shape of its base form, Yuan said, looking at the heat shimmers that were forming around him. This is merely a shell of the heavenly demon spirit, and an incomplete one at that. The heat shimmers moved in a way that seemed like they were protecting Yuan, as if they actually had a will of their own. Is that the real heavenly demon spirit? I heard he spent a whole month in the martial arts library. He must have obtained it there. This is just the second test. Yet he's managed to get his hands on the heavenly demon spirit. The Sword Lord shivered, watching the energy radiating off of Yuan. He couldn't believe this was a player that had just now reached the 10th floor. The heavenly demon spirit is the root and foundation of the heavenly demonic cult. It's the materialization of the martial arts mastered by the heavenly demon, Cheon Mujin. The Sword Lord thought while looking at Yuan. Seeing this, Beklim instinctively recoiled. The electricity weakening around Beklim was a sign of him wavering. The Beklim who looked like he was ready to punch Yuan at any moment suddenly seemed to have lost his morale. Luckily, it appears to be effective, thought Yuan. Yuan walked closer to Beklim while extracting as much power out of the dark divine crystal as possible. I can only hold the heavenly demon spirit for 3-4 minutes at best. It looks like you have no plans on attacking me head-on, so I will go first, said Yuan, while staring at Beklim with his cinder eyes. Yuan could feel Beklim's instinctive repulsion against the heavenly demon spirit, even if it was incomplete. He could feel Beklim's energy wavering. If this was the real heavenly demon spirit, I would be able to make him obey me with just a single sentence, thought Yuan. As the fist and sword clashed, the blast wave and mana rippled out in all directions. The energy of the dark divine crystal fired out of Yuan's sword as he pushed away the Fist Lord. And in that short instance, they traded blows. A message popped up. You blocked the Fist Lord Peng Beklim's 47th technique. In a matter of seconds, they have traded several blows. The Fist Lord Peng Beklim's fist was wavering. Currently, he was fighting Yuan with all he had. This was due to the faint energy of the heavenly demon spirit that was emanating from Yuan. But he could feel that the energy of heavenly demon spirit was fading as the fight progressed. So if he just holds on until then, fight fairly, Yuan, shouted the Fist Lord. But I'm not doing anything underhanded, sir, replied Yuan. Everyone in the heavenly demonic cult had thought this was an impossible test, yet despite that, Yuan was still hanging on. Another attack was traded. Yuan winced at the pain in his wrists. It was truly an awe-inspiring brute force. Another message popped up. You blocked the Fist Lord Peng Beklim's 59th technique. The Fist Lord was flung back as far as Yuan was. He had become weaker due to the influence of the heavenly demon spirit, but as time went on, his attacks were intensifying. Is he getting used to it? Thought Yuan. However, if that was the only factor, it didn't explain how quickly the Fist Lord was becoming stronger. It's either that or my heavenly demon spirit is weakening. Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by Beklim. What a shame. It's been 59 moves, but it won't look like this any longer. Beklim gritted his teeth as the penalty increased. A spark flew off of the Fist Lord's body that wasn't from his attack. His blood had started splashing out from everywhere. The penalty, Yuan thought. Yuan could instinctively feel the next attack was going to be a big one, so he stopped himself mid-swing and tightly gripped his sword with both hands. On top of that, he activated gigantification and maximized the power output of the dark divine crystal. The sword rang from the heavy impact. Yuan's wrists ached again. Had he been using an ordinary sword, it would have been shattered into pieces. I should thank Ajusi, Yuan thought. At the same time, 3 mana blasts appeared around Yuan and the Fist Lord. The Fist Lord had known that Yuan was preparing a mana blast, yet he still ran at him, not caring about it. Fire rained down upon the Fist Lord. Yuan widened the gap between them by a few steps. The Fist Lord's body was very lightly scorched. You're really sturdy, remarked Yuan. Be proud of the fact that you even managed to hurt me this much. The Fist Lord snapped back. With just a swing of his hand, he blew away the fire Yuan started with the mana blasts. It was clear that he wasn't a ranker just for show. The mana blasts blew the arena even more. There were clouds of dust everywhere. Unless the Fist Lord excessively exerted his power and got greatly impacted by the penalty, it wasn't possible for Yuan to do proper damage against him by just using mana. If only the heavenly demon spirit was slightly more complete. Yuan shook his head. The Fist Lord patted down his clothes, more bothered that his martial arts uniform was scorched over his actual body. I can't believe this, the Fist Lord spoke in a baffled tone. For me, Peng Beklim, to be unable to defeat a greenhorn that just arrived on the 10th floor. His words came from a place of pride over his skills, but anyone would have felt that way if they were in his shoes. In a fight between a newbie and a ranker, the result was obvious. That was why this test had the hidden piece, the heavenly demon spirit, as well as a limit of 3 techniques. Despite that, this kind of put a dent in my self-esteem, the Fist Lord said while laughing out loud. Unlike earlier, this was a genuine laugh. The Fist Lord again gathered energy in his arm and swung it. Yuan got into a stance. He didn't have any more time to play around. The heavenly demon spirit must be running out. Seeing as how you're rushing, the Fist Lord said. Come at me with all you've got, said the Fist Lord. Fortunately for Yuan, the Fist Lord's personality worked in his favor. He was a man that didn't know how to dodge. This was the reason why Yuan had picked the Fist Lord over the long-reaching spear or the pretty standard sword in Dao Lords. The Fist Lord wanted to defeat Yuan before his heavenly demon spirit ended. He thought that would be the only way to recover at least a little bit of his pride. The Fist Lord jumped. Yuan in turn moved like a dancer. I don't know where you learned such a thing, but that is also excellent. The Fist Lord shouted while throwing out punches to break through Yuan's defenses. Yuan was at his limits. It's over, he thought. The shape of the heavenly demon spirit behind Yuan disappeared, and at the same time, the force behind the Fist Lord's punch changed. It was an impact that felt like it could instantly snap his sword in half. Yuan's body was pushed far back. Another message popped up. You blocked the Fist Lord Peng Beklim's 89th technique. The Fist Lord must have noticed the disappearance of the awkward feeling. He stopped for a second, opening and closing his fist, measuring his strength. Then suddenly, the only thing Yuan could see was the punch coming towards him. He swung his sword, cutting right between his face and the Fist Lord's fist. Soon after, a smile came to his face. Finally, things get to be fun, said the Fist Lord. Yuan flew back a distance of 10 steps. For a second, he felt his body leave the ground. But it's not fun for me anymore, replied Yuan. This is just the beginning, so you should not say such weak things, said Beklim. He started throwing punches at Yuan. It was getting hard for you. Are you only going to dodge now? Said the Fist Lord. He looked like he didn't care either way. To begin with, it was nonsensical that Yuan was fighting him toe-to-toe. And now that the heavenly demon spirit had worn off, the Fist Lord was confident that Yuan was no longer going to fight him head-on. All right, fine. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Accepting the penalty, the Fist Lord continued to gather his ki. Large sparks flew around his hands while the martial arts training grounds started to become filled with his electric ki. Yuan noticed the clear difference. It was evident to him how much the Fist Lord had been bothered by the heavenly demon's spirit. He's like a completely different person, he thought. Yuan had to make a decision. A full frontal fight was no longer an option. Yuan focused on maximizing the power of Cinder Eyes. He could see it. The Fist Lord's punch headed straight at him. Yuan dodged the punch and tried to swing back. But, I don't have enough time, he thought. He saw a punch coming in from the left. These movements were much more rapid than earlier. Yuan felt a chill down his entire spine. He knew that if he took even a single hit, it would be bad. Just 2 hits. That's all it would take for Yuan to be pummeled completely. And that's only if I managed to block it using gigantification. The Fist Lord could feel it. This was a short yet much longer duel than he had originally anticipated. But all things must come to an end. All right, the Fist Lord said. Let's end this. To that end, the Fist Lord shot out a single punch. Yuan used gigantification. Yuan extended his arm. The Fist Lord's eyes widened while watching Yuan's hand come at him. What the? The force of the Fist Lord's fist got absorbed by Yuan's palm. Planting both of his legs firmly into the ground, Yuan managed to stop the Fist Lord's punch with his hand. A huge shockwave was created due to their clash. The Fist Lord heard Yuan's wrist snap, but that was all he managed to do to Yuan. For a second, his face turned white. For Yuan to actually stop him, at this distance? The Fist Lord thought. With this unexpected situation, the Fist Lord's judgment slowed down. Yuan normally held his sword with his right hand, but now Yuan's right hand was holding the Fist Lord's fist. That meant Yuan's sword right now was... The energy of the dark divine crystal went from his right hand, through his body, into his left hand. On reflex, the Fist Lord followed the path of the energy with his eyes. While holding on tightly to the Fist Lord's fist, Yuan slashed his chest. Blood spilled out from the cut. The wound wasn't that deep, but it was enough to drench the Fist Lord's hand when he touched the wound. With no longer enough strength to hold onto the Fist Lord's hand, Yuan let go of him. Yuan's right arm, which had taken a direct blow from a punch he threw while accepting the penalty, was limp and broken. For having been a direct cut, there wasn't that much blood. But the problem was that he had actually been inflicted with a wound. The Fist Lord took a few steps back, looking at the blood in the palm of his hand. The Fist Lord couldn't believe he let a 10th floor player draw blood. No, maybe the problem was that I gave him an opening to attack my chest. Did I lose? The Fist Lord said. He was absolutely stumped, lowering both fists. It was obvious the Fist Lord would be the victor if they continued to fight like this. However, this seems to be my loss, the Fist Lord said. The Fist Lord put up both his hands to signify defeat before putting them down. This meant that a message popped up. The Fist Lord, Peng Beklim, signals his defeat. Is this for real? Did the Fist Lord actually lose? Are we sure he didn't go easy on him? Everyone present in the arena was astonished by the results. They went on and on about the fight between Yuan and the Fist Lord. A miracle had happened. The second test of the heavenly demonic cult ended. The Sword Lord, while looking at Yuan, thought, yes, it is exactly a miracle. Now he completely believes in Kim Yuan. This is beyond what is allowed in the rules. The Dao and Spear Lords tried to stop the Fist Lord, but the Sword Lord held them back. Let's just watch. Even the heavenly demon is simply spectating. With that, the Dao Lord and the Spear Lord finally noticed Cheon Mujin, the heavenly demon, watching the fight from the sidelines. The heavenly demon who watched the whole match left after Yuan won the match. A message popped up. You have perfectly cleared the second test of the heavenly demonic cult. Yuan was totally beaten down, without an ounce of energy left within his body. He let out a sigh just as the message popped up. You have obtained the heavenly demon spirit. Later that day, the four lords gathered together to have a discussion about Yuan. Is it all right to just let it be? Said the Spear Lord. Both you and I went to the library to attain the heavenly demon spirit, but the Spear Lord continued, but got interrupted by the Sword Lord as he said, it's fine. If it was that easy, it would have been found long ago, the Sword Lord said while stroking his beard, watching the martial artists heading to the library. There was a reason why such a great technique was inside the low-rank martial arts portion of the library. The heavenly demon spirit was actually not that different from your standard breathing and cultivation technique. It was nothing more than a breathing technique that allowed one to accept energy, and it was incredibly hard to discern that it was the heavenly demon spirit just by reading it. Not to mention, mastering it is a whole other story, the Sword Lord thought. The Sword Lord thought, from the perspective of the cult, we can no longer just leave the heavenly demon spirit there. Even if it was just a shell of the technique, the heavenly demon spirit was still a symbol of the heavenly demonic cult. So he was thinking about counterattacking that entire time. The Fist Lord mumbled while opening and closing his hands, recapping the fight in his mind. The Sword Lord's eyes darted over to the Fist Lord, who was mumbling while staring down at his palm. Fist Lord, Mugwek said, walking over to Beklim, who was still standing at the center of the training ground. Don't be too embarrassed about this. No one could have foreseen him having learned the heavenly demon spirit. The Sword Lord said that to console him, but the Fist Lord had an unexpected reaction. Embarrassed? The Fist Lord said with an oddly proud look on his face. Then the Fist Lord started laughing proudly. After seeing the Fist Lord's expression, the Sword Lord was reminded how much the Fist Lord enjoyed fighting, and he realized how much this fight might actually have been stimulating and enjoyable for him. He's going to become a high ranker one day, the Fist Lord declared, and he's probably going to surpass our leader. After a moment of silence, the Sword Lord nodded his head. He couldn't deny it. It's honestly an honor, having gotten to have such a fun fight against a guy like that. Hearing the Fist Lord's response, the Sword Lord understood his feeling. The Sword Lord thought, while looking at the empty spot where the heavenly demon had stood. Soon the Lord will go find him. There was only a single test left, and that test was probably going to be conducted by the heavenly demon himself. Yuan received treatment at the medical house. He only needed to receive treatment for his right arm. While blocking the Fist Lord's final punch, a few of the broken bones had pierced through the skin. It really sucks not having hit triple digits with my arcane power. His magic power has reached 98. Just 2. If he had only managed to raise this stat twice more, he would have hit triple digits. Once you reached 100 with this stat, you were able to feel much more clearly the impact of each stat. While lying down, he recapped his fight against the Fist Lord. It was shallow. The sensation of his left hand cutting into the Fist Lord's chest. Yuan predominantly used his right hand. Due to that, there would have been an inevitable difference in power. However, the reason the cut was shallow wasn't just due to the difference between his right and left hands. In order to leave a dent on a ranker's body, you needed something extra. Had Yuan had 100 arcane power, he would have been able to leave a much deeper wound on the Fist Lord's chest. Yuan knew that it would take about 2 days for his arm to heal without any proper medicine, as the doctor told him. But for broken bones and torn flesh, it would be a pretty fast recovery. He remembered when he got scolded by the chief doctor for getting these injuries and for not having even a simple herb for treatment. Yuan checked his newly obtained skill, the Heavenly Demon Spirit. It is a skill created by the Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult, Cheon Mujin. It is an exclusive martial art of the school. It holds dominance over lower-ranked martial arts. By dividing your spirit, you are able to create a clone. The power of the Heavenly Demon Spirit is dependent on how much mana you imbue into the clone. A minus rank. It was definitely a good skill. A rank was enough for most rankers to desire it. So this is the skill I obtained at the midpoint. Thinking about the difficulty of the test, it was a lackluster reward. But Yuan didn't think of it like that. It was likely that the Heavenly Demon mastered this skill, reaching 100% proficiency with it. The Heavenly Demon Spirit was definitely a great skill, but the test isn't over yet. And right on cue, Kim Yuan-nim, an attendant, came to Yuan, who was resting in his lodgings. The Heavenly Demon is calling for you, he said. Guided by the attendant, Yuan was led to the deepest part of the cult. The Heavenly Demon, Yuan remembered, was someone who didn't care for formalities and disliked complicated things. Due to that, his residence looked no different than the other houses in the cult. The Lord's Manor of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. Right at the entrance, the attendant took a step back. He has ordered that only a single person come in, the attendant said. Of course, that single person meant Yuan. He left the attendant, who stayed behind, and stepped over the threshold. Surprisingly, inside the manor, he couldn't sense anyone's presence. Yuan didn't think that the Heavenly Demon would leave the place after calling him here. He's as sluggish as always. With Yuan's current skills, it was impossible for him to sense the presence of a high ranker. Like the Heavenly Demon, Yuan walked slowly through the Lord's Manor, sightseeing. Nameless egg bears its fangs. The tower was notified. Yuan paused for a moment and turned to look the other way. He internally asked the egg, "Is it here?" What was waiting for you? There was the Heavenly Demon, who he had caught a quick glimpse of after he passed the first test. "So you're here," the Heavenly Demon Cheon Mujin said while opening his eyes. Yuan slightly bowed his head towards him. Cheon Mujin, the Heavenly Demon. He was a living piece of history of the martial realm. After attaining the position of a high ranker through personal strength and the power of the Heavenly Demonic Cult, he became a recluse in empty heaven, stopping all external activities. The only thing he did was oversee the tests, but as not a single person had passed the test, some even speculated that he might have died. "I heard you called for me," Yuan said while looking straight at Mujin. Mujin had a tall figure, towering over 2 meters. His shoulders were wide, and he was wearing a bright red dragon robe that covered his entire body. Despite sitting down, his eyes were almost level with Yuan's, so Yuan waited for him to speak without sitting down. "Is your arm okay?" Yuan responded to Mujin's question while shaking his arm, as you can see. Suddenly a message popped up. The Moonlight Sword activates its effects. Yuan's sword, Edge of Nightfall, was a sword that really shone in darkness. Its effect of accelerating health and mana recovery allowed Yuan to start healing quicker once it had become night. Under the influence of night, your health regeneration speed increases. Stamina regeneration speed, plus 102%. The heavenly demon Cheon Mujin's attention shifted towards the Moonlight Sword. That's a good sword. It makes me want it. Despite being unmaterialistic for the most part, Mujin was quite greedy when it came to swords. Due to that, for a while, there was even a rumor that the heavenly demonic cult's vault actually stored many of the weapons that had disappeared from the tower. I'm sure it's not as good as the sword you own, sir. This is off limits. There's an Ajusi that'd chew me out for failing to maintain my own weapon, said Yuan. Mujin spoke while staring at Yuan. Are you talking about Hephaestus? He certainly has the right to do that. You know Ajusi? Said Yuan. I don't, but I have had the opportunity to wield a few swords that he's made. Mujin's greed for swords was greater than expected. Let's end the chit-chat here, Mujin said while getting up from his seat. V, with his over 2-meter tall stature, almost felt like he was face-to-face with a giant. Let's start the final test right away, Mujin continued. It was an unexpected response. Yuan said while shaking his broken arm. My arm's still like this. Didn't you say you were okay? Sigh, Mujin. I meant that it was okay for me to move. I'm still in no condition to fight, Yuan rebutted. If possible, Yuan wanted to take the test while he was at his peak condition. It doesn't matter, Mujin said while quickly turning around and walking away. You won't have to use that arm anyway. Mujin headed over to an empty wall with nothing. Confused by Mujin's claim that he wouldn't need his arm, Yuan wondered why Mujin had walked towards the wall. That was when, with a small shimmer, Mujin disappeared. Is it a barrier? Yuan wondered. Yuan quickly used Cinder Eyes to investigate the spot where Mujin disappeared. His hunch was right. Where Mujin had been, there was a small trace of a barrier. What are you doing? Why aren't you entering? It was Mujin's voice. This is different from the one that's at the bottom of MT. Heaven. It's much more precise and complicated. Pressed by the heavenly demon, Yuan carefully walked into the barrier. A message popped up. Cinder Eyes tries to resist the Requiem barrier. Fortunately, the first step wasn't hard to take, revealing a large open area where he'd thought a wall existed. A noise rang inside his ears, and for a second his head became dizzy. Another message came ringing. Cinder Eyes fails to resist the Requiem barrier. A barrier so powerful that Cinder Eyes couldn't resist it. I can't break through this. If he lost his focus for even a second, he'd fall prey to the illusion of the barrier. That was when a big hand grabbed his shoulder and yanked him inside. Yuan could not understand what was happening. He could only be helplessly dragged inside the barrier. What do you guys think will happen to Yuan? Will he be able to uncover the demon cult's secret and clear all of its trials as well? Cheon Mujin grabbed Yuan and took him inside the barrier. A message popped up as he entered. You've entered the heavenly demonic cave. The final test of the heavenly demonic cult will begin. His spinning vision returned back to normal. Yuan shook his head once and then looked around. He could see Mujin standing close to him. His surroundings were a dark, damp tunnel. It was a cave. Mujin turned to look at Yuan and asked to follow him closely. Mujin started striding forward. Yuan started a fire to light up the dark, humid cave, holding it above his hand like a torch. His tensions were at an all-time high as he followed Mujin. Did you learn the heavenly demon spirit? Mujin asked. Yuan responded, yes. It was turned into a skill while walking behind Mujin. Then it'll probably be easier to handle now. The world's become a much better place, said Mujin. He sounded like an old grandpa, but Yuan could understand where Mujin was coming from. Mujin was one of the oldest rankers alive, an ancient ranker. You're an excellent fighter. I have watched your fight. Mujin threw out a sudden compliment. Take good care of it. Take care? Yuan asked in confusion, but he didn't get a response back. Yuan didn't understand what Mujin could have meant by take care. As he closed in, a message popped up. Nameless egg bares its fangs. Nameless egg salivates. The egg started having a reaction. Inside the quiet cave, the footsteps of the two echoed loudly. The fire in Yuan's hand flickered, even though there was no wind. And that wasn't the only thing. Towards the end of the heavenly demonic cave, a light could be seen in the distance, a purple, flickering light. It was a sensation that was similar yet different from mana. There really was something here, Yuan thought. As he got closer to the fire, Yuan could see the identity of the light. It was a fire. A purple, shimmering fire. The fire wasn't that large. It was only the size of an adult male's fist, and it floated up in the air like some sort of will-o-wisp. It was so faint, he could only feel it now that he'd gotten this close to it, but Yuan was sure that this was a power that came from outside the tower. The egg, on the other hand, had detected it much earlier. He couldn't feel any heat coming off of it, but Yuan felt an instinctive repulsion to the fire. It felt like just by getting close to it, his entire body would be burnt to cinders. Yuan only managed to shake off the tension in his chest by taking deep breaths. Mujin spoke while staring at the fire. This is the divine fire. Divine fire? Yuan wondered. A divine fire. Yuan thought how simple of a name it was. And in his memory, there were quite a few skills with that name. It doesn't even feel like a divine power, Yuan thought. There's an old prophecy that's been passed down from long ago, since the cult decided to settle down on Mount Heaven and discovered this fire. The cult exists to protect this fire and find its master. Mujin spoke with a sorrowful smile. The first heavenly demon of the cult, the second heavenly demon, and even my master. They all passed after living for this purpose. It is the same for me as well. Yuan spoke up, staring at Cheon Mujin. He said, a prophecy. I'm having a hard time relating to it. Cheon Mujin replied to Yuan's confusion. It's a boring old tale that can't keep up with the times. But believing and following such things is a common habit among geezers like me. Do you truly believe in the prophecy? Asked Yuan. The heavenly demonic cult is a religion first and foremost before it is a martial school. And religion is something where the foundation will falter when faith wavers. Mujin's faith in the cult did not waver an inch while answering Yuan's question. Despite having lived a much longer life than his predecessors, he still placed all his faith in the cult. However, in this tower, there are factions much larger than the cult, and there are also people much stronger than me. That's why I had no choice but to use a trick to protect the holy fire from them. Is that why you created a test with the holy fire as a reward? Said Yuan, while curiously looking at Mujin. He replied saying, that's right. Thanks to that, the difficulty has become like this. By using the test as a guise, he could hide and protect the divine fire, Yuan thought, while staring at the flame floating mid-air. Yuan then asked, has anyone ever managed to make it this far? Mujin replied saying, the Sword Lord. He's seen this before. Purple light could be seen reflecting in Mujin's eyes as he stared at the divine fire. But he didn't manage to beat it. That was only natural. The power of an outer god wasn't something that a player who had just climbed to the 10th floor could win against. It was a fire that even a ranker would have a hard time beating. So of course the Sword Lord couldn't do it as a normal player. However, this is most likely not an impossible test. If that was the case, the administrator wouldn't have allowed this test to exist, Mujin said while looking at Yuan. This is the final test. With those words, the holy fire, which was only the size of a fist, started to grow larger. Survive through this fire. Endure it until you are acknowledged by the holy fire. The fire slowly grew larger and larger. Endure the holy fire. When you surrender, this test will end. Messages popped up with the announcement of what the test was. Yuan still couldn't feel any actual heat, but it still felt like it might swallow and melt Yuan to the bones at any moment. Yuan looked at the purple, shimmering fire. The holy fire quickly grew in size, already reaching the roof of the cave. Without even needing to move, it felt like the fire would soon swallow him. Mujin stared at the purple sea of flames before looking over at Yuan. So it's hard even for him, Mujin thought, needing to walk into such a fire. It was honestly a ridiculous test. There was a tale of the great sage Sun Wukong enduring over 40 days inside an 8-trigram crucible. However, that was a test given to Wukong when he was nearing the top of the tower. It was the same way for Shin Mugwek. The Sword Lord Shin Mugwek managed to get directly in front of the holy fire. However, he was unable to actually challenge the test. It was because of fear. It might be better for him to give up. This is a fire that can even swallow a ranker. Mujin knew very well that this was a difficult test. Even if Yuan had the skills to take on the Fist Lord's punches, he was still just a normal human in front of this mysterious power. Still, he managed to obtain the heavenly demon's spirit. So, in the midst of Mujin's train of thought, Yuan, who had only been silently staring at the holy fire, started to walk forward. And at the same time, the holy fire opened its mouth as if inviting Yuan in. Yuan felt like a moth flying towards a flame as he stepped closer to the shimmering twilight. Fire. After just a few steps, the holy fire suddenly engulfed Yuan. Cinder eyes resist the holy fire. Yuan's cinder eyes automatically activated. The fire wasn't hot. No, Yuan had to think that the fire wasn't hot. This fire grows by consuming fear, thought Yuan. Pyromancy robe resists the holy fire. Fortunately, Yuan had quite a bit of flame resistance. The divine fire wasn't a fire that just burned hot. It takes on the form of fire. It has the power to wear down those who feared it and burn them to cinders. That was the real reason why the holy fire was so dangerous. I cannot be afraid of the fire. It was hot. As he walked deeper inside, the heat grew stronger and the flames became more intense. The shimmering fire gathered together, forming images, changing constantly. It changed into hideous forms that couldn't be described with words, messing with Yuan's eyes. Nameless egg opens its eyes. Nameless egg bares its fangs. As Yuan entered the fire, messages started popping. Yuan could feel the egg twitching. Holding a tight grip on the inventory on his waist, he warned the egg. "Stay still," said Yuan. It was fine that it ate Orochi's corpse, but the holy fire was a different story. This was a test that Yuan had to overcome, especially if this was related to an evil creature from outside the tower. "Also, if you eat this, there won't be anything left for me," said Yuan while staring at the egg. Yuan didn't believe in things like prophecies, but the system was trustworthy enough. The divine fire continued to grow, and as he walked deeper into the fire of his own will, Yuan's heart raced at a rapid pace. It was a sensation he hadn't felt in a while. Outers were beings that were beyond common sense and knowledge. Coming from a world outside the tower, they could make you feel fear worse than death just by coming face to face with them. That was exactly the situation Yuan was in right now. Yuan knew if he feared this power, he had no right to control this great power. Yuan stared into the eyes of the purple flame monster that wrapped around him. The divine flame circled around Yuan's body, eating his fear and growing into a monster. "I don't know what you are, but I've seen enough outers to be sick of them," said Yuan. He had already experienced more than enough psychological fear. In order to fight against the outers, you needed a strong mental foundation, or you wouldn't even be able to stand in front of them, let alone fight them. He walked forward, thinking back to the war against the outers, the fight against those bastards, the crumbling world, and the monsters that were swallowing it up. He had become weaker from returning to the past, but Yuan's mind was no different than back then. In fact, it had become stronger. The raging fire started engulfing Yuan's body. Suddenly, Yuan fiercely stared at the purple flame and spoke in a rage. "I'm not afraid of you. I have returned to win against you guys." The raging fire spread more fiercely as Yuan finished speaking. It engulfed his whole body. The fire then started entering Yuan's body. He could not do anything but bear the pain to become worthy of this great power. Suddenly, the raging fire started calming down. The dark divine crystal shimmered brightly and released its energy outward, increasing Yuan's recovery. In Yuan's field of vision, the divine fire that looked like a huge beast started turning into a small flame. The divine flame then split into 3 pieces. A message popped up. "You passed the test of the heavenly demonic cult. You have obtained the title, Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. You obtained 100,000 points. You have obtained a skill of a higher tier than the colossal fire. The skill perishes." With the ringing message, Yuan was able to confirm that the test was over. "You have obtained holy fire. You have obtained the right to move on to the 11th floor." The divine fire that floated around like a will-o-wisp slowly drifted around his field of vision. This was a very different response than earlier. "So it doesn't intend on fighting me." The holy fire was now following him. The appearance of the vicious monster was a temporary form for the test. Mujin, who had been watching over the holy fire for ages, had never seen this happen before. But of course, that was inevitable since there was no one who had seriously attempted to obtain the holy fire before either. Did he give up? Mujin thought. The holy fire that had been growing as if it would fill the entirety of the heavenly demonic cave slowly died down. And from a distance, within the fire, Yuan's shadow became visible. "So he's still alive," Mujin remarked. Mujin could only see Yuan's back, but he was standing up. Expecting the massive holy fire to return back to its normal state, Mujin waited. However, the divine fire did not return back to normal. A purple fire was wrapped around Yuan. Mujin's eyes widened. Could it be? He said in disbelief. This was something he had wanted all along, but because things had stayed the way they were for so long, he questioned if the day would ever come. Mujin looked at Yuan and the purple fire shimmering off his body. On top of that, the holy fire circled around you like willow wisps. Unable to believe what was happening, Mujin quickly went over to Yu-won and asked, "What happened?" Mujin looked at Yu-won's eyes. Yu-won didn't look back at Mujin. Staring at the holy fire, Yu-won's eyes seemed hazy and out of focus. And after a moment, Yu-won slowly collapsed forward. A few days later, when Yu-won woke up, the first thing Yu-won did was check the condition of his body. Next on the list was to check his newly obtained reward. Divine Fire was an S+ rank skill. Depending on the enemy's emotions, it is able to exude greater power without any additional consumption of mana. It will not harm any targets one does not wish to hurt. It was a reward that Yu-won was satisfied with and worth all the time he had spent on it. But the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult? Yu-won thought back to one of the messages. A title was a person's secondary name or position. Normally, even rankers struggled to obtain a single title, yet here Yu-won had obtained one as a reward for the 10th floor. A few days had already passed, but the heavenly demon Cheon Mujin was still pondering over what he had witnessed. He had actually managed to obtain Divine Fire, he thought. Yu-won got up from his spot and went outside. An attendant who was waiting for Yu-won promptly led him to the Lord's manor. "So you're here," said Mujin. Cheon Mujin was sitting at the same spot as before in the same exact position. After a moment, they went outside the residence and sat there to have their discussion. "Is it still necessary for you to stay there? It's not like there's anything to guard anymore," Yu-won said. "Habits aren't so easy to fix. I tried going elsewhere, but I didn't quite feel comfortable," replied Mujin. The holy fire that Mujin had to protect was no longer there. It was now something for Yu-won to carry. They continued their discussion. "I obtained a title," said Yu-won. "Do you mean the title of Vice Lord? Keep it. You're plenty qualified, possessing both the holy fire and the heavenly demon spirit. Even if I become a ranker, I won't be joining the heavenly demonic cult," said Yu-won. "Do as you want. It's not something that's intended to tie you down anyway. It's a reward you obtained by passing the test fair and square, so you can reap the benefits as much as you want." Despite it taking a lot of courage for Yu-won to tell this to Mujin, his response was surprisingly indifferent. Mujin continued speaking. He said, "The heavenly demon divine cult had opposed Murim for a long time. It's an authority that can rule over that power. It will become another precious reward for you." He didn't have any responsibilities but could still reap all the benefits, as Mujin said. Yu-won was worried that Mujin might pick him as the next lord of the cult, but it seemed that wasn't the case. "That was a good thing for you." "Then I'll take it gratefully," Yu-won said while standing from his spot. "Are you leaving right away?" Mujin asked. "I'll stop by again when it's time for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament," Yu-won replied. "Are you thinking of participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament?" Mujin asked. "I'm planning on it. That is, if I'm still below the 25th floor by then," replied Yu-won. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament was a tournament for players between the 10th and 25th floors. Held 3 times a year, it was the most anticipated event on the lower floors. Yu-won got up from his seat. He had barely anything left to pack. Rations and other necessities were all already inside his inventory. Yu-won bowed his head to Mujin and left to climb up to the next floor. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Mujin murmured to himself again. With the holy fire finally finding its master, the hard shackles that had been holding him down for such a long time disappeared. Mujin, whose life mission had been protecting the holy fire, started wondering, what should I do? For the first time ever. That's when it came to him. The thing that the heavenly demonic cult had wanted long before the divine fire appeared. His eyes sparked as he spoke. "I guess it's time to return to the martial realm." The 11th floor was a world named Taklan. With over 90% of the land being mountains or forests, it wasn't all that great of an environment for people to live in. Due to that, the majority of the residents of the 11th floor were races of the forest, like elves or dwarves. The test on the 11th floor was a team battle. Normally when you think of teams, you think of 5, maybe 10 people on each side, but that wasn't how the 11th floor's test was conducted. It was a test where there could be as few as 100 to as many as 200 people on each team, with the teams randomly formed from a pool of test participants. Inside a building in Taklon, a man was desperately praying. "Please this time." The player Halaman mumbled while praying. He didn't believe in God, but around his time, he would always magically end up being religious. Currently, he is waiting for the test schedule. He heard the ring of the message, and soon after, a giant screen popped up in front of him. The screen was dense with letters. There were a total of 416 participants in this test. However, that wasn't the important part. The really important part was the members that participated in the test. "Please," Halaman mumbled as he looked at the screen. I'm on Team A. Naturally, Lars and Melly are on the same team as me. As for the other guys, while looking around at the other names on the screen, Halloman started to sweat. Who are all of these guys? After going through over 100 names, he had only heard of a few of these guys, and all of them were pathetically unskilled. There was even someone that was blacklisted from trolling in the last test, putting their own team in danger. Halloman naturally ended up looking through the names of Team B. The first name was already not looking good. Lowell, as a player with a rare healing type skill. And since Lowell was on the roster, that meant that her teammates should also be on Team B. Of course those guys are with her. Wait, what's this? Namgung Hoon. This was also a terrifying name to see. Hoon was a direct pureblood of the Namgung clan. It was said that there were few who were capable of rivaling him on the lower floors. That very man was a part of Team B. What the hell is up with this? Halloman cried out loudly while slamming his fists on the table. It was impossible for him to not complain about this. Halloman had already failed the test 3 times. Not only did he lack skills, he also had shit luck when it came to his teams. This test is going to be the worst one yet, he mumbled to himself. What kind of deranged coincidence is this? It honestly made him doubt if the teams were even really decided at random. Still not giving up yet, he continued to look through the team roster, eventually coming across a familiar name. Kim Yoo-won. It was a name that he could never forget, having heard it so many times recently. Halloman tilted his head, staring at the 3-syllable name at the end of the Team A roster. Maybe it's just someone with the same name? For Yoo-won alone to be on Team A, while all the other skilled players were on Team B, it seemed quite unbalanced. If it actually is him, he's also pretty unlucky. It was certain that Yoo-won had great skills. Halloman had never seen them with his own eyes, but this was a guy that had broken record, after record starting on the first floor. But this test was doomed. Halloman was certain that even Yoo-won wouldn't be able to turn the tables by himself. Having confirmed all the members, Halloman turned back with no energy left in his body. The test was set to start in a week. Yoo-won had already reached the 11th floor. He went to an inn to rent out a room for his stay. Yoo-won took out the test rooster to check on the contestants. That's really childish, Yoo-won said, sighing deeply after checking the members list. There were quite a few familiar names on Team B. Roel, Namgung Hoon, Salamov, Spiros. I think this guy is an Olympian pureblood. There's also a guy from Asgard as well, Yoo-won wondered. On the other hand, Team A had no one he recognized. It wasn't hard to figure out why there was such a large difference between the two teams. If I remember correctly, the 11th floor belongs to Olympus. The test examiner is Hypnos, one of Olympus's rankers, Yoo-won thought. The 11th floor was one of the floors that Olympus had the greatest amount of influence over, and there was no way that Olympus would look kindly on the culprit that stopped them from capturing Hephaestus. So they're really going all out, huh? It was as plain as day to you. They wanted Yoo-won to fail the test as payback, and as testing sites were extraterritorial zones where murder was allowed, they might even have a more sinister plan laid out for you. However, well, whatever. After checking the lists of team members, Yoo-won simply turned away and walked towards the innkeeper. The next customer, said the inn owner Khalif, greeting the new customer with a hand on his chin. It was a new face he hadn't seen around. From his experience, most players who had just arrived on the 11th floor had a similar reaction to the previous guy. Are there any rooms left? The newbie asked. Of course, we have rooms, but the bottom floor is full. So what do you want to do? Said the innkeeper. If that's the case, give me a room on your top floor, Yoo-won replied calmly. Top floor? Khalif responded while straightening his pose, taking his hand off his chin. A room on the top floor costs 100 points. It doesn't matter, Yoo-won replied. For someone to not care about a 100-point room, that was an amount that, unless you were a pureblood from a top guild, you could never even dream of spending on just lodging. Khalif could smell the scent of money. By the way, you guys can do currency exchanges, right? Said Yoo-won. Khalif's eyes twinkled, quickly nodded his head in response. Of course, sir. What bills are they? Realizing that this was a big-shot customer, Khalif's attitude did a 180, bringing his hands together and showing respect to Yoo-won. Asgardian, 384 bills of 1,000 points. Yoo-won said while handing the innkeeper a thick white envelope. Yoo-won further said, I'd like you to exchange all of it into points, minus the exchange fee, of course. A whopping 384 Asgardian bills. Seeing them made Khalif's eyes turn white from shock. As the bill exchanged, a message popped up. You have obtained 376,320 points. Exchanging the bills netted Yuan a large sum. But even without this money, he was already rich because of the obscenely large amount of points he had obtained from each floor. His total points were around 900k. Yuan went to the room he booked and called out loud, "Hey, lackey, would you like to call a lackey?" Speaking into the player kit, a message popped up. Yuan responded to the player kit. The wait wasn't long. Lackeys had an exceptional ability to sniff out money. "What can I help you with?" With a bright voice, what appeared was not a Pierrot, but instead was a finger-sized fairy with wings. Yuan thought the taste of the 11th floor's administrator was better than that of the tutorial's administrator. A fairy was much better to look at than a Pierrot with a sickening, smiling face. "Is the shop usable right now?" said Yuan. "Of course. Please tell me what you want. We have everything there is, except for what we don't." The fairy was overtly friendly. It was completely different in every way from the lackeys of the tutorial. "It's probably due to the points I have," Yuan thought. "So what do you need, sir?" the lackey asked with a twinkle in its eyes. Yuan already knew what he needed, but he pretended to think for a moment. One of the ways to buy things cheap from a lackey was to appear that you didn't actually need the thing. Or else they'll jack up the prices, Yuan thought. "First, let me peruse a bit," said Yuan. "Of course, sir." With a flick of the lackey's hand, a hazy screen popped up in front of Yuan listing thousands of varieties of items. Looking around the screen nonchalantly, Yuan searched for a single item, adamantium. It was the only material that could complete the dark divine crystal. "I hope there's some available for sale," Yuan thought. Lackeys possessed a nearly uncountable amount of items. As long as he could purchase some adamantium and receive Hephaestus's help, he could obtain an item far greater than what was available here. "It's here." Yuan's eyes twinkled before he caught himself. His facial expression almost revealed his true feelings for lackey. After finding the adamantium, Yuan still browsed over items, only coming back to it much later. "How much is this?" he asked. The lackey smiled after seeing what Yuan was pointing at. He replied, "Adamantium? Nice choice, but there are plenty of other good objects as well, so why that one? Finished items are too expensive. I thought it'd be cheaper to purchase the raw materials and make something myself," Yuan replied while looking up at the fairy. "That is normally true, however, it is a bit different for adamantium." The lackey's eyes were smiling. He continued, "This is an unbreakable material, and not only does it have great mana conductivity, it can even amplify mana. There's no other mineral like it in the world." Yuan could tell that something was wrong. The lackey appeared as if it knew something. The lackey went on a spiel, but Yuan already knew how great of a mineral adamantium was. Adamantium is the only material out there that can self-amplify mana. Taking its hardness and durability into account, it's honestly a cheat-like material, Yuan thought to himself. That was the reason why blacksmiths described adamantium as the material of dreams. But, due to its incredible hardness and durability, there were less than 10 blacksmiths in the entire tower that were capable of handling this mineral. The lackey continued babbling. "As long as you can get your hands on it, you can definitely make an amazing item out of it. Of course, there aren't many blacksmiths who can handle it, but you're acquainted with Hephaestus, aren't you?" The lackey knew about Yuan's relationship with Hephaestus. Yuan had a serious look in his eyes as he spoke. "So why does that matter?" The lackey spoke. "Well, since you're a player capable of getting it crafted into any item, wouldn't that naturally increase its value?" Lackey wasn't wrong. Any other player that came across adamantium would have to first face the hurdle of finding a blacksmith that could refine it. And even if they found someone capable, they'd need to pay an exorbitant crafting cost. In that regard, Yuan was in an extremely advantageous position with Hephaestus being greatly indebted to him. So the lackey said, "That is why the value of adamantium will be far higher for you." Yuan had a slight snarl on his face. The conversation had gone on longer than he wanted in a direction he disliked. "So, what's the price?" he asked. "Yes. It'll be 1.5 million points for 1.7 kilograms of adamantium," the lackey replied. "I don't have that much money." Yuan's expression turned sour as the lackey continued on with the babbling and increased the price out of nowhere. "I am able to provide a loan with an interest of 11.5%. Actually, since you are a reputable player, I can even give you a loan at a 10% interest rate," said the lackey. Lackeys were businessmen at heart. Yuan let out a deep sigh. "A loan, you say? I guess it can't be helped." The lackey nodded its head and spoke, "Excellent choice. Then the points you are short on will be borrowed through a loan at an interest rate." The lackey was quite happy as he got a famous player in his hands, and with the loan interest, he could control Yuan however he wanted. But suddenly, "I'll just have to buy it elsewhere," Yuan said, closing the item shop window. It all happened in an instant. The lackey went into shock, but that didn't last long. It once again put on a nice smile. Hee. If that's the case, I could discount it a little bit. I'm not sure if you know, but this is a very rare item that can't be purchased elsewhere. The lackey started speaking in a trembling voice. Even without it, I'll have no difficulties climbing the tower. Yuan's response put the lackey into shock again for an entirely different reason. Yuan continued, I have plenty of time. There are lackeys on other floors, not to mention there are also auction houses. And if it comes down to it, I could also just buy a different item. In short, Yuan was telling the lackey that if it was going to propose such a price, he had no intention of doing business with it. Yuan took a deep sigh and then said, let's just end this here. Wait, the lackey said in a panic. Yuan was smiling on the inside. He was now in control of the flow of things. Yuan had a serious look on his face and said coldly, I told you. Let's forget it. I'm not buying. The lackey was intimidated by Yuan's reaction. Yuan kept on negotiating the price for adamantium, and then finally he said to the fairy, I will just buy it from you at 850,000 points. The fairy was so irritated by Yuan's babbling that it wanted to beat him up, but due to the limited number of people capable of crafting, paired with the price, there were very few actual purchases and sales of adamantium. So even though it was valuable, for a lackey, holding on to it did nothing for it. In the end, 850k was still a lot of points, and it was unknown when another big baller like Yuan would come by. So it was essential for the lackey to secure Yuan here. 850,000 points. That was a fairly reasonable price, and it was the result of a long haggling session. That might even be cheaper than the market price, Yuan thought. Yuan nodded his head. If that's the price, I will purchase it. The lackey, who looked like it was on the brink of tears, brightened up a little. But that was short-lived. The lackey carefully opened its mouth. After watching Yuan's scary expression, the lackey accepted the deal. Anyway, could you do? Never mind. Let's just do 850k. The lackey then happily offered the deal with the corresponding price. A screen opened in front of Yuan with the deal. He accepted it. With this, Yuan had spent 850,000 points and went broke, but he finally obtained adamantium. After finishing the deal, lackey further asked Yuan, is there anything else you need? But Yuan nodded in denial. Then please call me again, if you need something. After saying this, the fairy disappeared. It was a pretty decent trade for Yuan. Truthfully, the sooner he obtained adamantium, the better it was for him. Now, I need to get this to Ajusi. Yuan thought while looking at the pure dark divine crystal on the back of his invisible glove. However, I need this for the next test. The 11th floor was Olympus's domain. That meant that Olympus had many options to manipulate the test as well as to lay traps for him. Even for someone like Hephaestus, refining adamantium was no easy task, adding to the list of reasons why not too many people sought out this amazing mineral. 1 month at the very least to even over 3 months. That's how long it would take to produce the item. The pure dark divine crystal was Yuan's greatest weapon. Not only could it release its own mana, but it could also change the attribute of mana with little effort. I'll have to go down as soon as I finish this test. With a week left until the test, Yuan actually had a lot of time remaining. After taking a moment to think, Yuan checked his status window before getting up. If that's the case, why don't I go for a walk? Hoon was one of the so-called geniuses. Not only was he a talented pure-blood player, being a direct descendant of the Namgung clan, he had a background that supported his skills. Having come from one of the top martial clans in the martial realm, as well as having a father who was an executive at the mid-sized martial guild, he'd had no obstacles. With all those qualities, Hoon was definitely qualified to be the leader of his group. Somewhere in the 11th floor forest, a huge beast fell after being injured and killed by players. It was Namgung Hoon and his party members who were clearing the labyrinth of Agria. One of his teammates spoke. This isn't as hard as I thought it'd be. I was expecting more since I heard it was the hardest dungeon on the 11th floor. Another one among the team said, if this is all there is to it, we can definitely see it through to the end. One of them said, well, that's a given considering who we have with us. Hoon's teammates, whose morale was at an all-time high, all turned their gazes to Hoon, who was wiping his sword with a towel. Namgung Hoon had long hair that was tied up in a traditional topknot. He was silently preparing to continue the raid of the dungeon, looking after a large sword that was the size of his own body. Hoon got up from his seat. Having rested plenty, he picked one of the splitting paths, saying, how about this way? The 10 teammates were in unanimous consent with his decision. Being a maze-type dungeon, unless you had a high search-type skill, it was basically luck of the draw. Since we don't have a lot of time, let's hurry. We don't have many days left if we want to finish the dungeon raid and get some rest. Before the test, said Hoon. As all of them walked in one direction, one of them said, the test, you say? Now that I think about it, it really is almost upon us. Another one said, is there any need to be so nervous? This test looks like it'll be a complete cakewalk. Team A is just full of scrubs. Despite the scale of the battle, the team composition was so far in their favor, it was practically impossible to feel nervous. As they were chattering, one among them said, there was one person that was noteworthy though, Kim Yu. He even passed the Heavenly Demonic Cults test. Another one said, he's really fucking unlucky, ending up on that team. Rumor had already spread that Kim Yuan was on Team A. People thought that this would end up being his first major setback after having smashed the records of every floor. So far. Still, if he can even win this test, it'll really prove that he's great. In a way, it'd be another record. Because of that, people started to talk, speculating whether or not Yuan would simply give up. This test. Stop chatting and stay on your guard. We don't know when there might be an ambush, Hoon said, taking the lead and scolding his teammates. We're going to give it our all in this test as well. That's all there is to it. All right, got it. Replying to Hoon, his teammates looked at how reliable their leader was. Agria's maze is said to be the hardest dungeon on the 11th floor. Centered around Hoon, his team was raiding that very dungeon. We all have to level up 1 or 2 levels. And actually defeating Agria should help the finances of the team quite a bit, Hoon thought, while tightly gripping his sword. Kim Yuan, huh? Hoon had heard that name multiple times before. He was one of the players that were making names for themselves on the lower floors, just like him. In fact, it was well regarded that Yuan was far superior to him. He didn't know where Yuan was a pureblood from, but he honestly wasn't all that curious. What he really wanted to know was if his skills were as great as rumored. I'd like to be able to face him at least once in this test. While he was lost in thought, they arrived at the next room. Hoon, who was using his search skill, sensed a vicious energy inside the final room. He got startled, tensing his eyes, and he immediately stopped. Stop for a second, he ordered his team while slowly stepping forward. Everyone, prepare for combat. Despite being ready for a fight, Hoon suddenly stopped in his tracks. His teammates who were following him asked in confusion, what's wrong? Is something there? His teammates' reactions were no different than his. At the end of the tunnel, a large, circular room appeared. Inside that room, there was a purple blaze as well as dozens of spider monsters that were burnt to a crisp by the very same flames. What the hell is all this? Were they all burnt to death? There were far more scorched spider monsters in this room than in any of the previous rooms. Dozens, maybe even 100 giant spiders, even larger than the ones in the previous rooms, lay dead. And that wasn't all. Look over there. One of the party members shouted, focusing the group's attention on where they were pointing. Their finger pointed up at the ceiling. Hoon's eyes widened after seeing what was up there. That's actually a really big spider? It was obvious to anyone who wasn't an idiot. It was the boss of this dungeon, Agria, the queen of spiders who hadn't been defeated for years now. Did it die while stuck on the ceiling? While his companions were lost in confusion, Hoon jumped up. Running across the wall, he reached the ceiling, kicking Agria's corpse and dropping it to the floor. Because of how massive the corpse was, the chamber shook for a moment. The huge body fell on the floor with a bang. They could not believe what their eyes were witnessing. A huge boss monster got burned into ashes. Who could have done it? Everyone had questions in their mind. They started murmuring, who could have done it? The monster's body is so burnt, but there are no fire traces surrounding it. Hoon closely inspected Agria's corpse as the purple flames started to extinguish themselves. It wasn't only burnt by fire, he thought. Inspecting the corpse would give him an approximate idea of the killer's skills. Coming from a martial clan specializing in the sword, Hoon was exceptional at reading traces of swordsmanship. These marks were definitely created by a sword. The sword's length is approximately 1.3 meters. They managed to slice through Agria in a single swing after softening it with heat, Hoon thought. Having checked the slash mark, Hoon was able to picture the fight in his head. The monstrously large Agria, a player that can control purple fire, and the player's movement, slicing Agria in a single strike while it screamed in agony. From being burnt alive, Hoon felt a chill up his spine. He wondered what might happen if he had to fight the player that did this. Looking around at his surroundings, he realized that there weren't any burn marks on the chamber itself. He had never heard of a skill that could do something like this. Was this maybe done by a ranker, he said, thinking out loud. That was the only possible conclusion he could come to. The one who did this was simply too powerful for it to have been a player on just the 11th floor. But that still beckoned the question, why would a ranker come all the way down here? We'll have to go back, Hoon said. The boss room that was found sooner than expected had already been cleared by someone else who got there before them through a different route. Hoon had no choice but to give up on this dungeon. On the other side, after checking what he reaped from the dungeon, Yuan put the lump of thread the size of his head into his inventory. It was the reward that Yuan got after defeating the Spider Queen Agria in the labyrinth. It's a thread from the Spider Queen Agria. It has a high mana conductivity, and it is super elastic. It is also harder than steel. I got lucky. He ended up hitting an unexpected jackpot in the dungeon. He entered on a whim to test out his skill. This much should fetch at least 1,000 points. Alternatively, I could also just keep it and use it later. He was already in a good mood when he stumbled upon this jackpot. After exiting the dungeon, Yuan called forth mana to his hand. A purple fire appeared above his palm. It's even greater than I expected. There were things that simply couldn't be explained by the text in a skill window. Having become a skill, the ability to wield the divine fire became engraved into his instincts. However, without actually using the skill, it was impossible to understand the full capabilities of how to use it. That's why Yuan wanted to test it out before the test. For being an S+ rank skill, the firepower isn't that great, but that's inevitable with a low proficiency. But that's not what's important. Divine fire was a fire that grew bigger by eating the opponent's emotions, which was one of the scariest abilities that Outers possessed. Controlling one's emotions was difficult no matter how strong a mental fortitude one possessed. This applied to fear as well. Once I have a higher arcane power stat as well as a higher proficiency, the effect should increase manyfold. He had obtained quite a lot in this hunt, including raising the completion rate of Heavenslaying Star, which had stagnated during his long stay on the 10th floor. Its completion rate had gone up to 90%. Yuan was now in the final stretch of completing Heavenslaying Star. This is going faster than I expected. His current growth speed was much faster than originally planned. But as the path ahead was thorny and treacherous, he couldn't be satisfied with his current progress. After returning to the inn, Yuan found a group of players gathered around, loitering in front of his room. They all had worried looks on their faces. What are you guys doing in front of someone else's room? Yuan asked. As he walked down the hallway, they focused their gazes on Yuan. There were a total of 8 players, none of which Yuan had met before. Are you Yuan, by chance? One of them asked. As expected, their business was with Yuan. After taking a second to think about how he should respond, Yuan nodded his head. So? He said, thinking that it was pointless to lie. We are fellow members of Team A, like you. My name is Halaman. Yuan nodded his head, signaling them to go on. Halaman, glad to know that Yuan intended to hear them out, carried on. As you know, the teams are highly disproportionate in this test. Team B has many well-known players, such as Namgung Hoon. Yuan already knew all this, but he simply didn't care. However, the same couldn't be said of everyone other than Yuan. About half the players on Team A have already forfeited, but there are still half remaining, Halaman said. And is that because of me? Yuan asked. Yuan's perceptiveness made Halaman nod his head in surprise. Yes, there are many skilled players on Team B, but I'm sure none of them are on your level. The remaining half believe that because you are on the team, and that has nothing to do with the fact that you guys are out of points? Yuan interrupted Halaman. Maybe it was because Yuan hit the nail on the head, but Halaman and the others looked away. On every floor, every time you took the test, players had to pay a test fee. The test fee was as low as 100 points and as high as 1,000 points. On top of that, if you failed a test and wanted to try again, you had to pay the test fee again. Since it'd be a waste of points to just give up, you want to make an attempt by rallying around someone reliable. Is that it? Yuan asked. That's a rude accusation, Halaman said. He walked towards Yuan and said desperately, we just wanted to discuss how we could pass the test together. I have something to say about that, Yuan said while walking past the players to his room. If you value your lives, just give up. There's nothing that amazing up there that's worth potentially dying a meaningless death. Yuan already knew well what lay at the top of the tower, as well as the power that rankers ended up attaining. It's all meaningless, Yuan thought to himself. 9 out of 10 would lose their lives in the process. And this test was even more dangerous than usual. I should be the only one to enter this tiger's den. This test was rigged and aimed at Yuan, and the other members of Team A were simply the sacrificial lambs. Thinking that there was no need for them to be moths flying into the flames, he wished that they would give up on this test. Now if you have nothing else to say, go away. It's not a pretty sight, being gathered around a stranger's room, Yuan said while opening his door. He had nothing more to say to them. Halaman, who had been gritting his teeth from the humiliation, opened his mouth while trembling. So you're also just going to give up? Half the team had already forfeited the test. If Yuan also gave up, the remaining 1% chance would vanish. No, Yuan replied, contrary to Halaman's expectations. I'm going to challenge the test. Huh, but you just told us to give up, and that. Halaman tried to speak, but Yuan entered his room. He glanced back at Halaman and the other players while closing the door, leaving them with a final line that only applies to you guys. The door closed. They didn't go away right away, so Yuan could hear whispering outside his door. If he tried hard, he would be able to make out what they were saying, but he didn't bother. I wonder how many of them will give up, he thought. There weren't many who valued their life so little that they would be willing to challenge the test, even knowing Yuan wasn't going to cooperate with them. So for anyone that remained, it meant that they were that desperate, and so they'd be at least somewhat useful. Halaman gritted his teeth after he shut the door in his face. His face turned sour. He wanted to take revenge for the embarrassment he faced today. On the other side, Hypnos, the test examiner, once again looked through the list of the participating players. First Team A, then Team B. Quite a few familiar names were visible. There was too great of a difference in skills between the two teams. Hoon alone was known as a super rookie capable of potentially becoming a high ranker one day. But the cream of the crop is this guy, Kim Yuan, Hypnos said to himself. It made the names of the players on Team B look pathetic in comparison. His name was famous, not only among the players of the lower floors, but even among rankers. How did someone with such a bright future end up with a target on his back? Hypnos pushed his hair back. From the top of the tower, there was one single order given out by the great Olympus: exterminate the player Kim Yuan, and you will be handsomely awarded. Within the space of this test, it would become possible to try and do something to Yuan. And on the 11th floor, where Hypnos was the test examiner, Yuan was basically in the palm of Olympus's hand. The preparations should almost be finished. Hypnos let out a long sigh, laying his head on the bull's back. If this test went well, not only would he be given a few days of vacation, but he would also be rewarded well by Olympus. Just the thought of that was enough to make Hypnos smile. That was when Hypnos's player kit rang. It was a message. Who's sending me a message right before the test? He thought. The annoyance from having his sweet daydream interrupted didn't last long. After seeing who the message was from, he reflexively sat up in a proper position. It was from Hera, one of the 8 high rankers that symbolized Olympus and the wife of Zeus, king of Olympus. The test was to be held in the dark forest Elalam. Hypnos reached the test site on his white bull and started analyzing the players. The day of the test dawned. Teams A and B had gathered. There was a sharp contrast in the number of players the two teams had. Hypnos counted all the players that had arrived on time. Team A, 51 people, and Team B, 200 people. More players came than I expected, Hypnos said, seeing all the players that came for Team A. To think he'd actually participate, Hypnos thought while looking at the reason this many people even showed up. Does he not know that this is a trap? Kim Yuan's presence was what made this possible. The player that set a new record on every floor, even passing the heavenly demonic cult's test. Despite all those achievements, Hypnos thought that he was too overconfident. There's no way he thinks he can overcome this much of a difference by himself, he thought. Does he think he might be able to do something because this is a test? Ahem, Hypnos lightly coughed while observing the players. Hello, everyone. When the voice resounded, Yuan looked up. The person continued, my name is Hypnos. I'm the test examiner on the 11th floor. Hypnos's gaze went from Yuan to Hoon, Roel, Spiros, and others. The various rankers observing this test were either sponsors of these players or members of guilds that wanted to recruit them. Team A looks short of a lot of people, but there will be no changes made, and we will go forward with these teams as is, Hypnos announced. The players on Team A who held but a sliver of hope all let out a sigh. If the teams were resorted, their chances could have gone up. I'll get straight to the point by explaining the contents of the test and starting immediately, Hypnos said, while raising his hand. Suddenly a red flag appeared in his hand as he said, this floor's trial is capture the flag. Hypnos continued to explain, the test is simple, but I should first explain that the flags have been crafted through technomancy and are capable of doing the following. Hypnos pulled out another flag and brought them together, which made one of them disappear into thin air, and the remaining flag was now the number 2. This number represents the number of flags. I'm sure you won't forget this unless you're a complete imbecile, said Hypnos. Now, the challenge is where the flags are. Hypnos spoke while looking at the massive forest behind him. This forest has been cleared out by administrators for the sake of this trial. He continued, the flags are laid out across the forest. In the middle of the road, at the bottom of a cliff, at the top of a tree, and even on the body of a monster. You have no idea how much of a struggle it was to set them up. Hypnos's explanation made a few players chuckle. They could visualize how much hard work it must have been to lay out flags across such a big forest. Hypnos continued, you guys just have to collect the flags that are spread out throughout the forest. The team that collects the highest number of flags at the end wins. Simple, right? From the explanation, it really did seem simple. However, this wasn't such an easy test. Hypnos continued, but this test is called Capture the Flag, not Collect the Flag. This isn't a children's game like tag or something like that, Hypnos said while smirking. You will be able to take the flags that your opponents have collected. The method does not matter. You can steal, threaten, kill, or do whatever you like in order to take them. That was the true essence of the test. It didn't matter if you couldn't find a single flag. If you could take your opponent's flags, you could win in the end. Finally, this test has kings. Yuan's brows furrowed. This was the reason that this test would be complicated. Hypnos reassured the players that the role of the king is critical because any flags that the king holds are counted as double. Don't worry. It's not like chess. You won't fail just because your king dies. The eyes of the players of Team A all lit up. For a team with significantly fewer members, their only option was to utilize the king to their full potential. The king is decided randomly. You all know how it is. This is a shitty luck-based test, Hypnos said while laughing. Naturally, all their gazes looked towards Yuan, and Yuan understood immediately what their gazes meant. Yuan felt an urge to punch Hypnos in his smug face. This was going to happen because Hypnos is one of Olympus' lackey. This is going to be annoying. Yuan wondered why it had to be capture the flag. Okay, now then the test will begin, Hypnos announced. A blue magic array appeared underneath the two teams. The magic array lit up and the view changed. Yuan looked around at his surroundings, which were somewhere inside the forest. So we've all been transported, Yuan thought to himself. All the players of Team A were transported to the same location. Somewhere in this forest were flags for them to search and find. The priority was figuring out who the king was, which wasn't hard at all. Huh, what's up with you, man? What's going on with your body? Yuan looked over at the commotion. There was a guy by himself shining in the shady forest. It was Halaman. It says, I'm the king, Halaman said in a daze, not having expected himself to become the king. Yuan let out a deep sigh. That reaction alone was enough to disqualify him in Yuan's mind. What do I do? Halaman asked. They were already in a disadvantageous situation, and the king that was supposed to be the crux of this test was in a state of total confusion. It honestly makes me wonder how he even got this far, Yuan thought disapprovingly. The first one to break away from the group was Yuan. All the players on Team A had been closely watching Yuan and Halaman. Seeing Yuan walk into the distance, Halaman asked, Where are you going? Yuan turned to look at Halakan and said, I'm going to go grab the flags, so don't go off and get killed somewhere, and just stay here. Yuan kept on walking after his reply. Halaman followed up Yuan's response with, You're not going to protect the king? That's not how you're supposed to beg for your life. Don't worry. There won't be any fighting right away, Yuan replied. After saying that to Halaman, who had fallen into the role of the king, Yuan looked over at the other players, advising them, Don't just fool around. If you guys want to climb up, you need to obtain even the smallest bit of CP and secure a reward. The players on Team A nodded their heads at Yuan's words. At least it looks like they got the gist of it, Yuan thought. Seeing the players move one by one, he himself started to get moving again. The forest was quiet, but the 11th floor forest was essentially a large dungeon with monsters creeping around every corner. Yuan's eyes turned red, and immediately the forest felt like a wide open plain to him. He could easily see a monster passing by far beyond the trees. I guess it's time for me to start running, Yuan pondered and then started hunting flags. On the other side, Namgung-hoon was analyzing the situation. Well, this is going to be a complete walk in the park, someone from the team spoke. Unlike Team A, there was not a shred of tension among Team B. Another one said, There's just way too big a difference. The mood was completely relaxed. Hoon looked around at his companions who had come with him, observing the same thing. Being too nervous isn't good. A deep voice ripped throughout Team B, but being too lax is even worse. Hoon's words made his companions tense up a little. It was something he had told them multiple times. For every test, Hoon insisted on a moderate level of tension. The only opponent they had to be cautious of in this test was U1. That meant the only variables for them were U1 and the existence of the king. The players on Team B started skedaddling. Hoon's brows furrowed watching them. They didn't understand a word, he thought. "Are you nervous?" said a voice from behind Hoon, making him turn his head. It was a woman with stunning blonde hair that reached her waistline. Her radiant beauty paired with pure white clothes was enough for her to grab everyone's attention around her. Hoon wasn't all that interested in others, but he knew her name. "Your name is Roel, right? I'm honored that you know my name." She was called the Angel Roel. The nickname Angel came from both her beauty and her ability. A gentle breeze blew around her. Hoon felt his body becoming lighter. He narrowed his eyes, realizing that it was the result of Roel's ability. Healing and buffing. They're uncommon abilities, he thought. There weren't many support players. Not only was it hard for them to fight alone, but they were also the most susceptible to danger. Paired with the fact that it was hard to obtain buffing skills, it severely limited the number of support players. Roel was a rising star among the few support players. Thanks to that, despite being only on the 11th floor, she was as highly valued as players on the top floors. Don't be too nervous. It's an undeniable fact that there is a massive difference in power, she told Hoon. That is an undeniable fact. Or that's how it looks on the surface, said Hoon. What do you mean? Roel asked. Hoon replied while looking around at the players that were spreading out. Don't you think it's odd? For being randomly placed, there's too large a difference between the teams. Is this not just a coincidence? Said Roel. Namgung Hoon continued and said, in the world I'm from, there is a saying. There's no such thing as coincidence in the world of the strong. When something looked like a coincidence, there was likely a hidden reason for what was going on. Hoon felt that something was off with this test, and the same went for Roel. But we're still on Team B. Does the reason really matter? She told Hoon. I guess, Hoon replied, but on his face was a look of doubt. Did the reason really not matter? By the way, who is our team's king? Does anyone know? Roel asked. Hoon's companions shook their heads in response. The same went for Roel's companions. It must be a not very well-known player. Seeing as how no one knows, Roel spoke nonchalantly. She didn't really care who the king was. Meanwhile, Team A was in a position where they had to protect the king. Hoon thought, I guess it's inevitable that she doesn't care. But Hoon wondered about the face of the king that flashed gold in color. What did that guy look like? It was the strangest thing. Due to his great memory, since he was a kid, he never forgot something he saw once. Yet he couldn't remember the face of the king on his own team. Halloman didn't move around by himself. Rather, to be exact, he couldn't. He was accompanied by many people on top of his regular companions. They had gained a sliver of hope in a test that originally seemed doomed. It was thanks to the number of flags the two teams held. The difference was almost double, but that didn't necessarily mean despair. At the bottom of a cliff, a red flag could be seen. It was the fourth flag they had found. A member of Team A scaled down the cliff to fetch the flag. There are way too few flags spread out around the path. The other 3 flags were all held by monsters, he said. They were collecting the flags while escorting the king. As important as protecting the king was, if they couldn't collect any flags, it would be entirely meaningless. It really might be doable as long as we can get the enemy team's king, they wondered. We can overcome this difference if we can just get their king, Halloman thought. And the only one who can do that is him, Kim Yu-won. Halloman thought while tightening his grip on his flag. It was highly likely that a good number of the 59 flags were found by Yu-won. When Halloman met Yu-won for the first time, he did not think that he was going to cooperate with the team, but now that it all depends on him, they might be able to win this trial. He coldly left me alone and told me to wait quietly, which meant he would be coming back soon, wondered Halloman. But this place is really big. Navigating around is also no joke. Someone from Team A spoke up. Another person responded and said, I wonder where Team B's starting point is. Since we agreed to meet up at midnight and pool our flags together, we should hurry up. Suddenly a sound came. It was the sound of a branch snapping, and it wasn't caused by any of the party members present. Halloman and the other players turned their heads towards the source of the sound. Who goes there? Someone from Team A spoke. The area became silent, and no presence could be felt, but that didn't last long. Suddenly, The surrounding area grew noisier, and they could feel the presence of multiple people. Come on, they found out. A voice came from the deep forest, and with the voices some shadows could be seen. The group leader spoke with a smirk on his face. Who was it that stepped on the branch? I told you guys to watch your feet. To each side, players of the opposing team had a faint red glow to them. This was likely a similar principle to how the king shone gold. A group of people walked out from the forest. They were players from Team B, and with that, players from the enemy team have appeared. Defend your flags. A message popped up for players of Team A. It's just that I'm worried about Yuan on Team A. Even Yuan won't be able to do jack shit if he doesn't have a king. A few players on Team B did become more alert after hearing Hoon's warning earlier. They were players that were intimidated by Yuan's name. However, their objective wasn't Yuan, but the king. Due to the rules of the test, as long as they got Team A's king, victory was as good as theirs, not to mention the flags and CP they'd gained from taking down the king. Why are there so many people here? Someone from the team shouted. Damn it, don't be a wimp. We have 10 people on our side. Another person from Team A shouted in response and brought out his weapon from the inventory to push forward. But it was of no use. A faint red line appeared across the neck of the player that was trying to retaliate. Then soon after, his head fell to the ground, and a player wearing a black mask appeared, behind wielding a dagger. It was an assassin. The blood of the said player spewed all around. Halliman was stunned. He could only see his team getting slaughtered right in front of him. His body trembled as the assassin turned to look at him. 10? The assassin said with a smirk on his face. I think you mean 9. The players of Team A cried in agony while being slaughtered by their enemies. As Team B noticed Team A getting panicked and running for their lives, they laughed and started running after them to kill as many as they could. We give up. We surrender. The players started shouting. Unfortunately, you couldn't give up on this test. The players on Team A fell into a panic. They were aware that there was a difference in skills, but they didn't know it would be this great. Run. This way, Halliman. I'll stop them somehow. Halliman's teammates pulled him by his hand. At first, Halliman's head went blank, but he started moving at the thought that he had to survive no matter what. It was complete and utter chaos. Halliman wasn't that fast at running. The teammate that pulled him was instantly killed on the spot. Halliman was rather stunned in place. Where do you think you're going? The king's head is mine. Someone from the enemy team shouted and started charging towards Halliman. He killed anyone who came in his way. Halliman was being chased by enemies from all sides, so Halliman had no choice but to draw his sword. Stop! Stop! Halliman shouted. What are you looking at? A voice said from behind him, causing a shiver to run down Halliman's spine. He fell onto the ground. Halliman's eyes widened. It was the assassin that first killed his teammate. Halliman shouted in fear. He could feel the cold blade coming closer to his neck, so he closed his eyes, anticipating death. This is it for me, Halliman thought. And with this, it's our victory. The assassin's voice trailed off. Halliman's head remained in one piece. Confused, he opened his eyes and heard a familiar voice. A figure appeared in front of him and cut the assassin in half. I told you to stay still. It was the voice he wanted to hear more than anything. Why do people never listen to me? Blood splashed on Halliman's back. Yuan had arrived. Mr. Yuan, Halliman shouted, relieved to see Yuan. In his eyes, it looked as if Yuan had wings on his back. Yuan slashed his sword once more to remove the blood from it. Halliman was finally relieved. The players of Team B all faltered, pausing their chase after Halliman, the king that was glowing gold. The Kim Yuan? Damn it, it's the real deal. Look over there. Kale died in a single strike. The player that went by the name of Kale was pretty skilled within Team B. Should we retreat? But we outnumber him. Isn't this a chance for us? Someone from Team B spoke up. Team B was split in their opinions. Don't be stupid. Did you forget who we're up against? We should back off. Another person voiced out his thoughts. Yuan's appearance put a damper on the chaos. As they were mumbling, Yuan suddenly charged towards them. He slashed 2 of the enemy players in half, instantly killing them, and then kept on charging forward. Are you fucking kidding me? We were just going to back off, but you had to provoke us. All right, let's go at it. A player from Team B took a step towards Yuan, and, after speaking, he jumped into the air and charged towards Yuan. The sound of slicing through bone echoed through the forest. The player who had shown killing intent while walking towards Yuan ended up getting his body sliced in half. The assassin could not even react to what had happened. None of the blood got on Yuan. however, as he repelled all the red drops aimed at him. With his sword, that's one down. Yuan's eyes glowed crimson as he killed the player. It was like a bloodthirsty demon out on a hunt. A flag fell to the ground. Yuan picked up the flag. One of the players shouted, "Wait, wait." He took out his flags from his inventory and then knelt down on the ground, raising the flag high with both hands, showing his surrender. Yuan did not needlessly kill the players and stopped his onslaught. You obtained 2 flags. You obtained 20 CP. A CP notification popped up with his procurement of the flag. The other enemy players started backing off in fear as they witnessed one of them getting killed and the other kneeling on the ground begging for his life. Yuan looked at the other players while addressing them. "What will you guys do?" Yuan asked them. The guys who seemed like they were about to explode suddenly fell silent. The situation had changed. The dozen or so players on Team B all had sour looks on their faces. The players of Team B tried to gauge the situation, trying to decide what to do. If they gave up their flags, they'd be able to leave with their lives intact. "We'll give up." "Well then, hand over everything you guys have." Yuan said, collecting the flags. You obtained a flag. You obtained 10 CP. Yuan gathered multiple flags at once. Yuan smiled wide. From a party of over a dozen players, he managed to take 8 flags. They had quite a few on them, Yuan thought. Because it hadn't been that long since the test had begun, there were quite a few players who didn't have a flag yet. So it was a big haul that more than half the players present had a flag on them. After obtaining the 8 flags, Yuan decided he had to change gears. "The first half of the game is over," Yuan said. It had been about 4 hours since the test started. That was enough time for quite a few flags to have been found. From here on out, it was more efficient to hunt players on the enemy team rather than hunt monsters. Halliman was confused. Only 4 hours had passed since the trial started, but the game was already half over. He stuttered while he spoke. "Yes, well, is that so? Where are the other teammates?" Yuan asked. "Everyone spread out. We decided that the best starting move was to gather as many flags as possible," replied Halliman. "That was a smart decision," Yuan mumbled while looking at the number on his flag. "That is as long as you guys don't end up having it stolen." Halliman's gaze turned to Yuan's flag. Upon checking the number of flags he had collected, Halliman's eyes widened. 27 flags? That was an unbelievable amount for someone to have collected alone. He did just obtain 8, but that meant that even before they met up, he already had 19 flags. One flag was already difficult to obtain. Halliman wondered how it was possible for Yuan to obtain 19 in such a short time. Halliman checked his team's flags. Team A had collected 64 flags. Among the 64 flags, 27 were in Yuan's possession. Is he really planning on carrying this test by himself? Halliman wondered. From the beginning, Yuan wasn't treating this as a team-based test. But the number of flags doesn't add up. Halliman was confused. When he had checked earlier, the number of flags on Team A was 59. So with the 8 flags Yuan just took, their total should have been 67. "It's finally started, the capture portion of the test," Yuan said after he, too, checked the number of flags. Yuan looked at Halliman and continued speaking. "Team B's going to start coming after our flags. And like these guys, some of them are going to start aiming for the king." "Me?" Halliman asked stutteringly. He still couldn't stop shaking from the fear. "Is there another king here?" Yuan said. "That's true. But..." Halliman tried to speak, but was interrupted. "So from here on out, do not be more than 20 away from me. Even I will have a hard time winning this test without the king." To Yuan, Halliman was an annoyance but also necessary because he needed the king to win. Not only was his team outnumbered 4-1, but there were also no reliable players on Team A. And I need the king to get double the CP. So as annoying as it is, it's better if I keep this guy by my side. Yuan thought it would be much easier if he could be the king, but if that were the case, he wouldn't be able to obtain as much CP. It was a high-risk, high-reward situation. In the end, this was a test Yuan had to hustle by himself. After discussing all of it with Halliman, Yuan turned to leave again as he said, "The real trial starts now. What do guys think? Will Yuan be able to overcome the difficulties laid down in his path and keep on moving forward, or will it become his first failure?"
The players after confronting Yuan ran back to the place where Nam Gung-hoon stayed. "So you escaped after just leaving your flags behind?" Hoon asked. His question made the rest of Team B look over at the players who ran away after losing their flags. Their gazes were full of discontent, wondering why they didn't bother fighting when they outnumbered him. "You guys didn't see his skills. Kale and Max were taken down in a single strike." You couldn't even see his sword because of how fast it was. It sent a shiver down my spine. Unembarrassed, they continued their explanation. Hoon simply shook his head, disappointed in them. These were pretty skilled players of the 11th floor. Only a few of them were truly exceptional, but they were still all above average. And the guy named Kale was someone that even Hoon had heard of before. So Kim Yoo-won is that skilled, Hoon thought to himself. A group of over 10 players had lost to him. Only 2 players had died, but this wasn't a problem they could just ignore. They had lost their flags, and in the end, this was a test to see which side could collect more flags. So even if we're all in groups of 10, he can take us down group by group, Hoon mumbled. The players on Team B agreed with him. If Yoo-won took them down group by group and took their flags, in the end, they'd be at a disadvantage. Then what should we do? Someone asked. This question put Hoon into deep thought. He originally anticipated this to be an easy game, but Yoo-won ended up being a bigger variable than expected. Did you say that Yoo-won and the king got together? The first one to break the silence was Roel. She looked like she had just thought of something. I think he was on his way back from gathering flags. One of the players that came back replied. That leaves us with only one option, Roel decided. Please contact Salamov, Kachel, and any other skilled players on our team. What? Are you serious? Hoon asked. Roel's order shocked everyone because they knew what Roel meant. She nodded her head and said there's still a lot of time left. We can't just keep running away. Her words made everyone murmur. She was right. The first half of the test was now ending. They couldn't win this test by just handing over their flags every time they encountered him. Yeah, you're right. He might be Kim Yoo-won, but he's still only one guy. And we have people like Hoon and Roel. Our team isn't short of skilled players. Most people agreed with Roel. Hoon kept his mouth shut and listened closely. Roel further asked, Do you guys have any other good ideas? Everyone remained silent. The players who came back after confronting Yoo-won also kept their mouths shut. So that decides it, right? Roel said loudly. Finally, Team B had made a decision. She further said with a smirk, Well then, the king and Kim Yoo-won, should we start hunting those 2 rabbits? It had been 12 hours since the start of the 11th floor test, exactly the midpoint of the test. No matter how many people there were, they couldn't stop him. Players of Team B all got scared and handed over their flags when they met Yoo-won. Since they were willingly handing over their flags, there was no reason for Yoo-won to fight them. So he just simply collected the flags they left behind. During that time, Yoo-won went over the forest with a fine comb. Every few monsters, one of them would have a flag, and whenever he ran into players of Team B, he took their flags. Yoo-won was like an unstoppable tank. Yoo-won obtained 7 flags this time around. That makes 100 flags. Yoo-won checked his CP, which was exactly 1,000 points. And if I hand this over to the king, that'll be another 1,000 points, Yoo-won thought. Yoo-won didn't trust Halaman yet. To him, Halaman was basically a deadweight. If by some accident he died or had his flag stolen by an enemy player, the results of the test would end up set in stone. Yoo-won would hand over the flag at the last moment, right before the 24-hour mark would be over. That was what Yoo-won was waiting for. As Yoo-won was pondering, Hawkaman gathered his courage and asked, Everyone gets scared when they make eye contact with you. Were they intimidated because of you, or is it because of some other reason? Thinking back to the players he had just met, Yoo-won thought, This is strange. How do they know my face? His name was pretty well known. Tests had public records, and having set new records, it was inevitable for his name to become well known. But just because his name was well known, didn't mean his face should have been well known. That meant only one thing. They must have exchanged information, Yoo-won said. Huh? Information? Halaman asked. They probably told each other that I was with the king. As teammates, they should have exchanged their kit numbers. And so avoided me. Also, they probably promised to run away if they encountered me. Yoo-won trailed off. Just now, since even earlier, the actions of the players on Team B were unified. By giving up their flags? But how are they supposed to win the test then? Halaman asked. No matter how large the difference in the power of the teams was, giving up their hard-earned flags at every corner couldn't possibly be a winning strategy. On top of that, Yuan was moving at a pace that was so fast that Halaman could barely keep up with him. There's no way they don't know that. Halaman wondered. It's so they can secure certain victory, by getting you and me, Yuan said. There were now 12 hours left in the test. With half of the test now over, the dynamics of the test were shaping up. Halaman wanted to ask, what do you mean by? But he was interrupted by Yuan's eyes turning red and his atmosphere changing. They're coming, Yuan said. Yuan grabbed an arrow flying towards them in midair. The target of the arrow wasn't Yuan but Halaman. Their goal was to eliminate the king first. As Halaman noticed the arrow, he fell backward on his ass from how surprised he was. He cried out loud while backing away on his ass. Yuan crushed the arrow in his hand. He already knew that the enemy team was to pinpoint them and then try to ambush them in one go. Yuan turned his head towards the source of the arrow. Yuan looked around. Some were quite far away, but a large number of players were surrounding him. It must be Heaven's Net, Yuan thought. Meaning a net woven with the skies, the Heaven's Net was a technique long used in the martial realm to surround someone. Yuan was surrounded by a large number of players from Team B. From a rough estimate, there were at least 50 players present, with none of them being easy pushovers. Even the arrow that was aimed at Halaman just now was very fast and accurate. Among them were some players that Yuan had let go. I guess I should have just killed all of them, Yuan said. Halaman, eyes filled with fear, looked over at Yuan. To be able to say something so brazen so casually while in this situation. Yuan appeared way too laid back and reliable at the same time. Halaman gulped. He asked Yuan as calmly as he could, what do we do now? What do you think? After speaking, Yuan drew his sword and raised it high. Halakum was scared out of wits. Wait. Yuan SSI? Yuan then flicked his sword around. Within a single blink, a circle had been drawn around Halaman. Don't leave this circle. The moment you leave, consider yourself dead, Yuan warned Halaman. What? From here? Halaman responded. Halaman looked around his surroundings. They were inside a forest, but he was standing in a relatively open spot. The reason why the archer from Team B aimed at him in this situation was likely due to the terrain advantage. So Halaman couldn't understand Yuan's order to stand out in the open rather than hide deeper into the forest. Are you telling me to die right now? He asked. Who told you to die? I'm just telling you to stand there and don't leave, Yuan said. He further explained, I told you at the start as well. I told you not to die while wandering around, and you almost got yourself killed because you moved around. That comment from Yuan shut Halaman up. Yuan was right. He had warned him to stay still at the starting point, yet, unable to properly understand Yuan's instructions, Halaman went off to search for flags with his companions. If you do that again, I can't help you this time, Yuan told him firmly. Halaman grunted while looking down at the floor. It was a small circle, only about 4 meters in diameter. It was small enough to leave with just a few steps. So I just have to stay in this circle? Halaman asked. Yuan cut off Halaman, and he started to get a move on. Halaman was shocked. Despite telling him to stay still, why was Yuan moving? Where are you going? Halaman shouted. He was so shocked, he almost chased after Yuan like a child that was being abandoned. Yuan turned his head around and said circle. With that single word, Halaman stopped in his tracks. The line was right in front of his foot. Don't leave the circle, Yuan warned him. Unable to do anything, Halaman just blanked out while standing. He felt as if he had been thrown into the middle of a den of beasts. Players of Team B whispered to each other. 55 people, that was the number of players deployed to get Yuan and the king, but they were all primarily here to defeat Yuan. He blocked it. Why would you aim for the king first? There's no way something like this would have worked on Yuan. The king has to be present, so he's at a disadvantage while fighting since he has to protect the king. That's true. Without a king, Even the great Yuan won't be able to do a thing. As they were chattering, another one spoke. He's moving, he's coming deeper into the forest, said one of the players who was observing Yuan and the king with his recon skills. This woke up players from their happy daydreams, making them focus back on the situation at hand. Is he running away? The player named Var asked. I think he's intending to fight, but the player observing Yuan trailed off, his eyes widening. Annoyed, Var pressed him, but what? The player observing spoke in a disheveled voice. He's leaving the king behind and moving alone. They had heard that Yuan and the king were moving together, which was true, so it confused Var why he suddenly changed tactics now. Var quickly set that confusion aside, smirking. Move aside a second, Var said, standing up from his spot and pushing two players aside. Var grabbed the spear he had set down on the ground. The spear was over 2 meters long, thick, and made entirely of steel. This is incredible, thought Var. He was one of the players of Team B, and he was amazed by all the players that had come together for this task. They were all players that he had only ever heard of. Especially Hoon and Roel. They were like stars to the players of the lower floors. To be able to form a party with them. The achievement of defeating Yuan is definitely going to help my career. If I can leverage that properly, I might even be able to attract the attention of bigger guilds. Var thought. The fact that he was a part of this party boosted his confidence. Var was also somewhat known on the lower floors for his strength. With a bit of recognition himself, he was certainly qualified to be a part of the party. It was a fact that many guilds were observing this test. This was plainly obvious to any player who knew even a little bit about how things went in the tower. Var held up his weapon and got into position to throw his spear. Arrows are weak, Var stated. His grip tightened, and his arm muscles bulged. As if he was becoming a giant bow being drawn, his back bent far backward. The spear shot out of Var's hand. An excellent marksman can know if their shot will hit even before they fires their gun, and a spearman knows if their throw will hit the moment the spear leaves their hand. And in this moment, Var was certain. It's going to hit. Var smirked. He just became the one who led their team to victory. He had become the great spear thrower Var. Huh! Var exclaimed while watching his accelerating spear. The spear suddenly stopped, floating in midair. Var said, What the? One of Var's teammates asked, What's going on? A chilling sound came from right beside Var. He looked over, and the teammate who was standing right beside him was now missing half his head. This is... Var inspected the wound. It was a wound inflicted by a piercing spear. Could it be? Var quickly turned his head, seeing that the spear that was in midair had disappeared. Another teammate shouted, Var! Over here. The teammate let out a choking sound. Var looked over, and he saw his teammate's body floating in midair. Anyone who wasn't brain dead could tell that something was there. Who are you? Var spoke in a trembling voice. So this side was a dud. From thin air, the form of a person appeared holding Var's teammate by the neck, inflicting pain. Bones broke from the powerful grip. The two teammates accompanying him were dead. The one who crushed his teammate by the neck turned to Var and slowly walked over. Var backed off as he recognized the person to be Kim Yuan. Now tell me, Yuan asked, crimson eyes flashing, where is Nam Gung-hoon? Somewhere far away in the deep forest, some players were gathered, among them was Salamov. He opened his eyes. His eyes had turned white, and he was able to see hundreds of meters around him. Salamov was a well-known recon player on the lower floors. He's gone, he said. What? His teammate asked. Salamov nodded his head. He had his sights on Yuan just a moment ago, and then he suddenly disappeared. Is there any way we can find him? The team members asked. Salamov shook his head. His skill, the 1,000-mile eyes, was a rare skill that, depending on the proficiency, could literally see as far as 1,000 miles, and it was even capable of seeing through most stealth. Yet Salamov couldn't see even a trace of Yuan. Salamov spoke with a frown. I can't say for certain without getting closer, but I don't think this is an ordinary stealth. It must be a pretty powerful skill. I can't even see a shimmer, Salamov explained. His explanation left his teammates in shock. Kim Yu-won was an assassin? Said one of the players. That was the natural conclusion one would come to. However, Salamov shook his head. I don't think that's the case. Assassins typically don't wield long swords. Not to mention that they intentionally wear dark clothes, he said. Then what is it? My guess is... Salamov trailed off, turning his head quickly. Salamov's eyes were still white, meaning his 1,000-mile eyes were still active. Is that the 1,000-mile eyes? You have a pretty good skill, Yu-won said, revealing himself. When did you get all the way here? Salamov asked while backing away. His question shocked his teammates, making them draw their weapons. There was a faint shimmer in the direction of Salamov's gaze. Salamov's teammates breathed a sigh of relief. If Salamov wasn't present, they would have all been assassinated without knowing what was going on. There's a stealth skill that I couldn't see through with the 1,000-mile eyes at this distance? Salamov couldn't believe it. He wondered if perhaps Yu-won really was a player specialized in assassination. Let's hope that is the case. Because if he's not an assassin, and he can use stealth at this distance, gulped Salamov, it'll be close to impossible to defeat him. Maybe it's because you guys don't have a lot of people, but your heaven's net is too flawed, said Yu-won while looking around. Even if it's you, now that you've revealed yourself, you can't do a thing, Salamov told Yu-won. This was a stage prepared for Yu-won. It was a wise choice to separate yourself from the king, since you can't fight us at full power if you're protecting someone, said Salamov. Yu-won was looking elsewhere during Salamov's explanation. This made Salamov frown. He took a step towards Yu-won. Salamov shouted, "Hey, are you listening to me?" A chill went down Salamov's spine, shutting him up and making him take a step back. Finally, Yu-won's gaze looked to Salamov. You have good instincts, Yu-won complimented. Salamov looked down at the ground in front of him. There was a fresh cut on the ground. Salamov gulped, realizing the danger of moving recklessly. Suddenly, people started to appear out of the forest. Yu-won turned to look at the players. There were roughly 20 players, most of whom he didn't recognize. The only two faces that Yu-won did recognize were Hoon's and Roel's. Hoon, the genius of the Namgung clan who was expected to become a high ranker one day, and Roel, the one nicknamed an angel because people say that she was blessed by God. Yu-won knew their faces because both would become rankers in the future. You abandoned your king, Hoon said while raising his great sword. So you chose to battle over the test. Being capable of lifting a heavy great sword with one hand made Hoon look reliable. Hoon walked toward Yu-won, getting even closer than where Salamov was. Considering his skills and the length of his sword, Hoon was now more than capable of reaching Yu-won with his sword, yet Yu-won didn't stop him. Yu-won could tell by the atmosphere. Namgung Hoon. He was essentially the one leading Team B. I'm sorry that it's come to this. Hoon apologized, bowing his head to Yu-won. What do you mean? Yu-won asked. Hoon responded, though unintentional, I have a good team, unlike you. Hoon turned his head and looked around. I'm not ashamed of this situation because this is a test. You are certainly a very skilled player. It's just that your luck didn't match your skills, he said. What are you trying to say? Yu-won asked. Give up on the test. I don't want to have a match like this. Hoon replied. Yu-won smirked, telling him to give up. He was wondering what Hoon was on about, but for it to have been this. You're more talkative than I heard, Yu-won said, raising his sword and displaying how he had zero intentions of giving up on the test. Hoon let out a sigh. He had expected this, but he was still disappointed. It seemed that things had to happen this way. I guess it can't be helped then, Hoon said while also raising his sword. As if they had made an agreement ahead of time, the other players did not intervene. It was a 1v1 situation. Yu-won hummed while letting out a small laugh. Hoon didn't have a bad personality. Back then and now. His personality is still the same, Yu-won thought to himself. Hoon had a cool-headed personality. He was rational and made quick judgments. It was how he was able to climb the tower quickly and become a ranker. And on top of that, Hoon was not a coward. And Yuan liked people like him, so if possible, he didn't want to kill him. I don't really care how many people there are, Yuan said. That makes me feel a bit better, Hoon said, taking a step toward Yuan. Hoon started moving towards Yuan. Yuan also charged towards him. In that moment, Hoon's sword drew an arc and their swords clashed. The heavy greatsword exerted a lot of pressure, making Yuan's eyes light up. Would you look at that, Yuan thought. He knew very well that the Namgung clan's sword was heavy because in his past life he took the 10th floor's test with the Namgung clan. I guess he's a gem for a reason, Yuan thought to himself, impressed by the strength of a player who was currently only on the 11th floor. It made him genuinely curious about what Hoon's stats were. Hoon let out a deep breath, swinging his sword repeatedly. There was no reason that a heavy sword had to be slow. As an example of this, Hoon's sword was quick and moved with the full extent of his strength. The players watched the fight in a daze, wondering how Hoon could put so much strength into his swings while moving so fast. Watching Hoon made Yuan think, he's definitely a martial arts genius. Yuan was called a genius plenty as well, but he was not as much of a genius as Hoon when it came to martial arts. Not bad, Yuan remarked. Hoon's sword was deflected, making it swing upwards. His eyes widened from the pain that made him think his hand was about to break. What is this strength? Hoon wondered. His hands were numb, making him almost lose his grip on his sword. The Namgung clan's sword was heavy. The clan's imperial sword form had a power that could exert pressure on one's surroundings just by wielding the sword. And this principle was naturally baked into Hoon's sword techniques. What's going on? Hoon was confused. On the other hand, Yuan was enjoying his fight with Namgung Hoon. Once again, Hoon's sword was deflected. When his sword clashed with Yuan's sword, it felt like both his feet got lifted off the ground. There was an unbelievable difference in power. I can't believe I'm being pushed back in terms of strength, Hoon thought while gritting his teeth. A blue shimmer started blooming around Hoon's sword. And at the same time, an enormous, mountain-like power was imbued into his sword. Hoon grunted. An unexpected power strengthened Hoon and his sword. Yuan and Hoon's swords collided with each other. Despite swinging with his all, Yuan's sword didn't budge an inch. But what preoccupied Hoon's mind the most were the messages that popped up a moment ago. Archangel's blessing empowers you. Your strength and constitution increase. Hoon turned his head and saw that the tip of Roel's hand was pointing towards him. With an exchange of sword swings, Hoon and Yuan ended up some distance away from each other. Hoon took this chance to glare at Roel. What is the meaning of this? He asked. He had made it clear that he'd first fight Yuan on one. This is all you can do even after receiving my buff. Doesn't that mean this match is already over? Roel said. Hoon grits his teeth. He was completely uninjured, meaning the fight was only just starting for him. It's far from over yet. Hoon argued. It looks like he thinks it's over though, Roel replied. What do you mean that it is over? Hoon said. Just then he turned his head when he felt a wave of heat on his face. Hoon's eyes flickered as he looked at Yuan. It was an extremely hot fire, but what really caught his attention wasn't the heat. That fire is... Hoon thought to himself. A purple fire had appeared around Yuan, making Hoon think back to a scene. Agria's dungeon. Hoon's eyes widened. Could it be? Hoon thought, recollecting the traces left behind at Agria's dungeon. He could vividly remember the wounds left on the dungeon's boss, the Spider Queen Agria. The sword wounds so sharp, precise, and destructive that it made him wonder if it was the doing of a ranker. So why, he wondered. Purple flames were not common. At the very least, Hoon had never seen or heard of them before. This can't be a mere coincidence, Hoon thought. He looked at Yuan, who was smirking at the moment, and pondered. He is the guy from back then. The sword that he felt when he traded blows with Yuan was completely different from what had made the cut on Agria's body. With Yuan's power, it should have been impossible to cut the dungeon's boss with a single strike. That left only two possibilities. Either I'm mistaken, or he was going easy against me, Hoon concluded. Hoon's eyes widened as he came to this conclusion. Judging by how Yuwon's response didn't change from before or after Roel's buff, he had an idea of what the truth might be. Hoon gritted his teeth. The duel was basically over, and if Yuwon really was the one who conquered Agria's dungeon, it was not possible to defeat him. Let's retreat, Hoon spoke to Roel using sonic telepathy. Roel turned her head towards Hoon in shock. She then glared at him in confusion. She couldn't understand why he wanted them to retreat. If Yuwon is the same person as the one I'm thinking of, this fight is meaningless. Hoon continued speaking in secrecy to Roel, staring at the purple fire floating around Yuwon. We will all die. Roel was at a crossroads with how certain Hoon sounded. Roel wondered what could possibly make Hoon suggest that they retreat first. Yuwon looked back and forth between Roel and Hoon. After standing still for a moment, his eyes now red, he took a step toward them and asked, "Are you guys done talking?" Hoon flinched in surprise before nodding his head. Yuwon noticed he was communicating with Roel through sonic telepathy, yet he waited for them. "Can I ask you a question?" said Hoon. Yuwon stopped in his tracks and nodded. "If it's only one question. Are you the one who conquered Agria's dungeon?" Hoon asked. Agria's dungeon was a difficult dungeon that hadn't been conquered in a long time. The fact that the dungeon was conquered was shocking, but the players could accept that it had happened, considering it was Yuwon. "What if I tell you that it was?" Yuwon answered. "So I was right," Hoon responded. At that moment, he was able to, by proxy, get a taste of Yuwon's true strength. Yuwon was confused as to what had happened, but he too did not want to fight Namgung Hoon unless needed. Hoon sheathed his sword. All the players started mumbling. There was quite a huge commotion due to truth which unfolded. Agria, the highest level dungeon which we went to. So Kim Yuwon was the one who defeated it. Players of Team B started chattering in disbelief. Hoon headed to Team B's original starting point. His teammates were busy trying to gauge the situation. They initially left according to Hoon's will, but they wondered if this was really okay. "Are you really going to give up?" one of Hoon's teammates asked. The question prompted Hoon to stop in his tracks and turn around. "What do you mean?" Hoon asked. The teammate who asked the question was surprised. He didn't think Hoon would go as far as to stop and turn around. It's not like you." "Not like me?" Hoon wondered. "I get that the opponent is really strong, but it's not like you to give up without even properly fighting." Hoon let out a sigh. His teammate wasn't wrong. He hadn't lived that long of a life, but this was the first time this had happened as well. "I didn't like it," he said. Hoon continued, "Passing the test like this and making Yuwon fail like this." Hoon commanded his teammates, and looking at Roel he said, "If you guys want to fight him, we're out. Let's go." Hoon's unexpected actions made his shocked teammates chase after him. Roel bit her lip from the sudden development. "You're a coward, unlike the rumors," she insulted Hoon. "Feel free to say whatever you want," Hoon said while looking back at Yuwon. "I value my teammates' lives more than my pride. Even if the entirety of Team B fought Yuwon at once and somehow managed to defeat him. At least half, no, most of us would die," Hoon predicted, and he didn't want to pass the test like that. From the beginning, he didn't like this test, so quitting here was an option in itself. Hoon's teammates were touched by his statement. In response, Hoon waved at them to hurry up. Yuwon had no intention of stopping them. Hoon's explanation made his teammates nod in agreement. To begin with, this test's roster made no sense. The difference between Team A and Team B was ridiculously unbalanced. Despite that, Yuwon was making up for that gap by himself. So based purely on skills, Yuwon was more than qualified to be one to move on to the next floor. "You're too uptight." But he's got a point. I guess there's always the next test. It seems like a waste to let our team luck go like this, but this is why I like you. Hoon's teammates weren't all that disappointed because as long as they had the skills, they could always move to the next floor with the next test. A smile of satisfaction bloomed on Hoon's face. Damn it, Roel muttered with a frown, watching Hoon and his teammates walk away. Now there were only 40 members of Team B present. They still outnumbered Yuan greatly, but the absence of Hoon was a huge loss as he was the most skilled player on Team B. Still, Roel thought while looking over at Yuan. He was truly delectable-looking prey. With Hoon gone, if they could defeat Yuan, the glory would be all hers. What should we do? We still outnumber him. Damn it. Maybe I should have left with Hoon. The remaining players started murmuring. There were many hesitating, but no one was actually giving up. This was thanks to the power rising within them that filled them with courage. I'm saying this just in case, but don't kill too many kids. It's unsightly for an adult to run amok in the middle of children fighting, said the hero Hercules. Even in the middle of the meeting to pick who would go back in time, Hercules was worried about the players' lives. They are the guys that we need to fight the Outers together later. I don't know who we're sending, but whoever it may be, they're bound to run into some future rankers. And that will be a loss for our side. It was a promise made in the middle of the meeting. As long as it was within their abilities, they would climb the tower in a way that saved players rather than killed them. Because at the end of the day, it was the inners, the beings inside the tower, that had to fight against the Outers. So if possible, they had to avoid killing players and rankers. So no one else wants to give up. TCH, Yuan said in disappointment. He had hoped that more would change their minds with Hoon leaving. That is what I'm supposed to do, Yuan thought. But what can I do when they're baring their fangs so much? Yuan thought. Hercules insisted that they should save people rather than kill them, and Hercules would have indeed figured out a way. However, Yuan was different. I can't guarantee anything. Yuan liked Hercules for being a hero, but he himself could not be one. Roel instantly activated her skilled divine blessing and buffed her entire team. She then commanded her team to attack him altogether. The players started charging towards Yuan. The fire around Yuan started to grow more intense. In response, the players on Team B started to prepare their skills one by one. I'll give it my best shot, but if it can't be helped, it can't be helped, Yuan thought. It was now time for him to butt into a children's fight. Just as the players were charging at Yuan, the divine blessing skill that Roel used got engulfed by the divine fire and disappeared, which caused the players to stop in their tracks. They were stunned in place, confused. Roel shouted from far away at the players who were stunned in place. The skill was blocked by fire. Just break through it. He is alone anyway. Just as the players started to get their courage and hope up, their eyes flickered. They could just stare in Yuan's direction. Yuan's will made the fire roar bigger. The fire enveloping Yuan's body opened its mouth. It seemed like a huge demon broke out to engulf all the players. Hot! Someone save me! It's a demon! Go away! The entire place had erupted into chaos. Despite the name Holy Fire, Yuan looked like a demon to the players. But that was inevitable. That's just how the power of an outer is, Yuan thought to himself. The power of an outer was a power from outside the tower. People had an instinctive fear of the unknown. The Holy Fire was a foreign power to them, so it evolved into what they feared the most. And so the Holy Fire grew by consuming their fear to grow larger. This made Yuan's job not to make the flame bigger but to control it and rein it in. If the fire grows too big, it'll become hard even for me to control. Yuan put out some of the fire and looked around. The test site had descended into utter chaos. Dozens of players were already unable to fight anymore. There were a few players that were putting up a good fight against the Holy Fire, but they wouldn't last long. There's no way this is going to end here. This test was a stage set up by Olympus to get Yuan. There was no way. The only trap they had set up for him was inconveniencing him by ruining the balance of the teams. Yuan knew that the players would be able to endure the Holy Fire with the help of buffs from Roel. So he did not care about them. He wondered how many buffs Roel would be willing to use in this battle. In a hurry, Roel directed her skills that the players spread around her. She made their bodies lighter, protected their bodies from the fire, buffed their strength, and more. She had used over 10 types of buffs on her team. Her abilities were so versatile that any team with her on board could double their power. But then why? What's up with this? Roel wondered. She started sweating seeing Yuan just standing still. She was unable to stop the fire Yuan controlled with her skills. On top of that, the dozens of players were busy running from the fire as if they were put under some illusion. No matter how powerful a buff she cast, nothing would change. She couldn't stop the fire, nor could they injure Yuan, let alone approach him. Roel grits her teeth, focuses her sights, and aims her hands at Yuan. She specialized in healing and buffing, but those weren't the only abilities she had. If that were the case, she wouldn't have managed to become nearly as famous as she was. Above Yuan's head, a giant yellow, glowing sword appeared. It was the divine skill, Sword of Execution. It was the only attack skill that the angel Roel possessed, but that was good enough because this skill was said to be one of the most lethal man-to-man attack skills. Yuan was pressed under the huge pressure of the sword. Die! Roel shouted as she swung her hands down. The sword made of light above Yuan's head fell toward him. In response, Yuan, who had been standing still all this time, drew his sword. Through the blinding light, Roel could see her sword getting shattered. The Sword of Execution. Roel's eyes widened. The shock from what she witnessed made her numb to the blinding light. Her Sword of Execution was destroyed, not even by some special skill, but from a normal swing of a sword. Yuan just casually swung his sword and destroyed the Sword of Execution. The Sword of Execution upon destruction released a powerful light, enough to light up the whole forest. The sword shattered into tiny pieces that floated throughout the vast sky. Roel and the other players heard the loud ringing caused by the collision. It echoed in their ears. Roel had a flashback of what Hoon told her. We will all die. Roel's eyes locked on Yuan. She felt a shiver down her spine and even took a step back subconsciously. There didn't seem to be anything she could do against him. This is cheating, she muttered. After looking around, Roel noticed that most of the players had already run away. She changed her mind. There's no point in fighting anymore. Hoon was right. Roel didn't know what made him come to that conclusion, but Yuan was not an opponent they could face. Even though he was still only a player, his strength was beyond their measure. Roel bit her lip. Everyone, let's retreat, Roel telepathically communicated to all the players of Team B that had received a buff from her. We don't stand a chance. If all of us die here, even if we get his king, we will still lose this test. After hearing Roel's words, the players of Team B looked at one another and nodded their heads. Their original plan was to get Yuan and the king, but currently, both seemed impossible. Make sure you leave your flags behind, Yuan said out loud. This caught Roel off guard. Did you hear all that? She asked. Yuan responded, I don't need to hear anything to know what's going on in your head. And if I say we're just going to leave? Roel asked. I won't let you guys go, said Yuan. So don't waste your energy, and just leave them behind, Yuan continued while signaling with his fingers to hand the flags over. You obtained 8 flags. You obtained 80 CP. After contemplating, Roel ended up handing her flags over. As expected, she had quite a few flags on her. This was one more than the 7 flags that Hoon had on him. A support plays a bigger role in the team than a lone swordsman, so that makes sense, Yuan thought. It was a natural way for a team to distribute the gains. The other players followed Roel and handed Yuan their flags. Will you really not kill anyone? Roel asked as Yuan was finishing up collecting the flags. Yuan nodded. Since he got all their flags, there was no need to kill anyone. How come? You don't seem like someone who'd hesitate to kill people, asked Roel. That's true, but I don't particularly like killing either, Yuan replied. Roel continued and said, Will you really be okay? You might be taking all our flags, but we'll just go collect more. You're by yourself. You might lose your king, and with the remaining time. Are you asking me to kill you? Yuan asked. After getting goosebumps from locking eyes with Yuan, Roel took a few steps back. What is it that you want? Yuan followed up with another question. A talk with you, she responded. I heard that you rejected all the sponsorship offers from major guilds. Yuan nodded his head. Why did you do that? She asked. What is this? Is this a recruitment offer? Yuan asked. Zion can offer you the best treatment possible. I'm certain they'll treat you even better than me, Roel spoke with a spark in her eyes. Yuan couldn't believe she was making such an offer when just a moment ago they were fighting over the flags. So she's sponsored by Zion, Yuan thought to himself. He was amazed that a player on the lower floors was already sponsored by such a major faction, but it made sense as Roel's ability fit them. No thanks, Yuan rejected her offer. Why? Roel asked. It's annoying, having to repeat myself. Just leave. She continued on, then at least give me your kit number. I'm always happy to get a number from a beauty. That is, unless they have an ulterior motive, Yuan said while shooing her away, so just go. Whether it's Zion or Asgard, I have no intention of joining anywhere. Why? Roel refused to give up. Without her persistent personality, she probably wouldn't have managed to make it this far so quickly. She continued, Why are you rejecting all the offers from these major guilds? I'm sure you're aware, but the tower isn't a place you can conquer by yourself. If you have something you desire. She further continued, it's impossible to climb this tower alone. A good team as well as a good guild. You need them both to climb the tower as high as you want. You should have realized it too. You need things other than just abilities. Why the hell are you trying to do such a healing thing alone? Asked Roel. Yuan got irritated by the continuous babbling of Roel. He knew that if he had joined a guild he would have been able to climb the tower faster. But joining the guild will only interfere with his goals. The guilds were naturally against one another, but it was the worst among the major guilds that were trying to gain the rights to the tower. And the major guilds had been at this for too long. For far too long there had been rivalries, suspicion, and pride. So in order to bring them together as one, there needed to be a new center. So Yuan had to go through all of this alone to become that center. It is possible that Yuan cut Roel off with an annoyed tone, even without a major guild. No, I have to solo it. Now stop being so noisy and go away. If you stay any longer, you might actually die. What? Roel asked in shock, staring at Yuan. The other players had already dispersed, and Roel realized she was the last one there. She nodded her head and answered, I understand. Well, I hope I'll get to see you again. And hopefully, we'll be on the same team next time. Roel turned around. Yuan watched her back for a second before adding, Sorry, but the king won't die. Roel turned her head back towards him. Yuan continued while playfully waving his hand, So you should just root for me losing. What do you mean? Roel asked in confusion. Now carry on, Yuan told her to go. Despite her confusion, she decided to keep moving. While on the other side, Halloman felt like he was going through a horror experience. He was in a situation where he didn't know when or where players from Team B would come after him. At least currently things were quiet thanks to Yuan drawing their focus. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, he repeated to himself. Halloman forgot to even blink. A spear or an arrow might come flying at him at any moment, like earlier, so in order to dodge, he couldn't afford to even blink for a second. His legs slid a little. Halloman desperately wanted to run away that very moment, but... Circle. Every time he even thought about it, Yuan's voice echoed in his head. Don't leave the circle. Halloman wondered if he should run away or if he should stay there and wait as Yuan ordered him to. Please come back sooner. Halloman decided that he had no choice but to accept his fate and wait for Yuan. After some time passed. Finally, a skill came flying towards Halloman. Fire exploded above his head. He managed to dodge it by ducking quickly, but the embers from the explosion still scattered on top of him. Embers fell on Halloman's back. He wanted to let out a scream, but he didn't have a chance to do that. Did he dodge it? So he at least has some reflexes. But why is this guy just standing here? Halloman heard some voices in the bushes. I don't know. Maybe he's asking to be killed. 5 players revealed themselves from the shrubbery. They were players of Team B. In an instant, they surrounded Halaman so he couldn't get away and started chattering. Let's finish this quickly. Things seem to be going pretty rough over there. Are they really struggling to get one guy? Kim Yoo-won really must be as amazing as they say. Halaman managed to get a grasp of how things were going from the 5 players' conversation. Really? By himself? Halaman thought in amazement. He wasn't sure when he saw Yoo-won leave confidently by himself, but it seemed that Yoo-won was really fighting against them on his own. And somehow Yoo-won was the one who was winning. That is amazing. Halaman thought, ready to burst into tears, but what about me? It was impossible for Yoo-won to get here in time from so far away. I need to run away. Halaman took a few steps back, his foot landing on the line. It was the line that Yoo-won had drawn, and unfortunately what Yoo-won said rang in his head. Damn it! Halaman muttered, remembering Yoo-won's order to stay within the line at all costs. He brooded over Yoo-won's warning. It wasn't like he had a chance of running away from the 5 players in front of him anyway. He clenched his fist and thought, if I buy time without leaving this circle, Yoo-won SSI will definitely return. So the best way is to believe and follow his words. Okay. Fine. Let's go, you bastards! Halaman shouted, drawing his sword. It was a rash decision. The players in front of him might not have been on the level of Hoon or Roel, but they were still among the top players on the 11th floor. In contrast, Halaman had failed to pass the 11th floor test multiple times now. I can do it, Halaman thought to himself while gritting his teeth. I can do it! The players from Team B started muttering. You're so pathetic. Hey, let's finish this already. Let's divide the CP equally. Okay? The players blinded by CP approached Halaman, now within a few steps of him. Without leaving the circle, Halaman swung his sword with everything he had. The sword hit nothing but dead air. Instead of hitting, he got pushed back to the border. He managed to stop himself from going out of the circle. Damn it, I should not leave the circle, Halaman thought. As he looked above, a player was already in the air, charging at him. The player instantly kicked Halaman in the gut, resulting in him falling down. The player who kicked Halaman said, "What is this? That is just too easy." Team B players that ambushed Halaman must have thought about cautions and measures to counter, but after clashing face to face, they realized Halaman to be a coward and weakling. The player picked up Halaman from the collar and raised him high in the air. He was still mumbling to himself, believing in Yoo-won. If I don't leave the circle, Yoo-won will come to save me. The enemy player got irritated and said, "What are you mumbling about? No one is gonna save you. Farewell. Just blame your bad luck." After speaking, he threw Halaman on the ground. While pressing him with one hand, Team B player raised his sword high, getting ready to kill the king. Suddenly a huge foggy hand appeared behind the player. The hand grabbed the player trying to kill Halaman and threw him high in the air. The players watching from far away were stunned and confused as to what had happened. What is that? A ghost? Is this his skill? The players were taken aback by the domineering mana. They had expected this to be an easy hunt, but here an unexpected obstacle had popped up. Halaman looked at the circle that Yoo-won had drawn on the ground. Then his gaze moved to the thing standing at his back as if protecting him. It was shrouded by the smoke, but there was something there that resembled a person. And that something had protected Halaman. Halaman laughed nervously. His legs shook, feeling weak. There was only a single thought that filled his mind. He was going to live. Yoo-won's skill, the heavenly demon spirit. Yoo-won stood in place and waited for everyone to disappear. Yoo-won had already wasted a lot of time in the conversation with Roel. He wanted to end the conversation a bit faster, but Roel kept on chattering. But as it is all over and there will be issues from Team B's side, as long as Halaman kept his promise, Yoo-won would be able to deal with the problems that lie ahead easily. Yoo-won activated his cinder eyes and turned to look in a direction. Now the only thing that is left is... After a few minutes had passed. Everyone's gone, Yoo-won stated. A sound came from behind Yoo-won in a direction where no one was visible. Then out of nowhere, a gold light appeared. How long were you aware? For a while now, Yuan said while turning around, meeting face to face with Team B's king. A man without a face, glowing gold, the light that symbolized the king. This man had moved alone to get Yuan. You're as smart as the rumors say you are, not to mention you're also skilled, the king said. He looked around the surrounding area and was pretty impressed. After such a fight, it wouldn't have been strange if a big fire had engulfed the forest. But instead of a fire, there weren't even any traces of scorch marks. There were plenty of skills with great firepower, but the king had never heard of a skill that could burn selective targets like this. A fire with a will. If he saw it, he'd want it, the king mumbled while nodding his head. What's the test examiner doing here, wearing that weird mask? Yuan's question shocked the king. Even though his eyes, nose, and mouth were obscured to the point that no one could recall them, Yuan could see him as clear as day. The king was no ordinary player. It was the test examiner Hypnos, a ranker. You can see me? Hypnos asked. Crystal clear, Yuan replied. Earlier, Yuan's eyes had changed into cinder eyes. They were eyes that could see through everything as well as discern lies and truth. Even if the player in front of him was a ranker, with just a simple illusion disguise, he couldn't beat the discernment of cinder eyes. That's not possible, Hypnos said. Sometimes the impossible happens, Yuan replied. You really are something, Hypnos continued. It was a short conversation, but Hypnos was truly amazed. Even though he was found out, he didn't take off his disguise. It would be terrible if people found out that Olympus's test examiner had intervened in a test. I was honestly surprised. I didn't think that you'd choose to go after all the players rather than aim for the king. Hypnos took on the role of the king for one reason. He had assumed Yuan would immediately go after the king as soon as the test started because he wanted a situation like this. The opportunity to face him one-on-one. But rather than searching for the enemy king, Yuan moved at a leisurely pace and then picked a fight with the elites of Team B. I finally understand why the higher-ups are so up in arms about you. A faint shimmer spread out from Hypnos. The faint flow of mana slowly diffused. As his vision and mind became hazy, Yuan tried his best to keep it together. Hypnos was a ranker famous for his illusion skills. So, they even mobilized a test examiner, Yuan thought. Yuan drew out his mana and lit the holy fire ablaze. This was a fight he couldn't win just by taking it easy like earlier. What a mess, Yuan thought. An officially registered ranker had intervened in a test. Olympus had taken a huge risk considering the trouble they would be in if the administrator found out. Yuan couldn't help but smirk. Yuan knew that they had laid out a trap for him. How nice, he thought. In contrast to the fight against the players, the holy fire burned big and loud. Within the dark, changed landscape, Hypnos watched Yuan endure his mana. Most players would have long fallen asleep already. Even fairly skilled players should have been affected by the mana and felt drowsy. But Yuan was perfectly fine, which meant it was one of two scenarios. Either Yuan's arcane power stat was high enough to resist his mana, or his willpower was just that amazing. Hypnos thought that the former was unlikely. His willpower is probably great, Hypnos concluded. About 10 days before the test, Hypnos received a message from Olympus. The message was short but shocking. Knowing the possible major ramifications, Hypnos was deeply worried. A test examiner's role was to oversee possible accidents during a test or remove unfair elements in addition to managing and setting up the tests. I did think it was a crazy order, Hypnos thought. Fortunately for Hypnos, it wasn't that difficult of an order. However, to think that Lady Hera would show interest as well. Right before the test began, Hypnos got a message from Hera, a high ranker of Olympus. Kill Kim Yuan at any cost. The method doesn't matter. At first, Hypnos thought that maybe he was going a bit overboard, but it wasn't unwarranted, he thought to himself. The mana that was dispersed into the air started to become darker in color. And finally, Hypnos's skill activated Dark Night. Instantly, Yuan started wobbling. Hypnos smiled. I got him, he thought. Dark Night was the skill he had used the longest and the skill that got him to where he was. As a hallucination-type skill, it forced any living beings inside its reach to fall into sleep. Hypnos thought that Yuan was probably using everything he had to not fall asleep right now. "It's hard, isn't it?" Hypnos said, walking towards Yuan. "Just give in. You can have a sweet dream if you just close your eyes." His words were sweet. Most people gave in to these words, and Yuan was no different. Yuan's eyes slowly started to close, and he stopped wobbling. Hypnos let out a smile. Yuan fell asleep while standing. "It's over," Hypnos presumed. Everyone had a desire to sleep, and Hypnos possessed the ability to draw out that desire and force people into sleep. The timing was good. Right now was the time of day when dark night exhibited the greatest power. Hypnos started walking closer to Yuan. Due to releasing his mana in quite a large radius, the penalty started affecting him a little bit. It wasn't good for him to drag this out. Hypnos pulled out the dagger that he had hidden within his clothes. No matter how good he is with the sword, he's still just a player on the lower floors. Hypnos spoke while pointing the dagger at Yuan's neck. "I don't know what's going on, but don't resent me too much. It's your fault for getting on the bad side of Olympus." Hypnos's knife started shining. He continued, "If a normal player like you bragged that you fought an Olympus ranker, it would have been a ridiculous situation. People will argue whether your abilities are on par or not. Whether Olympus is good or not. It is an honorable situation for you. You could have bragged if you were to live. Now then, it's time to finish this." Hypnos raised his sword close to Yuan's neck and was about to cut him. But Hypnos took a step back, but he was a moment too late. A deep cut ran through his chest. The dispersed mana returned to Hypnos's body. He tried to treat his wound quickly through mana control, but the wound was too deep to treat that way. A dense mana was enveloping Yuan's sword. It appeared to be a pretty advanced arcane sword. Hypnos knew that it couldn't be some ordinary skill, considering it damaged the body of a ranker like him. "It was shallow," Yuan muttered in disappointment. Lightly swinging his sword to shake the blood off the blade, he looked completely fine and awake, even just that moment ago. "You bastard." Hypnos grits his teeth. "Was that all an act?" Yuan didn't answer his question, which Hypnos took as a silent admission. It was obvious that it was an act. If Yuan had fallen to Hypnos's skill, he wouldn't have even been able to swing his sword. From the beginning, Yuan was aiming to close the distance between them to get a one-shot. Such a cowardly act. Hypnos accused him. Yuan retorted, "I don't think you're in any position to speak." That shut Hypnos up because he was right. No matter how talented Yuan was, he was still a player that had just arrived on the 11th floor. Yuan continued trying to taunt and provoke Hypnos. He said, "I don't really want to brag about fighting a ranker. Well, I guess I can mention a story of naive and spiteful examiner and Olympus for fun." "Well, that doesn't matter," Hypnos grunted, his hand pressed tight to his wound. "You're still just a player. The results aren't going to change." "No," Yuan said while looking around. His surroundings were still dark thanks to the effect of dark night. Why, Yuan continued, "This does change things." Black mana started flowing out of the sword in Yuan's hand. The flow of mana was ominous. It was the dark attribute mana from the edge of nightfall. Affected by the skill, Dark Night, your stamina and mana recovery improves. The night didn't just belong to Hypnos. Yuan loved the sensation of mana overflowing in his body. "That's the shit," he thought to himself. His grip on his sword strengthened. Edge of Nightfall was no perfect sword. It had the restriction that it could only exhibit its full power in night or darkness. That was a huge negative. But right now, not only was it a night, but Hypnos's skill was creating a near-perfect darkness. And in a situation like this, it's the perfect item. Yuan controlled his breathing while sharpening his senses. He might have been able to injure him, but his opponent was still a ranker. He couldn't afford to be relaxed. Hypnos is a ranker that specializes in illusions. Fortunately, Yuan already knew a bit about Hypnos. His battle position is a close-range mage, and he utilizes dark attribute mana, ideal for illusion-type skills. but he is still a ranker for Olympus. While Yuan was pondering, Hypnos was still adjusting to the deep cut on his chest. He was not expecting Yuan to be able to use the night to his advantage. Yuan's eyes had a glow in them. He could feel the overflowing power of the holy fire and the dark divine crystal. Both of Yuan's arms started to inflate from activating gigantification, and the holy fire wrapped around his sword. Hypnos's mana, which was spread out around the area, started to move. Yuan was confident against this kind of foe who liked fighting in the dark. The distance between the two people shortened, as both of them started running towards each other. Their fighting styles differed, but they both liked to have a similar distance between themselves and their opponent. Both of their swords clashed, and huge waves of mana erupted from their clash. The whole forest was illuminated by the result of their sword and mana clashing. In a matter of seconds their swords crossed a dozen times. Yuan retreated. His sword was covered with black mana due to the dark divine crystal. Hypnos did not wait and charged at Yuan instantly. Hypnos's sharp blade flew towards him. It moved fast and sharp, but Yuan didn't let the image fool him and quickly bent down to dodge the attack. Yuan activated the ability of Edge of Nightfall. Dark mana started gushing out of the sword, forming a form of aura blade over it. Yuan slashed Hypnos. The body got cut off. But soon Hypno's body started disappearing. It was his clone. One of Hypno's exclusive skills. Hypnos popped up right beside him. It was just another illusion. Yuan was able to see through all of Hypnos's illusions with cinder eyes. Yuan turned around instantly. The two different black-colored manas rippled throughout the area. But Hypnos was quite fast. He was able to reach Yuan's neck before he could even get in position to dodge or defend. But suddenly Yuan's divine fire raged and stopped Hypnos's sword in midair. The purple holy fire raged on, threatening Hypnos. Hypnos sliced the fire, and he was swallowed by his darkness. Every time the fire got close to him, a mysterious fear crept up on him. What is this skill? Hypnos wondered. This eerie feeling was there the first time he saw Yuan's fire. He had never seen a fire that was purple before, and for some reason, when he looked at it, it felt instinctively repulsive to him. But as his repulsion and fear increased, the fire burned hotter. Hypnos tried to defend against the fire over and over, but all in vain. As time passed, the flames started getting more aggressive and the heat of the fire itself started rising. Hypnos was unable to defend against it. Hypnos soon realized the true nature of Yuan's fire. It's not actually growing hotter. Hypnos stretched out his hand and snatched up the fire that was flying in midair. With the ability to turn dreams into reality, Hypnos was able to grab things that didn't have a physical form. The hand that he had grabbed the fire with felt hot, but it wasn't as hot as before. It just feels hot. It was a bizarre skill. Hypnos was shocked that it was able to provoke an opponent's fear and change in power proportionally to their emotions. Hypnos backed off as soon as he realized this fact. How troublesome, Hypnos said, shaking his hand. Sparks flew around him. It was a sign that the penalty was starting and a testament to how much power he had used. The holy fire was pushed aside in multiple directions. It was as if a huge hole was being opened up. Yuan hesitated for a second before swinging his sword. Mana exploded out of the dark divine crystal, adding power to the sword. With no more reason to pay attention to the holy fire, Hypnos focused his attention on Yuan. As the swords struck each other and slashed through the air, countless sword marks made imprints on the ground. As their swords clashed, countless sparks were created. Hypnos was always being pushed back by Yuan. He gritted his teeth and continued to clash with Yuan. The tower's penalty also kept on increasing. The two had now traded dozens of blows. The land below them was filled with countless sword strikes. It was a fierce battle. As more time passed, Hypnos became more and more impressed. This is unprecedented talent, he thought. At first, Hypnos had brushed him off, thinking, how great can a player on the 11th floor be? But that preconceived notion had now been smashed. Even after this long battle, Yuan still looked unfazed, as though he was not feeling any pressure at all. A player on the lower floors could never beat a ranker. That was a long-standing, unchangeable law. Every once in a while, among the elite purebloods were ones with great talent who managed to surpass rankers before they became a ranker themselves. However, that always happened after they had climbed pretty far up the tower. If he were to become a ranker in the future, Hypnos couldn't begin to imagine what kind of a monster Yuan would be. I can't let that happen. Hypnos finally understood why Hera cared about a lowly player. I have to kill him here, Hypnos resolved himself. Moon Dream. Hypnos used his ultimate skill. The penalty on Hypnos's body grew stronger. At the same time, a huge circle floated above their dark arena. It was as if a full moon was up alone in the night sky. After a moment, the moon started to rupture. Finally, it exploded. Shattered fragments of the moon started raining down with nowhere to escape. I guess you're not afraid of the administrator, Yuan stated. His words made Hypnos pause for a second. Even Hypnos's turbulent mana froze momentarily. But soon after, Hypnos bit his lip and responded, "My only allegiance is to Olympus." "What a joke," Yuan replied. Hypnos continued and said, "Say whatever you want. There's no way a brat who knows nothing like you would understand the greater cause." The sky and the ground shook. "Greater cause, you say? You would not even be able to imagine the weight of the burden that I carry," Yuan muttered while watching the fragments of the moon coming at him. "Keep this in mind." Yuan remembered what Kronos said when he first revealed the clock movement. "Whoever is the one that uses this to go back in time," Kronos said while everyone was gathered around, "they will have to carry the entire tower on their back." The tower was a collection of hundreds of different worlds. It was a world with trillions of living beings, and that world was on a trajectory heading towards doom. Yuan knew the end of the world. So the one who goes back needs to be capable of holding up that weight. This was what Kronos advised. Yuan only understood after coming back how truly heavy it was. There was no way for Hypnos to know the magnitude of the weight on Yuan's back. "I may not, but I at least know one thing," Yuan said to Hypnos. The greater cause. Yuan didn't truly know what it meant either, but he was sure of one thing. The thing about the greater cause, Yuan snickered at Hypnos, is that it's meant to be said when you're sacrificing yourself, not someone else. Like Yuan, who had gone back in time just to repeat that hellish fight once again. "That's cooler, isn't it?" Yuan asked. Between the two of them, Yuan had the greater right to talk about it. The fragments of the broken moon dropped on the ground, creating a huge rubble, covering the entire area. A huge noise along with dirt erupted from the rubble. As Yuan was squashed under the pile of rocks, the ground underneath buckled, unable to handle the weight. The user of the skill, Hypnos, was fine because none of the moon fragments fell around him. Yuan was now buried somewhere underneath the mountain of rocks. "Cooler?" Hypnos said bitterly. "How dare you say that when you don't even understand Olympus's will?" Hypnos clenched his fist tight. He was well aware that what he was doing right now was one of the unforgivable crimes in the tower, but he had no choice. "Everything is for Olympus." Hypnos closed his eyes and repeated the same thing over and over in his head. "For Olympus." Suddenly, a hot sensation pierced through his back and chest. Hypnos looked down and saw a black sword drenched in blood. He tried to speak but splurted out mouthfuls of blood. "You should never let your guard down in a fight," Yuan said while pushing up on his sword. Hypnos grabbed the blade with his hand, using sheer force to barely stop his body from getting cut in half. However, he was unable to do anything about his hand getting torn apart by the blade. Along with incurring a powerful penalty, mana flowed out of Hypnos's body. This man was threatening enough for Yuan to pull the sword out of Hypnos's back and jump back a distance. The fragments of the moon around the place slowly started disappearing. As the scenery returned to normal, Hypnos had a shocked look on his face. How, he thought. Moon Dream was the strongest skill he had that he used in combination with Dark Night. It was a cheat-like skill capable of turning illusions into reality within the area of his mana. Moon Dream showed illusions of Hypnos's choice to his opponent. Even if his opponents suspected it of being an illusion, it was hard for them to be certain that the rocks falling right in front of them weren't real. That was the power of visions. and Moon Dream had the power to change that fear into reality. 2 conditions were needed to nullify the skill. The first was to realize that the sight in front of them was an illusion. The second was to not feel even an inkling of fear after seeing the fragments of the moon fall on them. If one doubted whether it was real or not for even a second, the illusion became reality. Is it because of those eyes? Hypnos asked, staring at Yuan. Yuan's eyes were red. Hypnos sensed a peculiar flow of mana around them. At first, he didn't care since there were many eye-related skills, but it seemed that this was no ordinary skill. They are pretty good eyes, Yuan didn't deny it. It's not over yet, Hypnos said, clasping his wound and walking towards Yuan. If illusion-type skills don't work, I'll use another method. There's nothing better than the golden cinder eyes for illusions, Yuan thought to himself. No, Yuan cut him off, putting down his bloody sword. It's over. What? Hypnos said in confusion. He knew that he wasn't in a great state, but for Yuan to lower his guard so much. On top of that, Yuan started to calm his fighting spirit. Is he trying to catch me off guard again? Hypnos wondered. However, Hypnos was no longer going to underestimate Yuan. Yuan had exhibited far too great a strength for him to do that anymore. Hypnos's eyes glared while he gripped his dagger tight. I will slit his throat this time, Hypnos thought to himself. Penalty overflowed from Hypnos's body. Hypnos had no intention of going easy anymore since he now knew Yuan could see through his illusions. However, he could not move his dagger, as if a powerful force had taken hold of his weapon. Behind you, Yuan said while smiling. Look who's here. Cold sweat started gathering on Hypnos's forehead. He didn't have to be told to know who would have arrived at a moment like now. Hypnos carefully turned his head around to see a mean-faced, red-skinned, giant man. Sir? Hypnos trailed off. It was the 11th floor's administrator who had given Hypnos his position as the test examiner. Fragments flew into Hypnos's face as the dagger broke. Hypnos blinked, and the administrator was a step closer to him. Explain this, the administrator demanded. Hypnos felt like his entire body was being squashed. The inside of his mouth felt dry, and a cold sweat ran down his forehead. Sir, the thing is... Hypnos tried to make an excuse but couldn't come up with anything. He turned his gaze to Yuan, and saw that Yuan was watching him with his arms crossed. Yuan was a participant in this test. It was obvious who the administrator would side with in this situation. It was likely that the administrator already knew the full situation, seeing how he bothered to show up in person. Hypnos had used his powers to the limit that the penalty allowed, so it would have been strange if the administrator was unaware of the situation. This all happened because the fight dragged on longer than he had expected. As he trailed off, Hypnos turned his entire body towards the administrator and got on his knees. I'm sorry, sir. Hypnos bowed his head. So at least you're sorry, the administrator said. I committed a grave sin, sir, Hypnos continued. Was this an order from Olympus? Hypnos was startled by what the administrator asked. The administrator nodded his head after seeing his reaction. So I'm right. Under whose order was it? Ares? Hera? Or Zeus? Said the admin. Hypnos shouted, it was my own decision. But he then quickly lowered his voice after realizing he shouted unconsciously. This was your own decision. The administrator scoffed. It was a lie that even an idiot wouldn't believe. So you want to take the blame? That's not it, sir. Hypnos tried to speak but was cut off by the administrator. But even if that really were the case, Olympus can't escape all of the blame. The administrator's words shocked Hypnos. His loyalty to Olympus was great, to the point that he had already put his life on the line by personally going after a test participant. But by no means did he ever intend to bring harm to Olympus. Effective immediately, your position as the test examiner will be revoked. And I shall also be taking away all authority given to Olympus on the 11th floor, the administrator said in a firm voice. Sir. Hypnos tried to make a rebuttal. How dare you raise your voice? The administrator shouted at him. Hypnos, who was trying to stand up, had his body fly back several meters due to the pressure from the admin's roar. He then got crushed back down, his face getting firmly pressed into the ground. Hypnos grunted in pain. Of course, it won't end with just taking your position as a test examiner. Messing with a test participant as an examiner is an unforgivable crime. You will be punished for thousands of years, in a state between life and death. The test examiner was an important job. They managed floor's tests and weeded out any cheating. Because of the importance of the job, test examiners were given huge influence and authority inside the tower. Hypnos was shocked. He tried to rebuttal, but, "We'll talk more later," Hypnos said the administrator. Hypnos's body began to get sucked into the ground. He glared at Yuan while he disappeared. Yuan was unfazed. He knew more than anyone about the tower rules. He just stood unfazed, looking at Hypnos getting sunk into the ground, and waved at him. Once that was over, the administrator turned his gaze to Yuan. "So it's you again." This administrator already knew Yuan. That wasn't that big of a surprise. Administrators were beings that were hard to meet, yet Yuan was meeting his third administrator, and each time involved a situation that was out of the ordinary. "Your name's Kim Yuan, isn't it?" "You really aren't an ordinary kid," said the admin. "Thanks to you, I had quite a few troubles," Yuan responded while looking over at the spot where Hypnos disappeared. The administrator instantly understood what Yuan meant. "Definitely not ordinary," he smirked. Yuan nodded his head. Administrators were terrifying beings. With power that matched the top high rankers, they had the ability to use the administrator's authority, which let them control a floor of the tower. In contrast to how the rankers were spread out throughout various guilds, administrators were consolidated. In other words, they were the rulers of this tower. However, that doesn't mean I have to be afraid right now, Yuan thought. As long as you didn't go against the law of the world, there was no reason to fear administrators. There have been quite a few oddities in this test, and if I'm not mistaken, a test examiner is the proxy of the administrator. Yuan made his case. The admin spoke, "So you want me to take responsibility?" "Someone has to," Yuan replied. The administrator stared silently at Yuan. Yuan didn't avoid the administrator's gaze because he knew that the administrator wouldn't do anything to him in this situation since he was the victim here. "You're not wrong," the administrator said with a look of amusement on his face. "Okay. I promise to give you a reward when the test is over. And you won't go back on your words?" Yuan asked. "I'm an administrator. You shouldn't compare me with a bastard like Hypnos." An administrator's words were trustworthy as they were essentially the living, breathing system. Because of that, they would never do something like lying. "I understand," Yuan said. Having received the answer he wanted from the administrator, he turned his attention. Now then, there were a few players watching what was going on. Namgung-hoon, Yuan noticed in particular. "So we had quite the audience," the administrator said, shrugging it off and pretending that he wasn't aware. "A big wave is coming." "A big wave. Ha ha." The administrator put his hands behind his back and started walking away. The space in front of him tore apart, and he disappeared in an instant. Having been spectating for a while, Hoon and his companions were startled by the sudden disappearance of the administrator. "A wave," he says, Yuan thought as he locked eyes with Hoon. "I wonder." Hoon had had his suspicions while following the king, whose identity was unknown. A test examiner ranker going after a test participant player was the worst possible crime one could commit because it broke the laws of the tower. "So it was true," Hoon said with a serious look on his face after he got the explanation of the situation from Yuan. "Olympus. This is a massive incident. Are we sure it wasn't the independent actions of the examiner? Why would a test examiner do this on their own? Fucking hell. Should we remain silent about this? Do you think Hoon's personality would allow that?" Hoon's teammates said while being conscious of him, but it was also something they all agreed on. Having witnessed this incident, their hands were tied. Olympus had committed a grave, forbidden crime. And if this incident became public, Olympus would take a massive hit. But did it really happen? His opponent was a ranker. and one who's powerful enough to be a test examiner. Hoon's teammates glanced over at Yuan. Fighting a ranker. That was a pipe dream for players on the lower floors because their ultimate goal for climbing the tower was to become a ranker. It's the first time since the Great Sage, Hoon thought to himself. This wasn't the first time a ranker had lost to a player. Sun Ogong, a current top high ranker who was also known as the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had a record of crushing a ranker as a player. The test examiner of this floor is an Olympian ranker, Hoon continued to assess the situation. When this event became known, it would have an even bigger ripple than Ogong's incident. What to do, he wondered. Hoon finally decided to ask Yuan after thinking for a long time, what will you do? Yuan had already crossed the line he couldn't come back from with Olympus. Hoon didn't know why Olympus was aiming for Yuan, but it was obvious that Yuan would be marked as their enemy due to this incident. It was an impossible task for a single person to go against Olympus. Despite that, I will fight, Yuan responded. His answer was beyond what Hoon considered logical. Yuan continued until I dragged Zeus down to the bottom. As soon as Zeus's name was mentioned, Hoon felt his chest tighten. Yuan said the name of that giant way too easily. Hoon had to ask, how did you become enemies with Olympus? What in the world happened? I helped a blacksmith who was being forced to make weapons he didn't want to. Yuan was speaking about Hephaestus. Ever since then, they decided they wanted to kill me. A blacksmith, you say? Hoon muttered. Hoon was a direct descendant of the Namgung clan. Because of that, he endlessly heard the news around the tower. Even though Yuan wasn't clear, Hoon was somewhat able to put together what was going on. I see, Hoon said while nodding. He then turned around and started walking away. Hey, Hoon! Where are you going? His teammates started chasing after him. It's almost time for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Hoon responded to them while taking out his player kit. We're returning to the Namgung clan. He messaged his father, the head of the Namgung clan and a guild master of the martial guild, Namgung Jinwun. Afterward, the 11th floor's test continued under the supervision of the administrator. There was nothing to stop Yuan now. Time passed, and the 24 hours were close to coming to an end. I really thought I was going to die, Halaman said to Yuan. After seeing Yuan, his legs gave out, and he fell to the ground. He was surrounded by blood, but none of it belonged to Halaman. Rather, it was the blood of players from Team B who had wanted to kill Halaman to win the test. All those players had been forced to run away while spilling their blood, unable to achieve their goal. But you didn't, Yuan answered nonchalantly. Halaman shook his head, having experienced what felt like an eternal hell. Multiple times he had thought about giving up on the test. Yuan stared at Halaman for a moment. He was confused as to why Yuan was staring at him, so he asked, "What happened? Have I done something wrong?" "You did well holding out and not giving up," Yuan complimented him. Halaman lifted his head upon hearing that, noticing a red flag. It was all the flags Yuan had gathered so far. 618, that was the number on the flag. Halaman laughed in disbelief. Many thoughts were running through his head. The test was almost over, and with so many flags, he would be able to receive a tremendous amount of CP, which meant a big reward. But right now, Halaman wasn't laughing because of that. I did it, Halaman thought. He was happy and proud of receiving a compliment from Yuan, and that he'd managed to endure it without giving up. I did it. Halaman's hand shook while reaching for the flag. Halaman was Team A's king who had managed to win the 11th floor's test with Yuan. As soon as Yuan handed over the flag to Halaman, both of them got the same message. The total flags totaled up to 1236 because of the king's benefit. You obtained 618 flags. The total will be multiplied by 2. You have obtained 1236 flags. Messages were popping up for players who had participated in the 11th floor test. And a moment later. Final number of flags, Team A, 1236 flags and Team B, 2 flags. Halaman's eyes flickered as he watched the messages. Another message popped up exclusively for Yuan. You have received 10,000 points. The test was now over. Sun rises far away between the mountains. The system notified Yuan, you may move to the next floor. As soon as he arrived on the 12th floor, Yuan immediately found himself lodgings for a hefty price. He then checked the ranking board on the 11th floor. Kim Yuan's name was on the top with a total of 22,360 points achieved. A new record was set once again on the 11th floor. A player who managed to break the record of Zeus, a high ranker and king of Olympus, had appeared. After checking the rankings, Yuan took a look at his contribution points again. A CP of over 20,000. This was a number Yuan had not expected. He would have been satisfied just getting over 10,000 CP, yet he had scored double that amount. This was because of one reason. You have been awarded additional CP for an unknown reason. You have obtained 10,000 CP. This was a message that only Yuan got. It was likely Yuan's special reward for defeating Hypnos. The administrator had kept his promise. It wasn't as big of a reward as he had expected, but Yuan had no complaints. So he got 36th place. Halaman, who passed the test with Yuan, ended up with a pretty high ranking. It was thanks to the 5 flags he had on hand and the 600 flags he got from Yuan, netting him over 6,000 CP. It was a pretty incredible record since 36 put him above most high rankers. As for Hargan, Yuan skimmed over the new 11th floor rankings. There were quite a few familiar names. Ogon was ranked 11th, which was pretty low considering his skills. But that was because he wasn't suited for team-based tests like this. Odin was 4th, and Hercules was 3rd. Then he spotted another familiar name that popped out to him. Hargan at the 6th place gained 7,860 CP. There wasn't a big gap between 4th and 6th place. It was close enough that Hargan could have gotten 4th if he had obtained just a few more flags. That's impressive. Yuan saw Hargan's records here and there. Hargan was steadily raising his rankings while climbing the tower, and now finally on the 11th floor, he got a result that matched the great beings of the tower. He's certainly changed. Hargan was originally brimming with talent. What changed was the tutorial and his meeting with Yuan. Yuan had no way of knowing what kind of stimulus he provided to Hargan, but it was a fact that he had essentially given a tiger wings with the tutorial's reward. And right now, Hargan was using those wings to climb the tower with better results. Yuan pondered, I wonder how he looked now. I am curious to meet him. The Namgung clan was the second largest organization in the martial realm after the heavenly demonic cult. It was the center of the 10th floor's world that led the martial guild. Not to mention, it was an elite clan that produced many rankers and high rankers. So you're back, a man greeted Hoon's arrival. Hoon walked towards him. It was his father, Namgung Jinwoon. Jinwoon had a beard that was a few inches long, sharp-looking eyes, and a body that didn't age. He was Hoon's father and the man who turned the Namgung clan, which was on the brink of ruin long ago, into the main pillar of the martial realm. You returned early, Jinwoon said from amidst a mountain of documents. Isn't there a lot of time left until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Jinwoon asked Hoon. I have something I need to tell you, father, Hoon said. You could have used your kit to contact me, his father asked. I decided it would be best that we leave no records of this conversation, Hoon replied. The player kit wasn't omnipotent. Though rare, there were players and rankers who would hack another player's kit and check their records. And the security of this information was crucial in this matter. Jinwoon raised his head from the pile of documents and looked over at his son. Go ahead, he told Hoon. Hoon said while bowing down in front of his father, Olympus is making a move. I think they found Hephaestus. Jinwoon's hand paused while reaching for his cooled cup of tea, and he stared at Hoon, signaling him to keep talking. Hoon continued, they're preparing for the Gigantomachy. The Gigantomachy, you say? Instead of drinking his tea, Jinwoon tapped his teacup with his finger. He was reminded of an unpleasant memory. It was a tragedy that all the olden rankers remembered, and the only ones in this tower who remembered that tragedy fondly were from Olympus. Where did this information come from? I heard it from Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan. I've heard his name before. Yuan's name was pretty famous in the martial realm. Isn't he still just a player? How does he know such information? Jinwon asked. Regardless of his fame, Yuan was too small compared to Olympus. A lowly player. Olympus is aiming for Kim Yuan. What do you mean by aiming for? His father asked. The truth is, Hoon told his father about the events that had unfolded on the 11th floor. Jinwon's eyebrows furrowed. It was a story that was hard to believe. But it wasn't like he could refuse to believe his son's words. He has been fighting Olympus for a while now, said Hoon. Jinwon let out a faint grunt. A player who was still far from becoming a ranker was fighting the giant that was Olympus by himself. Jinwon felt his chest ache. Who else knows about this? He asked. Everyone on my team. Jinwon stood up from his seat and said, And your team has Gibbons, right? Then it'll only be a matter of time until Asgard also knows. Gibbons was a player who was sponsored by Asgard. Jinwon felt that a giant torrent was starting up. The active Olympus and the second Gigantomachy. And caught in the middle was a small star that had just begun to shine. Jinwon stood up and looked out his window. He could feel how busy his clan was while preparing for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, and he had a hunch that this tournament would be more turbulent than usual. On the other side, Yuan had now reached the 19th floor. He had been rushing quickly through the floors to get as much stronger as before the Murim martial arts competition. Yuan's proficiency of the skill, Divine Fire, has reached quite high. He is now able to create weapons from the Divine Fire. The 19th floor trial is a testing field, where one had to destroy targets in a single strike. The contribution point is based on the number of targets one would be able to destroy at once. Yuan with a spear of divine fire started running towards the targets. His eyes turned crimson, and Yuan could see the trajectory of the flying target. This was a test where you had to hit at least 100 targets to clear it. The test lasted an hour, and the targets became faster as their numbers increased. After reaching a certain distance, Yuan threw the fire spear aiming at the targets. The spear flew fast in a straight line and smashed the target. Embers spread out, and the crowd couldn't hold back their awe. The 100 targets that appeared at first were destroyed in an instant. Wow, he actually hit that? I couldn't even see it properly. The testing site quickly filled with spectators. He hit all the targets so accurately without missing any even from so far away. The targets kept on appearing even after the first 100. Yuan kept on smashing the targets with a monstrous speed. That is insane. Just how many is he planning to smash? Looks like he will definitely obtain the new record. There was quite a commotion among the players witnessing Yuan's prowess. Finally, Yuan destroyed all the targets that appeared and obtained a new record. The system notified, "You have destroyed 1,000 targets." This isn't bad practice, Yuan thought. Yuan knew how to handle a myriad of different weapons, but he was most familiar with the sword. However, Yuan also excelled greatly in spearmanship, and throwing spears was one of Yuan's specialties. A spear made of fire. Because his focus was still weak, it wasn't that sharp, but despite that, it was still destructive. You passed the 19th floor's test. You are now able to teleport to the next floor. You obtained 50,000 points. Messages popped up for Yuan, who was looking at the remains of the shattered targets. He had achieved 10 times the quota required to pass, and there were still about 5 minutes on the clock. However, it seemed that there were no more targets left. That's stingy, Yuan thought. This message should have been happy news, but Yuan was frowning. It was likely because there weren't any additional rewards. There was only an increase in stats from leveling and points. Also, with 100 arcane power so close in his reach, other stats kept increasing instead. I'm slowly hitting the limit. He had reached a point where it had become harder to get stronger from just hunting and getting rewards from tests. It was a dilemma. Yuan didn't know if he should have been happy that his growth was faster than expected or if he should have felt disappointed that his growth was becoming stunted. I guess I shouldn't expect a proper reward anymore until the 20th floor. On every 10th floor, the tests became much harder, but they also came with proportionally great rewards. For example, he had obtained the holy fire from the heavenly demonic cult on the 10th floor. I'll have to stop for a moment. He had now obtained the right to reside on the 20th floor, but the 20th floor's test was quite tricky. Well, technically it was what Yuan had to do in the tricky test. Yuan's arcane power was 99. He was just 1 point away from 100, and he knew how to get there. The Great Scarlet Medicine Ball. It was one of the greatest elixirs that was only made once every 3 years in the martial realm, and it possessed a value of hundreds of thousands of points. The place where one can get this medicine is the Murim Grand Competition. There are only a few days left now. After finishing the 19th floor trial, Yuan started moving toward the portal. I should start heading down. After arriving at the portal, Yuan didn't head up to the 20th floor. Rather, he headed downwards because it was now 1 day before the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament was the biggest event in the martial realm, representing the 10th floor. Whenever it got close to the tournament, the martial city became chock full of people. The people that were gathered on the 10th floor of Murim were chattering and having fun. A man and a woman were chattering about the Murim competition. There really are a lot of people. There's literally no place to stay, but even if there was, we'd have to share rooms. The tournament isn't the only thing here. There are plenty of other sights to see. You really are stupid. The streets were filled with vendors selling simple foods. People drank liquor, shared food, and debated while looking over the list of participants for the tournament. They continued chattering. It's gotta be Hoon. Not only is the Namgung clan the one hosting the tournament, but he's not called a genius for no reason. The Namgung clan ain't that great. The martial guild isn't even one of the major guilds. Do you think it'll be Hargan then? Is he also participating in the tournament? Asked the woman. The man replied, of course. He's the best high pureblood in the last few hundred years. I heard that he made it all the way to the 25th floor in a flash before waiting for the tournament. The woman spoke in awe. What a terrifying speed. At that rate, he might even be able to become a ranker in less than 10 years. Suddenly, a man came running through the crowd in a rush. He reached his friend and said out loud, "Hey! I got a big scoop. What is it that made you so late?" The friend asked. "That's not what's important right now," the man who just arrived said to his group, all out of breath. Kim Yuan is participating. One of his group members said, "Really? I thought he would have gone on to clear the next floor. I didn't think he'd be interested in stuff like this." Players who participated in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament had various motives. The most common one was to show off their skills and get sponsored by the best guild possible. Countless guilds paid attention to the tournament, so if you did well in it, it was a piece of cake to get sponsored by a guild. After a pause, another one spoke. "I doubt it's to get the attention of guilds. Do you think it's for the prize? I bet he's participating, thinking he's got this in the bag." The group of men that were eating now had a different look on their faces. These rankers didn't come all the way down to the 10th floor just for fun. "When was the last time we approached Yuan?" the man in the center of the group asked. He was someone who didn't bother with pointless gossip, so when he spoke, the mood drastically changed. The group members replied, "It was after he cleared the 8th floor. We sent a messenger, but he didn't even bother with us." "I'll personally go this time," said the man with a face covered in blue scales as he stood up. It was Branel, a ranker belonging to the dragon race. Some moments later, at the inn where Yuan stayed, a lot of people kept coming to invite him to their guilds, but Yuan kept on refusing them one by one. They were of different races and different clans, but even still Yuan refused them without even listening to their words. Branel also joined in to invite Yuan. "Go away." That was what Branel was told at the door after having jumped through various hoops trying to find where Yuan was staying. Branel had a blank look on his face. He couldn't believe he had been told to go away. He had thought he would get invited in for some tea and have a short talk before he was rejected. So he was dumbfounded at being treated like this. "Aren't you quite rude?" Branel asked. Yuan just silently pointed behind Branel with his chin. Bronno looked behind him and was shocked to see a familiar face. "You're—" Bronno trailed off. "The person who just came said, aren't you from the 12 earthly gods? I heard that things haven't been going well for you guys, but to think the guild master would personally come." "Serial?" Bronno said in a trembling voice. As a ranker of the major guild Zion, Serial was an archangel who was said to be close to becoming a high ranker. "Do you are Kim Yuan? I am from Zion Guild. Are you also going to tell me to go away?" asked Serial, looking back and forth between Yuan and Bronno. Serial decided that there was no need for a long talk. Yuan seemed very used to this situation. A ranker from Zion with the position of Archangel had personally come to visit Yuan. Normally, Zion would have just sent a player on the lower floors to recruit someone. Could it be that others are doing the same as me? Bronno thought. "Well, you are my 9th and 10th visitor today," Yuan answered Serial. "I see." Though he was visited by multiple guilds, Yuan denied all of them a meeting. This was the first time a ranker on the level of Serial had come by, but no matter who came, Yuan had no intention of giving a different answer. "Well, if you by chance have a change of heart, contact us here. Zion will always have a spot for you," Serial said while handing over a card to Yuan. "I can promise you that won't happen," Yuan answered, leaving not a shred of hope. Serial was irritated as to how a brat could treat him like that. That was when a new visitor came by and grabbed the contact card. "What about me? Should I also go away?" Yuan, who was planning on going back into his room, stopped in his tracks. His annoyance quickly left, and he felt a bit comforted after seeing Hargan. "It's been a while, friend," said Hargan. Yuan said the same thing. "Yeah? Go away." "Wait. Really?" Hargan was dumbfounded as he heard Yuan's words. Hargan? Bronno thought. A chiseled, handsome fellow with golden blonde hair and sharp eyes. Hargan looked exactly like he had heard. Bronno remembered that Hargan was a comrade of Yuan and did the tutorial together. "I'm kidding. You can come in," Yuan said, going into his room without closing the door. While following Yuan, Hargan let out a baffled laugh. "Your jokes aren't funny, man." The door slammed right at Serial and Bronno's faces. Serial stood dazedly and Bronno mumbled in a daze, "I should just leave." The inn Yuan was staying in was quite big. It was one of the best places one could get in the area. After entering, Yuan poured some water for Hargan. "How did you even get a place like this?" Hargan asked. "By paying a pretty penny," Yuan replied. "You must be rich," said Hargan. Yuan continued, "Well, I just keep racking up points. I went through the trouble of stopping my ascension. Might as well rest in luxury." As Hargan was about to take a drink, the door to the room knocked loudly. "Is Mr. Kim Yuan here?" Someone spoke from outside the room. "Someone's here for you," Hargan remarked. "Just ignore it. If it's actually urgent, they'll enter by breaking down the door or something," said Yuan. He did not care at all about the recruitment offers and is already quite irritated because of it. "You're really laid back. This must happen a lot. You've had people visiting you regularly, but it's been especially bad here." Hargan spoke while looking back at Yuan. He continued, "It's probably because of the tournament. Guilds gather around this time in the martial realm to recruit players." Yuan nodded his head. It was annoying, but it was going to be a few days at best, and things were likely going to calm down again once he left the 10th floor. "So how did you find me?" asked Yuan, while they sat down. "You're a real celebrity, you know." "All I had to do was ask around a bit," replied Hargan. "I would have just told you if you had asked," said Yuan. "But what's the fun in that? It wouldn't be a surprise visit then, would it? Although looking at your face, seems like you are not surprised at all." Yuan thought Hargan would have changed a lot, but he was still the same. A laid-back personality, earnest eyes, and a confident attitude. He was one of the few real ones that Yuan acknowledged. "What about your teammates?" asked Yuan. "They're resting at the inn." "I snuck out to come to see you," replied Hargan. "We're all going to become rankers. They all have what it takes," Hargan said with confidence. And his words had a level of truth to it. Some of his teammates did indeed become rankers that Yuwon knew in the future. Though I'm not sure about Lee Sungyun, Yuwon wondered. The one unexpected variable was Sungyun. I guess I can find out by seeing him in person, Yuwon decided. There was not much information known about Sungyun, and he was originally a player who should have died in the tutorial. I heard you pulled something real big this time, said Hargan. Yuwon had a confused look on his face. He wasn't pretending. He genuinely didn't know what Hargan was talking about, since it could have been a number of things. Hargan continued, I heard you were the one that stopped Olympus from capturing Hephaestus. Yuwon asked, how did you find that out? Hargan continued and said, I might not be well loved by my family, but my father is still Zeus. Besides, do you know how many people have become rankers after being in my shoes? Yuwon nodded his head at Hargan's words. He continued, I'm able to get a hold of most information. Seriously. I thought you were one really crazy son of a bitch when I heard it. TSK. What were you thinking? I'm impressed that you survived a fight against a ranker, but now you've made an enemy of Olympus. I'm surprised you came here despite knowing all that, Yuwon spoke with a serious look on his face. Well, I've never been one to care what others think. Besides, it's Hera's faction that's all up in arms anyway. Hargan had never been on good terms with Hera and Ares, so he had decided there was no need to be careful of them. What about Zeus? Yuwon asked. Hargan replied, you're the first guy I've ever met who says my father's name so nonchalantly. He further said, that father is focused on clearing the last floor of the tower. It has been long since he stepped away from matters regarding Olympus. The tower was known to have a total of 100 floors, but that wasn't actually true. People called players who climbed to the 100th floor rankers, but that was only because the test on the 100th floor hadn't been cleared yet. There was a higher place in the tower, and people referred to the place above the 100th floor as the ceiling. Anyway, Olympus is not happy because you saved the criminal Hephaestus, so you should watch yourself for a bit. When I get a chance, I'll speak to my father and try to put in a good word for you. It seemed that Hargan was unaware of what had happened on the 11th floor. Yuwon wasn't surprised. The fact that a test examiner had attacked a test participant would be top secret. Even Hargan shouldn't be able to obtain such information easily. Hargan was showing goodwill, but Yuwon was still disappointed by what Hargan had said. So that's how you see it as well, Yuwon said. What do you mean? Hargan asked in a disheveled voice. I'm talking about Ajusi. He's known as a criminal within Olympus. After finishing his glass of water, Yuwon got up from his seat. Do you want to come with me? He asked Hargan. Where? Hargan asked in a rush. To the first floor, to meet Hephaestus Ajusi. Yuwon had some business there, so he was going to stop by before the tournament started anyway. Those words made the expression on Hargan's face change. At the same time, Hephaestus was working on finishing the final form of dark divine crystal. Loud, deafening sounds of hammering echoed. A hand wielding a heavy hammer repeatedly swung it against a piece of metal. That same hand then put down the hammer and picked up a smaller hammer. The smaller hammer was then used to repeat the same task. Finally, Hephaestus stopped hammering. Sweat poured down his face. Looked like he had been working continuously on the finishing. He then placed the only partially formed chunk of metal back into the furnace before taking a break. Hanging inside the workshop, the towel that Hephaestus grabbed to wipe the sweat off his forehead was hot and dry. He felt hot and was having a hard time breathing. It had been 4 days since he'd been holed up in his workshop. Am I pushing myself too far? There was a mountain of commissions he had to complete. My hands are starting to itch. Hephaestus thought back to the enormous stack of minerals in his inventory. Just off the top of his head, he could envision a number of items with over half of them being weapons. However, he was no longer making swords or spears. The only exception was the sword he had made for his savior. Hephaestus looked at the door of his smithy and thought, looking at how the rumors have spread all the way here to first floor, it seems he had gloriously climbed up the tower. He did say he had come by soon. But when will that be? Just when he was thinking over. he heard footsteps coming down to his workshop. Hephaestus, who was taking a break, got up from his seat. So he's here. Are you here? The visitor asked. There was only one person he knew who entered his workshop without knocking. Not to mention he was contacted recently through the player kit that they were stopping by. Hephaestus asked back, aren't you supposed to ask that before you just enter? When he saw Yuan's face, Hephaestus had to try and act nonchalant to hide how happy he was to see him. As Yuan reached the bottom of the stairs, Hephaestus got up from his seat and saw that there was someone else behind Yuan. Who's the guy you have brought with you? Hephaestus asked. Oh, this is... Yuan stopped mid-introduction, seeing that Hephaestus's face had frozen up. Hephaestus was staring at Hargan's blonde hair. Blonde hair wasn't all that uncommon, but shimmering, golden blonde hair was. Yuan couldn't avoid Hephaestus's question. But right as he was going to answer, my name's Hargan. Hargan stepped forward and introduced himself. Hephaestus wore a look of disapproval. It was clear that he knew who Hargan was. So your father's son, Hephaestus said. Hargan spoke with discontent. Can't you just call me your little brother? Hephaestus replied, I think the fight between our siblings is a bit too intense for me to be so amicable. Hephaestus turned his gaze to his hammer as he asked, so, are you here to catch me as well? No. Of course not. Not to mention I lack the ability to do so, Hargan quickly denied while waving his hands in front of him. His job might have been blacksmithing, but the man was still a ranker. Hargan might have been a player who was famed on the lower floors, but there was no way he could hold a candle to Hephaestus. Then why are you here? Hephaestus asked. I wanted to personally meet you, Hargan replied. Me? Why? Because I can't trust Olympus. Hephaestus's eyes widened after hearing Hargan's answer. One of Zeus's sons had said that they couldn't trust Olympus. Hargan continued clenching his fists and said in a firm tone, Since I was born, I was told that you, my big brother, was a criminal. Then my friend told me that he had saved you. Yuan had opened Hargan's eyes. He had shown him that Olympus, which Hargan thought was his entire world, wasn't perfect. That was when Hargan resolved himself that he would believe what he saw with his own eyes over what he was simply told. Hargan continued, I wanted to see and judge for myself. I found out for myself who Big Brother Hephaestus really is. Hephaestus scratched his chin, staring at Hargan. He saw radiant, beautiful golden hair, eyes full of confidence, and irises that were the same color as his hair. He looked similar, Hephaestus thought. He could see in Hargan's face the face of Olympus's king, the man he used to respect the most. Hargan had inherited more of Zeus's genes than anyone else. So, what do you think? Hephaestus asked. Hargan responded, I can't really figure out much from only seeing your face. His eyes then darted around the interior of the workshop, and the only things he could see were armor, shields, helmets, and the like. In a short instance, Hargan learned a lot from looking around the workshop. It seems that you don't make weapons, Hargan remarked. That wasn't always the case, right? I know of countless weapons in Olympus that you've made. It wasn't, Hephaestus said while looking over at the sword on Yuan's waist. It was the most recent weapon he had crafted, and he had felt so elated when making it. How long has it been since you stopped making weapons? Hargan's question made Hephaestus close his eyes. The sudden stop to the conversation made the silence feel much longer than it was, but Hargan didn't pressure Hephaestus to answer quickly. Various expressions came and left Hephaestus's face. He looked at Yuan and only answered after he managed to wipe the pain from his face. Yuan nodded at Hephaestus's signal. It was after the gigantomachy. Yuan stepped outside and waited for Hargan and Hephaestus's talk to end. The two conversed for a long time. Gigantomachy. After that word was uttered, Hargan's heart started beating rapidly. The weapons I made pierced the hearts of the giants. The giants were one of the races that ruled the tower, achieving that position through their natural strength and large physique. Hephaestus continued they viewed Olympus as allies. He then shook his head and mumbled, No. They saw us as friends, or both actually. Hephaestus raised his head and stared into Hargan's eyes. Others might point fingers at them for being hideous, but we shouldn't have done so. Olympus only got to where they are thanks to the giants. Such a thing happened? Hargan asked. This is a story that kids nowadays don't really know. You might know if you're an old ranker, but young ones have probably only heard the inaccurate retelling. Hephaestus pulled out the back in my day card. As a ranker who was thousands of years old, there was much that he knew. I was also one of their friends. And my friends got stabbed in their heart with the weapon I had made. That was when Gigantomachia started. Anyway, when the giants started getting ostracized, Olympus declared war against them. Hargan's brow furrowed as he asked, what was the reason? It was political. Others weren't viewing them very kindly, but also by taking care of them, Olympus could take full control of the floors they shared with them. It involved Asgardian giants, Olympian giants, and rankers from various guilds who wanted the rights we were fighting over. The war grew, and the sound of a sword clashing in the skies spread throughout the tower like thunder. And the ground throughout the tower was covered in the people's blood. The war continued to get bigger, and the weapons I made ended up taking the lives of my friends. You might think it's petty, but most people don't see it that way, Hephaestus mumbled, including our father. They were sacrificed for Olympus to increase their influence, and to wash off the dishonor that Olympus was once an ally of the giants, he said. And was that when? When I stopped doing anything for Olympus and also when I stopped making weapons. Since then, I stopped doing things that benefited Olympus. That is also when I stopped making weapons. Yuan, who had been eavesdropping, lowered his head. This was the second time he had heard this story, and because Hephaestus was even closer to Yuan back then, Hephaestus had shown his vulnerability. Hephaestus had let out massive sobs while he told Yuan about the past. Yuan was certain that Hephaestus was feeling just as torn up right now as back then, but Hephaestus was probably holding back his tears as hard as he could to save face. Instead of crying, Hephaestus clenched his teeth and showed anger. But then a few decades ago, they suddenly asked me to make weapons again. Hargan caught on quickly. Are they? Hephaestus continued, there are still giants left. So will the Gigantomachy be happening again? Hargan asked in a trembling voice. They're probably still only in the planning stage, but it's highly likely that he couldn't deny the possibility. There was a reason why some people say that Hephaestus was one of the people who made Olympus into what it is today. As such, preparing for the next Gigantomachy was a possible reason why Olympus was hell-bent on capturing Hephaestus. It's your choice which side you want to believe. It's entirely possible that I'm lying, Hephaestus said while getting up. He didn't have much more to say. I am going to fight against Olympus. Even so, I will fight against Olympus. Hephaestus turned around. He looked over at Yuan and said, I know that you didn't come here just to introduce him to me. The stuff's in the storage over there, he said while pointing to the basement storage of the workshop. Follow me. Hargan didn't follow them and instead stayed inside the workshop. He had a lot to think about. On the surface, he might have seemed like a carefree, loose cannon, but he was actually quite thoughtful. I'm sure he needs some time to process this, Yuan thought. Yuan was aware that Hargan didn't blindly trust Olympus. If he accepts Sadrusi's words as the truth, Olympus will no longer be the good guys to him. For Hargan, the pillar that he had relied on his entire life would be shaken, so it would likely take him quite a bit of time to make a decision. He clenched his fists hard. He could not believe what to do and what to believe. Hephaestus took Yuan into an alleyway. While leading the way, Hephaestus said, he seems like a good kid. It was rare for him to compliment anyone. I could tell why you brought him. He then asked, are you going to continue traveling with him? It appeared that Hephaestus thought Hargan was a part of Yuan's team. Yuan didn't answer right away as he was still thinking about it. You think way too much, Hephaestus grumbled. Yuan sighed and said, I don't think you're in any position to be telling me that, Adrusi. Hephaestus grumbled. Yuan further said, I know you don't fully trust him yet. Hephaestus replied he's still at an age where he can be swayed easily. Since there's no way to tell which direction he'll go towards, I have no choice but to continue observing. They finally reached the end of the passage. Hephaestus went forward to unlock the entrance. Multiple layers of chains were undone, and a thick steel door was opened. I did end up making it, but a bit of a troublesome thing ended up getting created, Hephaestus said while undoing a sealing chain. As soon as the door was opened, black-colored mana started to slowly flow out, giving Yuan the chills. I already named it, Hephaestus said, having disliked the name Yuan had given his sword. Opening the doors wide, Hephaestus introduced his new masterpiece. This is Kaini. After Hephaestus's proud introduction, Yuan stared at the black glove that was in the middle of the room. The glove had a simple shape with a plain black color. It looked more like a fabric glove rather than a steel glove. This is Kaini? Yuan thought. He was surprised by the introduction. He knew that Hephaestus was the one that had named the original Kaini, but he didn't think the same name would be given to a different type of item. Fascinating, he thought to himself. The glove was floating in midair, and it was radiating black mana. As you asked, I made it in the form of a glove. The crystal is imbued on the outside, but it shouldn't be visible, Hephaestus explained. Yuan took a look at the shape of Kaini. To the naked eye, it really was an ordinary glove, which was characteristic of the Kaini in his memories. Can I try it on? Yuan asked. Of course. That's what I made it for, Hephaestus said with joy. He was eager to explain the item he made. These were always the times that Hephaestus looked the happiest. It had a strange feel to it. Despite appearing like smooth fabric, the sensation that Yuan felt at the tips of his fingers was something in between metal and fabric. He had never felt anything like it. Hephaestus knew Yuan had fought against rankers since the first floor, so there was no doubt about his abilities. But that is not the issue. Controlling Kaini is a matter of whether you have the right to do so. It's quite hefty, Yuan noted. Kaini wasn't as light on his hand as it appeared. Even a fully steel gauntlet wouldn't weigh this much. It's very thin, isn't it? Hephaestus asked. Yes. To the point that I can't believe that it's made with adamantium, Yuan replied. Hephaestus's explanation made Yuan look at Kaini with eyes full of surprise. Yuan was once again surprised by Hephaestus's skills as he equipped Kaini with his hand. And in that moment, his vision changed in an instant. The already dark storage room now appeared pitch black. Yuan felt like he was caught in Hypnos's skill again. No. This might be even darker than that. Yuan was not taken aback by the sudden change in scenery, nor did he take off Kaini. This was a test from Kaini. A space opened up in front of him, and a large yellow eye appeared. The eye was far taller in height than Yuan, and this eye blinked a few times while it stared at Yuan. You. Who? The eye asked Yuan the question that he wanted to ask it. Yuan was shocked that it could speak, even if it was with a cracking, trembling voice. Yuan just blankly stared at the giant eye. Who are you? That is my question, he thought. He understood that it was Kaini's trial. Kim Yuan, he replied. From a different time, strange, the giant eye asked. Yuan, who wasn't fazed when the giant eye appeared, was shocked. He couldn't fully understand because it spoke in broken segments, but one thing it said caught Yuan off guard. Other time. What is this thing? Yuan wondered. Who are you? Yuan asked. The eye spoke on my mouth no. Speak. Yuan instantly asked, are you saying that you can't speak because you're an eye and not a mouth? It did not answer. It was quite a frustrating conversation partner. Yuan was confused. Including Kaini, which was made from the dark divine crystal, not much was known about the 3 sacred treasures of Olympus. They disappeared in the invasion of the Outers, and the only information Yuan knew were the bits and pieces he had heard from Kronos. Yuan wanted to find out if this guy was something sealed inside the dark divine crystal, if it was a medium that drew out the crystal's power, or if it was the crystal itself. Yuan was also hoping that this would be the moment he'd be able to properly utilize the powers of Kaini. Around the time that Yuan had mostly given up on talking to it. I don't think a proper conversation is going to be possible. Egg. The eye spoke again. Egg? Yuan thought. Who egg? Where? Another string of words to interpret, but Yuan managed to get the gist of it. Is it asking whose egg it is? And where it came from? Yuan thought back to the egg inside his inventory. A message popped up. Unknown egg rises up. The egg had remained dormant since he had obtained the holy fire, and it had been a while since it had sent Yuan a message. That was when a small movement was felt inside his inventory. The egg started making huge movements and started vibrating. The tower power tried to stop it, but it failed. Another message popped up. Unknown egg is screaming. The egg moved for the first time on its own in months. Reacting to the egg, the yellow eye responded with its energy. An ominous black mana started flowing out. It was much thicker and denser than the mana Yuan had been wielding through the dark divine crystal. This is dangerous, Yuan thought, evading it instinctively. Dark attribute mana of this level could easily decompose part of a body on contact. I have to evade it. The man was already spreading out, and there was nowhere he could escape. The mana was moving towards Yuan to swallow him whole. It's too late. Yuan shot out holy fire, with all his strength. There was no way for him to figure out right now how to control Kaini, and with no way to avoid it, his only option was to resist it. Yuan noticed something strange happening in his inventory. Yuan, who was going to resist with his holy fire, ended up momentarily frozen. The mana flowing out from the eye apparently had no intention of attacking him. Then why did I? That was when the dark attribute mana that was rippling out, rather than attacking Yuan, plunged inside the inventory on his waist. A message popped up again. Unknown egg's incubation rate increases. The incubation rate kept on increasing steadily from 14 to 15 and onwards. The egg's incubation rate was increasing, and its incubation rate grew higher the more black mana it consumed from the eye. The reason it woke up from its sleep was likely that it had found a delicious target, while it was famished. Yuan's eyes widened. The final incubation rate it reached was 41%. It was quite a high percentage, especially considering how it had only managed to rise 13% after eating Orochi's corpse. The nameless egg that Yuan possessed had come from the outers. Yuan got the idea that perhaps this eye would know something about where they came from. Yuan turned to look at the eye. The incubation rate increases due to the eye. Do you know what this is? Yuan asked the eye, which had managed to cause the egg's incubation rate to shoot up. Anything will do, so say something, Yuan shouted. He was furious and wanted to know the answers that he had longed for. Wait, watch, said the eye. The shade of the eye started to get faint, and the darkness that enveloped him broke away. Yuan felt the chilling energy that had filled the air dissipating. Its speech started to sound clearer as it faded away. Yuan kept on staring at the eye and stood there dazedly. He spoke out loud and tried to stop the eye from disappearing, but to no avail. And with the darkness lifting, sounds from the outside rushed in. Yuan opened his eyes and was stunned for a moment. The heavy sound of a hammer. Yuan felt the shock of the air shaking, and he saw the hammer falling on his head. Ajusi! Yuan shouted in a hurry, seeing whose hammer it was. He was even ready to draw his sword if necessary. The drop of the hammer created a huge rumbling, destroying the ground and everything nearby. What? The hammer stopped halfway, and Hephaestus's face became visible as the darkness fully dissipated. Hephaestus looked shaken. Are you okay? He asked Yuan. There were various hammer marks on the ground. It appeared that he thought something bad had happened to Yuan and had been furiously swinging his hammer. Yuan couldn't answer the question right away because he had just encountered near death. Had he been hit by Hephaestus's full swing of his hammer, it wouldn't have ended with just an injury. Hephaestus laughed dumbfounded and said, It is fine if you are all good. Right, how does it feel to use it? Asked Hephaestus. Yes, it is good. Well, the material is good. It is as if I am not wearing anything, replied Yuan. It said it would watch me. Those were the final words the Eye of Kaini said before disappearing. But it did manage to say something proper before it disappeared. It was hard to make out the other things it said, but the final part was clear. Well, whatever the case is, it's over now, Yuan thought to himself while looking at the black glove he now wore on his hand. It felt pretty good, with a smooth and soft texture. If it weren't for the weight, he could have forgotten about it and thought that it was just a part of his body. The dark divine crystal. It was an item that was also called a fragment of Kaini. Who would have thought such a secret was hidden in this item? There are 2 fragments left. There were 3 total fragments in Yuan's memory. Yuan tightened his fist. I'll need to gather the rest to figure out what's what. His next objective was now the trident's fragment. The workshop shook. Hargan, who was lost in thought, jolted up and ran in the direction that Yuan and Hephaestus had gone off in. What's going on? Hargan asked. Hephaestus and Yuan were exiting the storage room. Who knows, Hephaestus said. The answer he got just made Hargan more confused. Just ask him, though he might actually not know anything, Hephaestus said as he walked away. Hargan presumed that the noise earlier must have been from Hephaestus swinging his hammer since he was wielding it in his hand. Hargan turned over to look at Yuan. So what did he mean? Hargan asked Yuan. Who knows? Replied Yuan. Hargan could see an unfamiliar glove on Yuan's hand. He guessed that it must have been a new item that Yuan had obtained. So what does Hyung mean? Asked Hargan. You guys didn't fight? Not knowing a thing, the only assumption Hargan could make was that Hephaestus and Yuan had gotten into a spontaneous fight. No, Yuan answered. I had to be sent to the afterlife if I were hit by that hammer. Hearing Yuan's words, Hargan imagined it in his mind and agreed to him. No. I'm saying that because I really don't know, replied Yuan. Yuan genuinely didn't know what the fragment of Kaini was, and the commotion was from Hephaestus trying to save Yuan, sensing that the fragment was too dangerous. That's good then. Did you manage to think things over? Asked Yuan. I'm still conflicted, Hargan said while scratching his head. It wasn't that Hargan didn't trust Hephaestus's words. There were people who hadn't had a good opinion of the Gigantomachy for a long time. I think I need to first go meet my older brother and sister, Hargan told Yuan. And who would those be? It's not like you have just 1 or 2 siblings, asked Yuan. Big brother Apollo and big sister Artemis, replied Hargan. They were 2 children that Zeus had with someone other than Hera, just like Hargan. It appeared to Yuan that they were closer to each other than their other siblings as they were in the same situation. They must know something, Hargan said. Apollo and Artemis were 2 of the top 10 high rankers within Olympus, and as they had directly participated in the Gigantomachy, they should have a lot of information. It seemed that Hargan was being very thoughtful and careful about this ordeal. Hargan continued, though I'm honestly not sure. For now, I should just focus on the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. I need to make my name better known for my influence within Olympus to grow. Yuan remarked, I'm surprised that you care about things like that so much. It can't be helped. I'm different from Big Brother Ares. In order to create a faction that follows me, I have to keep proving my worth, Hargan said with a voice filled with resolve. Yuan couldn't know how Hargan felt growing up and the current state of his emotions. There's no better stage for that than this tournament. I heard that there are more rankers spectating this tournament than ever before, Hargan continued. In that regard, this Grand Martial Arts Tournament was being watched by the greatest number of people in its history, and there was a simple reason for this. The quality of the players was outstanding. Of course, about half of them were primarily interested in Yuan. Hargan listed the rankers and guilds that came to watch the tournament, and I heard that a few wandering rankers were also present. Oh, right, also. There was also another reason why this tournament was so greatly in contention. Hargan closed in on Yuan and said in a light tone, There's a rumor that someone amazing is coming. I heard that the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult is going to be there this time around, Hargan continued. Hargan continued and asked Yuan, What about it? Are you getting competitive now? Hargan's words made Yuan's eyebrows twitch ever so slightly at the mention of the Vice Lord of the cult. But that's me, Yuan thought to himself. He checked his title, Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. It was the next highest position in the cult after the Lord, giving one the power to command players that joined the cult. The problem was that the cult was currently dormant in the martial realm. That meant, they're finally re-emerging, Yuan hypothesized. That was very much in the realm of possibility. The only reason why the cult had been holed up in Mount Heaven was due to the heavenly demon's stubbornness to protect the holy fire. Now that their long wish had been fulfilled, it wasn't strange for the cult to start making moves. And they chose the Grand Martial Arts Tournament as their first stage, Yuan thought while recollecting the heavenly demon's face. He's a sly fox, unlike his appearance. The heavenly demon was known as the greatest martial arts master in the martial realm. Unlike Namgung Jinwoon, who just barely hadn't managed to become a high ranker, the heavenly demon had a high ranking even among high rankers. He was an incredibly talented martial artist and the leader who created the current heavenly demonic cult. If the cult has started moving, they'll become a great help, thought Yuan. Seeing as it's the first time the heavenly demonic cult is making an appearance, the Vice Lord has to be someone really skilled. I wonder if they're a ranker or a player. If they're a ranker, they won't be able to compete in the tournament, so I won't get a chance to face them, Hargan blabbered on. Hargan had the impression that the Vice Lord of the cult was likely a ranker, but that was only natural. Didn't you pass the cult's test? Do you know anything? Hargan asked. It's me, Yuan replied. Huh? What is? Asked Hargan. It's me. I'm the Vice Lord, Yuan explained nonchalantly. Hargan looked stunned for a bit, unable to process what he had heard. But when the gears started turning again and he understood Yuan's words, his eyes widened. You're the Vice Lord? Hargan asked in shock. Isn't the Vice Lord a position that's similar to the Vice Head of a noble clan? Hargan's jaw dropped. He had heard that Yuan was the first person to pass the heavenly demonic cult's test. Hargan himself had managed to pass the Namgung clan's test, which was famous for its difficulty, but the heavenly demonic cult's test was known to be even harder. He knew that Yuan was an amazing guy, but he didn't know it was to this degree. Was that the reward? The position of Vice Lord? Yuan nodded his head in response. The real reward was the holy fire, and the position of Vice Lord was just a bonus reward he got, but Yuan saw no reason to explain everything in detail. Hargan mumbled with regret, his back against the wall. Maybe I should have challenged it. Unlike Yuan, Hargan had a lot of interest in factions. The Vice Lord was someone who was able to wield the power to command that organization. To Hargan, that was the most tempting reward one could possibly obtain. Once this gets out of the bag, your value is going to shoot up even higher, Hargan commented. I have no intention of joining any group, Yuan replied. I know that, but the other guilds are going to think differently, Hargan said with a smile on his face. Hargan was quite excited. He smirked and said, You know, tomorrow's going to be quite fun. The day of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament dawned. The Murim competition will be the place where it will distinguish the strongest player among thousands of newbie players. The arena where the competition was to be held was brimming with spectators. There were players from all over the tower, from different clans, different species, and major guilds. There were a lot of players that stood out from the millions of spectators. They were either the heir to famous clans or part of some major guilds. The arena that was prepared for this competition was quite huge. On the fighting platform, there were 10 players standing. On 3 sides of the arena, there were spectators, and in the front, there were huge buildings prepared for officials from Murim and major guilds across the tower. A huge message window popped up, notifying the rules of the competition and the names of the first 10 players. The spectators started chattering. The players started coming up to the arena. Whoa! They're coming! Who's all here? That guy. Isn't that a descendant of the Seomoon noble clan? Didn't he just get to the 10th floor? The stage was massive. It was a special stadium made for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. And towering above that stadium were seats that could accommodate an audience of 100,000 people. It's Yang Wonil, the bastard of the School of the Sapphire Sword. Yang Wonil? Where? Yang Wonil, a player of the School of the Sapphire Sword, strutted along with his shoulders held high. It's finally the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he thought. Wonil puffed up his chest. There are some people that recognize me, he thought to himself. Being called a bastard wasn't pleasant, but people still knew his name as he had been active in the martial realm for quite a while now. I'm finally on this stage. He had been going at it for a long time just for this day. With tensions running high, he looked around. The player that he was most on guard against was the player from the Seo Moon clan. Even if he just got to the 10th floor, a pureblood from the Seo Moon noble clan should not be underestimated. If avoidable, I shouldn't face him directly and work around him, Wono strategized. Players from noble clans, even if they weren't players of high floors, still had a certain level of skill. Wono kept Seo Moon Chang in his mind as he turned his gaze. I don't have any intel on the other guys. Most of them must be nobodies. Huh? Wono's thought was interrupted as a familiar face came into his line of sight. It didn't come to him right away, but it didn't take long for him to remember who it was. That guy is, Wono recollected. It was an incident that happened while he was recruiting new players on the orders of the head of the Sapphire Sword. It was the guy that humiliated him. It's him, Wono thought with fury in his eyes. He hadn't been able to find him until now, yet he had casually run into him at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. It's as the old proverb says, enemies are bound to meet head-on a narrow road. He had been honing his skills while climbing the tower. Wono was confident he could easily wipe the floor with a guy who had only recently made it to the 10th floor. As Wono was thinking, "You're dead meat, it's Kim Yuwon," someone shouted. That created an instant commotion, like pouring oil onto a fire. Kim Yuwon? Really? Where? Who said that? After Kim Yuwon's presence was pointed out by someone who knew his face, the audience started their search for him. Kim Yuwon is here? Wono thought. Even he had heard a lot of rumors regarding Yuwon. There were even people saying that Yuwon might be the greatest player in the history of the tower because he was setting a new record on every test. I'm fucked, Wono dreaded. Why did he have to end up in this group out of all the possible groups? Since it's come to this, Wono thought while glaring at his enemy, I'm going to at least cut you down. In fact, it was possible that even if he lost here, things could go well for him if he stood out in the preliminaries since the audience was bound to remember the match where Yuwon was present. 10, 9, 8. A number that was floating in the air started counting down. Wono desperately waited for the number to become 1. Finally, the numbers counted down, and Wono leaped forward and drew the sword on his waist. Remember me, Wono shouted. Wono's sword cut through thin air. He thought he would cut him down, but his target had managed to sidestep his attack. His attack missed by a thin margin, so Wono moved lightly on his feet and continued with his technique. I haven't forgotten about the humiliation you presented me that day. Wono felt a slight impact on the bottom of his jaw. It didn't hurt much, as if it was a punch from a kid. What was that? Wono wondered. He couldn't tell what it was that hit his jaw, so he decided to just ignore it since whatever he was hit by, he wouldn't feel a thing no matter how many times he was hit by it. Or so he thought, huh? Wono stopped in his tracks. No matter how much strength he tried to muster, he couldn't move. His hand gave out, and his sword fell to the stadium floor. While looking at his opponent's face, he felt a sense of despair. For things to end right when they had only just started. My name is Yang. As Wono tried to say his name, his body flopped onto the ground. So, who are you? Yuwon asked, confused at the guy who suddenly charged at him and got knocked out by a single hit. This young guy spoke as if he had been wronged by Yuwon, but Yuwon had no recollection of meeting someone like him during any part of the test. Did he already faint? Yuwon wondered. He didn't even hit him hard, so he shrugged it off as someone who was just weak. And with that, Yuwon stopped paying attention to Wono, who lay on the floor, knocked out and drooling. There were now 9 players left. With Wono's surprise attack, people's attention was already centered on Yuwon. The players left in the arena started mumbling, what did he just do? I couldn't even see anything. That guy must be Kim Yuwon. Are you sure? I heard the rumors. Black eyes and black hair. Dons the pyromancy robe. He matches the description. Then it must be him. All the players in the same group were wary of Yuwon. It was only natural since only one player could make it to the main stage of the tournament. Without taking down Yuan, it was impossible to move further on in the tournament. It seems like everyone knows now, Yuan said. He had wanted to take it easy in the preliminaries, but he changed his mind. Yuan slowly drew his sword while looking around at the other 8 players, saying, "You can come at me one at a time, or you can fight me all at once." A sharp sound rang out while he drew his blade. Yuan decided not to avoid the attention he had gathered. There was a high level of tension filling the stadium. "Let's finish this quickly and not drag this out," Yuan announced. With a swing of the sword, mana was diffused into the surrounding area. This wasn't a special skill but instead a simple technique that utilized mana, a form of sword pressure. What skill is this? A few got flung away while the few guys who were a bit skilled managed to defend themselves using a skill. But with a single attack, their formation had been broken up. Yuan started charging towards the players. "He's coming toward us." "No. He's already here." "To the right." "No, he's left." "Which fucking side is it?" As if they had made a promise beforehand, the players tried to cooperate with each other, but the results weren't so stellar. Along with a sword slash to the chest, a strong impact flung a player many meters into the air. The player came back down, slamming into the ground. Afterward, the other players started to shout over one another. "Over here! It's not a sword! Then what is it?" It was absolute chaos. Almost no one was capable of keeping up with Yuan's movements with their eyes, but Xiao Moon Chang could at least see Yuan's faintly moving afterimages. "Over there," Chang thought. He could see the tip of the sword moving, but he couldn't react to it. After knocking out all the players, only Chang was left. Chang thought, "Is he coming this way?" The sword reached him a few beats faster than he had anticipated. "I'm dead." Chang braced himself. The tip of the blade lightly tapped his nose. It was a light hit, like an adult scolding a child. As he was getting hit, Chang thought, "The sword hilt? So he is saying he won't attack? So he is treating me like a child?" A kick launched Chang into the air, and he tumbled across the ground. He barely managed to stop himself from throwing up all his insides. Chang vomited blood while hacking and coughing, then grit his teeth to endure the pain in his chest. "That's at least a few broken ribs," Chang thought to himself. It was impossible for him to continue fighting in this state. Heavens knew if he was still capable of fighting, but he had lost his will. Players who had been beaten up by Yuan were groaning and rolling on the ground. Half had fainted while the other half were lying down with injuries. There were no fatalities from what Chang could see. Everyone's alive? He couldn't believe it. This was a tournament where people fought using weapons, so it was inevitable for some to end up dead. However, it wasn't by chance that in such a tournament not a single person died. "Is he going easy on us?" Chang wondered, unable to believe it. That's when he remembered. Earlier, Chang thought back to how Yuan's sword had a clear shot at his head. He had braced himself for death, but instead of being cut down, he was only kicked. Chang was baffled. This might have just been the preliminaries, but in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament Yuan was acting like an adult facing children. Finally, the first match winner was decided in a matter of seconds. It was Kim Yuan. After his match was over, Yuan waited for Hargan's match. Hargan's fight was the match after the next. In the second match, Hargan had to fight against the 9th player. It was similar to the Yuan's match. All the players gathered together to defeat Hargan, who was one of the most capable newbie players after Yuan. Hargan used his electric attack and rushed into the heated battle and beat down all the players by himself. Winner, Hargan. As the winner was decided, the arena fell into chaos, and all the spectators started shouting and cheering for Hargan. They were amazed to witness such epic fights. The people started shouting, "Whoa, he's amazing! He took down everyone by himself." There was another guy like Kim Yuan. There were still remnants of the Hargan's electric attack in the arena. From the AoE electric attack to physical abilities and mana, everything about Hargan was on a level that was not of a low-floor player. He really did become stronger. Even Yuan was impressed, understanding how Hargan was managing to rise in the rankings with each subsequent floor. It was an unbelievable growth speed. Yuan had heard that he had just cleared the 25th floor, but his skills matched those of high-floor players. His potential might be even higher. Hargan's mana resembled Zeus's the most. From his talent for manipulating electricity, along with his skills and appearance, he was a spitting image of Zeus. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with when he becomes a ranker. Yuan found it worthwhile having waited to see his match, but with that, he got up from his seat. He saw no reason to watch the remaining matches and left. As he was leaving the first floor exit, "It's him!" shouted a faintly familiar voice. "Hey, you stay right where you are." Yuan stared at a man pointing his finger at him. His face was also somewhat familiar. Right, Yuan finally remembered. "What was your name?" But he only remembered the face. He couldn't remember the name. The man's face turned red from feeling looked down upon. "It's Yang Wonil!" the man shouted, approaching Yuan, huffing and puffing in anger. Or at least he tried to approach Yuan. "Wait," a man standing behind Wonil grabbed him by his shoulder. "I apologize. A disciple of our school was too rude to you," the man said. The man's strength was on a completely different level than Wonil's. He was almost 2 meters tall with a muscular build. It was clear that this man was strong. Yuan got an uneasy feeling while looking at the man. "Is he a ranker?" Yuan wondered. "Who are you?" Yuan asked. The man walked up to Yuan and introduced himself. "I am the head of the school of the Sapphire Sword. My name is Moon Jubek. I came here to see if you would like to cooperate with our clan." "Your clan, huh?" Yuan mumbled. Yuan had an inkling that he would be no ordinary player. A head of a martial school meant that he should have at least been on the level of a ranker. For such a person to come here in person. From Yuan's experience, they usually only had one business. "I'm not interested," Yuan declined. "You don't even want to hear what I have to say?" Sobek asked. "Are you not here to recruit me into your school?" Yuan responded. Sobek looked slightly shocked, but that was only for a split second. He immediately returned back to his composed self. It seemed that he had somewhat expected such a response. "That's right. I heard that you rejected all the recruitment offers from major guilds," Sobek said. "Why did you come looking for me when you already knew?" Yuan asked. "To be clear, the School of the Sapphire Sword isn't a guild. We might be a part of the martial guild, but we are more of a martial school than a guild," Sobek tried to persuade Yuan. Yuan thought his logic was hilarious. Telling someone to join their school without a test is no different than a guild recruitment offer. In essence, it was asking him to be affiliated with them. "I'm not sure if you're aware, but our Sapphire Sword School has a long history. We might have weakened a bit in recent times, but our school can be said to be the first school to continue on the tradition of the martial realm." Sobek went on a long, noisy sales pitch. "If you join us, we will be able to achieve everything for our school. I realized it the moment I saw you fighting in the arena. The future of our school is... I wish you the best with your school, now goodbye," Yuan said while passing Sobek, not interested in hearing him out any longer. Sobek was taken aback. He didn't expect Yuan to just cleanly cut him off and walk away. He did think Yuan might reject him, but not so firmly and easily. He thought he'd at least get a chance to chat over a cup of tea or something. "Please wait a moment," Sobek said while grabbing Yuan's shoulder. "It seems you haven't fully understood me," Sobek spoke. "What did I not understand?" Yuan asked. "This isn't an offer," Sobek said while tightly gripping his shoulder. "Do you understand now?" Yuan stared at Sobek. Sobek was no longer smiling, and with the smile gone, it revealed his harsh face. "He looks rough," Yuan thought, thinking that his face looked like that of a menacing bandit. If he'd had a beard, it would have been the cherry on top. Mana filled with fighting spirit shimmered around Sobek. Yuan was able to read the anger hiding behind Sobek's mana. Yuan looked at the hand on his shoulder. He had expected such a confrontation to occur at least once, and so he was prepared to have a go in such a case. I'm sure you're well aware of what will happen to a ranker that messes with a participant in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Yuan said, his tone shifting. Sobek smiled slyly at the change in mood. Of course I do, he said. So you're not afraid of the Namgung clan? The Grand Martial Arts Tournament was a tournament held by the Namgung clan, the clan led by the head of the Martial Artists Alliance. Is that why you've been acting so cocky? Because you trust the Namgung clan? Sobek let out a laugh. The head of the Jigao clan is my blood brother. Did you really think I'd fear the Namgung clan? Yuan was wondering why he was being so bold. It turned out that he had a pocket ace. Does your blood brother know that his big brother is such a bastard? Yuan asked. Of course, Sobek said boastfully. Now don't be so prickly. I want to have a good relationship with you. If you take your time to hear me out, you'll learn that our Sapphire Sword School isn't such a bad place. Just as he was boasting, Sobek's eyes flickered. I refuse, Yuan said while grabbing Sobek's wrist. Using force, Yuan tried to push away the hand that was grabbing his shoulder. Sobek's eyebrow twitched from the amount of strength exerted by Yuan. This guy, Sobek thought. He knew that Yuan was incredibly skilled for a player on the lower floors, but to have so much strength. This won't be easy, Sobek determined. Sobek strengthened his grip, but as he exerted more power, the penalty slowly started up. Despite that. What the? Sobek couldn't believe it. Little by little, his hand was moving. Yuan was actually pushing away his hand. You asked if I was cocky because I trust the Namgung clan, Yuan said. Sobek started feeling a bit of pain from how tightly Yuan was holding his wrist. He couldn't believe it. He was conscientious in how much strength he used due to the penalty, but for him to get pushed away. No, Yuan continued, I only trust myself. Sobek grunted in pain. Sobek quickly broke away from Yuan's grip. He could have ignored the penalty and used more of his power, but he didn't even have time to weigh his options. Originally, Sobek thought that he just had to crush Yuan with force since he didn't have to worry about the aftermath of the Namgung clan too much. So you're pretty skilled, Sobek commented. It turned out that things wouldn't be so easy. Sobek drew his sword. Sobek quickly started assessing the situation, checking if anyone was nearby. The tournament is going full force, Sobek thought. It'd be at least a while before people started leaving the stadium. Sobek was relieved. I'm glad I ordered a guy to be on the lookout just in case. From the beginning, he had intended to use force if Yuan didn't listen to him, since as long as he could somehow take Yuan to his school, he'd be able to get Yuan to listen to him one way or another. Let's not drag this out, Sobek resolved himself. Right. Actually, there is one thing. Something I trust, Yuan said. What? Sobek responded. Yuan's gaze shifted to behind Sobek. Out of nowhere, a presence could be felt. There was nothing nearby, but in an instant, a presence grew close to them. Sobek felt an odd sensation as if a ferocious beast was approaching him from behind. I thought you were taking too long, sir, a man spoke. Sobek turned his head to find a large man had approached them. His outfit and way of speech made him seem like someone from the martial realm, but Sobek had never once seen this man before. The man looked back and forth between Yuan and Sobek before asking, What are you doing here? It was the Heavenly Fist Lord Peng Beklim. The man who had fought with Yuan during the Heavenly Demonic Cult's test politely bowed and greeted Yuan, Vice Lord. Peng Beklim's words made Moon Sobek doubt his ears. Vice Lord? Sobek wondered. It was a title he was unfamiliar with, and for a moment he thought maybe somehow he misheard Vice Head as Vice Lord. But before that, I thought Yuan didn't have a martial school that he was affiliated with, Sobek wondered. Then it hit him, could it be? There was only a single place in the current martial realm that used the title of Vice Lord. A faction that was closer to a religious group than a martial school. Based on empty heaven, it was the faction that could truly claim to be the strongest martial organization. The Heavenly Demonic Cult. Still, there's no way they gave him the role of Vice Lord just from passing a lowly test. Sobek felt confused. He wanted to doubt the situation, but he had seen it with his own eyes just now. Sobek lowered his sword, and Becklin glared him in the eyes while walking towards Yuan. Having gauged the situation, he smacked his palm with his fist. "Is this a fight, sir?" Becklin asked. "We haven't started yet," Yuan answered. Yuan was naturally speaking less politely, while on the other hand, Becklin was now speaking to Yuan with respect, unlike before. They were simply following the rules of the heavenly demonic cult. "What would you like me to do?" Becklin asked while looking back at Sobek. "Should I kill him?" Becklin seemed ready to fight, like he was waiting for Yuan's order to drop. An intense fighting spirit started flowing out from Becklin's body, and in an instant, Sobek felt minuscule compared to him. He's a ranker, Sobek realized. And he realized that Becklin wasn't just an ordinary ranker but a cut above most rankers in the martial realm. Sobek tried to gauge what it would be like to fight Becklin. "I have a 90% chance of losing. And even if I did win, that would still be a problem," Sobek calculated the various scenarios in his head. In the end, there was only one decision he could make. Ahem. "I apologize." Sobek let out a fake cough and composed himself while putting his sword back in his scabbard. "I didn't know you were the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. Had I known you were already a part of a martial school, I wouldn't have approached you. We're not a martial school. Don't treat us like we're the same," said Becklin. "Anyway." Becklin wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead as he turned around and walked away. "Once again, I'm sorry. Farewell then." Yuan watched Sobek walk away in a hurry. Becklin glared at him in discontent. "Was it you guys who spread the rumor?" Yuan asked. "What rumor do you mean?" Becklin responded. "The one about the Vice Lord participating in the tournament." "Oh, that." Becklin started grinning. The cult members must have blabbered because they were excited to be able to go out into the martial realm again. Those guys are pretty talkative. Yuan walked ahead while Becklin followed behind. "Was your personality always like this?" Yuan asked. "I'm always like this when I'm not fighting, sir." "Ha ha ha." That unabashed laughter was recognizably Becklin's trademark. Yuan shook his head while letting out a sigh. Yuan walked ahead while Becklin followed behind. "Are you going to just let that guy go?" Becklin asked Yuan. "I don't really know what his deal is, but he's not what's important," Yuan responded. "Then what is important?" he inquired. "It seems like the Jigao clan is backing him," Yuan said. "The Jigao clan, you say, sir?" Becklin mulled over his words with a slight grin. "Well, we have a dinner meeting with the Namgung clan after the tournament. I'll bring it up with them then. If there is foul play going on, it needs to be properly punished." Yuan responded. "A dinner meeting? With the Namgung clan? Would you like to join us, sir?" Becklin asked. Yuan didn't think that the cult that was just now starting to make moves would meet with the Namgung clan so quickly. The heavenly demonic cult, he thought deeply. Yuan contemplated the potential ripple the cult's activities would cause. "I'll pass on the dinner meeting." The meeting was likely just for socialization, and Yuan was not fond of such gatherings. "Just make sure you properly take care of the head of the School of the Sapphire Sword and his blood brother," Yuan instructed. Becklin bowed after receiving Yuan's orders. "As you wish, sir." Yuan reached the end of the hallway and knocked at the door of a room. "Come in," a voice came from inside the room. It was from Heavenly Demon, Cheon Mujin. At the most expensive lodging in the area where you could see a view of the massive stadium outside the window, the heavenly demon Cheon Mujin was waiting for Yuan. "Good job," Mujin told Yuan while pouring tea for Yuan. "What did I do to warrant a good job?" Yuan asked. "Aren't you on your way back from the preliminaries?" Mujin responded. "Did you watch it?" "No. I knew you were going to win, so I didn't see the need," Mujin said while preparing tea. "Am I wrong?" Yuan picked up the teacup as Mujin poured him some tea. "You never know," Yuan replied. Suddenly the atmosphere changed as the heavenly demon started pouring tea. Waves of dark mana rushed out from the heavenly demon's body and filled the entire room. The weight of the tea felt like it was 1,000 pounds. The flowing tea imbued with Mujin's mana was like a waterfall. "Is this a test?" Yuan wondered. It was a simple but hard test. Yuan grumbled while enduring it by imbuing the teacup with his own mana. It was like a large waterfall was falling down into a single point. A small fracture appeared on the teacup. Sweat started to run down Yuan's forehead with his lukewarm response. As Yuan thought, I can't let it break, mana started to flow out from Kaini. There was a brief second of stability before he felt like darkness was consuming his entire body. Yuan wondered, is Kaini reacting to my emotions? The final drop of tea fell into the teacup, and the cup almost shattered. I see, Mujin said. To normal eyes, one would have just thought it was a scene of someone pouring tea, but for Yuan, enduring this moment was harder than any fight he had experienced so far in this life. Mujin continued, why are you participating in something like the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Your skills don't belong in a children's fight. Yuan replied, I need the prize. Are you talking about the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball? Mujin asked. Yes, Yuan explained while staring at the cracked teacup, I'm a bit short. He had reached 99 arcane power. How would things have been different if he had 100 arcane power? Don't get caught up by numbers, is the advice I wish I could give, but I know that's not possible, Mujin responded. Unlike you, Lord, I'm not a true martial artist. As long as I have the system, numbers are important, Yuan replied. I understand. So that's why you need the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball? Said Mujin. It's not guaranteed that consuming it will push me over, but it is quite possible. Yuan had to overcome this hurdle as quickly as possible, as that was the first condition that he had imposed on himself. The Great Scarlet Medicine Ball is definitely a good elixir. It being the prize is a large reason why the Grand Martial Arts Tournament became such a big event, Mujin spoke while nodding his head, having now understood Yuan's motivations. Mujin took a sip of his tea. Parched from having used a good amount of power, Yuan drank from the cracked cup before asking, I'd like to know what brings you here, Lord? I thought the heavenly demonic cult didn't leave Mount Heaven. Mujin responded, I thought it was about time we started our activities. Accepting new cultists, conducting tests, expanding our faction, firmly implanting our influence. Stuff like that. What about Mount Heaven? Yuan asked. We'll go back and forth a lot. Technology has advanced a lot in recent years, so it's quite easy to travel. Mujin had decided to be active in the martial realm, which was a resolution that would overturn the order and power dynamic of the martial realm in an instant. Will it be okay? Yuan asked. I said it before, but I'm not suited for the role of Vice Lord because I have no intention of being tied down to a single place. I won't be fulfilling my responsibilities while taking advantage of my power. The cult members will probably voice strong opposition, Yuan explained. I am the heaven of the heavenly demonic cult. Since I've acknowledged you, no one can oppose your will, Mujin said with a calm voice. He spoke nonchalantly as if he was talking about undeniable facts like the sun rising in the morning. Because to Mujin, this was the natural order. I could potentially ruin the heavenly demonic cult, Yuan warned. However, that wasn't the only thing Yuan was concerned about. Yuan said I'm an enemy of Olympus. Yuan explained his relationship with Olympus, from rescuing Hephaestus to fighting an Olympian rancor. Mujin nodded along while listening to Yuan's story. I see. The Gigantomachy, you say. Having been holed up in Mount Heaven for a long time, Mujin had not experienced the Gigantomachy, but the tale was so famous that even he had heard of it. So you're trying to stop that? Mujin asked. Something like that. Yuan responded. So in the end, you're going to fight. Mujin's expression did not change. He was not fazed by the potential threat of having to fight a giant enemy like Olympus. Are you okay with all this? Yuan asked. Mujin replied, you shouldn't avoid setting sail just because you're afraid of the tempest. There's no choice but to just face it. This was good news for Yuan, but he couldn't understand. Technically speaking, he was an outsider to the cult, yet Mujin was far too easily agreeing to a path that would be difficult for even blood relatives to face together. And he was going to take the cult along with him. Just when Yuan was confused, Mujin spoke up, If you can't understand, just remember this. Nothing else matters. There's only one thing you need to keep in mind as the Vice Lord, Mujin spoke, explaining the reason why he had called you one here today. Starting now, you are the heavenly demonic cult. The atmosphere turned silent after Mujin's words. Yuan could not say a word, and his confusion ended.
As the preliminaries of the tournament were ending, night had descended, and the ball began. Everyone was busy talking about the tournament while sharing drinks. Yet, amid the festivities, a shadow loomed over the Sapphire Clan head, Moonjubek. A concerned voice rose from the crowd, directed at Moonjubek, who appeared brooding and distant. "Why is your expression so sour?" inquired a curious onlooker. Moonjubek remained silent, a cunning smile playing on his lips as he eavesdropped on the discussions around him. The success of the martial arts competition was the talk of the town, with excitement soaring over the participation of exceptional Murim descendants and notable figures like Olympus Prince, Hargan, and the highly sought-after Kim Yuan. The mention of Kim Yuan sparked particular interest, as he was the sole individual to pass the seemingly insurmountable trials of the heavenly divine cult. Clan heads vied for his allegiance, recognizing the potential strength he brought to their respective clans. Moonjubek seized this opportune moment to drop a bombshell that would send shockwaves through the Murim alliance. Kim Yuan is the vice lord of the heavenly demon divine cult. The revelation hung in the air, disbelief etched across the faces of the assembled clan heads. Accusations of nonsense and incredulity echoed through the group. Moonjubek, ever the manipulator, seized the opportunity to sow discord. The rancor from the divine cult refers to him as vice lord, he claimed, adding fuel to the speculative fire. "I wanted to greet him, but he blocked me and tried to threaten me," he continued, further tarnishing Yuan's image. The enmity between the heavenly divine cult and the Murim alliance provided fertile ground for rumors. Moonjubek, having accomplished his motive, reveled in the success of his scheme. The once unified Murim now stood divided, suspicions and distrust sown by his words. As the clan heads grumbled and deliberated on the implications, Moonjubek continued his campaign against Kim Yuan. "How could we let a demonic cult vice lord become the champion?" he questioned, stoking the flames of opposition. Seizing the moment, he proposed a sinister plan. "How about we do this and that in the finals?" 2 days passed like a flash, and the day of the Murim tournament finale dawned. Due to the finale, Murim Realm was filled to the brim with players from all over the tower. Some were here to enjoy the tournament, and others came to scout prodigal rookie players. Inside a certain room that Yuan booked, Hargan laid down on the bed contemplating and asked Yuan, why would they delay the finale and even change the mode from individual fights to a brawl? "What do you think, Yuan?" Yuan did not bother to think much and replied, "It's better. This way we will be able to finish faster." Hargan agreed because in individual fights it takes too long to decide the winner. "But why did you come here? Where are your teammates?" Yuan inquired. Hargan's teammates were quite strong compared to other participants, but they preferred going outside to visit the Murim realm and have some fun instead of participating in the finale due to Kim Yuan's prowess. Suddenly the messenger ball resonated. Only 5 minutes left until the finale began. Hargan released a bolt of lightning as the time Murim finale dawned. He had been waiting impatiently for the finale to have a fierce fight with Yuan. The arena where the matches were held was filled with people to brim. As Yuan and Hargan reached the entrance, people standing subconsciously backed away out of fear. Yuan noticed the intense glares as he walked through the crowd. Even the once talkative Hargan was paying more attention to his image and walked silently through the crowd. Suddenly a voice came from behind addressing to Yuan. "It's been a while. Do you remember me?" It was Namgung Hoon from Namgung noble family. As Hoon walked close to them, Hargan turned to look at Yuan and asked, "You know him?" Hoon explained that they met during 11th floor trials as enemies. Hargan wondered how could a person survive, contending against Yuan. Later, both introduced themselves. Hoon intensively stared at Yuan, his mind filled with various thoughts. He remembered the events from 2 days ago when Jubet plotted against Yuan. The various Murim clans heads discussed dealing with the heavenly divine cult and Kim Yuan. As Jubek ignited a spark, the other clan heads started wondering about the various plots the divine cult might be weaving to contend against the Murim alliance and rise once again using Kim Yuan. Namgung Hoon listened to everything they said. He suddenly interfered. Did the heavenly cult go against the rules or use any cowardly methods? What is wrong with their approach? Hoon, who was known for his just and chivalrous character, stood with Yuan. In response to Hoon, a voice came from a quiet corner. A person appeared holding a tobacco pipe, with long black hair and responded, "If you are scared, don't get involved." It was Jagal Jincheon from the Jagal family. Jincheon was a snake-like bastard, due to the support of the second-largest family of Mirim, the Jagal family. He was able to voice out his thoughts. It also implied that most of the Mirim sects were in support of this plot. Outside the arena, Yuan, noticing Hoon's intensive glare, inquired, "Do you have something you want to say to me?" Hoon knew about Yuan's skills, but still, he thought it would be difficult to contend against several martial artists. So he responded, "I don't have to worry about you, but still be careful about the finals." He then left, and Hargan looked at his back in confusion. Just then a sound resounded in the air, notifying the participants to enter the arena to proceed with the tournament. Hargan, still confused about what Hoon said, asked Yuan, "What was he talking about?" "Be careful of what?" Yuan did not reply and asked him to enter the arena. As they crossed the entrance, a huge arena appeared before them, filled to the brim with players from all over the tower, from various clans and races. As they entered, upon noticing several players staring at Yuan, Hargun finally understood Hoon's warning and mumbled, "I understand now. You are so popular, Yuan." Yuan already expected this situation, but still, it was too childish. Among the players waiting to pounce on Yuan, there was also a black-haired young man with long black hair from Jagal clan. Hargan raised his hand. "Ready to start fighting," he said. "Yuan, you are my opponent. So, don't get it done by other bastards." Yuan withdrew his sword and said, "Don't worry. It will never happen to me." Right at this moment, inside the grand arena main area, the clan's heads were still discussing about Yuan. As they were talking, a figure closed in on them. He was Heavenly Demon, Cheon Mujin. Moon Jubek complimented Jagal Jiang on his planning to counter Yuan in the Mirim tournament finals. "I did not do much. This is all thanks to the Sapphire clan head." As Jagal Jiang spoke, several other clans' heads also admired him. As they were talking, a figure sitting in a corner was listening to their conversation. He was Namgung Jihyuk, the leader of Namgung family. He remained silent and did not bother to converse with them. Mirim Alliance had now become completely rotten. People now used dirty tricks behind the scenes instead of using swords and chivalry to fight. Namgung Jinwoon blamed himself for all of these issues. Due to his recklessness, Jagal Jiang was able to gather such a large force. He resolved himself to take responsibility and change everything. Just when they were busy talking, some of them felt a huge pressure closing on them. They subconsciously turned to look in that direction. But the other clans' heads, still focused on the Yuan match, did not bother to pay attention. Despite all of their efforts, several players combined were not able to fight Yuan, which caused desperation. Their faces turned sour. The person who just entered the room spoke, releasing his thick internal energy. "It seems like our Vice Lord is doing quite remarkably." Just as several heads turned to look at him, he introduced himself. "I am the Heavenly Demon, Cheon Mujin, coming here due to Namgung's invitation." Jubek stood up trembling. He could not fathom an existence like the Heavenly Demon to attend the tournament. Just as he spoke in a trembling voice, Namgung Hyuk interrupted. He walked in front saying, "Welcome, I was waiting for you." Heavenly Demon. All the attention shifted towards the Heavenly Demon. The clan heads backed away subconsciously, drawing their weapons out. Cheon Mujin looked at Jubek with his fierce eyes and warned him, "I am warning you. If you unsheath that, I will kill you." Jubek's body trembled. Cheon Mujin walked past him, placing his hand on his back, and said, "Good, you did well. Yuan would have been able to win until now if it were not for the rules being changed." It was absurd to think that the match would be manipulated to make Yuan lose. The tension in the room heightened. The clan heads trembled in the Heavenly Demon's presence. Upon his revelation, no one spoke or even dared to come forward. "What is wrong with your expressions? Do I look angry?" The Heavenly Demon smirked as he spoke those words. The Mirim Alliance leader trembled as he spoke, fearing the impending danger. He continued, "Why would I be angry? It's a stage set through all your efforts. It will be destroyed anyway." The scene shifted to the arena, where Yuan, still fighting with the several players, swiftly dodged an axe aimed at him. He stood alone in the middle of the encirclement. The axe smashed on the ground. Yuan's eyes flickered as he realized the axe was created through some sort of magic. In Mirim it was called sword chi. After witnessing such skills, Yuan resolved to attack seriously. Just then a guy with a long spear came at him. Both their weapons clashed, creating huge crackles. Even after pouncing on Yuan with his full strength, the player was not able to budge Yuan a little. Instead, due to the huge pressure Yuan exerted, he got thrown several meters back. After the clash, the players started encircling Yuan. Leading the players was Jaegal Jincheon, the player holding a fan. He kept on sending player after player to clash with Yuan to tire him down. Yuan finally understood why they changed the rules. This method seemed quite simple and effective. In a war where several thousands of people fight each other, the most skilled ones will always fight many people at once. In this way, no one will notice anything suspicious, even if they use some dirty tricks. Yuan knew he could not beat everyone one by one, so he decided to use some more power. A blue energy radiated from his sword. It was the Sil magic sword. However, due to the tower's limitations, the strength of the magic sword was reduced partially. Even after half of its strength, the sword got completely engulfed by the blue energy. Jaegal Jincheon observed the sword chi and realized Yuan had a magic power above 60. So, the rumors about Yuan being able to fight rankers, he considered it false. I definitely would be able to go against him, he thought. By flapping open his fan, he ordered the players to charge together at Yuan. All players ran towards Yuan, with their weapons held high and eyes filled with bloodlust. Suddenly a thunderbolt appeared out of nowhere. In a split second, Hargan came smashing on the players with thunderous speed. The players running towards Yuan cried in agony as the thunderbolt hit them. Their momentum broke due to this rampaging energy. Hargan was now standing beside Yuan, both caught up in the encirclement of several players. The lightning energy released from Hargan kept them at bay. Hargan walked forward with a fierce look and addressed to the players, "Hey, you small fried, isn't it a bit unfair?" While Yuan's eyes were wide open, he could not understand the reason behind Hargan's actions. Jaegal Jincheon stepped forward and inquired, "Can we take your actions as standing with Yuan? We thought we could have a good relationship with you." But he got interrupted as Hargan remarked, "I don't know why you thought such. But you are quite stupid." Jaegal Jincheon shuddered in response to Hargan's words. Hargan further continued, "Does it make you angry? The Jaegal clan always talk big, using underhanded tricks." As he finished, Hargan disappeared in an instant, appearing in front of Jaegal Jincheon in a split second and punching him in the guts with full force, which resulted in Jincheon being thrown several meters away. Jincheon was able to stop him from flying further away. From this punch alone, he witnessed Hargan's monstrous strength. His whole body trembled in pain with just one punch. Gritting his teeth, he resolved himself and ordered, "I will be Hargan's opponent. Everyone should go and subdue Yuan." In this split second, a thunderbolt appeared on his side again. Hargan with his monstrous strength threw another punch at Jincheon. This time he was able to withstand and hold his ground. "I thought Olympus had a hostile relationship with Yuan," Jincheon inquired. From their words alone, Hargan could understand the Jaegal family to be an informant of Olympus. As they have gathered together to take down Yuan, he should have already noticed. Without wasting much time, Hargan ran towards Jincheon once again and threw another punch which was blocked by Jincheon's fan. But the fan itself got damaged. He could not understand how the situation had come to this. For Hargan, who had inherited the blood of Zeus to be able to beat him, Jaegal Jincheon to such a state, to be this hopeless. Hargan kept on throwing punches at him nonstop. With a barrage of punches, Jincheon could not do anything other than silently bearing all this pain. Finally, he managed to block off his punches and remarked, "If you did not interfere, we would have been able to get rid of Yuan." Hargan responded with a smirk, "Do you really think so? Do you think those guys would be able to get rid of Yuan?" From the start, they were naive to think they could fight against Yuan with numbers, who in himself is a lone wolf. Just as the scene folded, blue energy could be seen among clouds of dust. It was Yuan with his magic sword skill alone. He fought against many. As he slashed and beat the players, cries of agony and pain resounded in the air, resulting in utter chaos. The players now trembled in fear in the face of Yuan. On the other side, Hargan threw another punch at Jincheon and revealed, "What a pity, to be defeated by a guy who was just casually fighting." Hargan's words sent shivers down Jincheon's spine. As he tried to inquire further, Hargan managed to land a critical hit on him, which sent him flying in the air. He understood he could not win against Hargan, but for Yuan to be even stronger than Hargan, he is a monster in itself. After a moment, he smashed on the ground, resulting in utter defeat. On the other side, the players who fought against Yuan were also heavily injured. They cried in agony and begged Yuan to stop. The players still standing upon witnessing their fallen comrades tremble in fear. They threw their weapons on the ground admitting defeat and ran away from the arena in fear. Yuan, holding his magic sword, closed in on Hargan and commented, "Now that it's just the two of us left, Shall we start then? Hargan, who had been waiting for this moment, smashed his fists together, creating thunderbolts, and revealed, "Yeah, I have waited long enough. Let's start it." His face glowed with excitement, and an evil smile played on his face as he faced Yuan. "I know you have waited long enough, but I want to ask you 2 questions." Yuan inquired. From the trials, where Yuan defeated Hargan in a single strike, he had been urging to fight with him to decide who was stronger. Yuan's words made him more frustrated, and he grumbled. Yuan inquired, "Do you not regret turning your back on Olympus?" Hargan knew about the consequences of his actions, but he stayed firm and did not regret his actions. As Hargan replied, Yuan asked, "Did you forget my punch sent you flying last time?" How could he forget such an embarrassing moment, to be sent flying by a player who was not even a ranker? Hargan smashed his foot against the floor in anger and shouted, "Yeah, I remember. But do you still think I am the same person from back then?" Facing Hargan, Yuan commented, "No, you look even smaller now." After Yuan's words, Hargan activated his thunderbolt. He wanted to bring out all the strength Yuan was hiding. In an instant, he closed the distance and stood face to face Yuan. Yuan also took his stance. As the fist and the sword clashed, a huge blast was created in result, creating huge shockwaves that sent shivers down the audience. They covered their eyes and mumbled, "What is happening? Are they even players? They are not rankers, right?" In a split second, both the fist and sword collided several times, creating huge shockwaves. Hargan, still smiling, commented, "Show me more of your strength, Yuan." He kept punching Yuan fiercely, but his fists were blocked by the sword over and over again. The ground beneath them shattered due to the collision of their energies. Huge shockwaves were being sent throughout the arena over and over. The clouds of dust spread throughout the arena, covering the site. Jin Qion, who was still lying around in the arena, cried out in agony. After being beaten down by Hargan, he was already in a worse state. The energy released from the clash worsened the situation. Nam Gung-hoon was still standing in the arena fighting with other players. He could the intensive energies from the clash. Hoon could not believe Hargan to possess such overwhelming strength. He had heard his name all the time. In the Miram realm, he was always compared with Hargan, so he thought he could compete with him. But at the level of strength Hargan possesses, even if several players similar to Nam Gung-hoon with him, there would be no meaning. At this moment, the players remaining in the arena could only witness the fight between Yuan and Hargan. From the fight, it looked like even Kim Yuan had a hard time fighting against Hargan. They could only ponder, does Yuan really possesses the strength of a ranker? Opposite to their thoughts, Yuan had been holding back on his strength to fight against Hargan. Hargan had been throwing and punching ferociously at Yuan. To everyone's surprise, the last punch threw Yuan off guard, resulting in getting pushed away. But Yuan instantly regained his balance. Hargan did not wait even a bit and closed in on Yuan in an instant. Yuan could only wonder how many agility stats he possessed to move this fast. Hargan instantly threw another strong punch at Yuan. He was getting frustrated at how he blocked every punch with a sword. He only needed one more punch to shatter the sword. He gritted his teeth and closed in again, but to his surprise, Yuan's hand reached out to Hargan's head, leaving him bewildered. Yuan grabs hold of Hargan's head, gripping his hair firmly in his hand. Hargan anger was infuriated, his eyes filled with anger, and he cussed out Yuan. Yuan, on the other hand, had a wicked smile which further added fuel. In an instant, Hargan lashed out, releasing a huge amount of energy, creating a blast on the platform. Both backed away instantly. The sword was almost on the verge of collapse. Yuan remarked, "You have got some strength there." Hargan, unfazed, responded, "That blade of yours, it's going to shatter. What will you do? Is that all you have, Yuan? What the hell have you been doing?" Just as he was speaking, to his surprise, a sudden gush of blood splattered from his arm. Hargan left astonished. Yuan commented, "I wasn't just getting hit, you know." Hargan could not believe Yuan is still fine after getting hit by several of his lightning attacks, which meant Yuan had a stronger physical build than him. But he considered himself to be stronger in magic than Yuan. With newfound confidence, Hargan took a few steps back, readying himself for another turn. He resolved himself to destroy that weapon of Yuan first. With a sudden gush of lightning, he instantly closed in on Yuan and threw a punch at the sword. Hargan gathered all of his energy in his right hand and rampaged. He started throwing continuous punches at the sword. With the barrage of powerful punches, the sword kept getting destroyed. Dents kept appearing on the sword, and it started to shatter piece by piece. With a final strike, the sword finally shattered into pieces, completely destroyed. Hargan felt accomplished, destroying the very sword he thought Yuan relied on. Yuan let go of the hilt. Just then a heavy sound resounded in the surroundings. You did pretty impressive. Hargan was taken aback by Yuan's words. You should be the one to get the upper hand, but why would Yuan be so composed? As he raised his head, a menacing aura came out of Yuan, engulfing all the lightning around the field. As he witnessed such a scene unfolding, he could only think of withdrawing all of his energy. Yuan manifested the power of giants in his right hand, taking his stance through a punch at Hargan. As the punch closed in, Hargan felt defeated at that very moment. Blood gushed out from his nose just from the pressure. In that instant, a huge shockwave covered the whole arena, shattering the ground and alike. Amongst the chaos, a figure flew several meters high into the air and smashed into the ground far away from the platform. It was Hargan. Yuan was the only one left standing on the platform. The whole arena was hushed silent at this moment, due to the unfolding event. As Yuan looked around, he heard some crying out in agony and pain. It was Jigal Jincheon. Yuan turned to look at him and shouted, "You are still not done. Come on, let's finish it quickly." But Jincheon mistakenly got caught up in the crossfire of two monsters. He could not bear it anymore and collapsed on the ground. A huge screen appeared in the arena, notifying the champion of the Grand Murim tournament, Kim Yuan. Several screens popped out in the arena showing Yuan's figure. The arena felt silent for a moment and suddenly gashed out with an uproar. Yuan grabbed the broken sword hilt in his hand. It was the sword that Hephaestus created for him with the worst mana conductivity. Its purpose was to practice mana control, but it broke earlier than Yuan expected. Thanks to Yuan's mana being suppressed under the foliage of this sword, he was able to fight on equal standing with the players, and he should have been able to deceive some of the rankers who were disrupting him to join their clans or guilds. Right then a fairy appeared in the sky, requesting attention from everyone. He announced, "The 834th Grand Murim competition's victor is player Kim Yuan." The fairy then closed in on Yuan with a mic asking how he felt about the victory. "It was fun," Yuan casually replied. The fairy was taken aback by Yuan's response and felt silent for a moment. The fairy took out a box with a red pill inside it. Then it continued, "We will now distribute the rewards," and handed over the pill to Yuan. It was the Greater Scarlet Medicine Ball. This time Scarlet Medicine Ball is of much higher quality. Yuan wondered, it must be bitter and harder to digest if it is of higher quality. Yuan's next target was the 20th floor, but before that, he needed to get the stats to the point he wanted, and in doing so the Greater Scarlet Medicine Ball would assist. Right this instant, inside the Great Room, where all the clan leaders gathered, Cheon Mujin, the heavenly demon, smiled at the announcement. The Murim Alliance leader trembled in with anger as they heard this news. Jigal Jiang in particular gritted his teeth on this outcome. He could not understand the reason why Hargan stood beside Yuan. He should have been his enemy instead of the son of Zeus. The other clan leader, to divert the attention of betrayal from them, started praising Yuan for coming out as a champion. Cheon Mujin could not stand the change in their behavior. Just before they were talking trash about the heavenly demon cult, and now they turned to praise Yuan as a blessing. Jigal Jiang turned to look at Namgung Jinwoon and started accusing him of trying to lift up the demonic cult. Namgung Jinwoon did not back down and replied, "Demonic cult? What are you implying? It is the heavenly divine demonic cult. I am not lifting them up, but creating an alliance with them." Jigal Jiang continued to blabber. How can Murim faction create an alliance with the demonic cult? Jinwoon resolved himself and revealed the information. Isn't it better than siding with Olympus? These words sent shivers down Jigal Jiang. He went silent, unable to utter even a word in response. Jinwoon continued, "Problems within Murim should be resolved within Murim. Were you thinking of giving this world to Olympus?" Jigal Jiang backed into a corner, gritted his teeth, and all of his long-term planning backfired on him. The clan leaders on this revealed information started murmuring. They could not believe how could someone betray their own people. Just then Jinwoon shouted, releasing immense pressure, "You should be embarrassed, Jigal Jiang." The clan leader standing behind Kyung also trembled under this pressure. Jigal Kyung could not utter a single word. He looked around at the people standing beside him. He finally understood why Namgung Jinwoon stayed silent all this time. He was not able to contend with us due to the people standing with me. But now that the heavenly demon and Namgung have joined hands, all the power loyalty shifted towards them. He could only tremble due to the consequences he would face. Heavenly demon, Cheon Mujin smirked as he looked at the unfolding scenario. It seemed like the time for the heavenly demonic cult to rise had come. Looking at his companions, Jae Galkyung mumbled, "Is this the end?" As the scene unfolded, Cheon Mujin inquired, "Now that the infighting has finished, let me ask one more thing. Who here is Moon Sobek?" His eyes emitted the heavenly demonic chi as he uttered those words. Sobek, standing among the crowd, trembled as he heard those words. He was doomed. A few days passed by after the Miram tournament. At the training facility of the Namgung noble family, Yuan closed himself inside the cave for his isolated training. He wore a black robe, looking around the cave. This wasn't the place that could be booked so easily. If not for the assistance of the Namgung family leader, Yuan had to spend an enormous amount of points to rent it. In the previous life, when Yuan entered the tower, he wanted to become a ranker of the Namgung family, but now it seemed very small. Yuan sat down on the floor with his legs crossed and took out the scarlet medicine ball from his inventory. Yuan already had 99 mana points, but to reach 100, it was extremely hard, and from his memories of past life. In the Miram realm, how much you train your chi, the most important thing is concentration. How much mana Yuan can circulate in the shortest amount of time is the key to success. Yuan gulped the medicine ball in one bite, then instantly started circulating his mana. A huge amount of mana started circulating Yuan. He could feel a pure azure mana circulating within his body. He clenched his fists hard as it kept on circulating. He could feel that this mana was rejecting his body due to its purity. The mana started circulating inside Yuan's body. As Yuan possessed the skill, Master of Mana, he thought it would be easy to tame this much pure mana with limited effort. But to his surprise, the mana kept circulating and increasing in amount at the same time, and more mana started entering Yuan's body. Sweat started pouring down from his face as he struggled to bear the pain. He thought it would be a 50% chance to succeed, but if it kept going like this, he might fail. Despite the hardship, Yuan remained focused on the mana stat, which was still 99. The scene shifted to the 20th floor, Nautical Kingdom Portugia. On Nepta, one of the islands of Portugia, an axe smashed on the ground. Cries of mercy could be heard. Several players encircled two kids from the Giants race. The players kept on cussing the Giants race. The Giants race has the capability to grow in size much larger than normal humans. A 10-year-old kid could grow up to 4 to 5 meters in height. One of the players that encircled the Giants kids inquired, "Why wouldn't you join Asgard when they asked you to? Instead, you aligned yourself to the demon race?" Another player inquired about the location of the legend of Portugia, the Sea Stone. He was the leader of the Vermilion Wolf Guild, named Tiger. One of the legends that circulated in Portugia was that the one who got to hold the Sea Stone would become the ruler of the sea. The Giant's kid, Var, replied in a trembling voice, "Those are just fairy tales." The leader stepped up and commented, "Of course, we don't believe it ourselves. But we heard a rumor that the giant hid the stone. Since the source is Olympus, it must be the truth." The leader took out his sword, aiming at the kids. Hearing these words, the kids trembled in fear. "How could you say that, knowing our relation with Olympus?" he inquired. The leader, with a menacing voice, closed in the giant, pointing a dagger at him. He said, "Of course, it is true, but if you tell us without any interrogation, that would be good. But nevertheless, why would Olympus care about a few dead giants?" The leader kept on muttering. As he continued, he was interrupted by a sudden voice from behind. As they all looked behind, they could see a figure walking close from the shadows. The leader grumbled as he said, "Who is this bastard? Don't try to be a hero and get the hell away." While speaking, his eyes widened as he realized who this person was. It was Kim Yuan, who just climbed the 20th floor. Yuan activated Cinder Eyes to predict the movements of his enemies. Due to skill, his senses increased by 10%, then 25%. Sweat started pouring down his face. He remembered the time in the training facility when he engulfed the scarlet ball. The mana was circulating at an incredible speed within his body, due to which the speed of absorption also increased. Slowly, the mana started getting absorbed into Yuan's body. Finally, the long-awaited moment, his mana stats risen to 100. Due to reaching 100 mana stat points, he unlocked a unique skill. Right back to the present, Yuan's senses kept on increasing as it reached 50%. The unique skill, Sensory Field, that he gained from 100 mana stat points got activated. This skill could detect all the information in 50 meters, whether it's living or non-living. Just then the leader, Tiger, realized who this person was, Kim Yuan from the Grand Miram competition. As he uttered his name, everyone's eyes widened. Kim Yuan took out his sword and walked towards the players. He responded, "Playing a hero? If you think that way, then I will show that I am not playing." In an instant, Yuan's figure disappeared, and he charged at the players, bullying the giants. As Yuan charged at them, the players boggled. One of them gripped his axe tightly as he readied to fight with Yuan head-on. But when their weapons collided, he could feel just how strong Yuan exactly is. He instantly backed off and shouted, "Reveal who you are?" Yuan did not bother to explain, and as he was about to close in again, the leader intervened, standing in between them. He inquired, "Are you Kim Yuan?" Yuan nodded in agreement. The leader left out a wicked smile. "The heavenly demon cult's vice lord has come, huh?" The giants Var and Noir, both of them were baffled by this revelation. The bold man with an axe, infuriated by the unfolding situation, cussed out again. "A bastard like you who only reached the 20th floor is trying to deal with us?" But the leader intervened and warned him about getting ambushed by heavenly cult guards. The bald guy understood the situation. He was frustrated. The leader took his lackeys and walked away from the scene. But he had a wicked smile on his face, as Olympus had been grinding their teeth due to Kim Yuan. He would be able to sell out information on Yuan at the 20th floor head division. Night dawned and the forest turned dark. The giants Var and Noir bowed down to thank Yuan for his timely help. Yuan remained silent for a moment and then inquired, "No matter how young you are, you should be able to fight against those guys. Why didn't you fight?" This revelation took the giants by surprise. They were baffled. Ver gritted his teeth as he inquired, "Looks like you know about giants very well. Which side are you, from Olympus or Asgard?" Noir intervened and tried to calm him down. But to no avail, he continued, "He is a human. Do you think he would help us without anything in return?" Yuan straightforwardly agreed to his words, further infuriating Var. He kept on babbling about the nonsense everyone kept on talking about. Yuan remained silent and kept on listening. As he kept on babbling and did not seem to stop, Yuan intervened. "I know, you got no information on the sea stone. I have business with another titan, Urfa." This name Urfa left the titans boggled. They could understand a new player knew about the ancient elder of titans. Var's rage shot out. He shouted, "The elder does not meet humans. So get lost. I could kill a bastard like you." Yuan knew that giants were not weak. They could kill the players, but in the war between giants and humans, they restrained themselves. Otherwise, they will be slaughtered. Just as Yuan was immersed in his thoughts, Var intended to leave, but his sister Noor stopped. Only then did he realize that his sister already contacted the elder. Noor turned to look at Yuan and explained, "Excuse me, it is not up to us whether you can meet the elder or not." Yuan stared at the contact device. Moments later, huge wolves were running deep into the forest, and the giants and Yuan were riding on them. The Titan Var gritted his teeth. He still could understand why the elder wanted to meet a human. They wondered, how could a human tame the big wolves? Does he possess a druid's taming skill or illusion magic? Var, still angered by the unfolding events, remained silent. His sister Noir complimented Yuan. She knew he was not an ordinary person. But Var expressed his suspicions about Yuan. Watching his brother immersed in thought, Noir advised Var, "Brother, don't think about fighting him." Just as the wolves reached a cliff, they jumped off in the air and landed on the ground. The big wolf started licking Yuan. As they reached the destination, Var was baffled by this situation. Yuan turned to look at the surroundings. There was a huge tree standing tall in front of them. "It is the divine tree of giants." Var explained. "What do you think? It's amazing, right? This tree cannot be destroyed or burned. It is one of the best in the world." Upon listening to Var, Yuan remembered the past when this tree that cannot be burned nor destroyed was burned down during the second Gigantomachia. The giants lived at the bottom of the ancient tree. Yuan stood at the cliff, mesmerized by the giant tree. Suddenly Var called out to him, "What are you doing? Come down here. You should move carefully from now on, otherwise you will die." As they moved towards the village, blue lights started appearing, and suddenly a huge village appeared in front of Yuan's eyes. The village giants were baffled at the sight of Yuan. "What is that? Isn't that a human?" they wondered. The villagers were astonished. For a long time they had no contact with humans, and now a human suddenly entered their settlement. Yuan could feel intense glares from every villager. Noor turned to look at Yuan and said, "Ignore them. You are a guest of the elder, so don't be afraid." Yuan nodded and kept on walking through the village. Finally, stairs appeared in front of them, and upon climbing they reached a grand house. Var, placing his hand on his chest, asked respectfully, "Elder, are you inside?" The house remained silent. After a moment a voice came from inside, "Come in." The door to the grand house opened with some energy. Var and Noor stood in place, and Yuan started walking towards the entrance. He was finally able to meet the Elder of Giants, Urfa. He was a legendary high-ranker who existed before Gigantomachia. The Elder, pitying a wolf cub, greeted Yuan. The Elder, Urfa, sitting on a huge chair, spoke discreetly. "What was your name? My memory is vague these days since I'm getting old." Yuan in turn introduced himself. Elder Urfa had heard a lot about Yuan from Hephaestus from time to time. The elder praised Yuan for his courage to fight against Olympus despite being a non-ranker and a 20th floor player. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense as the elder raised his eyes to look at Yuan. That courage of yours is recklessness. If you value your life, don't fight against them. They flicker you away just like an ant. Yuan silently listened to the elder's words. Looking into the elder's eyes, he spoke with a smirk on his face. I heard you were a pacifist, but in reality, you were just scared. Hearing Yuan's words, the elder's expression changed, and a sudden gush of energy erupted from the elder's body, pressuring Yuan. Taking a few steps back, Yuan managed to endure the pressure. He remarked, Olympus is preparing for the next gigantomachia. Are you just going to sit back and wait for the fall of your race? The mana released by the elder Urfa could not penetrate Yuan's body. The elder was quite surprised, witnessing how the mana refused to harm Yuan. Watching Yuan's eyes, there was not even an ounce of fear he could see. Yuan's will was unwavering despite being in the presence of an ancient high ranker. The elder remarked, You are just as fearless as I have heard. Yuan was taken aback by the elder's words. He continued, You are right, child. It's only a matter of time before our ruin. The elder had already heard from Hephaestus, and Yuan was looking at the legend of Sea Stone. The elder revealed, Contrary to the rumors going around, we don't have the stone. But I know where it can be found. Yuan nodded and asked, Why are you letting me know that? The elder had two reasons to explain the details to Yuan. First, because Hephaestus recommended Yuan, which means he had no connections with Olympus, and second, because of Yuan himself. The elder eyes shifted to Kaini, the glove on Yuan's hand. Yuan's eyes widened on this revelation. He could not believe that the elder could sense Kaini despite it being invisible, but it was still his own perception. He clenched his fist, ready to take action at any moment. After some time, Yuan left the elder's house. On his way of going down the stairs, he stared at Kaini, pondering whether the elder knew about the existence of Kaini or not. Previously, when the elder stared at Kaini, he revealed that Yuan was the strongest player of this era. Yuan still could not understand the reason why Elder Urfa told him all the information about the legend of Sea Stone. The elder's evaluation of Yuan was too high. Yuan pondered if Urfa was testing him to determine his eligibility. The elder's house was located at the top of the giant tree. Yuan instantly ran down the tree. He will get the location of the Sea Stone soon, so instead of delving further, Yuan decided to test out his new skills. As he reached the bottom of the giant tree, Yuan raised his head to look at the huge branch of the tree. The tree looked quite sturdy. It should be equal in size compared to Sun Wukong's staff. At his current level, Yuan's skills should not be able to damage the tree, so he decided to run wild with his skills. Yuan activated the Divine Fire. Several fireballs appeared above his head. For the first time, Yuan fully launched the Divine Fire, because at his current level, Divine Fire is too high of skill for him to control. In order to partially control the full scale of Divine Fire skill, Yuan activated Cinder Eyes. As his senses increased, the unique skill Sensory Field activated. With this skill and Cinder Eyes, Yuan was able to perceive all the fireballs in the air and could manipulate them more accurately. As his perception increased to 50%, the fireball started raining down. One after the other, the fireball rained over Yuan, and he instantly managed to dodge all of them. However, due to the immense mana usage from using 3 high-tier skills at once, Yuan started getting dizzy. He instantly gripped himself and jumped far away. At that moment, a fireball reached over Yuan's head and fell down him, creating a huge fire pillar. The whole area was completely shattered. There were traces of Divine Fire everywhere. Yuan barely managed to avoid the last strike. Otherwise, it would have been bad. The Power Cinder Eyes and Sensory Field allowed Yuan to see the world more clearly. Its power was great. But the pressure of using these skills could overload the brain, which might result in collapse. While Yuan pondered over it, a voice came from behind. What? You were here? You ant bastard. It was from a giant's kid, Quant. He continued, I heard you were great. Don't know if it's true or made up lies. He was trying to fight Yuan due to his hate for Haman. His companions tried to calm him down, but he did not waver. Yuan wondered why the giant called him ant. They considered humans as their enemies. The scene shifted to the elder's house. Urfa could hear this conversation. He closed his eyes, sweat pouring down his face, as he remembered the past. Giant waves collided everywhere, several bodies lying around, and with earth dyed in blood. Several giants could be seen on the battlefield, fighting against Olympus. Suddenly, a huge tsunami came crashing onto the shore. As they looked, a figure could be seen in the skies riding over the waves. It was Poseidon, a high ranker from Olympus. The elder jolted back to reality, seeing the wolf cub trying to wake him up. He placed his hand over the cub's head and responded, "I am all right." Urfa had been to that dream many times in the past. It was the worst nightmare that giants face during gigantomachia. Just then the elder heard some noises. A huge commotion occurred outside. Someone shouted, "There is a fight with Kim Yuan." Urfa turned to look at the fight from his window. Due to Kim Yuan, the events will be different from the past when Poseidon destroyed the giants. As the fight progressed, Quant threw a punch at Yuan. But Yuan was able to stop his punch easily. Sweat poured down Quant's face, gritting his teeth. He could not believe how the events unfolded. Yuan gripped his fist tightly, and he smirked. "You punk. Are you laughing right now?" said Quant. Yuan, tightening his grip, started folding his arm. As a result, Quant started crying out in pain. Quant, embarrassed by the overall situation, started cussing Yuan. As a result, Yuan threw him on the ground. As Quant thrashed on the ground, he turned to look at other giants and announced, "There are more of you, right? I will play with you all as much as you want." The giants trembled in fear. They could not believe that a human would be able to take down one of their strongest, Quant. As the situation progressed, several giants gathered at the scene. Var and Noor rushed to the scene in a hurry, witnessing how several giants were defeated by a mere human. Var mumbled, "Does it make sense for a single human to take down a dozen giants?" Their eyes and mouth were wide open. As the scene unfolded, another red-haired giant, named Vulcan, came to fight with Yuan. Yuan instantly gripped him from his neck, raising him up high. He then thrashed him on the ground. Vulcan tried to resist, but Yuan, holding down his shoulder, activated the skill Gigantification. The power of giants started filling Yuan's arm. As Yuan pressed down, Vulcan cried out in pain. Seeing the several giants gathered together, Yuan announced, "I told you to come at me together. Did you not hear me?" Yuan's words baffled the giants. There were already several giants lying on the ground. In the unfolding crisis, Var turned to Noir. He remarked, "Noir, you told me not to fight him. Do you think that is the way to treat our guests?" At this time, Noir's expression changed and turned serious, her eyes glaring at Yuan. As they started walking towards Yuan, several giants voiced out, "Whoa, those two are here. I can't believe I get to see the descendants of Giant God fight here." As Yuan heard their words, he realized that the two of them were not as normal as they seemed. Noir and Var walked up to Yuan, Var furling his armband. Reaching closer, Var raised his arms, stretching his body. He remarked, "My body had been itching since the first time I saw you. Let's see the skills of famous Kim Yuan." Yuan withdrew his sword, his eyes shone brightly, and he responded to Vara's provocations, "Watch to your heart's content." "That will not be long, though." Vara's eyes glared, and he jumped into the air, charging at Yuan. Yuan immediately activated Cinder Eyes and Sensory Field to follow his movements. As Var landed on the ground, his punch missed the target. Yuan dodged to the side, and Var immediately charged again. Standing on his hands, he threw a kick at Yuan. He was quicker despite his heavy build. As Yuan contemplated, Noir suddenly appeared behind Yuan, ready to throw a punch. Yuan instantly raised his sword to block the punch. Now it has become a fight with two of the best giants. Despite blocking the punch, the pressure was so huge that Yuan got pushed back by several meters. The duo seemed quite hard to deal with. It was not possible for Yuan to fight with just physical strength and his mana, but Yuan only considered it a training to polish his recently obtained skills. In an instant, Var charged at Yuan with a punch, but Yuan easily dodged it. Var smirked and revealed, "Do you know why I never spoke up to my sibling? Because she is stronger than me." Both of them leaped in the air and charged at Yuan with fists and kicks. As the blows landed, the ground beneath shattered, and dust covered the whole scene. As the dust faded, Yuan disappeared from the place, leaving that baffled. Right at this instant, Yuan appeared in the sky above their heads. He used his skill, Steps of Hermes, to jump high in the air. The skill allowed one to perform a double jump in midair. It was a skill that he bought on the 11th floor through a public shop. Now that he has used double jump, Yuan activated the skill Skywalk. Stealthily appearing before the siblings, he slashed Noir's arm. It happened in an instant that they could not even react to Yuan's attack. Seeing his sister injured, Var pounced at Yuan, trying to capture him, but with the skill Skywalk, Yuan flashed away from the scene. Var gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage. Both siblings advanced to capture Yuan. They treaded along Yuan, trying to hit him over and over. But Yuan instantly flashes away. It was utter chaos. The giants standing around the parameter cried out as they strode through the crowd. From time to time, Yuan slowed down, letting them catch up to him. But whenever they tried to pounce at him, Yuan instantly flashed away, leaving them boggled. The siblings breathed heavily. They could no longer play this cat-and-mouse game. Yuan was able to avoid all of their attacks with even a scratch. Yuan already knew where they would attack with the help of Cinder Eyes. Filled with anger, Var pressed on the ground. Lightning started coming out of his body. He could not comprehend why Yuan was just dodging and not doing any attack. He stood up from the ground. Lightning started enveloping his body. He resolved to finish the fight in one go, despite running in circles. More, watching his brother getting serious, warned him to stop in order not to get a penalty. Var was not even a ranker, yet he was getting a penalty for only using his mana, which meant he was going all out. Yuan activated his Cinder Eyes. He resolved himself to face the attack head-on. Mana started circulating around Var. Yuan activated Cinder Eyes' ability to read the path. He was determined to take this blow head-on and finish it in one blow. As Var closed in with a punch, Yuan's Cinder Eyes started flickering, reading the path. He finally found a crack in Var's attack. As both of them collided, a huge blast occurred. Var's punch missed, and he was baffled with eyes open. He gritted his teeth, cursing the situation. As the scene unfolded, Yuan's sword reached Var's neck. "Were you trying to achieve this? You were more reckless than I thought," Var remarked. Var admitted his loss, and Yuan smiled and withdrew his sword. The giants witnessing the scene could not believe their eyes. More, still baffled, wondered. It was a strike that cost Var a penalty, but Yuan still managed to pierce through it. Yuan raised his hand as a gesture of friendship. "You both are a little better than the rest. I hope we get along well," he remarked. Var, still wondering, could not believe Yuan's words, for him to say a little better. He realized what Yuan said and resolved himself to fight Yuan once again one day. A smile appeared on his face, and his resolve to win next time was apparent. In response to Yuan, he shook his hand. "All right, let's get along well." 10 days have passed, and all the giants Yuan fights against are now sitting at the same table with Yuan eating their fill. Their desire to win again could be seen through their aggressive behavior. Var smashed his hand on the table, demanding to fight again. He announced, "Let's hurry up and eat our fill and fight again." But Yuan rejected the offer to fight. He calmly explained that he had to focus on the 20th floor trial, which is to be held a day from now, so he needed to focus on recovering. Nor, sitting beside Yuan, kept staring at him. When they first fought, it seemed like Yuan was able to win by enduring a little longer. But now for the past 10 days, they had been fighting with Yuan over and over again. But every time Yuan was able to beat 5 of them in a matter of minutes. More could not wonder how strong Yuan really became if he used his mana properly. Noticing the intense glare from Noir, Yuan asked, "What is wrong?" She replied, "I was just thinking about the fight earlier. It seemed to me you have gotten a lot stronger." But Yuan nodded in denial, replying, "But I feel like nothing has changed. I still have not mastered the skill I was practicing." Yuan's words astonished Noir, who had been thinking about just how strong he really is. Var inquired, "Didn't you come here looking for sea stone? Will you come back if you pass the test tomorrow?" Yuan replied, "No, I am going to look for the sea stone before moving to the next floor." Var shuddered. "The test is tomorrow. When are you going to?" He went silent for a moment, realizing something. He inquired, "Don't tell me, is it on the 20th floor? The elder knew about it too?" All the face turned to look at Yuan. Yuan looked at Var and explained, "It is not just Urfa who knew. Your father, as a descendant of the giant god, also knew. But they are not telling anyone." Hearing Yuan's words, Var went silent. After a brief moment, his expression shook. He asked, "Is that how important that item is?" Yuan agreed. He then inquired, "If we really possessed it as rumors said, then why did the elder want to meet Yuan?" Yuan replied with a stern expression, "Who knows? Maybe because I am the strongest." Quant the piece of meat on the table. Irritatingly, he questioned, "So the elder knew everything? All because of a legend? Does he know how much we suffered?" His face filled with anger, and he gritted his teeth. Moore tried to stop him, but his anger lashed out. "Why should I? How many times did I get into a fight because of that? I almost died too." Looking at Vulcan and Var, he asked, "Was I the only one who suffered because of that? We all got hurt. Is that stone even more important than our lives? We have to hide because of that." All the eyes fixed on Quant. They all went through these troubles throughout their lives. Yuan wiped his mouth and remarked, "It was the right thing to do. Otherwise, you would all be dead. Isn't silence better than genocide?" Quant could not hold down his anger. his eyes filled with blood. Smashing his fist on the table, he charged at Yuan with a punch and started cursing. "You ant bastard. What the hell do you even know?" Yuan dodged the punch, grabbing his shoulder. He slammed Quant right into the table. Quant cried out in pain. He tried to resist, but could not. Gritting his teeth, he grumbled, "Let me go." Yuan holding him down, his eyes filled with anger, he inquired, "What do you know about Urfa? Being ignorant is not a crime, but if you don't know anything, keep your mouth shut." Later, Yuan let go of Quant and left the scene. Vulcan, holding up Quant, commented, "You still have not realized it after fighting for the day? He is way stronger than you." Quant, still angered, shouted, "Whatever, I will go and ask the elder about everything." Ver intervened, stopping Quant. He explained, "We are not even sure if what he said was true or not. We will know the truth tomorrow during the test anyway, so don't make a fuss." Ver wondered about what Yuan just said. If what was explained was true, then how much Yuan know? The scene shifted to a certain cottage in the village. Inside the house, Yuan lay down on the huge bed. He had been using Cinder Eyes and Sensory Field for 10 days continuously, but due to overload on his brain, he is now getting dizzy. As he decided to have some rest until the test, he noticed something. A strange energy was released from Kaini. Kaini was reacting like this because of the sea stone. It had been reacting like this since Yuan reached the 20th floor, and the reaction cycle kept getting smaller. The dark divine stone which Kaini is made is similar in essence to the sea stone. They might be reacting to each other because the 3 divine stones were originally one. Looking at Kaini, Yuan wondered if it might become the key to finding the sea stone. But to do that, Yuan had to learn how to awaken Kaini first. He closed his eyes, focusing his attention on Kaini. He mumbled, "Open your eyes. Open your eyes like last time." The divine flame started entering Kaini as Yuan kept trying to wake it up. Frustrated, he opened his eyes, ordering Kaini to wake up. Suddenly, a menacing aura appeared out of nowhere. A figure resembling a closed appeared from within. The eye opened slightly and mumbled something to Yuan. The scene then shifted to the 20th floor trial area, the Triton Island. Different types of monsters could be seen everywhere. Yuan remarked, "The island is full of monsters." Var, amazed by the beauty of the island, wondered, "It looks like the tutorial island was made after this place." Moore started teasing his brother at how he almost got killed by Chimera here last time. Being embarrassed, Var turned to Yuan, shifting the conversation. He inquired, "I followed you because the elder told me to guide you. I wonder what could happen to you." Yuan sighed and replied, "Maybe it's not just a trial." According to Noir, this time some giant figures came to watch the trial. Many of the rankers did not come, because this place might become a war zone later. Urfa had made a bold decision, despite being low-key for millennia after Gigantomachia. Yuan knew Olympus would definitely notice these changes. In order not to lose the trust of Giant, he resolved himself to find the sea stone at any cost. The tower notification popped up notifying me about the remaining time. Yuan bid farewell to the siblings and advised them to go wild freely. Ver smiled. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. How could he miss it? As he turned to look back, there were several players trying to catch up to Yuan. The bald guy from before shouted, ordering his members, "Don't let him get away. We have to finish him before he reaches the trial area. We can overpower the giants." Just as he was shouting, his flickered. Ver instantly closed in and managed to throw a kick in his guts. The other players retreated subconsciously. The bald guy flew away several meters, finally getting smashed on the ground. Being held down by his neck, he cried out in pain. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "These small-minded punks want to die so bad." The situation had changed from before, and the giants who were once hiding could freely and run wild. Just as the bald guy tried to speak further, he heard a huge bang. Noir gripped the head of a player and smashed it down on the ground. Her hand covered in blood, she fiercely stared at them. Watching Noir's gaze, the bald guy trembled. Var tightened his grip and announced, "We will fight from now. So shall we play?" Right at this moment, on a certain mountain peak, a figure stood there. Holding the contact tool, he inquired, "Can Yuan save the giants' kids, right?" He was Theseus, the 20th floor examiner and a part of Olympus. The player standing behind him reported, "That is right." There were also reports that the giant tribe is protecting Kim Yuan. Theseus knew that no matter how strong the Vermilion Wolf Guild leader was, they could not deal with Yuan on their own, and he had already interfered with Olympus twice. He ordered his lackey to join hands with the guys from other guilds and stop them from joining in the trial. Meanwhile, Theseus decides to attack Kim Yuan himself, while the administrator is focused on the trial. They wanted to deal with Yuan before the trial. The lackey behind Theseus wondered why would the giant tribe help a human. After Gigantomachia, they would flinch over the sight of a human. Theseus also did not know. He had heard from his father Poseidon about Sea Stone and Giant's tribe hiding it. His father ordered him to become the 20th floor administrator to find out the Sea Stone, to gain his acknowledgement. Poseidon was so obsessed with the Sea Stone that he even disobeyed Zeus, the leader of Olympus. Upon noticing how the current situation is unfolding, he wondered if Yuan is related to the Sea Stone. Just as he was contemplating his ideas, a sudden voice came from his lackey. He informed Theseus, "I am sorry, sir. I lost Kim Yuan." The scene shifted to Yuan, who was able to reach the 20th floor trial area. As he entered, the tower notified the start of 20th floor trial. Despite the obstacles, Yuan was able to enter the trial area. He wondered if those siblings would be able to handle it. As the trial stated, the tower was notified about the objective of this trial. In order to clear the trial, one had to survive for 12 hours on the island of Triton, which is filled with several sea monsters. Upon slaying the monsters, one will obtain Hearts of Sea, which will determine the achievement points one gets. This trial was similar to the 11th floor trial where one had to capture flags, but in this trial, there was no limit on the number of people. You could form teams and hunt together. But Yuan decided to hunt alone, as his ultimate goal was to find the Sea Stone hidden within the sea. With resolve etched in his spirit, Yuan jumped down the cliff into the sea. As he reached deep down the sea, he activated Cinder Eyes to find the path. Yuan remembered the conversation he had with Urfa. He advised Yuan to be a variety of the monsters deep down the sea. If they awakened from their slumber, he must attack their bellies instead of their backs. That was the trick to defeat them. Yuan will probably encounter more monsters than fished, and if he manages to pierce through them, he will be able to pass the first gateway to acquire the Sea Stone. Finally, as a remark, Urfa asked, "Can you do that, Kim Yuan?" Now that Yuan had reached deep into the sea, he started encountering several sea monsters. There were loads and loads of them, and as he activated Cinder Eyes, Yuan noticed a glowing mark at the far end of the abyss. Meanwhile, on the island, 6 hours had passed by, and players had formed teams to hunt sea monsters. One of the team managed to collect 15 hearts per person. As there was almost half time remaining, they were resolved to collect more hearts, which meant more rewards. The leader Akale of this team was a spy from Olympus. He had been told to search for Kim Yuan. But he understood the reality. The people they had were far from enough to fight against Yuan. Therefore, he does not desire to face or fight Yuan in any case. He ordered his team members to rest a little and then move in 2 groups to search for more hearts of the sea. Just then, a huge water pillar erupted from the sea. Akale went baffled. Chaos erupted, and they readied themselves to face the impending danger. Facing the sea, they withdrew their weapons in a hurry. Suddenly, a figure landed behind them, sashing on the ground. The sound of shattering shook their spirits. They mumbled in trembling voices, "What? It's a person. Why did he come from there?" Akale, watching the player that just appeared, instantly recognized him. It was Kim Yuan. As Akale was about to speak, Yuan took a long breath. Looking at the team leader with fiery eyes, he inquired, "Are you from Olympus?" The team leader Akale, upon hearing words, could not utter a word. He trembled in fear. How could he know? Someone must have leaked the information. He had heard about the bad relationship between Olympus and Yuan. The leader Akale gulped, realizing their ending would be gruesome. Yuan sighed. He remarked that he was just guessing, but looking at their expression, what he said seemed to be right. Realizing that Yuan was just guessing, the players gulped, trembling with fear, and they started stepping back. Yuan, being annoyed, inquired, "Why do you keep stepping back?" Yuan informed them to not worry, as he had no intention of fighting them. Instead, they should be fighting with what was to come. Suddenly, the ground started trembling. It was like the whole island would be torn apart. Huge swirls started appearing on the sea surface, and suddenly several huge monsters came out of the sea. The once trial site had been filled with several sea monsters. The sea serpents started coming out of the sea, destroying anything in their paths. The leader Akale gulped, wondering just how many sea serpents there were. Just then his team members shouted that there were several monsters swimming in the distance behind the sea serpents. The team members shouted, urging Akale to leave the island. Otherwise, their retreat would be blocked. Several monsters started appearing from the sea as well. The land monsters also started to gather. Akale responded in a trembling voice, "Leave the island? We are going to be disqualified from the trial." His team members shouted, trying to make him understand the dire situation they would fall into if they delayed any longer. Akale, bent on clearing the trial, mumbled, There is nothing wrong with the trial. But suddenly Yuan, furling his sword, conveyed, "You guys finally understood." The players were boggled at the how situation seemed to be unfolding. Suddenly a tower notification popped out, notifying that the trial would be reorganized. While the players ran around in disbelief, Yuan remembered the words from Manhwa. He advised them to break the seal on the monster's stomach using the sun and moon pattern. Once the seal breaks, the monster will appear, due to which the trial difficulty will drastically change. While Yuan's mind raced with memories, Akale, staring at the hearts of the sea in his hand, wondered, if the trial is reorganized, then what are these for? His teammates rushed him to leave the area. Akale dropped the hearts of the sea on the ground and ran away with his group. Just then, the group of land monsters closed in. They started charging at Yuan. As the monsters charged, Yuan withdrew his sword and started slaying them one by one. Manhwa explained to Yuan that once the trial changes, Olympus will not be able to do anything. It will be organized by the administrator. He also revealed that the one who let the turtle grow and put him to sleep after it swallowed the sea stone was all done by him. They also devised a plan to easily retrieve the sea stone. Once the turtle appear, the giants will start fighting against Olympus outside the trial site, in order for Yuan to easily get the sea stone and protect it before Olympus could get their hands on it. Currently, on the trial site, Yuan had already slaughtered several monsters, their bodies lying around. As the seal on the turtle broke, all monsters in the vicinity started going frenzy in search of the sea stone. Olympus must have been in a state of chaos since they noticed these monsters. Suddenly the tower notification appeared again, notifying that the sea turtle would appear now. Suddenly the island shook with intense tremors as the notification appeared. Yuan had broken the seal on the sea turtle for quite some time, but it got awakened now. As Yuan wondered where the sea turtle was, the tower notified. The trial was the body of the sea turtle, astonishing all the players. The tower further notified to eliminate the sea turtle to obtain the sea stone, which further intensified the trial. At the same time, somewhere on the trial site, Theseus held the contact device waiting for the report on Yuan's capture, but even after 6 hours, there was no news about any sightings of Yuan. He wondered, where could have Yuan disappeared to, for the whole group of players not being able to find a single person. Suspicions arose in his heart as the whole island kept shaking and the monsters were getting enraged. Gritting his teeth, he wondered if Kim Yuan might be up to something. Suddenly, his eyes flickered as the tower notified him about the trial. Another notification popped up in front of his eyes, and Theseus was disqualified and would be transported out of the trial site. This notification baffled him. Suddenly, the scene started flickering, and after a moment, they were transported out of the trial site. He turned to look at the trial site, wondering what could have happened. The trial island started rising above the sea level, and suddenly a huge turtle head appeared from the water. As the turtle rose from the water, it roared aggressively, intimidating the nearby monsters. The water rose and waves splashed all over the place. The sea turtle failed to become a black tortoise, and since it is the boss of the 20th floor, it is the greatest being in the sea. The roar of the sea turtle could be heard from miles away. Theseus grumbled as he realized that the trial difficulty had been increased due to the emergence of sea turtle, and the reward for clearing it had become the sea stone. He knew that Kim Yuan was behind all of these strange occurrences. The Suz brought out his contact device and intended to contact his father for reinforcements to kill Yuan on the spot. But to his surprise, several players were thrashed on the ground several meters away from him. They were from the Vermilion Wolf Guild. Theseus' expression shifted, and he remarked, "Is this the first time since the Gigantomachy? It's been a while, Sudar." The player who held the Vermilion Wolf Guild captive was none other than the demonic giant, Sitar, the 21st son of Searcher. He was the giant whose clone appeared in the first tutorial. Sitar responded, "We don't have a friendly relationship to greet each other. What are you doing here instead of managing the tutorial?" he asked. Theseus, instead replying, asked the same question. Sitar replied, "Some adults were bullying our kids, so we came here to help them." Theseus gritted his teeth. The situation turned even worse. He was resolved to fight it out if the situation turned dire. In a matter of seconds, Theseus' lackeys appeared around holding their weapons. They were to go all out if this is what it takes. Sitar laughed out loudly. "You should not say such things when you are the one making a fuss. Do you think the giants will screw over the trial?" Sitar smashed his sword right into the ground and shouted loudly, "Listen well. We are following the order of our elders. We will now support player Kim Yuan." Holding his ground, Sitar announced. The scene shifted to the trial site. where Kim Yuan continued to deal with the sea serpents and other sea monsters that came out due to the sea turtle awakening. He continued to slash down the monsters one by one, but they kept on increasing. Yuan activated his cinder eyes to analyze the surroundings. He noticed several figures standing outside the trial site. He realized it must be Sitar. Yuan knew that the giants had bet a lot on this one chance, so he could not let their expectations down. Yuan jumped high into the air, stopping in midair right above the giant turtle's huge mouth. There were huge sea monsters alongside the turtle. As they noticed Yuan, they charged him. But Yuan kicked one of the sea serpents and directly entered the turtle's mouth. Once inside, due to the darkness, the effects of Moonlight Sword activated, which as a result increased the stamina regeneration and mana regeneration by 112%. Yuan's mana amplification also increased by 56%. There were also several monsters lurking in the darkness inside the sea turtle's stomach. As they charged at him, Yuan instantly activated the skill Divine Fire and started burning and slashing the monsters down. He resolved himself to break through this trial and obtain the Divine Sea Stone. Yuan ventured further into the depths of the turtle's stomach, his journey marked by a trail of swiftly defeated monsters. According to the legend of the 20th floor, the holder of the stone would become the ruler of the seas, and Yuan, armed with his Moonlight Sword enveloped in Divine Fire, embodied that power as he advanced. The turtle, now in possession of the Sea Stone, commanded the sea monsters at will, sending wave after wave of creatures after Yuan. Amidst his battles, Yuan stumbled upon a dark path leading deeper inside the turtle. The monsters, drawn by the allure of the Divine Sea Stone, followed him, but their attention was soon captivated by its dominance. The sheer number of living beings Yuan encountered likened the turtle's stomach to a dungeon. As Yuan was pondering this, a sudden, sharp sound interrupted his thoughts. He swiftly turned to witness a surge of water flooding into the turtle's stomach, carrying several sea monsters in its wake. The sea turtle's immense size meant it ingested a vast amount of water, creating tumultuous conditions within. Yuan's instincts kicked in, and he gritted his teeth, turning to escape the incoming deluge. The loud noises attracted more monsters, and as they caught sight of Yuan, they charged towards him. In the enveloping darkness, the Moonlight Sword's special effect was triggered, and Yuan, channeling Divine Fire into the blade, unleashed a massive slash. The energy from the sword sliced through the obstructing monsters, clearing Yuan's path. He leaped from one monster to another, evading the relentless wave. However, his movements attracted more monsters, which, in their eagerness to reach Yuan, collided with one another. In the chaos, Yuan vanished from sight, employing Kaine's invisibility skill to elude his pursuers. But the monsters, undeterred, scoured the area for him. 1. Attuned to the distinct smell of Yuan amidst the fishy odor, charged ferociously towards him. Yuan, confronting the immense creature, parried its attack with his sword, remarking wryly, "You are used to fishy smell and sensitive to others. I am not some kind of virus." With a swift and powerful motion, he cleaved the monster into pieces. Each successful strike against these formidable foes nudged the completion rate of Heaven's Star upwards by 0.001% multiple times. Intrigued by the progress, Yuan accessed his status window. The completion rate for the Heaven-Slaying Star had astonishingly reached up to 99%. This notable increase was a testament to Yuan's skill and prowess in combat, underscoring his journey towards becoming a formidable force. As Yuan advanced deeper into the sea turtle's stomach, he faced a critical decision. He had been striving to complete a specific skill, but he realized that persisting with this goal might jeopardize his success in the 20th floor trial. Weighing his options, he decided to focus on eliminating only those creatures that obstructed his path. This pragmatic approach was essential for navigating the challenges that lay ahead. Surveying the vast expanse of the turtle's stomach, Yuan pondered the location of the Divine Stone. He theorized that it would be located in the most vital part of the sea turtle, likely within its mana heart. This deduction was based on his understanding that the mana heart was the core that powered the colossal creature. As he neared the presumed location of the Divine Stone, Yuan noticed an intensifying reaction from Kaine, confirming his suspicions about the stone's proximity. However, Yuan was acutely aware that the sea turtle would have fortified the area surrounding the Divine Stone with formidable defenses. The potential number of monsters guarding it was unknown, but he was determined to reach his goal with minimal harm. "I don't know how many monsters there are, but I have to go as unscathed as possible," Yuan thought, strategizing his approach to the challenge that lay ahead. Realizing that his use of Cinder Eyes was diminishing his other senses, Yuan made a tactical decision to deactivate it. This allowed him to fully enhance his remaining senses, a necessary adaptation to navigate the dangers around him more effectively. In doing so, Yuan activated his sensory field, creating a ball of divine fire to illuminate his surroundings. The sudden brightness revealed several monsters lurking in the shadows, poised to attack. Yuan then expanded the divine fire, bewildering the monsters and incinerating them instantly. There really were many frightening creatures. Let's not make any noise and reach the goal quickly, he expressed, determined to proceed with caution. Despite his efforts to avoid unnecessary confrontations, Yuan encountered numerous terrifying monsters along his path. He relentlessly fought them off one by one with his moonlight sword. The sheer number of these encounters was unprecedented compared to his entire journey up the tower. Yuan's frustration grew as the onslaught of monsters threatened to overwhelm him. He feared that the recovery effect of the moonlight sword would not suffice if the monsters continued their relentless assault. This could potentially lead to his body becoming overloaded. In response to the imminent danger, Yuan resorted to using his divine fire skill to fend off the giant monsters charging at him. The continuous fighting, however, took its toll on Yuan. His mana reserves were rapidly depleting, halved by the constant use of his skills. In a desperate attempt to gain an advantage, he sought to awaken Kaini, hoping for a resurgence of power to aid him in battle. As time passed, Yuan's situation became increasingly dire. He had been inside the turtle's stomach for over an hour, battling monsters nonstop. His body was on the brink of collapse, yet he persisted, slashing through his adversaries in a desperate bid to survive and reach his destination. Finally, Yuan arrived at the end of the passage. His eyes widened in awe as he beheld a cave-like area with a huge redstone, the heart crystal of the turtle, at its center. The area was swarming with monsters surrounding the crystal. Approaching the site, Yuan, with sword in hand, remarked wryly, "There are a lot of them gathered here. Are they having some kind of festival?" He recalled the words of Hephaestus, which now seemed more relevant than ever. Yuan, in the midst of a dire struggle within the belly of the sea turtle, made a decisive move by channeling all his remaining mana into Kaini. Kaini, a creation comparable to Zeus's thunderbolt, was Hephaestus's greatest masterpiece. As Yuan infused it with mana, Kaini awakened, summoning an infernal energy that began to alter the tide of battle. The monsters, sensing the ominous aura emanating from Kaini, roared and surged towards Yuan, drawn to the surge of power. With a crackling surge of energy, Yuan activated his Cinder Eyes, his gaze intensifying as he declared, "Move. The divine sea stone is me." This bold proclamation signified his claim to the power and authority of the sea stone, asserting his dominance in the midst of chaos. Yuan's mind raced with the knowledge of Hephaestus's legendary creations, Hermes' footsteps, Medusa's shield, the sun chariot, and most notably, Zeus's thunderbolt. The thunderbolt, capable of raising islands and controlling weather, was a testament to Hephaestus's unparalleled skill as a blacksmith. Yuan found it astonishing that Kaini could even be compared to such legendary artifacts. As Kaini unleashed its ominous energy, the surrounding monsters, feeling its powerful aura, encircled Yuan. They shrieked, sensing the overwhelming power that Yuan now wielded. Yuan, amidst his contemplation, realized the true potential of Kaini. The adamantium used in its forging allowed for the full transmission of the powers of the Dark Divine Crystal and Divine Sea Crystal. The performance of Kaini could vary depending on its wielder, making it an incredibly versatile and powerful weapon. Yuan, his eyes blazing with a fiery aura, faced the encroaching monsters. In the distance, the heart crystal of the sea turtle glowed ominously, signaling the monsters to attack. The sea turtle, now the ruler of the sea, commanded its minions, but Yuan was ready. As he charged towards the monsters, his sword enveloped in crackling energy, he commented on the sea turtle's futile resistance, stating, "I can't believe you still try to retaliate even though you are going to die." The monsters, bewitched by the divine sea crystal, had no choice but to follow the sea turtle's command. Yuan, with his sword summoning the powers of hell, unleashed devastating slashes. The energy from his sword obliterated the monsters in his path, leaving only darkness in its wake. Yuan, amidst the carnage, pondered the mysterious nature of this darkness and where it might lead. However, the immense power of Kaini took its toll on Yuan. Blood spurted from his hand, and he cried out in pain. The sheer pressure of wielding Kaini's abilities had nearly torn his right hand apart. Despite having reached a mana stat of 100, it was proving insufficient to handle Kaini's formidable power. Determined and resilient, Yuan murmured to himself, "Just 2 more sword slashes. Let me endure that much." Activating the skill footsteps of Hermes, a burst of energy enveloped his feet. Propelled by this force, Yuan leaped into the air, aiming straight for the heart crystal. But the battle was far from over. As he soared towards his target, several monsters lunged at him, setting the stage for a climactic confrontation. In the intense battle within the sea turtle, Yuan once again utilized Kaini's formidable abilities. He swung his sword, unleashing a surge of energy where the yellow and dark energies of Kaini converged, forming thunderbolts. These thunderbolts sliced effortlessly through the sea monsters, obstructing his path, clearing the way towards his ultimate goal, the heart crystal. With the heart crystal nearly within reach, Yuan activated the skywalk ability, which doubled his speed. This surge in velocity propelled him through the air, allowing him to navigate swiftly through the swarming sea monsters. As he approached the crystal, Yuan, with blood gushing from his right hand and eyes filled with unwavering determination, murmured, "Let me do the sword slash one last time." Using his cinder eyes, Yuan began scanning the heart crystal. Deep within, he detected a dense blue energy, the divine sea stone. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Kaini reacted to the presence of the stone, manifesting an eye on Yuan's glove. An immense amount of energy gathered around his sword. "I am going to cut it out at once," Yuan declared, and with a single powerful slash, he cleaved through the heart crystal. The energy from the sword slash illuminated the area, momentarily blinding the monsters. As the heart crystal was split open, a deluge of blood gushed out, dyeing everything in a deep red. The monsters, initially shocked and repelled by the demise of their king, were drawn irresistibly towards the heart crystal, compelled by the divine sea stone. Despite his exhaustion, Yuan cut through them in a single swing. The continuous use of Kaini's divine abilities had taken a toll on Yuan, leaving him utterly drained. Barely able to stand and soaked in the turtle's blood, he wiped his face and glanced at the remaining monsters, murmuring, "Annoying." The monsters trembled in response, recognizing the power emanating from Yuan. Yuan realized that to wield Kaini effectively, he needed to enhance his mana and stamina stats. He resolved to focus on leveling up and balancing his stats. Approaching the looming monsters in his path, Yuan took out the divine sea stone and commanded, "You all get out of my way, I am tired." The stone radiated an intimidating glow, compelling the sea monsters to retreat. Meanwhile, outside the turtle, several players were in a heated debate. Theseus, skeptical of Yuan's chances, questioned whether Yuan could really acquire the sea stone. Surtar, with his massive sword, confidently asserted that Yuan would succeed, as foreseen by the elder. Theseus could only marvel at the possibility of Yuan defeating the giant monster, now the king of the sea, empowered by the sea stone. As they waited for the trial's conclusion, a loud roar erupted from the sea turtle. Its body trembled violently, and then its eyes ceased glowing, signaling its death. The once mighty creature collapsed into the sea, creating immense waves, marking the end of an era and the rise of a new ruler, Yuan. In the aftermath of the intense trial, the players surrounding the area were engulfed in a state of shock and disbelief. The tower's announcement echoed, declaring player Kim Yuan as the victor of the trial. Theseus, unable to fathom the outcome, gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering under his breath about the absurdity of the situation. In a fit of anger, he commanded his followers to hunt down Kim Yuan immediately. In stark contrast to Theseus's fury, Surtar, a mighty figure wielding immense power, lifted his sword from the ground, his body radiating an intense, hellish fire. He raised his hand authoritatively and declared, "That is not going to happen. Stop them at once. Don't let them touch even the tip of Kim Yuan's hair." Surtar's intervention was unexpected, especially to Theseus, who questioned if the Titans were not apprehensive about inciting a second gigantomachia. The giants were well aware of Olympus's plans to annihilate them completely through another gigantomachia. Despite Theseus's intimidation, Surtar stood his ground without a hint of fear, dismissing Theseus's threats as mere bluffs. "Stop making such ridiculous threats. Let's finish this here, Theseus," Surtar confidently challenged. Theseus, unfazed and smirking, retorted, "What a fool, history will repeat itself." He then took out his trident, summoning a surge of energy around it. In a dramatic turn, the sun chariot materialized. In this tense moment on the battlefield, the situation escalated as Theseus, the son of Poseidon, wielded his trident with a surge of energy radiating around it. The sudden appearance of the sun chariot in the sky, ablaze with the sun's fire, added to the dramatic atmosphere. The battlefield was fraught with chaos, with magic circles floating in the air and warriors bracing themselves for the impending combat. Theseus, known for his confrontations with Surtar, had a history marked by rivalry and battle. In their past encounters, Theseus had always emerged victorious, with Surtar retreating after being bested. Theseus, gazing disdainfully at the giants, boasted confidently, "Surtar, what do you think? Will you run away again?" His contempt for the giants was evident in his expression and demeanor. Surtar, engulfed in fiery anger, lashed out at Theseus, "Theseus, you bastard. Are you not ashamed as the son of Poseidon?" Despite his rage, Surtar's words reflected a deep-seated resentment and a questioning of Theseus's honor. Theseus, however, only laughed in response and signaled his subordinates to attack the Titans. "I told you, Surtar, history always repeats itself," he declared, setting the stage for another epic confrontation between the giants and Olympus. As the battle unfolded, the giants found themselves encircled and overpowered by the more numerous Olympus players. Bloodshed and severe injuries marked the brutal combat, yet neither side yielded, determined to fight to the end. Despite the giants' resilience, Olympus gradually gained the upper hand. They strategically formed teams to counter the massive giants, demonstrating their superior numbers and coordination in battle. Amidst this tumultuous scene, Surtar stood silently, consumed by deep thought. He witnessed the relentless onslaught against his comrades with a growing sense of despair. The sight of his comrades bleeding and the fierce battle unfolding before him prompted Surtar to question if history was indeed doomed to repeat itself, a notion that Theseus had confidently proclaimed. However, just as the tide of battle seemed irreversible and Surtar's hope waned, a sudden, massive tremor shook the entire island. A loud bang echoed, drawing the attention of all the players in the area. Confusion and curiosity swept through the ranks as they searched for the source of the disturbance. In the distance, an enormous tsunami was seen raging across the sea, moving inexorably towards the trial island. The sight of the approaching disaster struck fear into the hearts of the players. As the tsunami drew closer, it became evident that it wasn't just a wave, but a massive horde of sea monsters advancing towards the island, forming a tsunami-like formation. Amid the sea of monstrous creatures, an intense glare could be seen, hinting at a formidable presence within their ranks. In a dramatic turn of events, as the monsters approached the shore, a colossal leviathan, a higher-class dragon-type monster, emerged from the sea. This unexpected arrival sent ripples of chaos among the players gathered on the island. Murmurs spread, identifying the creature as a named boss from the 20th floor. The surprise and confusion were palpable, with one player from Olympus questioning the unusual behavior of monsters flocking together, a phenomenon rarely seen. Theseus, observing the unfolding chaos, stood in silent contemplation. The realization dawned upon him, the legend stating, "The one who finds the sea stone will become the sea god," was manifesting before his eyes. He understood why Poseidon had been fervently searching for the sea stone for over a millennium. The legend was not merely a tale but a reality that was now unfolding. As the monsters reached the shore, crashing against the island's rugged rocks, a figure descended onto the scene. It was Kim Yuan, exhausted from his recent ordeal and triumph. In his hand, he tightly held the divine sea crystal, its powerful aura still emanating from his grasp. Upon seeing the divine stone, Theseus's demeanor shifted dramatically, his forehead veins bulging with anger. Gritting his teeth, he couldn't contain his fury as he yelled at Yuan, demanding the divine god stone. Theseus then charged towards Yuan, his trident slicing through the waves. Yuan, unfazed by Theseus's aggression, held the divine sea stone firmly. With its power, he could command the sea at will. As Theseus approached, gathering water at his trident's tip into a condensed ball, he launched it towards Yuan. The water projectile, swift as a bullet, was effortlessly deflected by Yuan, utilizing the divine stone's power. Yuan taunted Theseus, provoking him by comparing him to a helpless fish without water. Theseus, landing on the ground, was infuriated by Yuan's mockery. He sensed an unknown power interfering with his water manipulation, realizing it must be the overwhelming force of the sea god's stone nullifying his abilities. His anger intensified, and he felt the penalty from the tower manifesting on his body. Yuan, observing Theseus's reaction, saw an opportunity. He activated his Cinder Eyes, enhancing his senses to predict Theseus's movements. In a rapid confrontation, Theseus closed in on Yuan with his trident. Yuan, with swift agility, dodged the strike and counterattacked with a powerful punch. Their clash sent waves of blue energy surging, shattering the ground around them. Despite the intensity of the battle, Theseus remained steadfast. He charged again at Yuan, who drew his moonlight sword in response. The ensuing clash of their weapons generated immense energy, with the sounds of their battle echoing across the battlefield. Yuan, already drained from his fight with the sea turtle, knew he couldn't afford to be overpowered by Theseus. He gritted his teeth, determined to withstand the onslaught. As Theseus struck again with his trident, Yuan managed to block it with his sword. At this critical juncture in their battle, Theseus was fueled by the memory of his father's words. His determination to win and gain his father's recognition was evident in his eyes, which flashed with resolve despite the blood gushing from his mouth, a consequence of the tower's penalty. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to seize victory at any cost. Suddenly, his trident, previously dormant, awakened with newfound vigor. Theseus skillfully parried Yuan's sword and smashed it into the ground with such force that the earth beneath them shattered. Yuan, recognizing the imminent danger, quickly activated Hermes' steps and retreated several meters to safety. On the other side, Theseus, despite being a high-ranking player, was pushing his power beyond the permitted limits, resulting in an increasing penalty that weighed heavily upon him. Yuan, having retreated, collapsed to his knees, bloodied and exhausted. He wiped the blood from his face and spat out another mouthful. He was aware of Theseus's weakness but needed to remain vigilant to capitalize on any opportunity that might arise. Theseus, gripping his trident tightly and pointing it at Yuan, declared his intent to destroy both Yuan and the giants, proclaiming Yuan had chosen the wrong opponent. The tension in the air thickened following Theseus's words. Yuan, pondering his chances, questioned if he could turn the tide in his favor by fully harnessing Chinese power. Facing Theseus, he held his sword ready, stating his resolve to end the fight quickly and continue his quest to level up. As the two warriors engaged, their weapons clashed fiercely, echoing the intense battle raging around them between the Titans and Olympus players. Neither side showed any signs of backing down. Dust enveloped the area, obscuring the view, with only the sounds of metal striking metal resonating through the air. They exchanged several blows in rapid succession. Each of Theseus's strikes, aimed at Yuan, was skillfully blocked by the sword. The penalty continued to accumulate on Theseus, while Yuan fought on, despite his exhaustion. Blood flowed from both warriors, with Theseus glaring fiercely at Yuan. In a moment of opportunity, Theseus managed to deflect Yuan's sword, creating an opening. He swiftly advanced with his trident, but Yuan, with a flicker in his eyes, activated Hermes' steps and evaded the strike. Theseus, frustrated by his inability to land a hit on Yuan, realized that Yuan was anticipating his movements. The change in Yuan's eyes, now a deep red, seemed to have enhanced his ability to predict Theseus's actions. Meanwhile, Yuan, battered and weary, reactivated his cinder eyes and sensory zone. The interference from the divine sea stone hindered Theseus's use of water attributes. Despite a decrease in his power, Theseus remained formidable, backed by his lineage as the son of Poseidon and the inherent power gap between them. Suddenly, the island trembled, and waves rose high above the sea. In the distance, a tsunami of monsters advanced toward the island, adding another layer of threat to the already chaotic battlefield. Observing Yuan lost in thought, Theseus taunted him, questioning if Yuan realized the vast gap in their powers. Yuan, with a smirk on his face, retorted to Theseus, "Nonsense, what about you? Are you not in a hurry because of the sea monsters?" Theseus, already seething with anger, was about to charge once more when suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder. Angrily swatting the hand away, Theseus barked, "What? Don't get in my way." But the person, undeterred, urged Theseus to retreat immediately, citing the increasingly perilous situation. Before Theseus could react, Surtar's sword swung down, decapitating the man, his head falling to the ground as blood splattered. Enraged, Surtar continued his onslaught, mercilessly attacking the players of Olympus. Amidst the chaos, Surtar rallied his forces, urging them to fight with renewed vigor. "Push harder. Don't leave even one bastard alive. You can use the enemy's legs as a prize," he shouted. The person who had cautioned Theseus once again advised a retreat, emphasizing the impossible odds against the overwhelming number of sea monsters. Theseus, engulfed in deep thought and shaking with anger, fixated his gaze on Yuan, who held the sea stone. Frustrated and conflicted, he thought, "Are you telling me to run away, when what I desire is already in front of me?" Yuan, noticing Theseus's conflicted expression, couldn't help but smirk, sensing the shift in the battle's momentum to his favor. Theseus, infuriated by Yuan's mocking demeanor, reluctantly ordered a retreat. As the sun chariot appeared behind him, Olympus's players scrambled aboard to escape. Surtar, seizing the moment, joyously exclaimed, "Finally, the day I am chasing after Theseus has come. Don't run away. Let's end this." With a burst of elation, he hurled his giant sword towards the chariot. However, Theseus managed to dodge the attack and swiftly flew away from the scene. The huge waves that resembled sea monsters, created by Yuan using the power of the divine sea stone, had effectively scared off Olympus. With their withdrawal, Yuan ceased manipulating the waves, allowing the sea to calm. Watching the chariot disappear into the distance, Surtar mused aloud, "Did we win?" To which Yuan nodded. Overwhelmed with joy and relief, Surtar looked up at the sky and remarked, "We did not just suffer and run away in this fight. The giants really won against Olympus." As night fell, the Titans' village erupted in cheers and celebration. For the first time, they had defeated Olympus, bringing a long-lost sense of happiness and triumph to the faces of the Titans. In the midst of this jubilation, Yuan found himself in a quiet corner inside a village hut, lost in contemplation over the day's events. Yuan pondered whether he should join the giants in their festivities, but he dismissed the idea, reflecting on his encounter with Theseus. He acknowledged that without the sea stone, the outcome of their fight would have been dire. Yuan realized that in a continued battle, he would have been no match for Theseus, who had a clear upper hand. Even the giants, formidable as they were, would have struggled against Theseus's might. Such a confrontation would likely have resulted in a slaughter. Looking at his injured hand, still gripping the sea stone, Yuan understood the magnitude of the power he wielded and the responsibility it entailed. Gripping his fist tightly, Yuan made a resolute decision to grow even stronger. Having spent 5 years reaching his current level, he knew that with the sea stone in his possession, his progress would accelerate. Standing up from a grand chair, Yuan retrieved his contact device from his inventory, his face breaking into a sly smile. Elsewhere in the tower, Hephaestus suddenly felt an unexpected chill, sneezing as he wondered if he had caught a cold. At that moment, his player kit vibrated. Curious about who might be contacting him so late, he checked the message and saw it was from Yuan. Realizing the significance, Hephaestus braced himself for what he knew would be a significant development. After resting in the Titans' village, Yuan decided to visit Hephaestus on the lower floors. Presenting the sea stone, he left Hephaestus astonished. Hephaestus couldn't comprehend how Yuan consistently managed to acquire such rare items. He questioned Yuan about the origin of the stone, especially given that Poseidon had been searching for it for over a millennium. Yuan, with a cocky smirk, attributed his success to luck. Hephaestus, seeing Yuan's audacious demeanor, couldn't help but express his frustration loudly. Nevertheless, he congratulated Yuan, noting that Theseus's actions meant Olympus would likely leave him alone for some time. Yuan simply snickered in response. As Hephaestus processed the information, he was struck by Yuan's ability to consistently turn situations to his advantage. He speculated that Yuan must have some inside information about Olympus. Despite resting for a day, Yuan still felt exhausted from his previous battles. Hephaestus, holding the divine stone, pondered its similarities to the thunderstone possessed by Zeus. When Yuan inquired if Hephaestus could craft something using the stone, the blacksmith assured him it was possible but would require several rare materials. Hephaestus estimated a 10-day time frame for the task. He expressed concern about obtaining adamantium, a rare metal. Yuan confidently assured him he would find it soon. Surprised, Hephaestus questioned how Yuan, who had recently expended his points for Kaini, could afford such a rare metal. Yuan responded with a cunning smile, hinting at a plan he was devising. Hephaestus, knowing Yuan's capabilities, didn't press further but inquired about his future plans. Yuan shared that with Olympus out of the way for now, he would focus on leveling up and enhancing his stats. Hephaestus, curious about Yuan's intentions towards Olympus, asked if he planned to confront them. Yuan, with a snicker, replied to Hephaestus, "Do you really think it's just that?" His response elicited a look of surprise and concern in Hephaestus's eyes. The god questioned whether Yuan planned to stir up trouble once again. Yuan, choosing not to respond to Hephaestus's inquiry, simply bid his farewells and turned to leave the smithy. As he walked through the town, Yuan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He was acutely aware that if Hephaestus knew the full extent of his plans, the god would undoubtedly retreat from their arrangement. It was during these reflections that he noticed the unknown egg in his possession begin to wriggle. This egg, which had been awake for some time now, seemed to be responding to an increased hatching rate. Yuan peered at the egg within his inventory and reassured it, promising to find others of its kind soon. Remarkably, the egg nodded in response. Yuan harbored a desire for this egg to devour all the evil beings lurking within the tower. His thoughts drifted to a past revelation from Odin, which had disclosed the location of one of these evil beings hidden in the tower. Yuan also pondered the reaction of Poseidon upon losing the divine sea stone right before his eyes. He understood the necessity of waiting for the relationship between Zeus and Poseidon, two high rankers of Olympus, to deteriorate further, a situation Hercules had detailed in Yuan's past life. Odin, the king of the giant guild Asgard, had revealed in the past that the divine sea stone must never fall into the hands of Olympus. He warned Yuan that acquiring it would attract severe consequences and make him a target of Olympus. During their conversation, Hercules had interjected to offer further insight. He assured Yuan that under Zeus's watchful eye, a player of lower rank would be incapacitated upon taking the divine sea stone. If Asgard and other guilds got involved, the situation would become even more complicated. Hence, Yuan need not worry about Poseidon taking action, as Zeus would keep him in check. The three high-ranking brothers of Olympus were in constant conflict due to their power struggles, each keeping the others in check. When Zeus obtained the divine sky stone, it disrupted the balance of power, giving him dominion over more than half of Olympus's might. Realizing there were two other stones similar to the divine sky stone, Zeus was determined to prevent them from falling into his brother's hands. Hercules, after explaining the internal conflicts of Olympus, advised Yuan to be ready to face Olympus's wrath if he were to obtain the sea stone. The plan was to make Zeus and Poseidon destroy each other. Meanwhile, in Olympus' sanctuary, the atmosphere was tumultuous with loud bangs and furious shouts. Poseidon, overwhelmed with frustration upon hearing about Kim Yuan and the divine sea stone, was in the throes of anger. Kneeling before him was Orion, Poseidon's third son, identifiable by his long blue hair. Orion was perplexed as to why he had to bear the brunt of his father's fury, especially when it was Theseus who had caused the mess. In an attempt to pacify the situation, Orion informed Poseidon that Zeus had ordered a halt to their attacks on the giants. This news only fueled Poseidon's anger further. He raged not just about their defeat at the hands of the giants, but also about being outmaneuvered by a mere player. Blaming Zeus for not wanting him to possess the divine stone, Poseidon's wrath knew no bounds. In a fit of frustration, Poseidon slammed his fist onto the table with such force that it shattered into pieces. He turned to his son Orion, seeking his opinion on Zeus's underhanded tactics against his own brother. Orion, trembling and unable to voice the truth, chose a neutral stance, remarking on his inability to comprehend the machinations of such powerful beings. Poseidon, gritting his teeth, realized the futility of seeking his son's counsel. He understood Zeus's nature all too well, a being who prioritized reasoning and practicality above all else. Resolving to step back from the power struggles of Olympus, Poseidon decided to focus on keeping Yuan in check. Yet, even with this resolve, his anger did not subside. He questioned why he should hold back when it was his efforts that led to the discovery of the Divine Sea Stone and the recruitment of new players. Why was it that he, who had achieved so much, had lost everything? In a surge of rage, he grabbed a globe, his eyes flashing with a bluish aura, and hurled it to the ground, shattering it. Meanwhile, at Asgard's headquarters, the news of these developments reached Odin, the guild master. Odin couldn't hide his excitement upon hearing about Olympus's loss and Yuan's acquisition of the Divine Sea Stone. This news quickly spread, reaching influential figures throughout the tower, including Azura, renowned for his prowess, who expressed a keen desire to face Yuan in battle. Simultaneously, on Ohang Mountain, the news also reached Sun Wukong, whose main body was trapped by the heavenly realm. He had been aware of Yuan, the young upstart breaking records and challenging rankers. Initially dismissing him as just a kid, Sun Wukong's interest was now piqued by the latest developments. As the news about Yuan spread across the tower, our protagonist, Kim Yuan, was obliviously strolling on the first floor of the tower. He used 1,000 points to rent the Sun Chariot, facilitating his travel to a specific location on the floor. Yuan mused over the abundance of Sun Chariots in the tower, grateful for the convenience they offered in reaching his destination swiftly. Yuan arrived at the end of the tower's first floor, where he encountered an imposing wall. He knew of its reputation as an unbreakable barrier, yet also knew that it had been destroyed during a past invasion by evil beings. Activating his Cinder Eyes, Yuan searched for a particular spot and withdrew Tosca's sword from his inventory, a prize he had earned by defeating Yamado no Orochi during the first floor's trial. With the sword in hand, Yuan sensed a peculiar energy emanating from a distance. This energy seemed to resonate with the fragmented sword. Observing this, Yuan acknowledged the accuracy of Odin's intelligence. This energy was leading him to a dungeon on the first floor, one far more challenging than expected. It was the dungeon of Susanoo, one of the three precious children, a top high ranker ranked 57th in the tower's history. Before Yuan's regression, this dungeon had remained undiscovered for hundreds of years. The one who had previously discovered this dungeon was able to complete Tosca's sword, a relic of Susanoo. The relics of Susanoo, akin to comrades, are drawn to each other, and Yuan decided to acquire these relics for himself in this timeline. Approaching the source of the reddish energy, Tosca's sword began to vibrate increasingly. Without hesitation, Yuan thrust the sword into the ground. This action led Yuan to uncover the hidden dungeon, the relic of Susanoo. As the tower commenced its assessment of Yuan's eligibility to enter the dungeon, a large tower materialized before him. After a brief period, the tower completed its validation process and notified Yuan that he was permitted to enter. To acquire the relics of Susanoo, Yuan knew he had to raid this mini-tower. He turned to gauge the tower's height, but his attention was swiftly diverted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Turning around, Yuan observed several vampire hyenas, formidable monsters typically found on the 40th floor or higher, encircling him. His eyes glaring, Yuan activated his Cinder Eyes and drew the Moonlight Sword, proceeding to slay the hyenas one by one. Despite his efforts in defeating numerous hyenas, the progress of the heaven-slaying star scarcely increased. Determined to end the skirmish, Yuan impaled the final hyena on the stomach, grasped its skin, and hurled it, colliding with the last one. With the defeat of all the hyenas, Yuan was able to approach the entrance of the mini-tower. His completion of the heaven-slaying star increased by a mere 0.003%, reaching 99.5%. He recalled how subjugating the sea turtle had boosted it by a significant 0.5%. Yuan's perception stat had improved thanks to acquiring the sensory field skill. Contemplating his stats and skills, he pushed open the tower's door, which led to an alleyway opening into a large hall radiating ominous dark energy. Upon entering, the door closed behind him, leaving him with the task of clearing 100 floors to exit the dungeon. Yuan speculated whether this was a maze-type miniature tower. He knew of Susanoo from his past life. Most stories about him were unfavorable, but all acknowledged his strength. While lost in thought, Yuan detected movement beside him. Unexpectedly, his inventory opened on its own, and Tosca's sword emerged, surrounded by a peculiar energy. Yuan watched intently as the energy coalesced into a small mascot. The mascot's eyes flashed with awareness as it questioned its surroundings and its own existence, realizing it had perished. Upon seeing Yuan, the mascot inquired about his identity and whether he was the wielder of Tosca's sword. Yuan responded affirmatively, sensing an intense killing intent emanating from the mascot. He quickly understood that this being was connected to Susanoo. Before the mascot could introduce itself, Yuan took the initiative, stating, "You are Susanoo, one of the three precious children, a master swordsman and necromancer, also known as the Tower Murderer, ranked 57th. Susanoo, upon hearing Yuan's accurate description, was visibly astounded. Yuan elaborated further, revealing that Susanoo had met his end in a battle against Yamado no Orochi. At the mention of this, Susanoo's eyes blazed with a fierce light, and the atmosphere around them shifted palpably. This reaction confirmed Yuan's suspicions about the mascot's identity and the tumultuous history it carried. Seeing Susanu's growing anger, Yuan deftly changed the topic, commending him for his remarkable life. As they navigated through the labyrinthine dungeon, Yuan questioned Susanu, wondering if he didn't yearn for respect after living such a notable life. Susanu, however, appeared indifferent to such accolades, believing he had lived life to its fullest, without any regrets. This left Yuan incredulous, unable to fathom how Susanu took pride in a life marked by slaughter. In response, Yuan remarked somewhat dryly, "It's such a relief that you died early." Susanu, taken aback by Yuan's blunt words, warned him against using such disrespectful language. Curious, he asked Yuan about his origins, as he didn't seem like a regular ranker from their world. Yuan casually mentioned that he was merely a player who had reached the 21st floor, not a ranker. Susanu was astonished that a player from such a low level dared to attempt his dungeon, cautioning Yuan about the formidable monsters that lay ahead, far beyond the challenges of the 21st floor. However, Yuan, having already encountered and defeated creatures from higher floors, was unfazed. As they continued through the maze-like dungeon, Susanu, intrigued by Yuan's possession of a piece of Tosca's sword, peppered him with questions. Yuan, growing weary of Susanu's incessant inquiries, asked him to be silent. Seeing Yuan's frustration, Susanu finally stopped his barrage of questions and instead inquired about the origin of the sword piece. Yuan, still irked by the continuous questioning, struck a deal with Susanu. He would guide him through the trials of the dungeon in exchange for answers to his questions. Susanu agreed and directed Yuan to proceed straight ahead. The first question Susanu asked was about the origin of the sword piece. Yuan calmly answered that he had acquired it in the Colosseum during the first floor trial. Susanu was puzzled, wondering how a piece of his sword ended up as a reward in a first floor trial. Yuan, while covering the moonlight sword with divine fire, revealed that it was awarded at the final of the trial by a certain being. Realization dawned on Susanu as he understood that the being was Yamato no Orochi. With the divine fire enshrouding the moonlight sword, Yuan slashed through a wall, clearing the path ahead. Entering the second floor of the tower, they were immediately surrounded by ghost-like entities. Unbeknownst to Yuan, yellowish dark currents began to emanate from his right hand, a manifestation of the Chinese power, absorbing all the ominous energy, including the ghosts. Susanu, following closely behind and witnessing this, chuckled quietly. When Yuan asked about his reaction, Susanu evaded the question, and they continued on their path. Observing Yuan, Susanu found himself pondering the boy's capabilities. How could someone with such peculiar items have the strength to defeat Orochi? This thought intrigued Susanu, who seemed to be looking forward to seeing the outcome of Yuan's trial in the dungeon. Throughout their journey, Susanu bombarded Yuan with an array of questions, but Yuan remained undistracted, continuing his trek through the dungeon. Along the way, he encountered numerous undead monsters and ghosts, each encounter allowing him to strengthen his stats through their defeat. Confronting Susanu, Yuan declared with determination that all these monsters would fall by his hand, a statement to which Susanu showed no reaction. Yuan was well aware of Susanu's reputation. Known as a sword master who had earned Ajura's acknowledgement and a necromancer skilled in handling evil spirits, Susanu was considered one of the most formidable figures in the tower. Yuan speculated whether the souls and undead monsters he encountered were the remnants of those slain by Susanu. The thought disgusted him. Traversing through the miniature tower felt akin to walking over a graveyard of past horrors. Susanu mocked Yuan's sense of justice, but Yuan, having encountered a myriad of personalities in his 2 lifetimes, was undeterred by such taunts. Eventually, they reached a door at the end of the path, leading to the 10th floor, enveloped in mist. Amidst this mist, Yuan noticed a figure, the boss of the room, an undead player. The tower confirmed Yuan's entrance into room 1 of the 10th floor, the first of 5 rooms on this level. The undead boss, sensing Yuan's presence, began to move. Without hesitation, Yuan activated the divine fire, incinerating the undead creature. As it turned to dust, tears seemed to stream from its eyes, as if it had longed for this release from its tortured existence. A notification confirmed Yuan's victory in room 1. Susanu then confessed to Yuan's earlier accusation. He was indeed responsible for all the souls trapped in the tower, transformed into ghosts or undead, the oldest of which was around 5,000 years old. He advised Yuan that to liberate these souls, he would need to surpass Susanu in necromancy or evil spirit arts. Alternatively, by annihilating them, Yuan could resolve the issue. Yuan listened silently, absorbing Susanu's words. Susanu warned him that the challenge would intensify upon reaching room 6, prompting Yuan to question his approach. Would he bypass these undead, or confront each one? Yuan, repulsed by Susanu's history and actions, resolved to challenge every undead in the tower, independent of Susanu's counsel. Gripping his sword firmly, he pushed forward. As time progressed, Yuan's prowess and determination saw him clearing floor after floor. By now, he had conquered the 15th floor, continued his relentless advance through the 20th floor, and reached the 33rd. The cries of monsters echoed in the distance. With each ascent, the undead grew stronger, and the challenges more arduous, yet Yuan remained undaunted, clearing each floor with unwavering resolve. On the 33rd floor, the undead could speak. As Yuan fought his way through, these tormented souls cried out to him, pleading for liberation from their endless suffering. The weight of their pleas echoed through the tower, a haunting reminder of the dark legacy left behind by Susanoo. Yuan, resolute in his mission, continued to cut through the despair, offering a merciful end to those bound in perpetual torment. As Yuan vanquished each undead being, he found that their lingering resentment was being absorbed into his body. Unfazed by this, he continued his relentless progress, ultimately conquering the 40th floor of Susanoo's tower. Yuan didn't dwell much on the absorbed resentment. His focus was solely on advancing through the levels. His efforts were rewarded upon clearing the 50th floor, where he acquired Susanoo's first relic, the armor of the four great spirits. Without hesitation, Yuan discarded his old red armor and donned the new black armor, which was imbued with the protection of the Spirit King and possessed four elemental properties: fire, water, wind, and lightning. Despite its slightly lower physical resistance, Yuan considered this armor a significant upgrade and an auspicious beginning to his new journey. Placing his old armor in his inventory, he marveled at the level of the item he had just obtained, feeling his motivation surge with the desire to break through the remaining floors swiftly. It had been 42 days since Yuan entered Susanoo's tower. Throughout this time, he started experiencing occasional, unexplained headaches. After reaching a certain floor, every time he eliminated an undead or ghost, he began hearing strange voices in his head. Yuan speculated that this might be connected to the Kaini, as only high-ranking necromancers were known to hear the voices of the dead. The frequency of these bizarre occurrences seemed to be taking a toll on Yuan's mental state. Amidst his contemplation, Susanoo commented on Yuan's slowing pace, acknowledging the difficulty of the dungeon but also praising his performance, especially for a player who had only reached the 21st floor. Susanoo then inquired about Yuan's gloves, wondering why he wasn't fully utilizing their unique ability, suspecting that Yuan might be reserving them as a secret weapon. Exhausted and frustrated by Susanoo's incessant talking, Yuan, with darkened eyes, responded in confusion, revealing his lack of knowledge about the glove's abilities. Susanoo, realizing Yuan was unaware of the full potential of the strange gloves, cryptically remarked, "You and I are the same. Why aren't you using it?" Confounded, Yuan asked how he was supposed to use them properly, to which Susanoo frustratingly pretended ignorance. Yuan's mock response only infuriated Susanoo further. Yuan lamented his lack of information about the Kaini's abilities, considering that Hades, who used it in his past life, was one of the most secretive among the three high-rankers of Olympus. He pondered the possibility of the Kaini possessing abilities beyond mana amplification, thankful for the snippets of useful information gleaned from Susanoo's ramblings. Although Yuan had grown stronger since first entering the mini-tower, Susanoo still doubted his ability to conquer it entirely. Dismissing Susanoo's continued chatter, Yuan made his way up the stairs, reaching a massive door at the end of the passageway. Upon pushing open the door, Yuan found himself on the 60th floor of the mini-tower. The room was enveloped in mist, and initially, Yuan couldn't spot anyone. Then, deep within the mist, his gaze settled on a shadow sitting down, emanating a faint energy. As the shadow became aware of Yuan, its eyes lit up with an intense blue aura, signifying the beginning of yet another challenging encounter. In the midst of this intense battle, a surge of energy enveloped the area, exerting immense pressure on Yuan. With his sword raised, he managed to defend himself against this onslaught. He could distinctly feel a strong killing intent emanating from the shadowy figure. As the energy subsided, the shadow forcefully stabbed his sword into the ground, triggering a tower notification: Death Knight, defeat the King of Knights, Arthur. Reading these words, Yuan's eyes widened in shock, his face draining of color. Emerging from the darkness, the figure of King Arthur was illuminated, his gaze fixed intently on Yuan. Yuan recalled a conversation from his past life, before his regression, with Merlin, the Grand Sage of Britain. Merlin had shared stories of Arthur's childhood, back when they were still novice players who had crossed paths. Arthur was renowned for his weapon skills, wielding his sword with ghost-like finesse, earning the unwavering faith of his colleagues. Merlin, the bookworm, often found himself encouraged by Arthur to exercise more. Yuan remembered Arthur being described as extraordinarily loyal, more than anyone Merlin had seen. Having heard these tales, Yuan had always harbored a desire to meet Arthur. Yet, the circumstances of their current encounter were far from what he had envisioned. Arthur, once the revered king of Britain and master of the Knights of the Round Table, now stood before him in a dire situation. Arthur, gripping the hilt of his enormous sword, began to radiate an immense aura. Yuan, still in disbelief, struggled to comprehend how such a legendary figure could have fallen into Susanoo's trap. Activating his cinder eyes, Yuan analyzed Arthur, who appeared in his prime, donned in his historic armor and wielding the legendary sword, Excalibur. As Arthur stood up, he began to move toward Yuan. an immense aura pulsating from him. Though not a high ranker in life, Arthur's talent had rapidly elevated his standing. His eyes flashed fiercely, and in a swift motion, he lunged into the air, charging towards Yuan. Caught off guard by Arthur's sudden attack, Yuan barely had time to react as the ice-imbued sword descended upon him. The ground shattered under the force of the strike, rubble and energy flying everywhere. In the nick of time, Yuan activated the steps of Hermes, narrowly evading the attack. However, Arthur was relentless, pursuing Yuan with another swift strike. Yuan countered by activating the Skywalk skill and, raising his sword, charged at Arthur. Their swords collided with a resounding clash. At the moment of impact, Yuan infused his sword with divine fire, enhancing the lethality of the Moonlight Sword. This allowed him to parry Arthur's attack. Yuan knew he couldn't defeat the original Arthur, but he felt confident against this undead version. After deflecting the strike, Yuan swiftly moved to Arthur's blind spot, aiming for a surprise attack. However, Arthur was quicker, instantly turning to block Yuan's move. Yuan vanished and reappeared behind Arthur, lunging with his sword. To his surprise, his attack was thwarted by an ice shield. Arthur, seizing the moment, swiftly countered, swinging his sword at the stunned Yuan. In a critical moment of the battle, Yuan was unable to react swiftly enough, allowing Arthur to land a strike on his arm. The blow was precise and forceful, causing blood to gush from the wound. Yuan was astounded by Arthur's masterful swordsmanship and realized the significance of Arthur's solitary presence on this floor. He was the middle boss of the miniature tower. Despite the injury, Yuan bravely maintained his stance, sword raised in defiance against Arthur. Arthur, seizing the opportunity, summoned several ice swords above Yuan, which descended with deadly accuracy. Yuan's body began to freeze under this relentless ice assault, leading to a frostbite status effect. As the dust settled around them, Yuan reappeared, adopting a defensive posture. He had managed to evade the majority of the attack using his cinder eyes and sensory field, but his body was still vulnerable to the intense cold. As Yuan gathered his thoughts, Arthur launched another attack with a barrage of ice swords. Arthur's attack pattern, though straightforward, was executed with such perfection that it was nearly impossible to dodge entirely. In a split second, Yuan managed to leap backward, narrowly avoiding the icy onslaught. Amidst the misty battleground, Yuan's purple energy emanated as he activated divine fire to counteract the frostbite, successfully removing the debuff. Arthur, observing his strategy failing to subdue Yuan, leaped into the air, charging once more. Yuan felt a surge of power coursing through his body as the strength of a giant flowed into his arm, converting his stamina stats into strength. However, due to his depleted stamina, only partial gigantification was possible. Gritting his teeth against the influx of power, Yuan swung his Moonlight Sword at Arthur. The strike was powerful but was halted by Arthur's armor. Undeterred, Yuan gathered all his strength and, in a fierce move, managed to sever Arthur's right arm, which wielded the sword. As the severed arm flew through the air, Yuan wasted no time and swiftly closed the gap again. He quickly enveloped his sword with divine fire and struck Arthur a second time. The impact sent rubbles flying, shrouding the area in dust. When the dust cleared, Arthur, engulfed in divine fire, lay defeated on the ground, with Yuan standing victoriously beside him. As Arthur's body disintegrated, Yuan absorbed the lingering resentment, quietly remarking on the tragedy of Arthur's fate, wishing Merlin could have witnessed this moment. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the Kaini, startling Yuan. Grasping his right hand, Yuan questioned, "Are you Arthur?" Indeed, it was Arthur, who responded upon hearing Merlin's name. Arthur proposed a deal. If Yuan helped him contact Merlin, he would agree to form a contract and become a subordinate to Yuan. Arthur had vital information to relay to Merlin, the betrayal of Lancelot, who had played a role in Arthur's downfall. Yuan was familiar with Lancelot as a high ranker and the current leader of the Round Table Guild, known for elevating the guild to significant prominence. The revelation of Lancelot's betrayal left Yuan stunned, struggling to come to terms with the gravity of this revelation and its implications for the history and future of the tower's intricate world. Engulfed in contemplation, Yuan was brought back to the present by Arthur's repeated inquiry about his request. Yuan, not being a necromancer, lacked the ability to revive Arthur as an undead. His connection to Arthur was solely due to the Kaini, which enabled him to hear Arthur's voice. Despite this limitation, Yuan committed himself to do his best to assist Arthur. Yuan had his own reasons for agreeing to Arthur's request. He knew that to traverse through Britain, he would eventually need to confront Lancelot. Having Arthur as an ally would be advantageous in this endeavor. Realizing the potential benefits, Yuan accepted Arthur's proposal, which seemed to take Arthur by surprise. In response, Arthur expressed his gratitude. At that moment, an unexpected notification from the tower appeared, stating that upon fulfilling Arthur's request, Yuan would gain complete obedience from Arthur, the King of Knights. Yuan was astonished by this revelation, pondering whether it was part of some hidden agenda within the tower. As Arthur's soul began to fade away, Susanoo suddenly materialized beside Yuan, expressing his discontent with the outcome of the battle. Arthur had been one of his most valuable pawns. Yuan, approaching the legendary sword Excalibur lying on the ground, picked it up and confronted Susanoo, questioning his whereabouts during the battle and whether Arthur's demise was merely a coincidence. Susanoo, dismissing Yuan's question, proposed a deal. He would answer all of Yuan's questions if Yuan succeeded in reaching the top of the miniature tower dungeon. Frustrated with Susanoo's response, Yuan opened his inventory right next to Susanoo. Without hesitation, he aimed at the inventory and threw Excalibur into it, where it disappeared upon collision. Susanoo was visibly upset and bewildered by Yuan's unconventional method of storing the sword, exclaiming in disbelief at his action. Yuan, unfazed by Susanoo's reaction, waved his hand dismissively. He was eager to complete the trial as quickly as possible, with the prospect of rest and sleep on his mind. At the 50th floor administrative bureau, the atmosphere tensed sharply with the arrival of an unexpected guest. The managers present in the room were visibly anxious, holding their breaths under the overwhelming presence of this individual. As the guest entered, he demanded information about a certain person, including their location and background. The managers, attempting to respond, found themselves stuttering under the intense pressure, which only served to infuriate the guest further. He slammed his fist on the table, demanding the information without further delay. This outburst caused the managers to shriek in fear, instinctively backing away. At this critical juncture, the back door of the office swung open, and another figure stepped in, confronting the irate visitor. The newcomer questioned if the visitor was Sun Wukong, or rather, his spirit. Sun Wukong, taken aback by this sudden intervention, fixed a serious glare on the new arrival and told him to mind his own business. The newcomer, with a childlike face, approached Wukong and asserted his authority as the director of the office, demanding respect and questioning if Wukong intended to start a fight there. He firmly stated that any information regarding a player was classified and could not be disclosed. Upon hearing this, Wukong stood up abruptly, stomped his foot on the floor, and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. With Wukong's departure, the managers in the bureau exhaled a collective sigh of relief, their faces dripping with sweat from the intense encounter. One of them, still catching his breath, questioned if that was really just a spirit, expressing disbelief at the overwhelming aura. The director explained that if it had been Sun Wukong's original body, even the tower administrator would have intervened. He also instructed his subordinates to maintain confidentiality regarding player information, even if pressured by major guilds. The director then turned his attention to the status screen of Yuan, the player in question. Surprisingly, the screen displayed minimal information, showing only his name while all other details about his birthplace, background, and power were completely obscured. This lack of information was not typical and didn't seem like an error in the tower's system. It was this anomaly that had piqued the interest of many administrators within the tower. They were curious about Yuan, who had stopped climbing after clearing the 21st floor trial. The director pondered why a player like Yuan would be content with just reaching the 21st floor, considering the little information available about him. Meanwhile, inside the miniature tower, Yuan was relentlessly advancing, leaving behind a trail of defeated undead. His journey through the tower had been relentless and tireless. He had successfully completed the 99th floor trial and reached level 96, with all his stats nearing the 100 mark. Upon checking his status info, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. After tirelessly clearing 99 floors, his level had finally increased. However, the continuous exertion over the past 3 months, with little rest or sleep, had taken its toll on him. Exhausted and sleep-deprived, Yuan sat down on the stairs, contemplating his next move. As he rested, Yuan thought about the final challenge awaiting him, the 100th floor. Given the increasing difficulty he had faced up to the 99th floor, he couldn't help but wonder what formidable challenges the 100th floor would present. The challenge of the final floor loomed over Yuan, a daunting prospect that weighed heavily on his mind. Amidst his contemplation, Susanoo's mascot appeared, breaking his focus with its questioning. It seemed curious about Yuan's thoughts on the last floor. Yuan, however, was more concerned with progressing than with idle chatter. He slowly rose from his position on the stairs, mentally preparing himself for what lay ahead. Since Yuan's arrival in the miniature tower, Susanoo had underestimated him. However, Yuan's display of exceptional abilities like Cinder Eyes, Gigantification, and Sacred Fire led Susanoo to reconsider his initial assessment. Perhaps Yuan was more than he seemed, possibly even a ranker. Climbing the stairs towards the final trial room, Yuan was confronted by Susanoo's question about his ranker status. In a response shrouded in mystery, he replied, "I am not a ranker right now," fueling Susanoo's curiosity and bewilderment. As Yuan reached the imposing door of the final floor, Susanoo's mascot vanished just as he was about to inquire further. The system then alerted Yuan that he had entered the last floor. Success here meant acquiring Susanoo's relics. The room was enveloped in darkness, and Yuan noted that Susanoo's spirit had disappeared. Suddenly, he heard a voice. It was Arthur's spirit, accusingly pointing out the one who had killed him. The revelation startled Yuan. Before Yuan could process this information, another voice echoed in the room, belonging to Susanu's spirit. The voice beckoned Yuan to continue their earlier conversation. In the darkness, a figure sat on a throne, radiating a purple aura. It was Susanu's original body. Susanu questioned Yuan's earlier hint about being a ranker. Yuan, taken aback by the presence of Susanu's original body, decided not to respond. He had never imagined encountering Susanu himself as the dungeon boss. Analyzing Susanu with his cinder eyes, Yuan proposed a bet. The winner would have the right to ask the loser one question, any question. Drawing his moonlight sword, he taunted Susanu, questioning his confidence. Susanu, unable to resist the challenge, accepted the bet, laughing boisterously. The tower's system formalized their wager, committing to enforcing the rule of the winner's question being answered. The room, vast and imposing, set the stage for their confrontation. Susanu stood from his throne, striding towards Yuan. Yuan sensed the resentment of spirits slain by Susanu, now merged into the Kaini. He realized the true purpose of Susanu's dungeon, to pass on his legacy and bind himself to it even after death through the tower's system. Activating his divine fire and covering his moonlight sword, Yuan unleashed a flurry of slashes imbued with divine energy towards Susanu. These powerful strikes created a massive explosion upon contact, shaking the very foundations of the room. After the dust settled, the system issued a new notification: defeat the Death Knight, Susanu. Susanu was revealed to be a war maniac, seeking endless battles against strong opponents even beyond death. This final confrontation was not just a physical battle but a clash of legacies and wills, a culmination of Yuan's journey through the tower and Susanu's eternal quest for worthy adversaries. In the midst of a heated battle within a mystical room, Yuan unleashed a fierce strike against Susanu, engulfing the area in divine flames, smoke, and dust. Amidst this chaos, Arthur's voice echoed, questioning whether Susanu had been defeated. Yuan, drenched in sweat, urged Arthur to remain silent, his gaze fixed through the fiery haze, searching for any sign of Susanu. Unexpectedly, Susanu's boisterous laughter filled the room, his aura of killing intent targeting Yuan. This intent alone was so powerful that it pushed Yuan back. Yuan realized with a start that Susanu's intent had been honed through the slaying of hundreds of rankers, hundreds of thousands of players, and millions of people. This realization made Yuan's eyes widen in shock as he caught a glimpse of Susanu's shadow through the flames. Emerging from the inferno, Susanu held his sword with both hands, having successfully defended against Yuan's strike. Expressing his elation at encountering a strong opponent like Yuan in the tower, Susanu eagerly anticipated a worthy fight, imploring Yuan not to disappoint him, and with that, he charged at Yuan at an incredible speed. As they clashed, Susanu, wielding his katana in one hand, delivered a powerful strike. Yuan managed to block it with his sword, but the impact sent shockwaves through his body, his frame trembling under the immense pressure. Gritting his teeth, he stood his ground. Unrelenting, Susanu launched another swift attack, cornering Yuan. Yuan, exerting all his strength, barely managed to fend off this second strike, the sword nearly slipping from his grasp. To Susanu's astonishment, Yuan had withstood his powerful assaults. Meanwhile, Yuan, his teeth clenched in determination, activated his Cinder Eye's ability to foresee attacks and enhanced his sensory field. He realized the frightening extent of Susanu's strength. Even in his diminished form, he was formidable. Yuan knew that any lapse in concentration could spell his defeat. The battle intensified, with both combatants exchanging rapid blows. Yuan, summoning his full power, parried and blocked Susanu's relentless attacks. As the fight wore on, it seemed increasingly unfavorable for Yuan. Nature's energy began to flow into his arms, bulking them up with the power of a giant. Harnessing this strength, Yuan unleashed a mighty sword strike towards Susanu. The collision of their energies created a thunderous noise, with sword energy scattering in all directions. Yuan, facing the brunt of this powerful exchange, shielded his face from the sword energies. In that moment, Susanu's hand, radiating ominous energy, reached out and grabbed Yuan's shoulder. His eyes glinted with a mix of happiness and surprise at finally seizing Yuan after such a prolonged clash. In response, Yuan raised his left hand, gripping Susanu's shoulder and releasing divine fire in an attempt to incinerate him. However, Susanu quickly retreated, leaving a trail of divine fire in his wake. The gap in strength, mana, agility, and every other stat between Yuan and Susanu was starkly apparent. Even Yuan's divine flame seemed ineffective against Susanu, highlighting the immense challenge Yuan faced in this epic confrontation. In the heat of their intense battle, Susanu, despite retreating, found his shoulder engulfed in divine fire set by Yuan. This fire repulsed him, yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of exhilaration as the fight took a more challenging turn. Amidst the chaos, Susanu's thoughts drifted to a past encounter. He remembered a mysterious visitor who had once approached him with a request to kill Arthur. Susanu, curious and defiant, demanded to know the stranger's identity and the reason for such a request. The visitor, shrouded in a peculiar energy and keeping his identity hidden, piqued Susanu's interest by focusing on what Susanu truly desired. Known for his love of war and battle, Susanu was drawn to the prospect of unrestrained combat, where he could freely engage in his bloodlust without consequences. The enigmatic visitor tantalized him with the promise of starting a war that would satisfy his insatiable desire for conflict and slaughter. This proposal echoed the same yearning for battle that Yuan possessed, reflecting a shared hunger for the thrill of combat. Back in the present, the battle between Yuan and Susanu raged on. Susanu, relentless in his aggression, launched another powerful attack, pushing Yuan back. During this intense moment, Yuan noticed an unusual energy radiating from Kaini. As he glanced at his right hand, Susanu seized the opportunity to strike again. Charging at Yuan, he taunted him for his distraction. Susanu then leaped into the air, positioning himself directly above Yuan, and unleashed a barrage of sword slashes from midair. Yuan, reacting with incredible agility, managed to dodge and parry each incoming strike. He knew the grave danger of Susanu's blade. A single cut would result in unstoppable bleeding. Despite the ongoing and grueling battle, Yuan found himself unable to launch a counterattack. Susanu, growing impatient with the one-sided nature of the fight, declared his intention to end it, bored by Yuan's lack of offensive action. As Susanu's sword once again came crashing down, Yuan narrowly blocked the strike with his moonlight sword. However, the force of the impact was so great that his sword nearly slipped from his grasp. In the brief moment following, Susanu, capitalizing on Yuan's imbalance, struck again. Yuan, already off balance from the previous attack, had to duck and retreat to avoid being hit. Without hesitation, Susanu pressed on, his katana raised for another attack. At that critical juncture, a small black electric current enveloped Susanu's body, culminating in a massive explosion that shook the very foundations of their battleground. The explosion sent rubble and dust spiraling into the air, obscuring the scene in a thick cloud. As the dust began to settle, Susanu, standing amidst the destruction, commented on Yuan's use of his powers. He was referring to Kaini, which had just awakened due to the immense pressure exerted by Susanu, the tower's most brutal killer. Kaini, a powerful artifact in Yuan's possession, had remained somewhat dormant until this point. The intense nature of the battle, combined with Susanu's formidable strength, had triggered a response from Kaini, awakening its latent abilities. On Yuan's right hand, a transformation was taking place. An eye began to open on the surface of his glove, a mysterious and powerful phenomenon accompanied by the crackling of black lightning. Yuan, breathing heavily, felt the toll of his journey. He had been tirelessly climbing through the challenging levels of the miniature tower dungeon, and now, facing the formidable Susanu, he was pushed to his limits. The fatigue was evident, yet his resolve remained unbroken. Yuan, though not a necromancer by nature, discovered a unique ability in Kaini. The artifact was absorbing the souls of the undead, and Yuan could hear their eerie whispers. This unexpected ability sparked a sense of wonder in him, as well as a growing curiosity about the true extent of Kaini's powers. Susanu's words had only served to deepen this intrigue. In a moment of revelation, Yuan pondered the nature of powerful artifacts. He considered the Sea Stone, known for its dominion over the seas, and the Heavenly Stone, with its control over the heavens. This line of thought led him to a crucial realization about the Dark Stone. If these stones had such specific and potent abilities, then the Dark Stone, too, must have a unique and formidable power of its own. As this understanding dawned on him, a dramatic change occurred. Yuan's body began to emit a yellowish aura, growing in intensity and enveloping him in a radiant light. This was the awakening of Kaini, a surge of energy so powerful that it forced even Susanu to take a step back. Overwhelmed by the intensity of this newfound power, Susanu could not maintain his aggressive stance and had to retreat. With the awakening of Kaini, a system notification appeared, confirming the significant development. Kaini had opened its eyes. The eye on Yuan's right hand, now fully awakened, heralded the summoning of a unique and formidable ability, the summoning of Hell, a power that epitomized the essence of Kaini. Amidst this transformation, huge crackles of black lightning began to swirl around Yuan's right arm. This display of power was not just visually striking but also a testament to the immense energy that Kaini wielded. Yuan, feeling the raw power coursing through him, finally regained his composure. He stood firm, a figure of newfound strength and determination, and commanded Kaini to obey his will. This moment marked a significant turn in the battle. Yuan, once struggling under the might of Susanu, was now empowered by the awakening of Kaini. With this shift in dynamics, Yuan was no longer just a challenger in the tower, he had become a force to be reckoned with. As the fierce battle unfolded between Yuan and Susanu, the crackling dark lightning began to engulf the entire trial room. Mysterious eyes materialized seemingly out of nowhere, casting an unusual atmosphere. Yuan's energy surged, his imposing figure radiating immense power amplified by Kaini. Even Susanoo, standing before Yuan, felt the weight of the increasing pressure. Gripping his sword tightly, Susanoo declared his satisfaction, recognizing this as the true commencement of their battle, his shoulders still ablaze with divine fire. However, just as Susanoo prepared to launch another attack on Yuan, he was taken aback. Numerous eyes started appearing around him, a sight that unsettled him. Until this moment, all the ghosts were under his control, but now, the necromancer powers and dark energies that Susanoo commanded were seized by Yuan. The ghosts, once obedient to Susanoo, defied his command under the influence of Kaini's energy. Glaring at Yuan, Susanoo released his anger, questioning the 21st floor bastard about his actions. In response, Yuan, holding the moonlight sword high, reminded Susanoo of Kaini's true power. Kaini possessed absolute control over the dead, rendering even the most potent necromancers powerless in the face of the dark divine stone. As Yuan unleashed the full force of Kaini, ghostly eyes manifested around him. His cinder eyes gleamed with a smirk as he taunted Susanoo for the mistake of guiding him in awakening Kaini. Despite regretting giving Yuan a hint about Kaini, Susanoo found himself powerless to undo what had been done. Even after witnessing Yuan's display of power, Susanoo remained steadfast, challenging Yuan to prove himself with only this newfound skill. Susanoo unleashed the remaining energy within his body and charged at Yuan. As his sword descended, Yuan effortlessly blocked the attack with his moonlight sword. The clash of their blades emitted powerful energy waves, both fighters displaying unwavering determination. However, this time, Yuan managed to deflect Susanoo's sword. With the sword deflected and Susanoo off balance, dark lightning crackles emerged behind Yuan. Gripping his moonlight sword tightly, he prepared for another attack. The power of giants surged through his arms, veins, and muscles bulking as nature's energy intertwined with gigantism. Summoning the forces of hell, Yuan taunted Susanoo as a mere passerby and unleashed a collective sword strike, catching Susanoo off guard. Observing this, Susanoo could recognize a change in Yuan. He appeared completely different from before. In the past, not even high ranker could maintain such composure in Susanoo's presence. Frustration grew within Susanoo as he noticed a lack of worry on Yuan's face. Without hesitation, Yuan gritted his teeth and charged once again with a determined sword strike. The clash between Yuan and Susanoo intensified, their swords colliding and releasing massive waves of energy. However, this time, Yuan's relentless pressure pushed Susanoo back, and the absorbed undead energy weakened him visibly. The ghosts trapped by Susanoo began to lose control, and as he looked up at Yuan seeking an explanation, Kaini's eye appeared, stunning him in place. Susanoo's eyes burned under Kaini's gaze, and a cry escaped him as he questioned the escalating situation. Kaini's gaze focused on Susanoo, inducing fear in the once mighty opponent. The divine fire on Susanoo's shoulder, previously silent, began to rise and engulf his entire body. Susanoo crooked in pain, his undead form experiencing an unfamiliar sensation. Yuan revealed that the divine fire fed on fear, leaving Susanoo contemplating his next move. In a sudden burst of anger, Susanoo charged at Yuan, tightly gripping his sword. His enraged shout questioned how a mere kid could render him so helpless, marking the first time in his life he felt utter vulnerability. Remaining calm under Susanoo's charge, Yuan smirked and ordered him to stop. To Susanoo's surprise, no matter how much strength he applied, he couldn't move his body. Confused, he questioned his inability to move. Yuan, reaching out towards Susanoo's face, exposed the truth regardless of Susanoo's past strength as a high ranker. He was now a mere ghost. It seemed like a fitting end for Susanoo, a bloodthirsty individual who had taken countless lives. As Yuan's hand reached him, Kaini emitted a strange energy, and in a flash, Susanoo's body disintegrated, his soul absorbed by Kaini and crackling dark lightning. The long struggle finally concluded, and the tower's notification declared Susanoo's dungeon cleared. It also announced that Yuan had acquired Susanoo's soul. Yuan, feeling a sense of relief, stared dazedly at the system screen. Along with Susanoo's soul, he had gained Susanoo's last relic and the title King of the Dead due to awakening Kaini's latent abilities. As the mini-tower dungeon began to crumble, the system urged Yuan to exit within 30 minutes before the tower's destruction. Without much thought, Yuan left the dungeon, finding himself near the wall where he had entered Susanoo's domain. Seated on a large rock, he reflected on his gains from the trial. One significant reward was the S-rank title King of the Dead, granting him the ability to absorb the souls of the deceased into his body and summoning the dead into reality. Witnessing Yuan's intense battle against Susanoo, Arthur found it difficult to believe that he had emerged victorious against such a formidable foe. However, the truth was that Susanoo was already deceased, with only his soul lingering, attached to his lifeless body. This late state allowed Yuan to overcome him. In addition to the triumph, Yuan also received another reward, the mythical Kusanagi sword. This magical blade was Susanoo's prize after defeating Yamatano Orochi. Despite its extraordinary abilities, the sword had a drawback. It granted strength to its user while gradually consuming their life force and power over time. Aware of this, Yuan wisely stowed it away in his inventory, intending to use it later as a component for crafting an even more potent weapon. While the allure of Kusanagi's sword was present, Yuan's primary focus was on the desired title of King of the Dead. He had recently realized that Hades' skills in his past life were linked to this title, acquired not as a reward for conquering Susanoo's dungeon, but through his usage of kaini and familiarity with its capabilities. Despite attaining the title, Yuan had yet to grasp the complexity of necromancy. Curious, Arthur suggested experimenting by finding a soulless body and placing the spirits absorbed by kaini inside it. Initially puzzled, Yuan recalled the title's description, leading to a sudden realization. He expressed gratitude to Arthur, who, in turn, became infuriated at being labeled a necromancer, a term he considered filthy and low-class. Yuan, mischievously smiling, summoned Arthur's spirit and transferred it into the body of an orc he had recently defeated. As Arthur, now inhabiting the orc's body, threw a tantrum, Yuan paid little attention, focusing instead on a pressing matter. He urged Susanoo to reveal himself and fulfill the bet. Purple energy emanated from kaini, signaling Susanoo's presence. Momentarily hesitant, Susanoo expressed his disgust at being controlled by another necromancer. However, he reluctantly complied, and his spirit materialized in midair. Addressing Arthur, Susanoo inquired if Yuan's query pertained to the orc. Yuan affirmed this, prompting Susanoo to reveal that he had been instructed to kill Arthur. Surprisingly, even Susanoo was unaware of the identity of the person who had made the deal with him. However, he agreed to share his memories with Yuan for the latter to discover the truth. Dig into Susanoo's memories, Yuan encountered an abyss of darkness. In the void, he heard a conversation between Susanoo and a mysterious man who had sought him out. Yuan's eyes widened as he recognized the figure, Foolish Chaos, the oldest god in the Tower of Players. This outer god possessed the ability to assume any form and manipulate reality at will. Yuan remembered him as his past enemy, the one who had slaughtered millions of players before his regression and had ultimately met his demise at Yuan's hands. As the memories unfolded, Yuan sensed Susanoo's escalating bloodlust and madness, culminating in manic laughter as he agreed to an ominous offer. The memories further revealed that gigantomachy had commenced after this encounter. In response to Yuan's serious demeanor, Susanoo sought clarification about the memories. Yuan revealed his deep-seated familiarity with Foolish Chaos, the individual responsible for his friends' deaths, and asserted his determination to exact revenge. Yuan found himself sprawled on the bed in his room, a fitful sleep casting him into a realm of troubled thoughts. Even in the refuge of his dreams, the relentless advance of the outer gods persisted, their influence echoing through time itself. Arthur, Yuan's trusted state who had met his demise thousands of years ago, became a poignant reminder of the seeds sown by the outer gods, now ready to bear their ominous fruit. The revelation unfolded that Lancelot, the reigning king of Britain, was somehow entangled in Arthur's murder. This pivotal event marked the beginning of Yuan's determination to alter the course of destiny, compelling him to persevere in his ascent of the tower. In the tapestry of his dreams, Yuan encountered Merlin and Arthur. Both met tragic ends, leaving Yuan as the lone survivor, guided by the enigmatic flame eyes. The outer gods appear ominously in the distance, with Foolish Chaos taking center stage. Even within the confines of his dreams, Yuan harbored an intense desire to vanquish these cosmic entities. The dream unfurled into a fierce battle, where Yuan, armed with a sword, fought relentlessly. As he reflected upon this surreal confrontation, a poignant realization seeped into his consciousness. Had he possessed omniscient knowledge at that moment, how many lives could have been spared? Regardless, Yuan pledged to traverse the sands of time repeatedly, slaying the outer gods again and again to avert the deaths caused by their machinations. The nightmarish dream's cape released its grip as Yuan awoke to the early morning light. Still gripped by the haunting echoes of his dream, he rose from the bed and approached the window. Despite the outer gods having executed their sinister plan in his dream, Yuan refused to accept to despair. Resolute, he decided to pay a visit to Hephaestus before returning to the 21st floor. confident that the skilled Hephaestus had likely completed the task assigned to him. Arriving at Hephaestus' domain, Yuan faced the Hephaestus's anger. Having been absent for over 3 months, Yuan bore the brunt of Hephaestus's anger as the irate Hephaestus threw his hammer in frustration. Fortunately for Yuan, the blow landed on his chest rather than his head. Absorbing the impact stoically, Yuan reasoned that allowing Hephaestus to vent his fury might expedite the dissipation of his anger. Yuan believed that guilt could transform the surly Hephaestus into a more agreeable companion. Hephaestus, curious about Yuan's prolonged absence after failing the test, inquired about his whereabouts. Yuan divulged that he had been ensconced in a hidden dungeon, a challenging endeavor that accounted for the extended duration of his absence. Hephaestus, though still annoyed, seemed mollified by Yuan's explanation. The prospect of forgiveness and understanding lingered in the air, as Yuan prepared to discuss the outcome of Hephaestus' endeavors on his behalf. Hephaestus unveiled a wooden box, revealing the processed stone of all seas, the true divine sea stone. This artifact possessed the combined power of all the seas, and Yuan contemplated the subtle difference it held compared to the divine dark crystal. One controlled the dead, while the other commanded the seas and their inhabitants. Hephaestus, demanding Yuan's glove temporarily to create a cavity for the sea stone, received gratitude from Yuan for his unwavering support. A satisfied smile played on Hephaestus's lips as Yuan handed over his glove, accompanied by a warning against the simultaneous use of 2 crystals. Curious about strengthening Kaini further, Yuan inquired if there was an alternative method. Hephaestus, while making a groove in Yuan's glove to accommodate the sea stone, admitted he was unaware of such a method but expressed a desire to discover one. Yuan considered that he had given Hephaestus a valuable hint, which the Hephaestus might explore later. Hephaestus, suggesting that Yuan paid for the work with his idea, received laughter and a playful genius label from Yuan, resulting in an irate Hephaestus attacking him with fists. Yuan, bidding farewell, left Hephaestus pondering on how to enhance the items he crafted. The Hephaestus, having faced failures in various attempts, felt a spark of excitement at the prospect of a potential breakthrough. Meanwhile, near the front door of Hephaestus's workshop, a persistent pounding indicated the arrival of visitors. Hephaestus, taking his time to answer, was met with a vigorous banging, likely from the Olympus. Opening the door, he found Sun Wukong, the great sage, standing at the threshold. Their familiarity stemmed from a previous order Sun Wukong had placed for a staff with Hephaestus. Curious about the fate of the weapon he had made, Hephaestus was dismayed to learn that Sun Wukong had discarded it for something more astonishing. Furious at the disregard for his craftsmanship, Hephaestus confronted Sun Wukong, who explained his purpose for being there. Sun Wukong sought a man named Kim Yuan, activating his flaming eyes to recognize if Hephaestus knew him. Hephaestus, recognizing Yuan, grappled with the decision to admit it. Although he pondered the potential limitations of Sun Wukong double, Hephaestus attempted to deny any knowledge of Yuan. Despite his efforts, Sun Wukong perceived the truth, asserting that he could see Hephaestus knew Yuan. The Hephaestus, muscles trembling with the effort to conceal the truth, stood his ground, strongly denying any connection to Yuan, even in the face of potential consequences. 3 months had passed since Kim Yuan last participated in any tests on the 21st floor. His absence had become the talk of the players. Rumors spread like wildfire in the spacious underground cave where teams of 5 gathered for the 21st floor challenge. Some claimed Yuan had met his demise, while others believed he remained on the 20th floor. In the gossip, unnoticed at first, was a man in a red robe standing quietly at the back of the cave. The man in the red robe warned the teams that discussing someone in his presence might lead to dire consequences. Reinhar, the elf leading one of the teams, soon realized that the mysterious figure in the red robe was none other than Kim Yuan. Reacting to this revelation, Reinhar and his team distanced themselves from Yuan. The challenge on the 21st floor involved protecting a blue crystal from monsters and doppelgangers. The trial concluded only when all the doppelgangers were defeated. As the players absorbed this information, confusion arose about how to identify the doppelgangers since they looked no different from regular players. Feeling the weight of the challenge, Yuan emphasized the need to pass the test without being hindered by others. With determination, he drew his sword and swiftly decapitated a nearby man, proving his skill as a master swordsman. The fallen head melted as it hit the ground, leaving the surrounding players in awe. In the shock, one person found amusement in Yuan's display of skill. Undeterred, Yuan declared his intention to find and eliminate all the doppelgangers himself, assigning the other players the task of protecting the crystal. As the challenge commenced, the cave walls rumbled, revealing a horde of monsters. Excitement filled the players as they prepared to fight, comforted by the presence of Yuan to deal with the doppelgangers. Yet, another wave of monsters emerged from different passageways, catching the attention of Reinhard. Among the chaos, he spotted a man resembling Yuan, fighting alongside another person who looked identical to him. The two men, seemingly a mirror image, stood back-to-back battling monsters. Though Reinhard briefly observed them, he eventually lost interest. Meanwhile, the doppelganger-like figure, dressed in black, approached the crystal to protect it. Despite Yuan's reputation as a trustworthy companion, he failed to find any more monsters. A day into the challenge, fatigue set in among the players as the relentless onslaught of monsters continued from multiple passages. Yuan, stationed near the crystal, expressed frustration at not discovering any additional doppelgangers. He voiced a suspicion that the doppelgangers were hiding in the crowd, planning to attack unsuspecting players. To expedite the inspection process, Yuan suggested that each player point out anyone who appeared suspicious. In a bold move, he pulled out his sword, proposing to eliminate potential doppelgangers even without concrete proof. The players, however, reacted strongly to this proposition, protesting against killing on mere suspicion. The once-controlled test area descended into pandemonium as chaos ensued among the players. In the chaos in the underground cave, several voices echoed, claiming to have come from the lower floors. Yuan took charge, instructing everyone to split into two groups, those in teams on one side and single players on the other. His logic was straightforward. If everyone in a team knew each other, those who arrived individually must be doubles. With a chosen target in mind, Yuan, sword drawn, was ready to strike when someone intervened, blocking his blow. A man dressed in black, resembling two drops of water, approached him. The mysterious figure told Yuan that he had crossed a boundary and, though he hadn't wanted to interfere earlier, the situation had escalated to the point where the entire test was at risk. He believed it was time to step in. Two identical Kim Yuan faced off, one in the red coat and the other in black. The man in the black robe declared that he would deal with the pretender later. Activating flaming eyes, unexpected events unfolded. The face of the pretender began to split open, causing him immense pain. In a strange scene, the skin of his face fell to the ground, leaving the man crumpled on the floor. Unlike the earlier doppelganger, this man remained intact, possibly an imitation. Claiming to be Kim Yuan, he lifted his head, revealing a young, pale face, and started crying. Yuan kicked him in the head, causing the color to drain from his face, leaving silence in the cave. As the players stood divided into two groups, Yuan approached the players that the previous pretender had attempted to attack. Each player fiercely tried to prove their authenticity, and Yuan moved past them to Reinhard. Yuan raised his sword to Reinhard's neck, but Reinhard remained calm, insisting he was not a doppelganger. His team joined in, shouting their confirmation and emphasizing they hadn't separated since the ordeal began. Yuan tightened his grip on Reinhard's neck, his breathing strained. Reinhard's eyes flashed with the fear of impending death. In a sudden move, Yuan swung around and landed a punch at Reinhard. A startling event unfolded as white blood flowed from Reinhard's head, melting as it touched the ground. Teammates screamed in horror as Yuan delivered another punch, causing a clear liquid to pour from the second player's head. It became evident that this player, too, was a doppelganger. Yuan's eyes discerned a crucial detail: doppelgangers, after transforming into humans, made themselves forget their true identity, allowing them to pass the test undetected. The revelation added a layer of complexity to the challenge, leaving the players in shock and uncertainty. Several wide-eyed doppelgangers sprinted toward the crystal, and one activated the heavenly demon spirit, obliterating the doppelgangers in its wake. A message promptly arrived, indicating that the 21st floor test had been successfully passed, allowing Yuan to progress to the next level. Slowly opening his eyes, the man surveyed his surroundings, his vision initially blurry. Despite the haze, he discerned the outline of Yuan standing right in front of him. With burning eyes, Yuan peered at the man, named Mamos, and inquired about his identity. Mamos, acknowledging that the test had concluded, asserted that he wasn't a mere double. Crouching beside Mamos, Yuan sought to understand who he truly was. Mamos disclosed being both a doppelganger and a player. Yuan, perceptive with fiery eyes, sensed the truth in Mamos's words. Yuan, intrigued, considered that Mamos appeared distinct from ordinary doppelgangers, realizing that Mamos's father was Belial, the high-ranking king of doppelgangers and the monarch of lies. The name Belial struck a familiar chord with Yuan. A significant demon loomed behind Mamos, suggesting that the demon guild, led by Belial, and rivaled Olympus in size and strength. This revelation placed Mamos on par with Hargan. Wondering, Yuan questioned Mamos about his purpose in that realm. Mamos, confessing to being a fan of Yuan, conveyed sincerity through his eyes. Despite his current childlike appearance, it was challenging to reconcile this with the bloodthirsty creature that initially sought to eliminate all players. Yuan, maintaining his piercing gaze, sensed Mamos' sincerity and chose to spare him. Offering forgiveness, Yuan proposed a pact where Mamos would assist him in exchange for his life. Sealing the agreement, Yuan entrusted Mamos with his jersey and requested his contact information. A month elapsed since Yuan successfully navigated the 21st floor test. One morning, he received an unexpected message from Mamos, who had applied for the next test. Observing Mamos' persistence, Yuan examined the remaining trial plans for reaching the 25th floor, intending to complete them within 10 days, barring interference from Olympus. Curious about Mamos' sudden communication, Yuan's equipment vibrated again, this time bearing a message from Hargan, who had progressed to the 22nd floor and invited Yuan to a meeting. Yuan arrived at the meeting place to find Hargan already seated at the table, his coffee grown cold as he awaited Yuan. Unlike Yuan, who focused on improving his stats, Hargan was on a mission to climb the tower swiftly and attain the rank of a ranker. Curious, Yuan inquired about Hargan's presence on a lower floor. Hargan, being from Olympus, was well informed and knew about the sea stone in Yuan's possession. Realizing there was no point in denying it, Yuan confirmed. Hargan shared that Olympus was currently in chaos due to Zeus and Poseidon grappling with their complicated relationship. Although Yuan was temporarily safe, Hargan warned that this respite wouldn't last long. Yuan had a choice to make, either submit to Olympus and hand over the stone or seek powerful allies. In response, Yuan, feeling the weight of the situation, stood up from the table, expressing his intention to leave. Hargan, intrigued by Yuan's decision, questioned if he was truly prepared to go against Olympus. Turning the question back to Hargan, Yuan discovered that Hargan had already chosen to stand against Olympus. Yuan raised an eyebrow at this revelation. As Yuan was about to depart, Hargan cautioned him about the 25th floor and mentioned a trap awaiting him in the heart of Britain. After Yuan left, Hargan lingered and received a message from Apollo, inquiring about the outcome of the meeting. Hargan admitted that things didn't go well. He failed to convince Yuan. Feeling compelled to intervene, Hargan asked about Uncle Poseidon's well-being. Apollo, considering the situation, advised Hargan to expedite his tower climb to become a ranker. Hargan shared his warning to Yuan about Britain, but Apollo dismissed Yuan's actions as foolish. Despite the unpredictable nature of previous encounters, Hargan found it hard to fathom Yuan losing this time. Around a month later, the 24th floor test commenced. The objective was to stop the big cows at each stage, with the number of summoned big cows increasing with each stage. Points were awarded for killing big cows, and a team could summon a cow against any opposing team for additional points. Teams were confined to their assigned zones, and leaving the area meant elimination from the test. As the test began, Mamos approached Yuan, expressing his joy at being on the same team. Mamos, eager to stay close to Yuan, hoped they could proceed to the 25th floor together. Inquiring about Yuan's plans for the 25th floor, Mamos was met with a cryptic response. Yuan hinted that Mamos might reconsider being with him once he learned the nature of the task awaiting him. A vast circle encompassed Yuan and the rest of the players, marking the designated challenge area. Each participant was allocated 10 points to begin. Every player started on equal footing, armed with the same number of points, sufficient to summon a cow. The initial impression was that the test seemed straightforward, and the players considered themselves fortunate to have Yuan on their team. Yuan surveyed the herd beyond the circle. At that moment, cow summoning messages flooded from all directions, as all the other players summoned cows against Yuan's team. A colossal cow with bloodshot eyes, comparable in size to an elephant, approached. Subsequently, angry bulls descended upon Yuan's team in such abundance that counting them became an impossible task. Mamos discerned that the other teams aimed to eliminate the team most likely to emerge victorious. This set the stage for a confrontation between Yuan's team and all the other teams combined. Violet lights materialized around Yuan as he employed the mana explosion skill. The explosive mana radiated in all directions as Yuan unleashed his skill on the approaching cows, instantly obliterating the colossal creatures. The continuous mana explosions left charred cow carcasses scattered everywhere. The members of Yuan's team were left in astonishment, unable to comprehend the magnitude of their leader's power. Yuan had expended a significant amount of energy in unleashing the mana explosion. He urged his teammates to endure as long as possible and emphasized that they should not merely stand by but actively engage in the fight if they desired to pass the test. Perceiving Yuan's words as a threat, the players felt compelled to join the battle. Team 3 members gathered, engaging in discussion without being attacked by the oversized cows. Similarly, Team 5 contemplated how to assist Yuan's team in exiting the challenge. Meanwhile, Team 9 awaited Yuan's team to falter, anticipating progression to the next stage. After 5 minutes, the 9th stage of the test commenced, with the cows poised to pounce on the players. Yuan and his teammates were fatigued from the relentless struggle against the cows. Both teams persisted, and elimination was yet to occur. Only Yuan's team was currently under attack. Yuan implored Mamos to endure until the 10th stage, remembered about his earlier assurance that this would be the easiest challenge. Messages calling forth the colossal cows inundated again, surpassing the previous numbers. The messages arrived in rapid succession without respite, leaving uncertainty about how the other players had amassed so many points. Yuan instructed everyone to take a break, announcing his intention to proceed alone. Mamos, though concerned, hoped for Yuan's safety. Yuan positioned himself at the trial area's edge, surrounded by imposing cows closing in from all directions. Having acquired the mana wielder skill, his stats increased by 10%, facilitating better mana control. However, the newfound skill proved insufficient for the impending challenges. Purple orbits materialized around Yuan, signaling the commencement of the 9th stage of the process. Reports of cow defeats started pouring in as the 10th, 11th, and 12th stages swiftly passed. The 13th stage marked a pivotal moment as Yuan received news that only 0.006% remained to complete the Heavenly Star. Yuan fervently hoped to achieve the remaining percentage before the test conclusion. His mana explosions relentlessly struck one cow after another, and messages streamed inconsistently. Suddenly, a message announced an increase in the completion percentage of the Heavenly Star. Persistently exploding his mana, Yuan scored over 30 explosions that eliminated the formidable cows. Yuan took charge, instructing Mamos to utilize points to summon cows for other teams. Positioned near the test area's boundary, Yuan faced a towering mass of thousands of cows, prompting concerns from his team members. As the sole combatant against the monster cows, Yuan's strength puzzled Mamos, appearing almost demonic. Reports confirmed the defeat of the monster cows, a testament to Yuan's formidable mana. Another message reached Yuan, delivering the long-awaited news. He had fulfilled the condition for the Heavenly Star, and the completion percentage was a remarkable -100. Finally, Yuan acquired the demonic body, a new addition to his abilities. The demonic body granted him control over demonic energy, and unbridled energy danced around him. Simultaneously wielding mana and demonic energy, Yuan felt an extraordinary power coursing through him. The demonic energy endowed him with the strength of a demon, significantly more destructive than before. Despite the profound transformation in Yuan, only Mamos, being a demon son himself, detected the change. He immediately sensed Yuan's transformation and inquired about the source of the demonic energy. Yuan simply explained that he acquired a new ability, becoming increasingly related to a demon. With what he had sought for so long finally in his grasp, Yuan deemed it time to complete the process. Throughout the journey, he had accumulated over 24,000 points, summoning 2,435 large cows to opposing teams. Meanwhile, members of the other teams lounged on the grass, discussing Yuan. Suddenly, a message disrupted their leisure, announcing that Yuan's team had summoned a sizable cow to them. After that, messages about summoning cows kept flooding in. Now, the cows were gearing up to attack their team. The players stood in a circle, bewildered and unaware of what was unfolding. From all directions, cows charged towards them, shaking the ground beneath their feet. It became evident that Kim Yuan was involved when hundreds of cows stampeded toward them. News arrived that Team 1 had been obliterated, followed by the elimination of Team 4. The teams fell one by one. Despite the chaos, Yuan remained confident. He summoned 200 cows for each team, thinking that only 1 or 2 teams could endure such a bovine onslaught. Yuan anticipated the demise of the other teams, and the players on his team were oddly content, grateful to be on his side. A message popped up, declaring the successful passage of the 24th floor test. Another message displayed Yuan's impressive score of 50,000 points. The players on Yuan's team erupted in joy, expressing their gratitude. The challenge concluded, and the relief among the players was palpable. Some players approached Yuan personally to convey their thanks, acknowledging that they couldn't have passed the test without him. In return, Yuan received an additional 54,000 points and a new skill called Cloud Step, enabling him to move with lighter and inaudible steps. In the celebrations, Mamos approached Yuan to bid farewell. Reluctant to part with his big brother, as he affectionately called Yuan, Mamos was surprised when Yuan suggested that they move to the 25th floor together. Excitement filled Mamos as he took Yuan's hand, and they teleported to the 25th floor. Upon arrival, they witnessed a drastic change in the surroundings. Britain unfolded before them, with an altar adorned with knight sculptures and players acting like tourists. At the center stood a statue of Arthur, the King of Knights. Yuan and Mamos found themselves in this historic setting, right next to the statue of Arthur, who recognized himself in Yuan's corporal punishment. Arthur, eager to reclaim his body, explained that Sir Lancelot currently ruled Britain temporarily, as depicted by the statue. As they took in the sight, the noise of hooves reached their ears, announcing the arrival of 3 armored knights on white horses. These knights appeared to symbolize the Round Table, with the oldest among them being the 31st knight named Percival. Percival inquired if the players had passed the test and ascended to the 25th floor. Each player fervently called out their names, hoping to capture the attention of the knights. Yuan and Mamos, standing apart, caught Percival's interest. Percival asked for their names, and Yuan and Mamos introduced themselves. Percival welcomed them as newcomers to Britain, inviting all players to visit the capital, Camelot. Mamos, however, sensed something amiss. He believed these knights harbored sinister intentions, attempting to entice Yuan to join them. Yuan shared his suspicions with Mamos, recounting situations that raised red flags. Mamos struggled to accept the notion that the Briton could be as dangerous as Yuan claimed. As they followed the knights for a few hours, they eventually reached a fortress wall guarded by numerous knights. Percival explained that behind the wall lay the capital, Camelot. Observing Mamos, Percival insisted on inspecting him, asserting that demons couldn't enter Britain without examination, a law enacted after the disappearance of Britain's first king. Mamos, displaying frustration, questioned the era they were living in. Percival disclosed the law post the disappearance of Britain's first king. Mamos, bowing his head, then asked if they knew who his father was. In a burst of anger, Mamos declared that his father was Belial, one of the 7 demon kings and part of the 100 ranks. The knights, taken aback, learned that Mamos was the son of Belial, the king of lies. In a fit of childish fury, Mamos threatened to inform his father. Percival, acknowledging Mamos' identity, decided to let him in, and a massive gate swung open. Beyond the gate lay Camelot. Mamos quickly messaged Yuan, confirming that everything unfolded just as Yuan had foreseen. Mamos wondered how Yuan knew, and Yuan simply explained it as a warning. Camelot sprawled extensively, bustling with people in its streets. News broke that the egg, a recurring subject of messages, was now displaying signs of hunger. The messages continued, each one more urgent than the last. The egg screamed and wriggled, hinting at the presence of remnants of the outer god in the vicinity. In the buildings, a tall castle with beautiful towers stood prominently, resembling a king's palace. Yuan strolled through the palace courtyard, paved with beautiful tiles, neatly trimmed trees, and numerous fountains. Curious, Yuan asked Arthur's ghost about his silence since entering Camelot. Arthur explained that the castle hadn't changed at all. As Yuan explored a large room, he conversed with Arthur's ghost. Arthur revealed the castle's age, claiming it to be older than himself. Yuan shared that he came to meet Lancelot, having separated from Mamos earlier. He also mentioned his purpose of meeting Merlin, as Arthur had requested. Yuan proceeded to a balcony as Arthur's ghost expressed his perception of Yuan as someone with plans and strong beliefs. Arthur wondered if Yuan wanted to meet Merlin. At this point, Arthur's spirit left Yuan's glove and hovered around him, noting that Yuan appeared too emotional. Arthur advised Yuan to keep his mind clear as calm water. Undeterred, Yuan explained that he came to turn Britain upside down, and outside the window, beautifully trimmed trees and colorful flowers adorned the view. Night strolled through the park, and leaves fell on Yuan's head, disturbed by a maid tending the garden. An angered knight, upset with the fallen branch, nearly harmed the maid but was stopped by the sudden appearance of a protective man. This man, tall and elderly with a wrinkled face, white hair, and a long white beard, scared the knight away. The maid, grateful for the man's intervention, recognized him as a person of high rank. The old man, however, claimed to be no ordinary gardener and mentioned that he often walked among the beautiful flowers in the garden. With that, he ascended the white marble stairs leading to the palace. As Yuan proceeded, an old man noticed a young man in a white suit approaching him. The young man referred to the old man as the great magician who founded Britain with Arthur, none other than the great Merlin. Curious, Merlin asked the young man, whose name was revealed to be Kim Yuan, who he was and what he wanted. Yuan explained that he was a gambler who had recently arrived at this place, possibly invited by Lancelot. Merlin inquired about Yuan's business with him, and in response, Yuan pulled out a sword, none other than King Arthur's Excalibur. This revelation startled Merlin, who immediately recognized the iconic sword. Intrigued, Merlin asked Yuan where he obtained King Arthur's sword. Yuan, putting the sword back into its sheath, explained that it was a lengthy conversation not suitable for such an open space. Merlin then invited Yuan into the grand reception room of his palace. They sat at a table and enjoyed tea, with Merlin persisting in his inquiry about how Yuan came to possess Excalibur. Yuan disclosed that he had found the relic by chance. Merlin, pensive about his old friend Arthur, who had vanished from Britain without a trace, hadn't seen him in over 1,000 years. Curious, Merlin asked if Yuan knew Arthur and how they crossed paths. Yuan revealed that he had met Arthur for the first time a few months ago. This revelation left Merlin astonished, struggling to believe that Arthur could still be alive. Suddenly, thick black smoke emanated from Yuan's black glove, a clear indication that he had summoned Arthur's spirit. The black smoke gradually took shape, transforming into the figure of an orc. However, Merlin, seated with his back turned, couldn't witness this transformation. Realizing Yuan's extraordinary abilities, Merlin saw the enormous orc and expressed his hope that it wouldn't pose a threat. The orc, speaking in Arthur's voice, reassured Merlin and playfully called him an old man, a term only Arthur used when they were alone. Overwhelmed with emotion, Merlin rushed towards the orc, tears streaming down his face, realizing that his long-lost friend Arthur was sitting in front of him. As Merlin and Arthur reunited after a millennium, Merlin couldn't help but express his surprise at Arthur's uncharacteristic attire. Arthur, glancing at Yuan with annoyance, revealed that Yuan had found this body. Understanding the need for privacy, Yuan stood aside, allowing the two friends to have their moment. Merlin, eager to avenge the death of his friend's son, inquired about Arthur's killer. Arthur somberly revealed that Lancelot had murdered his son and that the perpetrator was currently within the castle. Enraged, Merlin's eyes glowed green as he expressed his readiness to exact revenge on Lancelot. However, Yuan intervened, placing his hands on Merlin's shoulders and urging him to calm down, recognizing the need for a measured approach. Merlin's composure shattered upon learning the identity of his friend's son's murderer. However, Yuan cautioned against seeking revenge, suggesting that it might lead to an uprising. Merlin contemplated if Lancelot's desire for the throne was the motive behind killing Arthur's son. Arthur, now an orc, dismissed this notion, asserting that Lancelot could never have defeated him. In the form of an orc, Arthur laughed, revealing his fangs. Astonishingly, Lancelot had become the king of Britain. Arthur warned that killing Lancelot might lead to the downfall of Britain and the Round Table. Fear permeated the air, as it seemed Lancelot might have been involved in Arthur's demise. Yuan proposed a solution, attending the upcoming Round Table meeting in 10 days. Although outsiders typically couldn't participate, Merlin noted that with his assistance, it could be arranged. On the first day of the meeting, a man in a red robe entered the Great Hall. 2 knights escorted him to the throne, inquiring about any issues. Lancelot, now the king, claimed everything was fine. Seated on the throne after a prolonged absence, Lancelot commanded the kneeling knight's attention. Described with green hair, a birthmark under his eye, and a sharp chin, Lancelot appeared regal. The 2 kneeling knights, named Thal and Lawlet, informed Lancelot about Yuan's arrival at the castle. Lancelot expressed a desire to meet Yuan personally. As he placed his hand on the armrest, Lancelot shared that he had heard of Yuan from Asgard. Guilds had attempted to recruit him unsuccessfully. Lancelot disclosed that Asgard's secret investigation revealed Yuan as a player of unknown origin rapidly ascending the tower. The king further claimed that he had heard troubling rumors linking Yuan to King Arthur's death. Thal and Lawlet, surprised, violated the rules by rising from their seats. The 1,000-year-old mystery surrounding Arthur's demise seemed close to resolution. The knights, clenching their fists, sought confirmation about Yuan's involvement. Lancelot, relying on Asgard's information, asserted its reliability. Thal and Lawlet, still puzzled, questioned why the king had invited Yuan to the palace. They were prepared to take action and sought Lancelot's orders. However, Lancelot hesitated, expressing concern that giving such an order might lead to unrest in the country. Additionally, he pointed out that a ranker couldn't engage in combat with a player, as it would result in fines from the administrator. The situation grew increasingly complex, with questions surrounding Yuan's role, Lancelot's ascent to power, and the looming threat to the stability of Britain and the Round Table. Lancelot asserted that he couldn't leave Yuan alone and allowed the knights to make their own decisions. Instructing them to act discreetly, Lancelot emphasized the lasting impact of Thal and Lawlet actions on the king and other knights. The knights left the hall, leaving Lancelot alone on his white and gilded throne, where he hunched over in laughter. Thal and Lawlet, loyal servants to King Arthur for 1,000 years, had been consumed by hatred for Arthur's murderer. Lancelot cunningly exploited this loyalty against Yuan. He reveled in the fact that these loyal knights couldn't distinguish friend from foe, proudly envisioning conquering the land and ruling over all the rancor. Lancelot uttered his familiar phrase to the Sea of Olympus, a late-night ritual. A knock interrupted Yuan in his room. Activating his fiery eyes, he sensed the bloodlust and thirst for revenge emanating from the person behind the door. The raging emotions were ready to explode like a volcano. Two knights invited Yuan to follow them, leading him to the training area. Thal and Lawlet claimed they had questions for Yuan, and Thal, with a flashing gaze, unsheathed his sword, threatening severe consequences if Yuan didn't cooperate. The knights demanded to know who was behind King Arthur's death. Thal's sword grazed Yuan's shoulder, violating the rules that prohibited a rancor from attacking a player. Unfazed, the knights persisted in their inquiry. Yuan, realizing Lancelot's influence, reached into his inventory and pulled out two swords, prepared to defend himself. The knights seemed driven not by a desire to harm but to discover the truth. However, as Thal persistently attacked, Yuan skillfully dodged the blows. Thal, ignoring the penalty for attacking a player, aimed to sever Yuan's limbs. In a moment of retaliation, Yuan struck one of the knights, covering Thal's face with his glove. Simultaneously, Arthur's spirit spoke, urging Yuan not to kill the knights, as they fought out of loyalty to Arthur and lacked knowledge of the truth. Caught in a dilemma, Yuan considered his options. Realizing that revealing Arthur might not convince them, he decided to hide Arthur until the meeting. Lawlet approached with a thirst for revenge, demanding a one-on-one confrontation on the 42nd night of the Round Table. The training ground transformed into an empty field, with only one spectator allowed, not permitted to interfere. The 42nd night of the Round Table insisted on a one-on-one duel, claiming victory through their traditional methods. Yuan, skeptical of discussing fighting strategies given the history of bloody wars, decided to prove that Lawlet couldn't defeat him using such chivalrous methods. Arthur's spirit urged Yuan not to kill Lawlet and Thal, recognizing their ignorance. Yuan was determined to demonstrate that Lawlet's approach wouldn't work against him, setting the stage for a confrontation that would determine the fate of Arthur's legacy in the Round Table. Yuan had made a solemn promise not to take lives, yet the intensity of the battle pushed him to the limits of that vow. In a clash against Lawlet and Thal, Yuan's blade gleamed ominously. Mana surged around him, manifesting as flashes of brilliant light. The Round Table shield, a formidable defense, protected Lawlet from the relentless strikes of Yuan. Undeterred, Yuan summoned all his strength, repeatedly assaulting the shield. Each blow seemed to resonate with the power of giants, channeled through his black adamantine glove. Lawlet, shield in hand, resembled an impervious tank, advancing steadily against Yuan's onslaught. However, Yuan persisted, charging directly at Lawlet's shield with unwavering determination. The clash was a spectacle of sheer force. Yuan's fist pounded the shield with such might that tears formed on its surface. Lawlet, despite his strength and experience, had never faced such extraordinary power. His surprise was evident as he struggled to comprehend the relentless assault. Yuan's glove, crafted by the finest master from the best material, inflicted crushing blows upon the shield. The impact left Lawlet's body covered in blood, trembling from the sheer force of Yuan's blows. Mana continued to gather around Yuan as he relentlessly attacked, driving Lawlet to the brink. However, the shield held firm, refusing to yield to Yuan's onslaught. It became evident that without breaching the shield, defeating Lawlet was an impossible feat for Yuan. Unfazed, Yuan adjusted his stance, preparing for another strike. The battle seemed locked in a relentless stalemate. As Yuan prepared for his next assault, a surprising turn of events unfolded. The shield, seemingly impenetrable, emitted a cracking sound, splitting in half. It was an unexpected development that left both combatants and spectators in shock. How could an unranked player possess such strength? Faced with the imminent danger to Lawlet, Thal stepped into the fray. Swiftly, he handed his shield to Lawlet, instructing her to focus on defense rather than attack. The strategy was clear: minimized the severity of the punishment by having only one player engage Yuan. Thal, now an additional adversary, lunged at Yuan, vowing that he would regret challenging them. In response, Yuan retrieved a blade from his inventory. Thal's sword extended, revealing a serious power emanating from his body. With no shield to protect himself, Yuan aimed to counter Thal's sword with his own. Activating the Heavenly Step skill, he leaped into the air, calculating the trajectory with his flame eyes and enhancing his sensory field. In a sudden twist, Yuan vanished from sight, reappearing on the ground with an explosion of mana and a flash of light. Thal swung his sword, but each blow was deftly blocked by Yuan's blade. The penalty for attacking a player resulted in Lawlet being covered in blood, not from Yuan's blows, but from the repercussions of their actions. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yuan decided to escalate the battle. Demonic energy, a formidable force, was unleashed alongside mana. The two energies clashed, sparking and glittering as they sought dominance. Yuan, with a limited time frame, resolved to channel all his accumulated energy to break through the seemingly impossible circumstances. A thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility of the night, casting a blinding light across the training ground. In its wake, chaos ensued as rocks and fragments of earth rained down, marking the destruction of the once serene area. Thal hurriedly approached Lawlet, knowing that the punishment from the tower awaited him. Lawlet, now slumped over his sword, appeared unconscious, his body limp and weakened. Thal speculated that Yuan had employed both demonic energy and mana simultaneously, causing this catastrophic outcome. In the darkness, Yuan's fiery eyes glowed, revealing the intensity of the power he had unleashed. As the dust settled on the ruined training ground, an unexpected figure materialized before Yuan, King Lancelot of Britain. This encounter mirrored the night of treason that Yuan had envisioned, and Lancelot wore precisely the expression Yuan had imagined. The knights, finding it challenging to kneel before their king, began to apologize. Lancelot declared that Lawlet and Thal had been sentenced to death for attempting to defame Britain. In a swift motion, Lancelot swung his sword, severing Lawlet's head, and then proceeded to decapitate Thal. Blood cascaded from the lifeless bodies, creating macabre fountains. Lancelot justified the executions, claiming that the two men had dishonored the land. Arthur's voice resonated in Yuan's mind, roaring like a lion. Despite his anger, Yuan understood the necessity of not challenging Lancelot openly. Killing the king in front of his subjects would only paint him as a hero defending Britain, a situation Yuan sought to avoid. Meanwhile, an egg in Yuan's inventory, previously dormant, stirred with a newfound energy, hinting at the presence of an external force within Yuan's body. Lancelot approached Yuan, expressing regret for the behavior of his knights. In an attempt to mitigate the unpleasant encounter, the king invited Yuan to a meeting at the palace. However, Lancelot stayed behind as Yuan departed, wiping the smile off his face. In retrospect, Lancelot realized his error. He should have dispatched more knights to eliminate Yuan. Observing from a distance, Merlin, the wise sorcerer, had used his skill to restore order to the damaged ground, leveling it to its previous state. As the knights resumed their training on the now-repaired ground, Yuan found himself summoned to the royal palace. The palace, a grand structure adorned with towers and a tall spire, exuded a regal aura. In a beautifully decorated hall, Kim Yuan and Lancelot sat at an imposing white table, facing each other. The table, set for two, boasted platters of meat and vegetables, complemented by glasses filled with wine. Yet, amid the luxurious spread, Yuan detected the unmistakable scent of blood. Refraining from partaking in the feast, he sat silently, observing as Lancelot indulged in the offerings before them. Lancelot extended an offer to Yuan to try some meat, but Yuan declined, expressing his dislike for that type of food. The king inquired about how Yuan had encountered Merlin since Merlin had started appearing more frequently in Camelot after Yuan's arrival. Despite Merlin being rarely seen before, he even came to the drill ground yesterday after everyone had dispersed. Yuan explained that he had met Merlin by chance. While wiping his lips with a handkerchief, Lancelot covered a facial expression of disbelief with a smile. He began spreading some mana to enhance their communication, blocking the player's set with his mana so Yuan couldn't send a message to anyone. Lancelot revealed his knowledge of Yuan possessing the sea stone and urged him to give it to Poseidon. Although Lancelot could take the stone by force, he preferred Yuan to willingly hand it over. Lancelot wanted Yuan to swear allegiance to Poseidon in return, as Poseidon promised to help Yuan. Yuan pointed out that just yesterday, Lancelot had wanted to kill him, and now he had changed his mind abruptly. Uninterested, Yuan got up from the table, prompting Lancelot to turn pale with a pulsating vein in his neck. Lancelot, infuriated, shouted about Yuan not understanding who he was dealing with. Despite coming from a dinner party without eating, Yuan took a piece of dry bread from his inventory and left the palace. Contemplating Poseidon's motives for reaching out, Yuan acknowledged that Poseidon might be preparing for a war with Zeus. Yuan considered the advantage if Zeus and Poseidon fought each other, thinking Poseidon needed his help. Leaving the palace, Yuan thought about the dry bread, realizing that even if he couldn't fight Zeus alone, it might be advantageous if Zeus and Poseidon conflicted. Yuan asked Arthur not to be angry, believing Poseidon had a good reason for reaching out. The next day, a roundtable meeting was scheduled at Camelot's palace. In a large hall, all the knights gathered around a round table. Yuan sat on one of the chairs with Merlin beside him. The knights were happy to see Merlin, but puzzled about why he had brought Yuan. Arthur's right hand, Gawain, thought that at least the chairs of the two missing knights should not be empty. The king mentioned it was not customary to allow outsiders, but due to Merlin's insistence, an exception was made. Lancelot questioned the knights if they had any objections to Yuan's presence, and they expressed none. The king asked if Yuan knew whose seat he was occupying. Yuan sat loosely and casually responding that it was either Thal's or Laulette's seat. A murmur spread in the hall, and a knight demanded to know where they were. Yuan casually stated that Lancelot had killed both in front of him, leading to disbelief and anger among the knights. Lancelot admitted to the truth and justified his actions, confident that Yuan knew why he had made that decision. Yuan asserted that the king should pay for his sins and got up, introducing the knights to a guest. Heavy footsteps echoed, and a man with burning eyes appeared, surprising everyone. It was Merlin, sitting with burning eyes, observing the unfolding events. Lancelot, unable to believe his eyes, questioned the authenticity of the figure before him claiming to be King Arthur. Doubt clouded his mind as he suspected it might be some pretender, a double of the legendary king. The knights in the hall rose and saluted Arthur, but Lancelot hesitated, torn between loyalty to his king and the unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Attempting to ascertain the truth, Arthur began questioning each knight about personal and intimate details known only to them. Lancelot, in a state of desperation, pondered how to expose the potential pretender. The certainty of Arthur's death lingered in his mind, yet unraveling the identity of the double proved challenging. Recalling a past encounter, Lancelot remembered Yuan, a mysterious individual who had arrived in Britain with a demon capable of reincarnating into anyone. Suddenly, Lancelot called for silence, capturing the attention of the knights. He boldly declared that the Arthur standing before them was a pretender, implicating Yuan and the demon son of Belial. The revelation stunned the knights, their allegiance wavering as they grappled with the idea of Arthur being a pretender. Lancelot, fueled by determination, unsheathed his sword, convinced that if it was indeed a double, their true face would be exposed. However, Yuan, the source of this potential deception, intervened and demanded Lancelot to drop his weapon. In a swift and unexpected turn of events, Lancelot swung his sword, only to have it clash with Merlin's staff. The hall resonated with the sound of steel meeting steel, leaving everyone in shock. Merlin, with his eyes glowing green, halted Lancelot's attack, revealing the true identity of the figure claiming to be Arthur, Mamos, who had narrowly escaped a lethal strike. The knights erupted in indignation, betrayed by the unexpected deception. Yuan questioned Lancelot's certainty about Arthur's identity, and with a sinister smile, he raised his hand, prompting a brilliant light behind him. From the radiance emerged a massive orc with fiery eyes and fangs. Approaching Lancelot, the orc claimed that it had been a long time since they last met, freezing Lancelot with a realization this was the real Arthur. Merlin commanded that no one interfere. Arthur and Lancelot needed to have a conversation. Arthur, curious and slightly bewildered, inquired about Lancelot's knowledge of the pretender. In a dramatic twist, Yuan unscrewed the tip of Arthur's sword, revealing a gold ring, a royal seal symbolizing Arthur's authority. There were only two such seals, one belonging to Arthur and the other to Arthur's son. The revelation unfolded as Lancelot confessed that Arthur had given him the second seal, signifying that he was chosen by the king to be his successor. However, Arthur countered, stating that his son possessed the second seal. The truth hung in the air as Lancelot faced the impossible dilemma of explaining how he came to possess a seal that, according to Arthur, should belong to his son. Realization dawned on the knights as they pieced together the puzzle. Lancelot backed into a corner, smashed a window, and made a daring escape, jumping out of the castle. The knights, still grappling with the shock of the situation, hesitated before rushing after him. Arthur, however, halted their pursuit, cautioning that chasing Lancelot might incite chaos across Britain. Meanwhile, Lancelot found himself near the walls of Camelot, taking advantage of the knights guarding the castle to open the gates for his escape. As he fled the castle, confusion and disbelief reigned among the knights. Lancelot's attempt at escape was short-lived, as an invisible barrier halted his progress. Witnessing Lancelot's erratic behavior, the knights at Camelot's gates were left perplexed, uncertain if his actions were a result of madness or a deeper revelation yet to unfold. News quickly circulated that Lancelot found himself confined to an area marked as his prison within Camelot, surrounded by an invisible barrier. The realization that he was restrained in this manner led him to believe that Merlin, the powerful wizard, was responsible for the invisible chains that bound him, refusing to release their grip. In his predicament, Lancelot felt trapped, with his hands and feet metaphorically tied. Merlin materialized suddenly, urging nearby knights to step back from the perceived traitor. Lancelot, who was no longer recognized as the King of Britain, found himself ensnared in magical chains. Merlin, with his mastery over magic, ensured that none at the Round Table could discern Arthur's doppelganger, Mamos. He enveloped Mamos in Arthur's mana, further solidifying the illusion. Within the constraints of his magical imprisonment, Lancelot faced Merlin's interrogation. The powerful wizard demanded an explanation for why Lancelot had taken the life of King Arthur. Tension etched across Lancelot's face as he confessed his desire for the throne. The gravity of the situation intensified when Merlin unleashed a surge of mana, causing the ground to crack open. Simultaneously, lightning struck the gate, causing it to collapse, along with a portion of the invisible wall. Seizing the opportunity, Lancelot dashed to escape Camelot. Astonishingly, Merlin did not impede his way, and all Lancelot had to do was flee as swiftly as possible. However, Merlin, brandishing his staff, declared his intent not to allow Lancelot to leave Camelot. The wizard employed his magical prowess to lift the remaining stones from the collapsed wall and hurled them relentlessly at Lancelot. Despite the onslaught, Lancelot managed to break through the damaged wall, empowered by a forceful blow. The intensity of the situation escalated as Merlin protected Britain from the accompanying lightning, erecting yet another invisible wall. Stones continued to rain down on Lancelot, creating a barrage, but he persisted. With a mighty swing of Merlin's staff, the crack in the ground closed, leaving Lancelot in a perilous situation. Lancelot's countenance changed, turning purple, and the whites of his eyes began to fade as the mana pressure mounted, threatening to make his body explode. In a moment of sudden relief, the threads enveloping Lancelot began to tear one by one, and his sword, seemingly animated, started moving. Meanwhile, the egg in Yuan's inventory, possibly a sentient entity, expressed hunger. Yuan approached Lancelot, with Arthur inhabiting the body of an orc, fueled by an intense thirst for revenge. A fierce confrontation ensued as Arthur lunged at Lancelot, their swords clashing in a series of blows. Arthur's hand trembled under the pressure, while Yuan unsheathed his sword, allowing mana to flow from it. In a bid to escape, Lancelot sought to break through the invisible wall erected by Merlin. Yuan, utilizing both mana and demonic power, exerted all his strength, attempting to sever Lancelot's arm. Simultaneously, Lancelot endeavored to decapitate Arthur. The conflict reached a critical point as the temperature surged sharply, and an ominous premonition gripped Lancelot. A sudden eruption of a great flame engulfed his body as Yuan activated the divine flame. Voices echoed in Lancelot's head, conflicting and arguing with one another. Some voices urged him to flee, while others asserted that as a mere vessel for Rancor's body, there was nothing to fear. Yet another voice forewarned Lancelot that his body and soul were on the brink of consumption. The ensuing chaos marked a pivotal moment in the unfolding saga, leaving Lancelot's fate hanging in the balance. At this critical juncture, the egg revealed its teeth and began drooling, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of crunching and cracking. Rows of teeth devoured Lancelot's body, starting from his arm and progressing downward. A message relayed that the egg had manifested its form, sending a wave of terror through Lancelot. The fear of being consumed alive overwhelmed him, leading to a piercing scream. This gruesome fate was the result of Yuan's malevolent intentions as he sought to end Lancelot's life. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Lancelot activated the Sword Forest skill, causing thousands of swords to materialize instantly, poised to descend upon Yuan. However, Merlin, with a wave of his wand, effortlessly wiped out the sword forest, frustrating Lancelot's desperate attempt to retaliate. Yuan and Arthur, hearing Lancelot's cries for help, faced the horrifying scene as the egg devoured him. In a display of intense hatred, Arthur glared in the direction where the egg feasted on Lancelot. He called out the names of the slain knights, including his son, attempting to reach Lancelot amid the gruesome sounds of bones being crushed. Lancelot fell silent, a stark contrast to the disturbing noises of the monstrous consumption. Arthur declared that Lancelot must die, witnessing the egg reaching Lancelot's head before disappearing, leaving a satisfied expression on the egg's form. The news swiftly returned, announcing that Yuan had successfully killed Lancelot. With the position of the King of Britain now vacant, there remained a mere 10 days to elect a new ruler. Yuan received a message indicating that he had gained 200,000 points. Contemplating the message, Yuan noticed the prefix treachery and greed associated with Lancelot. The outer gods, named Stupid Chaos, Swamp Darkness, Despair to Heaven, and Unborn, seemed to play a role in the chaos planted within Lancelot, linked to his greed. The egg, displaying peculiar behaviors, sent messages to Yuan, scratched its belly, and even sang a song. Its incubation rate neared 100%, having consumed sustenance for an extensive period, possibly longer than its feast on Orochi. Yuan, acknowledging Merlin's spectator role throughout the encounter with Lancelot, realized that Lancelot might be connected to the outer gods. Raising his head to the sky, Yuan cautioned that it was too early to let his guard down. Dark clouds filled the sky, with electricity and mana permeating the air. Both Merlin and Yuan stood, gazing at the ominous sky, anticipating a massive lightning strike. Yuan, expressing the ongoing threat, suggested that Poseidon, a god of the sea, might intervene. The scene shifted to Poseidon, grabbing his servant angrily and entering a colossal hall where Zeus awaited. Poseidon informed Zeus about Lancelot's defeat in Britain, emphasizing that he could have accomplished it himself. The two gods discussed the unfolding situation from a balcony. Zeus, characterized by golden hair and a white robe, asserted that there should be no communication between Olympus and Britain. To enforce this, he decided to erase everything, conjuring a powerful bolt of lightning. As Zeus raised his thunderbolt hand, Poseidon voiced concerns that the administrators wouldn't approve of such drastic measures. Having consulted with the administrators, Poseidon mentioned that they had sanctioned only one lightning bolt. Meanwhile, Yuan and Merlin, still observing the ominous sky, noticed its reddening and felt the air tense with anticipation. Yuan informed Merlin that Zeus had initiated the action. A message then arrived, announcing the creation of a new test, the destruction of Camelot. In 5 minutes, lightning would strike Camelot, and the impending catastrophe had to be thwarted. Torn clouds slowly crept across the sky, signifying the impending danger and the urgent need to intervene. If this was a test, then Zeus had managed to negotiate with the steward, Merlin. Merlin had said that if Zeus destroyed Camelot, Olympus would be punished. A message came that lightning would strike in 5 minutes. Merlin told Yuan that time was short and urgent action was needed. The magic circles created by Merlin filled the earth. Merlin wanted to save Britain. This was the kind of magic Yuan had never seen before. There was a reason why Merlin was the most powerful magician in Britain. Yuan thought that it wouldn't be enough to stop Zeus's lightning. He activated the flaming eyes and looked at the sky. Yuan received a message that Sun Wukong was watching him. Yuan was surprised and ignored the message. There would be no more ignoring. The lightning would strike in 3 minutes. Yuan asked the sage equal to heaven to help them, as he was watching all of this. Sun Wukong asked why he should help. Yuan replied that they would all die if he didn't. Sun Wukong didn't want to get involved. Yuan said that Sun Wukong had followed him in vain after all. He had spent several days looking for Yuan. Sun Wukong said that Yuan could just run away instead of standing still. Yuan replied that he couldn't leave the place. Yuan again asked Sun Wukong to help them just once. The clouds were already heralding the approach of the lightning. The sky was filled with red light, and the lightning in the clouds roared like an angry beast. A young man jumped down from the sky. He landed between Yuan and Merlin. He was the great Sun Wukong, a man with blonde hair and golden eyes. He said he could finally see Yuan. Yuan asked him to hurry because there was less than a minute before the lightning struck. Sun Wukong repeated that he would only help once, but Yuan said that he wouldn't ask for more. Sun Wukong smiled, and at that moment, the court of Camelot began. The sky was filled with yellow light, and there was a roll of thunder among the clouds. The great sage equal to the sky raised a long staff in his hand. The staff began to grow and rose into the sky to an incredible height. Yuan and Sun Wukong froze in anticipation. Zeus raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning formed in his hand. he threw the lightning at Camelot with great force. There was a loud explosion. A blazing light filled the sky. Merlin used his magic, but it wasn't enough. The lightning was too powerful. Zeus's bolt and Sun Wukong's staff collided in the sky. Merlin's defensive wall was shattered by the lightning. The Great Wise One's staff was able to withstand the lightning. Yuan looked at the two powers colliding in the sky. It was an incredible sight, but it was impossible to block the lightning completely. Yuan's yellow eye glowed on his glove. Yuan looked at Kaini and decided that it was time to act. Sun Wukong looked confused. The lightning that collided with the staff was too strong. Since the staff was a copy of the real one, it couldn't completely neutralize the lightning in an instant. Yuan jumped onto the shoulders of Sun Wukong, who was holding the staff. Yuan climbed up and exposed his body to the lightning. Somewhere below, Sun Wukong shouted that Yuan had gone to his certain death. Sun Wukong's eyes turned red, and he saw what was happening in the sky. Gradually, the lightning began to fade, and gray ash began to fall from the sky. Kaini reacted to the lightning. The 4 elements of clothing protected Yuan from electricity. The lightning penetrated Yuan's protective clothing. The divine dark crystal also began to respond to the lightning. Zeus's thunderbolts were forged by Hephaestus using the divine celestial crystal. It was the one that Kaini responded to. Yuan realized the connection between the lightning, the divine dark crystal, and the stone of all seas. They were once one and reacted to each other. Yuan's black glove began to absorb the power of the lightning. Kaini was saturated with the lightning. Yuan received an electric shock, but the 4-element robe still protected him. Despite coming a long way to become stronger, he realized that he was not strong enough to face Zeus alone. Another electric shock hit him, this time at a higher level. His mouth was bleeding, and the 4-element robe no longer protected him. Kaini continued to absorb the lightning, but the electric shock had already reached level 5. Yuan could no longer withstand such electrical stress and began to fall. The last thing he thought as he lost consciousness was that it was over. Yuan fell at a tremendous speed since he was unconscious and had no control over his body. Sun Wukong and Merlin looked at Yuan in horror, realizing that he was about to fall. In an instant, Sun Wukong jumped up to where Yuan was about to fall and picked him up in his arms. A message appeared that the destruction of Camelot had been stopped. Poseidon looked at the bottom of the pond, and the water was completely dry. Zeus said that he had failed to destroy Camelot, thwarted by the Great Wise One equal to the heavens. Poseidon asked Zeus why his dream would become an enemy of Olympus. Zeus replied that the Great Wise One was fearless and did not care whether he had enemies or not. Zeus told Poseidon that it was impossible to kill the Sun Wukong, so it was not beneficial for them to make him their enemy. Poseidon said that it was not the Sun Wukong himself but his clone. He asked how he handled the lightning. Zeus replied that it was all Kim Yuan's fault. Poseidon thought for a moment, realizing that something had to be done, as news of what had happened would soon reach Asgard. Poseidon asked Zeus if he had a plan, as it was unprecedented for a mere player to block the lightning. The Asgard would soon know all about it. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound, and Zeus gathered lightning. Several bolts fell from the sky and landed in Zeus's hand. He pointed them at Poseidon and said, "All for the good of Olympus." Reports of Yuan leveling up in man increased, stating that Yuan made an undeniable contribution to preventing the destruction of Camelot. Yuan received 1 billion points and was rewarded with a lightning particle and electricity resistance. When it became clear that Yuan was going to fall, Sun Wukong took him in his arms and carried him into the castle. Sun Wukong kept thinking about why he helped Yuan. Yuan talked to him like a friend. As Yuan's consciousness ebbed and flowed, his whole body hurt. He tried to stand up on the bed, realizing he had been lying in complete darkness for days. On his bed was the Dark Knight's sword, which helped him recover his health during the dark hours of the night. Therefore, the room in which Yuan sat was shrouded in darkness. He perched on the edge of the bed, a sense of disorientation lingering. Merlin, the sorcerer, entered the room, his face etched with concern. He informed Yuan that he had been unconscious for 5 days. During this period of unconsciousness, Zeus's thunderbolts, an integral part of Yuan's abilities, had vanished. As Yuan examined his glove, he discovered a new skill, lightning particles. The unfamiliarity with this newfound power became evident as small lightning bolts unpredictably scattered throughout the room. Merlin, witnessing the chaotic display, was outraged. He reminded Yuan that they had recently saved the castle from imminent destruction, and now, Yuan's uncontrolled lightning threatened to turn it into ruins. Merlin positioned himself by Yuan's bedside, relieved that Yuan had regained consciousness and appeared to be in good health. Mentioning that a visitor had been patiently awaiting Yuan's recovery, Merlin welcomed a cheerful Hephaestus into the room. Hephaestus had arrived 3 days earlier, deeply concerned about Yuan. Upon hearing about his new ability, Yuan, now seated at a table with Hephaestus and Merlin standing by, discussed his feelings about the connection between lightning and crystals. He expressed the belief that these elements were parts of a greater whole. The conversation took a turn when Hephaestus inquired about the whereabouts of Yuan's savior. Yuan and Merlin were curious about Hephaestus's unexpected visit. To their surprise, Hephaestus casually mentioned that he had come to Camelot to explore the sights. Yuan had initially thought Hephaestus was concerned about him, but the Hephaestus clarified that his visit was purely for leisure. Yuan hid a smile as Hephaestus, known for his tough exterior, insisted that he was there only for sightseeing. Hephaestus's tone shifted when he asked about the Stone of All Seas. Merlin was taken aback, as the legend of this stone had transcended through the worlds of the 20th century. Yuan revealed that he had the sea stone with him and explained that he had requested Hephaestus to enhance it. The Hephaestus recalled the request and shared his plan to set up a forge in Camelot. Merlin, pleased at the prospect of having the best Hephaestus in the tower working in Camelot, witnessed the camaraderie between Yuan and Hephaestus growing. Hephaestus presented 2 kilograms of adamantium, the finest metal, to enhance the power of the stone. Yuan offered 1,250,000 points, including production costs, but Hephaestus, known for his love of money, found the amount insufficient. After some negotiation, Yuan increased the offer to 14 million points, and Hephaestus reluctantly agreed. The transaction was sealed, and Yuan handed over the Stone of All Seas, radiating with a captivating blue light. Hephaestus clasped the stone in his hand, revealing that it would take approximately 4 days to complete the enhancement. As the news of Yuan spending 14 million points reached them, Merlin and a recovered Yuan strolled through the garden, engaging in conversation about the current state of Britain. Merlin expressed concern, stating that Britain was going through challenging times. Lancelot's influence had become so potent that the Round Table no longer believed in the return of King Arthur. The once unified Round Table was now divided into 2 opposing camps, a reflection of the turmoil within the kingdom. Merlin expressed that the rot should have been cleared long ago, allowing new growth to sprout. As they strolled through the blooming garden, Merlin conveyed gratitude to Yuan for the opportunity to finally do what he believed was right. In the absence of Lancelot, Merlin saw himself as the last pillar of Britain, holding the potential to make Britain more prosperous. Feeling a sense of responsibility, Merlin proposed taking Yuan to a secret room in the king's castle. Summoning Arthur's spirit to the hidden location, Merlin revealed it to be a room Lancelot had kept secret. Upon seeing the lifeless body of Mordred Pendragon's, Arthur's son, Arthur's eyes glistened, and a deep groan escaped him. Initially intending to bury the body quietly, Merlin changed his mind and decided to show it to both Yuan and Arthur. Witnessing the emotional scene, Arthur fell to his knees before his son's lifeless form, grief overwhelming him. In Arthur's sorrow, Yuan suggested a remarkable idea. He proposed that Arthur leave the orc's body and enter the body of his deceased son. This idea hit Arthur profoundly, and he almost burst into tears, feeling responsible for his son's death. Yuan empathized, recognizing that if Arthur were to inhabit his son's body, he would carry the weight of guilt constantly. Arthur, haunted by the notion of his son's spirit wandering as he did, hesitated when Yuan asked if he wanted to occupy his son's body. The persuasion continued. Merlin and Yuan stressed to Arthur that Britain couldn't recover without his involvement. They implored him to enter his son's body and work towards restoring Britain to its former glory. Yuan emphasized that Arthur's son should have inherited the throne, reinforcing the idea that this decision was for the greater good. Arthur's eyes glistened with newfound hope, contemplating that if his son were alive, he would support any idea that served the good of Britain. Mordred Pendragon had truly loved Britain, and Arthur believed he would understand this sacrifice for the kingdom's well-being. Relieved that Arthur made the right decision, Yuan extended his gloved hand toward the body of Arthur's son. Arthur's spirit left the orc's body, which began to disintegrate before the eyes of those present. The lifeless body of Mordred Pendragon, bathed in a golden light, came to life as Arthur's spirit inhabited his son's form. Opening his eyes, Arthur looked at Yuan with a mix of gratitude and determination. Arthur knelt before Yuan and pledged his loyalty. The once proud King Arthur, now a Death Knight, made a solemn oath to Yuan, declaring him as his new king. He vowed never to betray Yuan and pledged unwavering loyalty, symbolizing a new alliance for the future of Britain. Yuan received the news that Arthur had regained his strength, marking a significant turn of events. The trust between Yuan and King Arthur had been solidified, a fact that brought a sense of accomplishment to Yuan. As he pondered recent events, the memories of the past few days replayed in his mind. One notable event occurred when Yuan blocked lightning and lost consciousness. Sun Wukong, suspecting a connection between them, stepped in to save him. The great sage raised his hand, a feeling of familiarity between them apparent. Sun Wukong sat on a branch, contemplating, while Yuan seemed to act as if they shared an intimate connection. The golden eyes of Sun Wukong stared into the distance as if recognizing a long-standing relationship with Yuan. In another scene, Yuan stood with Arthur in the courtyard, inquiring about Arthur's well-being. Arthur, still adjusting to his new body, acknowledged the need for time. He reminded Yuan that he was now King Arthur. As Yuan extended his hand, Arthur's body transformed into black smoke, swallowed by Kenny. This unexpected turn surprised Yuan. He never anticipated King Arthur serving him. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from behind the clouds. Sun Wukong called out to Yuan. The great sage descended, landing right in front of Yuan. Facing each other, they locked eyes. Sun Wukong's gaze seemed to pierce into Yuan's soul. A silent exchange occurred as they stood, eyes locked, flames flickering in Yuan's eyes and golden flames in Sun Wukong, a feature originally found in monkeys from Manhwa. Yuan contemplated why Sun Wukong had appeared, considering if it was to inquire about the origin of his flaming eyes. To his surprise, Sun Wukong directly asked why Yuan thought he would help. Did they know each other? Yuan, acknowledging Sun Wukong as a great sage equal to heaven, responded by stating the widely known fact. As Yuan attempted to meet Sun Wukong's gaze, he realized his eyes were no match for the great sage's all-seeing eyes. Curiosity led Yuan to ask what Sun Wukong could see. The great sage revealed that he could see their familiarity, a reflection of another world visible in his eyes. Sun Wukong claimed to see Yuan standing beside him, a profound knowledge of their connection apparent. Yuan, faced with the challenge of honesty, contemplated his response. The idea of pretending in front of Sun Wukong, with his perceptive eyes, seemed unwise. In a moment of decision, Yuan activated his flaming eyes once more and admitted that their connection was well known in his world. Sun Wukong, surprised to hear about Yuan's world, questioned the nature of their relationship. To this, Yuan openly stated that they were close friends. Sun Wukong, scrutinizing Yuan's thoughts, witnessed a scene from the past where they argued about sleeping arrangements. A bolt of lightning struck, splitting a rock in half, but Yuan did not perish. Sun Wukong, affirming his belief in Yuan's survival, expressed his certainty that Yuan was not dead. This revelation added a layer of complexity to their connection, as they navigated the intricacies of a relationship that seemed to transcend worlds and time. Yuan emerged from the hole created by the lightning, and the battle ensued immediately. They engaged in a prolonged fight, both seemingly relishing the combat. However, in the end, Yuan succumbed to the might of Sun Wukong. Surprisingly, Sun Wukong spared his life, and an unexpected friendship blossomed between them. Following this encounter, Yuan, who had always been solitary, found a companion in Sun Wukong. Their clashes became a regular occurrence, evolving from confrontations into a robust friendship. They spent their days together, enjoying each other's company, and Yuan's once lonely existence transformed into inseparability with Sun Wukong. As their camaraderie deepened, an unexpected event disrupted the calm sky. The tower's walls quivered, collapsing for the first time. The disturbance unveiled the presence of outer gods, beings from outside the tower, threatening destruction and annihilation. Sun Wukong and Yuan joined forces to combat these monstrous entities. In the chaos, Sun Wukong questioned Yuan about the outcome in the world where they stood united. Yuan admitted that they weren't the sole defenders against the outer gods. Other formidable beings, including Hercules, Odin, Kronos, Azura, Sun Wukong, and himself, were involved in the struggle. Together, they deliberated on a strategy to alter their grim circumstances. To change their fate, they decided one of them must travel back in time. The chosen one would be the individual capable of ascending the tower swiftly and eliminating the outer gods effectively. After careful consideration, Kim Yuan emerged as the chosen candidate, having slain the most outer gods. As they contemplated their plan, the world reflected in Yuan's flaming eyes vanished, and the dream of Gong returned to reality. It became apparent that Yuan had arrived from the future. He materialized in Britain due to the impending threat posed by Lancelot. Sun Wukong inquired about their chances of victory, to which Yuan somberly responded that the odds were slim, not exceeding 1%. Frustrated with the complexity of their situation, Sun Wukong revealed that he was a clone of the real Sun Wukong, trapped in the Marble Mountains. Despite being an immortal being, the clone remained imprisoned, yearning to regain its true form. Yuan agreed to help, but on the condition that Sun Wukong would assist him in return. This request left Sun Wukong incensed, considering his past assistance in shielding Yuan from lightning. Unexpectedly, riders on horses descended from the sky, Valkyries from Asgard. They observed the unfolding events, revealing that Lancelot had connections with Olympus. Concerns arose about Arthur's return to the throne potentially triggering an attack from Olympus. Yuan grasped Olympus' plan to exploit Lancelot for the downfall of Asgard, and with Lancelot's defeat, a sense of relief permeated the air. Deciding that meeting with the Asgard representatives held no purpose, Yuan departed. Asgard adhered to its principles, choosing to unsheathe their swords only when victory was assured. Sun Wukong inquired about the war's commencement, and Yuan cryptically replied that it would start when Olympus fell. Unease lingered, as Sun Wukong questioned whether Yuan truly controlled his destiny despite hailing from the future. Yuan, uncertain of his strength, likened himself to a diamond requiring the influence of multiple forces to be deemed truly powerful. Yuan had called the administrator after spending 1,000 points. Sun Wukong, curious, asked why Yuan wanted to meet with the administrator. In response, Yuan explained that it was necessary to reach the right floor where Song's real body was located. The administrator pondered Yuan's proposal for a meeting, and after careful consideration, finally agreed to it. Standing at the edge of a high wall, Yuan gazed into the distance. This marked the edge of the earth, the border of Britain, enclosed by an expansive brick wall. Beyond the wall lay a vast expanse of rock and forest. The administrator appeared, and Yuan expressed his desire to undergo a test to reach the right floor. The administrator proposed a substantial fee for the test, and after some negotiation, Yuan agreed. The receptionist scheduled the test, and Yuan opted for the fastest route, taking the test upstairs. With the test fee paid, the environment around Yuan immediately transformed. A message appeared, outlining the conditions: traverse the forest, create a path within a year, and accept help from pioneers for additional rewards. Yuan suspected the administrator's intention to mock him with a year-long test. He glanced at the cloud where Dream of Gong was hidden, reassured the great sage that he would manage fine, and Sun Wukong, frustrated, warned of high-level monsters. Despite the warning, Yuan declined Sun Wukong's assistance, fearing the administrator's consequences. Sun Wukong reluctantly accepted, knowing he would have to wait a year for Yuan to complete the test. Yuan, confident in his abilities, promised to call Sun Wukong when the test concluded. The test commenced as Yuan found himself at the bottom of the 25th floor, facing an unfamiliar black forest. Knights guarding the border approached, recognizing Kim Yuan but puzzled by his sudden appearance. Yuan explained his presence for the test and sought the knights' cooperation. Discoverer Warlock, a top-class player, saw the advantage of teaming up with Yuan as he proposed to explore the entire forest in 15 days instead of the planned 3 years. Knight Warlock, initially skeptical, witnessed Yuan's increased abilities. After spending 5 days resting, Yuan felt invigorated, with electricity flowing through his body. The sorcerer, concerned, questioned Yuan's actions just as footsteps and noises emerged from the black trees. A boundary had formed at the edge of the forest, warning them to avoid approaching. Electric mana gathered and condensed in Yuan's hand, forming a black lightning ball. With a lunge, as if throwing a spear, the black thunderbolt left his hand, rushing towards the forest. An electric explosion echoed as trees scattered and caught fire. Nearby monsters were struck by the electric charge, their screams drowned out by the sound of thunder. Trapped by the flames, they couldn't escape, burning in the fire. Warlock realized that when Yuan claimed he could pass the test in 15 days, he wasn't bragging. Watching Yuan with a worried expression, Warlock acknowledged that the fire had burned a path in the forest. To move forward, Yuan urged them to keep going. It was the 4th day of exploring, and Yuan led the pioneers, killing monsters and clearing a path. The knights struggled to keep up, fearing they might lose sight of him. Warlock marveled at Yuan's strength, realizing that the stories about the strongest player weren't exaggerations. Zeus, who considered himself the ruler of the tower, might surpass Yuan in strength, but Yuan's skills were close to those of a high-ranked player. The knights had to run after him, and at that speed, they would cross the forest in less than 15 days. Suddenly, a huge snake appeared beside Warlock, ready to strike. A man, unfamiliar to Warlock, emerged and swiftly punched the snake's head, blood splattering for several yards. Concerned knights rushed to Warlock, who inquired about the stranger's identity and the engineer's whereabouts. The stranger revealed himself as Peng Bei Krim, the Fist Lord of the Celestial Demon Cult, stating he came on the orders of the young Vice Lord. Warlock, surprised, wondered why the Fist Lord was searching for the Vice Lord in the forest. In response, the Fist Lord explained that he was instructed to come specifically to this location. Warlock and the other knights, equally surprised, insisted that there was no Vice Lord in the forest, only them. Yuan approached from behind, declaring that the Fist Lord had disturbed the wrong person. Peng Bakrim turned around, and to his astonishment, saw his Vice Lord, Yuan. Yuan expressed his hope that Peng Bakrim hadn't come alone. The Fist Lord clarified that they had arrived as per his orders. The sorcerer, still in disbelief, realized that Kim Yuan was the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. The sound of numerous footsteps echoed as thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of people approached Yuan. They knelt, swearing allegiance to the cult leader. Yuan raised his hand, signaling for them to stop, acknowledging that enough was enough. Looking at the multitude of cult members kneeling before him, Yuan explained that he couldn't seek help from anyone but the pioneers, otherwise, he'd have to face the test alone. Hence, he asked the Heavenly Demon to assist the pioneers. As the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, Yuan ordered their aid to help the pioneers clear the path and explore the forest. Peng Bakrim affirmed that he was listening to Yuan's orders. A roar from the crowd spread through the forest, causing it to tremble. However, it now seemed less intimidating than before. The construction of the path accelerated, with cultists chopping down the forest to make way. When a huge monster with terrifying fangs obstructed the path, it was swiftly killed by the Fist Lord. Fist Lord and Peng Bakrim observed Yuan, remembering when he was once a novice player and had now become the tower's best. As a large black orc emerged from the forest, Yuan threw a lightning bolt at it, resulting in a deafening explosion and the orc's charred body falling to the ground. The path was successfully paved, and both pioneers and cultists set up camp at the forest's edge. Yuan had received a message from Merlin at the beginning of the challenge, inquiring about his whereabouts and intentions. Yuan informed Merlin that he needed reinforcements to complete the trial in 2 weeks. Merlin, representing the King of Britain, explained the country's unfavorable situation, limiting his ability to provide substantial assistance. Alongside the Fist Lord, the Spear Lord, who commanded cult members to cut down the forest on the other side, also joined. They requested Yuan to use his skills to expedite the process. On the 14th day, Yuan completed the task, and a message arrived confirming that he had passed the test to become a world explorer. While there were additional rewards for finishing early, the message mentioned that they would be paid later. Yuan was granted permission to proceed to the 26th floor, and another message arrived, stating that he had earned 50,000 points for the challenge. In total, Yuan earned a staggering 1,150,500,000 points. He generously handed 50,000 points to Lord Fist to share with his subordinates and an additional 50,000 points to Lord Spear to compensate for his team's efforts. Lord Spear graciously accepted the reward from Yuan. Yuan, mindful of his responsibilities in Camelot, mentioned that Hephaestus had already produced the item and sent angry messages to him. Lord Fist approached Yuan, requesting another reward. Despite the Spear Lord's dissatisfaction with Lord Fist's ruthlessness, Yuan gestured to calm the situation and agreed to Peng Bakrim's proposal. Yuan suggested they could start the fight immediately and instructed the Spear Lord to ensure no one interfered. Lord Spear swiftly organized the fight's location, and Lord Fist was pleased. The message returned, indicating that the fight had commenced by mutual consent with no punishment involved. Lord Peng Bakrim prepared as a blue glow of mana emanated from him and Yuan. Facing each other, Yuan chose not to use the skills of the Heavenly Demon, considering that Lord Fist possessed them as well. Wondering about the growth of his abilities, a cloud of electric energy formed behind Yuan. Their fists collided, creating sparks as Peng Bakrim's blue electricity clashed with Yuan's yellow electricity. Lord Fist inquired if Yuan would use the Divine Flame, but Yuan decided on another skill. A blue bolt of lightning shot from Peng Bakrim's hand, and the Fist Lord struck Yuan in a straight line. It was a familiar fist technique from the trial of the Heavenly Demon Cult, but this time, it was significantly more potent. Instead of dodging, Yuan threw his fist forward, surprising Lord Fist. It seemed that Yuan had grown considerably during that time. Activating the giant's power, Yuan thought he could give his best. Peng Bakrim received a powerful blow from Yuan, but he endured and retaliated. The collisions resulted in dozens of small explosions from the clash of their energy streams. Lord Fist could feel his bones shattering but pressed on, determined not to lose to a player who had only reached the 10th level. Lord Fist wondered how much stronger Yuan had become, realizing that Pong Baekrim's wish had come true. He could fight at full strength. Despite Yuan delivering intense blows, Lord Fist continued to fight, hoping to defeat him. It appeared Yuan had become many times stronger than when they first fought on the 10th floor. In response, Lord Fist unleashed his most powerful technique, the Fist of 100 Bolts of Lightning. A series of lightning bolts burst from his fist, creating a dazzling display. Looking at Yuan, Pong Baekrim saw a strange image, a stream of purple flame covering Yuan's body, wriggling and moving as if alive. It formed the image of the Sky Demon, the one Lord Fist feared the most. The Sky Demon gazed at him with glowing eyes, questioning if Pong Baekrim could see him. The image vanished as Pong Baekrim's thrown fist hit the compressed air. Acknowledging his defeat, Lord Fist admitted that he had seen a heavenly demon, revealing his deepest fear. Yuan, understanding the significance of facing one's fears, helped Pong Baekrim confront his fear of the cult leader. Lord Fist sat with his head bowed, expressing gratitude to Yuan for the opportunity to fight. After the fight, Yuan returned to Camelot, meeting with Merlin, who was surprised at Yuan's sudden disappearance. Yuan, recognizing the multitude of tasks ahead, sought help from Sun Wukong, who swiftly drove him back to Camelot at an impressive speed. Yuan had a close brush with death during his journey, barely escaping with his life. Despite his ordeal, he hadn't received all the rewards for the challenges he had conquered. Merlin, standing beside him in the palace hall, informed him about the chaos prevailing at the round table. Some knights expressed their intention to leave, adding to the turmoil. Seated in the grand hall, Yuan contemplated the situation. He attributed the chaos to Lancelot, or more precisely, Olympus. Acknowledging the gravity of the matter, Yuan assured Merlin that he would restore order. Urged by Merlin to act swiftly, Yuan took the responsibility upon himself. Merlin, a figure of considerable power, raised his hand, conjuring blue mana in the air. Yuan noticed a peculiar item left behind by Hephaestus. Instead of using the Stone of All Seas on weapons, Hephaestus had crafted an armor, a black cloak made from the same material. The cloak, named the Triangle by Hephaestus, had a unique design tailored to Yuan's preferences for comfort over traditional armor. Yuan adorned the cloak, finding it a perfect fit that covered most of his body. Crafted from adamantium using the Stone of All Seas, the triangle elicited an immediate response from Kaini, one of Yuan's companions. Intrigued by the cape, Yuan drew his sword, prompting a surprised Merlin to inquire about his actions. With a wave of the sword, Yuan explained that he was testing the protective capabilities of the cloak. Yuan was amazed at the effects of this defensive clothing. Even though the clothes were thin as a paper, it won't get cut easily. Suddenly, strange blue energy started gathering around Yuan. He asked Merlin to step aside as it might get dangerous. This blue energy was coming the Divine Sea Stone. A figure started materializing amidst the blue mana. It seemed like a back of some creature. The egg in Yuan inventory started baring his teeth and cheering Yuan for his success. Yuan wondered if it's the same creature like Kaini, but this seems a bit different than the items that have ego or consciousness. Therefore, he inquired the shadow about his identity. Yuan inquired he had no name, not even a monster nor a person, just what is it? But the shadow remained silent. Suddenly a voice resounded in Yuan's ears. Now it's the second. This voice came from the shadow. Yuan's eyes widened upon hearing it. And suddenly all the blue mana around Yuan scattered, and the shadow disappeared, revealing the room where Yuan and Merlin stood before. Out of curiosity, Merlin asked about the identity of that figure. He could feel the instability of the mana, even thinking about attacking it. Yuan also did not know about it, so he could not answer. As the figure disappeared, could not even remember its face. Maybe it was just waiting for the Sky Stone to be collected. Yuan wanted to ask him about how come he possessed the power of an outer god and why would it appear to be an item. Even the hatching rate of egg increased by a lot and reached 96%. But all of these lingering questions could only be answered in the future when Yuan managed to obtain the Sky Stone. As Yuan, ready to leave, Merlin inquired why he would want to leave so urgently. He should rest for a while. Seeing Yuan's resolution, Merlin bid farewell and asked to come visit again. There may be a statue of Yuan already placed in Camelot. Yuan agreed to it. Just then the tower notified that the rewards for world pioneering had been finalized. It provided Yuan with two options to get a skill or increase stats. Yuan chose stats which increased his strength and stamina. Then Yuan started clearing floors one after another. After some time, he cleared 26th floor. He obtained 20,000 points and then kept on clearing the floors, reaching 30th, 35th, 40th floor. It had been 6 months since Yuan started clearing the floors. Right now on the 41st floor, Yuan sat in a forest grilling a fish over fire. Number 50 could be seen floating over his head. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Two players appeared out of the bushes trying to ambush Yuan. One of the player used a mute skill to block Yuan's hearing. Yuan had 50 summoning stones, which they were after. A summoning stone could be obtained after defeating a monster on 41st floor. With the summoning stones one could summon a higher monster and clear the trials. They were confident in taking down Yuan, so they prepared an ambush with players scattered around him in the forest. As they slowly raised their weapons and started walking towards him, Yuan merged all the summoning stones he had into one big stone. The leading player ordered all others to attack Yuan. These players jumped at Yuan with their weapons holding high. Just the leader of these players got flustered, his eyes widened in disbelief. The number over Yuan's head changed to 817. Yuan turned around with a smirk on his face. He already activated Divine Fire. With a swirl of the Divine Fire, all the players got disintegrated into dust. After collecting the summoning stones from this last team, Yuan had acquired around 10-20 summoning stones. Yuan merged all the stones and used them for summoning. The tower asked how many stones Yuan would use. He commanded to use all of them. Just then the area around Yuan got destroyed. Fire started blazing around everywhere and tower notifies that the Demon King, Diablo, will be summoned for the trial. Yuan could not believe his eyes that Diablo, a high-ranker Demon King, would be summoned for the 41st floor trial. He knew that this was the trial where the administrators and Demon Tribe had formed alliance. Even then, for a high-ranker to appear was crazy. The mana surged around Yuan. Fire blazed and started gathering at one point, forming a figure in front of Yuan. As the figure materialized, a voice echoed, "I was sleeping so well, who bothered me?" Blazing eyes could be seen amidst the shadow of this huge figure. He inquired who was the crazy bastard who used 1,000 summoning stones for summoning? Looking at Yuan, he inquired, does he even who he was summoning? Yuan remained resolute and asked, "Are you Diablo?" Diablo wondered for a moment, and then asked, "Why would you take the risk if you already knew?" Yuan withdrew his moonlight sword and declared, "Isn't it obvious? I'm going to kill you and get the points." Diablo led a huge laughter and expressed his amusement. "What a character! You dare to challenge me knowing who I am." Diablo activated his tainted sanctuary around him, covering Yuan. As the fire around Diablo died down, Diablo's body appeared, with fiery eyes and several horns over the head. He declared, "I will tear down your tiny body and turn you into ash." Under the effect of Diablo's sanctuary, Yuan's senses paralyzed. He tried to resist the domination of Diablo but could not. His body pressed under the huge pressure emanated by Diablo. Yuan activated Divine Fire, covering his sword with it, and instantly swung his word, creating a Divine Fire wave slash. Yuan's Cinder Eyes helped him to resist the tainted sanctuary, as well as the Divine Fire burned away Diablo's sanctuary. The Divine Fire spread around Yuan, charging towards Diablo. A huge blast occurred where Diablo stood. Waves of energy spread around, the ground beneath shattered, rocks flew everywhere. Yuan, activating Kaine's skill beforehand, blankly started at the scene, wondering if he was successful. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared out of Divine Fire, charging at Yuan. Diablo, with single hand, crushed the place where Yuan stood, but Yuan dodged the strike. Diablo amusingly laughed at the unfolding scene. He already guessed Yuan would not go down that easily. In that moment, Yuan appeared right beside Diablo's head. He launched several blows at Diablo's huge body, but all of it were blocked. As Yuan tried to land another strike with the power of Kaine, Diablo raised his hand and stroked Yuan. Yuan got blown away with a single strike and crashed on the ground, shattering the ground beneath. Diablo instantly swung his tail, trying to attack Yuan, but he dodged it in an instant. Jumping into midair, Yuan activated Kaine's Hell ability with the sword covered in Hell's energy. Yuan again struck Diablo. In a matter of seconds, they exchanged several blows, each of it blocked and countered by Diablo. After exchanging several blows, Diablo got irritated by the Divine Fire Yuan was using. He opened up his mouth. Fire started gathering inside his mouth. After a moment, he shot a fire cannon at Yuan, trying to obliterate him. But Yuan skillfully dodged the attack. After dodging, Yuan contemplated. Divine Fire was not working against Diablo at all. His mental strength was a lot stronger than Yuan imagined. But still, after countless attack, Yuan managed to find only one weakness. The lightning bolts released through Kaine managed to do some damage to Diablo's clone. Diablo did not stop there. He again gathered fire in his mouth and shot another fire cannon at Yuan, blasting the hole into smithereens. But Yuan vanished right in front of his eyes, leaving Diablo boggled. He started shouting and searching for Yuan here and there. Yuan used sky steps and was hiding in the sky, waiting for a final attack. He gathered black lightning around his sword. With sky steps increasing his speed by 100%, he launched the attack at Diablo. Diablo, finding out Yuan, launched another fire cannon at him towards the sky, trying to counter Yuan's mighty strike. To his disbelief, Yuan managed to hold out under his fierce attack. He activated Gigantification. His whole body got imbued with the power of giants. Yuan did not stop after countering Diablo's attack, and kept on descending with his lightning sword strike and managed to cut Diablo's right arm. As the strike landed, the ground beneath shattered and Diablo fell to his knees under Yuan's onslaught. He cried in pain. He could not believe a mere human managed to hurt his body. Bluish blood flew out of his severed arm. Yuan instantly struck again and severed Diablo's left arm. Diablo cursed out in anger and started gathering fiery mana in his mouth to attack Yuan. But Yuan, grabbing the opportunity, imbued his body with giant's power and instantly attacked Diablo. As both of their attacks connected, it created a huge blast of fire and lightning. The scene unfolded where Yuan and Diablo stood face to face, holding their ground. Diablo could not understand how a mere player managed to beat the mighty himself. Acknowledging Yuan's skills, he invited him to Demon King Guild. He also offered him a position of Demon King once he managed to become a ranker. But Yuan questioned how he could become a member of a demon guild being a human. Diablo had already sensed demonic energy within Yuan. He commented, "You already possess demonic energy being a human. You deserve to become a demon king." Yuan's eyes widened. He already guessed that Diablo might notice his demonic energy, and the offer of a human becoming a demon king is unheard in the history of Tower. But Yuan declined the offer. Just then, Diablo realized that the player in front of him was Kim Yuan, being famous for rejecting offers from various guilds of the Tower. Diablo's body, already damaged excessively, got blown away into smithereens, creating a huge blast on sight. The Tower notified Yuan on eliminating the Demon King Diablo, acquiring 1 million points and passing the 41st floor trial. Yuan managed to get Diablo's horn, and his demonic lineage also leveled up, resulting in his demonic power rising from 20 to 40. After emerging triumphant from his showdown with Diablo, the notorious Demon King, Yuan swiftly whisked himself away to the 42nd floor. Arriving at his destination, he found himself amidst the desolation of an abandoned structure, its crumbling facade a testament to the decay that seemed to permeate the very air around him. Yuan's disdain for the place was palpable. The foul stench that hung in the air and the oppressive atmosphere made it abundantly clear why he harbored such contempt for it. As he began to survey his surroundings, a lone figure emerged from the shadows and approached him. It was none other than Hargan, who shared Yuan's sentiments regarding the dismal nature of their surroundings. Expressing disbelief at the idea of anyone willingly subjecting themselves to such conditions, Hargan's voice carried a mixture of incredulity and disgust. Above them, the sky was cloaked in darkness, with ominous clouds swirling menacingly, while the air hung heavy with moisture, further adding to the discomfort of their surroundings. Undeterred by the grim setting, Hargan extended a welcoming gesture to Yuan, clutching a torch to illuminate the murky depths of the underground caverns that lay ahead. As they ventured forth into the trial floor, their path was beset by the unsettling sight of zombified birds, their eerie presence sending shivers down Yuan's spine. Curiosity piqued, Yuan sought clarification from Hargan regarding his earlier reference to the floor as hell, rather than simply the 42nd floor. Caught off guard by the inquiry, Hargan sheepishly confessed that his choice of words had been born out of a sense of relief upon encountering Yuan. Amused by Hargan's admission, Yuan couldn't resist teasing him, eliciting a bashful response from his companion. Despite Hargan's attempts at conversation, Yuan remained preoccupied with thoughts of his past exploits. Unimpressed by the offerings of the 42nd floor, Yuan found himself reminiscing about his heroic intervention on the 33rd floor, where he had single-handedly thwarted Zeus's assault on Britain. Hargan, keenly aware of Yuan's growing renown, cautioned him about the escalating challenges he would face from Olympus players seeking to test their mettle against him. Acknowledging Hargan's warning with a nod, Yuan reflected on the inherent risks that came with his elevated status. Even Hargan, once a formidable player in his own right, had surpassed the likes of Zeus in rank, attracting unwanted attention from those who sought to impede his progress. They soon arrived at the entrance of an underground cave. Upon seeing it, Yuan questioned if it's the right place of entrance. Hargan assured him, as floor 42 had been an iconic place among Olympus, therefore he had visited this place many times before. Walking close to entrance, a cave pitch dark could be seen. This was real entrance to the 42nd floor world where the trial happened. Yuan started following behind Hargan, who held a torch to light up the surrounding. As they walked further inside, Yuan realized it was darker than he imagined before. It had been around 10 minutes since they started walking inside the cave. After some moments passed, as they reached far inside the cave, Yuan noticed something in the distance and called out to Hargan. Hargan instantly raised his right hand and started gathering lightning. As the lightning currents got denser, Hargan shot it out in the direction forward. The currents covered the whole path, colliding everywhere. As it reached far end of the path, the currents collided with several dark, pitched monsters hiding on the path ahead. Seeing that Yuan sighed, there were a lot of these monsters gathered ahead on the path. As the currents settled down, the monster on the path became clear. They were three-headed hellhounds. The monsters had an angry expression with intense glare ready to strike at any moment. Yuan had a premonition that someone had been watching him from the time he entered the 42nd floor. Perhaps these hellhounds were also prepared by the owner of this floor's world. Several hellhounds started gathering before Yuan. He was not sure if he would be able to deal them, but he wanted to try. Activating the skill Gigantification, the giant's power started flowing into his whole body. His veins bulged and his whole body puffed up like a giant. Green nature energy started emanating from his body. As one of the hellhound got closer to pounce at Yuan, he in turn kept on gathering nature's energy around his arm ready to strike at any moment. As the Cerberus got closer, Yuan instantly punched one of its faces, knocking the Cerberus down with a single punch. Staring in the direction of other hellhounds, he asked them to hurry up, to not waste his time. All the Cerberus started running towards Yuan in anger, but Yuan held his ground. As another Cerberus reached him, Yuan punched it again and again. He kept on punching the hound relentlessly, but it seemed unaffected by the blows. Roaring in pain, the hound refused to back down. Yuan, undeterred, grabbed its mouth while it was roaring, exerting his strength to hold it in place. Despite the hound's struggles, it couldn't break free from Yuan's grip. Trembling with fear, the hound could feel the formidable power emanating from Yuan. This power reminded Yuan of the time when Hercules, the legendary hero, had visited the 42nd floor ages ago. Hercules had single-handedly battled hundreds of Cerberus for days, leaving an indelible mark on their memories. That's why the Cerberus reacted with such intensity to Yuan's display of power. Surveying the area, Yuan activated Cinder Eyes, hoping to detect any illusions or stealthy foes. However, to his dismay, Cinder Eyes failed to reveal anything hidden. Nodding to himself, Yuan spoke aloud, questioning whether their current efforts were sufficient. Suddenly, a strange energy manifested behind the group of Cerberus, instilling intense fear in them. Bowing down and trembling fiercely, the Cerberus were clearly unnerved by this mysterious force. The energy swiftly transformed into a dense cloud, enveloping the entire path. From within the swirling mass, a figure emerged. Yuan pushed away the Cerberus he was engaging with and fixed his gaze upon the newly arrived figure. Instantly recognizing him, Yuan identified the imposing figure as Hades, the second-ranked individual in Olympus and the only sane high-ranker among the three giants of Olympus. Yuan required Hades' assistance to rescue Kronos from the underworld, as Kronos had selflessly sacrificed himself to send Yuan back in time. Witnessing Hades' arrival, Hargan bowed respectfully, acknowledging Hades' authority over darkness and his esteemed position as the scholar of Olympus. Draped in a black robe, Hades exuded an aura of power, his fiery purple eyes betraying a stern countenance. As Hades touched down on the ground, the Cerberus instinctively surrounded him, their demeanor akin to loyal pets circling their master. Following the encounter, Hades led Yuan and Hargan into a cavernous chamber. Seated before Hades, Yuan observed as a servant graciously presented them with cups of tea. The tea, dark in hue, gave Yuan pause, evoking memories of his past encounters with the dubious fare of the 42nd floor. Contemplating whether to partake, Yuan hesitated, mindful of his prior experiences. Sensing Yuan's apprehension, Hades reassured him, taking a sip from his own cup to demonstrate its safety. According to Hades, the tea boasted numerous health benefits, aiding in mana recovery and offering stabilization for one's body and soul. Upon hearing these encouraging words, Yuan summoned his strength and took a sip from his cup. As he tasted the tea, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was Hellsgrass tea, known for its rarity and its ability to enhance mana recovery speed for an hour while clearing the mind. Yuan hadn't expected such a special brew. While he drank, Hades observed him silently, his gaze penetrating and inscrutable. Eventually, Yuan finished the tea and broke the silence, expressing his gratitude for the unexpected gift. Despite witnessing Yuan's remarkable prowess in battle and hearing numerous tales of his heroic deeds, Hades found it difficult to believe that someone as young as Yuan could have halted Zeus' lightning. Nevertheless, he saw potential in Yuan's character and advised Hargan to collaborate with him. Hades clearly admired Yuan and wanted Hargan to work alongside him. Without hesitation, Hargan agreed, praising Yuan's reliability and offering his unwavering support. Hades was taken aback by Hargan's swift and steadfast response. During Yuan's intense battle with the Cerberus, Hades had sensed that Yuan was concealing something, though he couldn't discern the reason behind it. With a stern tone, Hades cautioned Yuan against withholding secrets, emphasizing the importance of trust and honesty. Feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his face, Yuan realized that earning Hades' trust wouldn't be easy. However, to his surprise, Hades commended Yuan for maintaining a loyal companion for 7 years, recognizing it as a testament to his worthiness. Before meeting Yuan, Hades had consulted Hephaestus about him, seeking insight into his character. Much like with the giant elder, Hephaestus had wholeheartedly vouched for Yuan, urging Hades to trust him implicitly. This unwavering recommendation left Hades pondering the depths of Yuan's capabilities and the nature of his bond with Hephaestus. Ultimately, it underscored the importance of personal connections and trust. With his cup in hand, Hades shifted the conversation, inquiring about the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Cheonmujin, and whether he would intervene in their struggle. Yuan admitted that he was unaware of Cheonmujin's intentions, as he tended to maintain a low profile. Hades' expression soured slightly at this revelation, indicating his disappointment. However, he remained composed, contemplating their next steps in the ongoing conflict, his mind racing with strategic considerations and potential alliances. Continuing their conversation, Yuan elaborated on how Cheonmujin's actions would influence his entire sect. He emphasized that if their leader made a move, the rest of the cult would follow suit. However, Yuan expressed skepticism about collaborating with the heavenly demon sect, citing Cheonmujin's influential sway over his followers, making it challenging to predict their response. He suggested that cooperation might be possible if other factions besides the heavenly demon sect took action. Hades was surprised by Yuan's insights, realizing that persuading the cult members might not guarantee their involvement. He speculated that Cheonmujin might not be inclined to take action. In response, Yuan disagreed, asserting that involving the heavenly demon sect wasn't necessary. He believed that once the king, referring to Zeus, was dealt with, the conflict would end. Yuan proposed resolving the matter with a decisive battle, avoiding the need for a full-scale war that could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yuan foresaw that involving the heavenly demon sect in the conflict would escalate it into a catastrophic war similar to the First Gigantomachia. Therefore, he advocated for achieving the best outcome with minimal damage through a single battle. Hearing Yuan's rationale, Hades fell into deep thought. He questioned Yuan's confidence in ending the conflict with just a battle, considering Zeus' immense power. The cave fell silent as Hades fixed his gaze on Yuan, who kept his eyes downcast. Breaking the silence, Yuan declared his determination to make things right. However, Hades remained skeptical of Yuan's plan, questioning whether Yuan alone could confront the king after only stopping Zeus' lightning once. Yuan admitted that he wouldn't be the one facing the king. This revelation stunned Hades, prompting him to inquire further. Yuan disclosed that he was aware of the power imbalance in Olympus caused by Poseidon's absence among the 3 giants. Hades confirmed Yuan's suspicions, revealing that Zeus had imprisoned Poseidon 6 months ago after suspecting his collaboration with Yuan. Upon hearing this, Yuan argued that the power imbalance in Olympus wasn't solely Zeus' doing but also stemmed from Hercules' actions. Locking eyes with Hades, Yuan proposed bringing Hercules into the fold to confront Zeus, the king of Olympus. This bold suggestion sparked a renewed sense of purpose in their discussion as they contemplated the implications of such a strategic move and the potential alliances it could forge. Upon hearing Yuan's proposal, Hargan stood up in disbelief, questioning if Yuan was serious. Hades remained composed, curious about the likelihood of involving Hercules in their plan. Yuan assured them that the plan had a 70% chance of success, leaving Hargan astounded. Sweat dripped down his face as he stuttered out his questions. Ignoring Hargan, Yuan turned to Hades, asking if their chances of winning would increase with Hercules' assistance. Deep in thought, Hades considered Yuan's confidence. He recalled the stories surrounding Yuan's exploits in Olympus, saving Hephaestus from Olympus' clutches, battling a rancor, confronting the administrator of the Olympian trial, and acquiring the Sea Stone to protect Britain from Zeus' attack. Despite finding Yuan's claim absurd, Hades sensed an unwavering conviction emanating from him, born from overcoming impossibilities and achieving success. Contemplating this, Hades couldn't help but grin lightly. After a moment of silence, he agreed with Yuan, acknowledging that victory against Zeus might not be entirely impossible with Hercules' aid. Upon hearing Hades' approval, Yuan stood up, ready to depart. Hargan followed suit, asking about Yuan's further plans. Yuan explained his intention to proceed to the 40th floor before bringing Hercules into the fold, as he had unfinished business there. Perplexed, Hargan wanted to inquire further, but Hades intervened, revealing Yuan's plans. Hades expressed dissatisfaction with the skills Yuan had employed against the Cerberus, deeming them insufficiently threatening even for an Olympian. Furthermore, Hades harbored concerns not only about Yuan's skills, but also about the outcomes and history he aimed to create. He reflected on how Yuan had disrupted Zeus' plans to use the giants and demon tribe to bring about the downfall of Asgard. Even for Zeus, a direct confrontation with Asgard posed significant challenges. Therefore, after Yuan's intervention, Zeus would likely observe cautiously before making any moves. Recognizing this as an opportune moment, Hades decided to journey to Asgard to converse with Odin, the head of Asgard. As he spoke, Hades passed by Yuan and Hargan, instructing Hargan to meet with the Apollo siblings before departing. This moment marked a pivotal juncture in their journey. Hargan turned around with a tense expression and asked Hades if he should move right now. Throughout the conversation between Yuan and Hades, Hargan hadn't quite grasped what was happening, leaving him confused and unable to think clearly. Hades jokingly suggested that Hargan stay for the night and depart at sunrise. He also told Yuan to leave the next day. Confused by Hades' humor, Hargan turned to Yuan and asked where the sun rises in hell. Yuan sighed and explained that it was just a joke. After some time, Yuan found a cave room to settle down in hell. He was surprised to find such accommodations even in hell. Stepping outside the room, Yuan saw a huge mountain, realizing it was part of hell. Looking at Kaini, whose eye was slightly open, Yuan began pondering the skill with the same name as the 42nd floor. Deciding to give it a try, Yuan activated Kaini's hell summoning skill. Kaini's eye opened and started scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, black water and dark lightning encircled Yuan as the hell summoning ability activated. He felt as though he were falling deep into a river, unable to stop himself. Despite being underwater, Yuan realized he could still breathe. Then, a notification from the tower informed that he had entered hell for the first time, where the king of the dead ruled. As the notifications appeared, Kaini began glowing with yellowish mana. Yuan reached out to check the surroundings, wondering if it was a river or sea, only to realize it was all condensed mana. This mana was infinite, and Yuan continued to drown. Realizing Kaini was a tunnel to this infinite force, the source of the power of the dark divine stone. As he sank further, the mana condensed, growing darker, representing the actual hell where the dead worshipped the king of hell. Yuan's eyes fluttered as he read the tower notification. After a day, Yuan traveled to the 40th floor, renowned throughout the tower for its mesmerizing beauty. Upon reaching the 40th floor, Yuan was captivated by its stunning scenery. Everywhere he looked, there were breathtaking landscapes and enchanting vistas that filled him with wonder. It was as if he had stepped into a realm of unparalleled beauty, unlike anything he had ever seen before. The 40th floor seemed to exude an aura of tranquility and harmony, enveloping Yuan in a sense of peace and serenity. The central area where people lived looked like a town floating on clouds in the sky. Yuan brought out Arthur, who was now in his son's body. As Yuan brought him out, Arthur started mumbling, wondering where the dead went. Standing beside Arthur, Yuan asked if he remembered anything from his time with Susanoo. Arthur explained that after death, he was bound by Susanoo, stuck between the border of the living and the dead. That might be why he didn't remember anything from that time. Yuan was disappointed, hoping to get some information about hell from Arthur. Suddenly, Arthur remembered something. He told Yuan about seeing something like a sea while stuck between the border of life and death. Hearing this, Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Arthur nodded and explained that it was just for a moment, and he wasn't sure if it was really a sea. Raising his right hand, Yuan looked at Kaini. He realized that the dead lay beneath the sea he saw while being summoned to hell on the 42nd floor. Kaini was even more special than he had thought before. Among the suspended town, a huge tower could be seen reaching into the sky. Arthur pointed towards the tower and asked Yuan if he had seen it. Yuan asked if Arthur had been there before. Arthur explained that a long time ago, after the founding of Britain, he had stopped by this place when he met a ranker. But now he was prepared. He referred to Yuan as his king and asked him to give his orders. After some time, inside the town before the huge tower, swords clashed, the ground broke, and blood splattered everywhere. The stairs were covered in blood. One of the guardians holding a spear was startled as Arthur and Yuan approached. Just after entering the town, they started clashing with the guardians of the huge tower. Several players, holding their weapons high, gathered around Yuan and Arthur. As they watched them fight, the players trembled in fear. Yuan commented that Olympus must be rich, building such great structures for a guy who had just become a high ranker. He declared it must be because he was from the direct lineage of Zeus and Hera. The players were agitated by Yuan's remarks about Zeus' heir and for speaking the name of their king so blatantly. One of them shouted, telling Yuan to shut up and introduce himself and his rank. Yuan, his face adorned with a confident smirk, brandished the moonlight sword as he boldly declared his arrival to challenge Ares, the formidable god of war and battle lust. With authority, he instructed nearby players to inform Ares of his presence and his intent to engage in combat. Inside the towering structure, Ares held court upon a majestic throne within a vast hall, the distant clamor of battle reverberating through its walls. Perplexed by the escalating noise, Ares turned to his subordinates for clarification. Yet, their lack of perception left them unaware of the distant clashes of swords and the spilling of blood. Ares, puzzled by their obliviousness, questioned why they couldn't discern the unmistakable sounds of combat echoing throughout. Suddenly, the imposing gates of the grand hall buckled and broke under external force, hurling a guard within who cried out in agony as he crashed to the floor. Ares, with his distinguished appearance, his hair stark white against his dark complexion, adorned in resplendent golden armor, rose from his seat, demanding to know the identity of the intruder responsible for the disruption. In the midst of this chaos, a guard rushed in, breathless and alarmed, announcing the arrival of Kim Yu. Ares was caught off guard by the mention of this name, a name that seemed to carry weight and significance. The guard, overcome with fervor, began to denounce Yuan's audacity in challenging their esteemed lord. But before he could continue, a swift blow from behind silenced him. The source revealed to be none other than Arthur, wielding Excalibur with an aura of icy mana. The realization dawned upon them that Arthur, in his undead state, stood before them, a formidable foe indeed. As murmurs of confusion circulated among Ares' subordinates, questions arose about the motive behind the challenge, particularly from the renowned Round Table. Ares, however, discerned the truth upon closer inspection of Arthur, recognizing the undead state as a deliberate ploy orchestrated by Yuan. With resolve, he commanded his subordinates to address Arthur separately, acknowledging the calculated strategy employed by Yuan to bring Arthur into the fray. In this charged atmosphere, Yuan made his grand entrance into the hall, issuing a stern warning to Ares, emphasizing the importance of swift comprehension. When Yuan and Arthur entered the temple, the people inside gave them strange looks. Ares, who had told them only one person would come, seemed to be mistaken. Even the people in the temple could see that. Ares noticed their stares and seemed disappointed. He looked around and then realized what was going on. "It's not two people, it's one person and an undead," he said. Arthur, standing beside Yuan, gave off a creepy vibe with his icy aura. That's when they understood that Arthur was just a summoning of Yuan. But Ares noticed something else. He looked at Yuan with excitement, like he recognized him from somewhere. Yuan explained that he had tried to talk to the people in the temple, but they attacked him instead. Then Yuan looked up at the temple's ceiling and locked eyes with Ares, who was standing at the highest point. Ares asked Yuan who he was. Yuan introduced himself as Kim Yuan and boldly declared that he had come to fight Ares. Ares seemed surprised but asked if Yuan understood who he was challenging. He warned Yuan about the powerful rankers in the temple. Despite the odds, Yuan wasn't fazed. He looked at the rankers and shrugged, suggesting they fight without the little guys. The rankers didn't take kindly to this challenge. They started to gather their powers, getting ready to attack Yuan. Some even attacked him with their powers directly. There were more than 10 rankers in the temple, along with about 40 other players brought in from outside. They clearly outnumbered Yuan, and they weren't weak either. One of the knights mocked Yuan, saying he didn't know what he was getting into. But Yuan wasn't backing down. He interrupted the taunts, proposing a bet. Winner takes everything from the loser. As Ares descended the steps, his gaze fixed on Yuan standing at the entrance. Arthur, the summoned undead, moved aside, allowing their eyes to meet in a tense moment. Ares, seemingly uninterested, questioned Yuan's bold statement, asking if there was anything he wanted from him. Yuan, with a hint of mockery in his voice, suggested that Ares might not be as clever as the rumors claimed if he didn't know what Yuan possessed. With a sudden surge of power, a bluish aura enveloped Yuan, catching Ares and the gathered rankers off guard. Their astonishment was palpable, for among Yuan's possessions lay something coveted even by the most powerful beings, the Sea Stone, rumored to grant godlike power to its possessor, sought after even by high-ranking individuals. A knight, standing by Ares, intervened, advising Ares to let them handle the situation without his direct involvement. However, before any further action could be taken, a loud impact reverberated through the temple, causing Ares' minions to startle and lift their heads in alarm. Ares, visibly enraged, demanded to know what he hated most in the world, his eyes flashing with fury as he surveyed the room, radiating an aura of bloodlust. He accused them of interfering in his affairs, his eyes turning from white to red as he descended the stairs, coming face to face with Yuan. Ares, looking at Yuan, questioned his confidence in victory. He acknowledged that risking one's life for a single item showed bravery. For the first time, a hint of greed glimmered in Ares' eyes. Born of Zeus and Hera, Ares had been accustomed to getting whatever he desired. However, even for him, acquiring the coveted Stone of the Sea wasn't a simple task. Nonetheless, he agreed to the challenge. As Ares retrieved his weapons, he emphasized the tradition of claiming spoils of war. With determination in his voice, he declared his intent to defeat Yuan and take the Sea Stone from his body as proof. Ares commanded everyone to stand back, expressing his desire for a one-on-one battle. His aggressive demeanor mirrored Yuan's expectations, showcasing his pride and love for combat. Yuan, in response, instructed Arthur to eliminate anyone who dared to intervene in their duel. Arthur, obediently nodding, stood ready to strike down any intruders. With a sudden rush, Yuan and Ares charged towards each other, their speed kicking up dust in their wake. Yuan swung his sword at Ares, who deftly blocked the attack with his sword and spear. The clash of their weapons echoed, both combatants exerting tremendous strength to push each other back. In the heat of the moment, Ares' eyes crackled with lightning, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he growled with intensity. Ares, wielding his weapons, unleashed a flurry of strikes at Yuan. Despite Yuan's efforts to defend himself, Ares' immense strength shattered the ground beneath them. With each strike, Yuan was pushed further back, the force of Ares' onslaught proving overwhelming. In a brief pause, Ares expressed disappointment at the absence of the King of Knights, fighting alongside Yuan. His gaze shifted to Arthur, observing him closely. Ares suggested that Yuan utilize his undead companion, questioning why he hadn't employed his necromantic abilities in the battle. Yuan had a firm stance against resorting to summoning the dead or utilizing the King of the Dead's abilities. He deemed it as cheating and had two solid reasons for abstaining. Firstly, he held strong confidence in his own abilities, believing he could emerge victorious without relying on such tactics. Secondly, there was a hidden aspect that needed to be kept secret for now. Ares, initially amused by Yuan's assertion of defeating him alone, displayed a fierce glare as the word cheating struck a chord with him. His pride wounded, Ares unleashed a swift strike with his sword, sending a sharp energy wave toward Yuan. Despite Yuan managing to block the attack, the force shattered the ground beneath them. The battle escalated rapidly as Ares pressed on, exchanging blows with Yuan. Sensing his disadvantage, Yuan activated his abilities, using Cinder Eyes to predict Ares' sword path and activating the sensory zone to anticipate his movements. However, under Ares' relentless assault, Yuan struggled to defend against every strike, eventually being pushed back and slammed into a pillar. As Yuan tried to regain his footing, Ares, with a burst of speed, leaped into the air, aiming to strike Yuan down. The ensuing clash created a massive explosion, shrouding the area in smoke and dust. When the debris settled, Ares appeared on the ground, visibly exhausted and bearing wounds from the penalties imposed by the tower. Seizing the opportunity presented by Ares' weakened state, Yuan wasted no time. Activating Gigantification, he channeled nature's energy through his body, merging his stamina stats with his strength, enhancing his combat capabilities further. Yuan tapped into the power of lightning he had absorbed from Kaini, infusing his fist with its crackling energy. With a burst of speed, he closed the distance between himself and Ares, his arm empowered by the giant's power, and delivered a thunderous punch. As the blow connected, bolts of lightning struck Ares, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Despite Ares managing to block the strike, the force behind Yuan's attack pushed him back, showcasing Yuan's monstrous strength exceeding 200. Ares, taken aback by the display of power, widened his eyes in surprise as he recognized the skills of gigantification and lightning, similar to those of his father Zeus, manifesting in Yuan's attacks. Yuan seized the opportunity to mock Ares, taunting him with the power he envied the most at Hargan. Unfazed by Yuan's mockery, Ares, with bloodshot eyes and gritted teeth, erupted in anger, shouting at Yuan to stop. Determined to put an end to Yuan's taunts, Ares fiercely blocked Yuan's barrage of punches with his sword and spear, despite the penalties from the tower accumulating. Yuan, noticing Ares' reaction, intensified his assault, launching a powerful sword strike. However, Ares evaded the attack, gripping his spear tightly as he charged at Yuan. Yuan narrowly dodged the spear, realizing that his strategy of provoking Ares was working. With a glare, Yuan warned Ares to watch above him, just as yellow lightning crackled around Ares. In a sudden burst, the lightning bolts descended upon Ares, catching him off guard. Despite his attempts to dodge, Ares was ensnared by the lightning, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. The ensuing blast engulfed the area in dust and rubble, with the lingering crackle of lightning echoing through the aftermath. As Yuan observed the aftermath of his lightning attack, he believed another similar assault would succeed. However, to his astonishment, the dust cleared, revealing Ares charging at him with sword and spear in hand. Caught off guard, Yuan fell victim to Ares' sword strike. Ares proclaimed that the power of lightning belonged to his father Zeus, not Hargan. With bloodshot eyes and a grin, Ares asserted his superiority as Zeus's descendant, dismissing the idea of being defeated by his father's power alone. Simultaneously, a crimson aura enveloped, unleashing a burst of energy that shook the entire room. The force of Ares and Yuan's clash caused dust and rubble to scatter, shattering the walls and pillars of the great hall. Witnessing the spectacle, the onlookers were left stunned, some even thrown off their feet by the immense pressure. Amidst the chaos, a brown-haired ranker stood his ground, bewildered by the intensity of the battle. It appeared more like a confrontation between two high rankers than a mere player duel. In the midst of the fierce exchange, both combatants unleashed their energies, shattering the ground beneath them. Ares' crimson aura dominated the scene, while Yuan countered with heavenly lightning. Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of dismay at Ares' disregard for his subordinate's safety, questioning whether such a bloodthirsty fighter truly embodied the ideals of war and courage. Ares appeared consumed by rage, his crimson mana and flashing silver lightning reflecting his berserk state. Despite the accumulating penalties from the tower, Ares showed no signs of backing down. His mind raced with thoughts of seizing Yuan's powers, the sea stone, gigantification, cinder eyes, and the lightning akin to his father Zeus's, in order to surpass his father one day. Unrestrained, Ares relentlessly attacked Yuan, pushing him to his limits. Each strike tested Yuan's strength, making it increasingly difficult for him to defend himself. The relentless assault left Yuan struggling to block Ares' onslaught. Ares, consumed by the intensity of the battle, seemed to have lost all concern for the safety of his subordinates, rampaging recklessly. However, Yuan remained focused on Ares' sword, strategically striking and pulling on it while raising his holy flame to shield himself from the spouting mana. Thanks to the effects of Cinder Eyes and Sensory Field, Yuan found it somewhat easier to evade Ares' spear attacks. Amidst the chaos, Arthur's voice broke through, expressing his intense anger towards Ares, whom he now saw as the embodiment of everything he despised. Despite being under Yuan's command, Arthur's desire to retaliate against Ares burned fiercely within him, ready to strike at any moment. Yuan, noticing Arthur's protective stance over the other players and rankers, realized the depth of Arthur's anger. As the king of knights in his past life, Arthur embodied chivalry, making Ares' actions all the more repugnant in his eyes. A surge of determination welled up within Yuan as he covered his sword with divine fire, preparing for his next move. Ares, momentarily puzzled by Yuan's actions, continued swinging his sword. In a sudden turn of events, the tip of Yuan's sword thrust into Ares' throat, catching him off guard. Although Ares managed to take a step back in surprise, he quickly retaliated by swinging his spear, slashing Yuan's body in half. However, Ares' triumph was short-lived as his body instantly stiffened, engulfed in flames emanating from Yuan. In that moment, Yuan confronted Ares, questioning the source of his power. A surge of electricity crackled from Yuan's left hand, though for Ares, who boasted a high resistance to static shocks. This ability didn't inspire much fear. Yu-1, aware of this, questioned Ares about the opposite of his father's lightning. It dawned on Yu-1 that Ares likely knew of his capability to wield dark mana, perhaps information obtained through a subordinate named Agamemnon. From fire, to lightning, to darkness, Yu-1 possessed a natural talent for harnessing various types of mana, with no issue arising from the differences in attributes. Kaine's eyes, previously only partially open, widened as an almost boundless power surged forth from within. The mana flowing through Kaine engulfed Yu-1's body, infusing him with a familiar energy as if it had always belonged to him. It felt akin to being submerged in a dark sea, devoid of light, evoking memories of his past experiences. Amidst the chaos within the half-collapsed temple, Kaine's mana acted as a counterforce to Ares' golden mana, quickly filling the room with dark energy that permeated the temple surroundings. At this moment, the eye of Kaine, which had never opened completely before, suddenly sprang to life. Yu-1 stood in awe as he witnessed the vast, infinite mana that Kaine held within. This was no ordinary surge of power. It was a revelation. He understood now that there was a fundamental difference between merely knowing the source of one's power and fully drawing upon it. Unlike the usual method of accessing a limited skill window provided by an item, this was tapping into the very essence of an ancient force. Yu-1 realized that the title King of the Dead bestowed upon him was not merely about commanding the undead. There was a deeper, more profound power embedded within this title. It was as if he had unlocked a hidden potential that had been lying dormant. He began to gather all the power of Kaine into his right hand, feeling it swell and grow stronger with each passing second. The dark energy crackled around him, and he could feel its weight, its raw potential ready to be unleashed. As the power reached its peak, Yu-1 unleashed a devastating strike at Ares using his moonlight sword. The dark lightning that surrounded him surged forward with astonishing speed, charging straight at Ares. The air around them sizzled with electricity as the force of the strike tore through the battlefield. Ares' eyes widened in shock as he felt the immense pressure of the dark element pressing against his own mana. "What is this?" he thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was bad. Normally, such a sudden increase in power could only mean one thing. Yu-1 had spent all his mana and was going for a decisive, quick victory. It was a remarkable feat, but Ares knew that Yu-1's skills were still a step behind his own. The fact that Yu-1 hadn't been able to land a single effective blow until now was proof of that. Ares had managed to strike Yu-1 several times already, his sword reaching him while Yu-1 struggled to land a blow. He knew that if he could prolong the fight, he would win 9 times out of 10. Yet, his crumpled pride wouldn't allow him to drag this out. He had to end it now. The mana emanating from Ares' body glowed as brightly as the sun, pushing Yu-1 back. It was an overwhelming force, a clear display of Ares' dominance. He took a step towards Yu-1, the tip of his short spear aiming directly at Yu-1's head, ready to pierce through the darkness. In an instant, Ares closed the distance between them. The darkness encasing the temple parted as Ares' 2 spearheads struck at Yu-1's head. The collision between the spear and Yu-1's sword sent shockwaves through the air. Ares immediately withdrew his spear, preparing to continue his relentless attack. But then, something unexpected happened. Ares' body didn't respond. His arms felt heavy, his movements sluggish and uncoordinated. An uncomfortable sensation washed over him, as if his own body was betraying him. In that moment, Ares and Yu-1's eyes met. There was a glimmer of understanding in Yu-1's gaze. Mana began to flow through Ares' arm, but it was too late. Ares suddenly found himself engulfed by a deep, oppressive darkness. He could hardly believe it. The powerful mana he had been emitting should have easily pierced through Yu-1's defenses. Yet here he was, swallowed by this impenetrable blackness. A sense of unease gripped him, only to be deepened by Yu-1's voice echoing through the void. "You are weak in close combat," Yu-1 declared, his tone steady and confident. Ares felt a strong hand grip his wrist, the one holding his spear. Yu-1's words continued to reverberate around them. "I can't believe how easily you went in," he said, his grip tightening. Panic surged through Ares. "What the heck?" he stammered, his voice betraying his shock. He instinctively stepped back, trying to distance himself from Yu-1's grasp. As he retreated, a wall of energy formed behind him, preventing any further escape. In a desperate bid to regain control, Ares' spear slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. It was then that Ares noticed something terrifying. His eyes widened in horror as he saw his wrist, severed cleanly, with his hand missing. The sight was so shocking that his scream came too late. The pain was secondary to the sheer terror of his missing hand. In a frenzied effort, Ares channeled all his remaining strength to dispel the darkness clinging to his body. As he did, a chilling realization dawned on him. Did he give me the way, on purpose? The thought that Yuan had deliberately led him deeper into this trap filled his mind, but no other explanation surfaced. Yuan's plan had worked perfectly. Ares now doubted his ability to penetrate the immense power that now permeated the temple as easily as he had moments ago. The energy from Kaini began to swell, surging skyward. The darkness spread out like thick clouds, blocking the sunlight that had been illuminating the temple, turning day into night in an instant. At that moment, a notification appeared before Yuan. Lightning fragment reacts with Kaini. Immediately, lightning flashed through the darkened clouds, illuminating the temple's eerie gloom. Yuan extended his hand towards Ares, his words resounding with authority. Dark thunder roared within the temple, shattering its roof. Lightning shot up into the sky, illuminating the surroundings with an intense, almost blinding light. Aphesis, one of the rankers loyal to Ares, watched the scene unfold with growing tension. What the hell just happened? He thought, his mind racing. The center of the temple was now filled with a thick mass of dark mana, from which thunder continuously boomed. Aphesis' eyes widened in disbelief. Ares, shrouded in darkness, was nowhere to be seen. The darkness had not yet fully dissipated, and Aphesis clung to the hope that Ares was safe within it. He believed that his master would emerge unscathed from the darkness, and he waited anxiously for Ares to reappear. Aphesis and the other lackeys cautiously moved forward, drawn by the intense battle unfolding before them. But their advance was abruptly halted by a commanding voice that echoed through the tense atmosphere. "Stop!" The deep voice boomed, and all eyes turned to Arthur. He stood resolute, his sword raised, signaling his intent to intervene in the fight. Arthur, witnessing the clash alongside his subordinates, was determined to prevent any interference. Aphesis, undeterred by Arthur's stance, squared his shoulders and met Arthur's gaze defiantly. "Step aside," he demanded, his voice laced with determination. Arthur's eyes glinted with bluish mana, his grip tightening on his sword as he stood firm. "Sorry, but that won't work," Arthur replied calmly, his aura radiating a formidable presence that sent shivers down Aphesis' spine. Feeling the overwhelming mana emanating from Arthur, Aphesis gave a signal. Rankers and players who had been watching the fight from a distance now drew their weapons one by one. Tensions escalated as they prepared for a potential conflict. Before Arthur could escalate the situation further, a significant development occurred within the battle between Yuan and Ares. The massive mana enveloping them began to writhe and churn. Suddenly, a flash of golden light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the battlefield. This radiant glow didn't originate from Ares' own mana but from a special object he carried, an artifact gifted by Zeus, his mysterious golden armor. As the light spread, Ares' entire body turned black and became unrecognizable, a stark transformation that stunned all witnesses. Simultaneously, the mana that had filled the temple's center began swirling rapidly, converging into a single point. The once hidden interior of the temple was exposed, revealing the aftermath of the duel. It was evident that the battle had concluded decisively. The remaining rankers, overwhelmed with a mix of sorrow and resignation, seemed to lose their will to fight. The darkness that had surrounded Kaini reclaimed its place as the primary force in the temple. As the shadows dissipated, the first thing that came into view was Yuan's exhausted yet triumphant face. Amidst the aftermath, a notification resounded. "The King of the Dead calls out to the spirit of Ares." It signaled the absorption of Ares' soul by Kaini, a testament to Yuan's victory over his formidable adversary. Yuan stared at Kaini, a mixture of immense fatigue and astonishment visible on his face. He had anticipated the power of Kaini, but experiencing it firsthand surpassed his expectations. The object wielded so much power. It was clear it held numerous yet untapped potentials. What if he could master this power further? A power that had reduced even the mighty high-rank Ares to nothing but ashes in an instant. Yuan contemplated the possibilities, realizing anew the depth of Kaini's capabilities and the potential it held for his future battles and conquests. After the intense battle, Yuan approached Ares' lifeless body sprawled on the ground, his once golden armor now blackened and corroded by the lightning that had consumed him. Ares appeared barely recognizable, his form almost disintegrated into dust. Yuan extended his hand towards the fallen warrior, ignoring the expensive equipment scattered around. What mattered now was not the value of the items, but what they symbolized. Yuan's gaze focused on a golden necklace around Ares' neck, matching the color of his armor. As Yuan reached for it, the remainder of Ares' body crumbled into dust, leaving behind only the armor. Without hesitation, Yuan retrieved Ares' golden armor and placed it into his inventory, a practical move to secure the powerful artifact for himself. As Yuan stood there, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere above him. Looking up, he anticipated that the aftermath of the battle wouldn't go unnoticed. It would be nice if they could move on without incidents, but apparently that wasn't going to happen, Yuan thought to himself, his gaze fixed on the sky. He knew the commotion caused by Ares' demise would draw attention. Above the open sky of the temple, a structure resembling a pyramid began to rise, creating a new ceiling. Yuan pondered the implications of this development. There's no way they don't know about this commotion, he mused, considering the likelihood that news of the battle had reached others. Yuan speculated that someone had likely tipped off the authorities when he first entered the Temple of Ares. The proximity of the temples of Asgard and Olympus, both symbolizing similar themes and located on the same floor, suggested an interconnectedness that could not be ignored. The sound of horses' hooves in the sky signaled the arrival of Olympus' response, akin to Asgard's Valkyries, the chariot of the sun. Descending from the distant sky was a woman with coppery skin and golden hair, resembling Apollo, a symbol of true war in Olympus. This was Athena, the warrior who fought in the Gigantomachy before Hercules, the closest sister of Ares and a high ranker of far superior standing compared to Ares. Unlike Ares, who had recently attained his high ranker status, Athena had held hers for thousands of years. As Athena landed amidst a radiant glow, her piercing gaze swept across the temple, taking in the aftermath of the battle. She wore a somber expression as signs of the conflict became apparent, turning her attention to the figures standing in the center. Yuan and Arthur. Athena posed a direct question, her voice carrying authority and concern. Is it true? Athena inquired, her eyes searching for confirmation amidst the stunned silence. Yuan and Arthur, aware of the weight of her presence, stood solemnly, prepared to address the consequences of their battle. The responsibility fell on Ares' loyal servant, Aphesis, to answer Athena's inquiry. Yes, my lady, Aphesis responded dutifully, confirming the grim truth of Ares' demise. As Athena spoke those words, the atmosphere inside the temple seemed to shift. The walls trembled, still reeling from the intense battle between Yuan and Ares, causing debris to fall around them. Athena's piercing gaze bore into Yuan, her eyes glinting with an intensity that could not be ignored. Then you must be my brother's enemies, she declared, her voice carrying both authority and a hint of challenge. Suddenly, a cry echoed through the shield of Aegis, a sound that cut through the tense silence like a slender serpent's hiss. Tower notifications flashed urgently. You are scanning the screams of the Gorgon. Petrification begins. Yuan's abilities and skills immediately sprang into action, resisting the petrifying impact of Aegis. Notifications continued to pop up. Holy fire. Resists petrification. Cinder eyes resists petrification. The resistance was successful, sparing Yuan from the dangerous effects of the shield's power. Muttering to himself, Yuan expressed disbelief at the shield's ability to petrify merely through sound, let alone direct eye contact. This is the first time I've heard of it, he murmured, recognizing the unique and deadly nature of Aegis. It was indeed the original, not a replica, an artifact of immense power. Arthur voiced his concern, questioning the danger of facing such a formidable opponent. Yuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the risk involved in this confrontation. Won't it be dangerous? Arthur asked, seeking Yuan's strategy. With a calm demeanor, Yuan responded, What will you do now? It's a situation we can't escape from anyway. Surrounded by Athena's rankers, who had already taken defensive positions, Arthur was burning with determination. Yuan remained composed, reassuring Arthur that it wasn't their turn to act just yet. His nonchalance in the face of imminent conflict hinted at a deeper strategy or confidence in what was to come. And then, now it's your turn, Yuan remarked casually, shifting his gaze upward through the hole in the temple ceiling. In that moment, his cinder eyes began to resonate with a presence high above. Tower notifications informed Yuan that the 12th eye of the great sage was observing him. As the intense wind swept out from the center of the temple, causing a momentary disruption among the rankers, a long crozier suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through the veil of mana above. Yuan's attention was drawn to the smoke that accompanied the staff's arrival, remarking wryly, "Too late," as usual. The smoke dissipated, revealing the crozier, a formidable staff about 4 meters long, made of an unknown material, balanced on its tip. Standing atop the staff was a figure with distinctive features. White hair, flaxen skin, a mischievous expression, and eyes that gleamed with mischief. It was Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Yuan's comment, Sun Wukong responded with typical confidence, stating that main characters always appeared at the most critical moments. Yuan rubbed his head in mild exasperation and closed his eyes briefly, perhaps disappointed by the timing or the implications of Wukong's arrival. The appearance of Sun Wukong immediately shifted the atmosphere among the rankers. Some expressions turned contemplative, mumbling in disbelief. "No way! Why is he here?" Even Athena, the commanding figure among them, displayed surprise at Wukong's unexpected presence. She questioned him directly, her tone carrying a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "You're working with Kim Yuan?" Athena narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Sun Wukong as he scratched his head in response to her inquiry. After a moment of consideration, he shrugged casually, contemplating aloud. "Maybe, to be called a partner, this guy must be pretty shady. Besides, he's still no match for my main body." With a mischievous glint, Wukong turned to Yuan, teasing him with pitiful eyes and remarking, "Isn't that right?" Yuan narrowed his eyes, briefly appearing taken aback by Wukong's playful jab. He quickly regained his composure and retorted, "Not far." It was clear to Yuan that Wukong was teasing him, and he responded with a hint of defiance, refusing to let Wukong's antics undermine his resolve. But Wukong wasn't done yet, continuing to banter. "Yuan, you just talk big. Grow your skills before you run your mouth." Athena observed this exchange with growing impatience, her grip tightening on Aegis, a clear indication of her readiness to take action. She confronted Wukong directly, her voice firm and commanding. "Great sage Sun Wukong, do you intend to wage war against Olympus?" In response to Athena's challenge, Wukong didn't remain silent. He pointed the tip of his staff, Rui Bang, directly at Athena. In a swift and decisive move, Athena pushed Aegis forward, preparing to meet the challenge head-on. The tension in the temple escalated further as both sides stood poised for conflict, the clash of powers and personalities shaping the unfolding drama. As Sun Wukong's command echoed through the temple, "Grow, Ru-E," a powerful surge of energy rippled through the sky, causing clouds to swirl in a circle and creating a massive void in the once clear heavens. The staff, Rui Bang, expanded to an immense size, obliterating the rankers who stood in its path before finally colliding with Athena's Aegis shield. The impact pushed Athena back, but fortunately, the shield held against the tremendous force of the Rui Bang. Sun Wukong, caught off guard by the resilience of Aegis, wore a bewildered expression as he speculated, "Is it an item of Hephaestus?" He marveled at the shield's composition, aware that even with adamantium, Aegis boasted an unbreakable defense, one that could withstand the might of his staff. More impressive to him was Athena herself, who stood firm behind the shield despite the powerful blow. The impact was significant enough to make Athena's hand tremble, showcasing the immense force behind Wukong's attack. The decision to immediately raise Aegis and shield herself had proven effective. Even Zeus himself would have struggled to evade the Rui Bang at such close range. Despite his disappointment at not breaking through, Sun Wukong couldn't help but smile. Turning to Yuan with a pleased expression, he remarked, "It's more fun than I thought." He urged Yuan to handle the lesser foes while he dealt with the larger threat, teasing Yuan if he could manage without his assistance. Yuan returned Wukong's smile confidently, meeting his gaze squarely. "Don't ask obvious questions," he quipped, displaying his resolve. "Waste no time." Yuan immediately issued orders to Arthur, commanding him with a stern expression to eliminate all remaining adversaries swiftly and evacuate. Arthur nodded in acknowledgement, his focus unwavering on carrying out Yuan's directive. Sun Wukong, still observing Yuan, chuckled at his quick decision-making. "I'm starting to like you more and more, Yuan," he admitted, his respect for the young warrior growing. Without hesitation, Wukong turned towards Athena and charged forward, his momentum carrying him into the fray. Yuan and Arthur followed suit, their movements synchronized in readiness for battle. The temple atmosphere crackled with tension as Athena's forces and the intruders clashed, each side prepared to defend their honor and territory.